Lin Yi, have I made myself clear enough? For the sake of our shared history of fighting side by side, I don't want to lay a hand on you. Zhao Kai crossed his thick arms and lifted the person up, his gaze looking down at them cold and devoid of warmth. In the pristine white hospital room, the pungent smell of disinfectant mingled with the stench of blood, making one want to vomit. Lin Yi lay on the hospital bed, his face pale, coughing up a few drops of blood. Chen Bing walked slowly closer, her form-fitting B-grade soft armor outlining her curvaceous figure. You are no longer suitable to stay with the team. Lin Yi looked past her towering breasts, his gaze locking onto her stunning face, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Not suitable? Just because you say I'm not suitable, I have to leave the team? You haven't forgotten who raised the team from F rank all the way to B rank, have you? And who is it that has been grinding low-level dungeons for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, just to help you get better equipment? And who was it that gave you all the high-value spoils, allowing you to grow so quickly? Chen Bing frowned slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of pity. What's the point of bringing up the past? Even if it's an A-level hero, if their core energy source shatters and their strength drops to F level, must they be abandoned? You never used to use these as excuses. Hearing this, Lin Yi almost laughed in anger and couldn't help but cough twice more. You also know that my core energy source is shattered? You also know that I've dropped to F rank? Then do you fucking know why I became like this? Zhao Kai snorted impatiently. Lin Yi, you took that punch from the S-class monster yourself. What does it have to do with us? We didn't ask you to save us. Lin Yi stared at him, remaining silent. That's right. I was the one who was stupid. They were willing to risk their lives to save you. I was blind to have mistaken you ungrateful bastards for my brothers and sisters. Sun Qian, who had been leaning against the wall in the shadows, slowly stood up. Captain Lin, I know it's hard for you to accept, but aren't we in the same boat? For the sake of the team's future, I'll sign the resignation application. Lin Yi glanced coldly at Sun Qian's sincere face. Yes, of course you're unhappy if you don't kick me out. Right now, I'm just a burden in your eyes. But did I ever consider the 4 of you a burden? Sun Qian's face stiffened. As a C-level speed-type hero, he was used to stabbing people in the back. But Lin Yi's questioning was like a direct hit, leaving him speechless for a moment. That's not how it works. Lu Yun, the usually silent C-rank healing hero, finally spoke. Back then, you were an A-class hero. Even with the 4 of us as burdens, you could easily take down an A-class monster. But now you've become a burden. With you in our hands, we're afraid we won't even be able to handle a B-class monster. So, you may not care, but we can't not care. Lu Yun spoke with conviction. But soon, her tone softened. Brother Lin, don't be so angry. We remember everything you've done for us. However, the team's assessment is in 2 weeks. Honestly, with your current skills, can you help the team pass? We're doing this for your own good. At least, the Dawn team, which you created with your own hands, can be continued by us, right? For my own good? No, for your own good. Lin Yi sneered, his fist trembling slightly under the blanket from anger. Zhao Kai impatiently slammed an electronic document board onto the bedside table. Lin Yi, we're here to inform you, not to discuss things. If you don't submit a request to leave the team in the League of Legends system before 9 a.m. tomorrow, we will have no choice but to take necessary measures. Zhao Kai's voice was cold and ruthless. Sun Qian flashed his signature fake smile. Team leader Lin, although you have given a lot in the past, the future of the team is more important. We cannot jeopardize the future of the entire team because of personal feelings. Chen Bing turned around, her slender and toned waist swaying gently as she slowly walked towards the door. Lin Yi, although you founded Dawn, it now belongs to each and every one of us. Sacrificing the individual for the collective good is necessary. Your sacrifice was worthwhile. Sacrifice. Lin Yi was completely heartbroken. Haven't I sacrificed enough? For the Dawn team, for the 4 of them, he has been constantly making sacrifices. In order to save their lives, he even sacrificed his A-class core energy source from the S-class monster One Punch Man. He looked at the 4 figures in front of him, figures that were both familiar and unfamiliar. They were his most trusted partners, and the family he was willing to protect with his life. But now, they are like hyenas that have smelled blood. They were eager to drive the wounded Lion King out of his territory and then devour everything he left behind. The ward door slammed shut, and the world fell silent instantly. Lin Yi lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Anger, humiliation, resentment, heartache. A torrent of emotions crashed against his nearly broken nerves. He wanted to roar, to drag these ungrateful bastards back one by one, and ask them if their consciences had been eaten by dogs. But he didn't even have the strength to sit up. F rank, but no different from an ordinary person. This rank, which he once considered insignificant like dust, has now become a mountain weighing him down. Without power, he has nothing. Dignity, status, right to speak. Even the team he created couldn't be saved. Is this the end of it all? He gave his all, and this is the ending he got? His consciousness gradually plunged into endless darkness, and despair, like a deep sea, completely engulfed him. His consciousness became blurred, and only deathly silence remained in his heart. Just then, a cold, ruthless mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Hosts' vital signs are weak, and their mental state is on the verge of collapse. This meets meets the activation conditions for life or death. Unlimited plunder system activating 10%, 50%, 100%. System activation successful. Special synergy detected. Team Dawn is on the verge of disbanding. Prerequisite 1/3 to unlock the hidden module team development. Residual S-rank high-level energy. The fist intent of One Punch Demon has been detected within the host's body. Shall we proceed with plundering? Linya's chaotic consciousness jolted violently, and a terrifying light burst forth from his dim eyes. The fist intent of the S-level high-grade energy One Punch Demon? Linya's heart pounded violently. That was the culprit that plunged him from his peak into the abyss. This unparalleled energy lingered in his core energy source, like a maggot clinging to a bone, continuously damaging his bodily functions and being the root cause of his plummeting level. And now, this thing called the Infinite Plunder System actually claims that it can plunder it? Plunder! Lin Yi shouted in his heart without hesitation. Command confirmed, God-level talent Infinite Plunder activated. The next moment, Lin Yi felt a strange suction force coming from the depths of his consciousness, precisely locking onto the violent fist intent entrenched within the core energy source. The fist's intent seemed to have a life of its own, and upon sensing the danger, it pounded wildly, attempting to completely destroy his body. A sharp pain surged through him like a tsunami. Lin Yi groaned, clenched his teeth, and felt his muscles spasm violently from the agony. But he did not give up. Instead, he used his unwavering will to work closely with the suction force. He vowed to completely transform the power that had destroyed him into his own. Looting in progress? 1%, 10%, 30%. The system's progress bar climbed slowly but steadily. Lin Yi clearly felt that the S-level fist intent energy was being gradually drawn away and decomposed. It then transforms into gentle and pure energy, feeding back into his shattered core energy source. The once dry and barren core, like rain after a long drought, began to be gradually repaired and nourished. 70%, 90%, 100%. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-rank passive ability. One Punch breaks the limit. One Punch breaks limit. S-rank passive. Any of your attacks will have a break limit effect, ignoring 50% of the target's physical defense and energy resistance. This effect increases with the host's level. Congratulations, host. Your level has been restored to D rank. However, because the core energy source has been destroyed, the detection level will remain permanently at F level until the host reaches S level. An unprecedented feeling of exhilaration surged through my entire body. Although his body was still weak due to previous injuries, the empty despair in his heart had completely disappeared. Instead, a new force has emerged. Lin Yi tried to move his fingers slightly. Although it was still a bit difficult, it was much better than the previous state where he was completely out of control. He absorbed the fist intent of the S-class monster, One Punch Man, which actually allowed him to climb back to D-class from the abyss of F-class. As for the detection level remaining stuck at F level, that's not a big deal at all. As long as the actual strength improves, that's enough. In addition, he also obtained an unprecedented S-level talent. Ignore 50% of physical defense and energy resistance. This means that even though he is only a D-rank hero now, his attacks can still pose a deadly threat to a C-rank hero. Hero ranks, from highest to lowest, are S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Talent ranks follow the same order. Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, Lu Yun, Chen Bing. Lin Yi murmured the four names, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. You think I'm finished? No, this is just the beginning. He was not overwhelmed by this sudden force. He knew that his physical condition was still poor. Even with D-level strength, it wouldn't be enough for him to directly confront 4 B-level and C-level heroes. Slowly closing his eyes, Lin Yi began to use the new life force within his body to heal his wounds. He didn't realize that the metal armrest of the hospital bed had been dented from his grip. The next day at 8:50 a.m., the ward door was pushed open again, and Zhao Kai and the other three walked in. Seeing Lin Yi still lying peacefully in bed, with the electronic document board on the bedside table untouched, Zhao Kai's face instantly darkened. Lin Yi, it seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin? He stepped forward, glaring angrily down at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with ruthlessness and threat. Don't force me to take action in the last 10 minutes. Sun Xian adjusted his glasses and said slowly and deliberately, Captain Lin, why bother? What good will it do you if things turn sour? You're only in F rank right now. Even if you stay in the team, it's just a hollow title. We've already contacted a new team leader. If you're taking up the position, it's not good for anyone. Lu Yun has lost all enthusiasm for acting this time. Lin Yi, we're just giving you a way out. Do you really think that without you, Dawn can't function? Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. The night's rest had made him feel much better. He calmly looked at the ugly faces of the three people in front of him, and the last bit of affection in his heart completely vanished. He ignored their shouts and stared straight at Chen Bing, who was standing behind him. So, you've reached an agreement? His voice was calm, without the slightest ripple. Chen Bing met his gaze, her fingers clenching slightly, but she ultimately nodded coldly. Yes, okay, he replied with only one word. Seeing that Lin Yi seemed to have finally given in, Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, and Lu Yun all wore smug smiles. However, Lin Ye's next words stunned them. "I hope you won't regret it later." "Regret?" Zhao Kai laughed exaggeratedly, as if he had heard the funniest joke. "What do we regret? Do we regret getting rid of you, this F-class burden?" "Lin Yi, did you get a head injury too?" "Stop dreaming," Sun Xian added with a fake smile. "I might as well tell you some good news. After you leave the team, Luo Feng, the captain of the A-level team Raging Flames and an A-level hero, will join us and become the new captain of Dawn. With Captain Luo around, not only will we be able to maintain our B-level rating, but we'll also be on the verge of becoming an A-level team." When the name came out of Sun Xian's mouth, Lin Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. Luo Feng, A-rank fire-type hero, captain of the Raging Flames team. He is also Lin Ye's mortal enemy. A year ago, Zhao Kai and his 3 companions were too eager to succeed and challenged a B-level monster, the Lava Behemoth, which put them in a desperate situation. At that time, Luo Feng's Raging Flames team happened to be nearby, but they did not come to the rescue. They even planned to wait until Zhao Kai and his group were both severely weakened before taking advantage of the situation. Fortunately, Lin Yi arrived in time and saved the 4 people. Afterwards, in order to avenge them, Lin Yi confronted Luo Feng, and the two had a fierce argument. Although the match ended in a draw, a grudge was formed as a result. And now, the team members he desperately protected are betraying him. Go and seek refuge with that enemy who once stood by them and wished for their deaths. This is an absurd irony, a complete betrayal. A surge of intense anger rose from the depths of Lin Ye's heart, reaching the top of his head. Luo Feng, the Raging Flame team? Excellent. Then let you become the stepping stones for Dawn's resurgence. He stared at the 3 smug, ungrateful wretches in front of him, and a cold smile suddenly appeared on his lips. "I see, you had already found a new client. So what?" Zhao Kai said arrogantly. "Captain Luo is much better than you. We only have a future if we follow him." "Very well." Lin Yi nodded, his smile suddenly turning cold and sharp. "Since you insist on becoming Luo Feng's lackeys, then I will grant your wish." The 4 of them didn't even have time to react to the murderous intent in his words. Lin Yi raised his hand, opened the hero terminal, and announced firmly, "I, Lin Yi, captain of the Dawn team, hereby officially announce. Expel team members Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, Lu Yun, and Chen Bing from the team." As soon as he finished speaking, the terminals on Zhao Kai and the other 3 people simultaneously sounded piercing alarms. Beep beep beep. That was a forced notification tone from the hero terminal. Immediately afterwards, a cold, mechanical voice came from their terminals simultaneously. "Warning, you have been removed from the Dawn team by team leader Lin Yi. All team privileges, including resource allocation, mission priority, and logistical support, are immediately invalidated. According to Article 17 of the Team Founder Regulations, for those who are passively expelled, their team contribution points will be automatically reset to 0. Your team contribution points have all been cleared." Zhao Kai's smug smile froze instantly, replaced by disbelief and horror. Sun Xian's fake smile froze, and her pupils contracted sharply. Lu Yun's expression changed drastically, and she instinctively covered her mouth. Even Chen Bing, who was always cold and aloof, showed a look of shock and anger on her face for the first time. Lin Yi leaned against the hospital bed, watching their varied expressions, and felt a surge of satisfaction. "From this moment on, you are free." The ward was deathly silent. The alarm had stopped, but the system message "all personal contribution points have been cleared" kept echoing in the 4 people's minds like a curse. The first to break down was Zhao Kai. Like an enraged bull, he rushed to Lin Yi's bedside with bloodshot eyes, grabbed his hospital gown by the collar, and roared, "Lin Yi, what the hell have you done? My contribution points. I painstakingly accumulated 30,000 contribution points over 2 years. Tomorrow I'm getting an A-grade energy core and preparing to try and become an A-grade hero." 30,000 contribution points are enough to increase his success rate in becoming an A-level hero to 50%. Just like that, all gone? Sun Xian's face instantly turned ashen, his clenched fists trembled slightly, and a resentful glint flashed behind his glasses. "Lin Yi, you're ruthless. Those contribution points were earned with our lives. How dare you wipe them out? My jade burial suit, my starlight potion." Lu Yun completely dropped her pretense, her voice sharp and shrill as she cursed, no longer displaying any trace of pitifulness. "Lin Yi, you piece of trash. You deserve to die a horrible death." Chen Bing remained silent, but the chill emanating from her grew even stronger. The temperature in the ward seemed to drop several degrees, and a pair of cold eyes stared intently at Lin Yi. That look in his eyes carried an unspeakable hatred, yet it also contained a strange sense of relief. Lin Yi was being held by the collar by Zhao Kai, making it difficult for him to breathe, and his cheeks turned bright red. However, he wore a mocking smile, his eyes full of smugness. "Because most of these contribution points were given to you by me. Because I'm the captain of Dawn. This team was created by me, Lin Yi, all by myself. The team rules are clearly stated. The founder and captain has the ultimate authority over all team members. Didn't you read the terms and conditions when you joined the team?" The blow of having his contribution points wiped out completely shattered Zhao Kai's rationality. He roared and slammed his other fist, enveloped in energy, toward Lin Yi's face. He vowed to kill Lin Yi. Yi. However, the fist suddenly stopped less than a centimeter from Lin Ye's nose. It was as if an invisible pressure was preventing him from taking any further. Lin Ye's eyes were as cold as an abyss. What? Are you getting angry? I urge you to think twice. I am still the captain of Dawn, a B-rank team certified by the Hero Association. And you? He glanced at the four enraged men and uttered 3 words with disdain. A recluse. You bunch of amateurs, how dare you lay a hand on me, the captain of a B-rank team, in a hospital. Believe me, the Hero Association's enforcement team could turn you into wanted criminals and send you to life imprisonment in the next second. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Zhao Kai's head. Despite his anger, he understood what attacking a formally appointed hero captain meant. That was a heinous crime that could ruin his life. He reluctantly let go and forcefully threw Lin Yi back onto the hospital bed. Lin Ye's wound was aggravated, and he couldn't help but groan. Sun Qian's expression shifted between anger and despair as he suppressed his rage and tried to calm himself down. Lin Yi, don't be too smug. You think kicking us out will be enough to get revenge? Dream on. He took a step forward, his face once again bearing that cold, fake smile. Let me tell you, we already reached an agreement with Captain Luo Feng. Even without the title of Dawn as a B-level team, the 4 of us can still join his A-level team Raging Flames as special talents. Lu Yun immediately realized what was going on and chimed in sarcastically. That's right, we'll be members of an A-level team soon. And you, Lin Yi? You can only cling to that lousy captain title and slowly decay. Once we join Raging Flames, we'll only reach greater heights and go further. And you'll just be an F-grade piece of trash lying in a hospital bed. Qin Bing didn't curse, and even the chill she felt disappeared. She stared at Lin Yi with an indifferent expression. In that case, just wait for League of Legends to send you a notice that your team has been disbanded. After saying that, she turned and left the ward. Seeing this, the other 3 also stopped and angrily followed them out. They must find Luo Feng immediately and make Lin Yi pay a heavy price for what he did today. Less than half an hour later, a post was quickly pinned to the top of the official League of Legends forums, with a striking red title. Shocking inside story. Lin Yi, the captain of the B-rank Dawn team, is severely injured and reduced to F rank. He selfishly and maliciously expelled the entire team to drag them down. The post used emotionally charged language to provide a detailed reconstruction of the incident. After being injured, team leader Lin Yi lost his composure. Instead of being grateful for his teammates' promise to take care of you, he worried that they would slip out of his control. For the sake of the team's future, the 4 team members reluctantly suggested that he temporarily leave the team to recover from his injury. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi went so far as to use his captain's authority to expel all 4 members who had made outstanding contributions. He needs time. Their years of hard work and accumulated contributions were maliciously wiped out. The post ended with a photo of Lu Yun wiping away tears sadly at the entrance of the hospital room. The entire article avoids the important issues, distorts the truth, and portrays Lin Yi as a selfish, power-hungry villain. Zhao Kai and his 3 companions became victims who were forced into this situation but were also compassionate and righteous. This stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The comments section below the post exploded with discussion from those heroes who were unaware of the truth. Holy crap, really? This Lin Yi is such a jerk. I've heard of him, he used to be an A-rank hero. I never expected him to be such a bad person. F-rank? Then why is he still clinging to the B-rank team? Isn't that just harming people? That's shameless. I feel sorry for those 4 team members. All the contribution points they worked so hard to earn were gone just like that. This kind of person should be nailed to the pillar of shame. I suggest the Hero Association conduct a thorough investigation. Boycott Lin Yi. Get him out of the ranks of heroes. Looking at the messages on the screen filled with insults and curses, and seeing the reputation he had earned with his life and honor trampled into nothing in just a few minutes, Lin Yi showed neither anger nor sadness on his face. He simply, very slowly, revealed an extremely cold smile. As expected of players I trained, their counterattack speed is really fast. Attacking through public opinion is indeed a vicious tactic. Unfortunately, you are facing the person who raised you from the bottom of my heart. Lin Yi, have I made myself clear enough? For the sake of our past camaraderie, I don't want to lay a hand on you. You are no longer suitable to stay in the team. Lin Yi, you chose to block that punch from the S-class monster demon man yourself. What does it have to do with us? We didn't ask you to come and save us. After you leave the team, Luo Feng, the captain of the A-level team Raging Flames and an A-level hero, will join us and become the new captain of Dawn. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his lips. He closed the video he had recorded on the hero terminal, closed his eyes, and continued to mobilize the energy within his body to repair his injuries. The most important thing now is to recover from the injury as quickly as possible. We can talk about other things after the injury heals. Unfortunately, the tree may wish to remain still, but the wind will not cease. After lunch, 2 uninvited guests stood in front of Lin Yi's bed. The 2 were wearing the standard uniforms of the Hero Association's enforcement department, each with a silver C embroidered on their shoulder insignia, indicating that they were C-rank enforcers. The square-faced man at the head of the group remained expressive expressionless as he took out an energy detector and scanned Lin Yi. Beep, energy fluctuation peak value 15, rating F, confirmed. He put away the equipment and said in a business-like tone, Captain Lin Yi, according to Article 37 of the Hero Association Team Management Regulations, the B-level Team Dawn currently only has you left, which no longer meets the minimum requirement of a 3-person team. The association is now issuing you an ultimatum. He paused, his eyes showing no sympathy, only a perfunctory indifference. If the Dawn team is unable to recruit at least 2 members of D rank or above in the rating assessment in half a month, the team will be forcibly disbanded. If you fail the rating assessment, you will also face a downgrade. Given the current situation of Team Dawn, the association will temporarily reclaim all exclusive resource channels and team headquarters. Another, slightly younger law enforcement officer stepped forward after finishing his business, staring at Lin Yi with a malicious look on his face. I never expected that the renowned Captain Lin Yi would be reduced to the lowest ranking F level. Life is truly unpredictable. No sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly grabbed Lin Yi's face and began shaking it recklessly. Back then, you wouldn't even give us C-level law enforcement officers a second glance. But now, we can do whatever we want with you. Lin Yi frowned slightly. This was clearly settling a personal score under the guise of official business. The square-faced law enforcement officer next to him pretended not to see it and even turned off his body camera. This is clearly an attempt to condone his companion's attack on him. Since that's the case, then don't blame him for being impolite. Lin Yi sneered inwardly and threw a punch hard at the young law enforcement officer's stomach. S-rank passive ability 1 punch breaks limit activated, ignoring 50% of the target's physical defense and energy resistance. The young law enforcement officer didn't take the punch seriously at all, thinking it was just an F-level trash who couldn't even break through his physical defenses. However, the next second, Lin Yi's fist almost sank into his abdomen. A sharp pain quickly spread from my abdomen throughout my body. The young law enforcement officer stared in shock, his eyes bloodshot. Stomach acid kept rising to his throat, and he could only clench his teeth and forcefully hold it in to prevent it from spitting out. He subconsciously released Lin Yi's face, staggered back 2 steps, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. The square-faced law enforcement officer noticed something was wrong and frowned, asking, Li Jiong, what's wrong? Li Jiong, gripping the armrest of the hospital bed, struggled to support himself and managed to speak. Wang Jian, are you sure he's only an F rank? Wang Jian frowned, took out an energy detector, and pointed the display screen at Li Jiong. Look for yourself. Li Jiong turned to look at the display screen, his eyes widening in surprise. The screen clearly displayed energy fluctuation peak 15. What exactly was the power behind that punch? That's absolutely no way an F rank could generate that kind of power. Just as Li Jiong was in shock, the system's voice sounded in Lin Yi's mind again. Lootable target detected. Target 1, Li Jiong, C-rank defensive hero, member of the enforcement team. Lootable ability, C-rank passive resilient skin, effect, increases physical resistance by 15%. But target 2, Wang Jian, C-level mental hero, member of the enforcement team. Lootable ability, C-level active, mental deterrence, effect, causes a mental shock to targets lower than the user, inducing brief fear and paralysis. Does the host wish to plunder? Lin Yi's pupils contracted slightly. It can even directly plunder the abilities of heroes. If I choose to plunder, will they lose their abilities? Can they sense that they are being plundered? Are there any restrictions on plundering? Lin Yi pondered to himself. No, you cannot. Currently, the host can only plunder abilities 1 level higher than their own, and can plunder a maximum of 5 times per day. In other words, it's something like copying the opponent's abilities, Lin Yi thought to himself. But how could I possibly steal the intent of that punch from the demon? That's an S-rank ability. The ability to be stolen from a host's body is not limited by level, but the process is extremely painful and the failure rate is very high. Lin Yi suddenly realized that when he plundered the demon fist intent, that power raged violently within his body, almost taking his life. If he hadn't survived, the raid would have failed. Failure also meant the end of his life. It seems that trying to plunder S-class abilities is far too risky. Then how many abilities can I plunder at most? Based on the host's current level, 1 ability can be solidified and become a permanent talent. If a host possesses more than 1 ability, they may choose to replace it or use it as a temporary ability for 1 hour. After 1 hour, the temporary ability will automatically disappear. Special note, the host may choose to transfer the acquired abilities, temporary abilities only, to team members. Currently, each team member can only receive 1 type of instruction. Lin Yi's heart pounded violently. Instill it in the team members? And it sounds like they might even be instilled with more than 1 ability in the future. This feature is absolutely amazing. This means he can change more than just a hero's abilities. In the future, we might even be able to create heroes with dual abilities. Dual ability heroes, also known as heroes with second awakening. In the current hero community, those who have undergone a second awakening are rare, but each one is far stronger than ordinary heroes. Lin Yi suppressed his excitement and continued to ask, can the abilities instilled in them be be retrieved? Yes. However, once retrieved, the team member will be unable to receive the indoctrination again. Host, please proceed with caution. It's amazing that I was able to get it back. This means that if any teammate betrays him, he can immediately expose them as nothing. In this way, he no longer has to worry about his teammates betraying him. One last question. Can an ordinary person with no energy foundation accept indoctrination? Yes. The infusion process will automatically reshape the target's energy core, making them a hero. However, the recipient's physical attributes and mental fortitude will affect the success rate and the extent to which their abilities are utilized. It actually works. Lin Ye's breathing suddenly became rapid. Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, Lu Yun, Chen Bing. Do you think that if you isolate me and leave me helpless, I'm finished? You think you can just let it go after ruining my reputation? Given time, I am confident I can build a team 10 or even 100 times stronger than Dawn. Just as a huge wave of emotions was surging in Lin Ye's heart, the ward door was pushed open with a bang. A piercing laugh followed. Oh dear, isn't this our renowned Captain Lin Yi? Why is he lying in bed like a dead dog? Lin Yi looked up and saw a burly young man with an arrogant face walk in. He was wearing a fiery red combat suit with the badge of the A-level team Raging Flames embroidered on his chest. It was none other than Luo Feng, the captain of the Raging Flames team. Behind Luo Feng, Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, Lu Yun, and Chen Bing followed closely behind. Apart from Chen Bing's icy expression, the other three wore fawning and smug smiles. When Wang Jian saw Luo Feng, a smile immediately spread across his face, and he took the initiative to greet him. Captain Luo, what brings you here? Luo Feng gave him a cold glance and nodded arrogantly in response. I've come to visit an old friend. Wang Jian glanced at Lin Yi on the hospital bed and quickly said, then we won't disturb you any longer. After saying that, he pulled the still bewildered Li Jian out of the room. Luo Feng glanced at the two figures with a cold smile, then swaggered over to Lin Yi's bedside. He leaned down, his eyes cold and indifferent, like a cat playing with a mouse, carefully scrutinizing him. Lin Yi, you've fallen to this state? Weren't you very arrogant when you fought me back then? Now that your core is shattered, you've been reduced to F rank, and you're surrounded by enemies, how does it feel? Lin Yi's eyes were as calm as still water, but his gaze swept over the four people behind Luo Feng. Zhao Kai met his gaze without any shame, instead puffing out his chest and showing off. Lin Yi, do you see clearly? We are now official members of Raging Flames. Thanks to you, if you hadn't kicked us out, we wouldn't have had this opportunity. Sun Xian pushed up his glasses and said with a sarcastic smile, yes, Lin Yi, we should thank you. By the way, the captain has agreed to compensate us with team contribution points. Your revenge plan has completely failed. Lu Yun crossed her arms and stared at Lin Yi with an arrogant air. Lin Yi, you must be regretting it terribly now, right? If they hadn't fallen out with us, people would still have given you some face, given our status as members of an A-level team. Too bad, it's too late now. Even if you kneel down and beg me now, I will not forgive you. No, impossible. Chen Bing remained as cold as ice, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Their words were like knives, severing the friendship they once shared. Looking at the three hideous faces, and then glancing at Luo Feng's smug expression, Lin Ye's last ripples of emotion completely subsided. I even found it somewhat ridiculous. He sacrificed so much for such a bunch of useless people, he was incredibly foolish. Are you finished? Lin Yi asked, his voice completely calm. Luo Feng stared at him with great interest. What? Not angry? Not yelling? This isn't like the Lin Yi I know. Lin Yi gave a mocking smile. What's there to get angry about with a bunch of dogs? What did you say? Zhao Kai instantly flew into a rage. Luo Feng raised his hand to stop him, his smile becoming even more unrestrained. Interesting, you're quite stubborn. But that's alright, I'll gradually teach you how to be an obedient dog. He straightened his collar and announced condescendingly, I'm here today to tell you something. When Dawn disbands, I want Dawn's base, resources, quotas, everything, including your name, Lin Yi. It will become a laughingstock in the world of heroes. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door. Zhao Kai and his two companions sneered and followed closely behind. Chen Bing remained silent and walked at the very back. Just as he was about to leave the ward, Luo Feng paused slightly. He didn't turn around, but instead revealed a wicked smile on his profile. Everything you have will eventually belong to me. After Luo Feng and his group left, the ward returned to a deathly silence. Lin Yi lay on the bed, his eyes completely expressionless. He might have been angry or resentful in the past, but now, he only finds these people ridiculous and pitiful. They thought that by taking away his team and ruining his reputation, they could trample him underfoot, but they had no idea what cards he was holding. Over the next 2 days, Lin Yi truly experienced the coldness and indifference of human relationships and the fickleness of the world. As the posts on the forum continued to spread, his image as selfish and a burden to his teammates became deeply ingrained in people's minds. Why? The nurses who had previously shown him great care and concern now have completely changed their attitude. Rough handling during dressing changes and water administration. She slammed the things onto the bedside table, turned around and left, not even bothering to glance at him. The occasional glances he cast were full of disdain disdain and contempt. Lin Yi didn't care about this at all. He devoted all his energy to recuperating his body and getting familiar with the system. After absorbing the fist demon's fist intent, his body had recovered to about 70 to 80%. After 2 days of nourishment from D-level energy, the injuries have almost completely healed. After completing the discharge procedures, Lin Yi walked out of the hospital gate. The midday sun was blinding, so he squinted and looked up at the Jiangcheng Heroes Association building that pierced the clouds in the distance. There are only 12 days left until the rating assessment date. He must recruit at least 2 heroes of D rank or higher within these 12 days, or the Dawn team will be forcibly disbanded. For someone with a notorious reputation and only F rank strength, this was an almost impossible task. But now that we have the system, none of this is a problem at all. He could easily steal the abilities of 2 C-rank heroes and then instill them into his own team members. The only problem is selecting team members. I kill you. Having learned from the mistakes of Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, and others, he was particularly cautious in selecting team members. Upright character, loyalty, and gratitude are the basic requirements. Furthermore, a strong fighting force must be rapidly formed within 12 days. Lin Yi pondered to himself and gradually locked onto a target group, former heroes who had left the scene for various reasons. Most of these people, like him, had to leave the hero circle because their core energy source was shattered. If they can regain similar hero abilities, they can quickly assemble a powerful fighting force by relying on their past experience and skills. Lin Yi's heart stirred, and a beautiful figure flashed through his mind. He opened the hero terminal and pulled up a long-forgotten data file. Name, Su Qingyue. Former hero rank, B. Ability, Holy Light Healing, rank B. Status, hero status has been revoked. Su Qingyue was once one of the most renowned B-level healing heroes in Jiangcheng. It is renowned for its masterful healing with holy light. It is said that her holy light can even regenerate severed limbs in a short period of time. A year ago, her team encountered an accident while carrying out an A-level mission. The entire team was severely damaged, and she was the only survivor. In the aftermath, the association's investigation report concluded that Su Qingyue's treatment error at a crucial moment led to the energy backlash. This triggered a chain reaction, ultimately leading to a horrific massacre. She was therefore criticized by the public and stripped of her heroic status. Her core energy source was also destroyed in the accident, leaving her a useless person who was even more powerless than an ordinary person. But Lin Yi knew that this was not the case. He participated in peripheral support during that mission. Having witnessed the truth firsthand, it was Su Qingyue's captain, Zhang Hong, who, in order to seize the mission objective, the core of life, he deliberately detonated the energy bomb, intending to silence all those who knew about it and seize the spoils for himself. Su Qingyue forcibly activated her energy to resist the explosion in order to protect her teammates, which ultimately led to the core shattering. However, Zhang Hong had a powerful background and bribed the investigators to shift all the blame onto the sole survivor, Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue lost all her power because her core was shattered. Unable to defend themselves, they could only bear the blame and fall from grace. At that time, Lin Yi was just a B-level hero with a lowly status. Even if he knew the truth, he was powerless to change the situation. Now that he wants to rebuild Dawn, the first person he thinks of for treatment is her. Based on the last address information stored on the terminal, Lin Yi arrived at the slum known as the Old Town. This is the most chaotic and filthy corner of Jiangcheng. The glitz and glamour of the skyscrapers have nothing to do with this place. Lin Yi walked through several alleys filled with sewage and finally found the small shop with the sign Renai Clinic in an inconspicuous corner. Before we even got close, we could hear sharp and sarcastic insults coming from inside. Su Qingyue, are you blind? This bottle of regeneration hormone costs 8,000 yuan, and you just smashed it like that. Even if you deduct your entire salary for this month, it won't be enough to pay for it. A bloated clinic owner with a fierce face pointed at a woman with her head down and cursed her viciously. The woman was wearing a faded nurse's uniform. She was thin and pale. Her long hair obscured her face, making it impossible to see her expression. She just stood there silently, letting the boss's spittle wet her cheeks, without saying a word. The poor people around her who were seeking medical treatment all stared at her with a pitying yet indifferent gaze, and no one dared to speak. Lin Yi stood on the street corner, looking at the woman who was like a walking corpse, and couldn't help but sigh. Where is the Su Qingyue before my eyes, the spirited woman who was once hailed as the goddess of holy light? He did not go forward immediately. He wanted to confirm whether the light in her heart had already dimmed after a year of torment. The clinic closed in the evening. Su Qingyue dragged her tired body out of the clinic. Instead of going straight home, she turned into a deeper, darker alley. She looked around warily, and only after confirming that no one was around did she carefully take out half of a hardened bread from her pocket. That was what she saved from lunch during the day. She knelt down, broke the bread into small pieces, and gently placed them on the ground. "Nini, time to eat." Her voice was soft, slightly hoarse, yet exceptionally warm. A stray cat with an injured hind leg limped out from behind a pile of garbage. He approached her and carefully nibbled on the breadcrumbs. Tsuchinue reached out and gently stroked the kitten's back. A faint, almost imperceptible holy light emanated from her palm. The light was so dim, as if it might go out at any moment. The light enveloped the kitten's injured hind leg, gently stroking its wound again and again. With each flash of holy light, Tsuchinue's face grew paler, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Her core energy source had long been shattered, and every time she used her remaining power, it brought her excruciating pain like being pricked with needles. But her gaze was always full of tenderness and pity, without a trace of impatience. In the dark corner, Lin Yi watched this scene, and a smile finally appeared on his lips. He knew that the person he was looking for was her. "That light in my heart has never truly gone out." Lin Yi slowly emerged from the shadows of the alley. The crisp sound of footsteps was particularly noticeable in the quiet alley. Tsuchinue, who was healing the kitten, suddenly froze, and the holy light in her palm instantly went out. She quickly withdrew her hand like a startled rabbit, looking warily in the direction from which the sound came. When she realized that the person who came was a strange young man, her wariness deepened. She instinctively hugged the kitten in her arms tighter, curled up, and retreated to the corner of the wall. "Tsuchinue," Lin Yi called out her name calmly. Hearing her name spoken by a stranger, Tsuchinue's pupils contracted sharply, and her body tensed even more. She didn't know this person. After that incident, everyone who knew her avoided her. "Who is this man? What does he want?" Ignoring the wariness in her eyes, Lin Yi continued, "1 year ago, in Black Wind Canyon, the A-level mission core of life. Your team leader, Zhang Han, detonated an energy bomb in an attempt to monopolize the mission rewards, resulting in the annihilation of the entire team. And you became the sole survivor, and also the scapegoat." Lin Yi's every word struck Tsuchingue's heart like a heavy hammer. Her long-buried memories were suddenly ripped open, leaving a bloody wound. That day, the desperate look in his teammates' eyes before they died, Zhang Heng's sinister and triumphant smile, and the overwhelming explosion. Scene after scene, like a nightmare, engulfed her once again. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, her face turned as pale as paper, and her breathing became increasingly rapid. Who are you? How do you know all this?" Her voice was hoarse and filled with fear. This matter is her deepest secret and her most painful scar. There is absolutely no one else but herself who could know the truth. Lin Yi did not explain his identity, but stared at her with a calm, almost cold gaze. "Do you want to take back everything that belongs to you?" His voice wasn't loud, but it had a power that struck straight to the heart. "Do you want those who framed you to pay the price they deserve?" These two words, like two sparks, flickered in Tsuchingue's long-dead heart. For a whole year, she lived in an abyss of humiliation, pain, and despair. Every day, they endure the strange looks and endless curses from those around them, living a life like that of a walking corpse. She hated Zhang Heng's treacherous and vicious nature, hated the Hero Association's darkness and injustice, and hated this world that turned black and white upside down. But she had no power. How can a cripple whose core energy source is shattered seek revenge? That was just an unrealistic fantasy. The flame in Tsuchingue's eyes ignited for a moment, then quickly went out. She gave a self-deprecating laugh, her voice filled with sorrow. "Take it back? Make them pay the price they deserve? Are you kidding me? Look at myself now, a useless piece of trash who can't even support myself. What right do I have to seek revenge?" Lin Yi's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable confidence. "Join my team, Dawn. I promise you will be granted greater healing abilities than ever before. You will recreate the glory of the Holy Light Goddess, and even surpass it." Tsuchinue was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief, as if she were looking at a madwoman. To bestow heroic abilities upon others? Is this person out of their mind? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe such a fantastical story. But Lin Yi's eyes didn't seem to be joking. Those deep eyes held a confidence and determination that she couldn't fathom. Tsuchingue's heart began to pound violently. She realized that this was likely a scam more absurd than anything she had ever experienced. But this was the only glimmer of light she could grasp in her endless despair, her last straw. She didn't want to go back to that dark and hopeless life. Even if the chance is only 1 in 10,000, she is willing to take the gamble. The worst that can happen is death. She didn't want to live like this anymore. "Okay." Tsuchinue took a deep breath, as if she had used all her strength. "I'll join." Lin Yi nodded, opened the hero terminal, and entered Tsuchingue's information into the team member list. The next second, a system notification sounded. "Tsuchinue joins the team. Prerequisite for the hidden module team development, 2/3. Lin Yi's heart stirred. It seemed that as long as he recruited one more team member, he could unlock the team development module. Tsuchinue held the kitten tightly in her arms. "Go find your hero abilities." Her beautiful eyes, hidden beneath her bangs, flickered slightly. Holding the kitten, she silently followed Lin Yi's steps. Lin Yi led Tsuchinue out of the old town. The best place to find suitable abilities for her is naturally a place where heroes gather, such as the hero hall where various missions are accepted. However, as they passed a restaurant called Sungxiangji, Lin Yi heard Su Qingyue's stomach rumbling. He then realized that neither he nor Su Qingyue had eaten dinner yet. He paused, then turned and walked towards the restaurant entrance. However, Lin Yi stopped in his tracks as soon as he stepped into the restaurant. In the center of the restaurant, Zhao Kai, Lu Yun, and several members of the Blazing Flame team were sitting together eating. Each of them had a rosy complexion and looked radiant. A meaningful smile appeared on Lin Yi's lips. He had planned to go to the Hall of Heroes to find a healing hero, but unexpectedly, there was one right here. Indeed, our own people are the most reliable. Captain, what's wrong? Su Qingyue noticed Lin Yi stop and looked in the direction he was looking. When she saw Lu Yun, her expression changed slightly. Lu Yun, a sea-level healing hero, had interacted with Su Qingyue several times before her accident. Back then, Lu Yun was always extremely respectful in front of her senior, who was a B-level employee. It's nothing, I just saw a few familiar faces. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and led Su Qingyue to a corner to sit down. The members of the Blazing Flame team were chatting enthusiastically and didn't notice them at all. Lin Yi ordered the food, and then quietly activated the infinite plunder system. Lootable target detected. Target, Lu Yun, C-rank healing hero. Lootable ability, C-rank active skill life spring. Fountain of life, gathers life energy to create a spring of healing water that can quickly restore the target's injuries and stamina. System, plunder the fountain of life. Lin Yi gave the order in his mind. Command confirmed. Plunder successful. Acquired C-rank ability life spring, temporary. System, infuse life spring into Su Qingyue. As requested by the host, the C-level ability life spring was infused into team member Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue's body suddenly trembled slightly as a familiar warm current surged into her mind, instantly invigorating her previously exhausted spirit. She looked at Lin Yi with a puzzled expression, only to see him drinking water as if nothing had happened. Before she could think any further, an even more powerful and familiar force suddenly erupted from her dried up and shattered core energy source. It was a pure life energy that instantly nourished her core energy like a sweet spring. Su Qingyue stared in shock, clearly sensing a brand new energy core rapidly condensing and forming within her body. She subconsciously opened her palm, and a soft, green orb of light, radiating a rich life force, appeared out of thin air in her hand. Her healing abilities have actually returned. Although it is different from her original B-level holy light ability and is a level lower, it is indeed a healing power. He really did it. He can actually bestow heroic abilities upon others. Su Qingyue's mind went blank. Her eyes were filled with almost worshipful admiration as she stared intently at Lin Yi, trembling with excitement, unable to utter a single word. Could he be the god sent to save him? I actually guessed right. At this moment, Lin Yi's status in her heart rose rapidly. Seeing Su Qingyue staring at him with excitement, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. You felt it? Su Qingyue nodded repeatedly, her bright eyes already brimming with tears. Just then, a sharp and sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. Hey, isn't this our famous Captain Lin Yi? Lu Yun, wearing high heels, walked up to the two of them, looking down at Su Qingyue with undisguised contempt in her eyes. Lin Yi, is this your newly recruited team member? It seems you're really desperate, even willing to recruit someone like Su Qingyue into Dawn. Her voice was sharp and loud, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Zhao Kai and the other members of the Kuangyan team also put down their bowls and chopsticks, revealing expressions of anticipation for the show. Lu Yun's gaze swept over Su Qingyue's faded old clothes, and the sarcasm on her face became even more obvious. If I remember correctly, Su Qingyue used to be a B-level healing hero, known as the Goddess of Holy Light, and was incredibly famous. But now, like you, her core energy source has long been shattered, hasn't it? What's the point of hiring someone like that? To be a mascot? She covered her mouth and let out an exaggerated laugh. But to be honest, you two are actually quite a good match. One went from A rank to F rank, the other from B rank to cripple. Their core energy sources were shattered to pieces. They were truly a match made in heaven, a pair of useless trash. The words "a match made in heaven" sent a jolt through Su Qingyue, whose face was flushed with anger. She couldn't help but glance at Lin Yi beside her. Lin Yi's handsome face remained calm as still water, as if Lu Yun's insults had not affected him at all, but were spoken to a stranger. Seeing Lin Yi's calm demeanor, Su Qingyue felt a strange sense of disappointment. Zhao Kai echoed sarcastically, an F rank and a cripple, put together a useless team. It's a huge joke. I think you guys might as well just change your name to Twilight Team, since you're not far from disbanding anyway. Twilight Team, what a great name. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Su Qingyue trembled with anger, her chest heaving violently. She wanted to refute them, to tell these scoundrels that her strength had been restored. But this is truly unbelievable, and it may very well involve Lin Yi's secret. She would never reveal it easily without Lin Yi's permission. She could only bite her lip tightly, swallowing all the humiliation and anger. Lin Yi remained silent throughout, leaning back in his chair and quietly watching the farce of this group of clowns. Only when the laughter gradually subsided did he slowly raise his eyelids and ask in a calm voice, "Are you done done talking?" The sound was soft, but it instantly silenced the entire restaurant. Everyone stared at him, unable to fathom his intentions. Luyan felt a little uneasy under his gaze, but she immediately straightened her chest and sneered. "What, this trash wants to make a move? A good dog doesn't block the way." Linyi stood up, said those words, grabbed Su Qingyue, who was still in a daze, and prepared to leave. "Who are you calling a dog?" Zhao Kai was furious. He couldn't stand Linya's contemptuous attitude and quickly stepped forward to block his way. Linyi stared calmly at Zhao Kai, his eyes devoid of anger or murderous intent, only displaying an unfathomable indifference. 2 words, written lightly, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Zhao Kai's heart tightened suddenly, and for a moment, he genuinely felt the urge to step aside and let him pass. This deep-seated sense of obedience made him feel as if he had returned to the past. Before him seemed to be the same A-rank hero who led them through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Captain Dawn. But this illusion lasted for less than half a second. A strong sense of shame welled up inside me, quickly transforming into a raging fire. How dare an F-class piece of trash with a shattered core energy source look at me like that? Zhao Kai's face flushed red, and he roared in anger and embarrassment. "You're nothing but an F-rank piece of trash now. Don't fucking try to act tough with me. Believe me or not, I'll slap your face right now." The diners were drawn to his roar and cast curious glances at him. The members of the Blazing Flame team stood with their arms crossed, ready to enjoy a good show. They all wanted to see how pathetic the once high and mighty A-level hero would look when Zhao Kai trampled him underfoot in public. Su Qingyue nervously grabbed Linya's sleeve, not wanting him to get into trouble because of her. Linyi gently patted her hand, indicating that she could rest assured. He stared coldly at the furious Zhao Kai, a slight sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. These 5 simple words are more provocative than any vicious curse. Linyi knew Zhao Kai's personality very well. Reckless, impulsive, doesn't think things through, all he does is throw punches. Such people are most easily provoked and most prone to blind confidence in their own power. Linyi might have to put in more effort to deal with the cunning and suspicious Sun Qian, but for Zhao Kai, the simplest form of provocation is enough. Sure enough, Zhao Kai was furious when he heard those casual words. "Ha, want to show off in front of a beautiful woman? Then I'll grant your wish." He laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, his laughter filled with cruelty and disdain. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Kai roared and the energy of a B-level defensive hero suddenly erupted. The fist, as big as a clay pot, was enveloped in a visible aura of energy. With a whooshing sound as it tore through the air, it slammed fiercely toward Linya's face. He used 70% of his strength in that punch. He wanted to cripple Linyi with one punch, making him lie at his feet like a dead dog. He wanted everyone to see how right it was to leave Linyi and join Kuang Yin. Su Qingyue's face showed anxiety. She secretly gathered her life force, ready to heal Linyi at any time. Lu Yun and the members of the Mad Flame team revealed long-awaited, sinister smiles. They could almost see Linya's pitiful state, with blood streaming down his face and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. However, the expected sound of bone cracking did not occur. In the blink of an eye, Linya's figure left a faint afterimage in the same spot. Zhao Kai's deadly punch slammed into the air. Zhao Kai's pupils shrank sharply, his face filled with disbelief. This speed, how could it possibly be what an F-class car should have? Linya's figure appeared behind Zhao Kai like a ghost. Similarly, a punch was thrown. This punch had no energy aura, no whistling sound as it tore through the air. It looked simple and unadorned. It even seemed somewhat weak and powerless compared to Zhao Kai's punch. Although Zhao Kai was surprised by Linya's speed, he did not take the punch seriously. Who is he? A B-tier defensive hero. His defensive capabilities are his proudest asset. Don't even mention the fist of an F-rank trash. Even if a D-class hero were to unleash a full-force attack, he might not be able to break through his hard-earned physical defenses if he stood still and let the opponent hit him. He didn't even have the thought of turning around to block. He was going to use his steel-like body to take that punch head-on. Then he turned around and kicked Linya's bones completely. A cruel smile had already appeared on Zhao Kai's face. A cold mockery flashed in Linya's eyes. S-rank passive ability, one punch breaks limit, activated. Ignore 50% of the target's physical defense and energy resistance. A dull, jarring thud that made your teeth ache. Linya's fist landed squarely on Zhao Kai's lower back. Zhao Kai's smile froze instantly. He felt that what hit him was not an F-level punch at all. That was clearly a cannonball. A terrifying force instantly pierced through his proud muscles and energy defenses, directly impacting his bones and internal organs. Zhao Kai cried out in pain and stumbled forward uncontrollably. His massive body crashed heavily into the dining table in front of him. The sturdy mahogany dining table, along with the bowls, plates, and dishes on it, was crushed to pieces by his weight, making a loud noise. The restaurant fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene, their minds blank. Lu Yun's smile froze. The members of the Blazing Flame team's playful expressions turned into incredulous horror. Su Qingyue's mouth dropped open as she realized that she had underestimated Linya's strength. Lying amidst the mess, Zhao Kai felt a numbness in his lower back, followed by a wave of excruciating pain that swept through his entire body. He struggled to get up, but found that he had no strength in his body. Isn't he an F-class? How could there possibly be such power? Zhao Kai, are you drunk? You can't even beat a level F trash. Lu Yun's shrill scream shattered the deathly silence of the restaurant. She rushed to Zhao Kai's side and saw his disheveled appearance, her face filled with disbelief and deep disappointment. In her opinion, Zhao Kai should be able to deal with Lin Yi with ease. But now, he's been knocked down by a piece of trash with a single punch. Zhao Kai's face stung from Lu Yun's shout. He struggled to his feet from the pile of leftover food, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Yi, filled with hatred as if he wanted to devour him alive. Lin Yi looked at him, his face remaining calm, but inwardly he sighed. As expected of a B-rank defensive hero, his defense is indeed formidable. Even ignoring 50% of his physical defense and energy resistance, his punch only caused him minor injuries, far from serious damage. It seems that while S-rank passive abilities are powerful, basic strength is equally crucial. Just as Zhao Kai was about to rush forward again regardless of the consequences, a chubby middle-aged man ran out of the kitchen with an anxious smile on his face. Oh dear, heroes, gentlemen, let's talk this out. Please don't resort to violence. As the restaurant owner spoke, he stood between Zhao Kai and Lin Yi. I've already notified the enforcement team, they'll be here soon. If there's any conflict, go back with the enforcement team and resolve it slowly. Zhao Kai snorted coldly and glared fiercely at the restaurant owner. He had only recently joined the A-level team Raging Flame and was eager to impress Luo Feng. If Luo Feng is taken away by law enforcement for fighting outside, what will he think of him? What will the Blazing Flame team think of him? He has already lost enough face today, we must not make things worse. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Kai forcibly suppressed his anger. Lin Yi, I've remembered this. On the day of the performance evaluation, I'll definitely get my money back from you, with interest. He then pointed at the restaurant owner, his eyes filled with hatred. From now on, I will take good care of your little shop. After saying that, he called Lu Yun and the other members of the Mad Flame team who were still in shock, and they slunk away from the restaurant. Before leaving, Lu Yun turned back and glared fiercely at Lin Yi and Su Qingyue, muttering a few filthy words. After Zhao Kai and his group left, Lin Yi turned to his boss and said apologetically, "Boss, I'm sorry for the trouble." "No trouble at all. Not trouble at all." The boss waved his hand repeatedly, then stepped forward to examine Lin Yi closely, his face full of joy. "You may not remember me, but you will always be remembered." The boss's eyes were filled with gratitude. "A year ago, a B-class monster called Gluttonous Worm appeared near my little shop. It was you who killed it, saving my little shop and my life." Lin Yi remembered the incident of slaying the Gluttonous Worm. However, for him, it was just one of countless missions. Unexpectedly, the other party remembered it so clearly. The boss didn't say much, but warmly invited Lin Yi and Su Qingyue upstairs to a private room. Afterwards, they prepared a sumptuous meal of their signature dishes for them before leaving satisfied. Su Qingyue looked at Lin Yi, who was eating calmly in front of her, and felt a mix of emotions. "What are you looking at me for? Why don't you try your own abilities?" Lin Yi reminded him. Su Qingyue then seemed to wake from a dream. She had almost forgotten about this matter because Zhao Kai and the others had distracted her. She excitedly picked up the kitten crouching at her feet, and with a surge of life-giving energy in her palm, carefully sprinkled it on the kitten's limping leg. In no time, the kitten's limp was completely healed. Seeing the kitten running around under the table, Su Qingyue's eyes glistened with tears of excitement. "Don't get too excited, this is just the beginning. Your destination is far beyond sea level." Looking at the calm and composed man in front of her, Su Qingyue nodded heavily. Her originally pale face now glowed. Meanwhile, in the medical room of the Raging Flames team, a rich life energy permeated the air. Lu Yun impatiently urged Lifespring to treat Zhao Kai's lower back injury. A B-rank hero was knocked down with a single punch by an F-rank trash. How shameful. Her voice was sharp and sarcastic, and her movements were anything but gentle. Zhao Kai lay on the treatment bed, wincing in pain, and his anger flared even more upon hearing these words. "That kid is really weird. It's clearly an F-rank, but its power is ridiculously high. I was careless for a moment, and that's how I fell for his trick." As they were talking, the door to the medical room was pushed open. Sun Qian, adjusting his glasses, slowly walked in. Upon seeing Zhao Kai lying on the bed, his signature fake smile froze slightly. "Hey, what's going on? How come our great hero is injured?" Zhao Kai snorted angrily and recounted what had just happened. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Sun Qian's eyes. "Even if an F-rank trash has great strength, he couldn't possibly punch you like this, right? It's all because he's stupid." Lu Yun withdrew her energy and said irritably, "Do you really think you can be manipulated by someone of the F-rank? Don't forget, Lin Yi fell from A-level. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse." Sun Qian nodded thoughtfully, then chuckled softly. "Don't be angry. If I run into you again next time, I'll help you get revenge." He pushed up his glasses, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes behind the lenses. "What good is strength if you can't hit the target? It's all for nothing." As a C-level speed-type hero, Sun Qian is extremely confident in his speed. On the other side, Lin Yi and Su Qingyue walked out of the restaurant. The night breeze was cool, dispelling some of the post-dinner heat. Su Qingyue followed closely behind behind Lin Yi, holding the recovered kitten in her arms, her heart still churning with emotions. She wanted to thank him several times, but didn't know where to begin. Any words seemed pale and powerless in the face of this miraculous act of kindness that defied fate. Your ability recovery is due to your own good fortune and has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? Lin Yi suddenly stopped and asked without turning his head. Su Qingyue's heart tightened, and she immediately nodded solemnly. She knew all too well what a storm would rage if Lin Yi's secret of being able to grant others abilities were revealed. She will keep this secret buried in her heart forever. Get a good rest tonight and adapt to your new abilities. Tomorrow, I will bring another team member to join you. Then, we will officially begin training. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi continued forward, his figure quickly disappearing into the night. Su Qingyue stood there, watching Lin Yi's departing figure, motionless for a long time. She hugged the kitten tightly, her eyes shining with an unprecedented light. Alert! Alert! Near S-level talent discovered. Talent poaching mode activated. Near S-level talent? Talent poaching model? Lin Yi suddenly stopped in his tracks. The system's sudden alarm caught him off guard. This was the first time he had realized that, in addition to its ability to plunder, the system could also proactively discover talented individuals. Immediately afterwards, a detailed information panel unfolded in his mind. Name, Chen Mo. Age, 20. Background, a top student in his third year at Jiangcheng Hero Academy. Born in a slum in the old city, orphaned at a young age. He consistently ranks among the top 3 in his class academically, but has yet to awaken his heroic abilities. Current situation, he urgently needs to join a hero team to complete his internship in exchange for graduation. However, because he has failed to awaken any hero abilities, he has been rejected by all teams, and his classmates ridicule him as a bookworm who only talks the talk. Now he is at his wit's end and on the verge of despair. Potential future awakening abilities: B-level Eye of Data 35%, A-level Battlefield Simulation 50%, S-level Causality Optimal Solution 15%. Overall rating, near S-level. Looking at the information provided by the system, Lin Yi finally understood what the talent poaching model was. The system can accurately identify talents with great potential, allowing him to recruit them ahead of time. Whether he succeeds or not depends on his personal charisma. However, this Chen Mo is really not simple. He has a 15% chance of awakening the S-level causality ability. This kind of rule-based ability is a legendary existence. Even among S-class heroes, rule-based S-class heroes are a level above ordinary S-class heroes. We must acquire such a genius, no matter what. Without hesitation, Lin Yi followed the real-time location provided by the system and headed straight for the bar on the outskirts of the city, a place frequented by all sorts of people. The deafening music, mixed with the smell of alcohol and cheap perfume, filled the entire space. Lin Yi frowned, walked through the wildly dancing crowd on the dance floor, and found his target in a dimly lit corner. Chen Mo was slender, wore round-framed glasses, and had medium-length, naturally curly hair. At this moment, he was carrying a thick stack of blueprints, closely following a burly man who looked like the team captain, his face full of a humble yet expectant smile. Brother Tiger, take another look. My Trinity formation really can improve the team's monster clearing efficiency by at least 30%. Just give me a chance. Tiger took the blueprints impatiently and flipped through a couple of pages casually. Then, with a whoosh, the blueprints that embodied Chen Mo's countless efforts were ruthlessly thrown onto the wine-stained ground. What rubbish! I'm the kind of guy who fights monsters with his fists, not with your fancy pieces of paper. Tiger sneered, glancing contemptuously at Chen Mo before spitting out, you can't even sense the energy, and you dare to talk to me about tactics? Get lost. Chen Mo's body stiffened, his gaze falling on the scattered blueprints trampled by countless people, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. At this moment, several students at a nearby table, dressed in Jiangcheng Hero Academy uniforms, noticed the commotion and immediately gathered around, pointing and mocking Chen Mo. Hey, isn't this our academy's genius Chen Mo? What, still haven't found a stupid team willing to take you in? That's hilarious. If you can't awaken your hero abilities, you can forget about joining a team or graduating in your lifetime. I think you should focus on awakening your abilities instead of wasting your time on these useless, bullshit tactics. Exactly, you bookworms are all talk and no action. On the real battlefield, do you think these weirdos will stop to listen to your tactics? Each sharp and sarcastic word was like a knife piercing Chen Mo's heart. He didn't refute or argue, he simply squatted down silently and, amidst the mocking gazes of the crowd, picked up the blueprints, one by one, which were covered in footprints. That was all his hard work, and his last shred of dignity. Just then, a tall, slender figure squatted down beside him and reached out to pick up a drawing from the ground. Chen Mo was stunned. He looked up and saw a young face that was unfamiliar but had a gentle smile on it. Lin Yi unfolded the drawings, carefully wiped away the wine stains, and wore a warm smile. Chen Mo, are you interested in joining my team? Lin Yi asked. Chen Mo's mind went blank. He stared blankly at Lin Yi, who was squatting in front of him, wondering if this was a hallucination born of his despair. Join his team? Someone actually invited this ordinary person who couldn't awakened to join the team? Lin Yi ignored his shock and focused his gaze on the blueprints in his hand. The drawings depict a complex team collaboration tactic using extremely precise lines. From formation and positioning, energy output allocation, to the synergy between heroes with different abilities, and even the enemy's possible reactions and countermeasures, everything is clearly marked. This is not just a tactical blueprint, it's more like a work of art. Lin Ye's eyes gleamed with undisguised admiration and recognition. He said approvingly, "Your tactics are brilliantly designed, with each step linked to the next, both bold and meticulous. If coordinated properly, it can significantly improve the overall strength of an ordinary sea-level team. If the opponent is a burrowing monster like the Burning Worm, would replacing the flank control position with a hero with shock or area of effect abilities increase the monster clearing efficiency by another 10%? Chen Mo's breathing suddenly quickened. Someone figured out his tactics. Some people have approved of his tactics. They even offered their own insights. Moreover, this insight is clearly more practical and applicable than the design made by a college student who has no real-world experience. Lin Yi handed the blueprints back to him and continued, "This is just the most basic application. If you delve deeper, you can even influence the entire hero team's landscape and give rise to a completely new hero class, the tactical hero." Lin Yi's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Chen Mo's mind. Tactical hero. These are words he only dares to fantasize about in his dreams. This dream that everyone scoffed at. It was said solemnly by a stranger. Chen Mo felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his chest. Excitement, shock, disbelief. A mix of emotions made him tremble all over. He looked at Lin Yi, and his eyes instantly welled up with tears. The person in front of him might just be the soulmate he's been searching for. He opened his mouth to speak, but due to excessive excitement, he couldn't utter a single word and seemed somewhat at a loss. Just then, those students from the Hero Academy gathered around again. The young man in the lead, named Lu Xing, said to Lin Yi with a contemptuous look on his face, "Hey, I'm asking you, what exactly are you? I advise you not to be fooled by this guy. He's just a good-for-nothing who only knows how to talk big. His drawings were completely impractical and utterly useless." Another student chimed in, "That's right. Our teacher always said that heroes fight with absolute strength. Using these fancy tactics is a complete waste of time. If you recruit such a useless person into the team, he'll only drag you down sooner or later." Upon hearing these words, Chen Mo's face turned pale, and he wanted to retort, but he was helpless to find that he had no words to defend himself. As those classmates said, none of his tactical diagrams have ever been actually used by any team, so how can they prove that they are really effective in actual combat? His newly kindled flame of hope seemed to be extinguished by cruel reality. He looked nervously at Lin Yi, afraid that the only person who recognized him would back down because of this. However, Lin Yi didn't even glance at the students. He simply patted Chen Mo on the shoulder calmly, a gentle yet firm smile on his face. "You still haven't told me if you'd like to join my team?" Seeing that Lin Yi completely ignored their advice, the students all showed expressions of dissatisfaction. "Hey, you really don't know what's good for you. We were just trying to give you a friendly reminder. Forget it, let's ignore him. He's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, ungrateful for kindness. Let him suffer the consequences himself." Chen Mo was really lucky to have run into such an idiot. The sarcastic remarks that came from the side were extremely harsh, but Chen Mo did not feel humiliated or angry at all. His entire attention was focused on Lin Yi's clear and trusting eyes. That was a gaze he had never seen before. That was the light that pulled him out of the abyss. But his absolute rationality prevented him from impulsively agreeing. "May I ask a few questions?" he asked slowly, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. Most people would probably agree immediately in this situation, but Chen Mo actually asked a question. However, instead of becoming impatient, he was even more delighted. If Chen Mo wants to become the king of tactics, calmness and rationality are essential. Clearly, he now possesses this quality. "Okay, but it's a bit noisy here. How about we find a quieter place?" Lin Yi glanced meaningfully at Lu Xing and the others beside him. Chen Mo naturally had no objection, and the two walked out of the bar one after the other. Lu Xing stared coldly at their retreating figures and said to the people around him, "Go and investigate that guy's background. How dare he recruit Chen Mo into the team?" Inside a coffee shop, under the soft lighting, soothing music flowed, creating a stark contrast to the earlier hustle and bustle of the bar. Lin Yi and Chen Mo sat by the window and casually ordered 2 cups of coffee. "Ask whatever you want," Lin Yi said gently, looking at the still somewhat reserved young man opposite him. Chen Mo adjusted his round-framed glasses, his eyes behind the lenses gleaming with rationality and caution. He wasn't blinded by Lin Yi's approval. On the contrary, he was even calmer than before. "I'd like to know, what's the current status of your team?" he asked directly. "How many members are there? What are their individual abilities? This is a very real problem. Tactical design must be based on the player's abilities. Without suitable parts, even the most exquisite blueprints are nothing but empty words." Lin Yi was not surprised at all. He appreciated Chen Mo's composure. "Currently, the Dawn team, including myself, only has 2 members," Lin Yi said frankly. Chen Mo was slightly slightly taken aback, his hand holding the coffee cup stopped in midair. A team with only 2 people? The minimum number of members in a team is 3. In other words, this team is on the verge of being forced to disband. I am an F-rank offensive hero, and the other member is a C-rank healing hero, Lin Yi added. F-rank offensive, C-rank healing. Chen Mo frowned. This configuration is so incomplete that it can't even form the most basic tank, mage, healer trinity. No wonder the other party was so eager to recruit him. It turns out the team had reached a dead end. Although Chen Mo was confident in his tactics, he couldn't help but feel helpless in the face of the situation. As the saying goes, even a clever cook can't make a meal without rice. The second question. Chen Mo put down his coffee cup, looked directly at Lin Yi, and his expression became more serious than ever before. If I join, when the battle actually begins, can all the team members, including you, execute my tactical orders unconditionally and without question? This is precisely the issue he cares about most. The reason why armchair strategists are criticized is not only because their theories are divorced from reality, but more importantly because those who execute them often fail to perfectly present their tactical intentions. Even a single mistake in one link could cause the entire tactical chain to collapse. He had seen too many arrogant heroes who believed in their own strength but distrusted sound tactics. He didn't want his hard work to go to waste because of his teammates' arrogance and distrust. He had expected Chen Mo to ask this question. As long as your tactics are correct and can lead us to victory, then every order you give will be carried out without fail. Lin Yi made the promise decisively. I, and all the future team members, will become the sharpest sword and the strongest shield in your hands. These words were like a warm current, instantly touching the softest spot in Chen Mo's heart. Isn't this exactly the kind of stage he's been searching for, one that allows him to fully showcase his talents? Isn't this a form of complete and unreserved trust? He looked at Lin Yi, and those sincere eyes dispelled the last doubts in his heart. Okay, I'll join. Chen Mo nodded solemnly and extended his hand to Lin Yi. Ding! Chen Mo has joined the team, fulfilling the prerequisite 3/3 for the hidden module team development. The hidden module team building is now available. Team development. The host can acquire team reputation by completing team missions, improving team rating, and winning team honors. Reputation can be used to unlock team-exclusive technologies in exchange for rare team equipment and items. The host can view the attributes of team members and provide targeted training. New player gift pack has been distributed. The team skill Mind Link is now activated. Mind Link. All team members can communicate seamlessly and instantly within their minds, with a range of 1 kilometer. The system notification sound put Lin Yi in a great mood. The team development module has more features than he expected. Not only can you view team member attributes, but you can also exchange for items, especially the team skill Mind Link. This is simply a divine skill tailor-made for Chen Mo's tactical command. Lin Yi gripped Chen Mo's hand tightly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Welcome to Dawn. He did not intend to immediately instill heroic abilities in Chen Mo. The abilities that will awaken in the system in the future, whether it is the A-level battlefield deduction or the S-level causality optimal solution, far exceed the C-level abilities that he can currently plunder. If the ability were directly instilled, it might prevent Chen Mo from awakening on his own, which would be a loss. Now, what he needs to do is create an absolutely safe environment for Chen Mo. This allows him to focus on studying tactics and await that momentous moment of awakening. By the way, do you still not know the captain's name? Chen Mo asked somewhat shyly. As he uttered the name, Chen Mo suddenly seemed to remember something, and his face showed surprise. You're the former A-level hero, Captain Lin Yi? The post about Lin Yi caused quite a stir on the League of Legends forum. Ordinary people may not be able to access the League of Legends forum, but as a student of Jiangcheng Hero Academy, even without awakened abilities, Chen Mo still has the right to browse the forum. However, the image of the selfish and power-hungry villain in the post is completely different from the gentle, sincere person in front of me who knows how to appreciate himself. It seems you've read the forum posts. Lin Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. How do you feel? Do you feel like you've been tricked? Chen Mo shook his head, his expression very serious. I trust my own judgment. Anyone who understands the value of my tactics will not be as worthless as the post says. Lin Yi patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction. Let's go, it's getting late. I'll take you home first. Captain, I have nowhere to stay. Chen Mo said somewhat awkwardly. He had been living in the college dormitory to focus on his studies. I'm doing an internship now, and I simply don't have the money to rent a place outside. It's okay, Dawn has its own team base. Although it has been taken back temporarily, we will be able to take it back soon. You will stay with me for the next few days. Looking at the confident man in front of him, Chen Mo felt somewhat dazed. Despite falling from an A-rank hero to an F-rank hero, Lin Yi is still so confident. It was as if nothing could defeat him. This kind of person is born to be a team leader. Perhaps, Dawn can truly be reborn in his hands. Meanwhile, inside a private room at the bar, Lu Xing was embracing 2 scantily clad beauties, enjoying their intimate services. A team member strode in and respectfully reported, Brother Xing, we've found it. That guy's name is Lin Yi, captain of the Dawn team, former A-level hero. Upon hearing this name, Lu Xing's face immediately revealed a strong sense of mockery and disdain. Oh, you mean that loser from the forum who got seriously injured and dropped to F rank and then kicked the whole team out? The team member nodded quickly. That's right, it's him. It's said that Dawn is now only left with him, and if they can't recruit anyone within half a month, they will be forced to disband. Ha 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 ha. Lu Xing burst into a loud, uncontrollable laugh. I was wondering why anyone would hire that bookworm Chen Mo. Turns out they're just using a useless guy who can't even take care of himself to make up the numbers. Isn't this just using Chen Mo to fill a quota? He roughly squeezed the beautiful women beside him, causing them to squeal with delight. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. A useless strategist paired with a useless person who has been betrayed by everyone. Isn't this just trash picked up from a garbage dump? The teammates next to him also smiled obsequiously. Brother Xing is right. After a moment of thought, Lu Xing suddenly revealed a malicious smile. Lin Yi is so popular right now, it would be a shame not to take advantage of it. Our meteor team has only been established for a short time and is not well known. Why not take advantage of Lin Yi's popularity and generate a lot of traffic? The team members were stunned for a moment, somewhat not understanding Lu Xing's intention. Lu Xing glanced at him with disdain. Idiot. Go to the Heroes Forum and post something saying that our meteor team is going to challenge the Dawn team tomorrow, and we'll be doing a live stream. The team members' eyes lit up. Brother Xing, you're amazing. This way, a lot of people will definitely watch our live stream. Then, the meteor team's reputation will be firmly established. Lu Xing smiled smugly. That idiot Chen Mo thinks he can graduate just by joining any team. Tomorrow I'll show him what it means to be in a tough world. Soon, a post titled D-Tier Team Meteor Challenges B-Tier Team Dawn live stream tomorrow went viral on the Heroes Forum. Numerous comments were left below. Although I know that Meteor Team is just trying to ride the wave of popularity, I don't mind it at all. Betting open. I'm betting on the Meteor to end the battle within 10 seconds. Odds 1 to 3. Anyone interested? Tomorrow we'll see if Lin Yi still has the face to stay in the hero circle. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. When Lin Yi woke up, he found that Chen Mo was still fast asleep, presumably because the events of the previous night had kept him tossing and turning. He didn't disturb Chen Mo and quietly got up and left. With treatment and tactical command in place, his new Dawn team still lacks a core offensive player. A second candidate quickly came to mind. Name, Han Li. Former hero rank, B. Ability, Explosive Fist, rank B. Status, Core Energy Source destroyed. Han Li, a former member of the Hero Association's Class B enforcement team, is known for his fierce and violent boxing style and fiery temper. Unlike Su Qingyu as being framed, Han Li's downfall was more like a complete tragedy. 2 years ago, a large-scale outbreak of strange people occurred on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, with B-level strange people appearing frequently. Han Li's enforcement team was ordered to provide support. However, just as the battle was at its most intense, his direct superior, an A-level hero, in order to curry favor with his superiors, temporarily transferred Han Li's team to escort a wealthy merchant inspection group with no strategic value. As a result, the main battlefield lost the support of Han Li's fresh troops, and a gap was torn in the defense line. An A-class monster, Shadow Wolf, took the opportunity to infiltrate and massacred the neighborhood where Han Li lived. When Han Li received the news and rushed back frantically, all he saw was a sea of fire and ruins. His wife and 5-year-old daughter were both brutally murdered by the monster. Overwhelmed with grief, he lost control on the spot, rushed towards the A-class monster, and ignited his core energy source with all his might. In the end, the monster was killed in a mutually destructive manner. Despite getting his revenge, his core energy source was shattered, causing him to fall from a B-level hero to an ordinary person. Instead of being punished, the superior was commended for effective command and successful defense against the horde of strange people. This incident became a permanent pain in Han Li's heart, filling him with anger and resentment towards the entire Hero Association and even the world. Following the address on the file, Lin Yi found an underground boxing gym called Beast located on the outskirts of the city. The deafening heavy metal music and the hormone-fueled shouts hit you right in the face. In the octagonal cage at the center of the boxing gym, two muscular men were locked in fierce combat. Blood and sweat splattered everywhere, eliciting cheers from the surrounding audience. Lin Ye's gaze did not linger on the boxing ring, but instead swept towards a figure frantically hitting a sandbag in the corner. The man was tall, with muscles like steel. His upper body was bare, and the crisscrossing, hideous scars on his body seemed to tell of his past glory and tragedy. Without using any energy, relying solely on pure physical strength, each punch slammed into the sandbag as if trying to shatter it completely. His face was expressionless, only lingering gloom and violence. Sweat dripped from his angular face onto the ground. Yet he seemed tireless, mechanically repeating punch after punch. Lin Yi slowly approached. Hearing someone call his name, Han Li stopped moving. He slowly turned around, his bloodshot eyes staring intently at Lin Yi like an enraged lion. His voice was rough and deep, full of vigilance and impatience. My name is Lin Yi, and I would like to invite you to join my team, Lin Yi said calmly. Han Li seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. His lips twitched, revealing a mocking smile. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm already useless? A cripple whose hero status has been revoked, and you're still inviting me to join your team. Are you kidding me? His eyes instantly turned dangerous, and he exuded a chilling murderous aura. I can restore your heroic abilities. Lin Yi ignored the murderous aura and remained calm in his tone. These words instantly froze the sarcasm on Han Li's face. He stared at Lin Yi for a full 3 seconds. Then he suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, you've given me back my hero abilities? Kid, are you writing a novel? Are scammers these days really that imaginative? The laughter was filled with contempt and anger. He felt that Lin Yi was humiliating him, making fun of the most painful wound in his life. I'm not a liar. Lin Yi shook his head. I'm the captain of the Dawn team. Lin Yi? Dawn team? Han Li's laughter stopped abruptly, his brows furrowed as he carefully examined Lin Yi. I think I've heard of him, that unlucky guy who dropped from A rank to F rank? Even though he was no longer a hero, he could still hear some rumors from the hero circle. The sarcasm on Han Li's face deepened. An F rank trash like this comes to another cripple and says he can restore his hero abilities? This is truly the most absurd joke I've heard all year. He took a sudden step forward, his large, fan-like hand lunging straight at Lin Yi's chest. Don't get in my way. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to break your bones one by one. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Faced with Han Li's large hand rushing towards him, Lin Yi simply turned slightly to the side and easily dodged it. A hint of surprise flashed in Han Li's eyes. This speed was clearly not like that of an F-level vehicle. Just then, a strange, sarcastic voice came from the entrance of the boxing gym. Hey, isn't this Captain Lin Yi? I didn't expect to run into you here. Lin Yi looked in the direction of the sound. Sun Xian, adjusting his glasses, walked in with 4 team members dressed in Raging Flames team uniforms, a fake smile on his face. Han Li withdrew his hand, frowned, and stared at the group of uninvited guests, his eyes flashing with anger. Sun Xian glanced at Han Li. Your debt can be settled later. His gaze was fixed on Lin Yi, with a playful, cat-and-mouse expression. That guy Zhao Kai, you beat him to a pulp the day before yesterday, and he's been yelling about getting revenge ever since he got back. I promised to help him get revenge. Sun Xian pushed up his glasses, and a cold light flashed behind the lenses. Tell me, should I break your legs, or just ruin your fairly handsome face? The 4 team members behind him grinned maliciously, rubbing their hands together and surrounding Lin Yi in a fan shape. One of them was a C level and the other 3 were D levels. Facing an F rank Lin Yi is not an easy task. Lin Yi glanced at the burly man standing next to Sun Xian, and then the system notification sounded. Lootable target detected. Target 1, Sun Xian, C rank speed type hero. Plunderable ability, C rank active skill Swift Step. Swift Step greatly increases your speed and agility when activated. The greater the energy consumption, the faster you become. Target 2, Wang Meng, C rank offensive hero. Plunderable ability, C rank active skill Heavenly Fist. Heavenly Gang Fist compresses energy into a powerful aura for attack. Its power depends on the energy consumed. Seeing Wang Meng's heroic abilities, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, our own people are the most reliable. Just when he was wondering how to convince Han Li, Sun Xian offered him the opportunity. The gift is a powerful offensive ability that perfectly matches Han Li's strengths. How thoughtful. System, Plunder Swift Step and Heavenly Fist. Lin Yi commanded in his mind. Command confirmed. Plunder successful. Acquired C-rank abilities Swift Step temporary and Heavenly Fist temporary. A feeling of lightness instantly filled my whole body. Lin Yi could clearly feel that his speed and reaction time increased dramatically in an instant. Not only that, but their strength has also increased significantly. Combined with the S-rank passive talent One Punch Breaks Limits, its power is comparable to that of a B-rank hero. The only downside is that it only lasts for an hour. However, it was more than enough to deal with the people in front of them. What? Are you scared stiff? Seeing Lin Yi remain silent, Sun Xian's smile grew even more smug. Kneel down now, kowtow 3 times to me, and then crawl out, and I might consider breaking only one of your legs. Come with me. Before he could finish speaking, Sun Xian suddenly vanished. A C-level speed-type hero unleashes their full power with ghostly speed. He appeared behind Lin Yi in an instant, a gleaming dagger suddenly appearing in his hand, which he thrust towards Lin Yi's knee like a venomous snake. Where are you going? However, just as the dagger was about to strike, Lin Yi also strangely shifted half a step to the left. It was this half step that caused Sun Xian's attack to graze his trouser leg and miss completely. Sun Xian's pupils shrank sharply, his face filled with disbelief. His speed is top-notch in Class C. How could an F-level trash possibly dodge it? Before I could even react, a sharp gust of wind from a punch came from the side. His speed is just as fast as his. Sun Xian was shocked, completely unprepared for Lin Yi's incredible speed. Caught off guard, he had no time to dodge and could only muster all his strength to condense an energy shield around himself. A dull thud was heard. Lin Yi's fist struck with unstoppable force, instantly shattering the thin shield and slamming into Sun Xian's ribs. The sound of bones breaking was was clearly heard. Sun Qian spat out blood and was thrown back like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a distant wall. The wall suddenly cracked, spreading like a spider web. A top-tier C-rank speed-type hero was nearly killed by a universally acknowledged F-rank trash. The entire boxing gym fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in disbelief, as if they had witnessed the most incredible miracle. What a small world. The sinister smiles on Wang Meng and the members of the Mad Flame team had long since frozen, replaced by endless confusion and fear. Didn't they say Lin Yi had already dropped to F rank? What exactly was the speed and power that was just displayed? Is that the strength that an F rank should have? As Lin Yi approached step by step, they were so frightened that their legs went weak and they retreated repeatedly. Lin Yi didn't attack them, but simply uttered a single word: get lost. The members of the Mad Flame team were overjoyed and hurriedly lifted the unconscious Sun Qian, fleeing the boxing gym in a panic. At this moment, the sarcasm, anger, and impatience on Han Li's face had long since vanished. Instead, there was deep shock and confusion. He stared intently at Lin Yi, his lion-like eyes filled with not only searching but also a hint of anticipation. Hasn't your level already dropped to F level? Han Li asked in a hoarse voice. But the strength you just displayed definitely exceeds F rank. Lin Yi did not answer Han Li's question. He reached out and gently placed his hand on Han Li's shoulder. System, instill the Heavenly Gang Fist into Han Li. Command confirmed. The next moment, Han Li's body jolted violently. A strange and pure energy surged from Lin Yi's palm into his body, precisely flowing into his already broken and dried up core energy source. This energy was like a long-awaited rain after a drought, instantly nourishing his parched core. Immediately, a brand new and explosive energy core rapidly condensed and took shape within his body. Han Li opened his eyes wide in shock, clearly feeling the power returning to his body. He can actually grant hero abilities to others. Han Li's mind went blank. He stared at Lin Yi with a look as if he were looking at a monster, too shocked to utter a single word. What was happening before his eyes completely overturned his understanding? Now, do you still think I'm a liar? Lin Yi withdrew his hand and looked at him calmly. Han Li remained silent. He stared intently at his hands, feeling the familiar yet unfamiliar power within him, his heart churning with turbulent emotions. I'll ask you one more time. Lin Yi's voice rang out again, filled with unwavering determination. Would you like to join Dawn? Han Li took a deep breath and looked up at Lin Yi. For the first time, a different kind of light flashed in those eyes that were filled with indignation and resentment. He didn't know what secret Lin Yi was hiding, but he knew that the man in front of him was his only hope. This is his only chance to return to his peak and take revenge on those arrogant bastards. He answered in a deep, firm voice. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Han Li has joined the team. An hour later, all the members of the Dawn team gathered in Lin Yi's apartment. Su Qingyue looked at Han Li and spoke with slight hesitation. Explosive fist Han Li? Han Li also recognized Su Qingyue, and a hint of surprise appeared on his rugged face. You are Su Qingyue, the goddess of holy light? The two were once among the best B-level heroes in Jiangcheng. Although they were in different fields, they had crossed paths before. Now, these two once glorious heroes have reunited in such a destitute manner. An awkward and desolate atmosphere inevitably filled the air. We are both wanderers in this world. Why should we need to have known each other before? A look of shared misery appeared in their eyes, naturally bringing them closer together. Chen Mo sat obediently beside Lin Yi, looking at his new companion with great curiosity. He had heard of Su Qingyue and Han Li before. However, both of their core energy sources had been shattered, and they didn't understand why the captain still brought them into the team. Han Li was also observing Chen Mo, and when he discovered that there was no energy fluctuation on Chen Mo's body, his brows involuntarily furrowed. He looked at Lin Yi, his eyes full of doubt. Could it be that Lin Yi can grant ordinary people heroic abilities? Lin Yi's gaze swept over the three of them, his tone calm yet firm. This is Chen Mo, who is currently an ordinary person, but is good at devising tactics. This is Su Qingyue, a C-rank healing hero. This is Han Li, a C-rank offensive hero. Chen Mo stared blankly at Su Qingyue and Han Li, his face filled with disbelief and shock. Didn't they have their core energy source shattered? Su Qingyue and Han Li's past is no secret within the hero community. A former goddess of holy light, a former fierce general of the law enforcement team. It was common knowledge that the two cores had been shattered. How could it be, still rated C? Seeing Chen Mo's shocked expression, Su Qingyue and Han Li looked at Lin Yi in unison. Lin Yi nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly. With the captain's permission, Su Qingyue explained softly, my current ability, Life Spring, was bestowed upon me by the captain. Han Li glanced at Su Qingyue, thinking to himself, just as I thought, and then spoke up. My ability, Heavenly Fist, was also bestowed upon me by the captain. Their words were like two thunderclaps, exploding in Chen Mo's mind. Grant heroic abilities? Chen Mo's understanding was completely overturned at this moment. He felt his worldview was collapsing and being pieced back together. He kept shaking his head, muttering unconsciously, impossible, absolutely impossible. Heroic abilities can only be acquired through voluntary awakening. This is an ironclad rule, common sense. Like a staunch materialist, he was was struck by the sudden appearance of a deity, a shock that nearly broke him. Seeing this, Tsuchinue and Hanli exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of understanding in each other's eyes. They were like that themselves back then. Without saying much, Tsuchinue opened her palm. A green orb radiating a rich life force slowly appeared in her palm. The soft light shone on her face, making her appear holy and beautiful. Hanli was even more direct. He suddenly threw a punch, the wind howling and a muffled explosion echoing through the air. The concentrated chi flashed across the fist. Chen Mo stared intently at the power displayed by the two, his breathing becoming extremely rapid. That pure life energy, that violent fist wind and energy, all proclaimed the reality of it all. After the initial shock, an unprecedented surge of joy welled up in Chen Mo's heart. He jumped up from the sofa, his eyes gleaming, and looked at Lin Yi. His eyes were like those of Columbus discovering a new continent, filled with endless longing and anticipation. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Then can you also grant me heroic abilities? The inability to awaken was always the heaviest stone weighing on his heart, the root of all his pain and resentment. If Lin Yi could grant him heroic abilities, then he. However, Lin Yi slowly shook his head. The light in Chen Mo's eyes dimmed instantly. A profound sense of loss washed over him like a tidal wave, engulfing him. He seemed to have all his strength drained away and slumped back onto the sofa. Is it because I'm just an ordinary person? An ordinary person's body can't be granted abilities. That's not the case. Lin Yi's calm voice rang out. It's not that ordinary people can't be given this gift, but that you possess awakening potential far exceeding that of ordinary people. If I were to grant you the ability now, it would be like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, and it would only ruin your future. Chen Mo suddenly looked up, staring at Lin Yi with a skeptical gaze. Captain, you mean, I can really awaken? And you can even see that I have the potential to awaken? Although it seemed unbelievable, considering that Lin Yi could even do something as unconventional as bestowing abilities upon heroes, and could see a person's awakened potential, it was no longer so incredible. Lin Yi did not answer directly, and his tone suddenly became serious. What I'm about to say is very important. Seeing Lin Yi's solemn expression, the three of them immediately sat up straight. Lin Yi gave a detailed account of the current situation of the Dawn team, as well as the rating assessment that would determine the team's fate in 10 days. Within 10 days, we not only need to integrate the team and build up our combat effectiveness, but we also have to pass the B-level team rating assessment. In addition, we also have to face the provocation and retaliation from the A-level team Raging Flame. Lin Yi's words were calm, yet they carried a weight as heavy as a mountain. However, there was no sign of retreat in the eyes of the three. Instead, their eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. Let's go to the training room first. We need to adapt to our current abilities first, and then develop teamwork among the players. Chen Mo, you need to redesign the Trinity tactic based on the condition of the three of us. Everyone nodded in unison and walked towards the training room that came with the apartment. Just then, Lin Yi's hero terminal suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar number. He then pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Captain Lin Yi? I'm Lu Xing. I saw you at the bar yesterday. Lu Xing's hypocritical voice came from the terminal. Our meteor team has recently practiced a new combo attack tactic and would like to find a team to spar with. I wonder if Captain Lin Yi would be interested in giving us some pointers. Although his tone was polite, his inherent arrogance and provocation were unmistakable. Lin Yi glanced at the three people behind him, a smile appearing on his lips. It's time for Team Dawn to be reborn. Ding! Team mission triggered. Mission name, show them the reborn Dawn team. Mission requirements, defeat the meteor team in the sparring match. The system will evaluate the performance of all members of the Dawn team and ultimately assign a rating. Rewards will be distributed based on the rating. Reward, 100 to 500 team reputation points. The team mission had been announced, and Lin Yi had no reason to refuse. Okay, he smiled faintly. Time and place? Tonight at 8 p.m., Jiangqing 7th Team Sparring Hall, see you there. Lu Xing's voice was filled with a smug smile. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi looked at the three people with different expressions and smiled. Don't be nervous, this is just a D-level team, perfect for us to practice on. Hanli clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Captain, I'm not nervous at all. I just feel that waiting until 8 p.m. is too long. Tsuchinue was also a little excited, as this was her comeback battle after a year's absence. Only Chen Mo was somewhat worried. Captain, Lu Xing's team is quite strong, with 2 C-level heroes and 6 D-level heroes. We're at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Lin Yi grinned. Don't we still have you? Your tactics are enough to make up for the disadvantage in numbers. Chen Mo stood there, stunned. The captain's expectations for him are incredibly high. At this moment, Chen Mo was filled with motivation and fighting spirit. It was still early before 8 p.m., so the four of them spent time in the training room familiarizing themselves with their own abilities and working together as planned. After an hour, Chen Mo returned to his room to revise the Trinity tactic. Lin Yi then sparred with Han Li for a while. Although he was only a D rank, he was still able to fight Han Li to a standstill thanks to his S rank passive talent. One punch breaks the limit. Of course, he didn't use his full strength. 9th, 8 p.m., Team 7's Sparring Hall. This is a venue specially provided by the Hero Association for various teams to practice and train together. As Lin Yi led Su Qingyue and the other two into the venue, they immediately felt countless strange gazes. Lu Xing and his 7 teammates had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing the 3 people behind Lin Yi, Lu Xing's face was filled with undisguised sarcasm, and he burst into exaggerated laughter. Ha ha ha, Lin Yi, is this the new team member you brought? A healer whose holy light has long been exhausted, a brute who can't do anything, and a bookworm who doesn't even have any energy. This isn't the Dawn team. I think Garbage Recycling Station would be a more fitting name. A bunch of good-for-nothings getting together. They really are birds of a feather. His teammates behind him burst into laughter, their words filled with contempt and sarcasm. One of the team members took out his phone and started a live stream. What gives him the right? Hey everyone, the highly anticipated Dawn team has finally shown up. The team member pointed the camera at Lin Yi and his teammates one by one, introducing them in turn. Look closely, brothers. This is Captain Lin Yi, the former A-rank hero who has now fallen to F-rank. Does this beautiful woman look familiar? Su Qingyue. She was once hailed as the goddess of holy light. It's a pity that her core energy has been shattered. This is Han Li, a former member of the enforcement team. He's the same, his core is shattered, rendering him useless. The last one is the most amazing. Chen Mo, the top student at Jiangcheng Hero Academy, an ordinary person who has yet to awaken any hero abilities. As the introduction began, the live stream chat exploded with excitement, and a flood of comments and messages appeared. Holy crap, the name Garbage Recycling Station is so apt. This is hilarious. Is the Dawn team trying to be funny? One F-rank player leading 3 useless players? Isn't the Meteor team bullying us? Beating up a few weaklings is child's play. I feel so sorry for Linshan. He's truly a tiger fallen into the plains, bullied by dogs. Don't feel sorry for him, upstairs. He deserved it. He was selfish and kicked out all the heroes. Now he's getting his comeuppance. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private club, Zhao Kai, Lu Yun, and Sun Qian were watching the live broadcast intently through a giant holographic projection. Sun Qian's injuries have largely healed under Lu Yun's treatment, but the spot where Lin Yi punched him still aches faintly. The 3 men looked grave, their earlier ease long gone. Having witnessed Sun Qian's crushing defeat yesterday, they now understand that Lin Yi's strength is far more than just the seemingly simple F-rank. But they still refuse to accept the fact that Lin Yi's strength far surpassed theirs. He must have used some secret technique to temporarily boost his strength. There must be huge side effects, Zhao Kai said through gritted teeth. You can give it a try. That's right. Although the Meteor team is only D-rank, it has 2 C-rank heroes and 6 D-rank heroes. 8 people against 4 of you, one of whom is an ordinary person. No matter how powerful Lin Yi is, he will definitely lose today. Lu Yun chimed in. Sun Qian remained silent, only adjusting his glasses, his eyes gleaming with a gloomy light through the lenses. He always felt that there was more to it than met the eye. On the sparring field, they faced the wanton mockery of Lu Xing and others, and the direct humiliation from the live broadcast camera. Su Qingyue and Han Li were so angry that their faces turned pale and their fists clenched tightly. Chen Mo lowered his head, hesitated, walked to Lin Yi's side, and said softly, Captain, I have no ability at all. Going up there will only be a burden to you. Maybe I shouldn't participate? He didn't want to add to the already difficult situation for the team because of himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's laughter grew even louder. Chen Mo, you do have some self-awareness. Then why did you join Dawn? You might as well have just left the team. He just wanted to force Chen Mo to play. He wanted to humiliate and trample on this bookworm who had always been academically superior to him in front of everyone. However, Lin Yi shook his head, patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, and looked at him with a firm gaze. You are a member of Dawn. You must participate. Lin Yi had his own plans. As a team member, participating in matches is the fastest way to build a sense of belonging. Moreover, the rating assessment is just 10 days away. As a member of Dawn, Chen Mo could not remain uninvolved. It's better to get used to it beforehand than to be caught off guard and scramble to catch up later. More importantly, such intense confrontation can only benefit Chen Mo in awakening his heroic abilities, and will not cause him any harm. Of course, the system's team missions were also within Lin Yi's consideration. If Chen Mo doesn't participate, wouldn't he get 0 points? Therefore, Chen Mo not only has to participate, but Lin Yi will also give him plenty of opportunities to perform. Feeling Lin Yi's respect and trust for him, Chen Mo's eyes welled up with tears, and he nodded heavily. Lin Yi ignored Lu Xing's arrogant shouts and directly activated the team skill, Mind Link, opening it up to Chen Mo and the other two. A strange connection instantly linked the 4 people's minds together. This is... Su Qingyue and Han Li both showed surprise. During the battle, you can communicate in your minds at any time. Lin Yi's voice rang directly in the minds of the 3. Chen Mo, you will be in command from now on. Give us orders at any time according to your Trinity tactics. If a conflict is found between theory and practice, tactics can be adjusted and optimized at any time based on actual combat. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was so excited he almost jumped out of his skin. win. This, Mind Link, is simply a divine skill tailor-made for his tactics. It perfectly solves the most difficult problem to overcome in tactical execution, the delay and error in information transmission. With it, he was confident that he could maximize the power of the Trinity tactic. Just then, Lu Xing's arrogant and shameless voice rang out again. Lin Yi, since this is a team competition, it's reasonable for all 8 members of our Meteor team to go together, right? You guys don't have any objections, do you? These words caused an uproar not only among the surrounding heroes but also in the livestream chat. Holy crap, Lu Xing really has no shame? 8 against 4, and he even brought along an ordinary person? Although the Dawn team is useless, this is just too much of a bully. Heh, are you a sanctimonious hypocrite upstairs? Team sparring is of course all out, otherwise what's the point of calling it team sparring? Yes, support Brother Xing, teach them a lesson. Faced with Lu Xing's shameless request, Lin Yi remained unmoved, only uttering 2 words indifferently. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing revealed a sinister smile. Good, you've got guts. Brothers, let's get in. At his command, all 8 members of the Meteor team stepped into the spacious sparring arena. To ensure a better live broadcast experience, Lu Xing chose a flat, large playground instead of a complicated environment. A huge screen above the venue displayed a countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. The 8 members of the Meteor team pounced on Lin Yi and his group of 4 like hungry wolves. I'll take care of the 2 sea levels. The remaining D-rank items are yours. Han Li roared, preparing to meet the enemy. However, Chen Mo's calm and clear voice suddenly rang in everyone's minds. Don't be impulsive. Brotherly, deal with the 2 D-level speed heroes at the front first. Chen Mo's orders were clearly conveyed to everyone through the Mind Link. Han Li's forward momentum suddenly halted, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. In his view, to catch the thief, you must first catch the king. As long as you defeat the opponent's 2 strongest C-level heroes, the remaining 6 D-level heroes are nothing but chickens and dogs, not worth mentioning at all. As the strongest offensive hero in the Dawnbreaker team, this task is naturally his responsibility. Execute the command. Lin Yi's voice rang out in the Mind Link, carrying an unquestionable authority. Han Li's heart tightened, and without hesitation, he turned to the 2 D-level speed-type heroes and charged straight at them. At the same time, the live stream chat exploded with comments. A piece of trash trying to take on 2 speed-type heroes head-on? Is he asking for death? Something's not right. What's wrong with Han Li's speed? This speed is something no trash could ever achieve. On the sparring field, Lu Xing also noticed Han Li's speed, which far exceeded that of ordinary people. No wonder he dared to accept this sparring match. There was definitely something fishy going on. He ordered his team, ignore that brute. 2 speedsters, flank them and take out that useless healer in Chen Mo instantly. The 2 D-rank speed-type heroes received the order with cruel smiles on their faces. They moved with the speed of ghosts, easily bypassing Han Li's frontal attack. Although Han Li's speed far surpasses that of ordinary people, he is still far inferior to this speed-type hero. Without hesitation, the 2 charged straight at the most vulnerable back row of the Dawn team, Su Qingyue and Chen Mo. Everyone thought that Su Qingyue and Chen Mo were doomed. An ordinary person with no fighting ability, plus a healer with a damaged core. Faced with the all-out attack of 2 D-level speed-type heroes, there is only one outcome: instant death. Han Li and Lin Yi are not speed-type heroes, so they didn't have time to come to the rescue. Bang! Faced with the 2 menacing assassins, Su Qingyue stepped forward without hesitation, shielding Chen Mo behind her. At the same time, Han Li slammed on the brakes, and the hard ground beneath his feet cracked instantly. He didn't even turn around completely, he just used his waist to twist his upper body and unleashed 2 incredibly powerful punches in succession. 2 visible white bursts of energy shot out from the fist, leaving long, explosive trails in the air. With lightning speed, it slammed into the back of 2 speed-type heroes. The pupils of the 2 speed-type heroes contracted sharply. All their attention was focused on the prey that was about to be caught, and they never expected the attack to come from behind. The 2 only had time to let out a short scream before they were struck hard by the violent fist energy. The 2 speed-type heroes were struck head-on by a battering ram, their protective energy shattering instantly. They spat out blood, shot out like cannonballs, crashed heavily into the wall in the distance, and instantly lost consciousness. Less than 10 seconds into the battle, the Meteor team lost 2 players. The entire sparring hall fell into dead silence. The rapidly scrolling comments in the livestream also fell into an eerie pause. After a brief silence, a raging torrent erupted. Holy crap, isn't Han Li that useless guy with a broken core? That punch was clearly sea-level power. You're kidding, has his ability returned? Besides, the bursting fist doesn't have any ranged attack capabilities. That's not the point. Didn't you guys realize? This is a trap. A comment from a veteran hero popped up, waking everyone up. Holy crap, I get it. Han Li used that ordinary person and the therapist as bait. He anticipated that the opponent would flank and launch a surprise attack from behind, so he deliberately exposed his back as a weak point. Is this really Han Li, the one with the explosive fist? When did he learn to use tactics? The audience's shock instantly transformed from surprise at Han Li's strength to amazement at his tactical design. No one knew that that this tactic was actually designed by Chen Mo. Brotherly, well done. During the telepathic connection, Chen Mo praised her generously. Han Li was also smug. These two idiots dare to turn their backs on me. On the other side, Lu Xing reacted immediately after a brief moment of astonishment. He stared at Chen Mo, who stood calmly in place, and a surge of anger welled up inside him. The feeling of being schemed against is definitely Chen Mo's doing. He roared, "Don't panic. The advantage is still on our side. Those two idiots rushed too far ahead." Upon hearing this, the other members of the Meteor team couldn't help but turn their heads. "Wasn't it you who just ordered them to flank an ambush to take out that useless healer in Chen Mo first? Lauda, Lauer, go and deal with those two idiots." Ignoring what others thought, Lu Xing continued to command, "Forget about that useless healer in Chen Mo. Deal with Han Li first." He had realized that Han Li was the strongest among the Dawn warriors. "If we take him down, we'll win this battle." No matter how ingenious Chen Mo's tactics are, without strong combat personnel to execute them, they are nothing but a piece of waste paper. Lu Xing took the lead and charged towards Han Li with the remaining 3 men. "You dare hurt my people. You're asking for death." Lu Xing's sea-level offensive ability erupted suddenly, carrying immense force as he punched Han Li. Beside him, a burly C-rank defensive hero also activated his ability at the same time. An earth-yellow energy shield appeared around Lu Xing and the others, protecting them. Although Han Li fought desperately, he was no match for 4 opponents. The C-rank defensive hero's abilities were extremely effective against him, with each heavy punch being significantly weakened by the energy shield. Lu Xing's attacks were ruthless and cunning, targeting his weaknesses. In just a few breaths, Han Li had several wounds on his body. Outnumbered, he was kicked in the abdomen by Lu Xing, sending him flying backward, his face turning pale instantly. Seeing Han Li injured, Chen Mo's heart tightened, and panic began to rise. This is such a shame and humiliation. This was his first time commanding a real battle, and the confidence that the perfect start had given him was shattered by the harsh reality at this moment. Plans can never keep up with changes. His tactics proved extremely fragile in the face of such a significant disparity in numbers and strength. "Captain, provide support for Brotherly. Sister Qingyue, quickly treat Brotherly." Lin Yi heard Chen Mo's somewhat flustered instructions. His deep eyes remained unmoved, as if he had already foreseen this scene. He knew that this was a growing pain that Chen Mo had to endure during his development. A great tactician must not only be able to strategize effectively in favorable circumstances, but also remain calm in dire situations, and a desperate situation often begins with a single misjudgment in command. Lin Yi neither questioned nor offered any reminders. He chose to execute the order swiftly. With a swift movement, he charged toward Han Li, who was being besieged. Su Qingyue also sensed the danger, but seeing that Lin Yi didn't say much, she felt relieved and began to treat Han Li. She believed that if even she could see the problem, Lin Yi couldn't possibly not see it. Since Lin Yi did not raise any objections, he must have other plans. A continuous stream of rich life-giving energy poured down on Han Li, rapidly healing his injuries. Han Li's powerful healing abilities quickly stabilized the situation. What's going on? Wasn't Su Qingyue's core shattered? How come she has such powerful healing abilities? What happened to the team being completely useless? This healing level is practically on par with a C-rank healing hero. I was wondering why Lin Yi dared to accept this sparring match. Turns out he had 2 trump cards up his sleeve. 2 C-rank heroes are indeed qualified to compete with the Meteor team. With Lin Yi's arrival and Su Qingyue's superb healing, Dawn temporarily held its ground. However, it was this seemingly correct response that exposed a fatal flaw in the Dawn team. Tactical Commander Chen Mo, core healer Su Qingyue. At this moment, the two were completely unprotected and exposed to the enemy's claws. Although Lu Xing was arrogant and domineering, he was still capable enough to become the captain of a team, and he quickly saw through this flaw. A sinister smile flashed in his eyes as he made a subtle gesture, indicating to the 2 speed-type heroes behind him who had just recovered their fighting strength. The 2 speed-type heroes understood each other perfectly, their eyes filled with resentment and cruelty as they fixed their gazes on Chen Mo and Su Qingyue. They bypassed the main battlefield and, like 2 swift bolts of lightning, suddenly charged towards the Dawn team's unsuspecting back row from the left and right. On the main battlefield, Han Li and Lin Yi were tightly entangled by 4 enemy team members, with no hope of escaping and rescuing them. The battle on this side has reached a stalemate. On the other side, however, life and death were at stake. When Chen Mo saw the 2 ghostly figures closing in on him and Su Qingyue, his blood seemed to freeze instantly. He finally realized what a foolish and fatal mistake he had made. And facing 2 speed-type heroes, he and Su Qingyue had no chance of escaping. He was just an ordinary person, while Su Qingyue was just a healer with no offensive capabilities. What should we do? What should we do? Chen Mo's body trembled slightly with fear and self-reproach. He discovered in despair that he had absolutely no way to deal with it. His tactics and his wisdom seemed to have all become useless at this moment. They could only watch helplessly as the 2 speed-type heroes drew closer and closer, looking at the cruel, bloodthirsty smiles on their faces, looking at the daggers gleaming coldly in their hands. If only he had super superhuman abilities. At least, he doesn't have to sit and wait to die. It's over. Dawn's healing is going to be cut off. Without treatment, no matter how fierce Hanli is, he will eventually be subdued. But don't you find it strange? Isn't Lin Yi only F rank? How can he last so long? That goes without saying. It's because of Su Qingyue's powerful healing abilities. When Zhao Kai and Lu Yun saw this, they made no attempt to hide their schadenfreude. Ha ha ha, trash is trash. Lu Yun laughed disdainfully. Without us, Lin Yi can't cause any trouble at all. Zhao Kai laughed triumphantly. Sun Xian smirked coldly. I almost fell for Lin Yi's tricks. I really thought he was going to pull some kind of scheme. On the sparring field, Su Qingyue's face was deathly pale, and the life-giving spring in her hand had dimmed considerably. Chen Mo was completely plunged into despair, his eyes tightly shut, unwilling to look at the situation before him any longer. He seemed to hear the sound of a dagger piercing flesh. He heard Su Qingyue's painful groans. I heard the cheers of the Meteor team's victory. And Captain Lin Ye's disappointed sigh. I'm sorry, Captain. I've let you down. Clang, clang. Two crisp metallic clanging sounds suddenly rang out. The two daggers, which should have hit their targets, were blocked by the suddenly appearing energy shield, and the recoil force bounced them off. The expected excruciating pain did not come, and Chen Mo opened his eyes in surprise. Two energy shields, shimmering with an earthy yellow light, suddenly appeared, covering them and protecting them firmly. The sudden appearance of the shield stunned everyone. The two speed-type heroes were stunned by the recoil, their arms going numb, their faces filled with disbelief. They stared intently at the two familiar shields, completely baffled. The live stream chat froze for a moment, then exploded with messages. What happened? Where did this shield come from? Is that Su Qingyue? No, she's a healer. When did she get defensive skills? That shield looks like the main tank skill from Meteor Team. Could it be that he cast it on the opponent? Has he gone mad, giving the enemy a shield? All eyes turned to Dong Lei, the sea-level defensive hero of the Meteor Team. Even the members of the Meteor Team stared at him with puzzled expressions. Dong Lei, are you fucking crazy? Why are you giving the enemy a shield? Lu Xing roared in exasperation. Dong Lei was also stunned. There was absolutely no way he could give the other side a shield. The problem is that shield is indeed his hero power, Earth Shield. Without a doubt, this must have been Lin Ye's doing. The system had already issued a plundering prompt before the battle began. Ding! Lootable target detected. Target 1, Lu Xing, C-rank offensive hero. Skill that can be plundered, C-rank active skill explosive impact. Explosive impact concentrates energy into a single point, unleashing it instantly to create a powerful shockwave with penetrating force and destructive power. Target 2, Dong Lei, C-rank defensive hero. Skill that can be looted, C-rank active skill Earth Shield. Earth Shield gathers the power of the earth to apply an energy shield that absorbs damage to a designated target. The shield's strength is related to the user's energy level. In order to deal with this battle, Lin Yi did not hesitate to choose to plunder. Because he was confident in his abilities, he felt comfortable letting Chen Mo command the battle. Even when his command went astray, he was able to turn the tide. Just as the Meteor Team was thrown into chaos and suspicion, Lin Yi made his move. His energy fluctuations remained weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, a standard F level, but his speed far exceeds that of an F-class vehicle. He deftly bypassed Lu Xing, Dong Lei, and others, and quickly cut into the back row of the Meteor Team. This is bad. Protect the treatment. Lu Xing's pupils shrank sharply as he finally realized Lin Ye's true intentions. However, it was all too late. Lin Ye's right fist instantly gathered violent energy, forming a visible and destructive shockwave. Before they even got close, a terrifying shockwave appeared before the two healers. The earth shields protecting the two healers shattered instantly. The two were thrown more than 10 meters by the shockwave, rolled twice on the ground, and then completely lost consciousness. Clean and efficient. Absolutely domineering. From casting Earth Shield to save teammates, to using explosive impact to instantly kill two healers. The whole process was seamless and took only a few seconds. At this moment, the training hall fell into a deathly silence. How could you use my explosive impact? Lu Xing couldn't help but mutter to himself, his face filled with shock and absurdity. In the private club, Zhao Kai suddenly jumped up from the sofa, his face filled with disbelief and terror. Impossible. That's clearly Lu Xing's ability. How could Lin Yi, that good for nothing, possibly use it? Sun Xian's sneer froze instantly. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with gloom and jealousy. It's that feeling again, that sense of powerlessness of being completely manipulated. What secret is this guy hiding? The surrounding heroes remained silent for 3 seconds before erupting in full force. Holy crap! Holy crap! What did I just see? Lin Yi actually used Lu Xing's explosive impact? Was Dong Lei's Earth Shield also cast by Lin Yi? His energy level is clearly still F level. What's going on? Copy. He can actually copy his opponent's abilities. My god, what kind of monster is this? Could it be that he has awakened a second time? Chen Mo stared blankly at Lin Ye's retreating figure. It was a feeling of relief after surviving a disaster. It was the shame of a failed mission. There was also an endless admiration for Lin Ye's seemingly divine mastermind strength. A mix of complex emotions left his mind in chaos. His tactics failed completely, a total disaster. Lu Xing and the others are right. His tactics are just theoretical and completely impractical. Thank goodness the captain was there. Otherwise, the Dawn team would likely suffer a crushing defeat in this sparring match. And all of this is because of him. Just then, Lin Ye's calm and steady voice clearly rang in Chen Mo's mind through the telepathic link. Real combat and theory are inherently different, not to mention that our combat strength is already lagging behind. Learn from the problems you just discovered and continue to optimize your tactics. Remember, a tactical mastermind must always remain calm. There was not a word of blame, not a trace of impatience, only calm encouragement and instruction. These words were like a warm current, instantly flowing into Chen Mo's cold heart. He suddenly looked up at Lin Ye's back. He suddenly remembered what Lin Ye had said to him before the sparring began. If a conflict is found between theory and practice, tactics can be optimized at any time based on actual combat. It turns out, the captain knew all along that my tactics were flawed. He had already anticipated that I might make mistakes in my first real combat command, but he still chose to trust me, letting me take command, even at the cost of putting the entire team in danger. Because he knows that no matter how big a mistake I make, he has the ability to cover for me. He wasn't testing me, he was teaching me. They taught me how to become a true tactical master through the most realistic and brutal real-world combat. Having figured all this out, Chen Mo's eyes instantly welled up with tears. What kind of trust is this? What kind of magnanimity is this? Overwhelmed by a flood of emotion and guilt, he was instantly engulfed. He bit his lip tightly to keep the tears from falling. No one has ever valued him so much. He took a deep breath and, through the telepathic link, responded in a trembling yet resolute voice he had never used before. Captain, I understand. At this moment, the boy's heart, clouded by defeat, reignited by the flame called trust, it shines with unprecedented brilliance. At the same time, Lin Yi slowly turned around, his cold gaze falling on Lu Xing, whose face was ashen. He took over the next battle. His voice entered Han Li's mind through the telepathic link, carrying a magical power like awakening a lion. I see. Go for it. Let them know that Explosive Fist is back. Explosive Fist, it's back. These 6 short words exploded in Han Li's mind like a thunderclap. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. This is not just a battle command, but more like a spell to travel through 2 years. It instantly ignited his heart, which had long been torn apart by hatred and despair. This was his former heroic ability, his glory. 2 years later, he thought that this name had been buried in the past with the destruction of the core energy source. But now, his new captain tells him in an unquestionable tone, it's back. A surge of overwhelming rage and boundless fighting spirit, suppressed for 2 whole years, erupted completely from the depths of Han Li's chest. He let out a beastly roar that sounded inhuman, and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. The wound that Su Qingyue had just healed burst open again due to the violent expansion of the muscles. Blood was everywhere, but he seemed to feel no pain at all. At that moment, he threw all reason and defensive skills to the back of his mind. Only one thought remained in his mind: fight. Destruction. Tear everything in front of him apart. Han Li completely abandoned his defenses and, like a mad bull, charged at Lu Xing and Dong Lei. You're asking for death. Lu Xing grinned maliciously upon seeing this. In his view, Han Li's suicidal fighting style was utterly foolish. Dong Lei was the first to step forward, and the earth shield condensed into a thick, earth-yellow protective layer around him. Lu Xing stood not far behind Dong Lei, his fist wreathed in fierce energy. Han Li concentrated all his power into his right fist. His right fist was enveloped in white chi, emitting a dazzling and brilliant white light. Heavenly Gang Fist. With unstoppable force, he unleashed his strongest punch. His fist slammed hard into the earth shield. In an instant, the surface of the shield was covered with countless cracks. In less than a second, the cracks spread rapidly. The shield shattered completely, revealing Dong Lei's shocked face. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his energy fluctuations plummeted instantly, clearly indicating that he was seriously injured. Just then, a figure leaped high into the air behind Dong Lei. Lu Xing's face was contorted with rage, and his fists were also wreathed in terrifying energy. Explosive impact. He roared and threw a punch. Instantly, a burst of shockwave roared in, heading straight for Han Li. At the same time, an earth-yellow energy shield suddenly enveloped Han Li, tightly covering him. Gender, male. Immediately afterwards, a stream of emerald green, vibrant spring water passed through the shield and sprinkled onto Han Li. That was Su Qingyue's life-giving spring. The explosive impact shattered Han Li's energy shield within a second. The powerful impact forced Han Li back repeatedly. However, his feet were firmly planted on the ground, carving 2 shallow furrows into the earth. The shockwaves ripped open wounds on his body, but they healed rapidly under the nourishment of the life-giving spring. After the 2 forces dissipated, Han Li's steel-like body stood quietly, with white steam rising continuously from his body. Just when everyone thought he was too badly injured to fight anymore, his body suddenly lunged towards Lu Xing, his fists striking out alternately, unleashing bursts of fist energy that swept through the air like machine gun fire. Lu Xing's expression changed slightly, and he immediately retaliated by unleashing a series of shockwaves to clash with the attack. In an instant, the wind howled from the fists, and the energy surged everywhere. Wow, Hanli still has that explosive punch. He's this fierce as soon as he steps into the ring. Awesome. Explosive fist is back. Lu Xing is finished. He's being suppressed. The heroes in the surrounding audience gasped in amazement. As they said, in this fierce exchange of blows, Lu Xing gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Because of this style of fighting where injuries are traded for injuries, the side with the better healing ability has the advantage. Lin Yi had already defeated the Meteor team's healing abilities. On the Dawn team's side, Su Qingyue's healing power far exceeds the combined healing power of the 2 D-level healing heroes. What are you all waiting for? Go and surround him. Lu Xing shouted loudly. His only advantage is that he still has 4 D-rank heroes behind him. However, the voice that answered him was Lin Ye's. Are you calling them? Lu Xing was stunned. He turned his head and saw 4 people lying at Lin Ye's feet. They were the 4 D-level heroes. Holy crap! When did Lin Yi take down those 4 guys? That was too fast. I was so focused on the fight between Hanli and Lu Xing that I didn't even notice Lin Yi. I saw it. Lin Yi is too powerful. He basically took down those 4 D-level heroes with 1 punch each. He copied Lu Xing's C-level ability, making it easy for him to deal with D-level heroes. C-rank heroes naturally have a huge advantage when dealing with D-rank heroes, but it is by no means easy to easily crush 4 D-rank heroes. The only reason is that Lin Yi is not just a C-level hero. His biggest trump card is his S-level passive ability, One Punch breaks the limit. With a single punch that breaks through limits, not to mention D-rank heroes, even C-rank defensive heroes would find it difficult to withstand his explosive impact. Lu Xing was disheartened, never expecting that the Meteor team would be defeated in an 8-on-4 situation. What he found even more unacceptable was that not a single member of the opposing Dawn team had fallen. Such a huge disparity was completely unbearable for him. How could I possibly lose to a team made up of a bunch of trash? Lu Xing roared, filled with resentment. However, he was met with an even denser barrage of fist energy. His punch was abruptly interrupted, and more powerful punches rained down, completely shattering his offensive. With a scream, Lu Xing, covered in countless fist marks, crashed heavily to the ground. Seeing that there were no more enemies on the field, the crimson in Han Li's eyes gradually faded. He gasped for breath, looking at the shocked, fearful, and admiring gazes of the crowd on the sidelines, and couldn't help but let out a long howl. The long howl was filled with the pain that had been suppressed for many years and the joy of being released in one day. The large screen above the arena displayed the results of this competition. Dawn team wins this match. The entire venue was initially eerily silent. Immediately afterwards, a thunderous roar of applause and cheers erupted. Everyone stared incredulously at the 4 figures in the arena, 1 F rank and 3 trash. They actually defeated an 8-person team that had all members at least D rank and included 2 C rank heroes. This is simply a miracle. The live stream's popularity reached its peak at this moment. Countless curses and exclamations filled the screen. What a trash Meteor team. Is this all they're capable of? 8 against 4 and they were completely defeated? That's outrageous. It's basically 8 against 3, and the other side even has an ordinary player. Hanli and Su Qingyue are indeed the B-level heroes who were once famous in Jiangcheng. They are still as formidable as ever. The Dawn team has truly risen from the ashes. Lin Yi is amazing. A person with poor character is useless no matter how capable they are. That's right. He might kick these people out of the team after the rating assessment. Just then, a deafening shout suddenly rang out from the crowd. I understand. Su Qingyue, Han Li, and Lin Yi are all second-stage awakeners. Second awakening. These 4 words exploded like a bombshell in the noisy venue in the boiling live broadcast room. Instantly, all the cheers and discussions ceased. The fervor on people's faces was quickly replaced by a deeper shock and horror. That's a miracle that only exists in legends in the world of heroes. Every hero who undergoes a second awakening is, without exception, a powerful figure standing at the top of the pyramid. This concept is as distant as mythology for the vast majority of ordinary heroes. But now, this myth seems to be vividly unfolding before their eyes. That's right. It must be a second awakening. To regain C-level strength after the core energy source is shattered, there is no other explanation but a second awakening. My god, I actually witnessed 3 heroes undergoing a second awakening. Although they have awakened a second time, their core energy source from the first awakening has been shattered, so they are actually no different from ordinary heroes. Yes, they can't compare to those who are truly at the top of the second awakening realm. This highly persuasive conjecture spread like wildfire, becoming the universally acknowledged truth within seconds. However, since they are not true second awakenings, most people are still relatively balanced in their mindset. Inside the luxurious private club, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like water could drip from it. Zhao Kai slammed the wine glass in his hand to the ground, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Lin Yi on the screen, his face contorted with rage and resentment. A second awakening. How? How can he have a second awakening? He roared hysterically, his his heart burning with rage. Lu Yun's face was full of jealousy. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Sun Qian leaned back on the sofa, saying nothing. That signature fake smile has long since disappeared, replaced by a lingering gloom. The words Lin Yi had said in the hospital room kept echoing in his mind. I hope you won't regret it later. It turns out that he had already awakened a second time by then. A faint yet exceptionally clear sense of regret, like a venomous snake, quietly crept into the depths of his heart. Zhao Kai seemed to have thought of something, shook his head sharply, and said loudly as if to comfort himself. So what if he's awakened a second time? He's only at rank C at most now. Once Captain Luo replenishes our team contribution points, you'll be promoted to rank B, and I'll get promoted to A level. What does he have to offer compared to us? What did he hear? Lu Yun, as if grasping at a lifeline, quickly echoed. As long as Lin Yi doesn't reach S rank, we'll never have any regrets. He's far from making us regret it. Even so, only the three of them know their true thoughts. Faced with the overwhelming discussions and fervent gazes around them, Han Li and Su Qingyue were somewhat at a loss. They instinctively looked at Lin Yi, their eyes full of questions. Lin Yi simply smiled slightly, offering no explanation. This beautiful misunderstanding came at just the right time. It not only perfectly explains why Han Li and Su Qingyue regained their strength, this propelled the Dawn team to a whole new level. It shrouded them in a mysterious aura. However, at this moment he was more concerned about the system's rating of the team's mission. Ding! Team mission complete. Battle settlement in progress. Lin Yi's heart stirred, and he waited expectantly for the system's evaluation. The next second, a series of detailed assessment reports unfolded in his mind like a data stream. Team member, Chen Mo. Performance analysis, using oneself as bait to win a decisive victory from afar. By accurately exploiting the enemy's underestimation of their strength and planning the first kill at the start, an advantage can be established in the battle. Under immense pressure, they demonstrated exceptional tactical acumen and mental fortitude. Weaknesses, as an ordinary player, they become a weak link in the team during subsequent high-intensity battles, lacking self-protection abilities and extremely reliant on teammates for protection. Overall rating, B+. Flaws do not detract from the overall merit, commendable courage. Seeing Chen Mo's evaluation, Lin Yi nodded to himself. The system's evaluation is quite fair. For an ordinary person participating in real combat for the first time, being able to devise a tactic of using oneself as bait at the start is already quite impressive. It's understandable that this later became a weakness. Team member, Su Qingyue. Performance analysis, fearless in the face of danger, and dedicated to fulfilling duties. Precise and timely treatment is the core guarantee for the team to adopt the trading injury for injury tactic. Its powerful healing abilities are key to crushing the enemy's fighting spirit. Weaknesses, low combat participation, lack of proactive offensive or defensive measures. Overall rating, A. Perfect logistical support, impeccable support provider. Su Qingyue fulfilled her duties as a therapist perfectly, and her A-level rating is well-deserved. Team member, Han Li. Performance analysis, obedience to orders and unwavering conviction. They execute tactical orders with precision and unleash a fighting spirit that surpasses all limits. Overpowering two equally matched opponents head-on, he was the main force behind this victory, perfectly embodying the formidable reputation of Explosive Fist. Weaknesses, the combat style relies too heavily on healing support, and defensive awareness is weak, making the character vulnerable to being targeted. Overall rating, A+, a berserker with soaring fighting spirit, unstoppable. Han Li's performance was truly amazing. He rediscovered his former self, and the A+ rating is the best affirmation of his abilities. Finally, here is Lin Yi's own evaluation. Captain, Lin Yi. Performance analysis, strategic planning and overall control. They precisely seized key capabilities, turning the tide of battle several times on both offense and defense. Use swift and decisive measures to dismantle the enemy's core, healing, and quickly eliminate the remaining enemies. Common decisive on-the-spot command plays a crucial role in motivating the team members. Shortcomings, none. Overall rating, SS, impeccable and perfect performance, performing S-class tasks under the guise of F-class. Looking at the SS level rating given by the system, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. The final mission rating is being calculated based on the team members' overall performance. Final rating, S level. Reward, 500 team reputation points. Bonus reward, team passive skill, tactical resonance, is now activated. Tactical resonance, when a team has offensive, healing, and defensive heroes simultaneously, all members' abilities are increased by 15%, and their teamwork is improved by 15%. The system notification sounded in Lin Yi's mind, which made him feel great. This time, not only did I get the maximum reputation reward, but I also received an additional bonus from the team's passive skill. This passive skill, in particular, almost instantly elevated the team's overall strength to a new level. Although there is no official defensive hero in the team right now, he can take on the role of a defensive hero as long as he temporarily borrows a defensive ability. Captain, we won. Su Qingyue walked to his side, her face full of excited smiles. A year later, she finally tasted victory. victory again. Standing on the battlefield, the feeling of using her own strength to help her teammates allowed her to rediscover her dignity as a hero. Hanli strode over, still bearing some wounds, but his spirits were higher than ever before. "Captain, this feels amazing." He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. "I feel like I've come back to life." Chen Mo also came over, his face showing both excitement and a hint of shame. "You did a great job." Lin Yi patted him on the shoulder. "To perform like this in my first real combat command has exceeded my expectations." Chen Mo's eyes were slightly red, and he nodded heavily. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing a Hero Association uniform stepped out from the crowd. The badge on his chest indicated that he was a Class B law enforcement officer, and was none other than Zhang Hong, the deputy director of the law enforcement department of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association. "Captain Lin Yi." Zhang Hong walked up to Lin Yi, his expression serious. "I am very interested in your performance tonight. I hope you can come to the association tomorrow for a detailed competency assessment." As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings immediately fell silent. Everyone understood what the Hero Association's detailed ability assessment meant. That's a test specifically for suspected second awakenings. Once confirmed, not only will their hero rank be reassessed, but they will also receive focused training from the association. However, if the test results are not ideal, they may face even more rigorous scrutiny. Lin Yi remained expressionless and replied indifferently, "Sorry, I don't have time." After saying that, he led the three of them straight away from the sparring hall. There was a moment of stunned silence at the scene. No time? Zhang Hong stood there, stunned, his face filled with disbelief. He is the deputy director of the law enforcement department of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association, a B-level hero. He personally extended an invitation, only to be publicly rejected by an F-rank hero with the words "no time"? This is not just arrogant, it's downright humiliation. The surrounding heroes were stunned, and then a burst of gasps and whispers erupted in discussion. "Did I hear that right? Lin Yi actually refused? Is he crazy? That's Vice Minister Zhang Hong, someone from the law enforcement department. Who would dare disrespect him? Is the Dawn team just starting to show some promise, and they're already asking for trouble? You think you're invincible just because you won one sparring match? How foolish." The murmurs flooded into Zhang Hong's ears like a tidal wave. His face turned from white to red, then from red to green, and finally turned ashen. His gaze was fixed on Lin Yi's departing figure, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. What a Lin Yi! How dare a mere F-rank person show him such contempt? Zhang Hong gritted his teeth and squeezed out those 5 words, his anger raging, before storming off. He secretly vowed that he would make Lin Yi and the entire Dawn team pay back 100-fold for the humiliation he had suffered today. Walking back to his apartment, Lin Yi remained calm and composed. A cold smile curved slightly at the corners of his mouth. He clearly remembers the days when he was still an A-level hero and the Dawn team was at its peak. At that time, Vice Minister Zhang Hong followed closely behind him like a loyal dog, calling him Captain Lin affectionately. But when he was seriously injured and fell to F rank, the Dawn team's rating was in jeopardy. Without even a word, the enforcement department forcibly reclaimed Dawn's exclusive base. The 2 law enforcement officers who were sent to notify him found him lying in a hospital bed and openly retaliated against him. To kick someone when they're down, to change course depending on the wind. This is the true face of those people in the law enforcement department. Now, seeing that Dawn is beginning to show promise, Su Qingyue and Hanli seem to have completed his second awakening. They swarmed in like flies drawn to a fishy smell, eager to reclaim this achievement and resources and bring them back under their control. It's utterly ridiculous and despicable. Do they think Lin Yi is still the same old Lin Yi who swallowed his pride for the sake of the bigger picture and so-called heroic honor? He has long since seen through everything. From then on, he would only act according to his own will. No one can use any pretext to morally blackmail him anymore. He will walk his own path. He's the one who calls the shots in his team. Meanwhile, in a luxury penthouse apartment in Jiangcheng, on the spacious and luxurious bed, a beautiful woman with a perfect figure nestled lazily in the arms of a man. The man's name is Zhang Hong, and he is the captain of the A-level team Sharp Blade. Just as he was preparing to begin a pleasant bedtime activity, the jarring ringtone of his communication device rang out at the most inopportune moment. Zhang Hong frowned and glanced at the caller ID with slight impatience. It was his subordinate planted in the Hero Association's intelligence center. Why is she calling at this hour? Could it be that Su Qingyue is up to something again? He answered the phone, his voice clearly irritated. "Speak. Captain Zhang, Su Qingyue, it seems she has completed her second awakening. She just joined the Dawnbreaker team and demonstrated C-level healing abilities in the 7th sparring hall." Zhang Hong paused for a moment, his brows furrowing involuntarily, but soon, he let out a cold laugh full of disdain. "He's just a C-level therapist, how much trouble can he cause? You'd better not bother me with such trivial matters anymore." When Dawn team was mentioned, a hint of disdain flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes. If Lin Yi hadn't become an F rank, I might still have some reservations, but the Dawn we see now is nothing but a mess. Let's see if they can maintain their B-level team rating in 10 days. After saying that, he casually tossed the terminal aside, completely forgetting about the matter. Next, he will focus on enjoying the delicious food tonight. Meanwhile, at another manor, a middle-aged man who was enjoying tea also received the same message. He is Han Li's former superior, Wei Dejong, an A-level hero. Han Li has awakened a C-level ability for the second time? Wei Dejong raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. But his reaction was exactly the same as Zhang Heng's. He quickly regained his composure. A mere C-level ability is nothing to him. Moreover, Han Li was still in the Dawn team, which was on the verge of disbanding and barely surviving, so it wasn't worth him personally taking action. In his view, it was nothing more than the last struggle of a loser. The atmosphere inside Lin Ye's apartment was lively. That felt great. That was so satisfying. Han Li excitedly waved his fist, as if he wanted to roar out all the resentment that had been building up over the past 2 years. Su Qinyue also wore an excited smile. This victory was of great significance to her. Chen Mo was the only one who remained silent. As soon as he got back to his apartment, he locked himself in his room. Captain, is he sad because he can't help? Su Qinyue looked at Lin Yi with concern. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. He's not that fragile. Now, he should be reviewing the battle, summarizing his mistakes and lessons learned. Trust me, next time, he'll definitely bring us an even bigger surprise. Looking at Lin Yi's confident smile, Su Qinyue and Han Li couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for the seemingly frail young man. After exchanging a few words with the two, Lin Yi returned to his room. He closed the door and immediately called upon the system in his mind. Open the team shop. The team shop is now open. Current reputation, 500 points. A virtual exchange list slowly unfolded in Lin Yi's mind. Meteorite armor, Tier C physical defense increased by 10%, energy resistance increased by 15%, 300 reputation. Demon slaying longsword, rank C increases attack power by 10%, and provides an additional 15% penetration against energy defense, 280 reputation. Swift boots, grade C increases movement speed by 10% and agility by 20%, 320 reputation. Tier C energy core, upgrades a hero to Tier C, 500 reputation. Tier B energy core, upgrades a hero to Tier B, 2000 reputation. Perfect healing potion, instantly restores all injuries and energy, 150 reputation. Basic swordsmanship mastery, suitable for offensive heroes, 100 reputation. Advanced healing spell, for healing heroes, 350 reputation. Battlefield awareness, for speed-type heroes, 220 reputation. Iron wall defense, for defensive heroes, 230 reputation. Lin Yi knew that with Dawn's current lineup, it would be extremely difficult to pass the B-level team rating assessment in 10 days. He now faces only two choices. One is to wait for Chen Mo to awaken his heaven-defying A-level or even S-level talent, but this is full of variables. The other is to take the lead and improve to C-level as soon as possible. If he can reach rank C, the system will likely upgrade accordingly, unlocking more powerful abilities. Even if the system doesn't immediately unlock higher-level skills, he can still plunder the abilities of B-rank heroes. Although the system clearly states that each team member can only be instilled with one ability at present, it does not restrict the installation of the same ability at a higher level. If Su Qinyue and Han Li can also be promoted to B-rank, then with two true B-rank heroes, plus himself, passing the assessment will be a sure thing. Therefore, despite the tempting skill books and equipment in the store, Lin Yi made his decision without hesitation. Exchange for a C-grade energy core. Exchange successful. 500 reputation points deducted. A crystal the size of a pigeon egg, emitting a soft white light, appeared in Lin Yi's hand. Without delay, he took the energy core to the training room that came with the apartment. This area is equipped with an energy shielding device, which can effectively isolate energy fluctuations that leak out during upgrades. Lin Yi sat down cross-legged and swallowed the energy core directly into his mouth. A powerful and violent surge of energy erupted within him instantly. Like a flood bursting its banks, it relentlessly washed over his parched veins. The pain was indescribable. Lin Yi felt as if his body was being pushed to its limit by this force. Every inch of flesh and every bone was groaning in pain. His consciousness was fading and turning black, but he gritted his teeth. With extraordinary willpower, he tried his best to guide this energy to impact the already shattered core energy source. This is a process of destruction followed by construction, a domineering act of forcibly reshaping one's own energy cycle with external force. Only after he had completely absorbed the last bit of energy did the excruciating pain gradually subside. His whole body was soaked in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. He slowly opened his eyes, a dazzling glint of light flashing across them. He has finally recovered to grade C. His original offensive ability, Starfall, was restored to its C-rank power. However, the core energy source is still broken, and the energy fluctuations remain weak, similar to those of an F-class energy source. Just then, the system notification sounded continuously. Ding! Host level upgraded to C level. The number of abilities the host can solidify has been increased to 2. The highest level of lootable loot has been upgraded to rank B. S-rank passive ability One Punch Breaks limit effect Enhanced ignores 60% of the target's physical defense and energy resistance. The team development module has been upgraded and the team member attribute panel has been refined. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. Since the team development module was launched, he had not had time to check the attribute panels of his team members in detail. View team member attributes. Name, Su Qingyue. Level, C. Ability, Spring of Life. Attributes, Strength E, Agility D, Constitution D, Spirit B+, Energy C. Evaluation, possesses top-tier healing talent and extremely strong mental power, but has severely deteriorated combat experience and lacks self-protection abilities. Training recommendation, it is recommended to exchange for healing skill books to enhance support capabilities, or to instill mental control skills to improve battlefield survivability. Name, Han Li. Level, C. Ability, Heavenly Fist. Attributes, Strength B, Agility C, Constitution B, Spirit C, Energy C. Evaluation, a born berserker, possessing strong combat instincts and an indomitable will. Strength is his greatest advantage. Training recommendation, enhance its melee burst damage and equip it with defensive or dash skills to compensate for its lack of agility. Name, Chen Mo. Level, Ordinary Person. Ability, Not Yet Awakened. Attributes, Strength F, Agility F, Constitution F, Spirit A, Energy F. Evaluation, possesses extraordinary mental strength and near monstrous tactical thinking, a natural-born commander, but extremely weak physical constitution. Training suggestion, unleash your awakened potential through continuous combat, or exchange for mental power amplification items to accelerate the awakening process. After carefully reviewing the detailed panels of the three individuals, Lin Ye's plans for the future became increasingly clear. For the next 9 days, the primary task is to find heroes who possess B-level Life Spring and B-level Heavenly Fist. Secondly, he would accept missions to defeat monsters, using real combat to awaken Chen Mo's inner demons. These two tasks do not conflict. Finding B-rank heroes and accepting quests are both done in the Hero Hall. The next day, in the Meteor Team office, the air was so oppressive it felt like it could drip water. The 8 men gathered together, all with ashen faces. Last night's battle did indeed achieve their goal. Meteor Team rose to fame overnight, but with a reputation that will last for eternity. The 8-on-14 was completely crushed. The commander was manipulated by an ordinary person on the other side. The captain's ability was copied on the spot, which backfired spectacularly. It can be said that last night's battle has nailed the Meteor Team to the pillar of shame in the world of heroes. Lu Xing's face was extremely gloomy. He slammed his fist heavily on the table and roared, "This is not going to end here. If you fall, you have to get back up." A fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. "While the Dawn Squad goes out to hunt monsters, we'll be out there and take them down." First floor of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association building. Lin Yi led the refreshed Su Qingyue, Han Li, and Chen Mo into the Hall of Heroes. The hall was bustling with activity as heroes selected suitable missions from the mission panel. When Lin Yi and his group of 4 entered the hall, the noisy environment immediately quieted down briefly. Countless gazes, some subtle and some direct, were cast upon them. "Look, it's Team Dawn. Is that Lin Yi? He doesn't look particularly special. I heard they are all second-stage awakeners, but I don't know if it's true." Whispers rose and fell all around, filled with curiosity, inquiry, and even undisguised jealousy. Han Li frowned, emanating a violent aura that kept strangers at bay, causing several heroes who wanted to get closer to watch the spectacle to involuntarily take 2 steps back. Su Qingyue also seemed a little awkward and unconsciously moved closer to Lin Yi. Chen Mo lowered his head, pushed up his glasses, and tried his best to ignore the strange looks. Lin Yi remained calm and walked straight to the mission release area. System, scan all heroes in the lobby and filter for targets with B-grade Life Spring and B-grade Heavenly Fist. Command confirmed, scanning in progress. Scan complete. No matching targets found. The system's response was exactly what Lin Yi had expected. B-level heroes are considered the backbone of any city, and their numbers are inherently limited. Heroes with specific B-level abilities are even rarer to encounter. "Captain, what do you think of this mission?" Chen Mo asked, pointing to a C-level mission. Mission level, C. Mission objective, eliminate the C-rank monster Steel Claw Demon that is entrenched in the abandoned steel mill in the west of the city. Mission description, the Steel Claw Demon is a humanoid monster 3 meters tall, covered in steel scales, possessing extremely strong defense. Its claws are exceptionally sharp, and it has already caused the downfall of multiple D-level teams. Mission rewards, 30 team honor points, 300 team contribution points. Team honors are used to upgrade the team's level. A team's level must be improved by continuously completing missions. Having A-level heroes doesn't guarantee you can become an A-level team. Of course, the stronger the team members and the more members there are, the faster the team's level will increase. For the current Dawn, this task is just the right level of difficulty. This will allow Han Li and Su Qingyue to better familiarize themselves with their new abilities, and also allow Chen Mo to observe and learn real combat in a relatively safe environment. Lin Yi nodded. "That's good, but there's no rush. You can look around first and familiarize yourself with the functions of the Hero Hall. Many heroes come and go in the Hall of Heroes, and he needs time to carefully select them. Although Chen Mo understood the purpose of the Hall of Heroes, this was his first time here, and he was full of curiosity about everything. Seeing this, Han took the initiative to lead him and carefully explained the various functional areas of the Hero Hall. Su Qingyue stayed by Lin Yi's side. Although she wondered why he didn't hurry up and carry out the mission, she believed that Lin Yi must have his own plans, so she didn't ask any further questions. Half an hour passed, and the system still had no new messages. Han Li and Chen Mo had finished exploring the Hall of Heroes and returned to Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi confirmed the acceptance of the mission on his hero terminal. Seeing that the Dawnbreaker team had only accepted a sea-level mission, the surrounding heroes started a new round of discussion. I thought they were some kind of amazing team, but they only got a sea-level mission? TCH, what's Second Awakening? I think it's just bragging. If you're so capable, why don't you dare to challenge a B-level mission? Aren't they a B-level team? Exactly, they're good at bullying D-level teams, but when they really run into a tough opponent, they immediately back down. Ignoring these sarcastic remarks, Lin Yi and his companions walked straight out of the Hall of Heroes. Unbeknownst to them, in a dark corner of the hall, pairs of venomous eyes were fixed on them. Lu Xing and the other members of the Meteor team, their faces contorted with resentment, hid in the shadows. They took on the task of working at the abandoned factory in the west of the city. We'll make our move when they and the monster are both badly injured. Lu Xing licked his chapped lips, his eyes flashing with greed and murderous intent. Then the monster's corpse will be ours, and the mission rewards will be ours. Their lives are ours too. The other team members all had murderous intent in their eyes. In yesterday's sparring match, they were completely unequipped. Now fully armed, we refuse to believe we can't take down Dawn. As for whether the opponent would have equipment, Lu Xing wasn't worried at all. He had already investigated and found that Lin Yi had used all of his team contribution points to train his 4 teammates. He didn't have any decent equipment on him. As for the other 3, Su Qingyue and Han Li have been regarded as useless for many years, and Chen Mo is just an ordinary person. They could never have hero equipment. Therefore, Meteor is destined to win this battle. An abandoned steel plant in the western suburbs of Jiangchang. This place was once the largest steel base in Jiangchang, but it was later attacked by strange people and became dilapidated, resembling a huge steel graveyard. The air was filled with a strong metallic rust smell and the putrid stench of some unknown creature, making people feel nauseous. Lin Yi and the other 3 stood in front of the factory gate, each with a different expression. Captain, is this the Steel Claw Demon's lair? Su Qingyue frowned slightly as she looked at the gloomy scene before her. Lin Yi nodded, his gaze sweeping around. According to the mission intelligence, that guy is in the innermost steelmaking workshop. He turned to look at Chen Mo beside him and solemnly instructed him. You'll be by my side during this mission. Use your eyes to carefully observe what a real battle is like. We need to clearly understand each of our habits, strengths, and weaknesses in combat. This is crucial for your future tactical planning. Chen Mo nodded solemnly, his face full of focus. He knew that at this moment, Lin Yi was imparting to him the most valuable practical lessons. Prepare for battle. At Lin Yi's command, Han Li and Su Qingyue immediately entered battle mode. Han Li cracked his knuckles as he flexed his wrists, his eyes gleaming with fierce fighting spirit. Su Qingyue's palms shimmered with a faint light, ready to provide healing to her teammates at any moment. The 4 cautiously ventured deeper into the factory, passing through rows of abandoned equipment resembling the skeletons of steel behemoths. The deeper you go, the stronger the stench in the air becomes. Finally, in the deepest part of the steelmaking workshop, they found their target. A deafening roar, seemingly capable of tearing steel apart, resounded through the heavens, and iron filings rained down from the workshop ceiling. A humanoid monster, over 3 meters tall and covered in dark silver steel scales, stood atop a massive smelting furnace. Its limbs were thick and powerful, and its scarlet eyes gleamed with a fierce light. The most eye-catching feature is its pair of enormous steel claws, each half a meter long. The claws gleamed coldly, as if they could easily tear anything apart. This is the C-class monster, Steel Claw Demon. Steel Claw Demon clearly noticed these uninvited guests. It let out an even more ferocious roar, and its massive body leaped down from the top of the smelting furnace, which was more than 10 meters high. The heavy thud was like a small explosion, instantly cracking the hard concrete floor and kicking up clouds of dust. Without pausing, it suddenly exerted force with its powerful hind legs. Its massive body instantly transformed into a blurry silver afterimage, hurtling towards Han Li, who was closest to it, with a terrifying speed disproportionate to its size. Faced with this thunderous attack, Han Li did not retreat but advanced, his fighting spirit suddenly igniting within him. He roared, his muscles tensing. The fist, enveloped in blazing white energy, shot forward like a cannonball. Heavenly Gang Fist. A piercing clang of metal echoed throughout the workshop. An overwhelming force surged wildly along the surface of his fist. Han Li felt his right arm go numb instantly, and his body slid back 7 or 8 meters uncontrollably, his feet carving deep furrows in the ground. He looked down and saw a deep bone-revealing blood groove on the protective aura covering his fist. The Steel Claw Demon merely swayed slightly, without retreating a single step. It flicked its unscathed steel claws, a hint of contempt flashing in its crimson eyes, and the cold glint of its claw blades grew even sharper. This guy's claws are fucking hard. Hanli shook his numb hand, his eyes showing no fear, but instead burning with an even more intense fighting spirit. Perfect, I'll take these back and make 2 machetes for my father. Having failed to defeat his opponent with a single blow, Steel Claw Demon became utterly enraged. Its claws lashed out wildly, transforming into a dense, silver storm of death that swept over Hanli. Those swift claw shadows almost completely blocked Hanli's escape route. Hanli's expression turned serious, and he dared not take the challenge head-on. They can only rely on their honed combat instincts to nimbly dodge and find opportunities to counterattack. Su Qingyue stood at the rear of the battlefield, her expression focused. The life-giving spring in her hands transformed into streams of green light. It landed precisely on Hanli, quickly repairing the wounds that had been cut by the steel claws. With Su Qingyue's support, Hanli unleashed his full power, launching increasingly fierce attacks and engaging in intense hand-to-hand combat with the Steel Claw Demon. Fists and claws clashed, creating a deafening roar. The deafening roar of their battle echoed throughout the workshop. Lin Yi did not rush to make a move. For Hanli and Su Qingyue, Steel Claw Demon was an excellent sparring partner. There's no need to rush to eliminate it. Chen Mo stood behind Lin Yi, watching every detail of the battlefield with bated breath. My mind raced, comparing, analyzing, and verifying every combat action I saw with the tactical theories in my head. The cold words on the page seemed to come alive at that moment. This is the real battle. Cruel, direct, and allowing no room for error. After a fierce battle, Hanli and Su Qingyue displayed amazing teamwork. Hanli, like an endless war god, tirelessly held off the Steel Claw Demon head-on. Su Qingyue's treatment allowed him to recklessly exchange wounds with the steel monster. Finally, Steel Claw Demon realized that he had to deal with that annoying healer first. With a sudden swipe of its claw, it sent Hanli flying. Immediately afterwards, he pushed off with his hind legs, and his whole body transformed into a silver cannonball, rushing straight towards Su Qingyue behind him. This is bad. Hanli's expression changed drastically while he was in midair. The Steel Claw Demon was extremely fast. If this attack had landed on Su Qingyue, it would have torn her to shreds in an instant. He wanted to go to the rescue, but it was too late. However, even when faced with a deadly attack, Su Qingyue's delicate face showed no fear, because she believed that the man was always in control. Just as the Steel Claw Demon's claws were about to touch Su Qingyue, a figure appeared like a ghost, standing firmly in front of her. In his hand, a menacing-looking combat dagger had appeared out of nowhere, its blade gleaming with a cold, eerie blue light. Strangely, the entire blade of the dagger was covered with fine, spiderweb-like cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. The Steel Claw Demon's killing intent had reached its peak, and he completely ignored Lin Yi's sudden appearance. The steel claws, capable of tearing apart tanks, mercilessly slashed down at Lin Yi's head. Lin Yi's eyes sharpened, but he remained calm. Without dodging or evading, the seemingly fragile cracked dagger in his hand drew an elegant yet deadly blue arc, gracefully meeting the unstoppable Steel Claw. S-rank passive ability, One Punch Breaks Limit, activated. An invisible force of rules, capable of penetrating all things, surged from Lin Yi's body towards the dagger in an instant. There was no earth-shattering noise, only a strange, soft sound like a hot knife cutting through butter. The steel claw that had caused Hanli so much suffering and was seemingly indestructible was instantly cleaved in two by the dagger without any resistance, leaving a smooth, mirror-like cut. Steel Claw Demon's crimson pupils suddenly contracted, and for the first time, an expression of near astonishment appeared on his face. But the initial shock quickly turned into extreme terror. Because the dagger that severed its claws still had momentum, it transformed into a ghostly blue phantom and silently slashed across its neck. "Who are you?" The Steel Claw Demon's massive body stiffened. Then, a huge metal head shot into the sky. Hot, metallic-smelling blood gushed from his neck. With a loud crash, its massive headless corpse fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. From the moment the attack was made to the instant kill, it was only a blink of an eye. Chen Mo stood at a distance, watching this clean, decisive, and brutally beautiful fatal blow, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable admiration and worship. Su Qingyue and Hanli stared blankly at Lin Yi, knowing that Lin Yi's strength was definitely not F-level. But that attack that instantly killed the C-class monster Steel Claw Demon was truly shocking and amazing. Lin Yi was not surprised at all. This shattered star was an A-grade weapon. Although its core is shattered, it remains incredibly sharp. With the added power of the breaking limit punch, killing a C-class monster in an instant would be a piece of cake. Hanli, keep its head safe. It's the mission credentials. Upon hearing this, Hanli immediately took out the prepared bag and put the metal head inside. Then, Lin Yi walked to the severed steel claw, kicked it, and it made a crisp metallic sound. These claws are made of C-plus grade material. Find a good craftsman and he can forge a pair of arm blades for you. After saying that, he walked towards the corpse, used the shattered star to cut off the other steel claw, and threw it to Hanli. Next, he pried open the Steel Claw Demon's hard chest cavity and took out a silver metal heart the size of a volleyball. Steel heart, a grade C raw material, is an excellent material for strengthening equipment, and its scales, though not as hard as claws, are extremely resilient, making them perfect for soft armor. Just as Lin Yi was packing up his spoils, a burst impact shot in from the doorway without warning, heading straight for the unsuspecting Chen Mo. A deadly crisis descended silently in an instant. Chen Mo stared blankly at the shockwave carrying destructive energy, which rapidly magnified in his pupils, while his body was completely unable to react. He simply couldn't understand why a hero would kill an ordinary person like him. The beliefs about heroism, unity, justice, and protection found in books are now being cruelly shattered by reality. Just as the explosive impact was about to engulf Chen Mo, a figure swiftly appeared in front of him like lightning. The explosive impact slammed into Lin Yi's back with a dull thud. The terrifying aftershocks of energy spread outwards, even lifting a layer off the ground. Chen Mo was knocked to the ground by the shockwave, staring blankly at Lin Yi's figure. His once upright figure was now slightly hunched. His handsome face turned pale, and the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth became even more vivid and striking. "Are you all right?" Lin Yi gave a weak smile. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat, as if something had been touched. "Captain!" Han Li and Su Qingyue rushed over immediately, their eyes filled with anxiety and anger. Green light surged in Su Qingyue's palm as she immediately prepared to treat Lin Yi. I never expected that Captain Lin Yi would actually withstand my explosive impact just to save a bookworm. I'm truly impressed." Lu Xing grinned maliciously and swaggered in through the workshop door. He was followed by Dong Lei and 6 other members of the Meteor team. They were dressed in various armors, wielding sharp blades, fully armed, and confident of victory. Seeing Lin Yi's seriously injured appearance, Lu Xing's smug expression grew even stronger. He stretched out his finger, greedily pointing at the cracked dagger in Lin Yi's hand, and then at the corpse of the steel claw demon on the ground. "Lin Yi, leave behind the dagger in your hand and the corpse of the steel claw demon. For the sake of our past as heroes, I can show mercy and spare your lives." He paused, his eyes turning sinister and vicious. "Otherwise, this ruin today will be the burial ground for your dawn." Han Li trembled with rage and roared, "Lu Xing, you despicable scoundrel. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one." Lin Yi raised his hand to stop him. He slowly straightened up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and stared at Lu Xing with cold eyes, as if looking at a clown. "Yes, that's me. Are you dreaming?" The unwavering refusal instantly froze the smile on Lu Xing's face. Lin Yi sneered inwardly. Injured? It was all just an act. The system notification sounded the moment they stepped into the abandoned steel plant. Ding! Lootable target detected. Lu Xing, C-rank explosive impact. From that moment on, Lin Yi knew that the Meteor team, those flies, had followed him. The reason he didn't expose the truth, and even deliberately took the blow head-on, was simply to stage a self-inflicted injury. Just now, the instant he stood in front of Chen Mo, another system notification quietly sounded. Ding! Team member Chen Mo has been subjected to intense emotional stimulation, and the awakening process has increased by 5%. Lin Yi understood instantly. Intense emotional fluctuations, or fatal external pressures, are the key factors that urge Chen Mo to awaken. In that case, let's treat the Meteor team in front of us as a stepping stone for Chen Mo's awakening. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. Brothers, let's do it. The next second, the battle erupted completely. The Meteor team was clearly well prepared, well equipped, and coordinated perfectly, determined to annihilate the Dawn team. 2 D-level speed-type heroes were tasked with containing Han Li. They didn't engage in direct combat. Instead, they constantly harassed him, trying to wear him down. With the aid of equipment, these 2 speed-type heroes are even faster and more agile. Han Li's heavenly gang fist was unable to hit his opponent. The 2 D-level offensive heroes targeted Su Qingyue, unleashing a barrage of energy attacks like a storm. Su Qingyue could only dodge awkwardly, occasionally healing herself, and had no time to care about others. 2 D-level healing heroes, Lao De and Lao Er, were responsible for supporting the entire field. Lu Xing and Dong Lei, 2 C-level heroes, held Lin Yi tightly, giving him no chance to breathe. They knew perfectly well that the menacing dagger in Lin Yi's hand was the biggest threat they faced. Lu Xing's attacks were swift and insidious, each move aimed directly at a vital point. Dong Lei focused on defense, blocking all of Lin Yi's attacks for Lu Xing, and the 2 cooperated perfectly. While fending off the 2 attackers, Lin Yi kept an eye on the condition of his other 3 teammates. Whenever someone is in danger, he can immediately shield them with the Earth's protective shield and provide support. Despite being currently suppressed by Lu Xing and Dong Lei, he could actually turn the tables at any time. The fact that he was in a tough fight was just a deliberate illusion he created to put enough pressure on Chen Mo. Chen Mo sat on the ground, witnessing his teammates who had been put in danger to protect him, his heart filled with guilt and anger. If it weren't for me, Lu Xing and his group would never have had a conflict with the captain and his men. If I hadn't been caught off guard, the captain wouldn't have had to take that hit head-on. Han Li and Su Qingyue will not be separated or surrounded. It's all my fault. He watched as Han Li's wounds multiplied, as Su Qingyue faced perilous situations, and as Lin Yi was surrounded and attacked by the 2 men. A fiery and unprecedentedly intense emotion, like a volcanic eruption, accumulated escalated and erupted deep within his chest. Why should we be attacked by this bunch of despicable people? Why should we be treated like prey and slaughtered at will? Unwilling, angry. If I had power, if I could fight. In the midst of this extreme anger and crisis, Chun Mo felt as if something deep within his mind shattered with a crack. A brand new, cold power, seemingly capable of seeing the essence of the world, surged forth from the depths of his soul. Ding! Team member Chun Mo is detected awakening. Intense emotional fluctuations act as a catalyst for awakening. Awakening progress, 10%, 20%, 50%. A system notification suddenly sounded in Lin Ye's mind. He was overjoyed. He hadn't expected it to actually work. His efforts were not in vain. However, the progress stopped at 50%, which surprised him quite a bit. Because whether it's him, Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, Lu Yun, Shen Bing, or anyone else, their awakening was all completed in one go. I've never seen anything like it stop awakening halfway through. A thought flashed through Lin Ye's mind, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. At this moment, Chen Mo realized that he was awakening. He could clearly feel an indescribable power surging within his body. His world has completely changed. In his eyes, the entire battlefield seemed to have become a three-dimensional model composed of countless data and lines. Each person's movements, energy trajectory, attack intentions, and even subtle changes in expression are transformed into a cold, hard data stream, which is rapidly calculated and deduced in his mind. The seemingly perfect teamwork of the Meteor team was immediately riddled with flaws in his eyes. His eyes, which had been unfocused by fear, now focused again. They became sharp and calm, as if they could see through everything. Lin Yi secretly praised in his heart, as expected of an S-level talent. Even with only half awakened, the changes are so amazing. He knew the time had come. This is a high-risk gamble, but it is also a golden opportunity for this rough gem, Chun Mo, to undergo a rapid transformation. In the brief moment between parrying Lu Xing's attacks, a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A calm yet bold instruction was clearly conveyed to everyone's mind through a telepathic connection. Chen Mo, you will be in command of the upcoming battle. Lin Ye's command instantly penetrated everyone's mind like an electric current. Han Li and Su Qingyue were both stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Should Chen Mo be put in command? An ordinary person who was almost scared out of their wits? Has the captain gone mad? This is a life or death battle, not a drill on the training ground. Chen Mo himself was stunned. He never expected that, at such a critical moment, the captain would entrust the fate of the entire team to him. This trust is so heavy. After a brief moment of shock, a strong sense of responsibility and an unprecedented fighting spirit instantly overwhelmed all fear and self-blame. He cannot betray the captain's trust. He must lead everyone out of this desperate situation. Chen Mo suddenly stood up from the ground, his sharp eyes quickly scanning the entire battlefield. Countless tactical plans were rapidly generated, deduced, and selected in his mind. In just 1 second, he identified the key to breaking the deadlock. Sister Qingyue. Chen Mo's calm and firm voice came through the mental link, carrying an unquestionable decisiveness. Stop dodging. Move 3 steps to your left rear and unleash the life spring with all your might to create a healing zone. This command startled Su Qingyue, who was frantically trying to dodge. Give up dodging? Isn't that just waiting to die? But as she looked at Lin Ye's still composed fighting stance, the captain's order just now came to mind. She gritted her teeth and chose to trust unconditionally. Su Qingyue stopped moving. Just as the attack from the D-rank offensive hero behind her was about to hit her, she suddenly leaped 3 steps and dodged to the left and behind. Almost simultaneously, an attack from another D-rank offensive hero came from the other side. The two Meteor team members, unable to retract their force in time, collided violently, both experiencing a surge of blood and chi from the energy backlash. Su Qingyue landed unharmed in a safe area and immediately created a healing zone full of life energy. Brotherly, go through the treatment area and attack those 2 healers with all your might. Shen Mo's second order followed immediately. Han Li roared and withstood the attacks of 2 speed-type heroes, rushing through Su Qingyue's healing area like a cannonball. Although it was only for a moment, the immense life energy enveloped him, allowing his injuries to heal rapidly. He ignored the annoying speed hero and unleashed all his fury on the 2 healers. The violent fist energy rained down like raindrops. The shields of the 2 healers shattered after only 2 seconds. With 2 screams, the 2 healers of the Meteor team were engulfed by an overwhelming barrage of fist energy. After landing a successful attack, Han Li immediately returned to Su Qingyue's aid, single-handedly blocking attacks from 2 strong attackers and 2 speed attackers. Without medical support, the 4 dared not confront Han Li head-on and fought with extreme frustration. Han Li, on the other hand, unleashed a torrent of attacks without restraint. Su Qingyue stood steadily behind, and streams of emerald green life-giving spring water continuously poured onto Han Li. Seeing that the situation was settled, Chen Mo turned his gaze to Lin Yi. After 3 seconds, Lu Xing's attack will be stunned for 0.5 seconds. Dong Lei's defensive focus will shift to the left. That's the chance for a game-winning shot. Lin Ye's lips curled into an approving smile. While dealing with Lu Xing, he silently counted in his mind. Bang! Lu Xing had just unleashed a a powerful explosive impact, but his strength had not yet been fully generated. Lin Yi moved like a ghost, brushing past the edge of the shockwave at an incredible angle, and instantly closed in on the two of them. The shattered star pierced Dong Lei's heart. The explosive impact slammed into Lu Xing's face. At the same time, one punch breaks the limit is activated. Dong Lei was taken aback. He never expected that Lin Yi would launch a counterattack the moment he dodged Lu Xing's attack. He hastily went to defense, but as Chen Mo had predicted, his defensive focus was completely off. The shattered star easily pierced the shield, penetrated his C-grade armor, and finally pierced his heart. Dong Lei coughed up blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Xing was equally shocked. He watched as his own abilities attacked him, feeling utterly ironic. He tried to dodge, but his body was out of his control. Even a mere 0.5 seconds of paralysis can be enough to kill someone. The violent shockwave slammed into Lu Xing's face. The Class C helmet was blasted high into the air and crashed heavily to the side. Lu Xing lay on the ground, his face a bloody mess, his expression cold. He didn't understand why the situation had suddenly collapsed. Just a second ago, they had an absolute advantage. It's as if an invisible hand is manipulating the entire battle from behind the scenes. He turned his head with difficulty, staring intently at the bespectacled young man with a cold expression in the distance. That chilling sense of control was definitely Chen Mo's. Kill him. Kill that bookworm. Lu Xing roared hysterically. But no one could carry out his orders anymore. The remaining 4 D-level heroes had already fallen to Han Li's iron fist. Looking at the corpses of his companions scattered all over the ground, Lu Xing was utterly terrified. His eyes were filled with fear as he stared at Lin Yi, who was approaching step by step. You stay away. No, don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll never do it again, he begged incoherently. Lin Yi did not respond, but stared at him with cold eyes. Seeing that his pleas for mercy were ineffective, Lu Xing's face instantly turned ferocious, and he roared, Lin Yi, you can't kill me. I'm the captain of Meteor. If you kill me, the Hero Association will never let you get away with it. Lin Yi finally spoke, his voice cold and ruthless. You attacked my team member first. This was justified self-defense. After he finished speaking, he waved to Chen Mo. Chen Mo's face was slightly pale, whether from overusing his abilities or from being frightened by the corpses scattered all over the ground, it was hard to tell. He walked to Lin Yi's side, took a deep breath, and seemed to have a premonition of what was about to happen. Lin Yi handed the broken star to Chen Mo. You're just one step away from completion. Chen Mo looked at Lin Yi, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Captain, are we really going to kill him? Han Li and Su Qingyue also came over at this time. Shen boy, don't be naive. Do you think he'll let you off the hook if you let him go? Han Li scolded impatiently. This kind of guy tries to wipe us out after losing a sparring match. You think he'll live the whole country? Lu Xing seemed to see a glimmer of hope and quickly changed his tune. Shan Mo, don't kill me. I beg you. Please let me go for our sake. We're classmates. I promise I won't cause you any more trouble. From now on, I'll avoid you all. Really? Shen Mo looked at Lu Xing's miserable appearance, then glanced at the dagger in Lin Yi's hand. His clenched fist slowly loosened, and his gaze became firm. The next second, he took the dagger and plunged it into Lu Xing's throat without hesitation. Lu Xing's pupils dilated instantly, his eyes filled with terror and resentment. Shan Mo, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. He tried to utter a final curse, but his throat was pierced, and he couldn't make a sound, only a strange humph sound. Lu Xing is dead, the battle is completely over, and the workshop is filled with a strong smell of blood. Chen Mo drew his dagger and slowly stood up. His body swayed slightly, his eyes closed, and he fell forward. A pair of strong arms caught him steadily. It was Lin Yi. This is... Captain, is he alright? Su Qingyue asked worriedly, conjuring a spring of life in her hand, preparing to pour it on Chen Mo. It's alright, the stimulation was too great, and the mental exertion was excessive. You'll be fine after a nap. The C-grade life spring can't cure mental issues, so put it away. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyue withdrew the life spring. Afterwards, the group cleaned up the steel claw demon's corpse and left the workshop. Unbeknownst to anyone, a video of Lu Xing before his death had been transmitted to an email address via his hero terminal. On the way back to the Hall of Heroes, Lin Yi took a moment to check Chen Mo's attribute panel. Name, Chen Mo. Level, Awakening, 50%. Ability, Awakening in Progress, 50%. Attributes, Strength E, Agility E, Constitution E, Spirit A, Energy E. Evaluation, possesses superhuman mental strength and near-monstrous tactical thinking, a natural-born commander. Physical abilities have improved, but remain a fatal weakness. Training suggestion, currently in the awakening stage, it needs stronger stimulation to unleash its potential. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. All of his attributes had actually increased by 1 level. This is only in the awakening stage, and its attributes are already comparable to an E-rank hero? He truly is a near S-level talent. Just as Lin Yi was sighing to himself, Chen Mo woke up. He lowered his head silently, his expression heavy, seemingly lost in thought. Su Qingyue and Han Li were also worried about his condition. After all, such a brutal killing would be too much of a shock for a college student. didn't. Captain, is he alright? Han Li asked softly as he drove. Don't worry, he's much stronger than you think. True strength requires the baptism of blood in fire. Although Chen Mo was impacted, he was not defeated. Lin Yi could feel that the heart of that tactical mastermind was becoming increasingly resilient and calm. When the four returned to the Hall of Heroes, many heroes' eyes flashed with surprise. After all, in the eyes of many, it was a miracle that this team, composed of useless people, was able to return unscathed. The task submission went very smoothly, and Lin Yi would usually share the team contribution points he earned with his teammates. But ever since Qin Bing and the other three betrayed him, he has made up his mind. He can use team contribution points to help his teammates exchange for equipment and items, but he will never directly distribute them to anyone else. Han Li and the other two had no objections to this. Over the next few days, Lin Yi led his team, spending every day in the Hall of Heroes and various mission locations. I'm in. Their goals were clear. On the one hand, to find heroes with B-level Life Spring and B-level Heavenly Fist. On the other hand, to hone the team through high-intensity combat. Chen Mo grew rapidly at a visible pace in each battle. His tactical insight became increasingly sharp, and his command skills became more and more adept. At the beginning, he needed Lin Yi to support him, but later he was able to command the team independently. However, his awakening progress remained unchanged, still stuck at 50%. This left Lin Yi somewhat helpless, and he couldn't help but wonder when Chen Mo would finally awaken completely. Su Qingyue and Han Li's teamwork became increasingly seamless. One is abundant milk, the other is a sharp spear. Under Chen Mo's tactical system, the two exerted a combat power greater than the sum of its parts. The only regret is that Lin Yi has not yet found a suitable B-level plunder target. Until the fourth day, when the Dawn team returned to the Hall of Heroes, they unexpectedly bumped into an acquaintance. Zhao Kai, Lu Yun, Sun Qian. They were followed by a dozen menacing members of the Blazing Flame Squad. Lin Yi, it's been a long time. Zhao Kai crossed his arms, his face full of undisguised smugness and boastfulness. The surrounding heroes were immediately drawn to this spectacle, and they all stopped in their tracks, ready to watch a good show. Lu Yun proudly puffed out her full chest, like a peacock spreading its tail feathers, and announced in a shrill voice, I have good news for you. Thanks to Captain Luo Feng's generosity, we have received enough team contribution points as compensation. She and Sun Qian simultaneously emitted energy fluctuations twice as strong as before. That was clearly the energy fluctuation unique to B-rank heroes. We've officially been promoted to rank B. Sun Qian pushed up his glasses, a signature fake smile on his face. Lin Yi, we should thank you for kicking us out of Dawn back then. Otherwise, how could we have achieved what we have today? The surrounding heroes let out a burst of envious exclamations and whispers. That's a height that countless heroes could never reach in their entire lives. The Blazing Flame team truly lives up to its reputation as an A-level team, with a deep foundation. However, no one noticed. Upon hearing the news, Lin Yi showed no anger or jealousy on his face. Instead, an overwhelming joy surged within him. Lu Yun's life-giving essence has reached grade B. This is like having a pillow delivered to your sleepy head. Without hesitation, he issued the command to the system in his mind. System, plunder Lu Yun's B-level ability Lifespring. Ding. Target detected. B-rank ability Lifespring. Looting successful. Gained rank B ability Lifespring, temporary, but it has been detected that team member Su Qingyue has been instilled with the same ability. Should we upgrade her? The next second, Su Qingyue, who was standing next to Lin Yi, suddenly shuddered. She felt a life energy twice as large and pure as before, surging wildly into her body like a river bursting its banks. Let me introduce myself. Her newly formed C-grade energy core instantly began to transform and evolve under the impact of this powerful energy. A powerful life energy surged within her, cleansing her limbs and bones. Her entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation at that moment. If she was a clear stream before, then she is a rushing river now. Her ability miraculously jumped from rank C to rank B. It doesn't even require the use of a grade B energy core. Su Qingyue looked at Lin Yi beside her in disbelief, her beautiful eyes filled with endless gratitude, shock, and admiration. Without a doubt, this inexplicable upgrade was definitely Lin Yi's doing, and all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Across from her, Lu Yun saw Su Qingyue's speechless expression of shock. She assumed the other party was completely intimidated by her strength, and her smug expression grew even stronger. She deliberately raised her voice and spoke in a condescending tone. Su Qingyue, do you see this? This is the difference between following the right person and following the wrong person. No matter how much trouble you cause Lin Yi, he will never be able to provide the team with this kind of resource. Useless, always just useless. The Flame Blaze team members behind him joined in the jeering, relentlessly mocking Lin Yi's incompetence and poverty. Su Qingyue's face flushed with anger. She couldn't tolerate anyone insulting her captain like that in front of her. You're the ones who are useless. A bunch of blind idiots. Leaving the Dawn team was the stupidest decision you've ever made. You will definitely regret this. You will regret it immensely. She angrily pointed at Lu Yun and scolded her. This was the first time in her life that she had ever cursed someone in front of so many many people. But she couldn't help but be annoyed by these self-important fools in front of her. She's about to go crazy if she doesn't yell at them soon. Hanli, already impatient, chimed in sarcastically. But we really have to thank these idiots. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been able to enter Dawn. Zhao Kai glared and retorted in a vicious tone. Watch your mouth, you bastard. Who are you calling an idiot? Hanli, not to be outdone, retorted. You fucking watch your mouth. Is being rated B really that impressive? When I was at grade B, you were probably still playing in the mud somewhere. Hanli had an extremely loud voice, full of energy. This angry outburst instantly drew the attention of everyone in the Hall of Heroes. The expressions of the members of the Blazing Flame team changed drastically. Zhao Kai felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped in public. Hanli, you're asking for death. Zhao Kai flew into a rage, and the energy fluctuations of a B-level hero erupted. The dozen or so Flame Blaze members behind him also had fierce expressions, surrounding Lin Yi and his group of 4, creating a tense atmosphere. What? You're resorting to violence just because you can't win an argument? Hanli was not afraid at all. He also activated his sea-level energy, like a volcano about to erupt, to meet Zhao Kai's momentum head-on. Sun Qian adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice not loud, but clearly carrying throughout the room. Don't think that just because you beat a D-level team, you can look down on A-level teams. Today, I'll show you what a true A-level team is. As soon as he finished speaking, the B-grade energy fluctuations emanating from his body surged. An invisible pressure enveloped Lin Yi and his companions. The combined aura of the two B-rank heroes caused a chill to run down the spines of the surrounding D-rank and C-rank heroes. They all retreated, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Han Li's face paled slightly as he faced two B-rank heroes. As a C-rank hero, he was clearly struggling. Su Qingyue frowned, her face showing worry. Although she is a B-rank hero, as a healing-type hero, she is simply not comparable to speed-type or offensive-type heroes in terms of combat power. Chen Mo clenched his fists, feeling unwilling. Faced with a hero of this caliber, he once again felt his own insignificance and powerlessness. Even the most ingenious tactics are powerless in this situation. Only Lin Yi remained calm. He has already plundered Sun Chen's B-grade Swift Step and Zhao Kai's B-grade Steel Body. If a fight really breaks out, he could take down a whole group of them all by himself. An A-level team is truly remarkable. He spoke softly, his tone revealing an indescribable seriousness. Just as Zhao Kai, Sun Qian, and Lu Yun were showing smug expressions, Lin Yi suddenly changed the subject. However, the Blazing Flame team is an exception. Who doesn't know how the Blazing Flame team got their A rank? His tone was full of disdain. The surrounding heroes, upon hearing this, all revealed expressions of disdain. As we all know, a team's level is increased by accumulating team honors by completing tasks. However, there is also an unwritten rule. That is, teams of a certain level must complete tasks of the same level to be worthy of that level. For example, an A-level team must successfully complete at least one A-level mission. The Blazing Flame squad didn't accept a single A-level mission from beginning to end. Their so-called ranks are built up by a large number of team members completing countless D-level and C-level missions. In the eyes of most heroes, such an A-level team doesn't deserve to be called an A-level team at all. Zhao Kai, Sun Qian, and Lu Yun's faces immediately turned gloomy. Although the Hero Association acknowledges that Blaze is an A-rank team, but to say this would be extremely inappropriate. Generally, no one dares to bring it up, lest they offend Kuang Yin. But Lin Yi didn't care about any of that. Are you trying to cause trouble? Fine, I'll play along to the end. Just as Zhao Kai and the others were about to make their move, a majestic voice came from outside the crowd. What's all the noise about? Want to be summoned to the law enforcement department for questioning? The crowd automatically parted to make way. A middle-aged man wearing a law enforcement uniform and a Class B badge on his chest walked over. Several law enforcement officers were following behind him. This man was Zhang Hong, the deputy director of the law enforcement department of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association. Upon seeing Zhang Hong appear, Zhao Kai and Sun Qian exchanged a glance, immediately suppressing their arrogance and adopting a wronged expression. Minister Zhang, you must uphold justice for us. Zhao Kai, the villain, filed a false accusation first. We kindly greeted the former captain, but they were rude and even tried to attack us. Lu Yun immediately squeezed out a few tears, putting on a pitiful look. Yes, Minister Zhang, Lin Yi and his gang, relying on their second awakening, completely disregard us and even call us dogs. The surrounding heroes were dumbfounded. They had seen shamelessness before, but never anything like this. They clearly provoked us first, and now they're not only turning the tables on us, but also fabricating stories out of thin air. Hanli was so angry he was practically fuming, and he pointed at the person opposite him and started cursing. I've never seen such a shameless bastard. Do you guys have any shame at all? Zhang Hong frowned and sneered. Hanli, you're a former law enforcement officer. Watch your words. Screw you. I hate you damn law enforcement officers the most. Shut the hell up. Hanli cursed angrily without fear. He was indeed a law enforcer, but all the suffering he endured was due to certain law enforcers. Now, he only feels hatred towards law enforcement officers. He was already being polite by not causing trouble for law enforcement enforcement officers, yet Zhang Hong dared to lecture him. Zhang Hong was furious, and his aura as a B-level offensive hero erupted like a torrent. He suddenly threw a punch at Han Li, his fist brimming with extremely sharp, spiraling energy that seemed capable of piercing through everything. This is his B-level skill, Heart Piercer. He held nothing back with this punch, aiming directly at Han Li's core energy source. Their methods were ruthless. They clearly intended to cripple Han Li in one fell swoop. Han Li's pupils contracted sharply as he tried to defend himself, only to find that the opponent's speed and power far exceeded his expectations. In the blink of an eye, a figure shifted half a step to the side, blocking Han Li's path. Facing Zhang Hong's deadly punch, powerful enough to pierce steel plates, Lin Yi also threw a punch. Rank B active skill Iron Body activated. S-rank passive skill One Punch breaks the limit activated. Accompanied by a deep drum-like bang, Zhang Hong felt an incredibly terrifying force emanating from Lin Yi's fist. His heart-piercing spike was shattered instantly. Zhang Hong stumbled back several steps, falling with a thud, and only managed to regain his footing with the help of law enforcement officers behind him. His entire arm went numb. In contrast, Lin Yi merely swayed slightly before standing firmly as a rock, without taking even a single step back. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. How could an F-level useless person not only withstand a full-force attack from a B-level deputy director of law enforcement, but also force him to retreat? Even though Lin Yi is a second-stage awakener, his strength is truly astonishing. He's absolutely as good as I was back when I was at A-level. The ferocity on Zhang Hong's face was instantly replaced by extreme shock, but he was an old hand at this, and he quickly calmed down. He absolutely cannot lose in terms of momentum. He put his slightly trembling hands behind his back and shouted sternly, "Lin Yi, you've got some nerve. Daring to openly attack law enforcement officers, that's an even bigger crime. Get them all arrested." The law enforcement officers behind him looked at each other in bewilderment upon hearing the order. Even Zhang Hong is no match for Lin Yi, so wouldn't they be courting death if they went up against him? But since their superiors had given the order, they had no choice but to grit their teeth, draw their weapons, and barely manage to get closer to Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced at them coldly and said indifferently, "Try making a move if you want." That calm gaze was serene and expressionless, yet it carried a chilling aura that made the law enforcement officers freeze in their tracks. Han Li and Su Qingyue quickly stood on either side of Lin Yi, while Chen Mo clenched his fists and confronted the law enforcement officers without fear. That idiot Lin Yi actually dared to openly challenge the law enforcers. He's got a death wish. Zhao Kai, standing to the side, was overjoyed and immediately stepped forward to prove his loyalty to Zhang Hong. "Minister Zhang, Lin Yi has openly disregarded the association's regulations. His crime is heinous. If needed, our Blazing Blaze team is willing to assist law enforcement in apprehending criminals." He couldn't wait to make a move, and in the chaos of battle, he accidentally crippled Lin Yi and his group. A flicker of doubt crossed Zhang Hong's mind, but when he looked into Lin Yi's unusually calm eyes again, a chill ran through him. Lin Yi remained as steady as a mountain from beginning to end, so steady that it sent chills down Lin Yi's spine. Was that punch Lin Yi just threw with all his might? What if he actually held back? What if the Blazing Flame team really helps but still can't take him down? Wouldn't Zhang Hong, and even the entire Jiangcheng Law Enforcement Department, completely lose face? What will the minister do to him then? Thinking of this, Zhang Hong's murderous intent and anger were instantly extinguished by reason. He coughed lightly, his eyes clear, and his tone much calmer. "Lin Yi, I advise you not to do anything reckless. If you dare to confront the law enforcement department head-on, I guarantee it. 5 days from now, during the B-level team rating assessment, your Dawn team will be disqualified. Not only that, all of you will become wanted criminals on the law enforcement department's wanted list. You'd better think twice before you act." His threat shifted from force to rules. Lin Yi remained calm and composed after hearing this. As the captain of Dawn, how could he not know the consequences of openly clashing with law enforcement? He never intended to actually fight Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong guessed correctly. Lin Yi hadn't used his full strength in that punch. Otherwise, even if Zhang Hong hadn't fallen, his arm would have been ruined. All he did was to make his stance clear. Dawn is not a pushover to be bullied. Since Zhang Hong took the initiative to show weakness and offered a way out, he was naturally happy to go with the flow. Lin Yi looked at Zhang Hong with a cold gaze and said indifferently, "I have no intention of getting into a conflict with the law enforcement department. I just hope that you can handle this dispute fairly and justly." "That's natural." Zhang Hong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that Lin Yi would fight to the death. He glanced at Zhao Kai and the others, and said in a businesslike tone, "Regardless of the cause, causing trouble in a public place like the Hall of Heroes is a violation of the association's rules. Now, both of you, please come with me to the law enforcement department for questioning." Upon hearing that his own people were also going to be taken away, Zhao Kai panicked. "Minister Zhang." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Hong blinked slightly. Upon seeing this, Sun Qian immediately reached out to stop Zhao Kai from saying what he hadn't yet spoken. He flashed his signature fake smile and picked up the conversation. "Minister Zhang, our Blazing Flame team team has no objections and will fully cooperate with the enforcement department's work. Zhang Hong nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi shrugged, unconcerned. Then let's go to the law enforcement department for a cup of tea. Several law enforcement officers immediately stepped forward and invited Lin Yi and his 3 companions, along with Zhao Kai and his 2 companions, into the special passage of the Hall of Heroes. As the 2 groups of people were taken away by law enforcement officers, the surrounding heroes discussed among themselves. The Dawn team is in big trouble now. If they fall into Zhang Hong's hands, they'll be lucky to escape with their lives. Who can argue with that? Zhang Hong is notoriously petty. He must have held a grudge ever since Lin Yi humiliated him at the sparring hall last time. If only he had known this would happen. He thought that no one could control him after his second awakening. He deserved it. Amidst the sympathetic or gloating gazes of the crowd, Lin Yi and his companions gradually disappeared at the end of the passage. Before long, the group was taken to the enforcement department, located on the basement floor of the Hero Association building. The atmosphere here is somber and oppressive. The cold metal walls gleam with a chilling light, and a palpable tension permeates the air. Clang! Lin Yi and the other 3 were first locked in a solitary confinement room. Zhao Kai and his 2 companions were taken deeper into the area. What do you mean? Why are you locking us up but not them? Han Li questioned through the metal bars of the solitary confinement cell. However, no one responded to his question. Zhao Kai and his 2 companions even turned their heads and gave him a contemptuous smile. Damn it! These bullies who rely on their power. Han Li slammed his fist hard against the metal fence, making a loud bang. But the metal fence remained completely untouched, without even a trace. Don't waste your time. Lin Yi sat calmly on the long bench. The walls and fences here are made of grade A material called sinking star iron. Even if you were to recover to grade B, let alone grade C, you still wouldn't be able to break through them. Han Li kicked him again, unwilling to give up. As a former law enforcement officer, he knew the sturdiness of the solitary confinement cells like the back of his hand. The anger in my heart just needed an outlet. He paced restlessly back and forth in the solitary confinement cell, like a lion trapped in a cage. Su Qingyue sat quietly beside Lin Yi. Although she was a little worried, seeing Lin Yi's calm and composed demeanor, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that as long as Lin Yi was there was no problem that couldn't be solved. Captain, Zhang Hong is clearly settling a personal score. You embarrassed him at the sparring hall last time, so he probably won't let us off easily. Chen Mo frowned, his mind racing as he considered what to do next. This was his first time in prison, and the oppressive environment made him feel uncomfortable. But after these days of training, he had gotten used to staying calm and did not show the slightest panic. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Lin Yi leaned against the wall, looking completely at ease, as if he were on vacation rather than in prison. There's no use in rushing. We might as well take this opportunity to get some rest. Seeing Lin Yi's calm demeanor, Chen Mo and Han Li felt inexplicably at ease. A moment of silence fell over the confinement room. Taking the opportunity, Lin Yi opened the team member panel and checked Su Qingyue's information. Name, Su Qingyue. Ability, Spring of Life. Attributes, Strength D+, Agility C, Constitution C, Spirit A, Energy B. Skill, Lifelink. Rank B active allows the user to create a lifelink with an ally, continuously providing healing. Healing effectiveness is increased by 20% during the link period. Evaluation, her powerful mental strength gives her a unique advantage in the field of healing. After advancing to rank B, her support abilities have undergone a qualitative leap. Lin Ye's eyes lit up when he saw Su Qingyue's new skill. Once a hero reaches rank B, they will gain their first skill. However, even with the same ability, the skills generated will be different. Su Qingyue's lifelink is absolutely top tier among healer skills. Judging from the skill description, there is no limit to the number of teammates that can be linked. This means that even in a team battle with dozens of players, this skill can completely cover all teammates. Of course, with more people involved, the treatment effect will definitely be reduced, and at the same time, this will also be a great test for Su Qingyue's energy consumption. But this kind of comprehensive healing skill is something that any team would dream of. Wow, that's a huge win. Lin Yi was extremely satisfied, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Seeing this, Han Li, Su Qingyue, and Chen Mo all secretly admired him. As expected of the captain, he can still laugh even in this situation. I need to learn a lot from the captain. Half a day later, the silence of the solitary confinement room was broken by footsteps and laughter. TSK, this solitary confinement cell is pretty good, isn't it? Captain Lin Yi, are you getting used to it? Zhao Kai's repulsive face appeared outside the metal fence. Sun Chen and Lu Yun followed behind him, their faces full of undisguised mockery and schadenfreude. Han Li saw them and immediately flew into a rage, rushing to the fence and roaring, "You despicable bunch! If you have the guts, open the door and fight me fair and square." "Fight you?" Zhao Kai scoffed, picking at his ear. "Are you worthy? You're just a prisoner." Han Li, save your energy. Sun Xian pushed up his glasses and said slowly, "We're here to tell you some good news. Minister Zhang has already investigated and found out the truth. truth. You were the ones who started the trouble, and we were just acting in self-defense. Therefore, we have been acquitted. And you," he paused, his smile growing even colder. "Because of disturbing public order and violently resisting the law, you'll have to stay here for at least a month. Enjoy it." A month later, the Dawn team's rating assessment had long since ended. "At that time, your trash team will be forcibly disbanded by the Hero Association." Ha! Lu Yun covered her mouth and let out a shrill laugh. "Lin Yi, are you regretting it now? Do you regret kicking us out of the team? Do you regret offending Minister Zhang?" Zhao Kai leaned closer, staring intently at Lin Yi with the air of a victor. "Maybe if you kneel down and beg me, I might be able to put in a good word for you with Minister Zhang and get him to let you out before the rating assessment begins." Lin Yi slowly opened his tightly closed eyes and calmly looked at Zhao Kai outside the fence. Facing Lin Yi's gaze, Zhao Kai immediately felt a chill run down his spine from the soles of his feet. He subtly averted his gaze, casually greeting Sun Qian and Lu Yun. "Let's go back and celebrate. After all, reaching B rank is no easy feat. Some people might never reach B rank in their entire lives." Upon hearing this, Sun Qian and Lu Yun burst into laughter, turned around, and left, their footsteps gradually fading into the distance. "Bastards! A bunch of bastards!" Hanli was so angry that his eyes turned red, and he pounded the metal fence again and again to vent his anger. Su Qingyue and Chen Mo's expressions also turned extremely ugly. They never expected that Zhang Hong would dare to distort the truth like this. "Stop smashing!" The middle-aged guard standing to the side sighed helplessly. He is a member of the A-level team Kuan Yin, and he was personally bailed out by Captain Luo Feng, an A-level hero. "And you? What do you have?" "Be quiet. If you keep smashing things, we'll file a charge of escaping from prison, and you won't be getting out next year." Upon hearing this, Hanli immediately dared not smash anything anymore. After all, Zhang Hongjin might actually do something like that. Damn it! The law enforcement department is becoming increasingly disliked because of scum like Zhang Hong. Hanli cursed under his breath. "Say less, there are surveillance cameras." The middle-aged guard pointed to the camera next to him. Hanli glanced at the camera, opened his mouth but ultimately kept it closed, sitting silently in the corner, sullen and unhappy. Lin Yi glanced at the middle-aged guard and pondered to himself. "Captain, are we really going to be locked up for a month?" Chen Mo frowned and asked. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze, glanced at Chen Mo, and then looked at his attribute panel. "Wow, the awakening progress has increased by another 10%, reaching 60%. So, does that mean if I lock myself up for a few more days, I'll awaken?" Thinking of this, Lin Yi showed a helpless expression. "Since you're here, make the best of it. Don't overthink it. Just treat this confinement as a special period of intensive training. Rating assessment. Things will work themselves out when the time comes, we'll see." Chen Mo was speechless. This captain was too casual. Could it be that he was so angry that he lost his mind? 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Over these 3 days, Hanli's patience had almost reached its limit. Besides practicing his boxing against the wall every day, he also worked hard to improve his physical fitness. Although Su Qingyue wasn't particularly anxious, her brows remained furrowed and her beautiful face was filled with worry. Even the usually calm Chen Mo began to feel anxious and uneasy. Lin Yi, however, remained calm throughout, even showing a hint of excitement. As he had predicted, Chen Mo's awakening speed was steadily increasing at a rate of 10% per day, and had now reached 90%. If all goes well, the true awakening of the hero's abilities will be completed tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow happens to be the day of the assessment and evaluation, a perfect match. However, it's still a little short. If Hanli's abilities could also be upgraded to B level, that would be truly perfect. Just then, a system notification sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! Lootable target detected. Target, Xia Yong, B rank offensive hero. Plunderable ability, B rank active skill Heavenly Fist. Heavenly Gang Fist, capable of compressing energy into a powerful aura for attack. Its power depends on the energy consumed. Yes, Captain. B-level Heavenly Fist. Lin Yi's spirits lifted, and an overwhelming sense of joy welled up inside him. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, only to have it come to you effortlessly. He was worried about not being able to find a hero with the B-level Heavenly Fist. "I never expected to meet you here, in this way. It seems I should properly thank Zhao Kai and Zhang Hong. If they hadn't locked me up here, I would never have run into Xia Yong. Indeed, our own people are the most reliable." System, Plunder. Lin Yi decisively gave the order in his mind. Command confirmed. Looting successful. Gained B-rank active ability Heavenly Fist, temporary. It has been detected that team member Hanli has been instilled with the same ability. Should we upgrade him? Almost simultaneously, Hanli, who was sullen in the corner, suddenly stiffened. He felt a vast and pure energy erupting from the core of his body like a dormant volcano. A visible white shockwave exploded outwards from him. The air inside the confinement room was compressed instantly, producing a violent explosion. Su Qingyue and Chen Mo were thrown off balance by the sudden gust of air and looked at Hanli in shock. Hanli stood still, his eyes wide open, his muscles bulging, and his veins coiling like dragons. A powerful, suffocating B-grade energy pressure emanated from his body. Hanli stared at his hand hands in disbelief. He could clearly feel an endless stream of power surging wildly into his limbs and bones. He actually broke through to B level while in solitary confinement. Although I've been training hard these past few days, it's simply impossible to break through to grade B through training alone. Han Li turned his head stiffly, staring intently at Lin Yi in the corner with a look of awe as if he were looking at a god. Without a doubt, this must have been the captain's doing. Lin Yi met his shocked gaze, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. I told you before, just treat this as a special period of seclusion and cultivation. Han Li was startled. Now I understand why Lin Yi said those things earlier. It turns out, the captain had foreseen all of this. They might even have known all along that they would encounter an opportunity to advance here. This method is so outrageous it's awe-inspiring. It's like divine intervention. Brother Li, you've advanced to rank B? Su Qingyue finally snapped out of her shock and exclaimed in delight. There was absolutely nothing unusual about her when she was promoted to B level a few days ago. If she hadn't revealed it herself, neither Han Li nor Chen Mo would have known that she was already a B level hero. Han Li's breakthrough this time was so significant and its power was terrifying. This is the most direct manifestation of the surge in power of offensive heroes. In contrast, healing heroes hardly make any progress when leveling up, unless they go from B rank to A rank. Outside the detention room, the drowsy middle-aged guard, Old Jia, was startled awake by the sudden loud noise. He quickly went to the fence to examine it carefully. Seeing that the solitary confinement cell was undamaged and that the others were just standing quietly, he breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell, he muttered, then returned to his seat and paid no more attention. No matter how he guessed, he could never have imagined that a prisoner could be promoted to a B-level hero in such a place. While Han Li and the other two were extremely excited, Lin Yi had already opened Han Li's attribute panel. Name, Han Li. Ability, Heavenly Fist. Attributes, Strength A, Agility B, Constitution B+, Spirit C, Energy B. Skill, Heavenly Body. Rank B. Passive. Your body has been tempered by Heavenly Qi, increasing your physical defense and energy resistance by 30%. When attacked, you will automatically absorb a portion of the damage and convert it into your own energy. Evaluation, the true berserker has returned. His overwhelming strength and formidable physique allow him to face any opponent of the same level head-on. This skill is not particularly outstanding. Offensive heroes are all about powerful attacks and destructive force, so offensive skills are naturally the most suitable for them. But this skill is definitely not bad either. The passive boost to both physical and magical defense, along with the ability to passively absorb energy, greatly enhances Han Li's sustained combat and survivability. If you encounter a strong offensive hero of the same level, if both sides receive treatment, Han Li may not necessarily lose. If neither side receives treatment, Han Li will undoubtedly win. In this way, as long as Chen Mo completes his awakening tomorrow, the Dawn team will be even stronger than before. At this moment, even Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little expectant. However, by the afternoon of the following day, Chen Mo's awakening progress remained at 90%, without any improvement. Lin Yi frowned slightly. Could it be that it had suddenly gotten stuck? Is it too difficult to go from 90% to 100%? Or is this level of pressure not enough? Or perhaps Han Li's upgrade yesterday made Chen Mo relax and lose his sense of crisis? Sure enough, things rarely go as smoothly as expected. Since Chen Mo's progress has stopped improving, there is no need for him to stay in the confinement room any longer. Besides, tomorrow is the day for the performance evaluation. They should also take a good shower and get some rest so they can be in the best condition for tomorrow's assessment. Lin Yi slowly stood up from the corner. This simple action immediately invigorated Han Li, Su Qingyue, and Chen Mo, who all turned their gazes toward him. Get ready. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable power, clearly reaching the ears of the three. We should go out. Although Han Li and the other two did not know how Lin Yi would lead them away from here, their trust in him was almost blind. They didn't ask any questions, but simply stood silently behind him, waiting for further instructions. Lin Yi walked to the metal fence and waved to Old Jia, the middle-aged guard who looked bored not far away. Old Jia looked up and glanced at him with a hint of impatience. What? Please tell Zhang Hong. Lin Yi's tone was so calm, as if he were stating something perfectly ordinary. We're about to leave. Let him come and open the door. Upon hearing this, Lao Jiao was completely stunned. He rubbed his ears, wondering if he had misheard. You're actually planning to leave here? Is this a place you can just leave on a whim? Why did Minister Zhang have to come and open the door himself? Is Minister Zhang his son? Why does he listen to him so much? Has this kid gone mad after being locked up for several days? Old Jia shook his head helplessly, staring at Lin Yi as if he were a fool. I'm telling you, young people, stop dreaming. You're not going to get out. Minister Zhang said you're going to be locked up for a month, so you'd better stay put. Lin Yi remained expressionless, his demeanor still calm and undisturbed. Just tell him that if he doesn't come to open the door, we'll go out ourselves. He will have to bear all the consequences himself. Of course, you can also choose not to tell him. Lin Ye's gaze deepened. But in that case, you'll have to take the blame. Old Jia's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the determined young man in front of him with a look of doubt, and a cold sweat inexplicably inexplicably broke out on his back. What the other person said sounded absurd and ridiculous, like a joke, but his tone was so calm and composed. His calm demeanor, as if stating an unchangeable fact, made him feel uneasy. He dared not delay. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up the hero terminal and dialed Zhang Hong's number. When the call connected, Lao Jia relayed Lin Ye's words to Zhang Hong in an extremely tactful tone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong found it utterly amusing. "Old Jia, what's wrong with you? You actually believe this nonsense? That kid is just playing you. If he's really capable of coming out on his own, then let him come out on his own. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility." After hanging up the phone, Lao Jia helplessly spread his hands and looked at Lin Yi innocently. "You heard that? He doesn't believe it at all." Lin Yi nodded calmly. He had already recorded Zhang Hong's extremely arrogant words in their entirety using his hero terminal. Since he is willing to take responsibility, things will be easier. Upon hearing this, Han Li immediately rubbed his hands together, walked to the fence, and looked eager to try. After being promoted to rank B, he was looking for an opportunity to test his strength. "Captain, let me blast this damn metal fence open." With his B-level heavenly gang fist and his current strength, he was confident that he could punch a huge hole. "What?" However, before he could make a move, Lin Yi pushed him aside. "Although you have advanced to B-level, you are still a bit short of skill to break through the metal railing made of sinking star iron mixed with A-level material." As he spoke, Lin Yi drew the menacingly designed combat dagger, Shattered Star, from his waist. There were no fancy moves, just a casual wave of the hand. Several metal pillars, each as thick as a baby's arm, were easily severed. Old Jia's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, and his eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. What did he see? Boom! Boom! That railing is made with sinking star iron, a grade A material. Even an A-rank hero would have to put in a lot of effort to destroy it. But this F-rank weapon cut it down so easily? What level is that dagger? Could it be an S-class equipment? Seeing Lin Yi and the other three walk out of the confinement room, Lao Jia almost instinctively pressed the alarm bell next to him. In an instant, a sharp and piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire basement. On the cold metal walls, rows of red warning lights flashed rapidly, illuminating the passageway in a crimson glow, instantly creating an extremely tense atmosphere. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A prisoner has escaped from solitary confinement. Attention all personnel. Proceed immediately to Detention Zone 3. Repeat, proceed immediately to Detention Zone 3. Accompanied by urgent shouts from the terminal, heavy footsteps came from all directions. A group of law enforcement officers in standard armor and armed with weapons surged in from different entrances. Old Jia slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the leisurely Lin Yi and his three companions. He had spent his life guarding the front lines and had seen all sorts of vicious and evil criminals, but he had never seen such an outrageous scene. Lin Yi ignored Lao Jia and quietly called to his three teammates behind him. Han Li swallowed hard, staring at the shattered star in Lin Yi's hand with a look of awe and curiosity. He then realized just how big the gap was between himself and the captain. At the same time, he was even more curious about where the captain got his weapon. Lin Yi glanced at him. "After being locked up for so long, it's time to stretch our muscles." His gaze shifted to the end of the passage, where at least 30 law enforcement officers had gathered. "Old Han, Qingyue, the rest is up to you too. Remember, don't cause any deaths." Han Li and Su Qingyue responded in unison, their eyes simultaneously blazing with fierce fighting spirit. Han Li, in particular, had been waiting for this moment for far too long. After being promoted to rank B, he had nowhere to release the power within him. These law enforcement officers in front of him were the perfect targets for him to hone his skills. Han Li suppressed a low roar and charged out like a cannonball. A burst of B-grade energy erupted, and a dazzling white aura condensed on his right fist as he unleashed a punch from a distance. A fist-shaped burst of energy, several times thicker than before, shot out, leaving a long white trail of explosive energy in the air. With the force of a thunderbolt, it crashed into the crowd of law enforcement officers. The 5 or 6 law enforcement officers at the forefront didn't even have time to react before being struck head-on by this ferocious fist energy. Their Class C standard armor was torn to shreds instantly, as if it were made of paper. A group of people screamed as they were blasted away, crashing into their companions like bowling balls, instantly clearing a large area. With just one punch, it possesses such power. All the law enforcement officers stared in horror at the man before them, who resembled a demon, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. This is Han Li? Wasn't it said that his second awakening was a C-rank ability? Holy crap, this is definitely the power of a B-rank offensive hero. The intelligence is wrong. The target's strength is B-level. Requesting backup. Requesting B-level law enforcement officers for reinforcements. An officer who appeared to be a squad leader shouted in terror into the terminal. However, Han Li gave them no chance to breathe. He charged through the crowd like a tiger pouncing on a sheep. With the formidable defense granted by the heavenly body, he completely ignored the enforcers' counterattacks. Every punch he threw carried immense power. Each impact knocked several law enforcement officers to the ground. In an instant, screams, the sound of bones cracking, and the sound of weapons weapons shattering rose and fell. Wherever Han Li went, no one could stop him. Su Qingyue followed Han Li a few meters away, occasionally throwing out a ball of emerald green life-giving spring water. But she wasn't treating Han Li, she was treating the law enforcement officers who had been knocked to the ground by Han Li. Han Li's strength was too violent, and he would occasionally and accidentally strike the vital parts of some unlucky law enforcement officers. If Su Qingyue hadn't provided timely treatment, he probably would have died on the spot. Before being crippled, the two were already seasoned B-class heroes and were well-versed in the use of B-class abilities in combat rhythm. Now that their strength has been restored, they are like tigers with wings, able to handle anything with ease. Facing this group of law enforcement officers, whose highest rank was only C, this battle was a complete one-sided crushing defeat. From start to finish, it only took 2 or 3 minutes. Dozens of law enforcement officers fell to the ground, incapacitated. In the entire underground level, apart from the groans that rose and fell, no one else could stand. Lin Yi and Chen Mo leisurely followed behind the two, slowly walking towards the exit. Chen Mo was deeply shocked by the devastating battle scene before him. Is this the true power of a B-rank hero? He originally thought that his tactics had brought out the full potential of C-level heroes. However, when faced with absolute level suppression, any tactic seems pale and powerless. He watched Han Li and Su Qingyue's retreating figures, then glanced at the captain beside him who remained calm and collected. The desire for power in my heart grew stronger. Meanwhile, in the office of the Minister of Law Enforcement, Zheng Hong was sitting with his legs crossed, leisurely sipping his tea, feeling extremely relaxed. The thought that Lin Yi and his gang were currently suffering in solitary confinement while he himself could sit here freely filled him with a sense of satisfaction. How dare an F-rank trash be arrogant in front of him? At that moment, the office door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. A law enforcement officer stumbled in, his face filled with fear and panic. Minister, something terrible has happened. What's with all this panicking? What kind of behavior is this? Zheng Hong frowned and scolded unhappily. The prisoners in solitary confinement zone number 3 have escaped, the law enforcement officer said breathlessly. Zheng Hong paused for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. A prison break? With just a few of them? Old Jia's alarm system is probably broken. It's true. The law enforcement officer was on the verge of tears. They've already broken through the bars of the solitary confinement cell and are now rushing out. Our men can't stop them at all. Zheng Hong's head buzzed, as if he had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. He jumped up from his chair with a start, his face filled with disbelief and shock. Immediately afterwards, the shock quickly turned into a raging fury. A prison break? They actually dare to break out of prison? Is Lin Yi trying to rebel? He slammed the expensive teacup in his hand to the ground and roared hysterically. What are all of you doing? You were held back by just 4 people? One of them is just an ordinary person. A bunch of good-for-nothings. They're all good-for-nothings. He stormed to his desk in a rage, grabbed his weapon, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. I'll personally go and suppress them. I'd like to see if Lin Yi can really turn the world upside down today. Zheng Hong roared and transformed into a blur, rushing out of the office like the wind. Inside the law enforcement corridor, the battle was still raging. With the mana regeneration effect brought by the heavenly body, Han Li is like a tireless war machine. Any law enforcement officer who stood in his way was knocked down by his ferocious power. Su Qingyue was like a mobile healing fortress. While ensuring Han Li remained in peak condition, he also took the opportunity to treat the seriously injured law enforcement officers. The two were unstoppable and invincible. Lin Yi and Chen Mo followed leisurely behind, as if they were taking a stroll in their own backyard. Just as the 4 of them were passing by a row of solitary confinement cells, a shocked voice suddenly came from one of them. Brothers, you guys are really brave, daring to cause such a commotion in the law enforcement department. Lin Yi paused, looking in the direction of the sound. A man was seen leaning on the metal fence, watching the excitement outside with great interest. The man looked to be in his early 30s, with a stubble beard, messy hair, and wearing prison clothes, giving him a disheveled and down-on-his-luck appearance. But his eyes were unusually bright and clear, a stark contrast to his means decadent, dispirited, or appearance. At this moment, those clear eyes sparkled with undisguised appreciation and excitement, as if they were enjoying watching a good show. But since you guys are so fierce, could you do me a favor and let me go too? Lin Yi didn't answer immediately, but instead sized him up. Who are you? What did you do to get locked up here? Xia Yong shrugged, looking indifferent. My name is Xia Yong, and I'm currently a freelancer. As for what I did wrong, that's a long story. Simply put, it means being wrongly accused and taking the blame for someone else. His tone was relaxed, but a hint of resentment and helplessness flashed deep in his clear eyes. The live stream chat immediately erupted in excitement. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, not expecting it to be the person who had helped Han Li deliver the B-level heavenly gang fist. However, the other party claimed to have been wronged, and he had no idea what the truth was. Even if the other party was a key contributor to Han Li's advancement to B-level, let's keep things separate. If we rashly let him out, what if he really is a vicious criminal? Wouldn't that be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains, aiding and abetting fighting evil? Lin Yi turned to look at Chen Mo behind him and asked, "What do you think?" Chen Mo was stunned, not expecting Lin Yi to ask for his opinion at this time. He pondered for a moment, using his powerful mental strength to discern whether Xie Yong was lying, but he didn't sense any lie in her words. He pushed up his glasses, revealing a sharp gaze behind the lenses. "Why should we save you? To put it bluntly, what good would it do us to get you out of here?" His question was direct, to the point, and extremely realistic. Xie Yong was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, his laughter tinged with admiration. "Interesting. Your team is really interesting. An F-rank officer and an ordinary person, yet they dare to turn the law enforcement department upside down." He stopped smiling and his expression became serious. "First, I owe you a favor, the favor of a B-level hero. Secondly, I know those bastards in the law enforcement department better than you do, and I can help you deal with all the trouble that's coming up. Third," he paused, each word deliberate, "I'm a very good fighter." Chen Mo looked at Xie Yong, a faint smile appearing on his face that seemed out of place for his age. "Is the bond with a B-rank hero really that valuable? Our captain already had a plan to deal with the trouble that might follow. As for fighting ability," he pursed his lips at Han Li ahead, "can he compare to him?" Xie Yong fell silent, never expecting that the three benefits he thought he was sure to gain would be completely ignored by the other party. At this moment, Lin Yi's voice rang out again. "Time is limited. If there are not enough benefits, then let's part ways here." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi strode forward. Chen Mo followed closely behind without hesitation. Seeing this, Xie Yong felt a surge of anxiety. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made a proposal that was hard to refuse. "I know of an unexplored rank B secret realm. If you let me out, I can go on an adventure with you." Lin Yi paused slightly in his steps. "The so-called secret realm is a randomly appearing alternate dimension. It contains both monsters and treasures. By observing the energy fluctuations at the entrance, one can roughly determine the level of the secret realm, as well as the risks and rewards within. For example, in a B-level secret realm, the highest level monsters are only B-level, so the risk is not great for a B-level team. At the same time, B-level secret realms will produce various B-level materials, and there is even a small probability of B-level energy cores appearing. An unexplored B-level secret realm holds immense appeal for Lin Yi at this moment. His current strength is C-level. If he could obtain a B-level energy core, he might be able to advance to B-level. At that time, the hero abilities plundered by the system will also be upgraded to A-level. That's a good proposal. Deal." Lin Yi drew the shattered star from his waist and casually waved it in the air. The movements were so casual, as if he were merely shooing away a fly. There was no loud noise, only a barely audible, vein-cutting sound. The next second, the sturdy fence made of the A-grade material sinking star iron was strong enough to trap a B-grade hero. It was neatly cut open like tofu, with a huge notch, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Xie Yong's smile froze instantly, and his pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. He stared intently at the menacing dagger in Lin Yi's hand, then at the bizarre cut, his mind blank. That's sinking star iron. Even an A-rank hero, wielding an A-rank weapon, would have to use all their strength to barely break through. But how could this man, whose entire body only exhibits F-level energy fluctuations, do it so easily? What level of divine weapon is that dagger? Xie Yong finally understood why these people were able to escape from prison successfully. With such powerful weapons, the law enforcement department's solitary confinement cells are no match for them. After the initial shock, Xie Yong suddenly darted out of the confinement cell. He stretched his stiff muscles, clasped his hands in a fist salute to Lin Yi, and looked on with gratitude. "I am deeply grateful. If there is anything I, Xie Yong, need to do in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful and furious aura swept in from the end of the corridor, surging like a tsunami. The violent energy currents caused everyone's clothes to flutter. Zhang Hong, accompanied by more than 10 elite law enforcement officers, stood blocking the entrance with menacing expressions. His gaze swept over his subordinates groaning on the ground, then fixed on Xie Yong in prison garb, and he laughed in fury. "Excellent! Excellent Lin Yi! Excellent Dawn Team!" Zhang Hong's teeth were grinding together, and his eyes were bloodshot, like a ferocious beast hunting for food. "Prison break! A prisoner rescue! You guys are really something." He suddenly raised his hand, pointing at Lin Yi, his voice like the sound of hell, filled with endless resentment and killing intent. "Today, every single one of you will be wiped out, and none of you will leave here alive." His aura suddenly erupted, and the pressure of a B-level offensive hero pressed down on everyone like a mountain. Zhang Hong's anger had reached its peak. As the deputy director of the law enforcement department of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association, how could he have ever suffered such humiliation? Not only was he publicly contradicted by an F-level good-for-nothing, but the other party also swaggered out of the solitary confinement cell under his jurisdiction and even kidnapped a serious criminal. Every single thing felt like a resounding slap across his face. If Zhang Hong doesn't kill Lin Yi and the others on the spot today, where will he put his face? Where is the authority of law enforcement? Zhang Hong's figure instantly transformed into a blur as he lunged at Lin Yi. He knew perfectly well that to catch the thief, you must first catch catch the king. As long as we take down Lin Yi, the backbone of the group, the rest are nothing but chickens and dogs. However, a burly figure moved sideways like an iron tower, firmly blocking Lin Yi's path. Your opponent is me. Han Li slammed his fists together, producing a dull thud, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Upon seeing this, Zheng Hong revealed a sneer of extreme contempt. You defeated opponent, how dare you block my way? You were lucky I didn't cripple you in the Hall of Heroes last time. Today, you're not so lucky. He didn't take Han Li seriously at all. In his view, even if Han Li was a second stage awakener, he was only a C level. Too lazy to change his target, he simply shifted the direction of his fist slightly as he charged forward, and his fist, wrapped in spiraling energy, struck Han Li's heart at a more ferocious and cunning angle. Grade B ability, heart-piercing dagger. Facing this fatal blow, Han Li showed no fear. He took a deep breath, firmly planted his stance, lowered his body slightly, and concentrated all his strength in his right fist. The B-level heavenly chi circulated wildly within his body. Instead of dodging, he threw a punch in return. The intense white energy on his fist condensed to its maximum, resembling a miniature sun, radiating a light that was too dazzling to look directly at. At this critical moment, seeing that Han Li dared to confront him head-on, Zheng Hong sneered inwardly. The next second, two fists containing terrifying energy collided violently before everyone's eyes. An unprecedentedly loud explosion suddenly erupted in the underground passage. A terrifying energy shockwave emanated from the two individuals and spread wildly outwards in a ring shape. The sturdy metal walls groaned under the shockwave, their surfaces scratched with countless deep marks. The dozen or so law enforcement officers following Zheng Hong were thrown about by the blast wave and lost their balance. Su Qingyue and Chen Mo were also forced to retreat repeatedly. Only Lin Yi and Xie Yong remained firmly in place, without retreating an inch. As the smoke cleared, the scene inside made everyone gasp in shock. Han Li remained in his punching stance, as steady as a rock, without moving an inch. Zheng Hong, on the other hand, was like being hit head-on by a raging beast and was sent flying backward for more than 10 meters in a sorry state. It crashed heavily into a distant metal wall, making a loud noise before slowly sliding to the ground. The right arm that had been exchanging blows with Han Li was now twisted at a bizarre angle, with the white bones even piercing through the skin and exposed to the air. The entire arm had been blasted off by a single punch. All the law enforcement officers froze instantly, staring at Han Li in disbelief as if he were a monster. Zheng Hong, the deputy director of the law enforcement department and a B-level offensive hero, was actually severely injured? Zheng Hong's mind went blank. He lay on the ground, ignoring the excruciating pain in his right arm, staring intently at Han Li, his eyes filled with shock and absurdity. Rank B? You're rank B? He uttered these words, filled with shock and disbelief, through clenched teeth in a hoarse voice. That pure and domineering power, that extremely refined aura, is something that only B-rank heroes possess. Just a few days ago, he was only a C-level. Han Li slowly withdrew his fist, feeling the surging power within his body, and an unprecedented sense of exhilaration welled up in his heart. The reason why this bombardment achieved such results was that. One reason is that Zheng Hong underestimated his opponent and did not use his skills. Secondly, the heavenly body passively enhances Han Li's physical defense and energy resistance. His gaze fell on Zheng Hong, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, and a chilling sneer appeared on his lips. Now, who is the defeated opponent? Xie Yong, who was not far away, was so shocked by the scene before him that he couldn't close his mouth. His gaze was fixed on Han Li, and his heart was churning with turmoil. The Heavenly Gang Fist, it really is the Heavenly Gang Fist. He murmured softly, his heart pounding. This guy's ability is exactly the same as mine. Moreover, his control over internal energy seems even purer and more domineering than mine. Kill him, kill him. Zheng Hong, lying on the ground, roared at his men like a madman. The dozen or so law enforcement officers then seemed to wake up from their daze. Suppressing their fear, they roared, raised their weapons, and charged towards Han Li. Han Li's fighting spirit intensified, and he gave a disdainful snort. A bunch of small fry. What exactly happened? He stomped his foot and charged forward like a tiger among sheep. The swords and energy attacks that struck him only left a few shallow wounds. Han Li's fist was like the scythe of death. With each punch, a law enforcement officer would scream as he was sent flying, his bones broken and tendons snapped, instantly losing his fighting ability. This is no longer a battle, but a one-sided massacre. In less than a minute, all of the dozen or so elite law enforcement officers collapsed to the ground groaning, unable to get up again. The entire passageway was filled with the stench of blood and the groans of pain, resembling a scene from hell on earth. Han Li slowly walked up to Zheng Hong, whose face was ashen, and looked down at him, a hint of pleasure flashing in his eyes that were burning with anger. He raised his foot, his soul enveloped in powerful chi, and stomped hard on Zheng Hong's head. Old Han, that's about enough. Lin Yi's calm voice rang out. Han Li's foot suddenly stopped less than a centimeter from Zheng Hong's face. The violent wind made Zheng Hong's hair stand on end. The palpable aura of death made his face turn deathly pale, and his heart skipped a beat. Han Li slowly withdrew his foot, squatted down, and gently patted Zheng Hong's face with his hand. If you dare cause any more trouble, I'll take your life. He stood up, no longer glancing at Zheng Hong, and turned back behind Lin Yi. The anger in my heart has been mostly vented. Although he couldn't kill the bastard himself, he couldn't help but feel regretful, but he had to obey the captain's orders. Lin Yi looked down at Zheng Hong from his high vantage point. Now, can we go out? Zheng Hong's body trembled violently. He looked up and met Lin Yi's cold eyes, and a chill ran down his spine. Finally, he realized that he had been wrong from the very beginning. He didn't provoke a flock of lambs to the slaughter, but a group of prehistoric beasts in sheep's clothing. However, even at this point, he still refused to back down. His long-standing high position instilled in him a habit of never admitting defeat. He gritted his teeth, exhausted his last bit of strength, and roared fiercely, though his voice betrayed his inner weakness. Lin Yi, don't be so smug. You actually dared to break out of prison and injure so many law enforcement officers. Now you've even seriously injured the deputy director of the law enforcement department. Do you think the law enforcement department will let you off easily? The entire Heroes Association of Jiangcheng will not let you get away with this. He attempted a final struggle based on the rules and authority of the Hero Association. Hearing these words, a glimmer of hope rekindled in the eyes of the fallen law enforcement officers. They are law enforcers. They represent the face of the Hero Association. The association will not stand idly by while Lin Yi and his gang act so arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Han Li's face darkened, and he was about to kick him again when Lin Yi reached out and blocked him. Looking at Zheng Hong, who was still stubborn, Lin Yi suddenly had a playful smile on his face. Boom! He didn't speak, but slowly raised the hero terminal. Press the play button gently. A clear recording, filled with arrogance and disdain, emanated from the hero's terminal loudspeaker, echoing through the deathly silent corridor. If he's really capable of coming out on his own, then let him come out. I'll take full responsibility for anything that happens. Although the sound wasn't loud, it was like a resounding slap in the face to Zheng Hong and all the law enforcement officers. The burning pain spread rapidly. The ferocity and bluff on Zheng Hong's face froze instantly. He stared blankly at the hero terminal in Lin Yi's hand, his mind a complete blank, as if all his strength and thought had been drained away. How could he have recorded this? Those law enforcement officers who had initially held on to a sliver of hope were now dumbfounded. They looked at each other, their expressions shifting between shock, bewilderment, absurdity, and confusion. If Han Li's punch broke their bodies, the recording in Lin Yi's possession completely shattered their spirit and stance. Zheng Hong bore all the responsibility. These words were spoken by their deputy minister himself. So what are they now? Are they accomplices who aid and abet evil, or heroes who are loyal to their duties? You're shameless. You actually resorted to such despicable tactics. Zheng Hong snapped out of his daze, pointed at Lin Yi in a fit of rage, and roared incoherently. He panicked completely, knowing exactly what the release of this recording would mean for him. That will be an indelible stain on his career. Lin Yi's voice was calm and cold, completely devoid of emotion. You're right, we did break out of prison and we did injure law enforcement officers. He paused, then changed the subject, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. But you yourself said that you would take responsibility for everything that happened afterward. What does this have to do with us? These words struck Zheng Hong's heart like a heavy hammer. He was already seriously injured, and now he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and became completely listless. Lin Yi didn't even glance at him again, as if he had merely kicked away a pebble in his way. His gaze slowly swept over the silent law enforcement officers around him, and he asked calmly, "Is there anyone else trying to stop us?" All the law enforcement officers involuntarily lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Even a B-level deputy minister was crippled with a single punch. Are they going up there to die? Seeing this scene, Han Li, Su Qingyue, Chen Mo, and even Xie Yong, who had just joined, all felt an indescribable sense of joy. Lin Yi ignored the distraught law enforcement officers. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and strode towards the exit. Han Li and the others immediately followed. This time, no one dared to step forward to stop them. The five of them swaggered out of the law enforcement department amidst the complex and awe-inspiring gazes of dozens of law enforcement officers. After Lin Yi and the others left, the few law enforcement officers who were less seriously injured dared to stand up. They surrounded Zheng Hong. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Zheng Hong, who had been listless just moments before, now exuded an imposing aura. He slapped a law enforcement officer across the face with his intact left hand, screaming hysterically. Dozens of people. They couldn't stop just five of them. You bunch of incompetent fools have completely disgraced the law enforcement department. The law enforcement officers lowered their heads and remained silent, secretly mocking each other. Didn't you fail to stop them yourselves? He was so timid in front of Lin Yi, but now he's all high and mighty when he gets back here? One of the law enforcement officers suggested, why don't we report this to the minister? The minister is an A-level hero. He can definitely handle Lin Yi. Zheng Hong shouted angrily, his eyes flashing with resentment. No one is allowed to divulge a single word of what happened here today. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Having suffered such a huge loss, Zheng Hong actually chose to remain silent and swallow his anger? This isn't like him at all. But they soon understood. Zheng Hong was afraid that his scandalous affairs would get out and affect his status. Everyone agreed in unison, but their hearts were ice cold. It seemed they had been beaten for nothing. Also, clean up all the CCTV footage from today. I don't want to see anything that shouldn't be there. The law enforcement officer in charge of the surveillance video nodded repeatedly and hurriedly scrambled towards the monitoring room. With the help of several people, Zhang Hong finally returned to his office. Soon after, Zhang Hong's confidant, Li Wei, a Class B therapist, walked in. When he saw Zhang Hong's crippled arm, his expression changed instantly, and he quickly stepped forward to use his healing abilities. A soft green light enveloped Zhang Hong's right arm, and the excruciating pain gradually subsided. "Minister, who did this? The power is truly overwhelming," Li Wei asked in surprise while receiving treatment. "That bastard Han Li." Zhang Hong gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with boundless hatred. "I didn't expect him to have recovered to rank B. I was careless." Li Wei paused, a look of shock flashing across his face. "Han Li has recovered to B rank so quickly? The strength of the Dawn team is probably not to be underestimated." He hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Minister, what do we do next? Are we just going to let it go?" Li Wei asked. A venomous, sinister glint flashed in Zhang Hong's eyes. "Let's wait and see their performance evaluation results tomorrow. If they maintain a B grade, then we'll have to reconsider. If they can't hold out, I have my own ways of dealing with them." Li Wei nodded, then asked, "What about Xie Yong? We haven't uncovered his secrets yet." Zhang Hong snorted disdainfully. "He's just a casual player. If he can't handle Dawnbreaker, surely I can handle him. Send someone immediately to keep a close watch on him 24 hours a day. As soon as he gets alone, bring him back to me at all costs. I'm determined to get to the bottom of his secret." "Yes, I'll arrange it right away." After leaving the enforcement department, Lin Yi and his group of 5 did not go through the Hero Hall, but instead left through the back door of the Hero Association building. The night was as dark as ink, and the cold evening wind blowing on our faces made everyone much more awake. "Captain Lin Yi, we really owe you a lot this time." "I'll never thank you enough. I'll remember this favor," Xie Yong said sincerely. Lin Yi ignored his polite formalities and simply looked at him calmly. "What are your plans next?" "What other plans could I have?" Xie Yong smiled nonchalantly. "The world is vast. I'll just find a place to hide for now. That mad dog Zhang Hong will definitely not let me go." "You can't leave," Lin Yi said calmly. Xie Yong's smile froze instantly, and he stared at Lin Yi warily. "What do you mean?" Lin Yi's gaze swept over him, then looked at Han Li, Su Qingyue, and Chen Mo beside him. "You must stay with us until you hand over that Grade B secret realm. Tomorrow is our Dawn rating assessment. After the assessment, we'll go to that secret realm together. Until then, to prevent you from escaping, you can only come back to the apartment with us." Lin Yi's tone was firm and left no room for argument. He knew very well that for someone like Xie Yong, who constantly lived on the edge, so-called favors and promises were utterly worthless. Only absolute interests and power are the sole binding force for them. Xie Yong's eyes flashed with curiosity when he heard the words B-level secret realm. Han Li and Su Qingyue were the same, while Chen Mo thoughtfully pushed up his glasses. Xie Yong's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Lin Yi to be so meticulous, directly cutting off all his thoughts of escaping. However, he did not intend to enter the B-level secret realm alone. "I originally wanted to find a few casual companions to keep me company, so I wouldn't be too passive. If he goes in with Lin Yi and his group, he definitely won't have control over the situation. But from a safety perspective, being with them is undoubtedly safer. Besides, it's not bad to follow them for now. At least we don't have to worry about Zhang Hong causing trouble." Soon, he revealed a seemingly sincere smile. "No problem, I'd love to. Since we're all in the same boat, I won't hide it from you anymore." Xie Yong sighed and took the initiative to confess. "All my previous claims about being wronged or taking the blame were false. Actually, Zhang Hong somehow found out that I had information about a B-level secret realm and wanted to pry out the location of the secret realm from me, so he found an excuse to arrest me." Everyone suddenly realized what had happened and finally understood the whole story. "That bastard Zhang Hong will do anything for profit," Han Li spat out disdainfully. After returning to Lin Ye's apartment, the 5 of them washed up and went into their assigned rooms. However, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Chen Mo lay on the soft bed, his eyes wide open, completely unable to fall asleep. The thought of representing Dawn in the B-level team assessment tomorrow made his heart race. The assessment task is to challenge an equal number of B-rank monsters in a virtual environment. He's just an ordinary person. What makes him think he can face off against a B-class monster? He didn't want to be a burden anymore, and he was even less willing to let the first step of Dawn's rebirth end in failure because of him. A strong sense of responsibility and a feeling of powerlessness intertwined, like 2 huge rocks pressing heavily on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. In the other room, Han Li's situation was completely different. He was shirtless, his bronze muscles gleaming solidly under the light. Instead of lying down, he kept punching people in the room. Each punch was powerful and forceful, yet he skillfully controlled the force, making no sound whatsoever. He finally returned to the place that haunted his dreams. Tomorrow, he will let everyone in Jiangcheng know that explosive fist. Hanli is back. He wanted to make those who would look down on him and mocked him open their eyes and take a good look. He will use the most domineering and fierce momentum to announce his return. Excitement and fighting spirit burned in his blood, making it impossible for him to fall asleep. Su Qingyue also tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She sat by the window, quietly watching the lights of thousands of homes outside. The form-fitting silk nightgown accentuated her full, jade-like curves. He clutched an old pendant in his hand, inside which was a slightly yellowed photograph of a young man and woman. Roar! Judging from their poses in the photo, the young couple clearly have a close relationship. Her expression was calm, yet deep within her beautiful eyes surged an unyielding hatred. This name, like a poisonous thorn, was deeply embedded in her heart. The deeper the love, the more intense the hatred. She would never forget how that man exploited her trust, pushing her step by step into the abyss and taking everything away from her. Now, she has returned to grade B. Even though a B-level healer is still no match for the captain of an A-level team. But she knew that as long as she stayed by the captain's side, one day she would have the power to take revenge herself. Xia Yon lay in bed, yet he was as alert as a cheetah. He knew that Zhang Hong, that mad dog, would never let this go. A prison break, a prisoner recapture, and the serious injury to the Deputy Minister of Law Enforcement, any one of these would be enough for Zhang Hong to use all his power to retaliate against them. Although Lin Yi and his group were exceptionally strong, the law enforcement department was, after all, an official agency. If Zhang Hongjin were to disregard everything and mobilize the law enforcement department to launch a night raid, they might not be able to escape unscathed. Lin Ye's room was completely silent. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes closed, his breathing steady and long. In his mind, he was repeatedly recalling all the experiences of the past few days. Su Qingyue and Han Li both advanced to rank B, and the team now possesses its core combat strength. Although Chen Mo has not yet fully awakened, his tactical talent is already a trump card for Dawn. Everything is moving in the best possible direction. He slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing across them. Tomorrow, dawn will break and we will be reborn. Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment at the Blazing Flame team's base, a joyful atmosphere prevailed. Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, and Lu Yun raised their glasses and laughed heartily on the sofa. That idiot Lin Yi, of all people to offend, he had to offend Zhang Hong, the deputy minister of the law enforcement department. Zhao Kai shouted excitedly after downing a glass of wine. They definitely won't be able to participate in tomorrow's assessment. When Dawn is forcibly disbanded, I want to see how arrogant Lin Yi will still be. Lu Yun smiled and agreed. Sun Xian pushed up his glasses, a feigned regret on his face. I originally wanted to let him see our strength after we were promoted to B-level during the rating assessment, so that he would realize how foolish his decision was. Now it seems that this opportunity may not exist. As the three were chatting and laughing, the apartment door was gently pushed open. A cool, aloof figure walked in. She was dressed in a simple white practice uniform, her curves alluring and captivating. Her long black hair was casually tied back, and her beautiful face was expressionless. She exuded a chilling aura that instilled fear, as if even the surrounding air was frozen. Zhao Kai and the other two were stunned for a moment, then their faces lit up with surprise. They could clearly sense that Chen Bing's aura was several times stronger than it had been 3 days ago. It was a powerful sense of oppression that only A-rank heroes possessed. Chen Bing, you succeeded? You've advanced to rank A? Zhao Kai stood up excitedly, his voice trembling slightly. Sun Qian and Lu Yun's faces were also filled with shock and envy. Chen Bing's indifferent gaze swept over the three of them, and she nodded lightly. Then, pretending to be casual, he asked, "You guys were talking about Lin Yi just now?" "Ha, that's right." Lu Yun immediately greeted Chen Bing with a smile and warmly shook his hand. "Bing, congratulations. You are now the youngest A-level hero in Jiangcheng. Captain Luo had originally said that he wanted you to give Lin Yi a big surprise during tomorrow's assessment. However, it seems that this plan is no longer needed. They won't be able to participate in the assessment tomorrow." Chen Bing frowned slightly. "What did you do?" "We didn't do anything." Sun Qian's fake smile deepened. "It was Lin Yi who was reckless and offended Zhang Hong, the deputy minister of the law enforcement department. He's currently in solitary confinement and will likely be there for at least a month. They definitely won't make it to tomorrow's assessment." Hearing this, Chen Bing nodded expressionlessly but couldn't help but feel relieved. According to Luo Feng, regardless of whether Dawn can pass the B-level team assessment tomorrow, he will submit a team challenge application to Dawn. They wanted to trample Lin Yi and his so-called new Dawn underfoot in front of everyone, thus completing the victim's revenge. After all, in everyone's eyes, it was Lin Yi who was selfish and power-hungry, ruthlessly kicking the four of them out of Dawn. Now, they have 1 A-level and 3 B-level members. Dealing with Lin Yi and the 2 so-called second awakeners beside him would be a piece of cake. Now that Dawn can't participate in the assessment, it saves him from losing face in front of everyone. Perhaps this is a fortunate thing for him. What a pity. Zhao Kai clicked his tongue in regret. I never got the chance to see him trampled under our feet and witness his despair. Sun Qian smiled and waved. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. When he finally emerged from confinement to find find his team had disbanded. The feeling was probably even worse than being defeated in public. Chen Bing didn't want to listen to this boring talk anymore. "I'm tired, I'm going to rest now." After saying that, he went straight to his room. The three of them were already used to Chen Bing's coldness and didn't care at all. As Zhao Kai watched Chen Bing's retreating figure, a glint of greed and fervor flashed in his eyes. He raised his glass and laughed loudly. "Come on, cheers to our bright future." The atmosphere on the third floor of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association building was exceptionally lively. This is a venue specifically prepared for the hero team rating assessment. The spacious venue can accommodate thousands of people. Today, for B-level teams will be here to undergo rating assessments to determine whether they can maintain their B-level status. In addition to the teams participating in the assessment, the observation seats around the venue were already filled with heroes from various C-level and D-level teams. They all wanted to witness firsthand the rigor of the Level B assessment and hoped to learn valuable lessons from it. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the teams participating in the assessment arrived one after another. Besides the highly anticipated Dawn team, the other three B-level teams, Thunder, Azure Wolf, and Crimson Bird, have all arrived and are making final adjustments in their respective preparation areas. The captains of the three teams huddled together, talking in hushed tones, their eyes occasionally glancing at the empty preparation area of the Dawn team. This Dawn team is really arrogant. They haven't shown up yet. Could it be that they're backing down at the last minute, afraid of what's to come? The captain of the Songlong team, Xiong Gang, spoke in a deep, rough voice. He was as strong as a bear and had a straightforward personality. "I heard from a friend that Lin Yi had a conflict with Zheng Hong, the deputy minister of the law enforcement department, in the Hall of Heroes a few days ago and was taken away on the spot. He hasn't been released yet." Ironbird's captain Willow Oriole added in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Lei Zhe, the captain of the Thunder team, couldn't help but let out a long sigh. His gaze fell on the empty preparation area of Dawn, his eyes filled with complex emotions and regret. "Captain Lin Yi once saved my life. I, Lei Zhe, trust his strength and character completely. This time, I'm afraid I was really framed by a villain." Xiong Gang and Luing exchanged a glance, both showing surprise in each other's eyes. "I never expected that Lei Zhe and Lin Yi would have this kind of relationship." At this moment, a commotion suddenly broke out in the observation seats. A four-person squad dressed in black combat uniforms with ferocious monster badges embroidered on their chests emerged from a private passage. Each of them exuded a strong aura, with steady steps, sharp eyes, and a chilling killing intent. "It's the Iron Blood team," someone exclaimed. "My god, isn't that Blood Wolf Zhou Tong leading the team? He's a true A-level hero. Holy crap, the Iron Blood squad is here too? Why would they send an A-rank hero to observe a B-rank assessment? What do you know? This is called strategic vision. These B-tier teams are likely to become formidable A-tier rivals in the future. Understanding their situation beforehand is definitely beneficial." The gasps of amazement from the audience had not yet subsided. Another queue appeared on the other side of the passage. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Leading the group was Qin Bing, who had just been promoted to A-level and whose demeanor had become even more aloof and cold. She wore a white, form-fitting soft armor, which perfectly showcased her figure. Her graceful movements are captivating, drawing all eyes to her. Following closely behind were Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, and Lu Yun, all dressed in brand new B-grade armor and brimming with confidence. "It's the Blazing Flame Squad. They've come too. That Ice Queen must be Chen Bing, right? TSK, she's absolutely stunning. I heard that after Lin Yi kicked her out of the team, she actually benefited from the misfortune and successfully advanced to A-level. It's not just her. Sun Qian and Lu Yun behind her have also been promoted to B-level, haven't they? What's this called? A loss may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. I think this is retribution." Lin Yi went too far back then, kicking out all four core members and clearing out the team's contribution points. Now look what's happened. They've all joined the Blazing Flame and are all soaring to great heights. Do you think Lin Yi would be kicking himself if he knew this? Not only did we lose an A-rank and 3 B-rank heroes for nothing, we also inexplicably gained 4 powerful enemies. This deal was a huge loss. Ha, it's too late to regret it now. We'll see if he dares to come today. I bet he's hiding and crying. Listening to the undisguised discussions and mockery around them, Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, and Lu Yun wore smug smiles. They had already decided that Lin Yi would not show up today. Their purpose in coming here was to make everyone understand that they could live a more fulfilling life without Lin Yi. At the same time, enjoy the good show of the Dawn team being disbanded because they couldn't participate in the assessment. Chen Bing ignored the gossip around her. She scanned the entire room but did not see that familiar figure. A subtle, complex emotion flickered deep within his cool, aloof eyes. Zhou Tong and the members of the Iron Blood team also turned their gazes to the members of the Blazing Flame team. As the only two A-level teams in Jiangcheng, Iron Blood and Blazing Flame have long been locked in a fierce battle, both openly and secretly. Zhou Tong stared at Chen Bing, sensing the A-level energy fluctuations emanating from her. An A-level qualification built up with the Luo family's resources is unstable and nothing special, Zhou Tong scoffed inwardly. He once asserted that Lin Yi's Dawn was very likely to become the third A-level team to rise in Jiangcheng following Iron Blood and Raging Flame. He greatly admired Lin Yi's fearless fighting style and outstanding command ability. He had always felt deeply sorry for Lin Yi's unexpected serious injury and the significant decline in his strength. As for the post on the Heroes Forum that later smeared Lin Yi, he didn't believe a single word of it. In his view, the only possible reason why Lin Yi would take the initiative to kick those 4 people out of the team was that they had betrayed him. At that moment, his gaze met Chen Bing's gaze silently in the air. There were no polite greetings, only a cold, unwelcoming exchange. Zhou Tong's eyes were filled with the scrutiny and disdain of a senior expert. Chen Bing, however, responded with the arrogance and indifference of a newly promoted A-level student, showing no weakness whatsoever. Invisible sparks seemed to flicker in the air. Dawn will not come. Zhao Kai seemed to think the scene wasn't lively enough, so he deliberately raised his voice and spoke to Sun Qian beside him. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for people in the nearby spectator areas to hear clearly. His gloating tone revealed his undisguised pride. Sun Qian, understanding the unspoken message, adjusted his glasses and slowly added, "There's nothing we can do. Some people are just out of touch with reality and offend people they shouldn't have. Now, he's in the solitary confinement cell of the law enforcement department, properly reflecting on his life." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong raised an eyebrow slightly. Clearly, Lin Yi had fallen into the hands of these despicable people. These guys are ruthless. They didn't even give Lin Yi a chance to participate in the assessment. They're practically trying to completely crush Lin Yi. Although Zhou Tong felt sorry for Lin Yi, that was all he felt. He wouldn't offer any help. Just then, an unusual commotion suddenly broke out at the entrance of the venue. The commotion grew louder and louder, surging towards them like a tide. "What's going on?" Zhao Kai frowned. He vaguely heard someone in the crowd shouting a name he least wanted to hear. "Lin Yi, is it Lin Yi who's here?" The smiles on Zhao Kai and the other two's faces froze instantly. As if they had seen a ghost, they looked incredulously toward the entrance. At the entrance, a tall and slender figure slowly walked towards the center of the assessment field. He was wearing a simple black fitted shirt with the collar slightly open, revealing well-defined muscle lines. He wore black slim-fit trousers on his lower body, and his steps were steady and firm. His handsome face showed no sign of tension or anxiety, only a calm as still water. The 3 people following closely behind him are, in order. On the left stands the burly and resolute Han Li, his arms crossed, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, radiating an aura that says, "I'm not to be trifled with." On the right is Su Qingyue, with a graceful figure and pure beauty. She quietly follows beside Lin Yi, with a gentle smile on her face, which is as refreshing as a spring breeze. Finally, there was Chun Mo, who wore glasses and looked frail. He was focused and calm, and his eyes behind the lenses shone with wisdom, as if he could see through everything. When Zhao Kai, Sun Qian, and Lu Yun recognized the person, their minds went completely blank. How is this possible? Weren't they supposed to be locked up in the law enforcement department's solitary confinement room? How did they end up here? Zhao Kai cried out in shock, his smugness replaced by astonishment and disbelief. Sun Qian stared intently at Lin Yi, utterly perplexed. Given Zhang Hong's vengeful nature, why would he release Lin Yi at such a crucial moment? Chen Bing's gaze fell on Lin Yi, and although she was surprised, she sighed more. "Lin Yi, why do you have to humiliate yourself? You think you can pass the B-level team assessment with just you and 2 C-level heroes? When did you become so naive? By doing this, you'll only make your defeat even more crushing in front of all the heroes of Jiangcheng." Lin Yi naturally also saw the 4 people not far away with faces as varied as a palette, but he only glanced at it briefly before looking away. After today, all grudges will be completely settled, all the truth will be revealed, and he will prove to everyone how foolish Chen Bing and the others' departure was. Lin Yi ignored the people who looked at him with shock, curiosity, or schadenfreude. He led Han Li and the other 2 directly to the preparation area belonging to Dawn. The captains of the other 3 B-level teams stared at him with complicated expressions. The Dawn team, when Lin Yi was still an A-level hero, was recognized as the strongest among the 4 B-level teams, despite having the fewest members. Lin Yi alone is enough to make all of them lose face. But now, the tiger has fallen into the plains. Xiong Gang and Luing sensed Lin Yi's F-level energy fluctuations, and besides sighing, they also felt a strange sense of pleasure. The gloom of being suppressed by teams of the same level seemed to vanish at this moment. When Lin Yi passed by the Azure Wolf team and the Crimson Flame Bird team, Xiong Gang and Luing did not greet him at all. Upon arriving at the Thunder team's preparation area, Lei Zhe took the initiative to greet him. Lei Zhe was in his early 20s, with a spiky hairstyle and a clean, handsome face that showed genuine sincerity and concern. "I just got back from training at headquarters and heard about your situation. Are you alright?" When Lin Yi saw him, a gentle smile appeared on his face. He reached out and patted Razor's shoulder heavily. "I'm fine, it's all minor. You've improved a lot since you came back from this training. You'll probably be able to break into A-level soon, right?" Lei Zhe smiled wryly. "Brother Yi, I still have a long way to go, but I believe you can definitely make a comeback. Thank you for your kind words." After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, Ray Eyes returned to his team. "Captain, Captain, Lin Yi has already become an F-level cripple. Do you still need to be so polite to him? A young man with long blonde hair looked on with disdain and skepticism. He is Cui Shuang, the vice-captain of the Thunder team and a B-level speed-type hero. Although the other team members remained silent, their expressions revealed their dissatisfaction with Razor's attitude. They had nothing to say to Lin Yi, who was previously an A-level player. But Lin Yi now is not worthy of being treated like this by Lei Zhe. Lei Zhe frowned, looked at Cui Shuang, and then at the other team members. I'll say it again. Lin Yi saved my life. Even if he becomes an F rank, or even an ordinary person, he will still be my brother, Razor. I can't control other things, but my team members will absolutely not be allowed to criticize him. Understand? Everyone looked at each other, none of them expecting Lei Zhe to be so excited. Cui Shuang shrugged, saying indifferently, "You're the captain, you make the decisions." Cui Shuang's attitude made Lei Zhe frown even more. But with the assessment approaching, he didn't want to cause any trouble, so he kept quiet. At this moment, an examiner dressed in the official uniform of the Hero Association walked onto the high platform in the center of the arena. He cleared his throat, and his authoritative voice resounded throughout the entire testing area through the loudspeaker. It is now announced that the annual B-level team rating assessment has officially begun. The content of this assessment is Virtual Space Combat Test. The examiner paused, then continued to announce loudly. Each of your teams will enter an independent virtual combat space to challenge an equal number of B-level monsters. Eliminate all the monsters within the specified time to pass the test. If the time limit is exceeded or all members are eliminated, the assessment will be considered a failure. As the examiner finished speaking, virtual pods resembling giant eggs rose from the metal floor in front of the 4 B-level teams. As the examiner made the announcement, a system notification sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! Team mission triggered. Task name, B-tier team rating assessment. Task requirement, pass the B-level team rating assessment. Reward, 500-1500 team reputation points. Ding! Lootable target detected. Target 1, Razor, a B-rank energy-type hero. Lootable ability, B-rank active skill Thunderclap. Thunderbolt, concentrates lightning energy into any part of the body, increasing speed, agility, attack power, and lightning projection depending on the affected area. Target 2, Cui Shuang, B-tier speed-type hero. Capable of being plundered, B-tier active skill Shadowless Step. Shadowless Step, by creating a high-speed vibration that leaves an afterimage in place, the true body can perform a short-range stealth movement and launch a fatal attack. Target 3, Zhao Kai, B-tier defensive hero. Lootable ability, B-tier active skill Steel Body. Iron Body, makes the body as hard as steel, greatly increasing physical defense. Target 4, Xiong Gang, B-rank strength type hero. Plunderable ability, B-rank passive skill Raging Bear Power. Bear's Might, the lower the health, the greater the increase in strength and attack speed, up to a maximum of 50%. Target 5, Willow Oriole, rank B spirit type hero. Plunderable ability, rank B active skill Spiritual Scream. Psychic Scream, releases a fan-shaped psychic shockwave, causing psychic shock and brief confusion to enemies within range. Target 25. Target 26. Lin Yi was secretly pleased. Just as he had expected, this assessment had also triggered a team mission. There were as many as 26 B-level heroes on site, at least two-thirds of whom came from C-level teams outside the venue. Although there were many options, Lin Yi's choice was clear. He can only unleash his full potential by choosing abilities he is familiar with. System, Plunder Lei Zhe's Thunderbolt, Cui Shuang's Shadowless Step, and Zhao Kai's Iron Body. Command confirmed. Looting successful. Gained B-rank ability Thunderbolt, temporary. Gained B-rank ability Shadowless Step, temporary. Gained B-rank ability Steel Body, temporary. 3 distinct yet equally powerful B-grade abilities were instantly injected into Lin Yi's body and then lay dormant under his control, like 3 fierce tigers ready to pounce on their prey. At this moment, his body was like a top-of-the-line processor that could switch between different programs at any time. As long as he has enough energy, he can become an all-around warrior who combines speed, defense, burst damage and healing. However, the number of raids per day is limited, and in order to prepare for the challenge from Blazing Flame after the assessment, he decided to reserve 2 raiding opportunities. After the looting was over, the examiner finished speaking. Members of the 4 teams entered their respective virtual pods. The assessment has officially begun. With a faint mechanical whirring sound, the heavy metal hatch slowly closed, completely isolating all the examinees from the outside world. Immediately afterwards, 4 huge virtual screens slowly descended from the ceiling above the assessment venue, each corresponding to one of the 4 participating B-level teams. The screen lit up, and the virtual avatars of each team member appeared one by one, lifelike and almost indistinguishable from real people. Virtual space environment is being randomly generated. Assessment targets are being randomly matched. The cold, robotic system notifications echoed throughout the venue. The next moment, the images on the 4 screens changed simultaneously, presenting 4 distinct virtual combat environments. The Azure Wolf team was teleported to a dense primeval jungle. The crimson birds appeared at the foot of a volcano engulfed in flames. The environment for the Thunder team was particularly harsh, a thunderstorm valley filled with lightning and howling winds. The Dawn team was sent to a desolate ancient battlefield ruin filled with gray mist. The ruins and piles of bones created an extremely eerie atmosphere. Immediately afterwards, information about the B-class monsters that each team was about to face appeared on the right side of the screen in the form of a data stream. The target of the Azure Wolf team's assessment: 6 B-rank monsters, Shadow Leopard. Description: a top predator in the jungle, extremely fast, skilled in stealth and ambush, its claws and teeth are highly venomous. Crimson Flame Bird team's assessment target: 7 B-rank monsters, Lava Giant Lizard. Description: a fire-type monster inhabiting volcanic areas, with skin as hard as rock, capable of spewing scorching lava, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Hiss: the Grey Wolf and the Crimson Flame Bird are really unlucky. The Shadow Panther and the Lava Giant Lizard are both quite troublesome among B-class monsters, especially when fighting on their home turf. That's right, it looks like both teams are going to have a tough time in this assessment. The heroes in the spectator stands were discussing among themselves, all feeling worried for the two teams. However, when their gaze turned to the Thunder team's screen, the previous discussion abruptly ceased. Instead, a collective gasp of astonishment filled the air. Thunder team's assessment target: 5 B-rank monsters, Thunder Cerberus. Description: a powerful monster who wields the power of lightning, possessing 3 heads and capable of unleashing 3 different lightning-based attacks simultaneously. He is brutal and extremely bloodthirsty. He once annihilated an entire B-class squad, a terrifying feat. My god, it's Cerberus, the Thunder Cerberus. This guy's overall strength is already very close to that of an A-class monster, isn't it? Thunder team has such bad luck. They actually drew an opponent of this caliber. This is dangerous. Captain Razor is powerful, but he has to face 5 of these monsters. Before the shock of the crowd had subsided, when their gazes finally fell on the screen belonging to the Dawn team, the entire assessment venue immediately fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked as if they had been choked, their eyes wide open, their faces filled with disbelief, shock, and absurdity. Dawn team's assessment target for B-rank monsters: Skeleton King. Introduction: a legendary undead creature formed from countless bones and endless resentment, immune to most physical and energy attacks, possessing immortality, and the terrifying ability to enslave the undead. Only sporadically mentioned in ancient texts, it is said that even A-rank heroes struggle to slay it. After a brief silence, the entire venue exploded as if a depth charge had been dropped. Are you kidding me? A Skeleton King? This is a B-level assessment? Are you crazy? How could such a legendary monster appear in a rank B assessment? Even A-rank heroes are hard to kill? How are we supposed to play like this? Don't even mention Dawn. Even if you add the other 3 B-level teams, you might not be able to handle it. If Lin Yi were still an A-level, there would still be some hope, but now, he's completely doomed. Amidst a chorus of pessimistic pronouncements, Zhou Tong of the Ironblood team narrowed his eyes slightly. He keenly sensed something unusual. He had participated in and watched countless assessments of B-level teams, but this was the first time he had ever seen such an outrageous assessment target as the Dawn team. This isn't an assessment at all. Someone is determined to crush Dawn. His gaze unconsciously swept towards the Blazing Flame team not far away. Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, and Lu Yun were already laughing gleefully. Zhao Kai made no attempt to hide his smugness, and his arrogant laughter echoed throughout the hall. This is a total disaster. That's the Skeleton King. If this even gets approved, I'll eat shit live on air. Chen Bing remained silent, her face still cold and aloof, but her heart was in turmoil. Luo Feng, was this your doing? You've gone to great lengths to completely suppress Lin Yi and Pashao, but is it really necessary to go this far? What's the difference between this and using a cannon to kill a fly? Chen Bing was quite disdainful of Luo Feng's actions. In her opinion, with Lin Yi's current strength, even the most ordinary B-level monster would have a hard time passing the test. Luo Feng's decision to assign the Skeleton King as a test target was completely unnecessary. The heroes from the other C-level and D-level teams also shook their heads. In their eyes, Team Dawn had already been eliminated. Now their only concern is how long Dawn can hold out against such a terrifying enemy. I guess a minute, no more than that. 1 minute? You're giving them way too much credit. I bet half a minute that ordinary guy named Chen Mo will be instantly killed. 10 seconds. I bet they'll be wiped out in 10 seconds. Malicious speculations rose and fell among the crowd. Meanwhile, in the virtual space where the Dawn team was located, when the information about the Skeleton King came into view, Hanli, Su Qingyue, and Chen Mo, who were originally full of confidence, turned pale instantly. Holy shit, this is a B-level assessment? Hanli was the first to jump up and start cursing. A Skeleton King like that wouldn't be an exaggeration even in an A-level assessment. Damn it, someone must be pulling the strings behind this. Su Qingyue's heart sank to the bottom. Looking at the description of the terrifying monster, she felt her hands and feet turn ice cold, and the chill went straight to her bones. Chen Mo was also unable to remain calm at this moment. His mind was blank, and he couldn't think of any countermeasures. This is not a gap that tactics can bridge, it's a dimensional crushing defeat. None of the three of them had ever truly faced the Skeleton King, but all the known information pointed to the Skeleton King's extraordinary terror. Some have even publicly questioned how someone with the strength of the Skeleton King could be classified as B-level. However, the Hero Association has never made any adjustments to the Skeleton King's ranking. Just as the three were in a state of extreme shock and their morale plummeted to rock bottom, a calm and steady voice resonated clearly in their minds through the telepathic connection. What's the panic? Linya's tone was completely calm, as if the terrifying Skeleton King was nothing more than a pile of ordinary skeletons. It's just a few skeletons, what's there to be afraid of? He glanced around at the three pale-faced men, a confident smile playing on his lips. Cheer up, everyone. What you need to believe in isn't those cold, hard statistics, but your teammates, me, and yourselves. Remember, we are dawn. We are the light of dawn that tears through all darkness. Linya's voice, like a morning bell and an evening drum, struck the hearts of the three of them deeply. That inexplicable panic and unease was miraculously soothed. What are they afraid of? The captain is right here. What a load of bull. Compared to the captain's miraculous abilities, he's nothing but a skeleton. The fear in the eyes of the three gradually dissipated, replaced by a renewed fighting spirit. Just then, in the distant gray mist, four tall figures, riding skeletal warhorses, wielding giant bone scythes, and draped in tattered cloaks, slowly appeared. An overwhelming aura of death swept in. The four skeletal kings simultaneously looked up to the sky and let out a silent roar. It was not a sound wave produced by the vibration of the vocal cords, but a soul impact formed by the condensation of spirit and endless resentment. Like an invisible giant wave, it instantly swept across the entire desolate ancient battlefield ruins. Chen Mo, who was the first to be hit, felt as if his mind had been struck heavily by an invisible battering ram. Suddenly everything went black, my ears were ringing, and I staggered so hard I almost fainted on the spot. Su Qingyue and Han Li's faces turned pale, and their bodies swayed violently. The energy that had just started circulating in the body suddenly felt stagnant and stinging. Qingyue, life link. Linya's voice, like a stabilizing force, suddenly rang out amidst the turbulent connection of minds, steady and powerful. Su Qingyue's heart trembled. She endured the excruciating mental pain and immediately activated the surging life energy within her body. A gentle and sacred B-grade life energy emanated from her, transforming into three emerald green beams that precisely connected to Lin Yi, Han Li, and Chen Mo. Tier B skill, life link. A warm and pure life force instantly surged into the three of them, like sweet spring watering parched land. It not only quickly dispelled the negative effects of the soul impact, but also established a strong and invisible bond of life between them. The continuous therapeutic effects, like a gentle stream, nourished their body and mind. Chen Mo, report the data. Linya's voice rang out again, calm and devoid of any extra emotion. Chen Mo took a deep breath, desperately suppressing the pounding and fear in his mind. Those sharp eyes hidden behind the lenses were fixed on the four skeletal kings that were slowly approaching, exuding an endless aura of death. Captain, although he has not yet fully awakened, his vision is already extraordinary. In his eyes, the four terrifying monsters were no longer just undead, but a complex three-dimensional model composed of countless data streams. Target 1, 120 meters away, moving speed 15 meters per second, bone density assessed as B+, energy core located below the third rib in the chest cavity, energy fluctuation frequency is. Target 2, located 10 meters to the left and rear of Target 1, bone density grade B, energy core located inside the left eye socket. Target 3, Target 4. A series of extremely precise and outrageously detailed data were transmitted clearly and unmistakably into everyone's mind through the mental connection. Even Han Li, who was mentally prepared, couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion and shock. He glanced at Chen Mo beside him in disbelief. What kind of monster was this kid? This data is even more accurate and efficient than the Hero Association's most advanced analyzer. A smile of appreciation appeared on Linya's face. Old Han, your task is to directly contain Target 1 and Target 2. Remember, don't get greedy in the fight. They have extremely strong physical and energy resistance. Your goal is to buy time, deplete their energy as much as possible, and create an opportunity for me. Received. Han Li roared, slamming his fists together with a heavy thud, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Xingyue, you are responsible for protecting Lao Han's life. At the same time, pay attention to your own position and be wary of the undead creatures they may summon at any time. Understood. Su Qingyue nodded emphatically, a dense light of life already gathering in her palm. As for objectives 3 and 4, Linya's gaze fell on the two skeletal kings slightly behind, and a chilling smile curved his lips. Leave it to me. Before the words were even finished, the four skeletal kings transformed into four black death whirlwinds, abandoning their slow pace and charging madly towards them. The enormous bone scythe dragged across the ground, drawing blinding sparks and accompanied by a sharp, ear-piercing screeching sound that seemed to tear eardrums. Han Li roared, advancing instead of retreating, and took the initiative to meet the two skeletal kings at the forefront. His B-level heavenly chi erupted with a roar, making him like a runaway bull, unstoppable. unstoppable. At the same time, Lin Yi's figure flashed mysteriously and disappeared into thin air. Rank B ability, Shadowless Step. His faint F-level energy fluctuations vanished instantly, and he seemed to merge into the air, leaving no trace. In the observation seats, everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Yi is missing. Where did he go? It's invisibility. My god, he actually has invisibility? No. His second awakening was the ability to copy, which must be an invisibility skill he copied from someone else. What? He can copy other people's abilities at will? Wouldn't that make him an omnipotent hero? Zhao Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared intently at the screen, his facial muscles twitching wildly from extreme jealousy. This ability is absolutely insane. Does this mean Lin Yi can even freely copy the abilities of S-class heroes? How could this good-for-nothing possess such incredible abilities? For the first time, Chen Bing's usually icy face revealed an undisguised shock. The ability to forcibly copy capabilities without the other party's consent is truly domineering. However, it's probably impossible to replicate all abilities. Otherwise, if he simply copied the skills of an S-class hero, he would definitely pass this test easily. Perhaps his ability to copy is related to his own level. He's only at F rank right now, so he definitely can't replicate very strong abilities. Thinking of this, Chen Bing breathed a slight sigh of relief. But soon, an even more chilling question surfaced in her mind. Is he really only F rank? On the battlefield, having lost Lin Yi as their target, the two skeletal kings immediately turned their crimson soulfire towards Su Qingyue and Chen Mo behind them. They let out a silent roar, raising their bone sides high, ready to deliver a fatal blow. However, in that very instant, a blurry afterimage appeared behind Target 3 without warning, like a ghost. He clenched his right fist, and with the help of his steel body, the skin and muscles of his entire arm instantly reached an extremely high density. S-rank passive, one punch breaks limit, activated. Lin Yi's fist struck the skeleton king's energy core, his left eye socket, at an incredibly tricky angle, silently. There was no earth-shattering noise, only a slight but eerie cracking sound. The skull, which was said to be able to withstand the full force of a B-class hero's attack, shattered as easily as a bubble under Lin Yi's punch. The fist pierced through the skeletal king's eye socket without any resistance, striking precisely the violently pulsating black energy core formed from endless resentment. The energy core shattered instantly. The skeletal king's massive body stiffened abruptly, and the crimson soulfire in its eye sockets flickered violently twice like a candle in the wind before going out completely. Immediately afterwards, its body, composed of countless white bones, collapsed with a crash, like building blocks that had lost all support, turning into a pile of lifeless skeletons. The skeleton king was actually killed instantly by Lin Yi in one strike? The audience fell into a deathly silence, but the expected cheers failed to erupt. Because on the screen, black resentment energy began to surge forth again from the pile of scattered bones. Those broken bones seemed to be pulled by invisible threads, rapidly recombining and piecing themselves back together. The skeletal king, who had been instantly killed by Lin Yi, stood up again unharmed. The crimson soulfire blazed up again in its empty eye sockets, even more intensely than before. Immortals. The legends are true. They are simply unkillable. The heroes in the observation seats were in complete uproar, their faces filled with despair. However, some people have noticed other focal points. The resurrection of the skeleton king is not the main point. What is truly shocking is that Lin Yi was able to shatter the skeleton with a single punch. We'll see. That's right. That skeleton can withstand a full-force attack from a B-rank offensive hero. Without special equipment, heroes below A rank simply cannot destroy it. Lin Yi, with his bare hands, actually shattered the skeleton and even destroyed the skeleton king's energy core. What's so strange about that? The virtual spaces, after all, virtual, the skeleton king's defenses are certainly not as exaggerated as they are in reality. On the battlefield, Lin Yi's expression turned serious for the first time. He hadn't expected that the skeleton king could be resurrected after the energy core was shattered. The situation is now likely to become extremely complicated. Just then, the newly resurrected skeletal king raised his bone scythe high and plunged it into the ground. A visible black ripple spread rapidly from the center of the ancient battlefield ruins. The white bones on the ground, silent for thousands of years, began to tremble violently. Immediately afterwards, one after another, white skeletal hands burst forth from the ground. One by one, skeletons wielding broken weapons struggled to crawl out from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of them gathered together. Their empty eye sockets burned with ghostly blue soul fire, emitting silent roars, and surged towards Su Qingyue and Chen Mo at the rear of the battlefield like a tidal wave. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed, and his feet suddenly crackled with dazzling purple lightning. Rank B ability, Thunderclap, activate. His speed instantly surged to its limit, and he flashed past like a Z-shaped bolt of purple lightning. Wherever it passed, it left behind charred black lightning marks on the ground. Lin Yi moved like lightning, instantly rushing into the horde of undead skeletons. The next second, violent lightning energy erupted from his body. Purple lightning spread across the sky like a spider web, instantly engulfing all the approaching skeletons and undead. With a crackling sound, the fragile skeleton skeletons were blasted into bone dust by the violent lightning. The audience outside the stadium was once again shocked and stunned. Lightning? Lightning? Lin Yi actually knows lightning abilities? He just became invisible, and now he's using lightning. He can actually use two abilities at the same time. He's a true second stage awakener. No wonder he dared to come. This was his real trump card. Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, and Lu Yun's faces were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Why is it that this useless person they abandoned not only didn't give up but instead became a legendary second awakening person, 1 in 10,000? At the same time, more and more viewers finally noticed the unusual nature of Han Li and Su Qingyue. Look at Han Li. He single-handedly took on 2 skeletal kings and hasn't fallen yet. This kind of strength is beyond what a C-rank hero can possess. And that therapist, her treatment efficiency is astonishing. Han Li was on the verge of death several times, but she saved him instantly. This level of treatment can't possibly be just C-level. Rank B. They must be rank B. The moment this conclusion was announced, the entire room erupted in cheers. Impossible, right? They only awakened their powers not long ago. How could they have advanced to rank B so quickly? They must have been hiding their true strength. They were already B rank when they awakened for the second time, but they deliberately concealed it and only showed C rank strength. Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, and Lu Yun, however, were full of disdain for this speculation. A grade B energy core. That bastard Lin Yi must have secretly taken out a grade B energy core and used it to upgrade them. Sun Xian gritted his teeth and growled. Back then, we were only at the C level, but he would rather watch us get stuck at the bottleneck than let us use our skills. What a selfish guy. Lu Yun's face was full of resentment. On the battlefield, Chen Mo looked at the 3 people fighting tirelessly, feeling powerless and guilty. Why can't I awaken yet? If I had even a little bit of strength, I could share their burden instead of just watching them struggle like this. Ding! Detected a rapid increase in team member Chen Mo's awakened willpower. Awakening progress plus 5%, current progress, 95%. The system notification sounded in Lin Yi's mind, making his heart skip a beat. The Skeleton King's immortality made this trial exceptionally difficult. Unless a special ability specifically designed to counter the immortality of a mentally based hero emerges, it is virtually impossible to solve. Among their team members, the only one who might be able to break the immortality barrier is Chen Mo. Or rather, Chen Mo, who truly and successfully awakened the abilities of an S-class hero. Judging from Chen Mo's arduous awakening process, the possibility of him awakening an S-level ability is extremely high. Seeing that they couldn't hit Lin Yi, the 2 skeletal kings gave up attacking him and instead charged towards Chen Mo and Su Qingyue in the back row. Lin Yi's eyes sharpened. He knew that if Chen Mo or Su Qingyue were to die, the assessment would be a complete failure. Su Qingyue's importance goes without saying. Her treatment has contributed at least half to the fact that we've been able to persevere until now. Chen Mo is the key to whether or not the assessment can be passed. A skeletal king's bone scythe, accompanied by a whistling sound as it tore through the air, slashed straight at Chen Mo's head. Su Qingyue cried out in alarm, wanting to help, but it was too late. Just when things were at their most critical, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Chen Mo like a ghost. He used his steel body to block the Bone King's bone scythe with his arms. However, even with a B-grade steel body, Lin Yi's overall strength is still only C-grade. In terms of attack power, he can make up for the gap with the Skeleton King by relying on his S-level passive ability One Punch breaks the limit. In terms of defense, a body made of steel is simply no match for the Skeleton King. The sharp blade of the bone sickle easily severed Lin Yi's 2 forearms, although there was no bleeding in the virtual environment. But the 80% pain still made Lin Yi's face turn pale. Exclamations of surprise erupted from the audience. Has Lin Yi gone mad? To save an ordinary person, he actually withstood the Skeleton King's bone scythe? He's out of his mind. So what if that ordinary person dies? It won't affect the battle at all. Doing this will only severely injure himself and hasten the team's annihilation. It's over. Lin Yi ultimately failed to create a miracle. At the same time, Chen Mo stared blankly at Lin Yi. The severed arms made him feel as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart. Self-blame, hatred, helplessness, guilt, despair. Various emotions eroded his reason like poison. Why am I so useless? If I can awaken, I won't be a burden. The captain won't get hurt because of me. Why haven't I been able to awaken after all this time? Can I really awaken? Do I, a piece of trash, really deserve to have heroic abilities? Just as Chen Mo was on the verge of a mental breakdown, Lin Yi endured the excruciating pain, used his remaining half-arm to carry him away from the Skeleton King's next attack. At the same time, Lin Yi's voice entered Chen Mo's mind through the telepathic link. Chen Mo, don't belittle yourself. Your value is never determined by whether you are awakened, but by the courage you have to choose to fight alongside us. Believe in yourself. Lin Yi's words were like thunderclaps piercing the heavens and earth, exploding in Chen Mo's mind. I chose to stand here not to wait for awakening, but to fight. My purpose in being is not to become a hero, but to be a member of Dawn. The last shackles that bound his potential finally shattered at this moment. The last 5% of the energy bar was instantly filled. Chen Chen Mo's body trembled violently as an unprecedented sense of mystery surged into his mind, as if he could see into the essence of the world. The world he saw had completely changed. It is no longer a simple data stream, but a magnificent picture composed of countless intricate and intertwined causal lines. Ding! Team member Chen Mo's awakening completion rate is 100%. Successfully awakened S-rank ability. Causality. Gain skills. Eye of data. Battlefield simulation. Optimal solution. Upon hearing the notification tone, Lin Yi was overjoyed. We finally succeeded. It really is an S-class ability. Captain, leave the rest to me. Chen Mo's voice came through the telepathic link, calm and full of confidence. He raised his hand and pointed to the two skeletal kings that were chasing after him. Because you wield the sickle, you will die. As his words fell, two lines of cause and effect, visible only to him, landed precisely on the two skeletal kings. At the same time, the skeleton king caught up with Lin Yi and Chen Mo, and swung his bone scythe down at them without hesitation. Lin Yi did not react at all. Even if he wanted to dodge, he was powerless to do so. The intense battle had exhausted his energy. He could only watch helplessly as the two bone sickles came crashing down, but he remained unusually calm, because he believed in Chen Mo and in the power of this S-level ability. The skeletal king's massive body suddenly and strangely shattered, turning into countless bone fragments that scattered around Lin Yi and Chen Mo. This time, those bones that had turned to dust showed no sign of reforming. The dark, resentful energy dissipated quickly into the air, like rootless duckweed. The immortal being is dead. Inside the assessment venue, when the two arrogant skeletal kings on the screen were mysteriously reduced to bone dust by Chen Mo's casual remark, the entire scene seemed to be paused. Everyone's movements, expressions, and thoughts froze at that moment. That skeletal king, who was said to be immortal, just like that, died. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no cataclysmic energy collision, and not even a proper fight. Just one casual sentence, and that's it? WH, what the hell? What just happened? I don't know. How did those two skeletal kings suddenly shatter? Was it done by that ordinary person named Chen Mo? Impossible. There wasn't even a trace of energy fluctuation on him. After a brief silence, a deafening roar of discussion erupted. Everyone stared incredulously at the bespectacled, seemingly weak and frail young man on the screen. If the strength displayed by Lin Yi, Han Li, and Su Qingyue had only shocked them before, the incredible and incomprehensible methods Chen Mo displayed at this moment filled them with a chilling fear. The unknown is what's most frightening. Cheating. They must be cheating. Zhao Kai suddenly jumped up from his seat and roared at the screen like a madman. The virtual system has a bug. That must be it. How could an ordinary person possibly kill the skeleton king? His voice was sharp and shrill with excitement, filled with an unacceptable madness. Sun Qian and Lu Yun's faces also turned extremely ugly, equally unable to comprehend what was happening before their eyes. A look of shock also appeared in Chen Bing's usually cold eyes. She stared intently at Chen Mo, her heart pounding uncontrollably. That feeling that one's words could be law, that a single sentence could decide the life or death of all things. Could it really be the legendary rule-based ability? No, absolutely not. How could such a power, which only exists in legends, possibly appear in an unknown ordinary person? I must be overthinking it. At this moment, Zhou Tong of the Ironblood team could no longer remain calm. His usually calm and collected face was now filled with a solemn and incredulous expression. He also thought of the astonishing conjecture of rule-based abilities, but the idea was so absurd that even he found it hard to believe. However, a hint of excitement also welled up inside him. If he could recruit this person into the Ironblood squad. While chaos and speculation raged outside the arena, the battle raged on fiercely inside the virtual battlefield. Chen Mo's sharp gaze locked onto the two skeletal kings trapped by Han Li. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was filled with immense confidence, as if his words were unquestionable truth. Because you are entangled with Han Li, you are doomed to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the two skeletal kings who were fiercely fighting with Han Li suddenly froze. The crimson soul fire in their eye sockets flickered violently, as if they had encountered an irresistible natural enemy. Han Li seized this fleeting opportunity, roared, and pushed his B-level heavenly chi to its limit. His fists, like blazing white meteors, slammed into their energy cores. The incredibly hard bones shattered instantly under Han Li's violent power. Immediately afterwards, the shattered bones turned into bone dust that dissipated completely into the air. Thus, all four skeletal kings perished. The battlefield fell silent once more. Han Li gasped for breath, glancing in shock at Chen Mo, who remained calm in the distance, then at his own fist, his mind blank. Although those two punches were powerful, they could at most severely injure the opponents, and could never kill them instantly. What truly defeated them was Chen Mo's strange remark. Young Chen, you've awakened, haven't you? Han Li asked in a trembling voice through the mental link. What ability did you awaken? What level? Su Qingyue was equally shocked. She could clearly sense that Chen Mo's aura was completely different now. Although there were no obvious energy fluctuations, there was an overwhelming aura that made her heart pound. Chen Mo did not answer immediately, but instead stared quietly at Lin Yi. Those eyes, hidden behind the lenses, radiated an unprecedented confidence confidence and determination. Lin Yi noticed Chen Mo's expectant gaze and nodded slightly. After all, they're teammates, so there's no need to hide anything. The ability I awakened is called causality, and its level is S. Upon hearing Chen Mo's answer, Han Li and Su Qingyue were struck dumb, their minds going completely blank. The law of cause and effect? Han Li's voice trembled, and he felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Su Qingyue covered her mouth tightly with her hand, unable to hold back her scream. Her beautiful eyes were filled with endless shock and ecstasy. Their Dawn team has actually produced an S-class hero. Or is he the most mysterious and powerful rule-based hero in legend? The shock of this news was more astonishing than any assessment they had ever passed. After a brief moment of distraction, the two of them almost simultaneously looked at the man who remained calm and composed with eyes full of awe and admiration. They finally understood why Lin Yi had treated Chen Mo differently from the very beginning. Why did Lin Yi disregard all objections, recruit Chen Mo into the team, and entrust him with important responsibilities when everyone else ridiculed him as a bookworm who only talks the talk? Why was Lin Yi able to remain calm and composed even when facing a skeletal king who was certain to kill him? I don't know how much time passed. It turns out that he already knew that Chen Mo had the potential to awaken an S-level rule-type ability. Everything he did was to pave the way for Chen Mo's awakening. He even risked his life, sacrificing his own serious injuries to inspire Chen Mo and help him complete his final transformation. What a sharp eye! What an unfathomable and mysterious method! At this moment, Lin Yi's image in their hearts was elevated once again. Captain, you truly are a godlike man. Just then, a cold system notification sounded simultaneously in the virtual world and throughout the entire assessment venue. The Dawn team, in 7 minutes and 36 seconds, completely annihilated the assessment target, Skeleton King X4. The assessment has been passed. Dawn team maintains its B-tier team status. At the same time, a notification from the Infinite Plunder system sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Congratulations, host, on passing the B-level team assessment. B-level team assessment and rating settlement in progress. Settlement complete. Mission details, B-tier team rating assessment. Assessment target, Skeleton King X4. Warning, the actual threat level of the target far exceeds B-level. Overall rating is A. Team member performance evaluation. Captain Lin Yi. Performance, stabilized the team's morale when it collapsed, formulated precise initial tactics to buy the team valuable time to respond, skillfully utilized various abilities to successfully kill and suppress the A-level monster. Ultimately, at the cost of his own serious injury, he created the ultimate opportunity for teammate Chen Mo to awaken. Evaluation, perfect tactical command, unparalleled individual bravery, godlike planning, and anticipation. As captain, you are the team's rock, its sharpest weapon, and its soul. You deserve the greatest credit for this victory. Rating, SS. Team member, Han Li. Performance, facing two A-class monsters far exceeding his own level, he showed no fear, perfectly executing his mission of direct confrontation. With powerful willpower and combat skills, buying crucial time for the captain's assassination and the awakening of his teammates. Evaluation, an unbreakable shield, a trustworthy comrade in arms. You exemplified the true meaning of protection with your iron will. Rating, S. Team member, Su Qingyue. Performance, provides continuous and efficient life support for the entire team, repeatedly pulling teammates back from the brink of death, making them the absolute core of the team in prolonged battles. Maintains composure and perfectly fulfills the role of healer even in the face of mental attacks and undead sieges. Evaluation, an inexhaustible source of life, the warmest guiding light. Your presence is the foundation upon which the team dares to face any formidable foe. Rating, S. Team member, Chen Mo. Performance, initially provided accurate battlefield data analysis, overcame inner demons and broke through self-imposed limitations in dire situations, successfully awakening the S-level. Rule-based ability, causality, and completely ended the myth of immortality with the absolute power of words becoming law, becoming the ultimate game-changer in this assessment. Evaluation, from mortal to hero, it's all in a single thought. You prove the power of wisdom and conviction, and are a true master of the battlefield. Rating, SS. Overall assessment. Faced with an enemy far exceeding the difficulty of the assessment, the host led the team to pass the assessment with a perfect record of 0 casualties, and successfully guided the team members to awaken S-level rule-based abilities under extreme pressure, breaking the deadlock. Final mission rating, SS. Rating rewards are now being distributed. Reward, 2,000 team reputation points, an additional 500 points are awarded if the mission rating exceeds S rank. Bonus reward, the new system feature Ability Fusion has been unlocked. Ability Fusion allows the fusion of two different temporary abilities into a completely new ability. The words "passed the assessment" struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. The noise and commotion in the observation area suddenly stopped. Zhao Kai's maniacal smile froze instantly. Sun Xian's signature fake smile was frozen on his face. Lu Yun turned pale and couldn't help but cover her mouth. Even the usually aloof Chen Bing couldn't hide her shock. They actually passed? Facing the legendary skeleton Skeletal King, they not only won, but did it in less than 10 minutes? It's definitely a bug. It's absolutely a system bug. Zhao Kai roared hysterically again. He couldn't accept this fact. It hurt him even more than being slapped in the face in public. Zhou Tong glanced at Zhao Kai and suddenly sneered. Who was it that said that if Dawn passed the test, he would eat shit live on camera? You! Zhao Kai glared at him, his face full of anger. The examiner's authoritative voice rang out. He too was shocked by the result. But as the chief examiner, he had to maintain order at the scene. He took a deep breath, glanced at the 4 figures on the screen with a complicated expression, and then announced loudly, I hereby announce that Team Dawn has passed the assessment. Their B-level team rating remains unchanged. When the examiner's unquestionable voice echoed throughout the examination venue, Lu Yun felt a wave of dizziness and almost collapsed. Sun Xian and Zhao Kai, who were standing beside him, had faces so gloomy they looked like they could drip water. They racked their brains, and Luo Feng even used his connections to set a death-defying assessment target for Dawn. But the other party actually passed the test. This is practically rubbing their faces into the ground. They could almost feel the malicious gazes around them. It was as if to say, these idiots, they clearly have a strong thigh like Lin Yi but refuse to be his leg and instead run off to be Luo Feng's lackeys. They are hopeless. The regret that had been buried deep in my heart seemed to be resurfacing. I refuse to accept this. This is definitely a system loophole. Zhao Kai roared through gritted teeth, making a final stand. However, this time, he had very few supporters. All the heroes looked at him as if he were a fool. The Hero Association's virtual combat system is built with the most advanced technology and has been running for decades without ever making a mistake. Just because you say it's a vulnerability doesn't mean it really is. Moreover, everyone could clearly see the battle that just happened. Han Li and Su Qingyue's genuine B-level strength, Lin Yi's elusive and unpredictable abilities, and Shen Mo's miraculous powers of making his words come true. All of this is enough to prove that Dawn's victory was due to strength, not luck or loopholes. The examiner gave Zhao Kai a cold glance, his tone full of warning. Zhao Kai, watch your words. If you have any objections to the assessment results, you can appeal to the association's supervisory department through the proper procedures. But if you continue to cause trouble and disrupt the assessment process, I will punish you for disrespecting the association's rules. Zhao Kai was speechless, his face turning red with embarrassment. He couldn't utter a single word. He knew very well that continuing to cause trouble would only bring him shame. He could only suppress all his resentment and bitterness deep in his heart. With eyes that seemed to devour people, he stared intently at the 4 figures about to emerge from the virtual pod. The virtual capsule's hatch slowly opened. Lin Yi and his 3 companions came out. They were met with the gazes of all the heroes present, as if they were part of a raging storm. Shock, awe, envy, jealousy. A mix of complex emotions. However, Lin Yi didn't care about these stares at all. He was very satisfied with the system reward this time. With those 2,000 team reputation points, he can exchange them for a B-grade energy core from the team shop, thus upgrading his strength to B-grade. At that time, we will be able to plunder the abilities of A-rank heroes. However, obtaining the A-grade Life Spring and the A-grade Heavenly Gang Fist for Su Qingyue and Han Li will probably not be so simple. A-rank heroes are no joke. Moreover, it seems that none of the A-level heroes in Jiangcheng possess these 2 abilities. However, this extra reward brings a new feature, Ability Fusion. Through continuous fusion, it may be possible to create an A-grade Life Spring and an A-grade Heavenly Fist. Lin Yi glanced at the large screen above the hall. The assessments for the other 3 B-level teams were still underway. However, they already have an absolute advantage, and passing the checkpoint is only a matter of time. A venomous roar shattered the eerie atmosphere in the stadium. Don't think you're something special just because you passed the test. Zhao Kai's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Lin Yi. I suspect you've exploited a bug in the virtual system. If you've got the guts, let's have a 4-on-4 duel. If we lose, we'll accept your assessment results. If you lose, he paused, then a sinister smile appeared on his face. You should just admit in public that you're cheating trash, and then get out of the hero circle. These utterly shameless words caused the surrounding heroes to frown. Zhao Kai is truly shameless. Others have just finished fighting the Skeleton King and are extremely exhausted, yet he actually jumps out to challenge them? That's right, it's blatant bullying for members of an A-level team to challenge a B-level team. Of course, there were also many people who enjoyed watching the spectacle and made a lot of noise. Where is this bullying? When Lin Yi kicked them out of the team, who thought it was bullying? Now they deserve revenge, and that's only natural. Yes, let Lin Yi, that selfish scoundrel, pay the price for what he did back then. Lin Yi remained unmoved by Zhao Kai's arrogant shouts. He didn't even bother to glance at them, his tone so indifferent it was almost dismissive. Whether we pass the test or not has already been decided by the Hero Association's examiners. We don't need your approval at all. Moreover, he slowly glanced at Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, and Lu Yun, a cold smile playing on his lips. You few are simply not qualified to represent Kuang Yin. However, his tone shifted abruptly, a chilling glint suddenly flashing in his deep eyes. I agree to this duel. Some accounts do indeed need to be settled. At that moment, Chen Bing's graceful figure slowly stood up. Her actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. An intensely cold aura emanated from her, spreading rapidly in all directions. Chen Bing's gaze fell on Lin Yi, her cold eyes carrying a hint of condescending scrutiny, her tone flat and ruthless. It does surprise me that you were able to pass the Skeleton King's test. Those two B-level heroes in your team are not bad either. But, she paused, her aura suddenly surging, a visible icy blue current enveloping her. You're still a long way from winning against us. The A-level hero's heavy, mountain-like aura pressed down on the four members of the Dawn team. Han Li and Su Qingyue's expressions changed slightly, but only for a moment. Now, their team has a captain who is infallible and almost godlike, as well as an S-level rule-based hero who controls cause and effect and whose words become law. What does a mere A-level grade even mean? The brief surprise on their faces was quickly replaced by a complex expression, a look that was a mixture of sympathy and pity. They even felt sorry for Chen Bing. If she knew that she was using her A-rank aura to intimidate an S-rank hero, I wonder what kind of interesting expression she would have. Lin Yi was not surprised that Chen Bing was promoted to grade A. He had guessed this possibility as early as when the system notification did not show Chen Bing's name among the targets to be looted. After all, with his C-rank strength, he couldn't possibly plunder the abilities of an A-rank hero. But so what? Today's Dawn is no longer the team that was on the verge of disbanding just half a month ago. Today, I'll show you how foolish it was to break away from the Dawn. Since both sides agreed to the duel, the examiner naturally did not object. He glanced at the other three teams still undergoing assessment in the virtual pods and said in a deep voice, according to the rules, team duels can only take place after all assessments have been completed. Although Zhao Kai wished he could beat Lin Yi to a pulp immediately, he had no choice but to abide by the rules of the Hero Association. Lin Yi had no objections whatsoever. Although the virtual space assessment did not actually deplete my physical energy, it still brought some mental fatigue, so it was a good opportunity to take a break. Soon after, the assessments for the other three B-level teams concluded. Although the process was fraught with danger, and there were even cases of team members being seriously injured or killed in action, but in the end, all three teams narrowly passed the assessment. When Lei Zhe, Xiong Gang, and Luing led their exhausted teammates out of the virtual pod, they immediately sensed the unusual, tense atmosphere inside the venue. What happened? What exactly happened outside while we were being assessed? Xiong Gang asked, his face full of confusion. I don't know. Why does the atmosphere feel so tense? Luing frowned slightly. From the chatter of the surrounding heroes, they learned that the Dawnbreaker team had not only come out before them, but their test target was also a monstrous creature like the Skeleton King, which sounded like a fairy tale. When news came that Dawn had not only passed the test but was also about to engage in a 4-on-4 duel with 4 core members of the Blazing Flame team, the members of the three teams stood frozen in place, their minds blank, especially Razor, who stared at the calm-looking young man not far away with an admiring gaze, like a little fanboy. He finally understood why Lin Yi had said before that these are all minor issues. Brother Yi, you're awesome. Lei Zhe gave Lin Yi a thumbs up. Lin Yi saw Lei Zhe's action and smiled in return, giving him a thumbs up. As members of the three teams left the assessment area one after another, all the virtual pods retracted back under the floor. The duel between Dawn and Blaze is finally about to begin. The examiner stepped forward and solemnly gave both parties a final warning. Stop while you're at it, and don't let anyone get hurt. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kai revealed a strange smile. He had already made up his mind to completely cripple Lin Yi in this duel. A massive energy shield rose from all sides of the arena, completely enveloping both teams and creating a duel arena isolated from the outside world. The atmosphere outside the stadium was completely ignited at that moment. All the heroes craned their necks, widened their eyes, and their faces were filled with anticipation. Their gazes were fixed on the 8 figures inside the protective shield. On one side is the Dawn team, who have just created a miracle by passing the hellish test in an unbelievable way. On the other side is the Blazing Flame Quartet, whose strength has greatly increased after leaving Dawn, and led by a newly promoted A-rank hero. This duel has long transcended a simple team challenge. It is a fateful battle about honor, betrayal, revenge, and proof. Brother, who do you think will win? In the observation seats, a young D-class hero nervously asked the captain next to him. Is there even a question? It's definitely Blaze, his captain answered without hesitation. Chen Bing is an A-level. A single A-level hero is enough to crush an entire B-level team. There's no way they can win. But, Dawn just killed 4 Skeleton Kings. That must be a system bug. You actually believed it? Reality isn't a virtual space. There's an insurmountable gap between A-level and B-level. Similar conversations echoed throughout every corner of the venue. Despite the miracle that Dawn had just created, the vast majority of people still do not have high hopes for them. The power of A-level heroes is already deeply ingrained in people's minds. Inside the dueling arena, the two teams stood 50 meters apart, facing each other from afar. On one side were Chen Bing, Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, and Lu Yun. Chen Bing wore white soft armor, held an ice blue longsword, was surrounded by a chilling aura, and had an arrogant look in her eyes. On either side of her were Zhao Kai and Sun Xian, both fully armed, their faces contorted retorted with undisguised ferocity. The healer, Lu Yun, stood behind the three, holding a bright green staff that radiated a rich life energy. On the other side were Lin Yi, Han Li, Su Qingyue, and Chen Mo. They were dressed in ordinary clothes and had no equipment, but their momentum was in no way inferior to their opponents. Han Li was like a volcano about to erupt, Su Qingyue was pure and serene, and Chen Mo was as calm as an outsider. Lin Yi, standing at the very front, remained calm, as if what lay before him was not a life or death duel, but a leisurely stroll. The duel begins. The examiner's voice pierced through the energy shield and clearly entered the arena. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Bing took immediate action. Without any hesitation, she directly used her A-level skill. Rank as skill, Frozen Domain. A visible, icy blue cold current swept outwards from her center like a tidal wave. Wherever it passed, a thick layer of gleaming, cold ice quickly formed on the hard surface of the dueling arena. The air suddenly turned icy cold, as if the chill could freeze one's soul. In such an environment, speed and power are undoubtedly greatly reduced. Just as the frozen domain was unfolding, Zhao Kai and Sun Qian launched their attacks simultaneously. B-rank skill, Savage Charge. Zhao Kai tensed all his muscles, and like an arrow released from a bow, he charged straight at Lin Yi with a violent aura. His goal has always been the same, Lin Yi. B-rank skill, Phantom Thrust. Sun Qian's figure suddenly blurred and split into three phantoms, stabbing at Su Qingyue in the back row at high speed from three tricky angles. Capture the thief first, capture the king first, kill the enemy, then give him milk. This is the most basic team combat strategy. At the same time, Lu Yun also unleashed her skills. Rank B skill, Life Aura. A soft green halo bloomed beneath her feet, increasing the healing effect and range by 20%. The four members of the Mad Flame team worked together flawlessly. Control, aggressive attack, backline flank, logistical support, a standard team duel start. Faced with this textbook perfect, thunderous offensive, the heroes on the sidelines erupted in gasps of surprise. The attack was swift. The Flame Blaze's teamwork is impeccable. The frozen domain restricts movement, the Savage Charge delivers a head-on kill, and the Phantom Strike sneaks up on the backline. Even a B-level team of the same caliber can't stop it. A-rank heroes are too strong, they're absolutely crushing us. Just when everyone thought the Dawn team would be in a tough fight, the mental link between the four members of Dawn revealed a completely different scene. Captain, do you need me to end this battle instantly? Chun Mo asked calmly. If he were to make a move, he only needed to utter a few words to instantly defeat the four opponents. Even if Chen Bing is an A-level hero, it won't help. At most, it will just make Chen Mo consume more energy. That would be too boring. You can continue playing support. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Chun Mo immediately understood. He pointed at Zhao Kai and Sun Qian and said calmly, because you are in the frozen domain, the effects of the frozen domain also apply to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Kai and Sun Qian, who were charging forward, suddenly slowed down considerably. At the same time, Han Li began to take action. He roared like an enraged bear as he met the slightly stunned Zhao Kai. Tier B passive skill, Heavenly Body. A faint white aura emanated from Han Li's body, resembling an indestructible energy armor. You're asking for death. Zhao Kai's face twisted into an even more ferocious smile upon seeing this. How dare a strength-based hero go head-to-head with a defense-based one? That's absolutely idiotic. Although he didn't understand why the frozen domain debuff was affecting him, he couldn't care less at the moment. At the same time, facing Sun Qian's deadly phantoms attacking from three directions, Su Qingyue showed no panic whatsoever, nor did she show any intention of moving, because a figure was already blocking her way. Faced with those three illusory figures that were difficult to distinguish from reality, a deep purple lightning flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Rank B ability, Thunderclap. His vision was instantly covered by countless intersecting bolts of lightning energy. From this perspective of raging energy, the energy trajectories of two of the phantoms appear clearly unreal and illusory. Only the phantom attacking from the left possessed solid energy and a chilling killing intent. Lin Ye's figure blurred, and with a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to catch, he appeared precisely in the path of the phantom on the left. Rank B ability, Shadowless Step. Sun Qian was horrified. His proud phantom thrust had been seen through in an instant. He tried to change his tactics, but it was too late. Lin Ye's fist was enveloped in violent lightning, and he unleashed it with overwhelming force. Sun Qian could only hastily raise the dagger to block in front of his chest to defend himself. An unparalleled force came through the dagger, and he screamed as he was blasted away. The B-grade dagger in his hand was also knocked out of his hand by the punch, flying in an arc through the air before embedding itself far into the ice. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, the duel between Han Li and Zhao Kai has also come to a conclusion. Two steel-like bodies collided violently. The violent energy shockwave instantly shattered the surrounding ice layer, turning it into ice shards flying everywhere. Zhao Kai felt an overwhelming force rushing towards him from the front. His prized B-grade armor groaned under the strain. He lost control and slid backward several meters, his feet carving two deep furrows in the hard ground. He stared in horror at the man before him, who was completely unharmed and hadn't even swayed, his face filled with disbelief. His savage charge, combined with his B-grade defensive armor, made makes even defensive heroes of the same level hesitant to confront head-on. But Hanli, this aggressive hero, actually managed to suppress him steadily in a head-on collision? Is that all the strength you have? You're like a woman. Hanli curled his lip in disdain, his fighting spirit growing stronger. Since advancing to rank B and acquiring the heavenly body, his strength and defense have greatly improved. Moreover, at the moment of impact, Su Qingyue's lifelink had already been added to his body. With the balance of power shifting, how could Zhao Kai possibly become his rival? In the blink of an eye, the perfect start of the Blazing Flame team was instantly destroyed by the Dawn team in an even more brutal and unbelievable way. The area outside was deathly silent. All the heroes were dumbfounded, as if a scene that shattered their worldview was unfolding before their eyes. Zhou Tong from the Iron Blood team stared intently at the bespectacled youth in the arena, his eyes gleaming. Because, therefore, it can't be wrong. It's causality, an S-rank rule-based ability. We must recruit him into the Iron Blood team before he becomes famous. Roar! Without hesitation, Zhou Tong used the hero terminal to send the highest-level encrypted message to Lu Chuling, the captain of the Iron Blood team. Captain, an S-level hero has appeared in the B-level assessment, and the ability is the rule-based causality. Soon, he received Lu Chuling's reply, "Don't let others get there first, I'm coming right away." At the same time, the examiner also noticed Chen Mo's extraordinary abilities, but did not guess his level or rank. He felt that the other person was a talented individual, and if he could recommend him to the Hero Association, there would definitely be a generous reward. So he opened the hero terminal and sent a message to Wang Jing, the president of the Jiangcheng Hero Association. "President, there is a good talent at the B-level assessment site. Would you like to come and take a look?" Then, fearing he hadn't expressed himself clearly enough, he simply sent over a short video clip of Chen Mo speaking earlier. Office of the President of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association. Wang Jing had just finished reading the examiner's message and initially didn't pay much attention to it. The world has a wealth of talented people. If she, as the president, is sent to personally visit any talented individual she discovers, how is she supposed to handle other affairs? However, she soon received the video again. After watching for only a few seconds, Wang Jing suddenly stood up from her chair, her usually composed face filled with shock. "I'll go down right away." After saying this, Wang Jing rushed out of the office, leaving Luo Feng, the captain of the Blazing Flame team, looking completely bewildered inside. A hint of emotion finally appeared on Chen Bing's usually cold and beautiful face. She never expected that her frozen domain would be used against her teammates by a young man who seemed to have just awakened. Even more unexpectedly, Lin Yi not only saw through Sun Qian's illusion, but also easily injured the B-level Sun Qian. Boom! He could never be an F-class. Don't panic. Reorganize the formation. Lu Yun, treat Sun Qian immediately. Chen Bing calmly issued the order. However, how could Team Dawn give them a chance to breathe? Lin Yi suddenly appeared beside Lu Yun, his fist crackling with lightning, and slammed straight at her, who was in a panic. He needs to first address the opponent's healing issues to completely eliminate any possibility of a comeback for the Blazing Flame team. Good timing. With a sharp shout, Chen Bing swung her ice blue longsword, and a chilling aura swept over them. Before Lin Yi's fist could even touch Lu Yun, it was covered by the cold air and instantly froze into a hard block of ice. This is Chen Bing's B-level skill, Touch of Frost. It can freeze the target instantly, rendering them incapable of movement for a short period of time. Zhao Kai and Lu Yun were overjoyed. In their eyes, even an A-level hero of the same level would have to exert a lot of effort to break free once struck by Chen Bing's frosty touch. Lin Yi, a guy who doesn't even qualify as a B rank, will definitely be frozen into an ice sculpture. However, the smiles on their faces froze the next moment. The solid ice covering Lin Yi's fist lasted for less than a second before it became covered with spiderweb-like cracks and then exploded with a bang. Clang! The lightning power contained in his fist remained undiminished, continuing to slam into Lu Yun. Chen Bing's pupils suddenly contracted, and a storm raged within her. His frost touch only restricted him for less than a second? What level is he exactly? Could it be that he has recovered to grade A? Although Chen Bing only blocked Lin Yi for a moment, that brief time was enough for Sun Qian, who was standing on the ground, to react. He gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain all over his body. He suddenly grabbed Lu Yun's waist and used his swift steps to dodge Lin Yi's punch in a sorry state. At the same time, Zhao Kai rushed over, like a moving city wall, blocking Lu Yun and Sun Qian's way. He stared warily at Han Li, adopting a defensive stance, ready to prevent Lin Yi from launching a flanking attack at any moment. But just as he stood still, Han Li's figure flashed to his side like a ghost. A heavenly gang fist was suddenly unleashed, but its target was not Zhao Kai at all. Instead, it was Lu Yun, who was still in shock behind him. Zhao Kai cursed inwardly, never expecting Han Li to be so fast. In his haste, he could only turn around to defend himself, but he was still a step too slow. Lu Yun was so frightened that her face turned deathly pale. She never expected that the Dawn team's offensive would be so relentless and interconnected, giving her no chance to breathe at all. Just as Han Li's fist was about to strike Lu Yun, a sharp and incomparable icy sword aura slashed through the air and arrived with a whistling sound. It struck first despite being behind, and fierce fiercely slashed towards Han Li's back. It was Chen Bing's attack. Sensing the deadly danger coming from behind, Han Li's expression changed drastically, and he had no choice but to abandon his attack on Lu Yun. He suddenly turned around, crossed his fists to protect his chest, and at the same time pushed his heavenly chi to its limit. The icy sword energy slashed fiercely at his arms, and a violent burst of frost power erupted instantly. Han Li felt an extremely cold and powerful force strike him, and he was sent flying dozens of meters away like a cannonball. His feet carved two deep furrows into the hard ground. On those steel-like arms, a deep bone-revealing wound was split open, and blood instantly stained his arms red. The attacks of an A-rank hero are indeed not so easy to block. The next moment, an incomparably pure spring of life descended from the sky, precisely enveloping Han Li's entire body. The gruesome wound healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, nourished by the abundant life energy. As Chen Bing watched the wounds caused by her sword energy heal rapidly, her eyes grew increasingly cold. She knew very well that this battle would not end quickly without first eliminating the healer Su Qingyue, even though she herself was an A-level hero. With a flash, she appeared beside Su Qingyue like an ice goddess descending. The ice-blue longsword in his hand gleamed with a deadly light as he mercilessly slashed towards Su Qingyue's snow-white, slender neck. This sword strike was so fast and ruthless that it gave the opponent no time to react. Su Qingyue didn't even have time to defend herself. She could only watch helplessly as the deadly sword blade rapidly enlarged in her pupils. The same thought arose in everyone's mind at the same time. However, Chen Mo's calm and unwavering voice rang out once again. "You appeared beside me because you were attacked." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qingyue's figure, which was about to be struck, suddenly and mysteriously disappeared from the spot. Chen Bing's determined sword strike missed its mark. The sharp sword energy slashed a terrifying trench half a meter deep in the ground. The next second, Su Qingyue appeared unharmed beside Chen Mo. Still shaken and panting, she looked at Chen Mo with eyes full of gratitude and shock. Once again, this seemingly frail young man saved her in an unbelievable way. Spatial transfer? Off the field, Zhou Tong of the Iron Blood team could no longer contain himself. He suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented sharp light. The look in his eyes when he looked at Chen Mo was no longer one of admiration, but rather a burning, greedy blaze. An S-class hero who can control cause and effect is of immeasurable value. We absolutely must recruit him into the Iron Blood squad. On the dueling field, Chen Bing's sword missed its mark, and his shock reached its peak. But she was, after all, a battle-hardened A-level hero, and immediately adjusted her mindset, her cold gaze locking onto the unharmed Su Qingyue and Chen Mo beside her. Without hesitation, she swung her sword again, unleashing two more solid and sharper icy sword energies that slashed towards the two of them. She couldn't believe that the other party could use this bizarre ability repeatedly. However, just as the two sword energies were unleashed, a burly figure descended from the sky like an iron tower, landing heavily in front of the two. "Want to mess with my teammates? Get past my fists first," he roared. The injuries to his arms had already healed under Su Qingyue's treatment. He did not flinch in the face of those two icy sword energies that were enough to cut a B-rank hero in two. With both fists out, two extremely refined Heavenly Gang Fist energies met the attack head-on. The Heavenly Fist and the Frost Sword Chi collided violently in mid-air, unleashing a deafening roar. However, the gap between Grade B and Grade A is ultimately too large. Han Li's fist energy lasted less than a second before being shattered by the sharp sword energy. The remaining sword energy, undiminished in force, slashed fiercely at his chest. Han Li spat out blood, and two deep wounds, revealing bone, were split open in his chest muscles. He was sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of ice shards. Su Qingyue's lifelink immediately took effect, and a surge of life energy rushed into Han Li's body, stabilizing his continuously declining vital signs. The heroes on the sidelines were speechless, stunned by the spectacular and unpredictable duel. Both sides launched extremely fierce attacks and their defenses were also timely and effective. Their teamwork is seamless. How can this be considered an A-level team bullying a B-level team? It was clearly a fierce and evenly matched showdown, a clash of titans. The outcome remains to be seen. Han Li struggled to get up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva. The two hideous wounds on his chest were rapidly healing under the influence of the lifelink. His gaze was fixed on Chen Bing, who stood proudly in the distance like an ice goddess. There was no fear in his eyes, but rather an even stronger fighting spirit. A-rank hero, indeed powerful. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing his gleaming white teeth like a ferocious beast that had been thoroughly enraged. He roared and thrust his legs forward like a cannonball. Chen Bing snorted coldly, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes as she looked at Han Li, who was charging forward fearlessly. Although Han Li's defense and Su Qingyue's healing abilities surprised her, in the face of an absolute difference in strength, all of this was just a futile struggle. When the energy is exhausted, everything will return to zero. How can the energy reserves of a B-level hero be compared to those of an A-level hero? Ice Crystal Blast. Chen Bing plunged her ice-blue longsword into the ground, and an even more terrifying chill erupted from her center. Countless sharp ice crystals, gleaming with a cold light, burst forth forth from the ground, like a resilient jungle, and frantically pierced towards Hanli. This is a skill she redeemed from the association shop by spending 5,000 team contribution points. A powerful area of effect attack that combines control and lethality. Hanli's pupils contracted sharply. He could sense that each ice crystal contained a terrifying power powerful enough to pierce through his heavenly body. Just then, Chen Mo raised his hand and pointed at the imposing Chen Bing. Because this is a fair duel, your strength should be maintained at B level. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Bing's body trembled violently. She was shocked to discover that the A-level energy surging within her body, like a mighty river, was as if it had been tightly gripped by an invisible hand, instantly compressed and weakened, and dropped to the B level. Chen Bing let out an incredulous exclamation, her perpetually cold expression replaced by shock for the first time. She could sense that her ice domain and ice crystal blast were still usable, but their power had been greatly reduced. The law of causality once again demonstrates its completely unreasonable and domineering nature. As Chen Bing's strength suddenly decreased, the onslaught of piercing ice crystals also gradually weakened. Hanli seized the opportunity and roared as he threw a punch. The violent fist energy shattered all the ice crystals in front of it, forcefully creating a path, and rushed to Chen Bing again. Having been downgraded to rank B, Chen Bing no longer had the same level advantage as Hanli, a berserker who was also rank B. The two instantly became entangled, their sword energy and fist energy colliding wildly, ice shards and energy flying everywhere, and the situation was difficult to determine for the time being. On the other side, Zhao Kai was equally diligent. He unleashed another savage charge, his massive body resembling a small truck, hurtling menacingly towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi calmed himself down, pulled his fist to his waist, and assumed a posture of gathering strength. Upon seeing this, Zhao Kai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Yi, you are really overestimating yourself, daring to withstand my savage charge. While treating Sun Xian, Lu Yun sneered and replied, your arrogance will pay the price sooner or later. The next instant, Lin Yi threw a punch. It was completely silent and unassuming, like an ordinary strike. However, when the fist slammed into Zhao Kai's chest, the contempt on Zhao Kai's face froze instantly, followed by an expression of unbelievable horror. This punch sent Zhao Kai flying backward, crashing heavily into the energy shield in the distance. Lin Yi didn't stop moving and quickly appeared in front of Sun Xian, who had just been half-treated by Lu Yun and was barely able to stand up. Before Sun Xian could even let out a scream, he was knocked away and fainted in midair. Lu Yun exclaimed, her face filled with shock. Time seems to stand still at this moment. However, Lin Yi's fist was already close to her, showing no mercy. Lu Yun could only let out a short scream before being punched in the abdomen. He curled up like a shrimp, collapsed to the ground, convulsing in pain, and completely lost his ability to fight. Lin Yi, I'll fight you to the death. Zhao Kai, who had been knocked away, roared like a madman and charged forward again. Lin Yi didn't even glance at him, and with a backhand punch, knocked him to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi's fists rained down on Zhao Kai, slamming heavily into his back, head, and limbs. The cracking sounds of bones breaking echoed throughout the room. In just a few seconds, Zhao Kai was covered in blood and lay on the ground like a dead dog. The battle is over. He was barely breathing and had no power to resist. The heroes outside the arena were already stunned into silence by Lin Yi's overwhelming and domineering offensive. At the same time, an absurd yet real thought arose in everyone's mind. Lin Yi has recovered to A rank. Otherwise, how could he have so easily crushed 3 B rank heroes? Lin Yi walked slowly to Chen Bing, who was still locked in combat with Hanli, and calmly spoke, you've lost. Chen Bing looked at his 3 teammates who had fallen to the ground, their fates unknown. He glanced at the wounds covering his body from his fight with Hanli, a bitter look crossing his eyes, but her pride wouldn't allow her to give up easily. The reason we lost is because your team has an S-class hero. Otherwise, you would be no match for us. She argued back, unwilling to accept it. That's right. Don't use those weird abilities. We're not afraid of you at all. You won unfairly. You cheated. Zhao Kai and Lu Yun struggled to agree, blaming all the failures on Chen Mo's existence. He nodded to Chen Mo. Chen Mo understood and immediately lifted the causal law imposed on Chen Bing. A powerful A-grade energy field erupted from Chen Bing once again. The combat dagger Shattered Star quietly appeared in Lin Yi's hand, its shape ferocious. He pointed the dagger at Chen Bing, his voice calm, yet brimming with unparalleled confidence. In that case, I'll have a one-on-one duel with you. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the entire assessment venue instantly erupted in excitement. Did I hear that right? Lin Yi is going to have a one-on-one fight with Chen Bing, who is at the A level. Has he gone mad? He clearly had an overwhelming advantage. Is that even a question? She must be feeling guilty. He kicked out all 4 of their core members back then, and now he feels guilty and wants to make amends in this situation, giving Chen Bing a way out. TSK, what a painstaking effort. Unfortunately, the difference between A level and B level is like heaven and earth. This isn't him trying to save face, he's practically jumping off a cliff. Immediately, there was a lot of discussion outside the venue. Almost everyone interpreted Lin Yi's actions as an attempt to make amends for his guilty conscience. Inside the dueling arena, Chen Bing felt increasingly humiliated humiliated upon hearing these words. To make amends? To provide a step forward? Lin Yi, who do you think you are? Do you think I would accept your charity? Fine. You asked for this. Chen Bing's voice was icy cold, and the terrifying aura of an A-level hero was fully unleashed. A chilling, icy blue current surged wildly beneath her feet, causing the temperature in the entire dueling arena to plummet. She will defeat this man in the most honorable way possible, and defend her dignity and pride as an A-class hero. Chen Bing's figure vanished from the spot in an instant, turning into an icy blue afterimage that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. Gliding at high speed on the smooth ice surface, drawing one beautiful arc after another. Her speed was more than twice as fast as before. Lin Ye's pupils contracted slightly, and he immediately activated Thunder Strike and Shadowless Step, his figure also becoming blurry as he tried to catch up with her rhythm. However, compared to true A-level speed, his B-level speed seemed inadequate. Chen Bing's icy voice seemed to come from all directions. The next second, a sharp sword light suddenly pierced out from under Lin Ye's left rib without warning. Lin Ye's heart tightened, and he pushed his steel body to its limit. At the same time, he quickly twisted his body to the right, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. The icy blue blade still carved a long wound on his body. The biting cold penetrated his body, leaving half of his body numb. Ignoring his injuries, Lin Yi swung the shattered star dagger and stabbed it viciously into Chen Bing's thigh. However, Chen Bing's figure had already merged into the afterimage of the high-speed movement once again. This attack completely missed its mark. Lin Yi took a deep breath, knowing that he was completely at a disadvantage in terms of speed and defense. The only chance of winning is to rely on one punch breaks the limit and the shattering star dagger in his hand to find an opportunity to win with one blow. He stopped passively defending and started to launch an attack. With a swift movement, he accurately predicted Chen Bing's next landing point, and the shattered star in his hand drew a tricky arc, thrusting straight at her. However, Chen Bing's figure vanished like a ghost the instant the dagger was about to touch him, and in the blink of an eye, he had reappeared several meters away. She looked at Lin Yi, a cold, mocking smile playing on her lips. Your speed is too slow. Lin Yi did not respond and launched another attack. Thrust, sweep, upward slash. He brought his dagger skills to their peak, each strike swift and ruthless, aimed directly at Chen Bing's weaknesses. But faced with Chen Bing's terrifying A-level speed and reaction, all his attacks were like slow motion. Chen Bing didn't even draw his sword again, but simply walked gracefully and calmly. Amidst Lin Ye's relentless onslaught, she moved with effortless grace, dodging each attack with the slightest margin. The posture made it seem as if they were not dueling, but rather toying with an overconfident ant. The heroes watching from the sidelines burst into laughter at the sight. Ha ha ha, I told you. This is what happens when a B rank tries to challenge an A rank. It's clearly a joke. Lin Yi can't even touch the hem of Chen Bing's clothes. It's so pathetic. Su Qingyue, who was watching from the sidelines, also looked worried. If this continues, the captain is afraid he will lose. Han Li paced back and forth in frustration. If you ask me, let's just attack together. The opponent is an A-level hero, so even if it's 3 against 1, it's not considered bullying. Chen Mo shook his head and said, since it's the captain's decision, he must know what he's doing. Let's just watch and see. Despite Chen Bing's teasing and the taunts from the sidelines, Lin Yi showed no sign of anxiety and continued his methodical attack. It seems you've run out of tricks. Let's stop here. Chen Bing's voice suddenly came from behind Lin Yi. What followed was the sharp whistling sound of a blade slicing through the air. Lin Yi turned around abruptly, his shattered star dagger meeting Chen Bing's determined sword strike head-on. The dagger and the long sword collided with a loud crash in mid-air. A victorious sneer appeared on Chen Bing's face. Grade A energy is enough to crush Lin Yi. However, the smile on her face froze completely the next second. Her long sword, made of grade A alloy, was sliced in two as easily as fragile glass. Before Chen Bing could react, the cold blade of shattered star was already pressed against her snow-white, slender neck. A drop of blood slowly slid down the blade. Chen Bing's whole body stiffened as she felt a deadly, icy touch on her neck, her mind going completely blank. She actually lost? In his most prized head-on confrontation, he was defeated by Lin Yi. Why did that dagger become so sharp? Humiliation, resentment, and shock surged into my heart. She trembled all over and, with all her might, managed to squeeze out 3 words through clenched teeth. As these 3 words were spoken, the massive energy shield slowly dissipated. The examiner stepped forward, gazing intently at the calm young man who had sheathed his sword, his voice trembling slightly. The duel is over. Team Dawn emerges victorious. The area outside the dueling arena was deathly silent. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at Lin Yi and Chen Bing, their minds completely unable to process anything. Lin Yi actually defeated A-level hero Chen Bing in a one-on-one duel? This was completely unexpected by everyone. You won? Dawn won? After an unknown amount of time, a trembling exclamation came from the audience. Immediately afterwards, thunderous applause and cheers erupted like a volcanic eruption. Dawn is awesome. Lin Yi is awesome. Lin Yi looked at the crowd outside the arena and gestured with his hands. I would like to take this opportunity to clarify something with all the heroes present. Upon hearing this, everyone quietly quieted down and stared at him with curiosity. Zhao Kai and his three companions felt their hearts leap into their throats, an ominous premonition instantly enveloping them. Lin Yi didn't look at them and slowly raised the hero terminal. I think many people have seen the post about me on the League of Legends forum a while ago. The post said that after I, Lin Yi, was seriously injured, I lost my mindset and became selfish. In order not to drag down my teammates, I maliciously expelled everyone. My 4 former teammates, on the other hand, were loyal and righteous, and were forced to leave for the sake of the team's future. His voice was calm and even, as if he were telling a story that had nothing to do with him. But each word was like a heavy hammer, striking Zhao Kai and his companions' hearts hard, making their faces grow even paler. Today, I would like to share a recording with you, Lin Yi said, then pressed the play button. The next second, a clear conversation echoed through the deathly silent testing ground. Lin Yi, have I made myself clear enough? For the sake of our shared struggle, I don't want to resort to violence against you. You are no longer suitable to stay in the team. Lin Yi, you were the one who blocked that punch from the S-class monster, Demon Man. What does it have to do with us? We didn't ask you to save us. After you leave the team, Luo Feng, the captain of the A-level team Raging Flames and an A-level hero, will join us and become the new captain of Dawn. Those were every word Zhao Kai and the other two said when they forced Lin Yi to leave the team in the hospital room. Harsh, heartless, and ungrateful. As the recording played, the atmosphere in the entire venue became eerie. Everyone stared at Zhao Kai and his three companions, whose faces were deathly pale, with expressions that defied description. In that gaze, there was shock, anger, disdain, and even more so, deep contempt. So this is the truth. It turns out that Lin Yi wasn't selfish, rather, these people took advantage of his serious injuries to kick him while he was down, eager to get rid of this burden from the team so they could go and join a new master. This is utterly despicable and shameless. This is a frame-up. It's fabricated evidence. Zhao Kai finally broke down under the sharp, knife-like gazes of those around him. He pointed at Lin Yi and roared, appearing fierce on the surface but inwardly panicked. However, his explanation seemed so weak and unconvincing. The audience erupted in chaos. Holy crap, this is the truth? These ungrateful bastards are just too despicable. These beasts. Captain Lin Yi was injured saving them, and they actually turned around and tried to force his way in? And that Luo Feng, he actually took advantage of someone's misfortune to poach their talent. So what if he's an A-level hero? His character is so despicable. I used to sympathize with them, I was so blind. A deluge of insults and condemnation surged forth, completely engulfing Zhao Kai and his two companions. They stood there, pale-faced and trembling, like a group of clowns stripped naked, exposed to everyone's gaze, enduring the most merciless judgment. They knew perfectly well that from this moment on, their reputation was completely ruined. No matter how glorious the future may be, they will always bear the infamy of being an ungrateful wretch. Unable to withstand the immense pressure, Lu Yun rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. Chen Bing stood still, her delicate body swaying. She gazed at the man whose expression remained calm despite being the center of attention. The thorn called regret in her heart was deeply embedded in the depths of her soul. She finally realized how absurd her initial choice had been. What she lost was not only a strong teammate but also a solid support. It was also the whole world that had once been willing to protect her with its life. Lin Yi didn't say anything more, nor did he look at Chen Bing and the other three again. He turned and walked toward the exit. Chen Mo, Han Li, and Su Qingyue had followed behind him without thinking. Just then, a figure suddenly blocked Lin Yi's path. Captain Lin, it's been a long time. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman with a tall and beautiful figure, dressed in the uniform of a high-ranking member of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association, walking slowly towards them. She was just over 30, with neat burgundy short hair, delicate features, and an air of authority and confidence that came from long holding a high position. Although her steps were slow, each step seemed to land at a crucial juncture, and an invisible aura spread outwards, suppressing the noisy discussions around her. It's President Wang Jing. My God, even the president has been alerted. This has blown up way too much today. What is Chairman Wang trying to do? Is he going to support Kuan Yin? A low gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd. Countless heroes gazed at the highest authority of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Ignoring the stares of those around her, Wang Jing walked straight up to Lin Yi. Her sharp and beautiful phoenix eyes scanned him up and down, her gaze full of inquiry, with a hint of barely perceptible longing. Captain Lin, you've changed quite a bit. Her voice was pleasant, with the magnetism of a mature woman, but her tone was cold and businesslike. Lin Yi looked at the face before him, which was both familiar and unfamiliar, and felt calm and undisturbed. Wang Jing, president of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association, is an A-level energy manipulation hero. Once upon a time, she was his mentor. When he first showed his talent, Wang Jing did provide him with a lot of support and convenience. But when he was seriously injured and fell to F rank, the association ruthlessly reclaimed the Dawn team's base. Wang Jing never said a word to him. Perhaps, in her eyes, a crippled A-level genius has lost all value and is not worth her effort. President Wang, what is it? Lin Yi spoke in a calm tone, as if he were talking to a stranger. If there's nothing nothing else, we'll head over now. Sensing the distance and indifference in Lin Ye's words, Wang Jing's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but quickly relaxed again. She could certainly hear the resentment in Lin Ye's words, but she also has her own difficulties in stance, and there are many things she cannot tell outsiders. It seems you have some reservations about the association's arrangements. Wang Jing's voice remained calm, but her phoenix eyes held a hint of oppression. Lin Yi, you need to understand that the association is not yours to decide, and all decisions must be made with the overall situation in mind. Given your situation at the time, the association made its decision after careful consideration. Lin Yi seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world and interrupted her without any politeness. Taking back Dawn's base, withholding the team's resources, and allowing the enforcement department to run rampant, is this really for the greater good? Or is it that in your eyes, Chairman Wang, a useless A-level is not worthy of using association resources, and shouldn't even be given the most basic respect? Lin Ye's words were piercing, mercilessly tearing away the veil of pretense called the big picture. For the first time, Wang Jing's expression changed. She never expected that Lin Yi would dare to be so sharp. In front of so many people, they showed her, the president, no mercy whatsoever. Just as she was about to retort, Hanli beside her couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. They always talk about the big picture, but since it's just our personal matter, it doesn't really matter. Su Qingyue pursed her lips tightly. Although she didn't speak, her clear eyes were filled with disappointment and disgust towards the Hero Association. When they were abandoned by their respective teams, they sought help from the association, but the response they received was always the cold follow the rules and regulations. In their eyes, these useless people had long lost the right to receive justice. Faced with the Dawn team's undisguised hostility, Wang Jing's face darkened completely. She took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the slight displeasure in her heart. She understood that now was not the time to dwell on these matters. She has a more important purpose for coming here today. Her gaze passed over Lin Yi and landed on the silent, seemingly frail, and calm young man behind him. That young man in the video who reduced the Skeleton King to ashes with just one sentence. Wang Jing's eyes immediately blazed with an unprecedentedly intense light, a mixture of ecstasy and possessiveness at the discovery of a priceless treasure. The ice on her face melted away, replaced by a warm and gentle smile. This must be Chen Mo, right? He truly is a young hero. Seeing is believing. She stepped forward, her voice so gentle it was almost dripping with warmth. I saw your performance during the assessment just now. Frankly, this was the most amazing and incredible individual performance I've ever seen since I became president of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association. Without a doubt, Wang Jing spared no praise. With the body of an ordinary person, yet possessing abilities comparable to divine miracles, your potential is limitless. Your future should never be tied down by a small B-tier team. Everyone looked at Wang Jing as if she were an idiot. A small B-level team? Are you talking about the Dawn team, which just created a miracle, wiped out 4 Skeleton Kings, and defeated A-level hero Chun Bing head-on? Upon hearing Wang Jing's words, both Han Li and Su Qingyue showed anger. The two glared at Wang Jing, their energy surging, seemingly ready to fight at any moment. In front of the captain, they openly poached players and then belittled Dawn in such a way? This woman is simply outrageous. Chen Mo was stunned. He hadn't expected the president of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association to be so blunt. Wang Jing seemed oblivious to the murderous glares from Lin Yi and the other two, and continued to coax Chen Mo with an extremely seductive tone. Chen Mo, on behalf of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association, I would like to extend a formal invitation to you. She extended 2 slender fingers, her voice filled with an undeniable confidence. If you're willing to join the Hero Association, I can directly appoint you as the Vice Minister of the Strategic Planning Department, granting you the benefits of an A-rank hero. Moreover, all of the association's resources below S rank will be open to you, allowing you to take whatever you want. Not only that, I will personally guide you, using all my resources and connections to help you grow rapidly and reach the pinnacle of this world in the shortest possible time. The conditions Wang Jing offered were like a series of bombshells, exploding in everyone's minds. Deputy Director of Strategic Planning Department. A-level hero treatment. All resource libraries below S-level are now fully open. The president personally led the way. Each of these conditions is enough to drive any B-rank, or even A-rank, hero crazy. Right now, all these conditions have been given to an ordinary person who has just awakened and doesn't even know his hero level. The heroes in the audience looked at Chen Mo with undisguised envy, their eyes even turning slightly red. He's gone mad. Chairman Wang must have gone mad. This treatment is too generous. It's like a pie falling from the sky. If it were me, I would have knelt down and called her mom by now. Is there even a choice? On one side is a promising and smooth road, and on the other is a B-level team that's just starting out and has no guarantee of success. Even a fool knows which one to choose. Zhou Tong of the Iron-Blooded team also had an unusually solemn expression. He never expected that Wang Jing would be so decisive, immediately offering conditions that even he found difficult to handle. Not far away, Zhao Kai and Sun Xian, who had just been helped up, almost spat out blood from jealousy when they heard Wang Jing's conditions. Why does this bookworm get such preferential treatment. They worked hard for many years, even enduring criticism, just to barely reach the B level. And this guy in front of me, just because he awakened a strange ability, was able to leap to the sky? This world is so unfair. However, what made them feel most unbalanced was Lin Ye's reaction. Faced with Wang Jing's blatant poaching and the imminent loss of his most valued team member, Lin Ye showed no panic or anger. His expression remained calm and composed. It was as if everything was under his control. He simply stared at Wang Jing silently, a cold mockery flashing in his deep eyes. Do you think you can easily buy my team members with these worldly benefits? You think what you've got in mind is an unpolished gem. Little did I know, this rough gem had already been polished by my own hands into a priceless treasure. His value far exceeds what your small Jiangcheng Heroes Association can measure. Just when everyone thought Chun Mo would agree without hesitation, a loud, battle-ready voice suddenly rang out from the other side, breaking the atmosphere of jealousy. President Wang, everything should be done on a first-come, first-served basis. Our Ironblood team wants this guy too. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Zhou Tong, tall and with a wild aura, striding over. He walked with an imposing air, exuding the fierce and indomitable aura that only a battle-hardened veteran possesses. In stark contrast to Wang Jing's imposing presence due to her high position, it was equally imposing. It's Zhou Tong, Blood Wolf from the Ironblood squad. He's also taken a liking to Chun Mo? My god, what day is it today? The president of the Hero Association and the vice captain of an A-level team are actually fighting over a newcomer in public. The heroes in the audience were completely thrilled. If they were only shocked and jealous before, now they feel that their worldview is about to be overturned. What is it about this unknown young man that makes the president of the Hero Association and the vice captain of an A-level team openly compete for him without any regard for appearances? Could it be that this kid named Chun Mo has awakened an extraordinary ability? It's just that they were too low-level and had limited knowledge to notice it. When Wang Jing saw Zhou Tong approaching, the friendly smile on her face faded slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her phoenix eyes. Zhou Tong, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to steal someone from the Hero Association? Although her tone was calm, the warning in her words was very clear. Zhou Tong seemed not to hear him and walked straight up to Lin Yi. Those sharp, wolf-like eyes also fell on Chun Mo, the admiration and fervor in their gaze no less than Wang Jing's. Ignoring Wang Jing, he first clasped his hands in a fist salute to Lin Yi and said in a loud voice, Captain Lin Yi, I've long admired your name. Meeting you today, I can confirm that your reputation is well deserved. Your performance and that of your team have completely won me over, Zhou Tong. His attitude contrasted sharply with Wang Jing's arrogant demeanor. There was not a trace of contempt, only heartfelt respect and recognition. Lin Yi looked at the arrogant man in front of him, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Ironblood team is one of only two A-level teams in Jiangcheng, known for its fierce fighting style and strict discipline. Captain Lu Chuling is an S-class hero with unfathomable strength who has been guarding the city's outer defenses for many years and is the true guardian of Jiangcheng. As for Zhou Tong, who was standing in front of him, Lin Yi had heard of him before as the core combat force and vice captain of the Ironblood team. However, since Zhou Tong came specifically to poach Chun Mo, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't easily show him any goodwill. Captain Zhou, you flatter me, Lin Yi responded calmly. Zhou Tong laughed heartily, completely unconcerned. Young man Chun Mo, right? I'm a straightforward person and I don't like beating around the bush. What Chairman Wang can give you, our iron-blooded team can give you too. We can even give you more. He held up three thick fingers, his voice strong and resounding. First, the position. As long as you come, you will be our Ironblood team's specially hired S-level tactical advisor. Your status is equivalent to that of a vice captain, and no one except our Captain Lu can order you around. Secondly, the benefits. The standard benefits for an A-level hero will be doubled. You will have the highest priority to explore all team resources, including those top-tier secret realms that are closed to the public. Third, and most importantly, Zhou Tong's eyes became incredibly sincere. Our Ironblood squad never engages in the empty bureaucracy of the Hero Association. Here, only strength matters. If you're strong enough, you'll earn everyone's respect. What we can offer you is a pure stage where you can fully showcase your talents. A brotherhood that fights alongside you, a team that entrusts you with life and death. Zhou Tong's offer once again ignited a passionate response from the audience. S-rank tactical advisor. His status is equivalent to that of a vice captain. Grade A benefits doubled. Priority access to top-tier secret realms. Every single condition was more tempting and more practical than what Wang Jing offered. The last point, in particular, hits the nail on the head. The infighting and bureaucracy within the Hero Association are already well known. In contrast, the Ironblood squad, known for its fighting spirit and discipline, is undoubtedly more attractive to true powerhouses. Zhou Tong, how dare you? Wang Jing's face turned completely gloomy. She never expected that Zhou Tong would dare to openly undermine her and steal her man in front of everyone. When did it become your Ironblood squad's place to tell people what to do with the people valued by my Hero Association? Wang Jing's voice was icy, and the pressure of an A-level hero enveloped Zhou Tong without reservation. Zhou Tong was not afraid at all. Instead, he released his A-level aura, which clashed fiercely with Wang Jing's aura in the air. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A frictional sound of conflicting energy fields could be heard in the air. The two powerful auras clashed and suppressed each other, causing the surrounding heroes to feel short of breath and retreat repeatedly. President Wang, you can't say that. Zhou Tong sneered, refusing to budge an inch. Talent belongs to all of humanity, not to your hero association. While our iron-blooded team was risking their lives for Jiangcheng, you, Chairman Wang, were still drinking tea in your office. A good bird chooses a good tree to perch on, and Brother Chen Mo has the right to choose a place that is more suitable for him. Does your hero association intend to bully us and force us to buy and sell? Zhou Tong's words sounded grand and dignified, yet every word he uttered made sense. This instantly placed Wang Jing in a position of abusing her power and being unreasonable. Wang Jing's face flushed with anger, and she pointed at Zhou Tong, berating him. That's just sophistry. Your Iron Blood team is just a private organization. What right do you have to compare yourselves to the Hero Association? If Chen Mo went to your place, he'd just be a high-level thug. But if he stays in the association, he represents the official face of the entire Jiangcheng city. Official face? Zhou Tong felt as if he had heard the most absurd joke. With those corrupt officials in your association who only know how to scheme and cowardly live? True glory is earned on the battlefield with blood and lives. It's definitely not something you can achieve by sitting in an office and just talking. Zhou Tong's words made Wang Jing tremble with anger, but she was speechless for a moment and could not find a reason to refute him, because what he said was indeed true. The Iron-Blooded Squad has been stationed on the most dangerous front lines for many years, fighting against all kinds of strange people. They have won great achievements and earned the utmost respect from the people of Jiangcheng. Although the Hero Association is an official organization, it has become increasingly bureaucratic and politically charged in recent years. There are fewer and fewer truly capable heroes. Most people have long since become complacent and have lost their former fighting spirit. The heroes on the sidelines were already numb to the fact that the two A-level big shots were arguing so fiercely over a newcomer. Their gazes toward Chen Mo were no longer filled with jealousy, but with admiration. Is this the treatment top geniuses deserve? Before even officially debuting, he had already caused two of Jiangcheng's top powers to turn against each other. If he really grows up, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, and the others were secretly pleased at this moment. With two top-tier forces vying for Chen Mo, Lin Yi, a mere B-level team captain, might not even be able to retain top talent. As a result, the strength of the Dawn team will inevitably be greatly weakened. Then they will have the opportunity for revenge. Just as Wang Jing and Zhou Tong were arguing and the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, a calm voice broke the deadlock. Lin Yi spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. Did you forget to ask the most crucial person? Wang Jing and Zhou Tong were taken aback, and their gazes finally fell back on the young man who had not uttered a sound from beginning to end. That's right, they argued back and forth, but forgot to ask the parties involved to express their opinions. Even if they win, what's the point if Chen Mo refuses to agree? Wang Jing took a deep breath and put on what she thought was her most approachable smile again. Chen Mo, I have made my conditions clear. I believe that with your intelligence, you will be able to make the wisest choice. Zhou Tong also put away his imposing manner and looked at Chen Mo with expectant eyes. Young man, come to Ironblood. I guarantee you won't regret it. Instantly, all eyes were once again focused on Chen Mo. Everyone held their breath, waiting for his response. In their view, this was simply a choice with no suspense whatsoever. Joining the Hero Association or the Ironblood team is a million times better than staying in the fledgling B-level team Dawn. This is a real and harsh problem. Faced with enormous profits and a bright future, what do the so-called gratitude for being recognized and team spirit amount to? Even Hanli and Su Qingyue couldn't help but feel uneasy. They certainly wanted Chen Mo to stay, but they knew that the conditions offered by Wang Jing and Zhou Tong were extremely tempting. If it were them, they would naturally be able to resist this temptation. But Chen Mo is just a college student who hasn't graduated yet. Suddenly he has gained an S-level ability and is facing the top treatment from two top forces. Can he withstand it? Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation, Chen Mo slowly pushed up his glasses. His face showed no hesitation or struggle, but rather an extraordinary calmness and determination. He looked neither at Wang Jing nor at Zhou Tong. His gaze, from beginning to end, was fixed on only one person, the man who awakened him from confusion, rescued him from despair, and gave him new life and glory. His captain was Lin Yi. Seeing Chen Mo's incredibly determined expression, Wang Jing and Zhou Tong both felt a sense of foreboding, but they still clung to their last glimmer of hope. They couldn't believe that a young man with little experience of the world could resist such a huge temptation. This is illogical and goes against human nature. Chen Mo, you should think this through. Wang Jing's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible tension. This concerns your future. One wrong step will lead to another. Don't ruin your bright future because of some pointless emotional decisions. Her words carried both the earnest advice of someone with experience and a subtle, imperceptible possible threat. Zhou Tong remained silent, but his sharp, wolf-like eyes were fixed on Chen Mo, awaiting his response. However, Chen Mo's next response surprised everyone present. He first bowed slightly to Wang Jing and Zhou Tong politely. Then, in a calm, almost indifferent tone, he said, "Thank you both for your kindness. However, I'm sorry, I will continue to follow the captain. Wherever the captain goes, I will follow." These three short sentences, each word like a heavy hammer blow, struck everyone's hearts. He actually refused. Faced with the positions of Vice Minister of the Hero Association and S-Rank Tactical Advisor, the temptation of doubled benefits for A-Rank heroes, and the generous conditions of resource pools and top-tier dungeons for heroes below S-Rank, he refused without hesitation. All for that one sentence, "Wherever the captain goes, I will go." This just makes you think the world must have gone mad. The heroes in the observation seats were completely stunned. They couldn't understand it, and they couldn't believe it. In their view, Chen Mo's choice was extremely foolish. Did I hear that right? He actually gave up such a good opportunity for Lin Yi? Are you out of your mind? What future is there in staying at Dawn? Lin Yi is only an F-rank player now, and even if he recovers his strength, Dawn is only a B-rank team. What resources can they give him? How naive. He'll regret it later, and it'll be too late for him to cry. After a brief moment of shock, Zhao Kai and Sun Qian wore expressions that were even more unpleasant than if they had swallowed bitter medicine. Chen Mo's refusal to leave meant that their subsequent revenge plan had completely fallen through. Moreover, compared to their previous betrayal of Lin Yi, Chen Mo's unwavering behavior in the face of enormous temptation was undoubtedly a slap in the face to them. At this moment, they seemed to feel countless contemptuous gazes around them once again. At the same time, Chen Bing's body trembled violently upon hearing Chen Mo's words. A sharp, indescribable pain flashed across those empty eyes. "Wherever the captain goes, I will go." How familiar this phrase is. There was a time when she had said the same thing to Lin Yi, but now, things have changed. The one who said those words was no longer her. The person who was once willing to protect her for life had long been pushed away by her own hands. A deadly poison called regret instantly seeped into her internal organs, causing her excruciating pain that made it almost impossible for her to breathe. The smile on Wang Jing's face vanished completely. Instead, there was an intractable coldness and gloom. She stared intently at Chen Mo, then glanced at Lin Yi beside her, whose expression remained calm, her anger burning fiercely within her. She was completely baffled as to what kind of spell Lin Yi had cast on this young man to make him make such a foolish decision. Wang Jing laughed in extreme anger, her voice icy and chilling. "Chen Mo, I hope you won't regret your decision today. Since you're willing to ruin your future, then I have nothing more to say." After she finished speaking, she didn't even bother to look at Chen Mo, as if looking at him would be a great insult to her. She turned her cold gaze to Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, you're not bad either. You've learned to bewitch people. You've improved. But don't get cocky. I'm keeping track of today's score. We'll see." After uttering these harsh words, Wang Jing refused to linger any longer and stormed off. She felt that she had completely lost face today. Zhou Tong's face showed a hint of disappointment and regret. But after all, he was a soldier, and his mind was much broader than Wang Jing's. He sighed and gently patted Chen Mo's shoulder. "Young man, to be honest, I'm very pleased with your choice. Personally, loyalty is more important than ability. However, the Iron Blood Squad's doors are always open for you. If you ever want a change of scenery, you're welcome to come to Tieshue anytime." After saying that, he looked at Lin Yi deeply, his tone tinged with apology. "Captain Lin Yi, I'm sorry, I poached your people right in front of you." Lin Yi didn't respond, but Han Li beside him retorted irritably, "So you knew?" Zhou Tong gave an awkward laugh, then said seriously, "However, I'm quite curious to know what kind of magic makes them so devoted to you." Lin Yi simply smiled faintly and did not answer. Just then, a deep and magnetic male voice suddenly came from the private passage at the back. "Because he deserves it." Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Tong trembled and immediately turned around, bowing his head respectfully. A man dressed in black combat uniform, with a straight posture like a gun, slowly walked out. He looked to be in his 40s, with a resolute face, sharp features, and piercing, tiger-like eyes. He showed no strong energy fluctuations and appeared to be an ordinary person. But as soon as you stand in front of him, you will feel a powerful sense of oppression surging from the depths of your soul. It felt as if I wasn't facing a person, but a vast, boundless ocean. He stood there quietly, and became the focus of the entire room. All heroes below a rank are intimidated even by looking him in the eye. It's the captain of the Iron Blood Squad, Gentleman Lu Chuling, an S-class hero. An S-class hero has actually come to the scene. My god, I actually got to see an S-class hero in person. The crowd erupted in cheers, everyone staring at the godlike man with almost reverent fervor. Even Wang Jing, who was just about to leave, stopped and turned around with a serious expression. Lu Chuling, this name represents invincibility and legend throughout Jiangcheng. Ignoring the surrounding noise, Lu Chuling's gaze fell directly on Lin Yi. Those deep eyes held a hint of appreciation, a hint of curiosity, and a hint of admiration. "Lin Yi, we meet again." His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The once noisy venue fell silent instantly. Do they know each other? And judging from their tone, their relationship seems quite close. Lin Yi looked at the man in front of him, and his eyes became serious. Captain Lu, how have you been? Of course he knew Lu Chuling. Back when he was still an A-class hero, he fought alongside Lu Chuling in a joint operation to eliminate an S-class monster. That time, he witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of an S-class hero. That was a power far exceeding A-level, almost capable of destroying the world. It was on that occasion that Lu Chuling highly praised his combat talent and command ability. Some even asserted that he would definitely become an S-class player in the future. But fate played a cruel trick on us. When they met again, he had fallen from his peak. I heard about you from Zhou Tong on the way here. Lu Chuling's gaze slowly swept over Han Li, Su Qingyue, and Chen Mo behind Lin Yi, and finally returned to Lin Yi. Your insight remains as sharp as ever. These rough gems, in your hands, will soon shine brightly. These words are undoubtedly the highest affirmation for Lin Yi and the entire Dawn team. The weight of these words coming from an S-class hero is self-evident. Wang Jing's face instantly turned even uglier. Lu Chuling's words were tantamount to announcing to everyone that he had high hopes for Lin Yi and for Dawn. This was undoubtedly a blow to her head, a slap in the face. Captain Lu, what brings you here? May I ask what brings you here? Wang Jing stepped forward and asked in an unfriendly tone. Lu Chuling glanced at her indifferently. His gaze was calm and unwavering, yet it sent a shiver down Wang Jing's spine. I'm just here to see an old friend and, incidentally, take care of some personal matters. He withdrew his gaze, looked at Lin Yi again, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Lin Yi, are you interested in merging Dawn into Iron Blood? Lu Chuling's words were like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's ears. At this moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence once again. If Wang Jing and Zhou Tong's competition for Chen Mo was merely shocking, it was something else entirely. At this moment, S-class hero Lu Chuling publicly extended a merger invitation to Lin Yi and his Dawn team, which was incredibly shocking. This is not just shocking, it completely overturns everyone's understanding. How could a B-level team that had just been resurrected win the favor of an S-level hero? In the entire history of the heroes of Jiangcheng, such a thing is unprecedented. In the observation seats, Lei Zhe from the Thunder team, Xiong Gang from the Azure Wolf team, and Lu Ling from the Crimson Bird team were all stunned. Did I hear that right? Captain Lu is actually going to merge Dawn directly into Iron Blood? The Warbler murmured to herself, her eyes filled with disbelief. To directly merge a B-level team into an A-level team is unprecedented in Jiangcheng. Xiong Gang's voice was low, revealing deep envy and shock. Brother Yi is truly worthy. Captain Lu is indeed an S-class hero, with exceptional insight. Lei Zhe's tone was full of admiration for Lu Chuling and genuine happiness for Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Wang Jing's mind was also quietly stirring, and a thought suddenly flashed into her mind. Chen Mo once said that wherever Lin Yi went, he would go too. Doesn't this mean that as long as she can bring Lin Yi and his Dawn team into the Hero Association, Chen Mo, the S-class rule-based hero, will naturally come under the association's command? As for Lin Yi, Han Li, and Su Qingyue, these burdens are insignificant compared to Chen Mo, who possesses S-level abilities. As long as I can get Chen Mo, this sacrifice is totally worth it. Lu Chuling, that old fox, has a truly meticulous plan. Thinking of this, all of Wang Jing's unhappiness and grievances vanished instantly, and a friendly, businesslike smile returned to her face. She stepped forward, her voice immediately drowning out the surrounding chatter. Captain Lin Yi, what the Iron Blood Squad can give you, the Hero Association can give you as well, and even more. On behalf of the Hero Association, I formally invite you and the entire Dawn team to join the Hero Association's Direct Special Operations Force. Your team will directly receive an A-level rating and enjoy all the benefits of an A-level team. As for Chen Mo, the position of Deputy Director of the Strategic Planning Department that I promised him remains valid. Wang Jing's words once again caused a huge uproar. The Hero Association has actually extended an olive branch to Dawn, and the terms and conditions are incredibly generous. At this moment, everyone stared at Lin Yi with eyes filled with a mixture of jealousy, envy, and fervor. On one side is Jiangqing's strongest fighting force, the Iron-Blooded team. On the other side is the Heroes Association, the highest official body in Jiangcheng. Two top-tier forces are openly fighting over a B-level team. This kind of setup and treatment is simply unheard of. Zhou Tong also stared in astonishment at his captain and Wang Jing, completely unprepared for things to develop this way. Chen Bing, Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, and Lu Yan were completely numb at this moment. They felt overwhelmed. Everything that happened today had completely overturned their understanding. They were completely baffled. How could Dawn, whom they had once discarded like trash, and Lin Yi, whom they considered a burden, win the favor of those top figures time and time again? Was their decision back then really wrong? This thought, like maggots clinging to bones, grew wildly and spread rapidly in their hearts. Faced with the simultaneous recruitment by two major forces, and the almost meltingly enthusiastic gazes around him, Lin Yi's expression remained as calm as ever. He knew that neither Lu Chuling nor Wang Jing valued Dawn at all, but rather Chen Mo. A hero who has mastered S-level rule-based abilities has the potential to drive any faction crazy. But for whatever reason, Lin Yi never considered merging merging Dawn into any organization. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Lu and Chairman Wang. Lin Yi spoke slowly, his voice not loud but clearly reaching everyone's ears. He first nodded slightly to Lu Chuling, then looked at Wang Jing, his tone firm yet neither humble nor arrogant. But we want to go our own way. He rejected everyone. He's gone mad. Lin Yi must be insane. Who does he think he is? How dare he refuse an invitation from an S-class hero? Does he think he's some kind of genius? How ungrateful. Joining either Ironblood or the association would have been a golden opportunity, and he gave it all up? Now look what's happened. He's offended both the Hero Association and the Iron Blood Squad. I'd like to see how he'll ever get along in Jiangcheng again. The heroes in the observation seats stared at Lin Yi as if he were a fool. They thought that Lin Yi must have been blinded by victory and no longer recognized who he was. Even Han Li and Su Qingyue couldn't help but feel a little nervous. They didn't care about rejecting Wang Jing, but Lu Chuling is a true S-class hero, one of the guardians of Jiangcheng, a being revered by all heroes. Is it really appropriate to reject him so decisively? Upon hearing Lin Yi's reply, Lu Chuling showed no anger whatsoever. Instead, she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, good. Well said. As expected of the person I chose, he truly has guts and backbone. His eyes were filled with undisguised admiration. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. A true hero is one who has his own pride. Since you've chosen to go your own way, I won't force you. Lu Chuling paused, then changed the subject, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. However, this doesn't prevent us from cooperating deeply, does it? How about this? Our Ironblood internal resource library will be fully open to your Dawn team from now on. You can use your team contribution points to exchange for all resources at internal prices. Also, if you encounter any trouble or problems that you can't solve in the future, you can come to me anytime. The conditions Lu Chuling offered once again left the entire room speechless. Ironblood's internal resource library is now fully open. The protection and promise of an S-class hero. What's the difference between this and directly joining the Ironblood faction? It's even freer and more prestigious than joining the Ironblood. Everyone stared at Lin Yi with eyes that looked like they'd seen a ghost. They just couldn't understand what kind of magic this man possessed that could make an S-class hero so willing to go to such lengths to win him over and curry favor with him. Wang Jing's face was so gloomy it was almost as if water could drip from it. What problem can't be solved? This is clearly a direct challenge to her. Tell her to stop causing trouble for Dawn and Lin Yi. Then, thank you very much, Captain Lu. This time, Lin Yi did not refuse. He knew in his heart that with Dawn's current strength, it really needed a powerful ally. Lu Chuling and his iron-blooded team are the most suitable choice in terms of both strength and character. Don't be so polite with me. Lu Chuling waved his hand generously. However, these aren't free. In exchange, I need your full support when I need it. Lin Yi nodded without hesitation. Since we are allies, we should help each other. Lu Chuling nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Chun Mo with anticipation in her eyes. Young brother, awakening is not the end, but the beginning. Your abilities are exceptional, and you have a long road ahead of you. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come to the Ironblood base and I'll answer it to the best of my ability. Thank you, Captain Lu. Chen Mo nodded solemnly with a shy smile on his face. After explaining everything, Lu Chuling left without lingering, leading Zhou Tong and the other members of the Ironblood team away. They came and went in a hurry, but left an indelible impression on the entire assessment venue. With Lu Chuling's departure, this tumultuous assessment finally came to an end. The heroes gradually dispersed, but what they took with them was earth-shattering news that was enough to cause a huge uproar in the entire Jiangcheng hero circle. The loser Team Dawn is reborn from the ashes. The useless team member is suspected to be a B-level player. A mysterious newcomer is suspected to be S-rank. Lin Yi wins a one-on-one match against an A-level opponent. The Blazing Flame team has recruited 4 ungrateful wretches. S-class hero Lu Chuling strongly supports Dawn. Every piece of news is enough to become the talk of the town for all the heroes over tea in the coming days. It is foreseeable that the name Dawn will once again resound throughout the entire city of Jiangcheng, as if it has returned in triumph. Lin Yi ignored the heroes who were still whispering behind his back and led his team away from the assessment venue. But just as they reached the door, a figure blocked their way. Luo Feng stood alone at the entrance of the passage, his posture upright and his face full of coldness. Those narrow eyes were now brewing a cataclysmic storm. He remained silent, staring intently at Lin Yi with a cold and scrutinizing gaze. The powerful aura of the A-level hero, like a towering mountain, enveloped the entire passage. Han Li and Su Qingyue immediately became alert, staring intently at him with extreme vigilance. Luo Feng, what do you want to do? Han Li roared in a low voice, his B-grade energy surging within him, ready to strike at any moment. However, Luo Feng seemed to ignore it, his gaze fixed on Lin Yi, his voice cold and devoid of any warmth. Lin Yi, you're very good. I underestimated you. His tone was calm, but anyone could hear the suppressed, raging anger beneath that calm. Originally, he was invited by Wang Jing to come today to discuss in-depth cooperation between the Blazing Flame team and the Hero Association. Unexpectedly, Wang Jing's expression suddenly changed halfway through, and she hurriedly left. When he arrived at the testing venue, the result he heard was unacceptable. Dawn passed the test. Shen Bing and his 3 companions suffered a crushing defeat. His meticulously planned scheme was easily broken by Lin Yi in a way that he could not understand at all. This was an unprecedented humiliation for him. Do you think you can rest easy just because Lu Chuling is backing you up? A cruel smile crept across Luo Feng's lips. The game has only just begun. In the days to come, I will drag you and your Dawn little by little into an endless abyss, until utter destruction. After saying that, he didn't look at Lin Yi again, turned around and left, leaving behind a murderous-looking back. Damn it! What's with the arrogance? Han Li watched Luo Feng's departing figure and spat out a contemptuous spittle. Lin Ye's face remained calm and composed. He understood, of course, that Luo Feng would not give up easily. But so what? Today's Dawn is no longer a pushover to be bullied. Lin Yi gave a shout and led his team away from this troublesome place. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Wang Jing smashed a valuable blue and white porcelain teacup to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Her full chest heaved violently. Her beautiful face was slightly distorted with extreme anger. Today, she has lost all face and become utterly humiliated. First, he was publicly contradicted by Lin Yi in front of everyone, losing all face. He then tried to poach her, but Chen Mo rejected him outright without hesitation. Finally, Lu Chuling publicly voiced her support for Lin Yi. Each and every one of these incidents was like a resounding slap across her face. Shatter her authority as president, bit by bit. Lin Yi, Lu Chuling. She gritted her teeth as she muttered the 2 names, her eyes flashing with a cold light. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the office door. Wang Jing suppressed her anger and spoke coldly. The door was pushed open, and the examiner from that morning cautiously walked in. Seeing the shards of porcelain scattered on the ground and Wang Jing's gloomy face, his heart tightened, and he even became careful with his breathing. President. Wang Jing's tone was icy cold. The examiner stammered. Regarding Captain Lin Yi, I've just found out some things that I feel are necessary to report to you. Wang Jing frowned. At this moment, the last thing she wanted to hear was any news related to Lin Yi. Seeing that the examiner seemed to be hiding important information, she restrained herself and said, "Speak." The examiner swallowed hard and hurriedly reported in detail what he had found out, that Zhang Hong had clashed with Lin Yi in the Hall of Heroes a few days ago and had locked him in the solitary confinement room. I thought this was just a minor incident, but I never expected that Wang Jing's aura would suddenly turn icy cold after hearing it, and she was extremely dangerous. Zhan Hong. Wang Jing practically spat out those 2 words through gritted teeth. She finally understood why Lin Yi had such a terrible attitude towards the association. She finally understood why Chen Mo refused without hesitation no matter how generous the offers she made. The root of the problem lies entirely with this good-for-nothing fool. If he hadn't used his position to settle personal scores and abuse his power, offending Pashao so thoroughly, how did she end up in such a passive and humiliating situation today? In fact, if it weren't for Zhang Hong, that good-for-nothing, that S-class rule-based hero would already be a member of her hero association. The thought of missing out on an S-class genius because of a useless subordinate. Wang Jing's anger could no longer be contained, erupting like a volcano. Bring him here, now, immediately. Wang Jing's voice was sharp and piercing, filled with boundless anger. The examiner was so frightened that he trembled and scrambled out of the room. A few minutes later, Zhang Hong walked into the president's office with a nervous expression. As soon as he entered, he saw Wang Jing's gloomy face, which made him even more uneasy. "President, you wanted to see me?" Zhang Hong asked cautiously. Wang Jing didn't speak, but stared at him with eyes so cold they seemed to freeze a person. Zhang Hong felt uneasy under her gaze, and cold sweat involuntarily broke out on his forehead. His legs buckled, and he knelt down. "President, I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken it upon myself to lock up Lin Yi and the others. Please give me another chance." However, Wang Jing just stared at him coldly. "Your mistake wasn't because you made the decision on your own. It's because of your stupidity that the association missed out on an S-class genius. Now, get out of Jiangchang and go to the Black Mist Swamp in the west to deal with the horde of strange people there. Come back when you've finished dealing with this." Upon hearing the words Black Mist Swamp, Zhang Hong's face instantly turned deathly pale. That area is one of the most dangerous areas outside Jiangchang, shrouded in a highly poisonous black fog year-round. It is inhabited by countless powerful and bizarre monsters, and there are even records of A-class monsters appearing there. Sending a B-rank hero there would be suicide. "President, no, President, Zhang Hong wanted to beg for mercy, but Wang Jing didn't want to hear another word of his nonsense. A cold word, like the pronouncement of death, ruthless and merciless. 2 law enforcement officers who had been waiting outside rushed in and dragged Zhang Hong out without saying a word. After dealing with Zhang Hong, Wang Jing's anger subsided somewhat, but the thought of losing that S-class genius caused her heart to ache as if cut by a knife. "President." A secretary entered in response. "Prepare a top-of-the-line gift for me." A wise light shone in Wang Jing's eyes. "Even if we can't get Chen Mo to join the Hero Association, we absolutely cannot let the relationship between the 2 sides continue continue to deteriorate. To be an enemy of an S-class hero is foolish. To make enemies of two S-class heroes would be utterly foolish. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, along with Han Li and the other two, did not immediately return to the apartment. They have an even more important task to do, to determine hero ranks. Although they have passed the assessment for B-level teams, the hero levels of Han Li, Su Qingyue, and Chen Mo still need to be accurately assessed using the official instruments of the Hero Association. Only those who obtain official certification can apply for a personal hero terminal, accept missions of the corresponding level, and enjoy the corresponding privileges and benefits. The four arrived at the Hero Certification Center, located on the second floor of the Hero Association building. The number of people here is far less than that in the mission hall on the first floor. However, because there are fewer service counters than on the first floor, there are still long queues in front of each counter. The faces of everyone waiting were filled with tension or anticipation. Lin Yi and his three companions patiently waited in line for nearly half an hour, and it was almost their turn. Just then, a man and a woman squeezed through the side of the line without any regard for the situation and cut in front of them. The man was in his early 20s, dressed in designer clothes, with his hair slicked back and a haughty, arrogant expression on his face. The woman beside him was dressed beautifully and heavily made up, clinging tightly to his arm with a fawning smile on her face. "Brother Hao, you're amazing. You've already awakened such powerful abilities. I'll have to rely on you to protect me from now on," the woman said in a sweet, coquettish voice. "Of course." The young man, known as Brother Hao, proudly raised his head. "Don't you know who I am? I'll have my uncle give me a good test later. Maybe I'm a B-level ability," he said smugly. Han Li frowned. Already short-tempered, he snapped, "Hey, can't you see everyone's queuing? Get to the back of the line." Upon hearing this, the young man named Li Hao impatiently glanced back at Han Li, seeing that the four of them were dressed plainly and lacked any aura of strength. His disdain deepened. "Queue up? Who do you think you are, ordering me around?" He raised his chin, pointed towards the counter, and looked arrogant. "Open your dog eyes and take a good look. My uncle is Li Fugue, the director of the assessment department. I just woke up today, and I'm just going through the motions. So what if I cut in line? If you know what's good for you, shut up. Believe me, my uncle can make sure none of you get tested today." His arrogance provoked angry stares from the heroes queuing behind him. However, upon hearing the name Li Fugue, the director of the assessment department, everyone dared not speak out against it. At this moment, the male clerk in charge of registration behind the counter looked up and, upon seeing Li Hao, immediately put on a fawning smile. "Oh, young Master Li, you've come in person? You should have called ahead so I could have reserved a spot for you." After saying that, his gaze swept over Lin Yi and the others, and a look of contempt quickly appeared on his face. "I thought it was someone else, but isn't this the famous F-rank hero, Captain Lin Yi?" he mocked sarcastically, clearly unaware of the true situation inside the assessment venue. "My perception of Lin Yi is still stuck in the era of him being a good-for-nothing who was seriously injured and fell to F-rank, and was betrayed by the whole team." The male clerk glanced contemptuously at Han Li and the other two behind Lin Yi, sneered, and waved his hand as if shooing away flies. "Captain Lin, what are you all doing here? One F level, with two useless people you picked up from who knows where, and an ordinary student who hasn't even awakened yet? What are you testing? You're just wasting the association's precious assessment resources." He turned to Li Hao, his smile becoming even more obsequious. "Young Master Li is a newly awakened rising star, the hope of our Jiangchang. Letting them be tested first is only right. Those who know what's good for them should quickly move aside and not get in the way." The male teller's sarcastic mockery was like a spark that instantly ignited the anger in Han Li's chest. "What the hell did you say?" An uncontrollable aura of violence erupted from Han Li. His eyes widened, like an enraged lion, and with one step he took, the ground seemed to tremble. "Who I am is none of your business, you snob." Han Li's voice was loud and clear, full of energy. This roar instantly drew the attention of everyone in the certification center. The male clerk trembled in fear at Han Li's imposing manner, instinctively shrinking his neck, but then his face showed anger and embarrassment. "This is the Hero Certification Center, his territory. You've gone too far." The male clerk slammed his hand on the counter and yelled, "A washed-up good-for-nothing like you dares to shout here? Believe me, I'll call the enforcement team right now and have you all thrown out." Seeing this, Li Hao, who had cut in line, not only did not restrain himself but instead crossed his arms and sneered, his face full of mocking schadenfreude. He smacked Han Li up and down with disdain, and said with a sneer, "Where did this mad dog come from, barking here? He should take a look in the mirror and see what kind of person he is. A piece of trash who doesn't even have a hero level dares to compete with me?" Su Qingyue's face was icy, a flash of anger in her eyes. Chen Mo frowned, pushed up his glasses, and his gaze behind the lenses became cold and piercing. Lin Yi glanced indifferently at the male teller and Li Hao, and sneered. "All right, then call the enforcement team over." The male teller paused for a moment, then scoffed. "You think you can just call me whatever you want? Who do you think you are, the chairman?" Before he finished speaking, he opened the hero terminal and dialed the internal hotline of the law enforcement department. "Hello, Captain Wang? There's trouble at the certification center. They seriously disrupted public order and and even threatened staff. Please send someone over immediately to take them away. After hanging up the phone, the male teller's smug expression became even more pronounced. He pointed arrogantly at Lin Yi and the other three, as if he could already see their pathetic state as they were dragged away. Just you wait. You'll be in for a surprise when the enforcement team arrives. Li Hao laughed out loud, shaking his head. A bunch of ungrateful fools who dared to oppose me. This is what they get. The aspiring heroes queuing around him shook their heads, casting sympathetic and pitying glances. In their eyes, these people were completely finished. He offended the nephew of the head of the evaluation department and was labeled as a troublemaker. Even if he didn't die, he would suffer some consequences. Not long after, a series of hurried and heavy footsteps sounded. 5 law enforcement officers, dressed in standard combat armor and wielding energy batons, stormed in aggressively. The leader was a tall, stern-faced, middle-aged captain. The lettering on his chest indicated his status as a Class C hero. Who's causing trouble here? Captain Wang demanded sharply, his gaze sweeping across the entire area. Upon seeing this, the male clerk immediately jumped out from behind the counter as if he had seen a savior, and pointed the finger at Lin Yi and his group of 4 as if he were the villain. Captain Wang, it's them. These people are breaking the rules, causing trouble, and even openly threatening me. Please arrest them immediately. Li Hao also stepped forward and added fuel to the fire, saying, Captain Wang, I am Li Hao, the nephew of Li Fugue, the director of the assessment department. These few good-for-nothings have offended me. What do you think we should do about this? Captain Wang raised an eyebrow. Li Fugue's nephew, the head of the assessment department? What other options are there? However, when his gaze fell on Lin Yi's calm face, he was suddenly shocked, and his pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints. As a mid-level captain in the law enforcement department, he had already obtained the latest information from the third-floor assessment hall through the internal communication channel. The loser Team Dawn is reborn from the ashes. Team members Han Li and Su Qingyue have recovered their strength to B-level. The mysterious newcomer Chen Mo is suspected to be an S-level rule-based hero. Lin Yi defeated Chen Bing, an A-level hero, in a one-on-one duel. S-class hero Lu Chuling personally stepped forward to show his support. Each message was like a thunderclap, sending panic through the entire law enforcement department, especially Lin Yi. This former A-level genius has not only recovered his strength but is also more unfathomable than ever before. Even A-level hero Chen Bing was defeated by him. Such a powerful figure, let alone a C-level captain like him, even Zhang Hong, the deputy minister of the law enforcement department, would have to treat him with utmost respect. And this ungrateful teller, and the nephew of that assessment department director Li Fugue, actually dared to provoke him. Captain Wang's back was immediately soaked with cold sweat. He glared at the male teller who was still yelling, wishing he could strangle him on the spot. He then strode up to Lin Yi and, to everyone's astonishment, suddenly stood at attention. Then he gave a very standard and respectful military salute. Captain Lin. Captain Lin. Wang Hu, captain of the 3rd enforcement team of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association, reporting for duty. Wang Hu's voice trembled slightly due to extreme tension. At that moment, the entire certification center fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The male teller's sly, complaining face froze completely. Li Hao's arrogant smile froze, and he remained motionless. Captain Wang of the enforcement team was actually saluting that F-level trash? They even used the respectful form of address, you? What the hell is this thing? After Wang Hu finished saluting, he didn't even dare to look Lin Yi in the eye. He turned around, his face instantly turning ashen, and kicked the stunned male clerk in the stomach. You blind bastard. Who gave you the audacity to disrespect Captain Lin Yi? The male teller was kicked to the ground, clutching his stomach and howling in pain, his face full of confusion and bewilderment. After kicking the man, Wang Hu turned his cold gaze to Li Hao, his voice devoid of emotion. And you, get to the back of the line right now. If you dare cut in line again, or say anything disrespectful to Captain Lin Yi, I don't care who your uncle is, I'll break your legs first. Li Hao was completely dumbfounded. He simply couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. Shouldn't Wang Hu help him arrest those good-for-nothings like Lin Yi? How is that possible? You dare talk to me like that? Li Hao snapped out of his daze and roared angrily, his whole body trembling. You wait, I'm calling my uncle right now and he'll come and deal with you. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Wang Hu sneered, not taking him seriously at all. When your uncle arrives and sees Captain Lin Yi, he'll probably be scared out of his wits. He completely ignored the idiot who called to complain, turned around and shouted sternly at the mail teller who had been kicked and was stunned. What are you all standing there for? Quickly register Captain Lin Yi and his team. The mail teller struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with fear. Although he didn't know what had happened, he understood that he had really messed up this time. He returned to the counter, trembling, to register Lin Yi and his group of 4. Don't let them do it. Li Hao, who was on the phone, rushed over and tried to stop him. He absolutely wouldn't allow those good-for-nothings to be ahead of him. The pretty girls are watching. However, before he could even get close to the counter, a burly figure blocked his way like an iron tower. I've been putting up with you for ages. Han Li's eyes flashed with a cold light, giving Li Hao no chance to react at all. That powerful fist slammed hard into Li Hao's face. Li Hao's body flew out instantly, with several bloody teeth in his mouth, and crashed heavily into the wall more than 10 meters away. Then he slid to the ground like mud and passed out. The whole process was clean and efficient. Wan Hu, standing to the side, seemed not to have seen anything, not even blinking. The prospective heroes queuing around felt an unprecedented surge of joy upon witnessing this scene. This is how you deal with guys who rely on connections. A few minutes later, the information of Han Li, Su Qingyue, and Chen Mo was registered. Just as the four were about to head to the testing room, a middle-aged man in a testing department uniform, who was overweight, rushed out of the elevator from the other side in a hurry. He immediately flew into a rage when he saw Li Hao lying on the ground with his face swollen like a pig's head. Who beat my nephew up like this? Li Fugui's roar echoed like thunder throughout the certification center. Director Li, you finally arrived. The male teller seemed to have regained his confidence. He scrambled to Li Fugui's feet, grabbed his leg, and cried and complained. It was Lin Yi. He allowed his men to injure young Master Li. He doesn't respect you at all. Lin Yi. Li Fugui was struck dumb, frozen in place. His face, contorted with rage, instantly lost all color, turning deathly pale. As the head of the assessment department, how could he not know what happened in the assessment hall on the 3rd floor not long ago? Lin Yi defeated Qin Bing, an A-level hero, in a one-on-one duel. This caused the president of the Hero Association and the captain of the Iron Blood team, Two Big Shots, to fight over it in public. Finally, he even received personal support from S-class hero Lu Chuling. Could such a godlike figure be someone that Li Fugue could possibly offend? A bone-chilling coldness rose from the soles of my feet and shot straight to the top of my head. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Just then, Lin Yi slowly turned around and glanced at him with her calm and unwavering eyes. I hit him. What's your problem with that? Li Fugue swallowed hard, feeling his mouth dry and his throat burning as if a ball of fire was stuck inside. His facial muscles twitched violently as he forced out a smile that looked worse than a grimace. No, absolutely not. Not only that, I have to thank Captain Lin. That brat just needs to be taught a lesson. Thank you, Captain Lin, for helping me discipline him. His fawning yet terrified demeanor was a stark contrast to his arrogant and domineering attitude when he first stormed in. They were like two completely different people. The male clerk, who was originally looking forward to watching the show, was instantly dumbfounded. What did he see? The usually arrogant director Li Fugue was bowing and scraping before that good-for-nothing Lin Yi, acting like a grandson. A crisp, loud slap suddenly rang out in the silent certification center. Li Fugue slapped the male teller hard across the face, sending him spinning 3 times before he fell heavily to the ground. You blind bastard! Who gave you the audacity to offend Captain Lin Yi? Li Fugue's voice trembled, half with anger and half with fear. I almost got killed by this idiot today. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if he really hurt Lin Yi. At best, you'll lose your job. At worst, you'll lose your life. Just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine. After drawing the money from the teller, Li Fugue's fat face was once again covered with an extremely obsequious smile. Captain Lin, to express my apologies, I will personally handle the assessments for everyone today. I will make sure they are done perfectly. I will cover all the expenses. Lin Yi looked at his ridiculous appearance without feeling anything. He waved his hand dismissively. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Yes. This way please. Li Fugue felt like he had been granted a pardon and hurriedly bowed and scraped as he invited Lin Yi and the other 3 into the top-tier VIP evaluation room. This is a high-tech, metal-themed room. In the center of the room stood a huge instrument, resembling a crystal prism. This is the association's latest source energy fluctuation detector, which can quickly and accurately measure the intensity of energy fluctuations within each person's body, thereby determining the most accurate hero level. Please place your hands on the detector one by one. Who wants to go first? Li Fugue looked at Lin Yi and the other 3 with a fawning smile. Lin Yi glanced at Han Li. He knew that before reaching S level, Han Li's energy fluctuations remained at the F level. It makes no difference whether you test it or not. Han Li understood immediately and was the first to step forward. Placing his palm on the cold crystal prism, the detector emitted a soft beep, and a brilliant white light shone from inside the crystal prism. Data streams flashed rapidly across the instrument screen before finally settling on. Name, Han Li. Energy fluctuation intensity, level B. Ability, Heavenly Fist. Overall rating, B-tier offensive hero. Li Fugue's eyelids twitched violently, and fear suddenly arose in his heart. Just as the rumors said, Han Li has recovered to rank B. Next was Su Qingyue. Name, Su Qingyue. Energy fluctuation intensity, level B. Ability, Spring of Life. Overall rating, B-tier healer. Li Fugue's forehead began to break out in a cold sweat. It's definitely a B grade. The rumors are absolutely true. He turned his gaze to Chen Mo and couldn't help but swallow. Could this young man really be an S-class? Buzz. The moment Chen Mo's palm touched the crystal prism, the entire detector suddenly emitted an unprecedentedly sharp and urgent alarm. The soft white light instantly turned into a dazzling gold. The data data stream on the instrument screen scrolled wildly like an out-of-control waterfall. The value skyrocketed, instantly breaking through the A-level limit. Finally, in Li Fugui's eyes, wide with shock and fear, the data stream slowly stopped, freezing on a letter that made his soul tremble. Name, Chen Mo. Energy fluctuation intensity, level S. Ability, law of cause and effect. Overall rating, S-tier rule-based hero. Li Fugui's legs went weak, and he finally couldn't support his heavy body, collapsing heavily to the ground. He stared blankly at the glaring S on the screen, his mind a complete blank, with only endless fear spreading through his heart. It's an S-class hero. Moreover, it's the most mysterious and powerful rule-based system in Legend. He almost offended an S-class hero just now. The VIP testing room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Li Fugui slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant, his whole body trembling like a leaf. That round face had long since lost its color. He has seen many big events and has evaluated many A-level heroes, but S-rank, especially the legendary rule-based S-rank, was something he had never seen in person before. Every S-class hero is a pillar of strength protecting their region, and humanity's strongest trump card in resisting monsters. Their status is far superior to that of an A-level hero, and his nephew almost got into a fight with an S-class hero just now. Thinking of this, Li Fugui felt a chill run from his tailbone straight to his head, and even his soul trembled. Luckily, I arrived in time. Luckily, I didn't rush to take action. Otherwise, let alone this lowly head of the assessment department, even if you brought out his powerful backer, you absolutely couldn't protect him. He couldn't even imagine the consequences of provoking an S-class rule-based hero. Is the evaluation finished? Lin Ye's calm voice pulled Li Fugui back to reality from his endless fear. Li Fugui suddenly jolted awake, scrambling to his feet and forcing a fawning smile that looked more like a grimace. Lord Chen. Lord Chen Mo, no, Captain Lin Yi. The level certification for the heroes has been completed. These are your hero cards and terminals. They've all been entered into the system. He held the 3 brand new black cards and the hero terminal with both hands, bending over at almost a 90-degree angle. Lin Yi took the card and terminal and handed them to Han Li and the other 2. At this moment, all he wanted was to finish his business quickly, go back, and consume the energy core to increase his strength. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't seem to intend to pursue the matter, Li Fugui breathed a slight sigh of relief, but then tried even harder to be attentive. He understood that although the crisis had temporarily passed, a grudge had been formed. To resolve this completely, we must show sufficient sincerity. Captain Lin Yi. Lord Chen Mo. Li Fugui bowed and scraped forward again, proactively sending the electronic business card to Lin Yi and the others' hero terminals. This is my private contact information. In the future, whenever you need me, Li Fugui, in Jiangcheng, just give me a call. Even if it means climbing mountains of knives or plunging into seas of fire, I will never flinch. From now on, I'll take care of all the Dawn team members' assessments, certifications, resource exchanges. I'll handle everything. I promise I'll handle everything clearly and transparently, and I won't keep you waiting a single second longer. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to curry favor with these big shots. As long as he can latch onto an S-class hero, he'd be willing to be anything, even a dog, let alone a grandson. Lin Yi ignored him and turned to leave with his men. Li Fugui quickly followed behind, bowing and scraping respectfully as he saw them off from the certification center. He only let out a long sigh of relief after watching the 4 figures completely disappear from the elevator entrance. He slumped against the wall like a deflated balloon. The atmosphere on the way back to the apartment was incredibly lively. S-rank. Chen Mo, you're actually S-rank. Han Li was so excited while driving that he kept yelling and squeezing the steering wheel so hard it almost deformed. Our Dawn team now has an S-class hero in charge. Ha ha ha. Who will dare to look down on us now? Su Qingyue was also very excited, and a bright smile bloomed on her beautiful face. She looked at Chen Mo, who was still a little shy beside her, her eyes filled with joy and pride. Feeling a little embarrassed by their stares, Chen Mo adjusted his glasses and said earnestly, I have to thank the captain for training me. Without the captain, I wouldn't be who I am today. Therefore, I will absolutely not leave Dawn. He knew perfectly well that without Lin Yi, he would still be that unwanted bookworm, forever unable to awaken. Well said, but I hope you'll always remember what you just said. Some people forget the people who guided them once they achieve success. This kind of thing happens quite often. Chen Mo's face darkened. Brotherly, are you talking about Chen Bing and Zhao Kai? Who else could it be but them? A bunch of scoundrels. Han Li spat out the car window disdainfully. Su Qingyue smiled gently. They're probably regretting it to the core now. Heh, they deserved it. Lin Yi did not participate in their conversation. He closed his eyes and carefully examined Chen Mo's detailed attribute panel in the system. Name, Chen Mo. Rank, S. Ability, law of cause and effect. Attributes, strength B, agility B, constitution B, spirit S, energy B+. Skill 1, eye of data, tier B passive. Your eyes can see the essence of all things, analyzing them into data streams. You can see through all disguises and illusions, accurately locking onto the target's energy core and structural weaknesses. Skill 2, battlefield simulation. Rank A, active, consumes mental physical energy to construct a virtual battlefield in the mind, performing countless battle simulations at ultra-high speed to predict enemy movements and find the optimal tactical plan. The more complex the simulation, the greater the mental energy consumption. Skill 3, Optimal Solution. S-Rank Active consumes mental and physical energy to set a cause and forcibly execute an effect. The simpler the causal logic and the weaker the target, the less the consumption. The more complex the logic, the more it defies common sense, and the stronger the target, the greater the consumption. Evaluation. You are a born battlefield master, an unbelievable being whose words carry out their magic. However, your frail body is your weakness. Facing absolute speed and power, you still risk being instantly killed. Looking at Chen Mo's attributes, Lin Yi nodded in approval. Apart from his mental strength reaching S rank, his other 4 attributes are only equivalent to a B rank hero. This shows that Chen Mo still has a lot of room for improvement. As Lu Chuling said, awakening an S-level ability is not the end, but a new beginning. Chen Mo has a long road ahead. Top-tier S-class heroes typically have all attributes at the S+ level. However, in reality, no one can do it completely. Each ability has a specific tendency. The law of causality emphasizes spirit and energy. Therefore, it is almost impossible for other attributes to reach S+. Besides daily training and combat, the fastest way to improve attributes is to consume secret fruits. Secret fruit is a unique fruit that grows in a secret realm. Now that the assessment and evaluation have come to an end, it's time to explore the B-level secret realm that Xie Yong mentioned. Back at the apartment, Xie Yong was already waiting for him in the living room. Level B. Upon seeing Lin Yi and his group of 4, he immediately went to greet them, a bright smile spreading across his face. Captain Lin, congratulations. Your news has spread throughout the entire Heroes Forum. Let's skip the formalities. Lin Yi smiled faintly. We're planning to go to that B-level secret realm you mentioned tomorrow. Going tomorrow? Xie Yong was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. Great. To be honest, I also want to explore that place as soon as possible, lest something unexpected happens. Lin Yi nodded, quite satisfied with Xie Yong's reaction. Old Han, Qingyue, take Chen Mo and Xie Yong with you to purchase supplies for entering the secret realm. Deduct the money directly from the team account. Upon hearing this, Han Li immediately told the 3 of them to set off. Lin Yi then headed to the training room in the apartment, making the most of his time to improve his skills. System, open the team shop. The team shop is now open. Current reputation, 2,000 points. Exchange for a grade B energy core. Exchange successful, 2,000 reputation points deducted. A dazzling, star-like energy crystal appeared in Lin Yi's hand. This is a Class B energy core. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. The moment the energy core entered his stomach, a torrent of energy several times more violent than when he advanced to sea level exploded within his body like a river bursting its banks. That energy was domineering and scorching, carrying a destructive aura. It violently assaulted and tore at every vein in his body, eroding every inch of his flesh. An indescribable, excruciating pain instantly overwhelmed Lin Yi's consciousness like a tidal wave. His skin cracked inch by inch on his body, and fine bloodstains gradually appeared. In just a few moments, he was covered in blood, looking extremely terrifying. Sweat and blood mingled, instantly soaking his clothes. Lin Yi's body trembled violently, his teeth clenched so tightly they made a clicking sound. However, he remained seated cross-legged, his posture as steady as a rock. With his powerful willpower, he guided that violent energy, repeatedly impacting the already shattered core energy source within his body. This is an extremely dangerous process. If an ordinary hero's core is shattered and they recklessly try to absorb the energy core, the only outcome will be their body will explode and they will die. But Lin Yi was different. He not only possesses extraordinary willpower, but more importantly, he has a heaven-defying system called infinite plunder. As this violent energy impacted and shattered the core, it was also transformed and purified by the system in a mysterious way, ultimately merging into the shattered core energy source. Half an hour later, he completely refined and absorbed the last bit of energy. The excruciating pain finally receded as quickly as the tide. Lin Yi looked as if he had been pulled out of a pool of blood. He slowly opened his eyes, and a dazzling light flashed deep within them. He has finally recovered to grade B. An unprecedentedly powerful force surged through his body. He could clearly feel that his strength, speed, and physique had undergone earth-shattering changes. His original offensive ability Starfall has also been restored to its B-rank power. Starfall is an extremely simple and straightforward ability. By highly compressing its own energy, it bursts forth in an almost savage manner, generating terrifying destructive power comparable to a meteorite impact. After recovering to rank B, his rank B skill related to Starfall was was also reactivated. The Wrath of the Fallen Star. It can fire 3 meteorites in succession to saturate the target. It is a true weapon for overcoming difficulties, and it was also his most frequently used starting skill. Just as Lin Yi was feeling the surging power within his body, system notifications rang in his mind one after another. Ding! Host level upgraded to rank B. The number of abilities the host can solidify has been increased to 3. The highest level of lootable loot has been upgraded to A. S-rank passive ability One Punch Breaks Limit effect enhanced, ignores 70% of the target's physical defense and energy resistance. The new team missions feature is now unlocked. Team missions, these will refresh periodically. The host can actively accept them to gain team reputation. Team shop expansion completed. Lin Yi was overjoyed, as his plundering level had finally been raised to A level. This means that he can plunder powerful A-level abilities to enrich his solidified abilities. The team mission feature allows him to reliably gain team reputation, no longer relying on random triggers from the system. With a stable source of reputation, the equipment, skills, and items in the team shop are no longer just for show. The most urgent task at present is to select and solidify capabilities. His first solidified ability is the S-level passive skill One Punch Breaks the Limit. This is his most crucial trump card and the fundamental guarantee for his ability to challenge opponents of higher levels. It is irreplaceable. The second key skill he developed was his limited options, but the battle during the day gave him a good direction. The B-grade energy type ability he plundered from Razor, the captain of the Thunder team, was the most comprehensive ability he had ever encountered. Benlei can concentrate lightning energy in any part of the body. It converges in the legs, greatly increasing movement speed and explosiveness, with effects comparable to some pure speed-based abilities. When gathered in the arms, the attack is enhanced, and the punches and kicks carry paralysis and extremely penetrating lightning damage. The power concentrated in the eyes can not only enhance vision and energy perception, but also capture fast-moving targets and even detect clones. When the energy is sufficient, it can also be released externally. This results in long-range lightning attacks or large-scale lightning fields, combining multiple effects such as long-range strikes, group attacks, and control, speed, attack, perception, ranged attack, area of effect attack. It can be said that the Thunderbolt ability covers almost every aspect of combat. Choosing it as his second solidified ability undoubtedly allows Lin Yi to cope with various complex battle situations. Therefore, just as the thunder was about to dissipate, Lin Yi decisively solidified it. To his disappointment, although his strength had recovered to B rank, Thunderclap had not been transformed into a B rank skill. This means that neither fixed nor temporary abilities will automatically generate higher level skills as one's own strength increases. As for the third solidification ability, Lin Yi plans to choose a powerful A-level ability. He has now been promoted to B rank and can plunder the abilities of A-rank heroes. Given the opportunity, he can add another powerful trump card to his portfolio. Starfall primarily focuses on physical attacks. Thunderbolt primarily focuses on energy attacks, while also providing assistance in areas such as speed and perception. One Punch Breaks Limits is specifically designed to break through defenses. He is currently lacking a primary defensive capability. Not only should you improve your own defense, but you should also provide protection for your teammates, such as Dong Lei's Earth Shield from the Meteor team. Unfortunately, Dong Lei's ability was only C-level, and he had already been defeated. A-level heroes are rare, numbering only a handful in the entire Jiangchang. Defensive A-rank heroes are even rarer. This matter cannot be rushed. After finishing his own business, Lin Yi began to think about the team's future plans. Today, Dong's personnel configuration is already taking shape. He became a free agent in the team by virtue of his unlimited plunder ability. You can switch to any role, such as offensive, speed, defense, healing, or support, at any time depending on the battle situation. This is a major advantage. Other teams simply don't have such a free agent. Han Li is the sharpest spear in the team. The B-rank Heavenly Fist, combined with Heavenly Body, makes him a berserker who can both fight and withstand attacks. Su Qinyue is the most reliable healer in the team. The Grade B Life Spring combined with Lifelink grants her top-tier group healing capabilities, providing a solid guarantee for the team's continued success. Chen Mo is the team's brain and ultimate trump card. His S-rank causality grants him the terrifying power to turn the tide of battle and deliver a decisive blow. In terms of lineup, Dawnbreaker is missing a tank that can stand on the front line, a true defensive hero. In addition, we are missing an assassin who can stay away from the main battlefield and deliver a fatal blow to the opponent's squishy heroes at any time, a true speed-type hero. With these two roles, the team's margin for error and tactical options will be greatly improved. Of course, we can prepare A and B roles for each position later, and even form a second or third team based on this configuration. However, all of this requires recruiting new team members, and it can't be rushed. Let's talk about it after we've explored the B-level secret realm. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains in the secret realm. The training room at the Blazing Flame team's base. Luo Feng, shirtless and his bronze muscles soaked with sweat, was frantically punching a specially made grade A sandbag. sandbag. Each punch contained terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. His roaring breaths and muffled thuds echoed throughout the training room. Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, and Lu Yan stood nervously to the side, heads bowed. Even their breathing was cautious. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings who are more likely to ruin everything. Luo Feng suddenly turned around and kicked the $1,000,000 A-grade sandbag to pieces. The special alloy sand inside suddenly poured out like a waterfall. His eyes were bloodshot, like those of a raging tiger, as he stared intently at the three of them. I told you to suppress him and humiliate him. Is this how you do things for me? You've completely disgraced the Mad Flame sect. He walked step by step to the three of them, and the terrifying pressure of an A-level hero emanating from him pressed down like a mountain, making it difficult for them to even breathe. Captain, we really didn't expect Lin Yi. Zhao Kai tried to explain, his voice trembling. Luo Feng kicked him hard in the chest, sending him flying backward and spitting out blood. Didn't expect that? Are your brains filled with shit? Sun Xian and Lu Yan were so frightened that they trembled all over and lowered their heads even further. At that moment, the door to the training room was pushed open. Chen Bing walked in with an icy expression. Seeing her, Luo Feng's anger did not subside. Instead, it burned even brighter. In his view, Chen Bing's performance today was also a disaster. What are you doing here? Do you want me to teach you a lesson too? Luo Feng's tone was icy cold. Chen Bing ignored Zhao Kai, who was struggling on the ground, and stared directly at Luo Feng, her voice also filled with suppressed anger. Luo Feng, is this your so-called plan? To make me be completely crushed in front of everyone by a trash I had long ago abandoned? Is this the higher platform you promised me? She didn't come to repent, she came to question her. She chose Luo Feng because he could bring her tangible benefits and help her achieve greater success. But today, instead of rising higher, she became a stepping stone for Lin Yi's triumphant return and a laughingstock in the entire Jiangcheng. How could she not be furious? You still dare to question me? Luo Feng's face instantly darkened as he approached Chen Bing step by step, unleashing the immense pressure of an A-level hero. Chen Bing, don't forget, without me, without the 9 nether ice crystal that my Luo family gave you, what are you now? What right do you have to stand here and question me? If it were an ordinary B-rank hero, their legs would probably have gone weak in the face of this pressure. But Chen Bing is also an A-level. She stood tall, radiating a chilling aura, stubbornly confronting Luo Feng's imposing presence. Of course I remember. Chen Bing's eyes were as cold and clear as the moon, sharp and confrontational. I did what I was supposed to do, helping you deal with Lin Yi. But your plan failed, and you humiliated me. Why can't I ask? Ha, ha 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 ha. Luo Feng, enraged, laughed mockingly, pointing at Chen Bing. I humiliated you? Chen Bing, have you lost your mind? Who was it that betrayed Lin Yi and switched sides to mine? Who do you think you are now? A revered genius? Don't dream. He leaned close to Chen Bing's ear and whispered maliciously in a voice only the two of them could hear. In everyone's eyes, you're nothing but a treacherous, opportunistic, and swayed by whoever's stronger, a despicable person. Now you realize you might have followed the wrong person, so you come to me demanding an explanation? Too late. Chen Bing's body trembled violently, and a crack appeared on his perpetually icy face. Her face turned deathly pale instantly. Luo Feng's words were like the sharpest knife, piercing through all her feigned strength and brutally dissecting her fragile thoughts. Yes, wasn't it precisely because she felt Lin Yi had become a burden that she chose to leave? Seeing Lin Yi rise again, I feel regret, but more than that, I feel anger and resentment at my investment failure. Seeing Chen Bing's wavering expression, Luo Feng's smile grew even more smug. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? Chen Bing, put away your ridiculous anger. You accepted such a huge benefit from the Luo family and boarded my Kuang Yen ship. Now, you have no right to throw a tantrum at me. This world has always been driven by self-interest. You have no way out. Only by following me wholeheartedly can you keep everything you have now. As for Lin Yi, a ruthless killing intent flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. Although he was in the limelight today, that's the end of it. He offended Wang Jing and he offended me. His two teammates, Su Qingyue and Han Li, also have people who want to kill them. Do you think there's still a place for Dawn to hide in Jiangcheng? In less than 3 days, I'll make him get out of Jiangcheng like a dead dog. Lu Chuling can't save him. Even Chen Mo, who just awakened to S rank, can't save him. Chen Bing's heart sank completely. She knew Luo Feng was sincere. More importantly, the Luo family behind him truly had the power. Looking at the man with the ferocious face in front of her, she couldn't help but recall the figure who had remained calm and composed even under the spotlight. Suddenly, she realized that her seemingly shrewd decision might have been an irreparable mistake from the very beginning. But now, she is completely tied to Luo Feng's chariot, with no way to retreat. After watching Chen Bing and the other three leave with dejected expressions, Luo Feng snorted coldly, clearly displeased. He then opened the hero terminal and dialed 2 numbers simultaneously. One of them is Zhang Hong, the captain of Sharp Blade, an A-level team under the Hero Association's Special Operations Brigade. The other is Wei Dejiang, the head of the Strategic Planning Department of the Hero Association. Soon after, their faces appeared on the terminal screen. Captain Zhang, Minister Wei, how have you been lately? Luo Luo Feng's face revealed a sinister smile. There's something I think we can work together on. Take a look at this video first, you two might as well watch it. The next morning, before dawn, Lin Yi and his group of 5 boarded the off-road vehicle. They were wearing the black Class C standard combat uniforms they had purchased yesterday, with gas masks hanging on their chests and red healing potions and blue energy recovery potions tucked into their waistbands. Guided by Xie Yong, Hanli drove at high speed toward the Black Mist Swamp on the western outskirts of Jiangcheng. When they learned that the B-level secret realm was hidden in the Black Mist Swamp, everyone's expressions immediately turned serious. The Black Mist Swamp is one of the most dangerous areas outside Jiangcheng. The area is shrouded in a highly toxic black mist year-round, and is home to countless powerful and bizarre monsters. There are even records of A-class monsters appearing there. Although the Hero Association has intensified its cleanup efforts over the past year or so, making the outer areas of the swamp somewhat more peaceful, its core area remains a forbidden zone within a forbidden zone. After nearly an hour of driving on the bumpy dirt road, a thick fog, as black as ink, finally appeared on the horizon. After traveling another 10 kilometers, Hanli gradually slowed down. Captain, the entrance to the Black Mist Swamp is just ahead. Lin Yi nodded, his gaze instantly sharpening. At the entrance to the Black Mist Swamp, there are several heavily fortified barriers. Rows of Hero Association law enforcement officers in black uniforms stood guard, holding energy rifles and looking serious. Enclosures of barbed wire and anti-personnel mine warning signs completely sealed off the entrance. What surprised Lin Yi even more was that behind those law enforcement officers were several small teams dressed in special operations uniforms, whose auras were clearly even stronger. They wore badges with crossed swords and shields on their arms. It's the Hero Association's Special Operations Team, Su Qingyue said in a low voice, her tone tinged with surprise. Xiaoyan's face also turned ugly. Special operations teams are generally only deployed when carrying out classified missions of level A or above, or when dealing with large-scale waves of strange beings. Wasn't it said that the strange creatures in the Black Mist Swamp had been mostly wiped out? This is a bit too much. As the off-road vehicle approached the first checkpoint, it was stopped by an officer who appeared to be the team leader. When he approached and saw Lin Yi and his group sitting in the car, he was first taken aback, then his face showed a solemn expression of respect. So it's Captain Lin Yi and the Heroes of Dawn. My apologies for not recognizing you. Everything that happened at the assessment venue yesterday has already spread throughout the entire Jiangcheng Hero Circle through various channels. Today's Dawn is no longer the useless team that was bullied by everyone. Its name symbolizes miracles and the unfathomable. Boom! Captain Lin Yi, this area has been designated as a top-level restricted zone by the Hero Association and is temporarily sealed off. The enforcement captain explained politely. No one may enter without a special pass personally signed by President Wang Jing. We apologize for any inconvenience. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Seeing this scene, he already knew that the main entrance was impassable. Just then, his hero terminal suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was Wang Jing. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, then pressed the answer button in front of the enforcement captain. Soon, Wang Jing's voice, filled with complex emotions, came through. Lin Yi, I didn't think things through yesterday. Are you free today? Can we talk in person? Before she could say another word, Lin Yi decisively hung up the phone. The whole process was swift and efficient, leaving no room for hesitation or delay. This is... The enforcement captain standing next to the car and several other enforcement officers behind him were dumbfounded, their jaws practically dropping to the ground. The group exchanged shocked glances, their hearts filled with a surging storm. That's President Wang Jing, the highest authority in the entire Jiangcheng Heroes Association. She called me first, and her tone was unusually polite. What an incredible favor. But Lin Yi actually refused. Not only that, but they also hung up on the chairman right in front of them. This kind of spirit is absolutely terrifying. In a short time, the way they looked at Lin Yi changed beyond awe to an indescribable, fanatical worship. Team, Captain. However, worship is worship, and rules are still rules. Captain Lin, the enforcement captain looked troubled. The president has ordered that we cannot allow you to pass through. Lin Yi shrugged, not caring at all. He hadn't planned to rely on Wang Jing for help anyway. He patted Han Li's seat. Old Han, back up, let's go. Han Li immediately shifted into reverse and slowly drove the SUV backward. Once they were far from the checkpoint, Han Li turned the steering wheel and asked in confusion, Captain, wouldn't it have been much simpler if you had just had that woman Wang Jing call and say let us through? There's no need to owe her a favor. Lin Yi spoke in a flat tone. He turned to look at the crowd, a confident smile playing on his lips. If we can't get in through the main gate, we'll create our own way. Xia Yang was stunned and said with a wry smile, Captain, this is not a good situation. These special operations team members are elites, extremely vigilant. They spotted our vehicle the moment it approached. Who said they drove there? Lin Yi turned his gaze to Chen Mo. Xiao Mo analyzed their defensive setup and find the weakest blind spots and patrol gaps. Chen Mo pushed up his glasses, countless data flashing rapidly in his eyes. Captain, there is a 3.7-second gap in patrol handover every 5 minutes at the third watchtower on the west side. There's enough time. Lin Yi looked at Han Li. Old Han, I'll drive. I'll find a place to make some noise and attract their attention. Xiao Mo, you lead everyone infiltrate. I'll find a way to catch up. Lin Yi's voice was steady and powerful. Action. After dropping everyone off at their destination, Lin Yi stepped on the gas, and the SUV roared as it sped off in the east. A few minutes later, a loud engine roar and a piercing alarm suddenly rang out from the edge of the swamp in the distance. Report. An unidentified vehicle has been spotted attempting to break through the cordon on the east side. Attention all units. Teams 3 and 4, proceed immediately to intercept. The law enforcement officers and special forces soldiers at the checkpoint instantly drew most of their attention to the riots to the east. Let's go in, Chen Mo whispered, his figure flashing out like a ghost, taking Su Qingyue, Han Li, and Xie Yong with him. Like a wisp of smoke, they silently passed through the deadly energy wire mesh and disappeared into the rolling black mist. Office of the Hero Association President. Wang Jing stared at the disconnected Hero terminal in front of her, stunned for a full half-minute, her beautiful face shrouded in gloom. Lin Yi, since you're so ruthless, don't blame me for being heartless. A resolute glint flashed in her eyes, and she dialed another number. Luo Feng? I have had the law enforcement department formally open a case regarding your complaint about the Dawn team's malicious killing of the Meteor team, and upgraded it to a classic criminal case. Upon entering the black mist swamp, a chilly, damp atmosphere, mixed with the smell of decaying vegetation, hit you. Visibility dropped to less than 5 meters in an instant, and the surroundings were deathly silent. Chen Mo and his 3 companions found a secluded spot to hide. A few minutes later, a figure rushed over. It was Lin Yi. The crowd immediately appeared to greet them. Captain, you shook them off? Han Li asked curiously, looking behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded and said with a smile, let's go, we need to hurry. Xingyue, activate the lifelink. Roger that, Captain. Su Qingyue immediately responded, and a gentle life energy surged from her body, transforming into 4 almost invisible emerald green chains of light, which connected to Lin Yi and the other 3. Chen Mo walked at the front of the group, his eyes flashing rapidly through countless tiny streams of data. B-rank skill, Eye of Data, fully activated. Level B. In his eyes, this perilous swamp was instantly covered by countless crisscrossing lines in data. Which patches of ground are solid, which are quicksand, and where are the deadly traps hidden? All physical dangers are clearly visible and nowhere to hide. Captain, my data eye can perfectly avoid physical traps underfoot, but this fog contains strange energy interference. I can't detect all life forms, especially those monsters that are good at energy camouflage. Everyone must be careful. No sooner had he finished speaking than a foul gust of wind swept in from the side without warning. Lin Yi reacted the fastest, shoving Su Qingyue away from him. Suddenly, a giant toad covered in slime and with 3 blood-red eyes on its back leaped out of the mud and opened its blood-red maw to bite at the spot where Su Qingyue had just been standing. The monster seemed to blend into the surrounding poisonous fog, perfectly evading Chen Mo's data eye. It's a Class B monster, the 3-eyed poison toad, Xia Yang exclaimed. The 3-eyed poisonous toad let out a strange cry, opened its blood-red maw, and a long tongue covered with barbs lashed out like a whip, whistling sharply as it struck Chen Mo, who was standing at the very front. It clearly realized that this seemingly weakest bespectacled boy was the team's eyes. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared above the 3-eyed poisonous toad's head and delivered a powerful whip kick. The 3-eyed poisonous toad's head exploded instantly, as if struck by a battering ram, splattering a mixture of red and white, foul-smelling venom all over the ground. Ding! Successfully defeated the B-class monster 3-eyed poison toad. Its venom sacs are crucial materials for the development of novel neurotoxins and are extremely valuable. The area hunting mission has been automatically unlocked. Hunt 5 B-grade 3-eyed poison toads. Mission reward, 500 team reputation points. The system notification sounded in his mind. Lin Ye's eyes flashed, but his attention was more focused on the strange change that had just occurred. Xiao Mo, didn't your data vision detect it? Chen Mo's face paled slightly, and he shook his head, saying, no. Its energy fluctuations are almost identical to the surrounding poisonous fog, and my abilities were interfered with. It seems that the dangers of this black mist swamp are far more than just physical traps. Having learned from this experience, the team's vigilance has greatly increased. They continued deeper, and under Chen Mo's guidance, they narrowly avoided one deadly swamp trap after another. Strangely, apart from the 3-eyed poisonous toad, they did not encounter any other monsters. It's too quiet, unusually quiet. Xia Yon looked around warily. Just then, Chen Mo, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped and stared intently at the distance not far ahead. Everyone followed his gaze and gasped in shock. In the open space ahead lay a corpse as large as a small mountain. That was an A-class monster called the ironclad rhinoceros. Its indestructible alloy skin was torn apart by some terrifying force, its internal organs spilling out onto the ground, and its death was a gruesome sight. What's even more chilling is that there were no signs of a battle around them, as if this powerful A-class monster had been instantly killed without any resistance. A chill ran up everyone's spine. What exactly exactly is this thing that can so easily kill an A-class monster? Let's go. Lin Ye's voice was hoarse as he suppressed the shock in his heart. The atmosphere within the group became unusually oppressive. Everyone understood that a terror far beyond their imagination was brewing in this black mist swamp. After another half hour of advancing, the black fog ahead gradually thinned, and a vast, boundless black lake came into view. The lake was as calm as a mirror, with a thin layer of black mist floating on it, creating a chilling stillness. In the center of the lake, lotus flowers the size of bowls in entirely black bloom, appearing particularly eerie on the lifeless lake surface. Ding! Alchemy ingredient black swamp lotus detected. This plant is a key ingredient in crafting potions that remove petrification. Do you wish to trigger a gathering quest? Lin Yi accepted without hesitation, but his gaze remained fixed on the lake, a chill creeping up from the bottom of his heart. He recalled the tight security at the entrance, the elite special forces unit, the eerie silence along the way, and the gruesome remains of the A-class monster before him. All the clues seemed to point to a most terrifying possibility. Captain. Chen Mo walked up to him at some point, his voice hoarse and his eyes equally solemn. There isn't a single living creature in the lake. This doesn't look like a cleanup, it looks more like a gathering. Lin Yi looked at him and smiled faintly. You feel the same way? Tell me your opinion. Chen Mo bit his lip and uttered 3 words with difficulty. It's the weirdos tide. A horde of weirdos. Upon hearing this word, Hanli instantly lost control of his emotions, his body trembled violently, and his eyes were filled with fear and rage. His wife and daughter died in that damned horde of monsters. Xia Yong and Su Qingyue stared at Lin Yi in shock, awaiting his final judgment. Lin Yi nodded slowly, his tone absolutely firm. It can't be wrong. The Hero Association sealed off the entrance not because they eliminated the monsters, but because they discovered that an unprecedented wave of monsters is about to erupt here. Hanli clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, and roared, these bastards. Such a big thing, and they didn't even inform the outside world. Do they want to drag the entire Jiancheng down with them? Not necessarily. Xia Yong sneered. Perhaps the higher-ups already knew and made preparations to protect themselves. As for the lives of us grassroots heroes and ordinary people, they don't care at all. Lin Yi glanced at Xia Yong and thought to himself, this guy seems to have also been suppressed by higher-ups. Enough, stop talking. Lin Yi's voice steadily pulled everyone back to reality. Our goal remains unchanged. He gazed at the eerie black lotus in the center of the lake, a resolute glint in his eyes. I'm going to pick the black swamp lotus. You all stay on the shore and keep watch. Once we have it, we'll enter the secret realm immediately. Chapter 55 B-Rank Secret Realm. Inside the luxurious apartment of the Blazing Flame team in Jiangcheng, the air was so stuffy it felt like it could drip water. Chen Bing sat alone on a single sofa in the living room. That once cold and aloof, stunningly beautiful face was now filled with paleness and confusion. Across from them, Zhao Kai, Sun Qian, and Lu Yun sat side by side. They stared intently at Chen Bing with the same scrutinizing gaze one would use to examine a prisoner. Chen Bing, what was wrong with you yesterday? Zhao Kai spoke first, his tone filled with suppressed anger. You actually went to Captain Luo Feng to talk about leaving the team? Are you trying to get us all killed? Even if you want to go back to Lin Ye's side, do you think he will still accept you? Sun Qian's gaze was cold and sarcastic. Don't forget, you were the one who chose to leave in the first place. Now that he's made a comeback, does he want to wag his tail and go back to him? Don't you think you're being ridiculous? You've already betrayed Lin Yi once, and now you want to betray Captain Luo Feng again? Lu Yun's tone was full of disdain and contempt. By then, who in this world do you think will still trust you? You will become a traitor despised by everyone. The 3 men's words were like poisoned blades, piercing Chen Bing's heart. Her body trembled slightly, and her face grew increasingly pale. I wish I hadn't been deceived and listened to their advice, making a decision I'll regret for the rest of my life. She wanted to leave the team, not to return to Lin Ye's side. She knew she had no face to see him again. She was simply tired of the raging flames, unwilling to see Luo Feng's repulsive face again, and no longer wanted to be enemies with the man who had risked his life to protect her. As Lu Yun said, if she insists on leaving Kuan Yin, who will dare to trust her in the future? A person who has betrayed others once will be viewed with prejudice wherever they go. What's more, he betrayed me twice. She will be completely isolated and will have nowhere to stand. Thinking of this, a deep sense of despair welled up in Chen Bing's heart. Is it really possible that I will be bound to the Blazing Flame ship for the rest of my life, becoming a sharp blade in Luo Feng's hands? Lin Yi collected 10 black swamp lotus flowers and stuffed them into his backpack without hesitation. Afterwards, the group of 5 climbed the big tree that Xie Yong had pointed out. At the top of the tree canopy, a purple vortex about 2 people tall was slowly rotating. Is this the entrance to a rank B secret realm? Chen Mo stared at the purple vortex before him, his eyes filled with curiosity. He had only seen the entrance to the secret realm in photos or videos before. This was the first time he had witnessed it up close. Xia Yong nodded, a look of excitement on his face. Let's go inside quickly. Lin Yi glanced at Xia Yong, nodded, and said, you go in first. Xia Yong was taken aback for a moment, then smiled wryly and said, it seems that Captain Lin doesn't completely trust trust me yet. Before Lin Yi could respond, Han Li, who was standing next to him, started to complain. Trust me? How long have we known each other? We met in the law enforcement prison. You lied to us before. How can we possibly trust you? It's already a miracle that we didn't send you back to the enforcement department. Xia Yong opened his mouth, but for a moment he was speechless. Finally, he shrugged helplessly. Brother Li is right. It's my problem. After saying that, Xia Yong stepped into the purple vortex first. After waiting a few seconds and confirming that there was nothing unusual, Lin Yi signaled Han Li to follow. The four of them walked into the purple vortex one by one. However, as they entered, the vortex twisted slightly a few times. Then, it slowly turned golden. Lin Yi and the others were naturally unaware of this change. After a slight sense of spatial distortion, the scene before my eyes suddenly changed. Lin Yi and his group of 5 appeared in a huge underground cave. The cave has a very high dome, with countless large stalactites hanging from it. The air was filled with a damp and fishy smell. The walls were covered with a dense array of white, spiderweb-like threads, which sent chills down one's spine. This place looks like a spider's nest, Han Li said, frowning with disgust. Everyone be careful. Spider-like monsters are mostly highly venomous and adept at sneak attacks, Lin Yi warned. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of dense rustling sounds suddenly rang out from all directions. From the shadows of the cave and the crevices in the rock walls, black spiders the size of cats and dogs emerged. They had 8 blood-red compound eyes, flashing with a bloodthirsty and ferocious light, and surged towards the crowd like a tide. They're C-rank shadow poison spiders. There are so many of them, Su Qingyue exclaimed. Old Han, Xia Yong, you two charge ahead. Chen Mo, protect Sister Qingyue. Qingyue, be careful. Lin Yi quickly issued the battle orders. Faced with a group of sea-level monsters, given their current strength, they don't need complicated tactics, they can just go straight for it. Han Li and Xia Yong roared and simultaneously activated their heavenly gang chi, like 2 gatekeepers, to meet the black spider tide. With a ferocious and rampant fist strike, Xia Yong shattered several shadow poison spiders into pieces with each punch. Han Li was even more ferocious, his arms now equipped with a pair of C+ grade arm blades. This arm blade was forged from the steel claws of the steel claw demon, making it exceptionally sharp. Combined with Han Li's internal energy, it was as easy as cutting tofu with a sharp blade. Holding a 2-meter-long metal staff, Chen Mo stood guard beside Su Qingyue, his face full of eager excitement. Having just become an S-class hero yesterday, this is his first real battle. With his strength, dealing with these C-rank shadow poison spiders would be a piece of cake. With a single sweep of the stick, a large swarm of shadow spiders could be sent flying. Several of the animals struck by the sticks exploded and died instantly. In comparison, Lin Yi was the most efficient. He stood still, pointed with one hand, and 3 blazing meteorites fell from the sky. With 3 loud bangs, a large number of shadow spiders were crushed into mincemeat by the meteorite. The sparks that flew out ignited a raging fire among the spiders. Holy crap, has the captain gotten even stronger again? Han Li exclaimed in surprise, feeling that Lin Yi's strength was even greater than when he fought Chen Bing yesterday. The data in Chen Mo's eyes refreshed rapidly, and he was filled with surprise. That's right, the captain's strength has now reached B rank. Only B level? Han Li asked, his face full of doubt. He always felt that if that meteorite hit him, he would be instantly killed. Even with the heavenly body, it's useless. Su Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the 4 of them easily deal with the massive number of shadow poison spiders. She then realized that Dawn had been completely transformed. Without even using the life spring, these 4 people could easily deal with the massive number of shadow spiders. In less than 5 minutes, thousands of shadow spiders were wiped out. The entire cave was littered with spider remains and green, foul-smelling liquid. It's a piece of cake. Han Li felt exhilarated as he smashed the last spider that tried to sneak up on him to death with a single punch. Don't be careless, this should just be an appetizer. Lin Ye's gaze drifted into the depths of the cave. It was still a deep, dark place, as if it led to some unknown and terrifying place. Sure enough, the group hadn't even had a moment to rest. A series of heavy, hurried footsteps came from the darkness. 8 giant spiders, several times the size of the shadow poison spiders and with carapaces gleaming with a metallic sheen, slowly emerged from the darkness. Their energy fluctuations have reached level B. It's the B-class monster, the steel spider. Its 8 spider legs, like sharp spears, gleamed with a cold, icy light. Spiders again. Is this never going to end? Han Li cursed impatiently, but his expression immediately turned serious. 8 B-class elite monsters are no joke. Their carapaces are extremely strong defensively. You'll be at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. Chen Mo quickly provided an analysis. Besides piercing with their spider legs, they also spew highly corrosive acid. Be extremely careful. I'll handle those 4. Lin Yi gave a low shout and took the initiative to meet him. Woo, woo, leave the rest to us. Han Li and Xia Yong exchanged a glance, then rushed forward simultaneously, each stopping one of the 2. Lin Yi stepped on purple lightning, his figure transforming into a streak of lightning as he darted rapidly between the 4 steel spiders. The shattered star dagger in his hand left afterimages as it slashed across the legs of the steel steel demon spider. The speed and perception brought by Thunderbolt allowed him to maneuver with ease during the encirclement. Neither the spider legs that formed a net-like web nor the highly corrosive acid could touch him in the slightest. The one-punch breaks limit technique's ability to break through defenses allows him to easily sever the iron spider's legs with each attack. On the other side, Hanli and Xie Yong were having an extremely difficult time. Although the two possessed the domineering power of the Heavenly Gang Fist, their attacks only left shallow white marks on the steel spider's hard carapace. Even Hanli's arm blade was powerless to turn the tide. Instead, they were driven into peril by the spear-like spider legs. "Captain, these damn things are too tough. We can't break them at all." Hanli was in unbearable pain. "Because you are spiders, your exoskeleton cannot be that hard." Chen Mo's voice rang out just in time. Then, Hanli and Xie Yong were pleasantly surprised to find that the steel spider's carapace had softened. The carapace that could only leave faint white marks before can now be shattered with a single punch, leaving it completely pulverized. "Ha ha ha, that's great. Scholars really know how to talk." Han Li laughed heartily. "Brotherly, no other scholar is as awesome as me." Chen Mo grinned. Xie Yong also wanted to say a few words of praise, but he was a little reserved. After all, the other party was a genuine S-class hero. He wasn't a member of the Dawn team, nor was he close to Chen Mo, so naturally he didn't dare to be as casual as Han Li. 10 minutes later, the 8 steel spiders collapsed, turning into 4 piles of still steel scrap and 4 puddles of mud. "I never expected that taking down 8 B-class monsters would be so easy." Su Qingyue was filled with amazement. "That battle was even easier than dealing with the shadow spiders. I didn't even need to use a single drop of life spring." Lin Yi smiled faintly. How could he not feel relaxed? In reality, Dawnbreaker can barely be considered to have 2 S-tier heroes. Facing 8 B-class monsters was as easy for them as eating and drinking tea. Just as everyone was preparing to take a short rest and search the corpses of the 8 steel spiders for loot, suddenly, without warning, the entire cave began to shake violently. Countless pebbles and stalactites fell from the dome. "Yes, Captain." An aura of violence and destruction, several times more terrifying than all the strange people they had encountered before combined, slowly emanated from the darkness of the deepest part of the cave. "It seems there are even stronger opponents." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and stared into the depths of the cave. A deafening roar shook the earth. A giant spider, as big as a small mountain and covered in a black crystalline carapace, slowly crawled out of the darkness. Its 8 spider legs were like a tower crane. With each step it took, the entire cave shook. Above its head, instead of compound eyes, there was a single, enormous eye that shimmered with an eerie purple light. Class A monster, Abyss Petrifying Spider. When this giant spider, as large as a small mountain, emerged from the darkness, a terrifying, suffocating pressure, like a tangible tide, instantly swept through the entire cave. Han Li, Su Qingyue, and Xie Yong turned deathly pale under this oppressive force. They felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on their souls, making even breathing extremely difficult. A-level monster? Han Li's voice trembled, his face filled with disbelief and terror. "Isn't this supposed to be a B-level secret realm? How come there are A-level monsters here?" Xie Yong was also stunned. He stared wide-eyed at the enormous creature radiating an aura of endless destruction before him, his mind blank. "I'm not lying to you. You felt the energy fluctuations at the entrance. It's definitely B-grade. There are only 2 possibilities. First, this guy was promoted to A rank after we entered the secret realm." Lin Yi's voice remained steady and powerful, his face showing composure in the face of change. Boom! Chen Mo suppressed the trembling in his body, his eyes flashing rapidly with data. "Judging from the data, it didn't just get promoted to grade A. Then only the second possibility remains." Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint flashing in them. "This guy can control the energy fluctuations at the entrance. It deliberately released B-level energy fluctuations to mislead us." Xie Yong felt as if a string in his mind had been suddenly plucked. He finally realized that this so-called B-grade secret realm was not undiscovered. Instead, all those who discovered it died here. This behemoth designed this trap specifically to prey on heroes, and they have become its prey. After figuring all this out, Xie Yong felt his hands and feet turn ice cold. If I hadn't encountered Lin Yi and his group back then, and instead had entered the secret realm with a few B-level free spirits, I would probably already be this guy's meal. Fortunately, I met Lin Yi and I met Dawn. Their team includes not only Lin Yi, who can defeat A-level heroes, but also Chen Mo, an S-level hero. Even when facing an A-rank Abyss Petrified Spider, it is by no means without the power to fight back. Just as Xie Yong's mind was racing, a familiar system notification sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! Detected A-level lootable target, Abyssal Petrified Spider. Plunderable ability, A-rank passive skill Abyssal Body. Abyssal Body. Your body has been tempered by the power of the Abyss, increasing physical defense and energy resistance by 40%, and granting immunity to all control and poison effects below grade B. The strange man's abilities can even be stolen. An unprecedentedly intense light suddenly shone in Lin Yi's eyes. Moreover, it is a passive ability that defends against immune control and toxins. Isn't this the third type of solidification capability he planned yesterday? With it, his survival skills will take a qualitative leap. System, seize the abyssal body, and solidify it. Lin Yi quickly issued the command in his mind. Command confirmed. Looting successful. Gained A rank passive ability abyssal body, temporary. Command confirmed. Solidification complete. Gained A rank passive ability abyssal body. At this moment, an energy fluctuation belonging to the A level emerged from Lin Yi's body and then quickly dissipated. But the four people around him could clearly feel the surge of that power. They all looked at Lin Yi, a hint of doubt in their eyes. Why does it feel like the captain has become even stronger? Only Chen Mo's face was filled with shock, and the data stream in his eyes was scrolling rapidly. Stay calm and prepare for battle, Lin Yi shouted loudly, which invigorated everyone. To the surprise of the four, the fear that had gripped their hearts gradually dissipated. Xiao Mo, you take charge, I'll take the lead and withstand its attack. Han Li turned around in shock and stared at Lin Yi. Captain, are you out of your mind? No matter how strong you are, how can you possibly withstand its attack? Wakabayashi Yara was an A-rank defensive hero. He would never say such a thing. But the truth is, Lin Yi is not like that at all. The petrified spider of the abyss let out a deafening roar. Its 5 giant legs suddenly rose up and stomped down hard on where everyone was. That speed was completely disproportionate to its enormous size. Lin Yi roared angrily, and the shattered star in his hand suddenly blocked the attack. Han Li and the others suddenly realized what was happening and rushed off in different directions in a panic. A deafening roar resounded. The spot where the four had just stood was stomped into a terrifying pit tens of meters deep by the giant foot. The violent shockwave, carrying countless fragments of rock, spread in all directions, throwing the four people off balance. Damn, this guy's strength is terrifying. Han Li got up from the ground, spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his eyes filled with shock. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted just from being swept by the aftershock. If you were stepped on head-on, you'd probably turn into mincemeat on the spot. Just then, Xia Yong suddenly blurted out a curse. Holy crap! The three of them followed his gaze and froze on the spot. Lin Yi held the shattered star in his hand and forcefully blocked the abyss-petrified spider's enormous leg. Despite the vast difference in size between the two, Lin Yi successfully used this tiny fragment of a star to block the giant foot. The scene shocked and evoked a sense of eeriness in the four people. Captain, you actually withstood the attack of the abyss-petrifying spider. Just as everyone was shocked, the abyss-petrifying spider's huge single eye suddenly shot out a strange purple light. Rank as skilled, petrifying gaze. A visible gray beam of light, like a death ray, instantly locked onto Xia Yong, who was closest to it. Xia Yong felt his whole body stiffen, and an irresistible, eerie power instantly enveloped him. His skin, visible to the naked eye, rapidly hardened and turned grayish-white from the soles of his feet upwards. Oh no! It's petrification! Su Qingyue exclaimed in surprise and immediately tried to rush forward to help. Sister Qingyue, don't go over there! Chen Mo's voice boomed like thunder, resounding through the mental connection. Its target is you! Su Qingyue's steps came to an abrupt halt. Sure enough, as the petrifying spider locked onto Xia Yong with its petrifying gaze, its 2 giant legs, like sharp spears, pierced straight in her direction. It is incredibly intelligent, even understanding the tactic of encircling the enemy's stronghold and attacking their reinforcements. They're really courting death. Use one person as bait first, then hunt down the most crucial healer in the team. Unfortunately, all of this had already been foreseen by Chen Mo's A-level skill, battlefield deduction. Chen Mo's extremely calm voice resounded throughout the scene. You appeared beside Xia Yong because you were trying to save someone. As soon as she finished speaking, an invisible thread of cause and effect wrapped around Su Qingyue. The next second, Su Qingyue's figure mysteriously disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared next to Xia Yong, who was about to be completely petrified. Without hesitation, she poured the life-giving spring from her hands onto Xia Yong. However, although the emerald green light shone on Xia Yong, it could not undo his petrification, nor could it even slow it down. Su Qingyue exclaimed in surprise. She never imagined that the fountain of life would be ineffective against petrification. Generally speaking, a therapist's healing skills will have the effect of treating abnormal conditions. However, it might be because the abyss-petrifying spider's petrification ability reached level A, while Su Qingyue only had level B healing ability, making it impossible for her to cure this abnormal state. By the time she realized this, Xia Yong's body had completely turned into gray stone. Sister Qingyue, don't worry about him for now. Come back quickly, Chen Mo called out anxiously. 2 enormous spider legs suddenly plunged into the spot where Su Qingyue had just stood, carving 2 deep craters into the rocky ground. One mistake ignited an even fiercer rage in the abyss-petrifying spider's enormous single eye. It opened its mouth, which was covered with vicious barbs, and suddenly spat out a powerful spray. A thick, dark green liquid with a pungent, fishy odor sprayed towards everyone like a high-pressure water jet. This is a more terrifying area of effect attack than the petrifying gaze. Once you are infected, the consequences are unimaginable. Lin Yi roared and activated Thunderstrike at the same time, increasing his speed to the limit and quickly dodging to the side of the abyss-petrified spider's abdomen. However, However, Hanli, Su Qingyue, and Chen Mo did not have that speed. Chen Mo closed his eyes helplessly, sighing inwardly. Captain Lu Chuling was right after all. Awakening an S-rank ability is just the beginning. Right now, I can't even beat an A-rank monster. Sizzle. Dark green slime splattered on the ground, rock walls, and human bodies, producing a series of teeth-grinding corrosive sounds. The splattered areas were quickly covered with a layer of grayish-white crystals, instantly turning into hard stone. This is what petrification feels like. It doesn't seem to hurt much, and, you can even think? Chen Mo opened his eyes in disbelief, and the sight before him caused his pupils to contract sharply. Hanli and Su Qingyue stood side by side, arms outstretched, using their bodies to block the petrifying slime sprayed by the abyss petrifying spider. Their bodies are petrifying at a visible rate. Brotherly, Sister Qingyue. Chen Mo's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Hanli grinned, we can't kill that beast if we stay here, so we might as well save you. Su Qingyue smiled, her eyes full of tenderness. Xiao Mo, I'm entrusting the captain to you. You must protect him well. The next moment, their bodies turned completely to stone. Watching Hanli and Su Qingyue turn into cold stone statues, Chen Mo felt as if his heart was being squeezed and crushed by an invisible hand, then thrown into an endless ice cave. An indescribable grief and anger erupted in his chest like uncontrolled magma. Memories of the past few days with them involuntarily surfaced in my mind. Remembering Hanli's rough and hearty laughter, he always patted his own shoulder and said loudly, Kid Chen, don't be afraid. With Brotherly here, Brotherly will hold up the sky for you even if it falls. Remembering Su Qingyue's eternally gentle eyes, how she would always carefully straighten his disheveled collar and softly remind him, Xiao Mo, be careful in battle, don't get hurt. They are not only teammates, but also the closest family members. Now, in order to protect themselves, they have become two lifeless stone statues. It remained completely still, neither laughing nor speaking. Chen Mo looked up at the sky and let out a roar filled with endless grief and pain. A surge of immense spiritual power erupted from his body, sweeping across the surroundings. The air in the entire cave seemed to freeze at that moment. Even the abyssal petrifying spider was stunned into a moment of hesitation by this sudden and terrifying mental storm. A hint of human-like surprise and doubt was revealed in that enormous single eye. Because you deserve to die. Chen Mo's voice was hoarse and cold, as if it came from the deepest hell, filled with undeniable resentment and murderous intent. He slowly raised his hand, his finger pointing directly at the enormous monster. So, you're dead. As soon as he finished speaking, a causal thread, invisible to the naked eye and shimmering with a mysterious radiance, shot out rapidly from Chen Mo's fingertip, rushing straight towards the abyss petrifying spider's enormous body at a speed exceeding the speed of light. S-rank ability, optimal solution, activated. However, just as the thread of cause and effect was about to touch the abyss petrifying spider, the abyssal petrified spider, covered in a black crystalline carapace, suddenly emitted an eerie purple halo. The threads of cause and effect were actually bounced back by this halo. At the same time, Chen Mo felt that the energy within his body had not diminished at all. Optimal solution failed to activate. Looking at the causal threads that had been repelled, a look of disbelief and confusion flashed across Chen Mo's face. The S-rank ability failed? Its power is immense, and the energy required to destroy it is beyond your current tolerance limit. Lin Ye's voice rang out promptly through the mental link, helping him resolve his doubts. While S-class abilities are powerful, they are not omnipotent. Any extraordinary result must be accompanied by a corresponding cause as a price. This abyssal petrified spider has likely reached A+ rank. Your energy reserves are far from sufficient. As Lin Ye explained, the confusion in Chen Mo's eyes gradually dissipated. Instead, a colder, more violent rage erupted. He raised his hand, his gaze fixed on the abyss petrified spider, a ferocious smile on his face. Letting you die so easily would be too good for you. He raised his hand again, and a surge of immense spiritual power erupted forth like a flood, regardless of the cost. Because I'm angry, your speed, physical defense, and energy defense have all decreased by 50%. The causal threads shot out again. This time, no energy shield appeared, and the causal threads successfully hit the abyss petrified spider. At the same time, Chen Mo felt his whole body go limp. The body's energy was drained away like a burst dam, with a full 70% being instantly drained away. A strong feeling of weakness washed over him, making his vision go black, but his face was beaming with a carefree smile. The petrified spider in the abyss suddenly stopped moving. It clearly felt an incomprehensible and irresistible strange power instantly envelop its entire body. Its power, speed, and its proud defense were all inexplicably reduced by half at this moment. Chen Mo pulled a vial of blue energy recovery potion from his waist and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he gripped the 2-meter-long metal rod tightly. With a powerful thrust of his legs, his entire body shot out like a cannonball, charging straight at one of the legs of the petrified spider in the abyss. The abyss petrified spider, whose strength had been forcibly reduced by half, was enraged like never before. Its enormous single eye stared intently at Chen Mo as he charged forward, while its 8 giant legs danced like demonic spears, tearing through the air with sharp whistles as they pierced pierced, swept, and slashed wildly. It vowed to crush these insignificant humans who brought its shame and fear into a pulp. However, facing this ferocious offensive that could drive any B-rank hero to despair, Chen Mo showed no fear. In his eyes, countless streams of precise data were refreshing like a waterfall. Rank as skill, battlefield simulation, activated. At this moment, the trajectory, landing point, and subtle muscle twitches of every attack from the abyss petrifying spider were being rehearsed in his mind hundreds of times. His body seemed to have gained the ability to foresee the future. They always managed to dodge attacks at the very last second, at an incredibly difficult and extreme angle. A sidestep, and he dodges a fatal stab. He ducked to avoid the sweeping giant foot. He leaned back, letting the whistling smash graze his nose. His movements were fluid and rhythmic. It was as if they weren't fighting for their lives, but rather dancing an elegant waltz on the edge of a knife. The scene was extremely dangerous. He was on the verge of being hit several times, but he always managed to escape unscathed. Every dodge was followed by a fierce counterattack. The long metal rod struck the petrified spider's joints, eye sockets, abdomen, and other vulnerable areas with precise aim, time and again. Although he used B-level strength, each attack did not cause much damage. But the same trick always applies to the same place. Little by little, great things are achieved. Every grain of sand adds up to a tower. Cracks began to appear on the seemingly indestructible carapace of the abyss petrifying spider. Seeing that Chun Mo had restrained the abyss petrified spider, Lin Yi quickly ran towards the three stone sculptures as lightning flashed beneath his feet. He carried the completely petrified Xie Hanli, and Su Qingyue on his shoulders and activated Thunderbolt again. They moved the three people to a relatively safe corner of a cave several hundred meters away as quickly as possible. He then took out 10 black swamp lotus plants that he had collected from the lake from his backpack. The system task has been completed and the rewards have been obtained. Now is the time to put these black swamp lotus to their true purpose. He crushed all the black swamp lotuses and poured the juice and residue over Xie Hanli, and Su Qingyue. Sizzle. A soft sound, like the corrosive effect of strong acid, came from behind. The grayish-white petrified surface began to melt slowly at a visible rate the moment it came into contact with the juice of the black swamp lotus, revealing the original skin underneath. As long as the petrification is removed within 3 minutes, it will not suffer any permanent damage. Fortunately, the system task included collecting black swamp lotus, otherwise this would have been a truly perilous situation. Lin Yi secretly rejoiced in his heart. The abyss petrifying spider was completely enraged. It simply couldn't understand why the ant beneath its feet was so troublesome. Every attack it made seemed to be anticipated by its opponent, always falling just short. This feeling of powerlessness and frustration drove it almost to madness. It abandoned those flashy but impractical moves, and its 8 giant legs, like pillars supporting the sky, stomped down on Chen Mo's location, launching the most primitive and savage indiscriminate area attack. In an instant, the entire cave shook violently, rocks flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. However, Chen Mo remained calm and composed, skillfully shifting amidst the countless falling shadows of giant feet. It appears to be fraught with danger, but in reality, it is as stable as Mount Tai. A flash of lightning appeared beneath Lin Yi's feet, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning once more, rushing back to the battlefield. Xiao Mo, step back. Lin Yi's voice suddenly rang out in the mental link. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo immediately withdrew and retreated. The instant he stepped back, 3 blazing meteorites fell from the sky. With earth-shattering force, it slammed into the enormous single eye of the abyss-petrified spider. Boom, boom, boom. 3 earth-shattering explosions rang out in succession. The raging flames and shockwaves instantly engulfed the entire head of the abyss-petrifying spider. It emitted an unprecedentedly shrill and agonizing scream, so piercing it seemed to tear one's eardrums apart. Under the saturation bombardment of starfall fury, the one-eyed creature was blown to pieces, with purple splattering everywhere. The excruciating pain drove it completely insane. Its 8 giant feet swung wildly and trampled, smashing and destroying countless huge stalactites, making the entire cave seem like it could collapse at any moment. It sprayed out countless petrified mucus from its mouth, indiscriminately covering the surrounding area. Lin Yi's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly retreating 100 meters away to evade the abyss-petrifying spider's frenzied attacks. Captain, its energy core is in the soft tissue behind its mouthparts, Lin Yi reported. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. He gripped the broken star tightly and threw it fiercely. The shattered star streaked across the sky, a sharp beam of light like a dazzling meteor, carrying unparalleled brilliance as it plunged into that foul-smelling darkness. Thud! A muffled sound, like a sharp blade cutting into rotten wood. The shattered star burst from the back of the petrified spider's head and embedded itself in the rock wall above. The abyssal petrified spider, which had launched a berserk attack, suddenly froze inexplicably. In that single eye, which was blown to pieces and covered in blood, the last glimmer of light quickly dimmed and went out. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The A-class monster, the abyss-petrifying spider, has finally fallen. The battle is over. However, there was no trace of joy of victory on Chen Mo's face. face. He threw down the metal rod in his hand, as if all his strength had been drained away. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees. Captain, I'm useless. His voice was hoarse, with a slight sob in it. I failed to protect Brother Lee and Sister Chinue. Two streams of hot tears slid down her cheeks and dripped onto the cold ground. Lin Yi walked to his side and patted his shoulder heavily, his voice gentle yet firm. You've done a great job. Without offering much comfort, he stretched out his hand and pointed to the other side of the cave. Chen Mo subconsciously looked up and followed the direction Lin Yi pointed. At the edge of the cave, Han Li, Su Qingyue, and Xia Yon's bodies remained petrified, but their heads had already returned to normal. At this moment, they are watching this side with excited, gratified, and shocked eyes. Chen kid, you're awesome. Han Li grinned and roared, his voice filled with undisguised admiration. As expected of an S-class hero, Su Qingyue looked at Chen Mo with a gentle smile, her eyes full of relief. Xiao Mo, you're getting more and more amazing. Seeing those two familiar faces and hearing those warm voices, Chen Mo was completely stunned. He stared at them blankly, tears welling up in his eyes again uncontrollably. But this time, the tears were no longer of self-blame and guilt, but of indescribable ecstasy. Brotherly, Sister Qinue. Overjoyed, he cried out and rushed over, opening his arms to give them a tight hug. Hey, Chen kid, be gentle. Han Li was startled by what he saw and hurriedly shouted. My lower body is made of stone. If you break it, my life is truly over. Chen Mo's movements abruptly stopped in midair. Looking at Han Li's body, which was still made of stone except for his head, he scratched his head awkwardly and put on a simple and honest smile. Su Qingyue burst into laughter at his appearance, her laughter as vibrant as 100 flowers in bloom. Xiao Mo, are you alright? You and the captain were fighting that giant spider so fiercely just now, we were all so worried. I'm fine, Sister Qinue. Chen Mo shook his head, his eyes filled with gratitude. But you guys, thank you. A simple thank you can contain 1,000 words. Han Li shook his head dismissively and grinned. No need to thank me. We're teammates, we're brothers. Protecting you is the least I can do. He glanced at the already dead abyss petrified spider, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Being able to take down such a large A-class monster, this is definitely a worthwhile trade. Xia Yon couldn't help but speak up. Captain Lin, Brother Chen, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would be dead today. What kind of monster is this? From now on, if you ever need my help, I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. He looked at Lin Yi and Chen Mo, his face full of gratitude. Everyone burst into laughter, and the oppressive and sad atmosphere from before vanished. While Han Li and the other two were recovering, Lin Yi and Chen Mo began collecting the corpses of the abyss petrified spiders. An A-class freak, every part of him is a treasure. After a busy period, the two reaped considerable rewards. Spider leg carapaces, joint ligaments, and fangs are all superior materials for crafting A-grade equipment and weapons. In the petrified spider's single, bloodied eye, Lin Yi found a strange crystal the size of a fist, entirely grayish-white. Petrified crystal, grade A material, containing pure petrification energy, can be inlaid into weapons or equipment, granting the user petrification attack ability for a short period after activation. Upon seeing the description of the crystal, Lin Ye's eyes immediately lit up. This thing is practically tailor-made for Su Qingyue. As a healer, Su Qingyue does not possess any offensive capabilities. Having this petrified crystal undoubtedly greatly compensated for her lack of self-defense capabilities. Besides these materials, the biggest gain was, of course, the A-grade energy core, about the size of an infant's fist, lying quietly inside the abdominal cavity of the petrified spider in the abyss. Its entire body is deep purple, and its surface shimmers with a nebula-like brilliance, releasing a vast and awe-inspiring energy. Lin Yi took it without hesitation. After exploring the secret realm and absorbing this energy core, his strength may be able to achieve another breakthrough. The remaining materials were temporarily piled up aside and taken away with them when leaving. Alright, all the monsters in the cave should be dead now. It's time to properly explore the treasures inside. Hearing him say that, everyone's spirits lifted. I thought it was just a B-level secret realm, but it turned out to be an A-level secret realm. The treasures hidden inside must be extraordinary. The five people continued deeper into the cave. The further you go in, the more spacious the space becomes, and the stronger the fishy smell in the air becomes. After walking for about a few minutes, an extremely large spider web appeared before them. The spider web, hundreds of meters in diameter, stretched across the center of the cave and was covered with a viscous white liquid. Directly beneath the spider web lies a mountain of bones, a chilling sight formed from countless human remains. Various weapons and equipment are scattered on White Bone Mountain. Most of them were corroded beyond recognition, but a few still gleamed with an energy-like luster, clearly high-value items. It seems we guessed just as we suspected. Xia Yon's face turned pale, and he spoke with lingering fear. This secret realm is indeed a trap set by the abyss petrifying spider. Over the years, countless heroes, like us, have been lured in, only to become its prey. Looking at the mountain of bones, everyone was filled with mixed emotions. Those who can be deceived by the illusion of a B-level secret realm are mostly B-level hero squads with considerable strength. Unexpectedly, he ended ended up with no remains. Just as everyone was marveling at the sight, Chen Mo's gaze was drawn to the enormous spider web. The crowd looked in the direction he pointed and saw 6 cocoons woven from white spider silk. These spider cocoons were taller than a person and were firmly fixed to the spider web.
Is there anyone inside? Su Qingyue asked softly.
Let's get it down first, Lin Yi replied decisively. It took several people working together and a lot of effort to remove the 6 spider cocoons from the spider web. Lin Yi walked up to a spider cocoon and swung down the shattered star dagger without hesitation. The tough spider silk was cut as easily as paper by the sharp edge of shattered star. As the spider cocoon split open, a strong stench of decay wafted out. Inside, wrapped up, was a corpse that had begun to decompose.
Everyone's heart sank.
Lin Yi cut open 5 spider cocoons in succession, and the contents were all the same. It was all the corpses of dead heroes, just in varying degrees of decay. Just when everyone thought there would be no survivors, Lin Yi cut open the last spider silk cocoon.
A faint, pleasant fragrance replaced the stench, wafting through the air.
When she saw what was inside, a glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in Su Qingyue's eyes.
She's still alive.
Inside the cocoon, a woman lay quietly. She was wearing a well-tailored black combat uniform made of exceptional material. Having been imprisoned for a long time, her body appeared somewhat emaciated, her beautiful cheeks sunken, her lips chapped, and her breath as faint as a candle flickering in the wind. But her chest continued to rise and fall stubbornly, and her heart beat weakly.
Lin Yi gave a low shout. Without a word, Su Qingyue quickly stepped forward and knelt beside the woman.
She extended her slender palm and placed it on the woman's forehead. A vast and pure Class B life energy, like a warm tide, poured into the woman's parched body without reservation. A vibrant green light enveloped her completely. The withered skin rapidly became plump and rosy before the naked eye could see. Her sunken cheeks gradually became fuller, restoring her original beautiful contours. The heartbeat, which was originally so weak that it seemed it might disappear at any moment, began to gradually become strong and steady under the nourishment of the life-giving spring. After a while, Su Qingyue slowly withdrew her hand, a fine layer of sweat appearing on her forehead, and her face looked somewhat pale.
Pulling a person back from the brink of death is an immense strain on her. Captain, she's out of danger.
Lin Yi nodded and handed over a bottle of blue energy recovery potion. Just then, the woman on the ground trembled slightly with her long eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. What beautiful eyes they were, like the clearest autumn water, or like a sky full of stars, carrying a hint of confusion and vigilance as if just awakened. She instinctively tried to get up, but felt weak and sore all over. Her voice was a little hoarse, but still clear and pleasant to the ear.
Where am I? Where are the abyss petrifying spiders?
She stared warily at the strangers in front of her, her body involuntarily shrinking back. Don't be nervous, we've already dealt with that giant spider, you're safe now. Lin Ye's voice was calm and steady, carrying a reassuring power. Upon hearing this, the woman's beautiful eyes immediately filled with shock.
Is it resolved? She murmured to herself as if she were hearing a fantastical tale.
That's an A+ grade abyssal petrifying spider. The trap it set resulted in the complete annihilation of even her A-level squad. She has only managed to survive until now thanks to a life-saving treasure.
But these people in front of me.
She quickly glanced at the hero terminal on her wrist, where a string of data was flashing.
3B grade. A, F rank, bang, no way. There's also an S class.
No wonder they were able to take down the abyss petrifying spider. It turns out there was an S rank one among them.
The woman's gaze remained fixed on Chen Mo.
Chen Mo's cheeks flushed slightly as she stared at him. This was the first time he had been looked at like this by such a beautiful woman, and he was completely overwhelmed.
We are members of the Dawn team, and my name is Lin Yi. Lin Yi volunteered to sign up. What's your name, young lady? Judging from your appearance, you don't seem to be from Jiangchen.
The woman turned to look at Lin Yi, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes.
This F-class is a bit arrogant.
How dare you speak so casually in front of an S-class hero?
Aren't you afraid of angering an S-class hero?
She struggled to sit up, tidied her slightly disheveled hair, her movements elegant and composed, showing no signs that she had just been on the verge of death.
My name is Yao Shi.
Her voice regained its calmness, carrying an innate noble air, yet without the slightest hint of arrogance.
Thank you all for saving my life. I am deeply grateful. As for my background, I cannot reveal it. Please forgive me.
Lin Yi was not surprised. From the first time he met her, he felt that she was no ordinary person. The seamless A-grade combat suit exuded a natural air of nobility, proving her extraordinary status. Especially the hero terminal on her wrist, with its simple and smooth design, without a single gap, is full of futuristic technology. This is completely different from the models commonly used by the heroes of Jiangcheng, which have obvious splicing marks. However, since the other party was unwilling to say more, Lin Yi was too lazy to ask further.
He was never one to meddle in other people's business. Now that Miss Yao Shi is out of danger, we should also loot our spoils and prepare to leave.
As Lin Yi spoke, his gaze fell upon the mountain of bones formed by the remains of countless heroes.
Deathly silence enveloped the entire place. Han Li and Xia Yang's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. The two rubbed their hands together, eager to get
get started, like bandits who had spotted a treasure. Captain, I can't wait any longer. How is this possible? The two rushed over immediately and began searching through the mountain of bones. Although most of the equipment was corroded beyond recognition, a few pieces of equipment that gleamed with energy were still usable and were clearly of superior quality. Soon, the two had collected 6 pieces of equipment that were still usable. Captain, come quick. It's a secret fruit. Hanli dug out a strange fruit, about the size of an apple and entirely blood red, from a pile of bones. This is a secret fruit called blood chi fruit, which can directly improve physical attributes after consumption. Not long after, Xiaoyong also discovered a blue secret fruit called swift wind fruit, which could enhance speed attributes. With these findings, the two searched even more diligently. Meanwhile, Chen Mo also made a significant discovery. In a secluded corner of the cave, there was a pile of strange crystals that looked like black crystals. These crystals vary in size, the largest being as big as a car and the smallest being half a person's height, emitting a strange smell similar to stinky tofu. They are the excrement of the abyssal petrified spider, but they are extremely precious raw materials, known as abyssal crystals. These crystals are core materials for special potions and advanced equipment. They are extremely rare outside and their market price is frighteningly high. But how is that possible? The pile of crystals right in front of us is worth at least tens of millions. In the end, they obtained 6 A-grade equipment pieces, 5 blood chi fruits, 3 gale fruits, 3 rock fruits, and a pile of abyss crystals. All these items were packed into the backpacks of the group to be redistributed upon their return to Jiangchang. But that pile of abyssal crystals is a problem. Not only is it enormous in size, but it is also extremely heavy. It's obviously unrealistic to expect to take them all at once. In addition, there is a batch of materials collected from the corpses of the petrified spiders in the abyss. Damn it! So many treasures. Are we just going to leave them here like this? Hanli looked at the mountain of spoils in front of him, his face full of resentment, and he trembled with heartache. Just when everyone was at a loss, a cold voice sounded from behind. If you trust me, perhaps I can help. Upon hearing the sound, everyone turned around and turned their gaze to the mysterious woman who had just recovered, Yao Shi. At this moment, her complexion has fully recovered. Although she was still weak, her innate nobility and composure made her stand out among the group of rough men. What's your plan? Hanli stared at her with a suspicious look, his tone revealing distrust. In his opinion, how could this woman, dressed in clothes without even pockets, possibly have taken so many things with her? Ignoring Hanli's doubts, Yao Shi strode forward with her long legs and slowly walked towards the mountain of abyssal crystals. She raised her slender wrist, revealing the uniquely shaped hero terminal. Under the curious gaze of everyone, she lightly tapped the smooth, mirror-like screen of the terminal with her fair, jade-like fingers. A soft blue light screen was projected from the terminal, covering the entire pile of abyssal crystals. Then, something astonishing happened. Under the blue light curtain, the abyss crystal, which was as big as a small mountain, shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ultimately, it transformed into a streak of light and was absorbed into Yao Shi's hero terminal. A silver container, about the size of a thumb and shaped like a capsule, popped out of a slot on the side of the terminal in a bizarre manner. And that huge abyss crystal had completely disappeared. The entire cave fell into a deathly silence. Hanli opened his mouth wide enough to fit an egg, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Xiaoyong was equally surprised, rubbing his eyes as if he was seeing things. Lin Yi, Chen Mo, and Su Qingyue could not hide their shock and curiosity at this moment. What kind of cutting-edge technology is this? Hanli stammered, his voice trembling. How can something this huge be compressed into a capsule the size of a thumb? Yao Shi held the capsule between her fingers, a faint smile appearing on her lips, seemingly enjoying the shocked expressions on everyone's faces. This is called a space capsule. Her voice was clear, cool, and pleasant. It is the latest product developed by the Advanced Technology Research Institute under the Hero Association headquarters, based on the principle of generating secret realms. Large volume inanimate objects can be compressed into space and stored in specially designed capsules for easy portability. Upon hearing the unfamiliar term Advanced Technology Research Institute, the shock on everyone's faces intensified. They were 100% certain that they had never heard of this technology in the entire Jiangcheng, or even in the surrounding cities they were familiar with. Is this the Hero Association's latest technology? How come we've never heard of it before? Chen Mo couldn't help but ask. Who exactly are you? Why do you have such a thing? He questioned more directly. Yao Shi listened and simply smiled faintly, a smile as fleeting as a night blooming cereus, so beautiful it sent shivers down one's spine. She didn't answer Chen Mo's question, but instead tossed him the space capsule in her hand. Just press the button on top and throw it onto an open ground, and all the abyss crystals will come out of the capsule, she said. Chen Mo took the space capsule. It felt cool to the touch, had a metallic texture, and was lightweight. He stared curiously at the capsule in his hand, his eyes flashing with data, but he couldn't analyze any information. Looking at Yao Shi's stunning profile, Lin Yi immediately understood. This woman's identity is probably more mysterious than he imagined. Her connections have long since transcended local cities like Zhangcheng. With the space capsule, the rest became much simpler. The six returned along the same route, and as they passed the corpse of the abyss-petrified spider, they casually put the pile of materials into their space capsules. Looking at the enormous corpse, Yaoshi sighed inwardly, as expected of an S-class hero, truly formidable. She handed the space capsule back to Chen Mo. Chen Mo didn't mind at all. Helping the captain carry miscellaneous items was simply what he was supposed to do. As the six people emerged from the vortex, the golden vortex twisted violently a few times before silently dissipating like a bubble. It is common knowledge that once the leader of the monsters in the secret realm is killed, the secret realm will also disappear. Everyone put their gas masks back on and turned to look at Yaoshi, only to find that she was already wearing a gas mask. But from beginning to end, they never saw Yaoshi wearing a gas mask. Wow, Yaoshi is amazing. She can actually conjure up a gas mask out of thin air. Hanli couldn't help but exclaim in amazement through the mental link. It must be the function of her Class A combat suit, Lin Yi explained. I've heard that some special Class A combat suits possess nanotechnology, enabling them to create something from nothing, Su Qingyue remarked. It seems Yaoshi's identity is extraordinary. She actually possesses so much high technology. Everyone returned to the SUV, and Yaoshi also consciously sat down in it. Lin Yi, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to look at Yaoshi in the back. Are you planning to come back to Jiangcheng with us first? Yaoshi looked at Lin Yi, her brows furrowing slightly. This isn't the first time this F-rank guy has spoken to her without permission. In the past, let alone F-rank heroes, even C-rank heroes wouldn't have been qualified to talk to her. She turned to look at Chen Mo beside her, and sighed inwardly. It seems this S-class hero is too young to handle this seasoned veteran. But why aren't the other B-rank heroes doing anything? They don't look like rookies. After hesitating for a moment, Yaoshi forced a smile and answered, yes. Lin Yi nodded, indicating that Hanli could start the engine. The SUV continued its journey, heading towards the main road leading to Jiangcheng. However, before they even reached the main road, a violent energy fluctuation came from the side in front. That was an extremely chaotic energy fluctuation, which could not have been emitted by one or a few heroes or monsters. That looks like the entrance to the Black Mist Swamp. Could it be a horde of strange people? Hanli frowned and guessed. It's a horde of weirdos. Yaoshi's voice was grave. Lin Yi glanced at her with some surprise, not expecting her to be so certain. After all, even they made this judgment because they had previously guessed that a wave of monsters might break out in the Black Mist Swamp. Yaoshi, however, spoke with great confidence. Noticing Lin Yi's questioning gaze, Yaoshi explained, my hero terminal can determine whether it's a monster wave by detecting energy fluctuations. Everyone suddenly realized, wow, this is high technology. Captain, what should we do? Hanli asked. Lin Yi frowned, lost in thought. A horde of weirdos is not something a four-person B-level team can handle. Even with the addition of Xie Yong and Yaoshi, two B-level heroes, the situation remains unchanged. However, this B-level team is completely different from ordinary B-level teams. Their strength far exceeds the average level. Although it cannot completely defeat the monster horde, it can at least buy some valuable time. Should we choose to protect ourselves and immediately retreat to Jiangcheng? Or should they step forward to support the law enforcement officers and special forces soldiers who are fighting bravely on the front lines? The atmosphere inside the car immediately became heavy. Hanli, Su Qingyue, Chen Mo, and Xie Yong remained silent, quietly awaiting Lin Yi's decision. Sitting in the back row, Yaoshi looked at Chen Mo beside her brows furrowing again. In her opinion, the captain of this team is undoubtedly Chen Mo, the S-class hero. After a moment's hesitation, she couldn't help but ask, your teammates are all waiting for your reply. Why aren't you saying anything? Chen Mo looked completely bewildered by the question. Huh? Brotherly is asking the captain, how should I answer? Yaoshi became increasingly confused. Aren't you the captain? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was completely stunned. He pointed to his nose, staring at Yaoshi with the look of astonishment one would give an alien. Who said I'm the captain? Yaoshi felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her whole body froze. He's not the captain? This S-class hero isn't the captain? So who exactly is the captain? She subconsciously glanced at the other two people in the car. Is it Xie Yong, who is at level B? Or Su Qingyue, who is at level B? An utterly absurd thought arose involuntarily. Her eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost. I stared in disbelief at the figure in the passenger seat whose head was only half visible. That F-rank guy is actually the captain? At the same time, Lin Yi finally made a decision. He suddenly looked up, a resolute glint in his eyes, his voice decisive and forceful. Old Han, head to the entrance immediately to provide support. Upon receiving the order, Hanli did not hesitate and swerved the steering wheel. The off-road vehicle cut a graceful arc as it sped toward the entrance to the Black Mist Swamp amidst the sharp screeching of its tires. At this moment, Yaoshi finally confirmed her guess. You're the captain? Yaoshi was deeply shocked. She couldn't understand why an F-rank hero could be the captain of a B-rank team. Moreover, this team also has an S-class hero. To make S-class heroes submit to your orders and willingly become your team members? This completely overturned all her childhood beliefs about the supremacy of the strong and the supremacy supremacy of strength. A ridiculous thought suddenly popped into his mind. Could this man named Lin Yi be stronger than Chen Mo, who was at the S rank? Is that why the hero terminal couldn't detect his rank? No, that's absolutely impossible. She quickly suppressed the thought as soon as it crossed her mind. Her hero terminal detection capabilities are absolutely authoritative and infallible. Moreover, I've never heard of a higher rank than S rank. An F class is an F class. That fact cannot be changed. So why is that? Yao Shi was completely baffled, her gaze fixed on Lin Yi's back, filled with intense curiosity and a desire to explore. This man seemed shrouded in a thick fog, making him completely unfathomable to her. Just then, Lin Yi's calm voice rang out again. Xiao Mo, go to the hero forum and post a message saying that the monster horde in the Black Mist Swamp has broken out ahead of schedule and the situation is urgent. Call on all capable heroes to go and provide support immediately. Received. Chen Mo skillfully operated his hero terminal. Xingyue, you are in charge of spreading the message on the public channels of all the major teams. Understood. Su Qingyue acted swiftly as well. Lin Yi opened his hero terminal, found a number, and dialed it. Jiangcheng Heroes Association, President's Office. Wang Jing was busy handling official business when a call request suddenly popped up on the virtual screen. When she saw the name Lin Yi on the caller ID, a cold, mocking expression involuntarily appeared on her beautiful face. You're only coming to find me now? It's too late. She pressed the reject button without hesitation. In her view, Lin Yi's call at this moment was simply about that matter, the grudge of killing the Meteor team back then. When she took the initiative to contact Lin Yi and wanted to talk, what was Lin Yi's attitude? Now that things have gone wrong, he's come to her for help instead. How could she possibly give him a friendly look? Wang Jing's face was filled with indifference and arrogance, as if she controlled everything. She had no idea that the call she had just rejected was a life-saving call concerning the safety of the entire Jiangqing city. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Black Mist Swamp, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The defensive line formed by Jiangchen Law Enforcement Department and Special Operations Brigade was already on the verge of collapse under the relentless onslaught of the strange horde. Minister Zhang, we can't hold on any longer. There are too many monsters, and our ammunition and energy are almost gone. Li Wei, the squad leader of the 3rd Squad of the Special Operations Brigade, covered in blood and panting heavily, rushed to the rear temporary command tent and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hurry and ask the association for help. It will be too late if we delay any longer." However, Zhang Hong's face remained completely expressionless in the face of the extremely anxious Li Wei. His face was frighteningly gloomy, and his eyes, filled with resentment from being demoted by Wang Jing, shone with a mad and persistent light. He knew perfectly well that he needed support, but he knew that if he asked the Hero Association for help at this moment, it would be tantamount to admitting his incompetence and that his prediction of the monster tide was seriously wrong. In that case, he will face an even more dire fate than being banished to the Black Mist Swamp. He absolutely cannot accept this. What's the panic? Zhang Hong roared and slammed his hand heavily on the table in front of him. This is just the beginning. A few C-rank fodder and you're all scared out of your wits? He pointed at the endless horde of strange people before him, his voice sharp and piercing with excitement. Look closely. This was just a probe. The monster was testing our defenses. We are the shield of Jiangcheng, the first line of defense to protect the people. We couldn't even withstand a small test. What do you think the association will think of us? What will the public think of us? They'll just think we're a bunch of useless good-for-nothings. I will report to the association after we repel this attack. Now, return to your posts. Looking at the stubborn man in front of him, Li Wei felt a deep sense of despair. He understood that there was no hope in relying on this selfish fool. Gritting his teeth, he turned and returned to his position, a resolute glint in his eyes. Since they can't count on official aid, they'll have to rely on themselves. Meanwhile, on the rugged dirt road, an off-road vehicle sped along like a wild horse. Just a few minutes later, the main entrance to the Black Mist Swamp, which had been sealed off by multiple layers of barriers, reappeared in everyone's sight. The sight before them made everyone in the car gasp in shock. From the churning black mist, as black as ink, countless bizarre figures surged out like a flood bursting its banks. Roars, howls, screams. A cacophony of eerie screams seemed to tear the sky apart. No one answered. Before that endless horde of monsters, the defensive line composed of hundreds of law enforcement officers and special forces members was teetering on the brink of collapse. The flames from the explosion intertwined with various energy beams, flashing continuously along the defensive line. The roars of heroes and the howls of monsters intertwine, creating a tragic and heroic song of blood and fire. However, there are just too many weirdos, densely packed, covering everything, seemingly without end. The defensive line made of blood and flesh was like a small boat in a raging storm under the impact of the strange tide, and it could be completely swallowed up at any time. Once the defenses collapse, Jiangcheng will be in danger. Damn it! What the hell is the Hero Association doing? Why wasn't there any warning about something this big? Hanli slammed his fist heavily on the steering wheel, the dull thud resounding. Let's go. It's no use saying all this now. Lin Ye's voice was calm and completely still. His gaze swept over the densely packed black strange figures, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. These are all C-class monsters, with only a few being B-class. This should be the first wave of probing attacks. As long as we withstand this wave of probing, we will have enough time to rearrange our defenses. Lin Yi turned his head and said calmly to Yaoshi beside him, "Your body hasn't fully recovered yet, so stay in the car and rest." Upon hearing this, Yaoshi raised her chin slightly, like a proud white swan. Her cool gaze swept over Lin Yi's calm face, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible provocation. "If you're not even afraid of an F rank like yourself, what do I have to be afraid of?" As soon as she finished speaking, she gracefully leaped off the car, emanating energy waves befitting a B rank hero. Although her injuries hadn't healed and she appeared somewhat weak, her pride as a powerful figure remained undiminished. Lin Yi glanced at her but didn't say anything more. Everyone rushed to the defensive line immediately to provide support. Everyone responded in unison, without hesitation. The addition of the Dawn team instantly stabilized the previously precarious defense. Han Li and Xie Yong were like two tigers descending from the mountain, rampaging through the group of strange people. Chen Mo held a long metal stick, and with each swing, he cleared a large area of open space. Su Qingyue stood behind the defensive line, like a holy goddess. Her hands were clasped together, and emerald green life energy spread slowly like ripples, covering the entire battlefield. This is her B-rank skill, Life Link. A series of emerald green chains of light precisely connected to the most seriously injured and about to fall hero on the defensive line. A boundless vitality, like rain after a long drought, surged wildly into their parched bodies. The gruesome wounds healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, nourished by life energy. However, the most eye-catching figure in this battle was not the four of them, but the figure that descended from the sky, his whole body wrapped in endless lightning, Lin Yi. Thunderbolt granted him tremendous jumping ability, and he fell from the sky like a meteorite, crashing straight into the densest horde of monsters. A burst of violent lightning energy instantly wiped out all the monsters within a 5-meter radius. Before the strange man could react, Lin Yi suddenly raised his hand and pointed to the sky. 3 car-sized meteorites burning with raging flames appeared out of thin air, emitting terrifyingly high temperatures that sent chills down one's spine. This is his B-rank skill, Starfall Fury. As Lin Yi slowly uttered a single word, 3 fiery meteorites traced dazzling arcs and accurately struck the densest part of the monster horde. 3 deafening explosions rang out in succession. The violent fire shockwave instantly engulfed all the monsters within a radius of hundreds of meters. Countless C-class monsters were instantly vaporized and evaporated by the terrifying heat before they could even scream in the face of this earth-shattering attack. This attack was incredibly powerful. The entire battlefield seemed to have been paused. Everyone stared in disbelief at the 3 huge empty spaces cleared by flames, their minds blank. What kind of attack is this? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. That's terrifying. This power is probably comparable to that of an A-rank hero. Yaoshi's stunningly beautiful face was now filled with undisguised shock. She stared intently at the man who remained calm and composed, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Isn't he an F-class? How could such a terrifying attack be unleashed? Therefore, he is indeed far more than just an F-rank. How interesting. There are even heroes whose levels my hero terminal can't detect. This is definitely worth studying. Yaoshi's interest in Lin Yi instantly reached an unbelievable level. Yes, Minister. With Lin Yi's earth-shattering attack, the seemingly endless onslaught of the monster horde suddenly came to a halt. Many of the strange figures even stopped their attacks and retreated into the black mist in terror. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the human heroes, who had recovered, launched a fierce counterattack. With this shift in momentum, the seemingly unstoppable wave of strange people was miraculously suppressed and repelled. When the last monster fell, the entire battlefield erupted in a deafening cheer of relief. I understand. We won. We actually held on. Thanks to the Dawn team. If it weren't for them, we would all be dead here today. Captain Lin Yi is amazing. He has definitely recovered to the A-level level. The surviving law enforcement officers and special forces members, though all bearing wounds and exhausted, had faces full of joy at surviving a disaster. Everyone who looked at the Dawn team felt genuine gratitude and awe, especially the way he looked at Lin Yi. It was as if he were looking up at a god. Li Wei immediately went to Lin Yi, his face full of gratitude. Ignoring his injuries, he solemnly extended his hand to Lin Yi. Captain Lin Yi, I am Li Wei, the squad leader of the 3rd team of the Special Operations Brigade. If you hadn't arrived in time, we would probably have been the monster's meal long ago. Thank you so much. Lin Yi shook hands with Li Wei, smiled and nodded in response. I'm also glad we made it in time. Captain Lin, I will definitely report this matter to the Heroes Association and try to get you a first-class merit. No sooner had the words been spoken than a cold, piercing voice came from the command tent at the rear. Li Wei, what right do you have to apply for a first-class merit award on behalf of someone else? Zhang Hong, the Deputy Minister of Law Enforcement, was seen surrounded by a group of guards. With his hands behind his back, he walked out of the tent slowly and deliberately. He had a leader's air of everything is under control on his face. It was as if if the fierce battle just now was nothing more than a trivial victory achieved under his brilliant command. He first pretended to survey the devastated battlefield, then his gaze fell on Li Wei, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction as he reprimanded him. Listen to what you just said. Winning the battle is a good thing, but don't get carried away. The ability to repel the monster horde is the result of the bloody battles and united efforts of all our heroes. Don't exaggerate things to please certain people and push all the credit onto others. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's face immediately turned extremely ugly. The other heroes around them also cast angry glances. Zhang Hong is utterly shameless. During the most intense part of the battle, he was like a timid turtle, hiding in his tent and afraid to show himself. Now that the battle is over, he comes out to put on airs. But Zhang Hong seemed oblivious to the murderous glares directed at him. He walked up to Lin Yi, forced a fake smile, and said in a cold tone, "Captain Lin Yi, we are very grateful for the timely support from your Dawn team this time." He paused for a moment, then changed the subject, his fake smile vanishing instantly, replaced by a cold, businesslike expression. "Alright, now that the horde of strange beings has receded, there's nothing more for you to do here. You can leave now. Remember, the Black Mist Swamp remains an S-Class restricted area designated by the Hero Association. Without Chairman Wan's written authorization, no unauthorized personnel are allowed to enter or linger. Otherwise, kill without mercy." He deliberately emphasized the phrases unrelated personnel and kill without mercy. The blatant expulsion and threats sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. "What the hell did you say?" Han Li's fiery temper erupted instantly. He rushed forward and pointed at Zhang Hong's nose, cursing loudly. "You cowardly coward who deserted in the face of battle. Where were you hiding when the fighting started? Now you have the nerve to come out and point fingers at us? If it weren't for our captain, you piece of trash would have been torn to shreds by that monster long ago. You still dare to kick us out? Believe me, I'll tear off your dog's skin right now." Han Li grew angrier as he spoke, and his powerful B-level aura suddenly erupted. He became arrogant and ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Zhang Hong turned pale with fright at Han Li's imposing aura. After all, if it really came down to a fight, he was no match for the Dawn team. But he quickly regained his composure and roared, his voice trembling with fear. "Outrageous! What do you think you're doing? Attacking an official of the Hero Association? Let me tell you, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some strength. In Jiangcheng, you have no right to run wild." Just as Han Li was about to take action and teach the shameless scoundrel a lesson, a hand gently pressed on his shoulder. "Captain?" Han Li turned around in confusion. Lin Yi simply glanced at him calmly, then shook his head. He didn't say a word to Zhang Hong, nor did he even bother to look at him again. He turned around and spoke indifferently to his teammates. Before he finished speaking, he walked straight toward the SUV. Although Han Li was still indignant, he obeyed Lin Yi's order, glared at Zhang Hong, and followed him over. Su Qingyue, Chen Mo, and Xia Yong also remained silent, following closely behind. Yao Shi didn't utter a single word from beginning to end, but when she left, the look she gave Zhang Hong had a hint of cold sharpness. On the way back to Jiangcheng, the atmosphere inside the SUV was so oppressive that it was almost suffocating. Han Li drove while muttering curses under his breath. Although Su Qingyue and Chen Mo didn't say anything, their faces were clearly full of dissatisfaction. Lin Yi, however, remained leaning back in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to everything that had just happened. This composure made Yao Shi, who was sitting in the back row, even more fond of Lin Yi. She gazed at Lin Yi's profile, her curiosity spreading wildly like vines. "Lin Yi, are you just leaving like this?" Finally, Yao Shi broke the silence. "That guy was clearly stealing your credit and then turning around and accusing you. Why didn't you confront him?" "Yes, Captain." Han Li immediately chimed in. "That's the one thing I don't understand the most. With our strength, even if we beat him up on the spot, what can the Hero Association do to us? At most, we can talk to Captain Lu Chuling. He'll definitely back us up." Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, not rushing to answer, but instead asking in return, taking it seriously? "And then what?" "And then?" Han Li was taken aback. "Then make him apologize in front of everyone and give us back the credit." Lin Yi shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his lips, his eyes as calm as a bottomless ancient well. "I chose to take action not for any merit, nor to make anyone apologize. I simply cannot bear to see those heroes who fought and died protecting the city die in vain under such foolish command. As for the credit, do you think we need to prove ourselves in this way?" His words were casual, yet they were like a wake-up call, instantly making the people in the car realize the truth. Do they really need others' recognition to prove their worth given their current abilities? Han Li patted his head and chuckled. "Captain, you see things clearly. Arguing with that idiot really lowers our standards." Su Qingyue and Chen Mo exchanged a smile, their admiration for Lin Yi deepening even further. Only Yao Shi continued to stare at Lin Yi with an inquisitive gaze, her eyes sparkling with a strange light. His vision and magnanimity seemed to far exceed her imagination. At this moment, Yao Shi remembered another question. She looked at Lin Yi with a hint of worry in her eyes. "But if you leave like this, what will happen to the law enforcement officers and special forces members who stay behind if the strange crowd breaks out again?" That guy named Zhang Hong doesn't seem like the type to consider the bigger picture. Lin Yi simply smiled faintly after hearing this. Don't worry, Zheng Hong may be foolish, but he's not so foolish as to not value his own life. Having weathered the initial probing attack, he will undoubtedly report to the Hero Association and request reinforcements. The higher-ups of the Hero Association aren't fools. The Black Mist Swamp is related to the safety of the entire Jiangcheng. They will soon send their main force over to redeploy the defenses. At the same time, a call-up order will be issued to all teams, urging them to be ready to go to the front lines at any time. Lin Yi spoke calmly and confidently, as if everything was under his control. Sure enough, a short while later, Chen Mo excitedly shouted, "Captain, you're amazing." The Hero Forum just posted a pinned S-Class emergency notice about the monster horde in the Black Mist Swamp. Have all teams in Jiangcheng ranked B or higher prepare for battle and await deployment. Upon hearing this, everyone in the car, including Yao Shi, looked at Lin Yi with a mixture of surprise and admiration. How could this be calculated? How does this guy's brain work? Yao Shi's heart was immediately filled with turmoil. For the first time, she began to doubt her own judgment, which she had always been so proud of. A man who can accurately predict the situation, possesses extraordinary vision and personal charisma, and even makes S-Class heroes willingly obey his orders. Is this guy using a protagonist template? Meanwhile, in Zhangcheng, in the captain's office of the Mad Flame team, Luo Feng put down the hero terminal in his hand, a ferocious smile appearing on his handsome face. Lin Yi, get ready to receive the big gift I'm about to give you. Luo Feng opened the huge virtual screen in front of him. A moment later, 3 figures appeared on the screen. Everyone is here. A sinister smile hung on Luo Feng's handsome face. To make a long story short, Lin Yi is back and is leading his team to the equipment forging center. On the screen, a burly figure let out a cold snort, his voice rough and violent. You came back really quickly. This man is none other than Zhang Heng, the captain of Sharp Blade, an A-level team under the Hero Association's Special Operations Brigade. He is Su Qingyue's ex-boyfriend, and also the culprit who pushed Su Qingyue into the abyss. The other figure appeared refined and had a small goatee. His tone was slow and steady, yet it carried a chilling coldness. I can't wait to kill them. This person is Wei Dejiang, the head of the Strategic Planning Department of the Hero Association. Han Li's former superior, in order to curry favor with the higher-ups, was willing to sacrifice Han Li's entire team. In that case, let's proceed according to the original plan. The last figure finally spoke. It was a woman's voice, clear and melodious, yet carrying the authority and indifference of someone who had long held a high position. It was Wang Jing, the president of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association. I will send people to bring them all back to the law enforcement department for questioning. Then, everyone will do their job. Okay, I'll take care of Su Qingyue. Zhang Heng's voice was filled with undisguised greed and possessiveness. I'll handle Han Li's matter. I'll make sure he dies a horrible death. Wei Dejiang stroked his goatee, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. That kid named Chen Mo is mine now. Wang Jing said calmly. She naturally wouldn't let go of a genius who could attract Lu Chuling's personal efforts to win her over. Very good. Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then Lin Yi is mine. I'll make sure he's crippled again. The 4 quickly reached a consensus and hung up the call. Luo Feng stared at the blacked-out screen, a cruel and contemptuous sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Wang Jing, do you really think you can handle that S-rank Chen Mo? In order to capture him, I specially invited a true S-rank from my family. How could we possibly let such a top-tier future fighter be given to a short-sighted woman like you? He picked up the red wine on the table and gently swirled it. The scarlet liquid rippled in the glass, like blood about to flow. Lin Yi, this time, I'd like to see how you'll turn the tables. Jiangcheng, Equipment Forging Center. This is the official organization directly under the Hero Association, dedicated to providing heroes with equipment forging, repair, and upgrade services. The entire building is like a steel fortress, surrounded by high temperatures and the sound of metal being struck all day long. When Lin Yi and his group entered the forging center hall, the scene before them immediately shocked them. In the spacious hall, people came and went, and heroes dressed in various combat uniforms moved among them. The air was filled with the unique smell of engine oil mixed with metal. In the distance, behind a massive alloy gate, deafening roars and dazzling flashes of light could be heard intermittently. That was a scene of blacksmiths working intensely. Heroes, would you like your equipment forged or repaired? A receptionist in a uniform greeted us with a big smile. Lin Yi spoke concisely and to the point. Okay, what level of equipment do you need forged? Will you bring your own materials, or will you purchase them from us? The receptionist asked questions while skillfully operating the tablet in her hand. Lin Yi did not answer, but took the space capsule that Chen Mo handed over. He gently pressed the button on the space capsule, then tossed it onto the open ground in front of him. With a bang, the space capsule suddenly exploded, startling many of the surrounding heroes, including Lin Yi and his companions. Before everyone could recover from their astonishment, an even more shocking scene unfolded. A large amount of grade A materials, shimmering with metallic luster and energy fluctuations, were piled up like mountains, covering the entire open space. The noisy hall instantly instantly fell silent. Everyone turned their gaze in unison, their faces filled with undisguised shock and greed. I'm not seeing things, am I? That's the spider leg of the A-class monster, Abyss Petrifying Spider? My god, so many. How many would I have to kill to collect them all? Are you stupid? This is clearly a whole one. They actually hunted down an A-rank Abyssal Petrifying Spider? How is this possible? When did another A-level team appear in Jiangcheng? As everyone knows, only teams of a rank or higher can kill a rank monsters. B-level teams are no match for A-level monsters. Discussing, exclamations, and gasps of surprise rose and fell. The receptionist was so shocked that she almost dropped her tablet. She had worked here for many years, and this was the first time she had ever seen someone produce so many complete grade A materials at once. These were all hunted by you? Her voice trembled, and her eyes looked at Lin Yi and the others with awe. Lin Yi ignored the stares around him and calmly said, "Use these materials to forge 5 sets of grade A armor and 5 pairs of grade A combat boots. Also, use this thickest spider leg to make a stick. Use these 2 sharpest fangs to make 2 pairs of boxing gloves. The remaining materials will be used to forge a staff." He then took out the entirely gray-white petrified crystal from his backpack and placed it on the counter. "Set this crystal at the top of the staff." Upon hearing Lin Yi's series of demands, the receptionist's brain completely shut down. 5 sets of grade A armor and combat boots. There are also 4 grade A weapons. What level of order is this? In the entire Jiangcheng, probably only the Iron Blood team and the Blazing Flame team can place such a large order at once. This is a really big client. If she closes this deal, she'll meet her KPI for the whole year. Heroes, please wait a moment. I will go and fetch the most experienced blacksmith here immediately. The receptionist seemed to snap out of a daze and excitedly ran towards the forging room. Soon, an elderly man with gray hair but a robust physique walked out quickly, surrounded by several blacksmiths. He is Wang Kuan, the chief forging master of this forging center. When he saw the mountain of grade A materials piled on the ground, his eyes immediately lit up with a dazzling light. Excellent material. Truly top quality material. Master Wang Kuan excitedly picked up a spider leg, his face filled with infatuation as if caressing a lover. I haven't seen such high quality grade A materials in 2 years. He looked up, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi. Young man, I personally forged these pieces of equipment. I guarantee they're top quality A grade gear. Thank you very much, master. Lin Yi nodded in response. Over the next hour, with the help of the blacksmith, the 5 men precisely measured their body dimensions to ensure a perfect fit between the armor and boots. When it was Xia Yang's turn, he was still somewhat incredulous. Captain Lin, I was involved too. What a pity, he stammered, his face full of flattery. A complete set of A-grade equipment is worth enough to bankrupt any B-grade hero. He never dreamed that Lin Yi would be so generous as to prepare a set for him as well. Lin Yi spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You deserve a lot of credit for this harvest, so you'll definitely get a share of the spoils. One sentence brought tears to Xia Yang's eyes, a man who had spent years licking blood off the edge of a knife. In the past, when this happened, the stronger party would usually take everything, and he would be lucky to get a small share. But Lin Yi gave him such a generous reward. Aside from leading the way, he didn't actually contribute much in the secret realm during this operation. He even felt that he deserved it. How lucky it would be to be able to follow an outstanding captain like Lin Yi. However, he knew very well that Dawn Team already had a strong member like Hanli, and it was impossible for them to recruit another member who specialized in Tiangang Fist. Unless Dawn Team forms a second team. By the time everyone's measurements were taken, it was nearly afternoon. Lin Yi handed the 2 space capsules that belonged to Yao Shi back to her. The abyssal crystals have been extracted, some are stored at the forging center, while the rest have been sold to the forging center. Your things. Yao Shi took the capsule and looked at Lin Yi's calm face. Suddenly, an indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. She hesitated for a moment, as if driven by some force, and then spoke. Shall we add each other as friends? She was stunned as soon as she said it. She actually took the initiative to suggest adding a man as a friend? This would have been unimaginable in the past. After hearing this, Lin Yi simply stared at her silently without saying a word. Those deep eyes seemed to see right through people's hearts, causing Yaoshi's heart to skip a beat. A barely perceptible blush rose to her cheeks, and she hurriedly explained. You mustn't misunderstand. You saved my life, and I haven't even had a chance to repay you yet. Let's add each other as friends so it'll be easier to keep in touch. You brought back all the spoils for us, isn't that a way of repaying you? Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight, ambiguous smile. How can such a trivial matter be compared to my life? Yaoshi's pride seemed to be stung. She puffed out her chest and retorted with a hint of resentment. In short, I must add this friend. Her tone carried a hint of stubborn domineering, brooking no refusal. Seeing her serious expression, Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly, obediently taking out his hero terminal. This woman is someone of high status. Having more friends means more opportunities. I might need her help in the future. After the 2 successfully became friends, Yaoshi's mood inexplicably improved, and she couldn't explain why. The 6 men walked walked out of the forging center, breathing in the cool evening air, and felt a sense of relief. However, a group of law enforcement officers dressed in standard armor and wielding energy weapons suddenly swarmed in from all directions and surrounded them. The leader was a young man with sinister eyes and a cold demeanor. He stared at Lin Yi, a cruel sneer on his face. "Lin Yi, you are suspected of murdering the Meteor team. Now, come with me to the enforcement department to verify the situation." At the entrance of the forging center, the heroes coming and going stopped in their tracks upon hearing this rebuke. Looking at the Dawn team surrounded by law enforcement officers, each member of the team displayed a variety of expressions.
Am I seeing things? Isn't that Lin Yi? They just came out of the forging center. How did they get stopped by the law enforcement team? Suspected of murdering the Meteor team? Is it true? Is that the Meteor team that lost to Dawn in a sparring match?
I was wondering why I hadn't seen them in so long. Turns out they were taken down by Dawn.
It can't be real.
Dawn has no reason to kill Team Meteor.
After all, they won the sparring match. Hearing the exclamations of amazement, more and more heroes slowed down.
They formed a circle at a distance, ready to watch a good show.
Faced with the encirclement of law enforcement officers, Han Li's fiery temper was the first to erupt.
"Bullshit," he glared angrily, standing in front of Lin Yi like an enraged lion.
"It was clearly those bastards from the Meteor team who tried to ambush us. We were just defending ourselves."
The young law enforcement officer in the lead was named Zhou Hao, a B-level offensive hero.
Luo Feng had specially placed him into the law enforcement department as a trusted confidant from the Blazing Flame team. Upon hearing Han Li's words, a sneer of triumph appeared on his face.
"So the Dawn team is nothing special after all, a bunch of idiots." Zhou Hao raised an eyebrow and feigned surprise, his voice, though not loud, clearly reaching the ears of every onlooker.
"So, you're admitting that Team Meteor died at your hands?"
Han Li's words suddenly stopped. He then realized that in his excitement, he seemed to have let something slip. A sense of panic, as if he had fallen into a trap, washed over him. He turned back to look at Lin Yi in a fluster, his eyes filled with apology.
Lin Yi gently patted Han Li's shoulder, giving him an "it's okay" look.
He slowly stepped forward, his calm gaze meeting Zhou Hao's provocative expression.
"The events unfolded as described by my team members.
After we completed our kill mission, the Meteor squad suddenly launched a sneak attack on us. They intend to seize the spoils of war and even kill us. Therefore, we have no choice but to defend ourselves and fight back." Although his voice wasn't loud, it carried a calm and convincing aura, which immediately quieted down the noisy discussions around him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hao revealed a mocking sneer.
The voice also rose a bit. "Even if it's a counterattack, there's no need to be murderous, is there?"
All 8 members of the Meteor team perished tragically, leaving no trace of their remains.
"Your methods are far too cruel."
Lin Yi sighed softly, shrugged helplessly, and spread his hands.
"There's nothing I can do about it.
They were so weak, they all collapsed before we even exerted any effort."
"How can you blame us for this?"
His nonchalant and shameless manner, coupled with his handsome, earnest, and slightly innocent face, made people unable to help but laugh. Standing beside Lin Yi, Yao Shi looked at him with a hint of a smile involuntarily appearing in her usually cold eyes. She never expected that this seemingly serious, even somewhat cold man would have such a humorous side. Zhou Hao's face turned bright red from being choked by Lin Yi's words. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and put on a cold and serious face.
"Lin Yi, no matter how you try to deny it, the fact is that you killed him.
Now, come with me to the law enforcement department immediately for investigation, or don't blame us for using force."
"Sorry, I don't have time."
Lin Yi's answer remained calm and nonchalant, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. However, many people present felt that this sentence sounded familiar.
"I feel like I've heard that phrase somewhere before."
After that sparring match with the Meteor team, Lin Yi used these words to retort to Zhang Hong, the deputy director of the law enforcement department. Lin Yi is using those words to criticize the law enforcement department again today.
He's really going after them.
The heroes watching whispered amongst themselves, their faces showing a hint of amusement.
Zhou Hao's face turned completely grim.
His eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as he stared intently at Lin Yi.
"Lin Yi, I advise you to think twice. This is Jiangcheng, not a place where you can do whatever you want. If you dare resist arrest, you know the consequences better than I do." Faced with the threat, Lin Yi's face remained completely calm. The next morning,
he simply extended a finger calmly, his voice soft, yet everyone held their breath to listen. "First, the Meteor team launched a deadly sneak attack while we were on a mission. According to Article 7, Paragraph 2 of Chapter 3 of the Jiangcheng Heroes Management Regulations, all heroes have the right to launch
an unrestricted counterattack in such situations until the threat is eliminated,
including the possibility of killing the opponent." Lin Yi's gaze was as sharp as a knife, slicing across Zhou Hao's face, which was slightly distorted by shock. "Secondly, since our actions comply with the law, we do not constitute a crime. Your law enforcement department has no right to arrest us." Finally, he extended his third finger, a chilling smile curving his lips. His eyes were full of contempt for the other person's farcical performance.
"Third, since you have no right to arrest, I would like to ask, what is your so-called resistance to arrest? A good dog doesn't block the way.
way, get lost. The last word, get out, was like a sharp sword being drawn from its sheath, and Lin Yi exuded a chilling aura. He didn't even bother to turn his head back, not even glancing at Zhou Hao, and strode straight towards Zhou Hao with force. Lin Yi gently patted Han Li's shoulder, giving him a reassuring look. He slowly stepped forward, his calm gaze meeting Zhou Hao's provocative expression. The events unfolded exactly as my team members described. After we completed our kill mission, the Meteor Squad suddenly launched a sneak attack on us. They attempted to seize our spoils and even wanted to kill us. The situation was urgent, we had no choice but to defend ourselves. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a steady strength that immediately silenced the surrounding clamor. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hao's face broke into a cold, mocking smile. He raised his voice. Even if it's a counterattack, is it necessary to kill? All 8 members of the Meteor team perished tragically, their remains never found. Your methods are far too cruel. Lin Yi sighed softly, shrugged helplessly, and spread his hands. What can I do? They were so weak, we didn't even have to use much force and they all died. How can you blame us for this? His nonchalant, shameless demeanor, combined with his handsome yet earnest face, created a striking and endearing contrast. Standing beside Lin Yi, Yao Shi looked at him with a hint of a smile in her cool, beautiful eyes. She never expected that this seemingly serious, even somewhat cold man would have such a humorous side. Zhou Hao's face turned bright red from being choked by Lin Yi's words. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and put on a cold, businesslike expression. Lin Yi, I don't care how you try to deny it. Murder is a fact. Now, come with me to the law enforcement department immediately for investigation, or don't blame us for taking coercive measures. Sorry, I don't have time. Lin Yi spoke casually, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. However, this statement gave many people a sense of déjà vu. I feel like I've heard that phrase somewhere before. That's the line Lin Yi used to retort to Zhang Hong, the deputy director of the law enforcement department, after the sparring session with the Meteor team that day. Ha, Lin Yi is using those words to criticize the law enforcement department again today. He's really going after them. The heroes watching whispered among themselves again, their faces showing expressions of delight. Zhou Hao's face darkened completely. He stared intently at Lin Yi, his eyes flashing with a dangerous, cold light. Lin Yi, I advise you to think this through. This is Jiangcheng, not a place where you can do whatever you want. You know better than I do the consequences if you resist arrest. Faced with the threat, Lin Yi's face remained completely calm. He calmly extended a finger, his voice soft, yet it made everyone prick up their ears. First, the Meteor Squad launched a deadly sneak attack while we were on a mission. According to Article 7, Paragraph 2 of Chapter 3 of the Jiangcheng Heroes Management Regulations, in such situations, all heroes have the right to launch an unlimited counterattack until the threat is eliminated, including the possibility of killing the opponent. Lin Yi's gaze was as sharp as a knife, sweeping over Zhou Hao's face, which was slightly distorted with shock. Secondly, since our actions comply with the law, we do not constitute a crime. Your law enforcement department has no right to arrest us. Finally, he extended his third finger, a chilling smile curving his lips. That look in his eyes was as if he were looking at a ridiculous clown. Third, since you have no right to arrest us, then I ask you, what is your so-called resistance to arrest? A good dog doesn't block the way, get lost. As the last word get lost escaped his lips, Lin Yi was like a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating a chilling aura. He didn't even bother to look at Zhou Hao again, and strode confidently toward him. That powerful aura caused Zhou Hao, a B-level hero, to instinctively step aside. By the time he realized what was happening, Lin Yi had already walked several meters away. Han Li, Su Qingyue, Chen Mo, and Xia Yon looked at Lin Yi's tall and straight back and felt a surge of heat rush from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. It's such an honor to be able to follow such a captain. They stood tall and proud, following closely behind Lin Yi, their faces filled with excitement and pride. Yao Shi's bright eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. Powerful, domineering, meticulous, and knowledgeable about the law. How many secrets does this man still hold that I haven't discovered? The surrounding heroes were completely captivated by Lin Yi's actions and erupted in thunderous cheers. Holy crap, he's so cool. Captain Lin Yi has become my idol. Not only is he a great fighter, but he's also incredibly eloquent. And he even knows the law. Who can handle that? Well-reasoned and powerful. This is a true hero. Hearing the tidal wave of praise around him, and feeling the disdainful and mocking gazes behind him, Zhou Hao felt a burning pain in his cheeks, as if he had been slapped countless times in public. The extreme humiliation and anger completely ignited his outburst. Since you refuse a polite toast and insist on drinking a penalty shot, don't blame me for being impolite. He let out a near-mad roar, waving his hand violently, his voice hoarse and filled with resentment. Move, capture them, dead or alive. From the corners and alleyways, figures exuding a chilling aura slowly emerged. They surged in from all directions, instantly surrounding Lin Yi and his group of 6 again. A chilling killing intent, like an invisible net, enveloped them completely. The newly appeared group of people were not wearing the standard armor of law enforcement officers. Their combat uniforms varied, but they all wore 2 different badges on their chests. One type is the Raging Flame badge. Another type is is the blade badge with two sharp short blades crossed. They're from the Blazing Flame Squad and the Sharp Blade Squad. My god, this is quite a sight. There are more than 20 people. I feel that the aura of each of them is no less than B-level. Not only that, look at those three at the very front. Their aura is definitely that of A-rank heroes. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Everyone was terrified by the terrifying scene before them. In order to deal with Dawn, in addition to the enforcers, even the Blazing Blade Squad and the Blade Squad were mobilized. The three parties combined numbered more than 30 people. Among them, there are 20 B-level heroes alone, not to mention 3 A-level heroes. This is no longer just a roundup, but a premeditated massacre. Several familiar faces suddenly appeared in the crowd. It was Qin Bing, Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, and Lu Yun. Zhao Kai and his two companions had ferocious looks in their eyes, their faces showing undisguised pleasure. The way they looked at Lin Yi was as if they were looking at a flock of lambs to the slaughter. Qin Bing, standing at the very front, remained expressionless and indifferent, but her beautiful eyes, hidden beneath her bangs, were churning with complex and unfathomable emotions. She had no choice but to come. She could not disobey Luo Feng's orders. She could only watch helplessly as things gradually unfolded in the direction she least wanted to see. Seeing such a terrifying scene, Xia Yong's face turned slightly pale. He subconsciously swallowed, and his legs involuntarily went weak. 20 B-level students and 3 A-level students. This strength is no less than that of a powerful A-level team. This is it, we're completely finished. However, when his gaze swept over Yaoshi beside him, he found that the mysterious woman showed no sign of panic. There was even a hint of amusement in her cool, clear eyes. Who exactly is she? Faced with a situation where certain death is inevitable, why can he remain so calm and composed? Lin Yi took in the reactions of everyone present. His gaze slowly swept over the murderous faces, finally settling on Zhou Hao, the leading law enforcement officer. These two are not members of my Dawn team. Lin Yi pointed to Yao Shi and Xia Yong beside him and said calmly, "Let them leave first." Upon hearing this, everyone present, including the murderous enemies, was stunned. What time is it? How could he still have the mind to care about other people's life and death? A hint of surprise flashed in Yao Shi's bright eyes. She looked at Lin Yi's profile with interest, a faint smile playing on her lips, and teased, "You're really something. You're barely holding on yourself, yet you're still thinking about taking care of others?" On the other side, Xia Yong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Lin Yi's words. But then, an even stronger sense of entanglement and struggle surged into his heart like a tide, overwhelming him. To leave or to stay? This is an extremely difficult choice. He knew very well that if he chose to leave alone today, then I'll probably never have the chance to join Dawn again in my lifetime. The A-grade armor he's been dreaming of may very well vanish into thin air. But if we stay, we'll live and die with the Dawn. Faced with such a huge gap in strength, isn't this just courting death? What if they can really pull off a miracle like before and escape danger once again? Xia Yong's gaze involuntarily fell on the man who remained as calm as an abyss from beginning to end. This man seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious aura. He always manages to make the most incredible decisions and create the most impossible miracles in the most desperate moments. Fortune favors the bold. The opportunity to live and die with Dawn and submit a pledge of allegiance to Lin Yi is equally rare. As long as he gets through this hurdle, once he takes the initiative to apply, Lin Yi will definitely consider letting him officially join Dawn. Give it a shot, and even a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. Thinking this, Xia Yong's heart, which had been pounding with fear, gradually calmed down. Then they became exceptionally determined. He took a sudden step forward and stood beside Lin Yi. His voice trembled slightly with excitement and fear, yet it was filled with an undeniable determination. His voice was loud and powerful, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Today, law enforcement officers can use their immense power to frame Dawn. Tomorrow, they will use the same methods to frame me, to frame any hero present, any team. Faced with such unfair treatment, since I've encountered it, I must fight to the end. These impassioned words immediately stirred up a wave of excitement among the onlookers. Many heroes cast doubt and dissatisfaction in their eyes as they looked at the enforcers and the Blazing Flame team. Lin Yi and the others looked at Xie Yong with considerable surprise, not expecting him to say such things, and their goodwill towards him immediately increased. "You're talking nonsense." Upon seeing this, Zhao Kai immediately jumped out, pointed at Xie Yong's nose, and cursed loudly. "You killed someone and you still have the nerve to act so self-righteously? A life for a life, that's only right. Stop spouting nonsense." "That's right," Sun Qian chimed in. "Since you're willing to be an accomplice, then let's face them together with Dawn." Just when the two sides were at each other's throats and the atmosphere was extremely tense. "Make way! Make way!" A rough shout suddenly came from the periphery of the crowd. Everyone turned to look and saw a team dressed in standard armor with lightning emblems embroidered on their chests, roughly pushing through the crowd and rushing toward the center of the encirclement. Leading the group was none other than Lei Zhe, the captain of the Thunder team. They had planned to come to the forging center to buy equipment and then head to the Black Mist Swamp to provide support. But I didn't expect to see this exaggerated scene as soon as I arrived at the entrance of the forging center. When Lei Zhe recognized that the person surrounded was Lin Yi, he did not hesitate and immediately led his team to rush in. Lei Zhe led his 4 team members and stood fearlessly beside Lin Yi, glaring angrily at the murderous enemies. "Anyone who dares to touch my brother Yi will have to step over my dead body first." His voice was powerful and resounding, filled with an unquestionable determination. The sudden appearance of the Thunder team was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. Zhou Hao's face was extremely gloomy. It's one thing for a clueless individual to be so reckless, but now even the Thunder team is openly taking sides. Although the addition of a B-level team cannot fundamentally change the situation of the vast disparity in strength between the two sides, this is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous signal. This means that the situation is rapidly spiraling out of control. If a large-scale conflict really breaks out here, even if Dawn is eventually captured, he, as the highest commander on the ground, will not be able to escape accountability. "Raise, do you even know what you're doing?" Zhou Hao roared through gritted teeth, his voice filled with obvious panic. "Lin Yi is suspected of murdering a hero. The evidence is right in front of us. You are now openly protecting him. Are you trying to make an enemy of the entire Hero Association?" Lei Zhe sneered, his expression full of disdain. "That evidence must be fake. I trust Brother Ye's character. If he says the Meteor team launched a sneak attack, then it must have been a sneak attack." Zhou Hao was speechless, utterly stumped by Lei Zhe's words. He never expected that Lei Zhe would become a die-hard fan of Lin Yi. Arguing with brainless fans makes you a brainless person too. He simply ignored Razor and instead stared coldly at the 4 team members behind Razor. "Captain Lei Zhe, if you want to support Lin Yi, I have nothing to say. But don't you even think about those team members who have shared life and death, joy and sorrow?" These words were like a sharp poisonous thorn, piercing precisely into the most vulnerable part of Razor's heart. He frowned slightly and looked back. As expected, Vice Captain Cui Shuang and the other 3 team members showed obvious hesitation and even some panic on their faces. Seeing this, Zhou Hao felt even bolder. He seized the opportunity and shouted loudly at Cui Shuang and the others. "Captain Cui, brothers from the Thunder team. Today's events are a joint operation by the Flame Blade and Sharp Blade squads and their enforcement departments to suppress Dawn. Does your small B-level team really want to jump into this mess? Think it through." Cui Shuang was already wavering. He glanced sideways at Lin Ye's group, then looked at the dark, menacing enemy army opposite him. The difference in strength between the two sides is too great. Even with the addition of these few, Dawn has no chance of winning. For the sake of Lin Yi, they dared to offend 2 top-tier A-level teams in Jiancheng and the Hero Association's enforcement department. This deal doesn't seem like a good deal at all. He took a deep breath and said to Razor in a low voice, "Captain, I think Captain Zhou is right. We should stay out of it." The other 3 team members nodded in agreement. "Yes, Captain, we don't need to sacrifice the entire team for an outsider. Captain, please think it over." Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces before him, Lei Zhe's eyes flashed with barely concealed disappointment. He had always thought they were brothers who could live and die together, and advance and retreat together. But now it seems that I was just being too idealistic. However, he didn't blame them. After all, everyone can see that the outcome of Dawn today will definitely not be good. But he still went ahead without hesitation. When Lin Yi fell to F rank and was abandoned by the whole team, he was not in Jiancheng and could not provide any help. And right now, he's right there. He would never again stand idly by and watch Lin Yi be maliciously targeted by this group of shameless scoundrels. Lei Zhe slowly closed his eyes and opened them again after a moment. All the hesitation and reluctance in his eyes had vanished, leaving only firm determination. He looked at Cui Shuang, his tone extremely solemn. "Cui Shuang, from now on, you are the captain of the Thunder team." After saying that, he decisively opened the hero terminal and, under everyone's watchful eyes, transferred the captain's authority to Cui Shuang before leaving the team. "I, Razor, hereby resign from Team Thunder, effective immediately. All my actions today were my personal decisions and have nothing to do with Team Thunder." His booming voice was like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Cui Shuang and the others stared blankly at Lei Zhe, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. They never expected that Lei Zhe would go to such lengths for Lin Yi. The members of the Dawn team felt a surge of sincere respect and goodwill towards the young man who was willing to sacrifice everything to support Lin Yi. "Good lad, you've got guts." Han Li stepped forward, patted Lei Zhe on the shoulder heavily, his eyes full of admiration. "From this day forward, you will be my sworn brother, Han Li." Although Chen Mo, Su Qingyue, Xia Yong, and the others did not speak, they all gave Lei Zhe friendly smiles. Lin Yi stared at Lei Zhe's resolute and unyielding face, said nothing, and simply patted him on the shoulder gently. "Xiaoza, thank you." Lei Zhe returned a bright and sincere smile. "Brother Yi, we're brothers, there's no need for thanks. If I were trapped today, you would definitely step forward to help me too." Standing at a distance, Qin Bing watched the scene with a feeling as if an invisible hand was gripping her heart tightly, causing her so much pain that she could hardly breathe. With Chen Mo before him, he remained unmoved by any enormous gains and vowed to follow him to the death. With Lei Zhe behind him, he would rather be at odds with half of Jiangqing's top forces than give up his support. Compared to that, what What she did back then was worse than that of an animal. Regret, like poison, instantly eroded her internal organs, and brought her hatred for Luo Feng, Zhao Kai, and others to its peak. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly again because of Lei Zhe's words. Although he was betrayed, he still had true brothers by his side. Only brothers like this are worth protecting with all his might. Just then, a system notification sound, audible only to him, suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Team mission triggered. Mission name, The Might of Dawn. Mission requirements, resolve this encirclement crisis head-on. The system will provide a comprehensive rating based on the performance of all members of the Dawn team, and rewards will be calculated accordingly. Rewards, 500-2000 team reputation points, 1 to 4 lucky draw chests. Ding! Multiple lootable targets detected. Target 1, Shin Bing, A-rank energy type hero. Plunderable ability, A-rank active skill, Frozen Domain. Frozen Domain generates a domain in a designated area, greatly limiting the speed and strength of enemies within the domain. Target 2, Wind Ranger, A-tier speed type hero. Potentially usable ability, A-tier passive skill, Shadowless Flash. Shadowless Flash permanently increases your movement and attack speed by 30%. Attacks have a chance to trigger an afterimage effect, confusing enemies. Target 3, Shin 2, A-rank mental hero. Lootable ability, A-rank active skill, Mental Prison. Mental Cage consumes a large amount of mental energy to construct an invisible cage, trapping the target. Within the cage, the target's spirit is continuously suppressed and weakened, and various negative hallucinations occur. Looking at the 3 abilities suggested by the system, Lin Ye's lips curled into a cold and cruel smile. System, plunder these 3 A-level abilities. Command confirmed. Looting successful. Gained A-rank ability Frozen Domain, temporary. Gained A-rank ability Shadowless Flash, temporary. Gained A-rank ability Mental Cage, temporary. 3 distinct yet equally powerful A-grade energies instantly surged into Lin Ye's body. His body trembled violently, and an aura even more powerful than when he was promoted to B-level erupted from the center of him. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and everyone felt the terrifying pressure that made their hearts pound, instinctively turning their gazes toward Lin Ye. What's going on? How did his aura suddenly become so strong? This is the aura of an A-rank hero. Could it be that he's recovered to rank A? A series of incredulous gasps rang out from the crowd. Before they could figure out what was happening, Lin Ye suddenly raised his hand. 3 muffled booming sounds, like war drums, suddenly rang out in the sky. 3 enormous fireballs, each over 10 meters in diameter, materialized out of thin air. They burned with raging flames, trailing long tails of fire, just like real meteorites, radiating terrifying high temperatures and a destructive aura capable of burning the heavens and destroying the earth. A meteorite? A meteorite? 3 meteorites. My god, is this an attack that a B-rank hero can unleash? Whether friend or foe, everyone present was so stunned by this miraculous sight that their minds went blank. Even Yaoshi's breathtakingly beautiful face was filled with undisguised horror. She stared intently at the man who remained calm and composed, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She had seen this move before in the Black Mist Swamp, but neither in scale nor in power can compare to the scene before us. Was he deliberately hiding his true abilities? He would never hide his skills in the face of a horde of oddballs. The only possibility is that his strength has suddenly increased dramatically for some reason. Lin Ye pressed his palm down slightly. 3 burning meteorites streaked across the sky, accompanied by a piercing shriek as they tore through the air. They slammed down on the groups of law enforcers, the Blazing Flame team, and the Sharp Blade team. At this moment, the shadow of death loomed over everyone. Scatter! Zhou Hao screamed in terror, disregarding his image as a commander, and lunged to the side first. His law enforcement officers, as if waking from a dream, scattered in all directions, desperately trying to avoid the death threat that had descended from the sky. The members of the Sharp Blade team also wanted to dodge, but the Vice Captain Feng Xing's loud shout made them stop in their tracks. What's the panic? What can a mere B-rank skill do to me? A faint, arrogant smile appeared on Feng Xing's lips, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. The Tang sword in his hand suddenly came out of its sheath, emitting a clear and melodious dragon's roar. He simply didn't believe that someone who wasn't even at the A level could unleash any real threatening attack. No one can double their strength in an instant. In his view, Lin Ye was just bluffing. B-rank skill, Rending Wind Slash. A sharp blade of light, several meters long, accompanied by a shrill sound as it tore through the air, surged upwards and slashed fiercely at the falling meteorite. At the same time, Shin Tu, the vice captain of the Mad Flame team, made the same choice. A mere trick like this, yet you dare to show off your meager skills before an expert? He formed a hand seal, and his eyes, as black as holes, emitted a chilling, eerie light. Rank B skill, Mental Shock. An invisible mental shockwave blasted towards another meteorite, attempting to shatter it from the inside. However, they both made fatal mistakes. They severely underestimated the terrifying power of Lin Ye's attack. S-rank passive ability, Breaking Limits with one punch, activated. Ignores 70% of the target's physical defense and energy resistance. The moment the blade of the sky-splitting slash touched the meteorite, it was instantly melted and vaporized by the terrifying heat. The shockwaves of the mental shockwaves were like a mudox sinking into the sea, causing not a ripple whatsoever. The skills that the two were so proud of seemed so fragile and vulnerable in the face of that meteorite. Fengxing and Shinta simultaneously exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes filled with fear, just as two enormous meteorites were about to crash into the crowd, turning their team members into mincemeat. A massive, light blue ice wall materialized without warning above both teams. It was Chen Bing who made the move. The two meteorites crashed solidly into the thick ice wall. A deafening roar accompanied by a violent energy shockwave spread wildly in all directions. The solid ice wall lasted for less than a second before it became covered with spiderweb-like cracks and then exploded with a bang. But that less than a second was enough for these B-rank and A-rank heroes to dodge. The meteorite eventually landed, and only 2 or 3 unlucky people were unable to dodge it and were knocked to the ground. The dense steam from the melting ice wall blocked out the sun and completely obscured everyone's view. Just as everyone was panicking because their view was obstructed, a calm voice rang out from the steam. Because I think that water vapor doesn't affect us. Therefore, our eyesight will not be affected in any way. As Chen Mo finished speaking, a mysterious and inexplicable force of cause and effect quietly enveloped everyone in the Dawn team. Lin Yi, Han Li, Su Qingyue, Lei Zhe, Xia Yong, even Yao Shi, who remained calm and composed throughout, was not spared. The thick white mist that had been so dense that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face suddenly became as transparent as a thin veil. They can see everything outside clearly, while people outside are completely unaware of their presence. This feeling is as if you have a god's eye view. On the other side of the one-way glass, a group of prey, panicked and bewildered in the fog, were coldly observed. Xia Yong and Lei Zhe were filled with unspeakable shock as they witnessed this incredible change. They instinctively looked at the bespectacled, seemingly frail young man, their eyes filled with awe. Is this really the power of an S-class hero? Yao Shi's clear, beautiful eyes also shone with an unprecedented brilliance. It really is an S-rank rule-based ability. I wonder if I can lure him to the research institute so I can study him. Amidst the billowing steam, the law enforcers, the blazing flame squad, and the sharp blade squad were all thrown into chaos. They cautiously looked around, trying to spot any potential threats in the pitch-black fog. They shouted their companions' names loudly, afraid of being isolated. The scene immediately descended into chaos. No need to hold back. Lin Yi's icy voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Lin Yi, don't do anything reckless. Zhou Hao shouted in terror. You dare to kill a law enforcement officer in the street? Aren't you afraid of offending the entire hero association? However, what responded to him was a huge fist that suddenly burst out from the steam. And then there was Han Li's rude cursing. What are you afraid of? I'm going to kill you, you idiot. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yi's figure had already disappeared from the spot. The B-rank ability, Thunderbolt, infuses the legs, and when combined with the A-rank ability, Shadowless Flash, it passively increases movement speed by 40%. At this moment, his speed reached its maximum. He seemed to transform into a streak of purple lightning, swiftly traversing the thick fog. The menacing combat dagger Shattered Star in his hand slashed through the mist, leaving deadly streaks of light. Before a B-rank hero from the Blazing Flame team could react to what was happening, he felt a chill on his neck, followed by a gush of warm liquid. He instinctively reached out to touch it, but only felt something slippery. Immediately afterwards, endless darkness completely engulfed his consciousness. Without pausing, Lin Yi delivered the fatal blow and then disappeared back into the thick fog, appearing like a ghost behind another B-rank hero from the Sharp Blade team. With a swift movement, the knife fell. Another bright red human head flew high into the air. This was an outright massacre. Faced with Lin Yi's terrifying speed, comparable to that of an A-level speed-type hero, these B-level heroes were like lambs to the slaughter, utterly powerless to resist. They didn't even catch a glimpse of Lin Yi before their necks were severed or their hearts were pierced in an instant. At the same time, Xia Yong, Lei Zhe, and Chen Mo charged into the chaotic crowd like 3 tigers descending a mountain. Xia Yong's fists were surrounded by a surge of internal energy. Each punch could shatter a hero's bones and render him incapable of fighting on the spot. Razor's fist was crackling with raging purple lightning. Each punch could cause the enemy to convulse, foam at the mouth, and be completely paralyzed. Chen Mo wielded a long metal staff, each strike landing on the enemy's joints, causing comminuted fractures. In contrast, they were still somewhat reserved in their ruthlessness towards the enemy. Su Qingyue stood at the rear, the lifelink already connecting everyone on her side to prevent any accidents from happening. Han Li then targeted Zhou Hao, the leader of the law enforcement team, and frantically smashed his iron fists toward the other man's head. Enemy attack. Enemies on the right. Watch out. He's right behind you. In the thick fog, screams, shouts, and the clash of weapons rose and fell. The panicked enemies, feeling a deadly threat, began to wildly slash and attack in all directions. However, in the case of losing sight, their attack not only failed to harm any member of the Dawn team, but also accidentally injured many of their own teammates. Ah, my leg. Who the hell is going to chop me up? Stop fighting. They're on our side. The chaos is getting worse. Panic spread rapidly, like a plague. leg. Stay calm. Don't move. Use airflow and energy fluctuations to determine the enemy's attack direction. Fengxing roared with all its might, trying to stabilize morale. But his voice was quickly drowned out by endless screams and chaos. Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out. A B-rank wind-type hero from the Blade team pushed forward with both hands. Call! A powerful tornado suddenly rose from nowhere, sweeping away all the dense, oppressive moisture that had been blocking out the sun. In just a few seconds, the thick fog that had enveloped the entire battlefield completely dissipated. When vision becomes clear again, everyone, whether friend or foe, or bystander, was struck dumb, frozen in place as if by lightning. On the devastated battlefield, blood flowed like rivers and corpses littered the ground. The originally formidable 30-odd elite heroes have now fallen, with most of them lying dead. A small portion of them were accidentally injured by their own people or knocked unconscious by Xieyon, Lei Zhe, and others, and still had a faint breath left. But the vast majority of them had a neat bloodstain on their throats, their eyes wide open, and their faces still showing the fear and bewilderment of dying. They were all killed in one blow. The entire battlefield seemed to have just undergone a hellish baptism of fire. In the center of this hell on earth stood a young man with a bloodstained dagger in his hand and a cold expression. He was like a demon god emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, exuding a terrifying aura that made one's soul tremble. The whole world seemed to have been muted. Everyone stared blankly at the hellish scene before them, their minds completely blank, as if they had seen a ghost. What exactly happened during the brief 10 seconds they were out of sight? The elite team of more than 20 B-level heroes has already lost 2/3 of its members. Lin Yi actually dared to kill someone. Moreover, there were more than a dozen at a time. Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, and Lu Yun were all deathly pale. Gazing at Lin Yi's figure, which resembled a demon god, their eyes were filled with endless fear. Although they were unwilling to admit it, they were filled with regret. How foolish it was to betray us back then. They thought they had gotten rid of a burden, but little did they know that they had pushed aside a godlike captain. Qin Bing, standing in the distance, had a slightly trembling gaze. Lin Yi killed so many of Quan Yen and Li Ren's men, but he didn't touch the 4 of them at all. Is it reluctance, nostalgia, or disdain? Whatever the reason, Lin Yi ultimately did not harm them. And how did they treat Lin Yi? Betrayal, ridicule, suppression. How many stupid things have they done during this period of time? The most composed person in the entire room was probably Yao Shi. She was gazing at Lin Yi with great interest, her eyes sparkling with interest. This guy is very decisive in killing, but how did his strength suddenly increase so much? What should I do? I really want to take him to a research institute and study him thoroughly. Shen Tu and Fengxing finally came to their senses, their faces filled with boundless killing intent. Lin Yi. Fengxing's voice was squeezed out from between his teeth, full of deep-seated resentment. He stared at the corpses scattered on the ground. They were all elites of the Sharp Blade Squad. He was a brother who had risked his life for him. Now, they've all become cold corpses. He let out a frenzied roar, and terrifying A-level energy erupted. He transformed into a blur that was difficult to catch with the naked eye, his Tang sword flashing with deadly cold light as it rained down on Lin Yi. Rank as skill, rain of slashes. On the other side, a strange purple light suddenly shone in Shintu's eyes. Rank A ability, Mindstorm. An invisible yet vast spiritual energy swept over every member of the Dawn team like a tsunami. He wanted to use the strongest mental attack to tear these people's souls to shreds. If Lin Yi dares to kill his teammate, he will retaliate in kind. Facing the extremely fast blade of the Wind Chaser, Lin Yi showed no sign of panic. He stomped his foot suddenly, and a visible icy blue cold current swept outwards from him like a tidal wave. Rank as skill, Frozen Domain. Where the cold wave passed, the hard ground quickly froze into a thick layer of ice that gleamed with a cold light. The air temperature suddenly dropped, and the biting cold seemed to freeze one's soul. This sudden scene shocked everyone so much that they almost fell over. Ice Domain? Isn't that Chen Bing's skill? How could he possess Chen Bing's A-level skills? I heard that Lin Yi's second awakening ability is copying. He must have copied Chen Bing's ability. A series of incredulous gasps erupted from the crowd. Fengxing, who was inside the frozen domain, felt as if his body was sinking into a sticky swamp. His speed, which he was originally proud of, was inexplicably reduced by 30%. The blade, which was originally as fast as lightning, slowed down. The rumors are true. He really can copy other people's abilities. Fengxing was shocked. However, Lin Yi's counterattack went far beyond that. As the frozen domain unfolded, streaks of dazzling purple lightning, like serpentine snakes, instantly coiled around his legs. B-rank ability, Thunderclap. Immediately afterwards, his figure left an almost imperceptible afterimage in the spot, and with a completely illogical speed, he rushed straight towards the greatly slowed Fengxing. Rank A ability, Shadowless Flash. Clang, 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 clang. A continuous, dense barrage of metallic clanging sounds exploded wildly in midair. To ordinary people, the two figures had long since turned into two intertwined, blurry streaks of light. One streak of purple, the other of cyan. Their weapons clashed no less than 100 times in just a few seconds. Each collision produced blinding sparks and deafening explosions. The violent energy shockwave shattered the surrounding ice into pieces. It left behind a terrifying network of crisscrossing ravines and shards of ice flying everywhere. With a loud bang, the two intertwined streaks of light suddenly separated. Lin Yi stood there holding his knife, his expression indifferent. The strong wind generated by the energy fluctuations made his hair fly wildly, carrying an indescribable arrogance. Meanwhile, Fengxing on the other side was in a terrible mess. He staggered back a few steps, each step leaving a deep footprint in the hard ground. When he finally regained his footing, everyone was shocked to find that the valuable grade A tang sword in his hand had shattered into pieces, leaving only the bare hilt. His hands, which were gripping the knife, were covered in blood, and the area between his thumb and forefinger had been cracked open, with the white bones clearly visible. Unable to bear the pain any longer, Fengxing suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He stared at Lin Yi in disbelief. This man's strength was far beyond his imagination. Not only did the opponent master Chen Bing's ice domain, but their speed was also comparable to his own. Even more terrifying was the violent energy emanating from that weapon. His own A-grade weapon was actually smashed to pieces. That terrifying power even penetrated the blade, severely injuring his internal organs. Could it be that Lin Yi has really recovered to A-level strength? On the other hand, Shintu's mental storm, which was enough to break the spirits of B-level heroes, had not yet had any effect on the Dawn team. A mocking voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Because my spirit is stronger than yours, your skills were deflected. As soon as he finished speaking, Shintu felt as if a nuclear bomb had been detonated in his mental world. The immense spiritual energy that was originally meant to attack the enemy actually reversed direction and exploded in his sea of consciousness with an even more violent and tyrannical attitude. Shintu let out a shrill, miserable scream. Those eyes, which were once as deep as the starry sky, instantly lost all their luster, becoming dull and empty, like a soulless puppet. The intense mental backlash plunged his mind into chaos. Hey, I've been waiting for you. Upon seeing this, Hanli revealed a sinister smile. He suddenly lunged forward, and his fist, as big as a clay pot, slammed into Shintu's face without hesitation. Shintu's body was like a kite with a broken string. He was blasted dozens of meters away by this punch, crashing heavily to the ground and instantly losing consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the two A-level heroes who once dominated the world were instantly rendered powerless. Zhou Hao's side was completely wiped out. The remaining heroes of the Blazing Flame and Blade teams who had not fallen were all terrified. They stared in horror at Lin Yi, who resembled a demon god, and the several equally unfathomable team members behind him. Everyone was trembling, unable to even muster the slightest thought of resistance. The heroes who were watching all around were now looking at Lin Yi and Chen Mo with eyes that seemed to have seen a ghost, their faces filled with awe and worship. Too strong. Is this really Team Dawn? Two A-level heroes were crippled in just one exchange. This level of strength is probably comparable to some powerful A-level teams. Dawn is awesome. Captain Lin Yi is truly amazing. Meanwhile, in the captain's office of the Blazing Flame team, the horrific scene outside the forging center was clearly displayed on the huge virtual screen. Luo Feng sat in the main seat with a livid face, his handsome features contorted with extreme anger. The wine glass in his hand had long since been crushed into powder. On the three small screens next to them were the figures of Wang Jing, president of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association, Zhang Hong, captain of the Sharp Blade team, and Wei Dejiang, director of the Strategic Planning Department. They all saw the footage sent by Luo Feng simultaneously, and their faces were grim, almost as if they were about to burst into tears. Zhang Heng's voice was low and deep, tinged with a hint of gritted teeth and anger. Fengxing was crippled the moment he appeared? When did Lin Yi become so strong? We miscalculated. Wei Dejiang's usually refined and scholarly face was now filled with solemnity. We severely underestimated the strength of Dawn. Their combat strength has completely surpassed the level of a B-tier team. Wang Jing stared intently at the figures of Lin Yi and Chen Mo on the screen. Neither Zhang Hong nor Wei Dejiang said a word. In essence, they were on the same side as Wang Jing and were all members of the Hero Association. Ultimately, the decision must be made by Wang Jing or Luo Feng. Although Luo Feng was only the captain of an A-level team and he himself was only an A-level hero, seemingly unqualified to be on equal footing with Wang Jing. But he is a member of the Luo family, and the Luo family has a powerful influence at the Hero Association headquarters. Because of this background, he holds a special position in Jiangcheng. Even Wang Jing often had to consult his opinions. Our four forces joined forces to deal with a B-level team, but we suffered heavy losses and lost face. Once this news gets out, what face will our families have left in Jiangcheng? A mad and obsessive light flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. Today, we must take Dawn no matter what. I propose that the four of us personally take charge. Each team should send one more A-level hero. I refuse to believe that 8 A-rank heroes working together can't defeat a mere Dawnbreaker. Upon hearing Luo Feng's suggestion to fight to the bitter end, Wang Jing frowned slightly. She seemed a little hesitant. Dawn's strength is already quite evident. They are definitely comparable to A-level teams. Is it really a wise move to fight head-on at this point? There's also the ticking time bomb of the monster horde outside the city. If internal strife continues, what if if the monster horde erupts? President, don't hesitate. Wei Dejiang, who was standing nearby, noticed Wang Jing's concerns and immediately offered some words of advice. Lin Yi has just killed so many heroes in public. If the Hero Association ignores this, who will listen to us in the future? Who would still respect the association's rules? At this moment, we are fully justified. This is the perfect opportunity to demonstrate the association's authority and bring these lawless scoundrels to justice. Zhang Hong echoed this sentiment. If we can take down Dawn, we can not only avenge our previous defeat but also deter all the malicious forces in Jiangcheng. It's a win-win situation. Wang Jing was still somewhat hesitant. At this moment, Luo Feng glanced at the hero terminal and a confident smile appeared on his lips. Don't worry, this time, we will definitely suppress Dawn. I've specially invited an S-Class hero from headquarters. They'll be here shortly. What? Captain Luo actually invited an S-Class hero? Zhang Hong exclaimed in surprise. Ha ha, with his help, we're sure to win this game. Wei Dejiang laughed heartily. Wang Jing then made up her mind. With an S-Class hero sent from headquarters, this match is practically a guaranteed win. Alright, let's do as Captain Luo says. The entrance to the forging center was deathly silent. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood, stimulating everyone's senses. Lin Ye's gaze calmly swept over the members of the Flame and Blade teams, who were already terrified and trembling like startled birds. He did not continue to make a move. He didn't really intend to wipe out this group. The threat of the horde of monsters in the Black Mist swamp outside Jiangcheng remains. If too many heroes are lost within the city, the safety of the entire city will be affected. The reason he ruthlessly killed them was simply to warn those hiding behind the scenes in the most direct and bloody way. Lin Yi, and now Dawn, are no longer pushovers that anyone can manipulate at will. If you want to mess with us, you'd better be prepared to pay the price in blood. Lin Yi turned around and waved to the team members behind him. Let's go. Han Li, Chen Mo, Su Qingyue, Xia Yon, Lei Zhe, and Yao Shi followed suit. At this moment, no one dared to stop them anymore. Roar! Some law enforcement officers who were lying on the path that Lin Yi and his group were bound to take immediately rolled on the ground without hesitation to make way for them. However, just as Lin Yi and his companions were about to leave this place of trouble, two figures exuding powerful auras slowly walked over from the other end of the road. Standing on the left is a middle-aged man who looks refined and has a goatee. His eyes gleamed with a cold, venomous light. It is none other than Wei Dejiang, the Minister of Strategic Planning of the Hero Association and an A-level spiritual hero. Beside him stood a tall, cold-faced young man who also exuded the oppressive aura of an A-class hero. You killed someone, and you think you can just walk away like that? Wei Dejiang spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice not loud but carrying an air of arrogant superiority. You Dawn heroes, aren't you utterly disrespectful to our Hero Association? Upon seeing Wei Dejiang, Han Li's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Endless rage and hatred erupted in his chest like a volcanic eruption. This is the man. What a hypocrite. In order to curry favor with the higher-ups, he was willing to sacrifice his life and that of the entire team. He was also the culprit who caused the tragic deaths of his wife and daughters. He will never forget this blood feud. Wei Dejiang. Han Li practically spat out those three words through gritted teeth. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked from the force. The energy within his body surged wildly, as if it were about to explode at any moment and tear this shameless scoundrel in front of him apart. Seeing Han Li's reaction, Wei Dejiang wore a half-smile. Oh, isn't this my former subordinate, Han Li? He looked Han Li up and down with an almost humiliating gaze, his tone full of contempt and disdain. I never imagined you could get back on your feet. But so what? He shook his head, a look of sorrow and pity on his face. Why not just be a good-for-nothing and live out your days? But you refuse to do that and insist on being a hero. You think you can change anything just because you've regained your strength? Don't dream about it. His voice suddenly turned icy, filled with undisguised murderous intent. In the end, you cannot escape death. You bastard, you think you can challenge my life? Han Li trembled with anger at Wei Dejiang's words. He let out a near-mad roar, wanting to rush forward and tear this shameless scoundrel to shreds. However, a hand landed firmly on his shoulder. Don't act impulsively. Lin Ye's voice was calm yet powerful. I will let you kill him with your own hands, but not now. Upon hearing this, Wei Dejiang's facial muscles twitched violently, and a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. This Lin Yi is absolutely arrogant to the extreme. He actually said to his face that he wanted Han Li to kill him with his own hands. This is absolutely ridiculous. You bunch of good-for-nothings, you actually think you can leave here alive today? Whoosh, whoosh. Two sharp sounds of air being torn apart suddenly rang out. Two figures, both exuding the aura of A-level heroes, appeared beside Wei Dejiang. The leader was a burly young man with an arrogant face. His gaze fell on Su Qingyue not far away, and a smile full of aggression and possessiveness appeared on his face. Qingyue, it's been a long time. You've regained your strength and are still as beautiful as before. This person is none other than Zhang Hong, the captain of the Sharp Blade team and an A-level offensive hero. The moment Su Qingyue saw Zhang Hong, her originally gentle and serene face was instantly covered with frost. Her clear eyes burned burned with extremely suppressed anger and hatred. This man was her biggest nightmare. How foolish she was to be completely deceived by his sweet words. So, how about it? Do you want to consider coming back and continuing to follow me? Zhang Hong spoke in a condescending tone, making a flippant mockery. I promise I will treat you the same as before. Really? Are you going to trick me like before? Su Qingyue's voice was icy cold, filled with undisguised disgust. Stop dreaming. One day, I'll tear you to pieces. Zhang Heng's smile grew even wider. You want to tear me to pieces? With your status as a therapist? The surrounding heroes were speechless with shock as they watched the A-level big shots appear one after another. For more A-rank heroes have arrived. What happened today is really getting out of hand. On the Dawn team's side, the atmosphere also became unusually heavy. Captain, something's wrong. Shen Mo's calm voice came through the mental link. They seem to be deliberately stalling for time. A barely perceptible glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He certainly noticed something amiss. Although these 4 A-level heroes were aggressive, they hesitated to make a move and only verbally provoked the enemy. They're clearly waiting for reinforcements. It seems they've learned their lesson this time. They won't act rashly without absolute certainty. Lin Yi sneered inwardly and quickly made a decision. You all immediately take Lei Zhe, Xia Yong, and that Miss Yao Shi and retreat from the west, heading towards the Blackness Swamp. The horde of weirdos could erupt at any moment. Let's lure them over and wear them down. I will delay them for a while. No, Captain, it's too dangerous. Han Li and Su Qingyue objected almost simultaneously. Execute the command. Lin Ye's tone was firm and left no room for argument. Don't worry, if I want to leave, they can't stop me. Hearing Lin Ye's confident words, the three of them, though hesitant, still chose to obey. However, just as they were about to take action, boom, 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 4 more figures crashed down. The immense pressure, like an invisible mountain, made it hard for everyone to breathe. The 2 leading figures were Luo Feng, captain of the Blazing Flame team, and Wang Jing, president of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association. What? Where are they? Behind them, each was followed by an A-rank hero. 8 A-level heroes blocked Lin Yi and his group's path from all directions. At that moment, all the heroes watching involuntarily held their breath. It's over. Dawn, this time it's really over. 8 A-levels. That's quite a generous offer. Wang Jing stepped forward slowly with elegant steps. A smug smile graced her beautiful face. Those phoenix eyes were filled with a condescending, judgmental gaze. Lin Yi, you and your teammates openly defied the law and committed violence in the street. Your crimes are heinous. Now, surrender immediately and come with us to the law enforcement department to face trial. Perhaps they will consider your past contributions to Jiangcheng and treat you leniently. A lenient punishment? That's out of the question. Lin Ye's gaze swept over the 8 people, his face remaining calm and unmoved. You think 8 A-rank heroes can judge us? Who do you think you are? Lin Yi, you've got quite the nerve. Luo Feng sneered, his eyes filled with the mockery and cruelty of a cat toying with a mouse. Today, even if a celestial being descended to earth, they couldn't save you. Luo Feng's confident and domineering words echoed like the pronouncement of death on the deathly silent street. 8 A-rank heroes. This is a terrifying lineup that can make even A-level teams despair and can even cause devastating damage to ordinary cities. Now, all of this power has been gathered here, just to deal with the newly resurgent B-level team. All the heroes watching looked at Lin Yi and his companions, who were surrounded, with a mixture of sympathy and pity in their eyes. In their eyes, Team Dawn had no chance of turning the tide. Destruction awaits them. Han Li, Su Qingyue, Lei Zhe, and Xia Yong all had extremely solemn expressions on their faces, but not a single person backed down. Their eyes burned with a frenzied flame of a fight to the death. Even if it means death, I will tear a piece of flesh from these despicable and shameless bastards. The Dawn team, we are heroes who die standing, never cowards who live on their knees. Lin Ye's face remained calm and composed, but his mind raced, frantically searching for a way to break the deadlock. Even if you manage to win against 8 A-level heroes, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Find the weakest link as the breakthrough point, and have Chun Mo use the law of causality to instantly kill the opponent and break through the encirclement. Alternatively, they could have Chen Mo use the law of causality to take them away from here. As long as he can escape, give him time to consume the A-grade energy core. After advancing to grade A, the 8 people in front of me are nothing but chickens and dogs. To Lin Ye's surprise, even in the face of such a scene, Yao Shi remained calm and composed, with a relaxed expression. Did she guess he would have a solution, or was she simply confident in her own abilities? Yao Shi was also observing Ling Yi at this moment. Faced with 8 A-level heroes, she also wanted to know if this seemingly omnipotent captain had a way to break the deadlock. But Lin Ye's expression was too calm and expressionless, making it impossible for her to tell what he was thinking. Does this guy even have a way? Should I make a move first? Yao Shi was secretly conflicted. She wanted to see Lin Ye's limits, but she was also worried that he really had no other options. Just then, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from the sky without any warning. Then, to everyone's utter astonishment, a stunningly beautiful figure, dressed in a fiery red, tight-fitting battlesuit, with an extremely hot figure and a lazy demeanor like a cat that has just woken up, defied gravity and slowly descended from the sky. She hovered above everyone's heads, her long, wine-red hair flowing freely in the air like a waterfall. Those long, narrow phoenix eyes were half open, half closed, scanning the crowd below, who looked as insignificant as ants, with a casual scrutiny.
Fly? My god, someone can actually fly. This is an S-class hero? Only S-class heroes can fly without any external force. The crowd erupted in cheers.
Everyone looked up at the godlike figure in the sky with fervent, almost reverent gazes.
Shock and excitement left my mind blank.
They had seen quite a few S-class heroes, but such a beautiful and hot female S-class hero is absolutely unique in Jiangcheng. At this moment, even A-level heroes like Wang Jing, Wei Dejiang, and Zhang Heng restrained their murderous intent. They too looked up at the sky, their faces filled with respect and awe. Luo Feng quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the languid beauty, his voice full of undisguised flattery.
Luo Feng of the Luo family greets Lady Yan Ji.
A barely concealed greed and possessiveness flashed deep in his eyes. This woman was none other than Zhu Rong, an S-class hero whom he had invited from the Hero Association headquarters through his family connections.
Codename Flame Princess. However, Zhu Rong, who was known as Yan Ji, didn't even bother to glance at him.
Her decision to come to this poor and remote Jiangcheng at the invitation of the Luo family was neither out of personal favor nor for reward. It was because she had heard that a newly awakened S-class hero had appeared here. For heroes of their caliber, the rest of the time is incredibly boring, except when fighting S-class monsters. A living, breathing, freshly created S-class hero is far more attractive than any money or power. Her languid phoenix eyes, like the most accurate radar, instantly locked onto Chen Mo.
An S-level mental fluctuation.
A hint of excitement flashed in Zhu Rong's eyes. Her figure appeared silently in front of Chen Mo as if by teleportation. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently lifted Chen Mo's chin.
Those languid phoenix eyes seemed to hold a myriad of charms. The sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. How is this possible? Chen Mo was even more startled.
He subconsciously took a step back, breaking free from Zhu Rong's clutches, a shy blush spreading across his face.
What are you doing?
Zhu Rong raised an eyebrow with interest, seemingly surprised by Chen Mo's reaction.
It's still a novice. She stopped teasing and went straight to the point.
Kid, from now on, you've been specially recruited by the Hero Association headquarters.
Come back to headquarters with me immediately to report for duty.
Her tone was matter-of-fact, as if she were announcing something trivial.
However, these words were like a thunderclap to everyone's ears. He was specially recruited by the Hero Association headquarters? This is the supreme glory that all heroes dream of.
Once you get into headquarters, it means you'll have access to top-tier resources, a broad platform, and unlimited potential. Everyone stared at Chen Mo with jealous and frantic eyes, wishing they could replace him. Wang Jing glanced coldly at Luo Feng not far away, a hint of resentment on her face. It was agreed long ago that Chen Mo would belong to her, but unexpectedly, the S-class hero that Luo Feng called over actually snatched the peach right in front of her. The other party's target was so clear that Luo Feng had obviously already told Zhu Rong that Chen Mo was an S-rank. That bastard never intended to give Chen Mo to her. However, just when everyone thought Chen Mo would agree without hesitation and leave with this S-level big shot with gratitude.
Thank you for your kindness, but I still want to stay at dawn.
Although Chen Mo's voice was not loud, it was like a bomb dropped on a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Everyone stared at him blankly, as if he were an idiot, wondering if they had misheard.
He actually refused? This is a special recruitment from the Hero Association headquarters. They're not even in the same league as the Jiangcheng Heroes Association or the Iron-Blooded team. Has he been kicked in the head by a donkey?
After a brief moment of shock, Wang Jing, Zhang Heng, Wei Dejiang, and others all revealed gloating sneers on their faces.
Click, click. They wished Chen Mo would refuse. If an S-class genius with unlimited potential is taken away by headquarters, who can guarantee that he won't come back for revenge in the future? And now, this ignorant fool dares to defy the will of an S-class hero to his face. Now, they don't have to lift a finger. If Zhu Rong were to unleash his fury, the Dawnbreaker team would be annihilated in an instant. For the first time, a hint of surprise appeared on Zhu Rong's languid and beautiful face. She looked at the bespectacled young man in front of her with surprise, as if she hadn't heard him clearly, and asked again in confusion. Chen Mo pushed up his glasses and stared directly into Zhu Rong's imposing phoenix eyes without flinching. Wherever the captain is, that's where I'll be.
After saying that, he ignored Zhu Rong and silently took a step closer to Lin Yi, demonstrating his stance through his actions.
Wherever the captain is, that's where I'll be.
Zhu Rong murmured the same words over and over, his astonishment gradually replaced by incomprehensible absurdity and anger. Her gaze, like two cold, sharp swords, suddenly shot towards the man who remained as calm as an abyss.
You are his captain? A hint of dangerous chill crept into Zhu Rong's voice.
Lin Yi met her gaze calmly, neither humble nor arrogant, and nodded slightly. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Zhu Rong felt an inexplicable fire surge up from the bottom of her heart. She suddenly took a step forward, and her powerful S-class aura swept towards Lin Yi like a tsunami.
What makes someone a mere F-rank hero qualified
qualified to be the captain of an S-rank hero team. Her voice was sharp and shrill, filled with undisguised contempt and anger. Kid, what do you take S-class heroes for? Where is your dignity as an S-class hero? An S-class hero actually recognized an F-class trash as his captain. If this news gets out, you'll utterly disgrace all of us S-class heroes. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, and a fierce rage ignited in her languid phoenix eyes. Since you say you'll go wherever he is. Xu Rong's lips curled into an extremely cruel smile, her eyes revealing murderous intent, and the terrifying aura of an S-class hero instantly oppressed the entire scene. If he's gone, then you don't need to stay with him anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of fire energy carrying a destructive aura began to gather wildly in Xu Rong's palm. A fist-sized, blood-red energy ball with flames burning on its surface instantly took shape. The terrifying heat swept in all directions, and the rolling heat waves forced many heroes to retreat, their faces filled with horror. No one doubted that once this energy ball exploded, everything around it would be instantly leveled. Han Li and Su Qingyue screamed in horror at the same time and rushed forward without thinking. However, just how terrifying is the aura of an S-class hero? They both felt as if their bodies were filled with lead, so heavy that they couldn't even move a finger. Endless despair, like an icy tide, completely overwhelmed them. Lin Ye's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. He had already experienced firsthand the terror of S-class monsters when he faced the S-class monster One Punch Man. That was a power that completely surpassed human capabilities and was almost divine. Even though he now possesses multiple A-level abilities, he still has the trump card of breaking the limit with one punch. But all of this seemed pale and powerless in the face of that energy sphere. Chen Mo wanted to apply the law of causality. However, before he could finish speaking, he was glared at fiercely by Xu Rong's narrow phoenix eyes. In an instant, Chen Mo felt as if a skyscraper was pressing down on him. His body involuntarily knelt on one knee, and he couldn't utter a single word. His heart was in turmoil. Despite both being S-rank, he was as powerless as a child in front of his opponent. Lu Chuling is right, he still has a long way to go. Lin Yi gripped the broken star tightly, his eyes filled with extreme solemnity. Even when facing an S-class hero, he would never surrender. Strike first, strike hard. Just as Lin Yi was about to make the first move, a stunningly beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Sister Rong, it's been a long time. Yao Shi wore a warm smile on her beautiful face. Those clear, autumn water-like eyes curved into crescent moons as they gazed at Xu Rong in the sky. The moment Xu Rong saw Yao Shi, his face, which was usually filled with rage, also revealed undisguised surprise and astonishment. Xiao Shi? She exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. How did you get here? She flashed and instantly appeared in front of Yao Shi. Those imposing phoenix eyes now held a hint of a smile. Weren't you supposed to be out looking for important research materials? Why did you end up in a place like Jiangchen? Yao Shi extended her slender fingers and gently pointed to the energy ball in Xu Rong's palm, which still emitted terrifyingly high temperatures. Sister Rong, you should put your little son away for now, it's a bit scary. Upon hearing this, Xu Rong glanced at Lin Yi behind Yao Shi, and the energy ball in his palm silently dissipated. Yao Shi turned around, smiled, and winked at Lin Yi. That smile was like that of a little fox who had stolen candy, full of pride and smugness. Don't even mention it. I ran into a lot of trouble while searching for research materials, and I almost lost my life. Luckily, Lin Yi and the others showed up and saved my life. When Yao Shi looked at Xu Rong, her expression had returned to calm. What? Xu Rong was taken aback. Yao Shi is the youngest chief researcher at the Hero Association headquarters Advanced Technology Research Institute, and is hailed as a once-in-a-century scientific research genius. If she really dies outside, it will be a heavy blow to the Hero Association headquarters, not to mention the enormous family behind her, which would unleash a terrifying and overwhelming rage. Xu Rong's heart was pounding violently. From this perspective, this F-rank guy has actually done something incredibly good. However, a mere F-level expert couldn't possibly save Yao Shi. It must be Chen Mo, the S-level expert. Thinking of this, Xu Rong's gaze towards Chen Mo softened considerably, and she completely released the invisible pressure she exerted on the Dawn clan. The expressions on the faces of Luo Feng, Wang Jing, Zhang Hong, and Wei Dezhang were beyond description. They felt a bone-chilling cold surge from their feet to their hearts, making them feel icy cold all over, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Although Yao Shi's exact identity is unclear, she is able to address the S-class hero Xu Rong as sister and speak to her in such a casual tone. Even a fool could tell that this woman's background was terrifying beyond their wildest imagination. Moreover, she actually sided with Lin Yi. The thought sent a chill down their spines. Yao Shi's face darkened, and she glared unfriendly at Luo Feng and the others before speaking to Xu Rong. Sister Rong, Lin Yi, and the others saved my life. But the president of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association colluded with the A-level team to frame them and even tried to kill them. You absolutely have to help me make this decision. Xu Rong's icy gaze pierced Luo Feng and his companions like a sharp sword. If Yao Shi hadn't intervened in time, she would have been used as a tool to deal with Yao Shi, who had saved her life. It was an act of repaying kindness with enmity. Feeling the murderous glare from Xu Rong, Luo Feng
felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly and loudly protested, "Lady Yenji, this has nothing to do with me. It was the Hero Association president who requested our Blazing Flame team's assistance, that's why we stepped in. I had no idea about the details beforehand." Upon hearing this, Wang Jing nearly ground her teeth to powder. She cursed inwardly. It was clearly Luo Feng who took the initiative to ask her to join forces against Lin Yi, but now he was pushing all the responsibility onto her. But she dared not expose Luo Feng, and the Luo family was not one she could afford to offend either. Her eyes darted around, and she immediately shifted the blame to her two subordinates. "Your Excellency Yan Ji is wise. It is Zhang Hong and Wei Dejiang. The two of them secretly mobilized manpower behind my back, intending to harm the Dawn team. I'm here to stop them." Zhang Hong and Wei Dejiang were dumbfounded. They never expected that Wang Jing was even more shameless than Luo Feng. Not only did they make them take the blame, but they also distorted the truth and portrayed themselves as innocent. The two exchanged a glance, and had no choice but to continue making excuses. Wei Dejiang immediately pointed at Zhou Hao, who was standing not far away with a bruised and swollen face from being beaten by Hanli, and shouted angrily, "It's that bastard. He gave us a false intelligence report, saying that the Dawn squad resisted arrest and attacked law enforcement officers. That's why we brought our men here." Zhang Heng immediately chimed in, "That's right. We were also deceived by treacherous people." Zhou Hao was startled and was about to retort when Wei Dejiang's eyes flashed with a cold light and he launched a mental attack. Zhou Hao's head felt as if it had been smashed open by a watermelon, with red and white filth splattering everywhere. "Still dare to argue? You deserve to die." Wei Dejiang cursed viciously, as if he had just killed not his subordinate, but his mortal enemy. This shameless blame-shifting frenzy has finally come to an end. Subsequently, Wang Jing, Luo Feng, and others apologized to Zhu Rong. He spoke earnestly, explaining that he had been deceived by slander and begged for forgiveness. Zhu Rong looked at Yao Shi, who in turn turned to look at Lin Yi, wanting to know how Lin Yi planned to handle the situation. At this moment, Lin Yi and the other three were communicating silently through a mental link. "Captain, that bastard Wei Dejiang, I must kill him with my own hands." Han Li's voice was full of anger. "That perverted Zhang Han, I must personally tear him to pieces." Su Qingyue's tone was equally icy and chilling. Chen Mo also chimed in, "Captain, I don't think we need to owe Zhu Rong any more favors. We can handle these people ourselves." Lin Ye's thoughts coincided with theirs. He looked at Yao Shi and Zhu Rong, a faint smile on his face. "Let's call it a day." "Thank you both." Zhu Rong didn't say much after hearing this, only because of Yao Shi. Yao Shi guessed Lin Ye's meaning. Since the parties involved had chosen to settle things peacefully, there was no need for her to be aggressive anymore. Luo Feng and his men felt like they had been granted a pardon. They quickly led their men, carrying the corpses, and slunk away. This earth-shattering crisis has finally been resolved. The heroes who had been watching dispersed and privately discussed the day's events. "Xiaoxi, come home with me," Zhu Rong said gently, taking Yaoxi's hand. Yaoxi glanced at Lin Yi, then shook her head, her tone tinged with apology. "Sister Rong, I still have some things to finish, so I need to stay in Jiangqing a little longer. You should go back first." Zhu Rong smiled helplessly upon hearing this. "You're such a busy person." "Alright then, I don't have anything else to do anyway, so I'll stay in Jiangqing for a while. Remember to let me know when you're going back." "Okay, thank you, Sister Rong." Yaoxi rubbed Zhu Rong's hand, her eyes filled with gratitude. She knew that Zhu Rong wanted to accompany her back because he had heard that she had almost lost her life and was worried that something might happen to her again. Zhu Rong looked at Yaoxi with a doting expression, then turned her gaze to Lin Yi, her lazy phoenix eyes regaining their scrutinizing and warning look. "An F-rank hero should have the awareness of an F-rank. I don't care what tricks you used to bind Chen Mo, but you'd better loosen his shackles as soon as possible, otherwise, more S-rank experts will come looking for trouble for you." Before Lin Yi could even refute her, she transformed into a streak of fire and shot into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. "Pa, this S-rank is so arrogant." Han Li spat fiercely at the sky. Chen Mo quickly advised, "Captain, don't take it to heart." Lin Yi smiled faintly, indicating that he didn't take those words to heart at all. Then, he turned to Yaoxi, his gaze sincere. "Miss Yaoxi, thank you for saving my life. If Yaoxi hadn't stepped in to help today, the Dawn team might have been finished." Yaoxi looked at him, her bright eyes sparkling with laughter. "You saved me too, so we're even." The group got into the SUV and drove towards Lin Ye's apartment. Lin Yi thought Yaoxi would leave alone, but unexpectedly she followed her inside. I have to stay in Jiangqing for a few days because of something, and I don't have anywhere to stay." This was the excuse she made up for herself. Lin Yi nodded. Anyway, he had plenty of rooms in his apartment, so it wouldn't be a big deal to leave one for Yaoxi. At worst, the men can just squeeze in. On the way back, the system notification sounded as expected. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the team mission, Dawn's Might. Task rating settlement in progress? Settlement complete. As a series of system notification sounds rang out, a blue light screen that only Lin Yi could see suddenly unfolded in front of him. Team member performance evaluation. Captain Lin Yi. Performance. When facing a multi-pronged attack from the blazing flame, the sharp blade, and the enforcement department, he
single-handedly turned the tide of the battle. He suppressed the entire scene with swift and decisive action, demonstrating extraordinary combat wisdom and overwhelming dominance. Despite being completely overwhelmed by the S-rank hero Flame Princess, you remained calm and composed, seizing the opportunity to strike, demonstrating exceptional resilience and tenacity. Evaluation: you are a natural leader, the absolute core and soul of the team. Every decision you make precisely hits the enemy's weak point. Your existence is the greatest source of confidence and belief for the Dawn team to move forward fearlessly and be invincible. Rating: SS. Team member: Chen Mo. Performance: remains calm and composed when facing an enemy far stronger than oneself. By precisely utilizing the power of causality, the team gained an absolute battlefield advantage and successfully limited the A-level mental hero Shen 2 at a crucial moment. Despite the devastating attack from the S-class hero Flame Princess, you fought back fiercely, risking everything to protect your captain. Your loyalty and courage are truly admirable. Evaluation: you are the magician on the battlefield, the key to controlling the balance of victory and defeat. Your existence makes the impossible possible. You have proven to the world through your actions that wisdom is sufficient to counter absolute power and is supreme authority. Rating: S. Team member: Han Li. Performance: facing an enemy several times stronger than himself, he showed no fear and charged forward bravely. He displayed amazing fighting spirit and loyalty in the battle, successfully restraining and severely injuring Zhou Hao, a B-level law enforcement officer, thus relieving the pressure on the captain. Even when faced with the despair-inducing pressure of the S-class hero Flame Princess, he did not back down. They built a solid defense line with their own flesh and blood, embodying the unwavering will of Dawn. Comment: your fist is the team's sharpest spear. Your loyalty is your most dazzling metal. You are the most reliable bulwark for your teammates. Every charge is fueled by the burning flame of protecting their comrades. Rating: A+. Team member: Su Qingyue. Performance: remain calm throughout the chaotic battlefield. Precisely deploy life-saving links to provide solid life protection for all our units. Especially under the pressure of the S-class hero Flame Princess, she withstood the immense mental impact, using her unwavering will to sustain the team's lifeline. Evaluation: you are the warmest guardian of the team, a flower of life blooming on the battlefield. Your presence allows your teammates to entrust their backs to you without any worries. Each treatment not only soothed the pain but also ignited a glimmer of hope in the face of despair. Rating: A+. Overall task rating: S. Mission rewards: 2000 team reputation for lottery chests. Seeing the system's evaluation, Lin Yi nodded silently. In fact, the B-level enemies they faced this time, Han Li and Su Qingyue, had limited room to maneuver. Lin Yi was already very satisfied that they received an A+ rating. As for the fact that he actually received an SS rating, it was completely beyond his expectations. Overall, the experience was quite good. System: open the lottery treasure chest. Ding! Lottery chest X4 opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the C-rank item Berserk Potion. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the B-grade equipment Swift Boots. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the B-grade skill book Rage of Thunder. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 grade A energy core. A blue light, 2 purple lights, and 1 orange light flashed by, and the 4 items floated silently in the system space. That skill book, Rage of Thunder, is perfect for Razor. The Swift Boots can make up for Xie Yong's lack of speed. As for that grade A energy core, a blazing light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. This is exactly what he desires most right now. Although he had already obtained one from the Abyss Petrified Spider, advancing to A rank was by no means easy. A grade A energy core does not necessarily guarantee a smooth advancement. The more the better. Lin Yi did not intend to let Han Li and Su Qingyue use A-level energy cores to upgrade to A-level, because upgrading through the Plunder system is more convenient and risk-free. However, using an A-grade energy core for enhancement carries considerable risks. As Lin Yi checked the system rewards, the atmosphere inside the car gradually became more lively. Miss Yaoshi, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, we would probably be dead by now, Lei Zhe said, his face still showing lingering fear. Yes, Xie Yong nodded repeatedly. If you ever need Xie Yong's help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Han Li asked curiously, Miss Yaoshi, what exactly is your relationship with that S-class hero, Yanji? Is she really your sister? What exactly happened? Upon hearing this, Yaoshi revealed an elegant smile, her voice clear and melodious. Sister Rong and I grew up together since childhood. Although we are not related by blood, we are no different from sisters. Chen Mo spoke up. Miss Yaoshi, your background seems extraordinary. Why didn't you have any powerful hero guards with you when you went out? Yaoshi glanced at Chen Mo, thinking to herself that this kid was trying to get information from me. She sighed helplessly. Of course there were. At first, I brought an A-level team with me. Unfortunately, the Abyss Petrifying Spider was too cunning. It disguised the secret realm as a B-level one, and as a result, the A-level team was completely wiped out inside. You should be well aware of the Abyss Petrifying Spider's strength. If it weren't for Chen Mo, an S-class hero, and Captain Lin Yi in your team, you probably probably wouldn't even have any dust left. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yao Shi's words. Back then, the abyss petrified spider almost wiped them out with a single spray of petrifying slime. If they were caught off guard and had joined Yao Shi's A-level team, the outcome would likely have been the same. If it weren't for Lin Yi and Chen Mo turning the tide, and if Lin Yi hadn't for the chance to pick a few black swamp lotuses in advance, they wouldn't be alive today. Xia Yong, Lei Zhe. Lin Yi's voice suddenly came from the side, instantly attracting everyone's attention. He looked at the two of them calmly and sincerely. Are you two interested in joining Dawn? The unexpected invitation left Xia Yong and Lei Zhe stunned. Immediately afterwards, a surge of ecstasy welled up inside me. Of course I'd love to, Brother Yi. Lei Zhe was so excited he almost jumped up. He had wanted to follow Lin Yi for a long time. However, he still had a group of teammates he couldn't let go of, and Lin Yi's side, Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, and the others weren't very welcoming to him either. Now that these problems have been resolved, he can follow Lin Yi without any worries. Captain Lin, I'm 100% willing. My life is yours from now on. Xia Yong was so excited that he almost knelt down, his voice trembling slightly. At this moment, he felt incredibly fortunate for his earlier decision to take a gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Alright, from now on you're all on the same side. Lin Yi smiled and entered the two people's information into the Dawn team. Soon, Xia Yong and Lei Zhe's hero terminals received recruitment notices from the Dawn team. The two excitedly agreed. Meanwhile, in the team development module of the Plunder system, the attributes of Xia Yong and Lei Zhe have been added to the team member panel. Name, Xia Yong. Rank, B. Ability, Heavenly Fist. Attributes, Strength B+, Agility C+, Constitution B+, Spirit C, Energy B+. Skill 1, Chi Piercing Fist. Rank B. Active concentrates Chi into the fist, dealing massive damage to the target while ignoring 15% of the target's physical defense or energy resistance. That feeling. Evaluation, you possess considerable melee burst damage, but you become somewhat passive when facing fast-moving or ranged enemies. Name, Lei Zhe. Rank, B. Ability, Thunder Strike. Attributes, Strength B, Agility B+, Constitution B, Spirit B+, Energy B+. Skill 1, Lightning Slash. Rank B, active condenses lightning energy into a light blade slash, with a certain paralyzing effect. The weaker the enemy, the stronger the paralysis effect. Can be attached to blade-type weapons. Evaluation, you are a natural battlefield assault soldier. Speed is your advantage, but insufficient defense is your biggest weakness. Looking at the attribute panels of the two people, Lin Yi understood. Although Xia Yong and Han Li have similar abilities, their career paths are completely different. Han Li is more of a berserker who focuses on sustained combat, while Xia Yong pursues maximum burst damage and is a heavy artilleryman. As for Razor, his abilities are the most comprehensive, so he has almost no weaknesses in any attribute. With the system's assistance, even a useless character can be trained into an S-class hero, not to mention that both of them are highly promising new talents. Next, it's time to break through to rank A. After settling the new team members, Lin Yi didn't waste any time and went alone to the apartment's private training room. He sat cross-legged, holding the A-grade energy core that emitted a dazzling purple light in his palm. Streams of pure and powerful energy surged from the core, making the air in the entire training room thick and sticky. Lin Yi took a deep breath and swallowed the energy core without hesitation. Boom! A torrent of energy, 10 times more violent than when he advanced to B-level, erupted within him like an ancient beast awakening. The pain was still excruciating, but Lin Yi seemed to have gotten used to it. An hour later, he completely refined and absorbed the last bit of energy. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, and two beams of orange light, almost tangible, shone from them. No, it's still a little short. He clearly felt that his strength had not yet reached A level. Moreover, the system notification tone still did not sound. Since that's the case, let's try again. Lin Yi took out the grade A energy core from the lottery box again and swallowed it in one gulp. Another hour passed. A sense of extremely familiar and powerful energy filled my entire body. He has finally recovered to grade A. The power, speed, and physique I once possessed have all returned. His original offensive ability, Starfall, has also been restored to rank A. At the same time, the system notification sound finally rang. Ding! Host level upgraded to A level. Boom! Boom! The number of abilities the host can solidify has been increased to 4. The number of abilities that team members can solidify has been increased to 2. The highest rank that can be looted has been increased to S rank. Note, before instilling S rank abilities into team members, ensure they have already reached A rank. S rank passive ability One Punch Breaks Limit effect enhanced, ignores 80% of the target's physical defense and energy resistance. The new host panel feature is now unlocked. Host panel, the host can view their own attributes. The new feature Secret Realm Raid is now unlocked. Secret Realm Plunder allows exploration of secret realms within a 200-kilometer radius. The team members have mastered 2 skills? Lin Yi was overjoyed. This improvement excited him even more than his own ability to solidify 4 abilities. This means that he can make all the members of the Dawn team become S-class heroes. This will be a qualitative leap leap in the overall strength of the Dawn team. Although there are limitations to instilling S-class abilities, it's not a major problem. After the initial surprise, Lin Yi also felt a little puzzled about the newly unlocked features. He found it strange when he first saw the team members' attribute panels. I'm also a member of Dawn, so why isn't my character listed in the team's attribute panel? Now I finally understand. It turns out his attribute panel is separate. Moreover, you must reach rank A to unlock it. What makes its attribute panel different from others? Lin Yi immediately opened the host panel. Name, Lin Yi. Level, A. Ability, Meteor Shower. Attributes, Strength A+, Agility B, Constitution A+, Spirit A, Energy A+. Skill 1, Starfall Fury. Rank B active launches 3 meteors in succession, unleashing a saturation bombardment on the target. Skill 2, Stellar Core Fission. Rank A active extremely compresses meteoric energy and injects it into the ground or the target's body, triggering a stellar core explosion and creating a gravitational collapse field within a certain range. Solidation Ability 1, One Punch Breaks Limit. S-rank passive attacks ignore 80% of the target's physical defense and energy resistance. Solidation Ability 2, Thunderclap. Rank B active gathers lightning energy in various parts of the body, increasing speed, agility, attack power, and lightning projection in different areas. Solidation Ability 3, Abyss Body. A rank passive increases physical defense and energy resistance by 40%, grants immunity to all control and poison effects below B rank. Highest lootable level, S rank. Current team member count, May 8. Outer battlefield, not yet unlocked. My attribute panel is indeed different from my teammates. Can we only recruit a maximum of 8 team members? Is it because our team is currently only ranked B? Extraterritorial battlefield? Does that refer to another world, or the universe beyond Earth? Lin Yi frowned in thought. Whether it's another world or the universe outside of Earth, it must truly exist. S rank? Furthermore, it poses a threat to humanity on Earth. Otherwise, the system will not define it as an extraterritorial battlefield. If that's the case, would S-class capabilities be sufficient to deal with the dangers of extraterritorial battlefields? Is there a higher rank than S rank? Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. It's pointless to think about these things now. The highest level currently recognized on Earth is S-class. As for whether there are higher levels after S rank, it's not too late to talk about that once he truly reaches S rank. In the office of the captain of the Blazing Flame team, Luo Feng swept all the items off the table in one swift motion. His handsome face was contorted with extreme anger, making him look like a monstrous demon. He roared like a madman, his eyes burning with insane hatred. He thought today's operation was foolproof and that Lin Yi was doomed. But unexpectedly, Yao Shi appeared out of nowhere and shattered everything. Looking back, he had confidently declared that they would surely die today, and even a celestial being descending to Earth couldn't save them. As a result, not only was Dawn unharmed, but he also took the initiative to apologize in front of everyone. I'm afraid many heroes are laughing at him behind his back right now. As for shifting the blame to Wang Jing, he didn't even bother with it. In his eyes, Wang Jing was not worth mentioning at all. He opened the hero terminal and made an encrypted call. Black Snake, I don't care what mission you have now. Get back to Jiangqing immediately. Third young master, I'm currently tracking down the traitors from the Purification Council. For now, I told you to come back right now. Luo Feng's voice was hoarse and filled with resentment. I want you to personally tear that scumbag Lin Yi and everyone around him to shreds. Meanwhile, inside a luxury suite belonging to the Blazing Flame team, Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, and Lu Yun sat dejectedly on the sofa, the atmosphere heavy. Chen Bing stood by the window, gazing at the sky outside, without saying a word. No one spoke, but everyone's heart was churning with emotion. They reminisced about the days they spent with Lin Yi. No matter how dangerous the mission, Lin Yi always rushed to the front line. No matter how precious the resources were, Lin Yi always gave them priority. He was like an older brother, taking meticulous care of each and every one of them, leading them step by step to upgrade Dawn from rank F to rank B. But when Lin Yi needed them most, they chose to betray him, to kick him when he was down, and to trample on that heavy trust underfoot. Now, seeing Lin Yi's triumphant return, surrounded by more and more outstanding and loyal companions, they finally understood just how dazzling a being they had abandoned back then. If only I hadn't betrayed Lin Yi back then. Regret, like poison, spreads in everyone's heart. Inside the office of the president of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association, Wang Jing, Wei Dejiang, and Zhang Hong all had grim expressions, like dark clouds before a storm. That unreliable bastard Luo Feng. Not only did the reinforcements he brought in turn become the enemy's accomplices, but he also pushed all the blame onto us. Wang Jing's voice was filled with barely suppressed anger. Wei Dejiang and Zhang Hong were also filled with anger, but their anger was not only directed at Luo Feng, but also at Wang Jing in front of them. Wang Jing was well aware that her previous actions had been somewhat despicable, and she coughed awkwardly as she said, "Let's not dwell on the past, let's talk about what to do next. I suggest we personally visit Lin Yi tomorrow to apologize." "What?" Zhang Hong and Wei Dejiang exclaimed in unison. "Otherwise what?" Wang Jing Jing gave the two of them a cold glance. Do you intend to fight Lin Yi and Dawn to the death? Wei Dajiang and Zheng Hong frowned. If an apology would work, they would be willing to do so. But the hatred between them and Han Li and Su Qingyue cannot be resolved with just an apology. That would truly be a fight to the death. Wang Jing can go and apologize, because she doesn't have that much of a grudge against Lin Yi and the Dawn team members. Wei Dajiang and Zhang Hong exchanged a glance, then stood up. I'm sorry, President, we disagree with your opinion. After saying that, the two walked straight out of the office. They can no longer stand on the same side as Wang Jing. At that moment, Wang Jing's hero terminal rang. It was a call from Zhang Hong. Wang Jing's heart tightened, and she immediately answered the call. Zhang Hong's heart-wrenching screams came through the phone. President, something terrible has happened. A monster horde has erupted. Rank, S rank. A piercing alarm suddenly blared from the top floor of the Hero Association building, shaking the entire city of Zhangchang. Wah! That's the highest level of alert for a horde of monsters. The once bustling city was instantly plunged into chaos. Countless citizens screamed in terror and ran around like headless flies. The sounds of horns, collisions, and screams and cries mingled together. The once orderly steel city was transformed into an apocalyptic battlefield in just a few minutes. Just then, a calm, steady, and powerful male voice transmitted clearly to everyone's ears through the city's broadcasting system. Attention all citizens, please immediately seek refuge in the nearest underground shelter. All heroes immediately proceeded to the Black Mist Swamp in the western suburbs to assemble and defend against the monster horde. Repeat, the voice carried a calming power, gradually bringing back a sliver of reason to the panicked crowd. People began to instinctively rush toward the nearest entrance to the underground shelter. At the same time, figures radiating various colored energy rays walked against the flow of people. They are heroes. Without hesitation or retreat, they rushed headlong into the most dangerous parts of the city. Teams of heroes in standard combat uniforms rushed out of the Hero Association building, quickly boarded heavy transport vehicles, and roared towards the Black Mist Swamp in the western suburbs. Inside the Hero Association's president's office, Wang Jing's expression was unusually solemn. She stared intently at the huge virtual screen in front of her. On the screen, the red dots representing the monster's energy reaction dyed the entire Black Mist Swamp area bright red. The strange people appeared much faster than she had imagined. There's only one explanation for the gathering of so many strange people in such a short time. Hidden within the Black Mist Swamp is an S-rank secret realm. An S-class monster wave has actually erupted. She murmured softly, and for the first time, a look of fear appeared on her usually beautiful face. Wei Dajiang and Zhang Hong, who were originally preparing to leave, also turned back at this moment. Both of them wore expressions of undisguised shock, but soon, a sinister glint flashed in Wei Dajiang's eyes. He strode over to Wang Jing, lowered his voice, and said in a seductive tone, President, I have a plan. We can use someone else to do the dirty work and send the Dawn team to carry out a mission in the core area of the monster horde. In this way, we can secretly use the strange man to completely eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong nodded repeatedly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Great idea. It's killing two birds with one stone. However, Wang Jing did not react at all, and even looked at them with a bit of surprise. These two men lost their minds because of personal grudges. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly, her beautiful phoenix eyes burning with unprecedented rage. What time is it? She pointed to the shocking bright red area on the screen, her voice trembling slightly with anger. An S-class monster wave. Do you know what this means? This means that the lives of millions of people in the entire city of Wuhan could be destroyed today. At a time like this, you're still thinking about your personal grudges? I order you to go back immediately and regroup your troops. You must set off for the Black Mist Swamp within 5 minutes. If your delays cause any problems with the defenses, I will be the first to send you to the Tribunal for Heroes. Wang Jing's angry rebuke was like a bucket of cold water poured over Wei Dajiang and Zhang Hong, instantly sobering them up. The two exchanged a glance, feeling resentful and uneasy. Not daring to say anything more, they slunk away from the office. However, in the instant they turned around, a hint of resentment and ruthlessness flashed in each other's eyes. Buzz! The SUV sped along the empty streets, its engine roaring deafeningly. The atmosphere inside the car was heavy. Lin Ye's expression was grave as he gazed at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window and whispered his instructions. This wave of monsters will definitely include S-class monsters. If you discover a suspected S-class monster, do not take any chances. Get away immediately. Hand it over to an S-class hero. Furthermore, the battlefield is constantly changing, and no one is allowed to leave the team without authorization. We must fight as a team and cover each other. Do you understand? Everyone responded in unison, their faces filled with tension and determination. No one has ever personally experienced an S-class monster wave, but everyone knows how dangerous it is. As they continued westward, they encountered more and more hero teams heading towards the Black Mist Swamp. Some drove modified heavy armored vehicles, some rode high-speed energy motorcycles, and many more rode in military transport vehicles uniformly allocated by the Hero Association. Association. How is that possible? A torrent of steel, converging in the same direction. That place was the front line of human civilization's fight against the monster invasion. Just then, a blazing line of fire streaked across the sky like a meteor. It shot off at an astonishing speed towards the black mist swamp. The flames were so bright they almost burned a hole in the sky. Look, it's the S-Class hero, Flame Princess. Great! Lady Flame Princess has made her move. The countless heroes rushing to the battlefield below saw the beam of fire, and their morale soared. A glimmer of hope ignited in my previously heavy heart. Luckily, Sister Rong is here, Yaoshi exclaimed happily, her expression relaxing a bit. Before the words were finished, another dazzling silver light tore through the sky, shooting towards the black mist swamp from the other side of the horizon with a sharp whistling sound, like a peerless divine spear. He is the guardian of our Jiangcheng, the S-Class hero Long Dan. With Captain Lu Chuling guarding us, we have nothing to fear. Another cheer erupted from the crowd. Then, a sudden change occurred. The sky seemed to darken at that moment. A powerful and imposing pressure, as heavy as a mountain, slowly descended from the heavens. Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked up in alarm. High in the sky, a colossal, phantom-like barrier made of pure energy had appeared out of nowhere. That barrier seemed to support the heavens and the earth, exuding a terrifying aura of eternity and invulnerability. The next moment, the enormous barrier phantom rapidly contracted and condensed. Ultimately, he transformed into a middle-aged man clad in heavy black armor, with a physique as imposing as an iron tower. It slowly landed at the frontline command post set up by the Hero Association. It's the S-Class hero, Immovable Barrier, Lord Gao Jianli. The guardians of the Hero Association have arrived. We're guaranteed to win this time. The successive appearance of 3 S-Class heroes was like a powerful stimulant, injecting a strong dose of adrenaline into the hearts of every hero. It instantly ignited their fighting spirit and conviction, bringing them to their peak. However, the next second, a strange change occurred in the sky above the black mist swamp. Boom! A deafening roar, shaking the very earth, came from the deepest part of the black mist swamp. The earth there trembled violently and rhythmically, as if an incredibly heavy behemoth was approaching step by step. Soon, a huge outline slowly emerged from the thick fog. That was a terrifying behemoth nearly 100 meters tall. Its body appears to be forcibly pieced together from swamp mud, decaying giant trees, and black mountain rocks. Its enormous body was covered with countless monster remains and the shattered armor of human heroes. 2 enormous, scarlet eyes hung in midair, like blood-red lanterns. The mere sight of him exudes an aura of brutality and destruction powerful enough to freeze the soul. S-Class monster, Lord of Mountain Collapse. Just as everyone was still reeling from the awe of the colossal creature, a nauseating stench swept across the battlefield like a tidal wave. On the east side of the battlefield, a humanoid monster appeared, about 6 meters tall, with its whole body swollen and its skin covered with constantly bursting pustules. It emerged from the black fog with heavy steps. With each step, the ground beneath his feet rapidly decayed and withered, turning into a pitch-black wasteland. A poisonous cloud composed of countless tiny, fly-like insects surrounded him, emitting a disturbing buzzing sound. S-Class monster, Rotten Calamity. At the same time, space above the western defensive line distorted without warning. Who do you think you are? It was as if an invisible hand had torn a rift in it. A multi-legged creature, over 5 meters tall and composed of countless irregular purple crystals, silently descended from the crack. It has no eyes and no mouth, but the massive main crystal at the core of the body was pulsating at a strange frequency. Each pulse releases an invisible spiritual impact. Watch out, he's not your teammate. Don't attack me, I'm one of our own. The defensive line was thrown into chaos. Many heroes suddenly began to hallucinate, seeing their comrades as ferocious monsters and launching attacks without hesitation. S-Class monster, the Lie Crystal. 3 S-Class monsters. There are actually 3 S-Class monsters. Is this the S-Class monster horde? This is terrifying. Can we really win? Many heroes exclaimed in surprise. Their confidence, which had just been built up by an S-Class hero, began to waver at this moment. However, they were unaware that the most extreme fear had only just begun to descend. On the shoulder of the Lord of Mountain Collapse, a humanoid figure more than 3 meters tall slowly stood up. Compared to the Lord of Mountain Collapse, this figure seemed insignificant. But the moment Lin Yi saw that figure clearly, his blood seemed to freeze instantly. It was a strange humanoid creature covered in a dark purple, hard shell. His body was bulging with muscles, and every inch of his body exuded explosive power. However, that round, hairless head, paired with empty eyes and an expressionless face. This contrasts sharply with the explosive-looking body. Hey, what's that strange guy on the Lord of Mountain Collapse's shoulder? Ha, this weirdo looks a bit abstract. But being able to stand on the shoulders of the Lord of Mountain Collapse, he must be quite strong. Just then, Gao Jinli's voice resounded across the battlefield like a booming bell. Everyone, listen up. Retreat 5 kilometers immediately. Heroes below rank A are not allowed to approach within 3 kilometers of the Lord of the Mountain Collapse. This order stunned all the heroes. The battle hadn't even officially started yet, and they were being ordered to retreat 5 kilometers? The total defensive depth from
from here to Zhangcheng is only about 30 kilometers. But when they saw the expressions on the faces of the three S-class heroes, they suddenly realized that something significant must have happened that they didn't know about. For the first time, all composure and nonchalance vanished from Yan Zhizhuron's languid and exquisitely beautiful face. Instead, there was an unprecedented solemnity and apprehension. Her phoenix eyes, burning with flames, were fixed on the figure standing on the shoulder of the Lord of Mountain Collapse. His body tensed slightly, and the flames around him involuntarily surged violently. On the other side, Lu Chuling, wielding a silver spear and exuding a sharp aura. His face was resolute and unyielding at this moment, with his thick eyebrows furrowed. The veins on his hand gripping the gun bulged as he said in a deep voice, "How could he be here?" Even Gao Jianli, the most composed and imposing figure with a deep, mountain-like aura, now had a hoarse voice. This is a huge problem. Just then, the bald, strange man seemed to find standing on the shoulders of the Lord of Collapse somewhat boring. His body defied gravity, slowly rising from those massive shoulders and eventually hovering in midair. He remained expressionless, his empty eyes indifferently scanning the heroic torrent below, who stood ready for battle, as if he were merely looking at a group of meaningless dust. A resolute glint flashed in Zhu Rong's eyes. This guy is definitely not someone any one of us can handle alone. Only if the three of them join forces will they have a slim chance of winning. The only solution now is to resolve this quickly. We must take care of the other three S-class monsters as quickly as possible. Then concentrate all your forces and fight him. Lu Chuling and Gao Jianli nodded in unison, without any objection. This is the only option. Even if an S-class hero wins against an S-class monster, it will still take a lot of time and effort. A quick and decisive victory is virtually impossible. But they had no other choice. That bastard Black Snake, he wasn't here at the crucial moment. Lu Chuling couldn't help but curse. "I'll deal with that big guy," Gao Jianli roared, his burly body transforming into a thick stream of light as he charged towards the mountain-like Lord of Collapse. Both Immovable Barrier and Lord of Mountain Collapse represent the ultimate embodiment of power and defense. In this battle, we must find a way to lure the enemy away from the main battlefield, otherwise, the aftershocks alone will be enough to destroy the entire Jiangcheng. That guy who plays with people's minds, I'll take care of him. Lu Chuling's silver spear trembled, its shadow like a dragon, slicing through the sky and transforming into a bolt of silver lightning that pierced towards the strange, illusory magic crystal. Mental abilities are the most unpredictable and dangerous. If they were to wreak havoc on the main battlefield, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'll take care of that last ugly freak. Shu Rong snorted coldly, and his whole body burst into raging flames, like a falling sun. He carried with him terrifying heat that could burn everything, and suddenly burst forth towards the rotten calamity that spread the plague. The three S-class heroes made their moves almost simultaneously. Boom! Gao Jianli punched the Lord of Mountain Collapse in the shin, unleashing terrifying power that caused the 100-meter-tall beast to stagger backward. The Lord of Mountain Collapse roared, raising his massive, mountain-like foot and stomping it down. The earth cracked open, and dust billowed into the sky. Gao Jianli used his energy barrier to withstand the attack, but his body was blasted away and slammed dozens of meters into the ground. But the next second, he shot up from the ground. The iron fists repeatedly pounded on the head of the Mountain Collapse Lord, gradually forcing him to the north. The flames of Zhurong surged and condensed into a 10-meter-long giant sword of fire, which descended from the sky. Blazing blade, the flaming greatsword slashed fiercely at the rotting calamity, and its swollen body instantly exploded, splattering countless pustules and foul-smelling green liquid. The rotting calamity screamed and frantically spewed venom as it attacked Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong snorted coldly, and the flames transformed into a shield, instantly evaporating the poison completely. He retreated rapidly, carrying the rotting calamity towards the southern wasteland. Lu Chuling's silver spear moved like a dragon, its shadows overlapping, each thrust accurately piercing the crystal note of the illusory word's magic crystal. Ding ding ding! A series of ear-piercing cracking sounds rang out, and cracks appeared all over the surface of the false word's magic crystal. It emitted an angry mental shriek, distorting space as it launched a mental attack on Lu Chuling. Lu Chuling's eyes narrowed, and his silver spear burst forth with dazzling light, forcefully tearing through the mental impact. He moved like lightning, the tip of his spear pointing at the illusory magic crystal, rushing westward. The three S-class heroes each restrained one S-class monster and quickly moved away from the center of the battlefield. They must fight for a glimmer of hope for the remaining heroes and for the Jiangcheng behind them. Watching the three streaks of light, representing the highest combat power of humanity, resolutely take away the three terrifying S-class monsters, all the heroes were filled with fervor, their fear and despair ignited by a flame called belief. Inside the SUV, Lin Ye's gaze was fixed on the bald, strange man floating in the air. That abstract face, those iron fists that shattered all his pride and hope, that nightmare that plunged him from the clouds into the abyss. Even if he were reduced to ashes, he would still recognize him. S-class monster. One Punch Man. My god, it's One Punch Man. How did he end up here? Suddenly, Yaoxi's exclamation rang out in the carriage. Her eyes widened, her pretty face filled with terror as she stared at the figure in the air. One Punch Man? What level
level of monster is that? Han Li asked with a face full of curiosity. The others also looked puzzled, as if they had never heard of this name before. Yao Shi paused for a moment, then added, or rather, S+ level. S+ level? Chen Mo's pupils contracted slightly. S-class is already top tier. He had never heard of S+ class, but this did not prevent him from understanding Yao Shi's meaning. So, this one-punch demon is stronger than an S-class monster? Yao Shi nodded solemnly. Not just stronger, but much stronger. A year ago, the Iron Fortress was wiped off the map by a strange man, and this guy was the one who did it. He only used one punch. From then on, the Hero Association called him the One-Punch Demon. A collective gasp filled the car. They had already heard about the destruction of the Steel Fortress. The Hero Association's explanation at the time was that the Iron Fortress was destroyed by a wave of S-class monsters. However, Yao Shi now says that she was destroyed by this one-punch demon in front of her. Is this really something a weirdo could do? Yao Shi sighed softly. I know you find it hard to believe, but everything I said is true. The Hero Association chose to keep it a secret precisely because this news shocked the world. Lei Zhe clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. Doesn't that mean our Jiangcheng is finished? Everyone fell silent. Even a battle fortress like an iron fortress can be destroyed with a single punch, so what can an ordinary city like Jiangcheng rely on to hold on? Although it's not the best way to put it, I still suggest you turn around and leave here immediately. Yao Shi's gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on Lin Yi's face. Where there's life, there's hope. Han Li exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean? You're telling us to desert? Yao Shi did not answer, but just stared intently at Lin Yi. She knew that only this man's decision represented the team. Lin Yi slowly raised his head. He looked at Yao Shi, a serious expression mixed with a slight smile. Jiangcheng will not be finished. Lin Yi's confident voice was exceptionally clear inside the silent SUV. This sentence was like a reassuring pill. In an instant, it pulled the people inside the car, who were shrouded in despair, back from endless panic. Brother Yi, I knew you'd have a way. Razor slapped his thigh excitedly, his eyes filled with admiration. Xia Yong nodded emphatically, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Yi. Captain, you tell us what to do, and we'll do whatever you say, right? He looked at Han Li and Chen Mo beside him. Han Li replied without hesitation, of course. Chen Mo pushed up his glasses, feeling both curious and admiring. He racked his brains but couldn't come up with any way to break the deadlock. Only Yao Shi continued to stare at the group with the look of someone who was crazy, her face full of astonishment. Are you serious? That's the Fist Demon, an S+ level monster. To this day, no one has ever come back alive from his clutches. That's a terrifying existence capable of destroying an iron fortress with a single punch. Even if 3 S-class heroes join forces, their chances of winning are extremely slim. The strongest among this group of people is only a newly awakened S rank. The rest are all B rank. Why do they believe Lin Yi can turn the tide? Isn't this trust too blind? Lin Yi shifted his gaze from her shocked face and said with a faint smile, I forgot to tell you, I survived because of him. What? Yao Shi's body jolted violently, her bright eyes immediately filled with extreme shock. She stared at Lin Yi in disbelief, finding it utterly absurd. He actually survived the Fist Demon's clutches? How is that possible? Han Li, Lei Zhe, Xia Yong, and Su Qingyue were also extremely shocked by the news. Only Chen Mo, after a brief moment of shock, revealed a clear understanding in his eyes. It turns out that the reason the captain was demoted from A rank to F rank was because of the Fist Demon. Lin Yi wasted no more time, and his voice became exceptionally solemn. Time is running out, so let me tell you my plan. First of all, we definitely can't beat the Fist Demon on our own. We must gather all of Jiangqing's top combat forces, among whom Lu Chuling, Gao Jianli, and Xu Rong, 3 S-level heroes, are absolutely indispensable core members. Therefore, I will act on my own to help them defeat their respective opponents as soon as possible so that they can return to the main battlefield as quickly as possible. Too dangerous. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Su Qingyue and Han Li objected simultaneously. Captain, that's an S-class monster. You're just sending yourself to your death if you go alone. Xia Yong also urgently tried to dissuade him. Yeah, Brother Yi, don't be impulsive. Ray eyes echoed this. This is a prerequisite for winning. Lin Ye's gaze swept over everyone, his expression extremely serious. Without this step, we can't discuss the rest of the plan. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The reason he went there in person was not only to help the S-class heroes, but more importantly, he needed to seize the S-class abilities. Only in this way can he rapidly improve his strength in a short period of time and have a chance to contend with the one-punch demon. Captain, I'll go with you. Chen Mo suddenly spoke, his tone firm. I am, after all, an S-class hero, so I can definitely play a role. Lin Yi shook his head, his gaze gentle yet firm, looking at him with unwavering conviction. You must stay and lead the rest of the team to hold the line. There must be a lot of Class A monsters among this group of monsters. Only you can protect everyone. These words were like a warm current, instantly flowing into the hearts of Han Li, Su Qingyue, Xia Yong, Lei Zhe, and others. Even in such a critical situation, the captains still put their safety first. While moved, they also felt a deep sense of self-reproach. They are still too weak. weak. If they possessed A-level strength, the captain wouldn't have so many worries. Chen Mo looked at Lin Yi's trusting eyes and nodded firmly. Okay, I'll stay. He understood that the captain's arrangement was the greatest trust in him and the most reasonable tactical deployment. Secondly, it's you, Chen Mo. Lin Yi's gaze fell on him again. You are also an S-class hero, and your abilities are enough to threaten One Punch Man. But you are not strong enough. Therefore, you should eat all the secret fruits brought out from the secret realm this time. Every little bit that increases your strength is a bonus. I hope everyone agrees with my decision. No objections. Hanli, Su Qingyue, Xia Yong, and Lei shook their heads in unison. Lin Yi immediately took out 5 blood chi fruits, 3 gale fruits, and 3 rock hardening fruits from his backpack, a total of 11 extremely precious secret fruits. Any one of these secret fruits, if released, would be enough to cause a frenzy of fighting among B-rank heroes. Looking into the trusting eyes of everyone, Chen Mo showed no affectation. He knew this was the right choice at that moment. He took the 11 secret fruits that emitted alluring energy fluctuations and swallowed them all in one gulp. The secret fruit possesses immense energy, yet it is exceptionally gentle, unlike the energy core. Chen Mo felt a surge of comfort throughout his body, and his strength, speed, and physique improved significantly without him even realizing it. The last point, and the most important one. Lin Yi's voice suddenly became serious. None of you are allowed to die. Even if I become a cripple, even if my arms and legs are broken, it doesn't matter. As long as I'm alive, there's always hope. Everyone responded in unison, but their eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, opened the car door, and prepared to jump out of the car without any hesitation. Suddenly, a soft, cool little hand grabbed his wrist. Lin Yi turned around and met her beautiful eyes, which were filled with complex emotions and worry. You too, she said softly, yet with an unyielding resolve. You're not allowed to die. Lin Yi looked at her, paused for a moment, then smiled brightly and nodded emphatically. The next second, lightning flashed beneath their feet. Like an arrow released from a bow, he shot off from the speeding SUV in an instant and raced toward Lu Chuling's location. The wind howled in my ears, and the ground beneath my feet rushed backward. Lin Yi pushed the thunderbolt ability to its limit. His whole body seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning flying close to the ground. At this moment, all the heroes were retreating. The scene was chaotic, and no one paid attention to Lin Yi's movements. In the distance, a deafening roar, like a dense thunderstorm, came continuously. That was a battle between S-rank powerhouses. Even from a distance of more than 10 kilometers, the earth-shattering energy fluctuations were still clearly discernible. Lin Yi's gaze grew increasingly serious. The closer he got, the more he could feel that terrifying, heart-pounding pressure. Those were two completely different auras, yet both equally powerful enough to instill despair. A sharp, domineering, and menacing aura, like the clash of swords and the thunder of horses, that was none other than Dragon's Gall Lu Chuling. Another bizarre and illusory entity, full of distortion and deception, is clearly an S-class monster known as False Words Crystal. A few minutes later, Lin Yi finally arrived at the edge of the battlefield. The sight before him made him gasp in shock. The land, spanning several kilometers in radius, was already ravaged. One after another, bottomless craters, like sinkholes left by meteorite impacts, were scattered across the entire battlefield. Countless enormous crystal clusters, shimmering with an eerie purple light, burst forth from the earth, transforming the land into a bizarre crystal forest. In the heart of this crystal jungle, an earth-shattering battle is raging. Lu Chuling held a silver spear, his movements as agile as a dragon. Every time he swung his spear, it created a dazzling spear light that tore through the sky. Wherever the spear's light passed, those incredibly hard purple crystal clusters were easily cut and pulverized as if they were tofu. That's an S-class weapon, the Dragon's Gallant Spear. Each shot contains astonishing power capable of piercing mountains. However, his opponent, False Crystal, is even more enigmatic and unpredictable. Its body is composed entirely of countless irregular purple crystals, with no fixed shape. It can move instantly between crystals, catching people off guard and making it impossible to lock onto its true form. Even more terrifying is that it can create illusions that are indistinguishable from reality. Lu Chuling shattered a crystal giant with a single shot. However, the giant exploded and turned into countless purple light spots, but it did not cause any damage to the False Words magic crystal. Immediately afterwards, a crystal behind Lu Chuling suddenly twisted and deformed. It transformed into a ferocious claw, silently clawing towards his back. Lu Chuling snorted coldly, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. He twisted his body suddenly, and his spear slashed back at an incredible angle. The spear tip struck the crystal claw palm precisely, unleashing a piercing metallic clang. His body swayed slightly from the shock, and the crystal claw was shattered by a single spear thrust. The battle seemed to have reached a stalemate. Lu Chuling's attacks were fierce, but she was unable to inflict fatal damage on the False Words magic crystal. The endless stream of bizarre attacks from the False Words crystal could not shake the experienced Lu Chuling. But the False Words magic crystal can afford to wait, while Lu Chuling cannot. He must resolve this as soon as possible. He cannot afford to waste too much time and effort on it. At the same time, the system notification sound finally rang in Lin Yi's mind. Ding!
Warning. Lootable target detected. Target 1, Lu Chuling, S-rank offensive hero. Capable of being plundered, S-rank active skill breaking army divine spear. The divine spear of breaking the army. Concentrate all your energy and will into a single point, unleashing an invincible spear thrust. Target 2, False Words Crystal, S-rank mental type monster. Plunderable ability, S-rank active skill Illusory Realm. Illusory Realm creates an illusionary domain where reality and illusion are indistinguishable, and within this domain, constructs various spiritual entities to attack enemies. An unprecedentedly intense light flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. The S-level skill he had been dreaming of was finally about to be his. System. Plunder. Command confirmed. Looting successful. Gained S-rank active skill Breaking Army Divine Spear, temporary. Gained S-rank active skill Illusory Realm, temporary. Without hesitation, Lin Yi immediately issued the second command in his mind. Consolidate the illusory reality world. Use the Breaking Army Divine Spear to cover the B-level ability Thunderbolt. He currently lacks a powerful ability that combines control and survival, and the Illusory Realm is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. The Breaking Army Divine Spear can become the sharpest spear in his hand. Command confirmed. Solidification complete. Gained the S-rank active skill Illusory Realm. The S-rank skill Breaking Army Divine Spear has successfully overridden the B-rank ability Thunderbolt. The moment the two S-rank skills merged into his body, a surge of energy, like a galaxy pouring out, exploded within Lin Ye's body. His body seemed to be instantly filled with a black hole, every cell cheering and jumping for joy. A terrifying aura, far exceeding that of an A-level, flashed from his body. He glanced at the host panel and found that his attributes had indeed been greatly improved. Attributes: Strength S, Agility A+, Constitution S, Spirit S, Energy S. Lin Yi was overjoyed. With this attribute, except for the inability to fly, he was almost no different from an S-class hero. Captain Lu, I'm here to help you. He let out a long roar, like a god descending from the heavens, and charged straight to the center of the battlefield. Lin Yi? Lu Chuling, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, turned around abruptly upon hearing this familiar voice, his face filled with shock and anxiety. Don't come any closer. This is an S-level battlefield. Your strength. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Ye's figure had already appeared beside him. So fast. Lu Chuling exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yi landed steadily, stretched out his right hand, and remotely controlled a ferocious beast composed of countless crystal blades that was pouncing on Lu Chuling. In an instant, a meteorite with a diameter of more than 10 meters condensed into shape. With a devastating force, it crashed down on the crystal behemoth. Lu Chuling watched helplessly as the S-class crystal behemoth was blasted away from midair by the meteorite as if it were a fly. Its massive body flew hundreds of meters like a cannonball, shattering a large cluster of purple crystals. It finally landed heavily, covered with terrifying spiderweb-like cracks. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Lu Chuling gripped the spear tightly, but his entire body seemed to be frozen in place, standing there stiffly. His resolute face was filled with undisguised bewilderment and shock, his mouth agape as if it could fit a duck egg. What exactly did he see? With a single strike, he blasted that S-class crystal creation hundreds of meters away. The meteorite that appeared out of nowhere contained terrifying power and aura of destruction, which even made his heart tighten. This, really, is Lin Yi? That young man who once predicted he would become an S-class star, but unexpectedly fell to rock bottom? Although Lin Yi recovered some of his strength in the last assessment hall, it was far from what he has now. How long has it been? What exactly did this kid go through? Captain Lu, what are you daydreaming about? Lin Ye's calm voice woke Lu Chuling up. Lu Chuling mechanically turned her head to look at the still calm and collected young man in front of her. I felt my worldview shatter at that moment. You, he stammered, unable to utter a single word for a long time. At this moment, the crystal behemoth that had been blasted away let out a roar of resentment. The massive body struggled to its feet and charged madly towards the two. Lu Chuling snapped out of his daze and immediately raised his spear to meet the attack. However, Lin Yi acted even faster. His figure left an afterimage in place, and the next second he appeared like a ghost on the top of the crystal behemoth. The dagger's shattered star drew a cold arc and precisely pierced the core of the crystal behemoth's head. S-rank passive skill break through limits with one punch. A crisp cracking sound rang out. That hard crystal, strong enough to withstand an S-class hero, was as fragile as glass in front of Lin Yi Suishing and was easily pierced. The crystal behemoth's charging figure suddenly froze, its massive body exploding into countless purple specks of light that dissipated into the air. Lu Chuling swallowed hard, staring at the surreal scene before her, feeling her mouth go dry. Lin Yi is incredibly powerful. At this moment, deep within the crystal forest, a purple streak of light shot straight into the sky. That is the true form of the illusionary magic crystal. Clearly, they were terrified out of their wits by the terrifying strength Lin Yi displayed. Lu Chuling's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively gave chase, shouting, "Not good. Its true form is trying to escape." Even with the speed of an S-class monster, once he decides to escape, even he might not be able to catch up. However, Lin Yi showed no
no sign of anxiety. Don't worry, it can't escape. As he finished speaking, a strange and mysterious purple light suddenly flashed in his eyes. An invisible and intangible, vast and boundless spiritual energy, centered on him, swept across the entire battlefield like a tsunami. S-rank active skill illusory realm. Buzz. At that moment, the whole world seemed to be put on pause. The space began to twist and fold in a bizarre way, and all colors faded instantly, turning into a monotonous gray and white. Only Lin Yi and Lu Chuling beside him retained their original colors. Lu Chuling stared in shock at the scene before her, feeling as if her brain had completely shut down. Isn't this precisely the power of the false words crystal? How come Lin Yi knows that too? When did he become a spiritual hero? According to the false words crystal's perception, it had successfully escaped the battlefield that terrified it. The two terrifying humans behind it had long since been left far behind. The joy of surviving the ordeal made it let out a pleasant buzz. However, suddenly, a familiar and powerful aura appeared in its mental perception. It's him, One Punch Man. In the distance, a figure covered in dark purple armor and topped with a shiny bald head floated silently in the sky, exuding a terrifying aura of dominance. We've found our savior. What? Overjoyed, the false words crystal transformed into a streak of light and charged headlong towards the One Punch demon. At the same time, he sent out urgent mental waves, trying to convey the message that he had encountered a powerful enemy. It swiftly approached One Punch demon, stopping in front of his expressionless face, ready to report the situation. However, it was not the shelter it had imagined. Instead, it was a hand that appeared out of thin air in front of its core, holding a hideous dagger. Put! The shattered star, like a scorching blade cutting into butter, easily pierced the most solid energy core of the illusory magic crystal. All of the mental fluctuations of the false words magic crystal came to an abrupt halt at this moment. It stared in disbelief at the dagger that had pierced its core, then glanced at the still expressionless bald face before it. The contours of that face were changing rapidly. In the end, it froze on that young man's face that terrified it and carried a faint hint of mockery. So, he hadn't escaped at all. From beginning to end, it lived in the illusion woven by the other party. It is deceived by illusions, yet it manipulates illusions in return. How ironic. Boom. Endless anger and fear completely consumed its consciousness. Crack. Boom. With a crisp cracking sound, the enormous purple crystal body of the false words magic crystal exploded. It transformed into countless dazzling purple specks of light, like a spectacular meteor shower, before finally dissipating completely into the air. S-class monster Su Yan's magic crystal has fallen. With its death, the gray-white illusory world also receded like the tide. The world has regained its original colors. Lu Chuling stared blankly at the magnificent fireworks in the sky, then looked at the young man beside her who was slowly putting away his dagger with an indifferent expression, and felt a dryness in his throat. What did you just do? He asked with difficulty, his voice hoarse. Lin Yi retrieved Shattered Star and said calmly, it's nothing, I just used its most effective method to send it on its way. In its most effective way. Lu Chuling pondered those words repeatedly, a storm raging within her. He finally understood why that cunning S-class monster suddenly stopped in midair and self-destructed without warning. How is that possible? It turns out that it had already entered Lin Yi's mental realm. This young man not only possesses astonishing attack power that can crush S-class monsters, but also has mastered unpredictable mental abilities. Is this even human? At the same time, the One Punch demon, who was suspended in midair, suddenly turned his head to look west. A hint of interest flashed in his empty eyes. 5 kilometers outside the Black Mist Swamp. This place has been transformed into a living hell, a place of blood and fire. The deafening explosions, the monster's roars, and the hero's furious cries intertwine to create a tragic and devastating war symphony. Unlike conventional army formations, this defensive line is composed of countless heroic squads. Their numbers range from several dozen to just a few. At this critical moment of life and death, everyone has put life and death aside. Everyone was fighting desperately in their own defensive zone, unleashing all sorts of dazzling superpowers, and frantically reaping the ferocious monsters that surged out of the black mist. Fireballs, ice spikes, lightning bolts, blades of light. Various energies intertwined and crisscrossed the battlefield, illuminating the dim sky with intermittent light and shadow. A B-class monster, the giant rock lizard, as large as a small mountain, had half of its body shattered by several combined energy beams. Its massive body crashed down, kicking up clouds of dust. However, the next second, more sea-level and D-level monsters swarmed out from beside its fallen corpse like a tide, instantly engulfing the B-level team that had just achieved a victory. On the front line, every second, every minute, someone falls. But just as quickly, every second and every minute, people roared to fill the gaps, using their flesh and blood to hold the line and keep the monster tight at bay. Inside a mobile heavy command vehicle, Wang Jing's expression was stern, her eyes fixed on the huge holographic sand table in front of her. On the sand table, red dots representing countless monsters frantically assaulted the fragile defense line composed of blue dots. With the departure of the 3 S-class heroes, the heavy responsibility of commanding the entire battlefield fell on her shoulders alone. Her voice, delivered calmly calmly and clearly through the command system, was conveyed to the captains of each A-level team. I don't care what you were thinking before, now lead the Blazing Flame squad to break through the monster horde's formation from the left flank. Luo Feng's slightly flippant voice came from the other end of the communication. Yes, ma'am, my beautiful president. Though he spoke respectfully, he sneered inwardly. Humph, for now, I'll follow this woman's orders. We'll see what happens when Black Snake arrives. Zhang Heng, lead the Sharp Blade squad to advance from the right flank. Zhou Tong, you lead the Iron-Blooded squad to break through from the front. You 3A level teams are like a trident. I want you to completely divide the monster horde into 3 parts within 5 minutes. On the communicator, Zhang Heng of the Sharp Blade team and Zhou Tong, the vice captain of the Iron Blood team, gave firm replies at the same time. When Zhang Heng gave the order to charge, he exchanged a glance with Wei Dezhang, who was not far away. Their eyes gleamed with a cold light that only they could understand, and they remained silent in tacit agreement. All remaining B and C level teams fill the gaps left by the Trident charge. Freely hunt down the fragmented monster hordes. The law enforcement team serves as a reserve force, ready to support weak points in the defense line at any time. All healers disperse into units of 10 and cover the entire battlefield. I have only one request. This heroic defensive line must not be breached. A series of precise and efficient commands came out of Wang Jing's mouth. Under her command, the previously somewhat chaotic defense line began to operate in a more efficient and orderly manner. Roar! The 3A level teams, like arrows released from a bow, plunged into the endless waves of monsters with resolute momentum. In one corner of the battlefield, the Dawn team, led by Chen Mo, formed a solid formation, resisting wave after wave of monster attacks. They are like rocks in the ocean, standing firm no matter how turbulent the waves are. Brotherly, there's a B-level mountain monster at the 3 o'clock position to the left. Its weakness is where the scales on its belly grow backwards. You're in charge of dealing with it. Chen Mo's calm voice came through the mind link. Han Li roared, and the protective armor formed by his heavenly body became even more solid. Like a raging bull, he fearlessly charged towards the enormous mountain monster. Brother Yong, Brother Zhe, clear out the surrounding minions. Sister Qingyue, reduce the frequency of healing and be careful to conserve your own energy. Xia Yong and Lei Zhe responded in unison, one on the left and one on the right, like 2 sharp knives, clearing obstacles for Han Li's charge. Su Qingyue stood in the center of the formation, her soft green light flickering like her breath, the frequency gradually decreasing. Chen Mo then activated his data eye, continuously scanning the A-level monsters that appeared around him. Because I'm an S-class, you're dead. He pointed his finger, and a thread of causality shot out, accurately striking an A-class monster mixed in with the crowd of monsters. Instantly, the A-class monster collapsed to the ground, completely still. As the use of the causal law and optimal solution increased, Chen Mo gradually figured out some of the tricks of the trade. For example, the energy consumed varies depending on the cause. When dealing with A-class monsters, choosing the I am an S-class option results in the lowest energy consumption. After all, it seems like it's only natural for an S rank to kill an A rank. Under Chen Mo's precise command, the Dawn team far surpassed any other team in both combat efficiency and casualty rate. Yao Shi followed closely behind the group, her eyes filled with shock. In her opinion, the Dawn team's teamwork was absolutely perfect. There is absolutely no need for verbal communication. Everyone will appear in the most appropriate place at the right time. Are these people truly connected at heart? During lulls in the fighting, their gazes would involuntarily drift towards the sky. There, floating, was an abstract bald figure, the Grim Reaper above everyone's heads. Even if they wipe out the monster horde, as long as that bald figure remains, Zhangcheng will still be on the verge of destruction. At this moment, Su Qingyue suddenly let out a surprised cry. Look, the One-Punch Man, he seems to be looking in another direction. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they hurriedly looked up. The One-Punch Demon, who had been coldly overlooking the battlefield since his appearance, suddenly turned his head to look west. It was as if something in that direction was far more captivating to him than the bloody war involving tens of thousands of lives right before his eyes. West, that's the direction Captain Lu Chuling and the False Words Crystal are fighting, Lei Zhe exclaimed. The captain went in that direction too. Chen Mo pushed up his glasses, a fierce light flashing in his eyes, his voice filled with barely concealed excitement. Perhaps they have already destroyed the False Word Crystal. A surge of indescribable pride and fervor welled up in the hearts of Han Li, Lei Zhe, and the others. As expected of the captain, they can even kill S-class monsters. They had no doubt about Chen Mo's judgment. After all, the only thing that could pique the interest of someone like One-Punch Man is this: success. Yao Shi was equally shocked, but she didn't believe Lin Yi had that kind of ability. Although Lin Yi is not weak, he does not yet have the ability to decide the outcome of a battle against an S-class monster. This must have been done by Lu Chuling. I had long heard of Lu Chuling's reputation for gallbladder in Jiangcheng, and it certainly lived up to its name. At this moment, Lu Chuling, the true master of the Dragon's Gall, was staring at Lin Yi with a look of utter shock. Captain Lu, stop daydreaming. We still have to rush to the next event. Lin Yi bent down and picked up a piece of pure orange crystal. This is the only item left behind mind when the false magic crystal exploded. Keep the S-grade energy core, you'll need it when you break through to S-grade. Lu Chuling looked at the orange crystal and explained, then asked another question. You haven't reached S rank yet, have you? Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. Captain Lu, then I won't stand on ceremony. Don't mention it. You were the one who killed him. Lu Chuling grinned. If you can kill an S-class monster before you're even S-class, what will happen when you actually reach S-class? Lin Yi put the S-grade energy core into his pocket and suggested, let's go help Xu Rong first. Faced with a choice between the two options, he felt that giving priority to women should be fine. How is this possible? But Lu Chuling waved his hand, smiling confidently. That woman, Xu Rong, is much stronger than you imagine, even stronger than me. Moreover, her abilities are a perfect counter to that ugly monster called Rotten Calamity, so she doesn't need our help at all. Let's go help Gao Jianli first. That big guy is the real trouble. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He hadn't expected that the seemingly languid and charming woman would receive such high praise from Lu Chuling. However, he didn't know much about these S-class heroes, so since Lu Chuling said so, he must be right. Okay, I'll do as you say. After they finished speaking, the two immediately set off and sped off in the direction where Gao Jianli was. Boom! A deafening roar, like a continuous thunderclap, echoed wildly through the valley. Each collision caused the earth to tremble violently. Countless boulders tumbled down the mountainside, and dust and smoke obscured the sky. Gao Jianli, the S-class hero immovable barrier, is currently engaged in a primal and savage battle of strength against the terrifying monster, the Lord of Mountain Collapse, which stands 100 meters tall. His imposing figure appeared as insignificant as an ant compared to the Lord of Mountain Collapse, but each punch seemed to summon the power of the earth, blasting the behemoth backward and causing it to roar angrily. However, as an S-class monster, the Lord of Mountain Collapse is no ordinary being. Its giant arm, composed of countless rocks, carries a terrifying power capable of shattering mountains with every swing. Although Gao Jianli had an amazing defense, he was still suppressed and forced to retreat step by step in the face of such pure and extreme power. His specially made S-class heavy armor was covered with obvious dents. Just then, two figures rushed over from a distance, one after the other. Leading the charge was Lu Chuling, who was flying through the air, followed closely by Lin Yi, who was sprinting on the ground. Although Lin Yi cannot fly yet, each jump covers hundreds of meters. Its speed was in no way inferior to Lu Chuling's when flying in the air. Little Jian, cough cough, old Gao, we're here to help you. Gao Jianli's face darkened. How long was Lu Chuling going to keep calling him that annoying nickname? However, the fact that Lu Chuling was able to come to the rescue means that the false words demon crystal has most likely been destroyed, which is good news. Lu Dayton, cough cough, old Lu, you've come at the right time. Let's kill this big guy together. Gao Jianli retaliated in kind, but his gaze swept over Lu Chuling and noticed that there was another person following behind him. Why is there another person? This one. Before he could finish speaking, Gao Jianli was sent flying by a punch from the Lord of Mountain Collapse. Stop asking questions. Let's take down this big guy first. Lu Chuling roared, and the dragon gallant breaking army spear in his hand transformed into a silver lightning bolt that tore through the sky, piercing straight for the back of the Mountain Collapse Lord. S-rank skill, breaking army divine spear. The rubble scattered everywhere. The seemingly indestructible back of the Mountain Collapse Lord was blasted open with a huge crater. Its massive body lunged forward, nearly causing it to fall. The moment Lu Chuling joined the battle, the system notification sounded in Lin Ye's mind again. Ding! Lootable target detected. Target 1, Gao Jianli, S-rank defensive hero. Plunderable ability, S-rank active skill Absolute Barrier. Absolute Barrier consumes its own energy to generate an extremely strong defensive energy barrier at a designated location. The barrier's strength is directly proportional to the energy injected and can theoretically be stacked infinitely. Target 2, Lord of Landslide, S-class strength type monster. Plunderable ability, S-class passive skill Earth Pulse. Earth Pulse, you are intimately connected to the earth. As long as your feet are on the ground, you can continuously draw energy from the earth, greatly enhancing your strength and defense, and granting immunity to all control effects below grade A. Upon seeing the two S-level abilities on the system panel, Lin Ye's breathing became rapid. Both of these abilities are top-tier skills. Absolute barriers have a wide range of uses. They can protect both oneself and one's friends. Earth Pulse is an extremely powerful passive skill. As long as you stand on the ground, you will have a continuous source of energy and a super strong defensive buff, making it a perfect divine skill for prolonged battles. The problem is that the system only allows 5 raids per day. He had already looted 3 A-level skills at the entrance of the forging center. Including the 2 S-rank skills I just used, I've already used them a maximum of 5 times today. Logically, there shouldn't be any more looting alerts today, so why are they still popping up in the system? Host has advanced to rank A today. Plunder attempts have been reset. Current plunder attempts are 3. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Ye's eyes immediately blazed with intense light. This was a complete surprise. He had no idea that the number of raid attempts could be reset after the upgrade. Since he could still plunder, he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Currently, 3 of his solidification abilities have reached S level, leaving only the A level Abyss Body, which can be used as a replacement. Which of these 2 S-rank skills should he choose? Lin Yi's mind raced as he analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of the 2 skills, as well as their compatibility with his own. The advantage of Earth Pulse lies in its passive triggering, requiring no consumption and having extremely long endurance. However, its drawbacks are equally obvious. Once it leaves the ground, this ability becomes useless. While that absolute barrier requires energy, its advantage lies in its flexibility and lack of terrain limitations. More importantly, it's an active skill. Being proactive means having more room to maneuver. System: plunder that absolute barrier. Cover the abyssal body. Lin Yi decisively issued the order in his mind. Command confirmed. Looting successful. Gained S-rank active skill absolute barrier, temporary. Command confirmed. Solidification complete. The S-rank skill absolute barrier has successfully overridden the A-rank ability abyssal body. After his abilities were solidified, Lin Yi once again felt a significant increase in his strength. Without even looking, he knew that his attribute panel must have increased significantly as well. Roar! Just then, the Lord of the Mountain Collapse, whose back had been severely injured by Lu Chuling, went into a frenzy. Its massive, scarlet eyes flashed with a frenzied killing intent. It swung its fist, which was as heavy as a truck, and smashed it down hard on Lu Chuling in midair. This punch was accompanied by the roar of wind and thunder, with extreme speed and extreme power. Lu Chuling's pupils contracted sharply, not expecting this giant beast to be so incredibly fast. In his haste, he could only hold the Dragon Gallon spear horizontally in front of his chest in an attempt to block, but he knew perfectly well that if he tried to take the punch head-on with his own defenses, the outcome would be disastrous. However, just as that devastating iron fist was about to strike, a thick and solid black barrier suddenly materialized in front of Lu Chuling. Boom! The Lord of Mountain Collapse's iron fist slammed solidly into that black barrier. A deafening roar, accompanied by an extremely violent energy shockwave, spread wildly in all directions. The entire valley seemed to have been detonated by a nuclear bomb. Countless mountains collapsed under the shockwave, turning into dust. However, what shocked everyone, even the Lord of the Mountain Collapse himself, was, after enduring such a terrifying blow, the black barrier only trembled violently a few times. The surface rippled with waves, yet there wasn't a single crack. This is? Having narrowly escaped death, Lu Chuling stared in horror at the black barrier that had saved her life. He glanced at Gao Jianli, who was also looking bewildered, not far away, and his mind went completely blank. Old Gao, is this your absolute barrier? When did you become so strong? Gao Jianli looked completely incredulous. I didn't put it there. I just crawled out of the crevice. Both of them turned their puzzled gazes to the figure that remained firmly rooted to the ground, motionless. Lin Yi offered no explanation, nor was there any need for one. He leaped up, gathered his strength in his right hand, and then hurled the Shattered Star. S-rank skill, Breaking Army Divine Spear. The Shattered Star drew a dazzling straight line, piercing straight towards the massive head of the Lord of Mountain Collapse. Click! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several tiny fragments shot out from the other side of the Lord of Mountain Collapse's head. They were fragments of shattered stars. The Shattered Star is broken. Lu Chuling and Gao Jianli exchanged a glance, both seeing undisguised shock and awe in each other's eyes. Boom! Boom! Even an A-grade weapon couldn't withstand the attack Lin Yi unleashed. Although they didn't know exactly what had happened to Lin Yi, but they were very clear that Lin Yi's current strength was in no way inferior to theirs as genuine S-class heroes. It's even better. Roar! The Lord of the Mountain Collapse let out a roar filled with pain and rage, a sound that seemed to shake the entire valley to its core. In its blood-red eyes, the light did not diminish. Instead, it burst forth with even more frenzied and destructive flames. Still alive? Lu Chuling was extremely shocked, never expecting that this monster's vitality would be so tenacious. Its core isn't in its head. Gao Jianli leaped up from a pile of rubble, his burly body covered in dust, looking somewhat disheveled. Its energy core is hidden deep within its chest cavity, tightly enveloped by layers of mountain rocks and the power of the earth, making it extremely difficult to destroy. During their conversation, the Lord of Mountain Collapse had completely gone mad. Ignoring the deep, bone-chilling gunshot wound on its back and the hole in its head from which rubble was constantly falling, it stomped its giant foot down. Boom! The entire valley floor churned violently in an instant. Countless sharp and thick rock spikes sprouted wildly from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, instantly turning the entire valley into a desperate hell of thorns. At the same time, its massive, mountain-like arms swung wildly. They launched the most primitive and savage indiscriminate attack on the location of Lin Yi and Lu Chuling. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the entire valley shook violently, with sand and stones flying everywhere. Countless enormous rock fists rained down like a dense meteor shower. Meteorites fall from the sky, and thorns grow rampant on the ground. This devastating, three-dimensional offensive instantly sealed off all escape routes. Lin Yi, watch out! Lu Chuling shouted sharply, his spear creating an impenetrable silver light screen. screen. He moved with lightning speed, smashing the falling rock fists above his head while dodging the sharp rock spikes that suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Cough cough. Even though he was an S-class hero, under this devastating attack, he could only barely protect himself and was powerless to save Lin Yi. Lin Yi used all 4 limbs, unleashing a torrent of boundless energy. Thick, solid black barriers, like shields appearing out of thin air, continuously formed above his head, beside him, and at his feet. Boom, boom, boom. Countless rock fists and sharp spikes slammed into the black barrier, unleashing a deafening roar. The violent energy shockwave tore everything around it to pieces. However, that seemingly thin black barrier is incredibly tough. No matter how violent the Lord of Collapse's attacks were, it only shook violently, but never showed any signs of breaking. Such strong defense. As Lu Chuling witnessed those black barriers, her eyes were once again filled with profound shock. He was now 100% certain that Lin Yi possessed the strength of an S-class hero, and was far more than just an ordinary S-class hero. You don't know your own limitations. Just as Lu Chuling was feeling agitated, Lin Yi began to move. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the Lord of the Mountain Collapse, braving the rain of falling rocks and the constant spikes from the ground. His movements were as fast as a ghost, weaving and dodging through the gaps between countless giant fists and spikes. Every dodge was extremely dangerous. It's like dancing on the edge of a knife. One wrong step and you're shattered to pieces. Are you crazy? Come back here. Upon seeing this, Gao Jianli shouted urgently. Without Shattered Star, Lin Yi's close-range attack power will inevitably be greatly reduced. Rushing in so rashly, he couldn't think of any other possibility but death. However, Lin Yi seemed not to hear his shouts and did not slow down at all. In just a few seconds, he had successfully rushed to the feet of the Lord of the Mountain Collapse. The Lord of the Collapse clearly noticed the tiny, yet extremely annoying, existence beneath his feet, which seemed as insignificant as an ant. It roared and shook the heavens, then suddenly raised its mountain-like giant foot and stomped down on Lin Yi with a terrifying force that could crush everything on earth. Lin Yi, catch the gun! Lu Chuling roared and suddenly shot out the dragon gallon spear in his hand. A streak of silver light pierced through the void, easily penetrating the rocks and spikes along its path. Lin Yi gripped the dragon gallon spear tightly, the powerful impact causing the spears but to vibrate violently. Facing the enormous foot that seemed to press down like Mount Tai from above, Lin Yi remained completely calm. He bent his knees slightly and his body suddenly sank. The next second, the ground beneath his feet exploded. He was like a cannonball shooting upwards, neither dodging nor avoiding, heading straight for the giant foot that was about to step down. With both hands gripping the dragon gallon spear tightly, all the energy within his body was frantically converging towards the spear tip. An unprecedented, terrifying pressure, filled with destructive and sharp aura, suddenly erupted from the tip of the spear. At this moment, the dragon gallon breaking army spear seemed to transform into an unparalleled divine spear capable of piercing the sky and shattering stars. That was an extremely powerful strike that embodied all of Lin Yi's will and strength. Break! Army! Divine! Spear! With a deafening roar, the dragon gallon spear slammed into the colossal foot that blotted out the sky. But there was no earth-shattering noise. There was no earth-shattering energy explosion. Time seemed to be paused at that moment. Lu Chuling and Gao Jianli stared wide-eyed in utter shock. What? That giant foot, which should have crushed Lin Yi into a meat patty, unexpectedly and silently disintegrated little by little the moment it touched the broken army dragon spear. That's right, it's disintegration. Like weathered rock, starting from the point of contact, spiderweb-like cracks spread upwards at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, cracks had covered the entire right leg of the Mountain Collapse Lord, then spread to half of his body, and finally to his head. Click, click. The chilling cracking sounds echoed throughout the room. The colossal body of the Lord of Mountain Collapse gradually turned into dust flying everywhere in midair. S-rank passive skill, break through limits with one punch. Ignore 80% of the target's physical defense and energy resistance. In addition to Lin Yi's own S-rank strength, combined with the terrifying power of the S-rank skill, the breaking army divine spear, this incredible scene before our eyes was created. Faced with this attack, even the Mountain Collapse Lord's proud and terrifying defense, comparable to S-class heavy armor, was utterly vulnerable. When the energy core hidden deep within the chest cavity was exposed to the air, it gradually became covered in cracks and eventually turned to dust. The last light in the Lord of Mountain Collapse's crimson eyes finally dimmed and went out completely. It never understood why it was defeated by such a tiny ant until the end of its life. That sense of powerlessness made it feel as if it wasn't facing a human, but its master, the one-punch demon. Boom! The enormous body, devoid of life, could no longer maintain its form. The remaining half of the body collapsed like a real landslide, stirring up clouds of dust that completely buried the entire valley. S-class monster, Lord of Mountain Collapse, has fallen. Lu Chuling and Gao Jianli stared blankly at the surreal scene before them, swallowing hard. Their brains completely shut down, going blank. Just like that, an S-class monster known for its defense and strength was completely wiped out physically? Is this something an A-rank hero could do? The terrifying power contained in this strike has completely overturned their understanding of the word power. The two stared blankly at the young man who was slowly falling from the sky, his expression still indifferent, as if he were a monster. My throat felt so dry that I could hardly speak. At the very moment the Lord of Mountain Collapse completely perished. The Black Mist Swamp is locked in a stalemate with the hero's defensive line. That one-punch demon, who remains silently suspended in mid-air, seemingly uninterested in the bloody battle below. His bald head suddenly turned sharply to the north. For the first time, a hint of indescribable excitement flashed in those empty, emotionless eyes. The next second, he moved. Without warning, his figure vanished from the spot as if by teleportation. It transformed into a streak of light that was impossible to detect with the naked eye, and shot off toward the north. Captain, One Punch Man went north. Are you there? The moment the one-punch demon moved, alarm bells rang in Chen Mo's mind on the front lines of the battlefield. He immediately sent this urgent message to Lin Yi through the hero terminal. He watched the direction where the one-punch demon disappeared, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened in the north, something earth-shattering must have happened to pique the interest of someone like One-Punch Demon. That direction was precisely where Gao Jianli was engaged in a fierce battle with the Lord of Mountain Collapse. Therefore, it is highly likely that the captain and Lu Chuling went north to join forces with Gao Jianli to eliminate the Lord of the Mountain Collapse. After realizing the fall of the Lord of Mountain Collapse, One-Punch Demon hurriedly ran north. However, after the fierce battle with the Lord of Mountain Collapse, Lin Yi, Lu Chuling, and Gao Jianli must have been greatly exhausted. He couldn't imagine how tragic the outcome would be if they had just gone through a fierce battle and then faced the unfathomable One-Punch Demon. He received Lin Ye's reply almost instantly after sending the message. Lu Chuling, Gao Jianli, and I are all here. The false words Magic Crystal and the Lord of Mountain Collapse are both dead. The short sentence exploded in Chen Mo's mind like a thunderclap. Both S-class monsters are dead? Although he had suspected it before, receiving confirmation from Lin Yi made him feel completely different. Absolutely stunning. He knew the captain was powerful, but he never expected him to be strong enough to kill an S-class monster. And judging from the captain's tone, it seems this battle wasn't too difficult. An overwhelming surge of joy welled up inside me. The fall of the false magic crystal and the Lord of Mountain Collapse signifies that humanity has achieved a major victory in this battle for survival. The pressure on S-class heroes will also be greatly reduced. Chen Mo took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil in his heart. He knew that now was not the time to get excited. He had to immediately deliver this incredible good news to every hero who was fighting a bloody battle. He quickly contacted Wang Jing in the command vehicle via the team channel. President Wang, the S-class monsters False Word Crystal and Lord of the Mountain Collapse have been killed by Captain Lu Chuling, Captain Gao Jianli, and Captain Lin Yi in a joint operation. This information is absolutely reliable. The next second, Wang Jing's voice, trembling with a hint of ecstasy, resounded throughout the entire battlefield via citywide broadcast. Attention all heroes. The S-class monsters False Crystal and Lord of the Mountain Collapse have been defeated. Repeat, both S-class monsters have been defeated. The noisy battlefield seemed to be silenced at that moment. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar of cheers erupted into the sky. Captain Lu Chuling is invincible. Long live Captain Gao Jianli. Captain Lin Yi is awesome. However, amidst this sea of revelry, the expressions of the four members of the Blazing Flame team were unusually complex. Chen Bing, Zhao Kai, Sun Qian, Lu Yun. They listened to the deafening cheers and praises for Lin Yi all around them. I felt a burning sensation on my face, as if I were being slapped by countless invisible blows. Captain Lin Yi really killed the S-class monster? Lu Yun murmured to herself, her voice trembling. Memories of the past involuntarily surfaced in my mind. That man who always stood in front of them, sheltering them from the wind and rain, no matter how strong the enemy they faced. The man, gravely wounded and on the verge of death, still weakly warned them to be careful. The man they so heartlessly abandoned. The man they kicked aside. Now, he has once again reached a height that everyone must look up to. But they became traitors, a laughingstock in the entire Jiangcheng hero circle. A piercing, bone-chilling regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. S-rank, he actually did it. Shen Bing stared blankly at her hands. She once thought that after reaching grade A, she could catch up with Lin Yi, or even surpass him. But now, Lin Yi has not only easily defeated her, but has also become someone who can kill S-class monsters. This glory should have belonged to her, but she handed over her bright future with her own hands. Sun Qian and Zhao Kai's faces were ashen. They knew better than anyone how powerful and terrifying Lin Yi was now, but they never imagined that Lin Yi had become this powerful. That person who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, whom they regarded as a burden, was considered a useless person. In just over 10 days, they accomplished a feat that might be impossible for anyone to achieve in their lifetime. If they had known that Lin Yi could recover his strength in just over 10 days, and even become stronger than before, why would they have chosen to betray him? A trace of resentment towards Lin Yi still lingered in her heart. On the other side, Luo Feng felt utterly absurd when he heard the broadcast. Lin Yi killed an S-class monster? A person who was considered an F-level trash not long ago, even if he had a strong stroke of luck and regained his strength, would at most be at the B level or A level. What makes him qualified to participate in S-class battles? What a ridiculous joke. Wei Dejiang, standing not far away, had a face full of disdain and contempt. Lin Yi? He's not even worthy of giving cupping therapy to an S-class monster. That woman, Wang Jing, is utterly foolish. She released the information without even verifying it. Zhang Hong, standing to the side, sneered and analyzed in a self-righteous tone. I bet he was hiding somewhere watching Captain Lu Chuling and Captain Gao Jinli take down the S-class monster. After they've finished killing, he'll come back to report, and while he's at it, he'll add his own name to claim credit. Upon hearing this, Wei Dejiang immediately understood and nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. The battlefield was so chaotic and nobody saw what happened. He could say whatever he wanted. The two of them, working in unison, instantly found a reasonable explanation for Lin Ye's achievements. As Luo Feng listened to their analysis, the anger twisted by jealousy in his heart subsided somewhat. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, it simply doesn't make sense. A hypocrite who seeks fame and fortune. Luo Feng snorted coldly, looking at the heroes cheering for Lin Yi in the distance, his eyes flashing with contempt and pity. A bunch of fools who have been deceived. However, this is for the best. Let him be smug for a while. When Black Snake arrives, I'll see if this hypocritical clown can still laugh. With the announcement of the news, the morale of all the heroes instantly soared to its peak. Kill them all. For victory. For the sake of our homeland. Exterminate these scum. The heroes roared with deafening fury, and their bodies, which were slightly tired from the long battle, seemed to be infused with boundless power. Their eyes were bloodshot, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and they charged into the endless horde of monsters, launching the fiercest counterattack. Swords flashed and energy beams clashed, weaving a net across the battlefield. The battle, which was initially stalemate and even somewhat passive, has now begun to reverse. The defense line of human heroes is no longer just about defense. Instead, it transforms into a giant meat grinder, frantically reaping the lives of monsters. The onslaught of the strange group was forcefully contained, and they even began to show signs of defeat. Standing in the command vehicle at the rear, Wang Jing watched the battle situation on the sand table reverse in an instant. Her beautiful face couldn't hide her excitement. Her beautiful phoenix eyes sparkled with dazzling light, and her clenched fists were so tight that her knuckles turned white. All A-level teams, flank from both sides. All B-level teams, press them from the front. No need to conserve energy anymore. Use top speed to wipe out this wave of strange creatures. A series of enthusiastic responses came through the communicator. The pace of the entire battlefield was pushed to its limit at this moment. Just then, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the southern horizon. Everyone looked up in shock. In the dim sky, a gigantic mushroom cloud composed of pure flame slowly rose. The terrifying high temperature and destructive energy fluctuations were clearly perceptible even from tens of kilometers away, making everyone's hearts tighten. Immediately afterwards, a lazy yet domineering female voice resounded throughout the entire battlefield via the command center's public address system. The battle is about to begin. The S-class monster Rotten Calamity has been slain by me. You lot, why don't you end this battle immediately? It's the voice of Zhu Rong, an S-class hero. In other words, all three S-class monsters have perished. This means their biggest threat has finally been eliminated. We won. We won. It's unclear who was the first to let out a roar of joyful tears. The next second, the entire battlefield erupted in an unprecedented, earth-shaking cheer, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing. Oh, long live S-class heroes. Long live Jiangchang. Long live humanity. In their eyes, as long as the three S-class monsters are killed, victory in this war is assured. Too slow. However, only Dawn Team and Yao Shi knew that the real threat had not yet been eliminated. That being, as powerful as a god and as terrifying as a nightmare, is the key to determining the final outcome of this war. We must end this battle as soon as possible and then rush to support the captain. A resolute glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He took a deep breath and held nothing back any longer. Previously, he dared not go all out, fearing that an overly conspicuous display would attract the attention of One Punch Demon. For someone like One Punch Man, the aura of an S-class hero is like the brightest firefly in the night sky, extremely conspicuous. Once he's targeted, he's doomed. But now that the One Punch Demon has been lured away by the captain, all his worries have vanished. It's time to show everyone the true power of S-class rule-based heroes. Chen Mo slowly raised his hand. His eyes, hidden behind his glasses, were incredibly deep, as if they contained the ultimate truths of the universe. He gazed at the endless, seemingly inexhaustible horde of strange beings before him, his voice calm yet carrying an unparalleled majesty that commanded respect. Because your existence is an obstacle for us, so, disappear from my sight. As the last word fell, a profound, vast, and irresistible force of cause and effect, centered on him, swept wildly towards the dark mass of strange people like invisible ripples. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There were no destructive energy beams either. The entire process was completely silent and extremely eerie. However, what happened next plunged the entire battlefield into a deathly silence once again. Amidst Amidst the surging tide of strange people, a wave of strange figures appeared, starting from the very front row. The monsters, with their ferocious faces and roaring charges, suddenly stopped moving without warning. Immediately afterwards, their bodies turned into sand sculptures weathered by time. It quietly disintegrated and shattered from the inside, turning into black dust that filled the sky. This bizarre death was like the most terrible plague, spreading wildly backward at an alarming speed. Whether they were C-class, B-class, or A-class monsters, none of them escaped unscathed. Swarms of monsters turned to ashes right before the eyes of all the heroes, who were staring in utter shock. In just a few seconds, thousands of monsters were wiped out from the strip of land in front of Chunmo that was hundreds of meters long and nearly 100 meters wide. All that remains is a desolate wasteland, a deathly place covered in black ash. After unleashing this miraculous attack, Shenmo's face turned deathly pale. The body's energy was drained away like a floodgate being opened, with a full 80% being instantly drawn out. A strong sense of weakness and dizziness washed over him, making his vision go black and his body sway involuntarily, almost causing him to fall. The cost of wiping out thousands of lives at once, though most were C or D level minions, still far exceeded his expectations. Su Qingyue exclaimed in surprise and quickly stepped forward to support him. A surge of pure life energy immediately flowed into his parched body, slowly replenishing his depleted reserves.
I'm fine, Sister Qingyue. Shenmo waved his hand.
Although his face was pale, his eyes were unusually bright and a carefree smile appeared on his lips. This powerful feeling of controlling the life and death of all things in an instant is just amazing. At this moment, the surrounding heroes were already completely stunned by the surreal scene before them. They were all stunned, as if frozen in place, staring blankly at the death zone that had been instantly cleared, their minds completely devoid of the ability to think.
What exactly did they see? With just one sentence, thousands of monsters vanished from the face of the earth? This is power that only gods possess. Then, who exactly is it?
It's unclear who was the first to recover from the shock, but they couldn't help but let out a gasp filled with awe and awe.
Too powerful. This is definitely not something an A-rank hero could do. Could it be he's an S-rank? I remember now. I remember.
A B-level team captain, who seemed to have inside information, shouted excitedly and incoherently.
I was there on the day of the assessment. It was the Dawn team, that newly awakened S-class hero. That's right. Jianqing does indeed have an S-class hero. He is Shenmo from the Dawn team. He only recently awakened. So many people don't know him yet. My god, it's him. He's become an S-class at such a young age. His future is limitless. I declare. From today onwards, I am Lord Shenmo's #1 fan. No one can take this position away from me.
Discussing, exclamations, and gasps of surprise rose and fell. All the heroes looked at Shenmo with the same fervor and worship they felt for a god.
As expected, it's Lin Yi. How could he discover someone like that?
Xiong Gang, the captain of the Xanglong team, sighed with a mixture of admiration and helplessness.
From this angle, Shenmo is actually quite handsome.
Luang, the captain of the Crimson Bird team, looked at Shenmo's profile with great interest, her eyes revealing undisguised admiration. She suddenly realized that this seemingly refined young man with glasses was more attractive than those muscular hunks. With Shenmo's terrifying attack, which could be described as clearing the field, the strange people seemed to be terrified and began to retreat in panic.
The pressure on the entire hero defense line was suddenly relieved.
All the heroes rallied and began to fight back, and the endless tide of monsters finally began to recede. When the last wave of monsters was completely wiped out, the entire battlefield erupted in a deafening cheer that was even more enthusiastic and frenzied than before.
They held their ground. They truly held this heroic line of defense, a symbol of hope and life. However, Shenmo did not relax at all.
He pulled 4 bottles of blue energy recovery potions from his tactical pouch at his waist and gulped them down like water.
Clang!
A surge of energy instantly filled his parched body, restoring a slight rosy hue to his pale complexion.
Brother Li, Sister Qingyue, Brother Zhe, Brother Yong.
Shenmo's gaze swept over each teammate, his voice heavy and solemn.
The battle here is over, but the real threat hasn't been eliminated. I must head north immediately to support the captain. We'll go with you, Han Li said without hesitation. But Shenmo firmly refused.
His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority, the aura unique to S-class heroes.
That's not a battle you should be involved in. If you go, you won't be of any help, and you'll only distract the captain from taking care of you. There was a crisp snap sound. You stay here and wait for me to bring good news.
After saying that, he glanced silently into the distance. There, the Blazing Flame team, the Sharp Blade team, and Wei Dezheng and others were gathered together.
Shenmo frowned slightly.
Through a spiritual connection, he solemnly instructed Han Li and the other 3.
Be careful of Luo Feng and his group. I have a feeling they won't give up so easily.
Han Li snorted coldly, his tone laced with disdain, and replied via the same mental link.
Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Don't worry, Xiao Mo. Everyone's watching. They won't dare to do anything reckless. You go and help the captain. We'll take care of things here.
Shenmo thought about it and agreed that it made sense.
With the enemy at hand, they dared not resort to any more tricks. Okay,
Okay, then you all need to be careful. After giving his explanation, Chen Mo did not hesitate for a moment. He gazed at the distant sky, still shrouded in darkness, a resolute glint in his eyes. With a sudden burst of power from his feet, he shot off like an arrow, hurtling rapidly toward the north. The northern valleys were already in a state of devastation. The aftermath of the previous battle leveled this place, turning it into a truly barren wasteland. On the scorched earth, huge craters were scattered all around, and broken rocks kept sliding down the fractured mountain walls. The air was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder and sulfur. Lin Yi, Lu Chuling, and Gao Jianli stood in a triangle formation in the center of the valley. Three distinct yet equally powerful auras intertwined, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding still air. Their faces were etched with an unprecedented solemnity. I lost. Lin Yi had already informed the other two that the one-punch demon was heading this way. After a brief but swift discussion, they abandoned the idea of retreating or relocating and decided to remain there and stand ready for battle. Now that all three S-class monsters have been eliminated, they will take the initiative to attack even if One Punch Man doesn't come looking for them. How is things going with Zhirong? Gao Jianli asked in a low voice, his burly, towering body taut like a fully drawn bowstring. She said she's on her way. Lu Chuling gripped the dragon gallon spear tightly in his hand, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, staring intently at the entrance to the valley. Hurry up, we might not be able to hold out for much longer. Gao Jianli spoke calmly, but it was by no means pessimistic, rather, it was a calm judgment based on facts. Although they had never witnessed the terror of One Punch Demon firsthand, they could glean some insight from the top-secret files on the destruction of the Iron Fortress. It is an absolute power that completely transcends the limits of cognition and is almost unsolvable. Just then, a figure appeared silently at the entrance of the valley. There was no earth-shattering momentum, nor any destructive energy fluctuations. He just stood there abruptly, as if he had been there from the very beginning. It was a humanoid monster covered in a dark purple, hard shell, with bulging muscles and an explosive sense of power. However, in stark contrast to this terrifying body was his shiny bald head and a pair of empty, emotionless eyes. It was none other than One Punch Demon. He didn't make a move immediately, but simply watched the three people in the valley quietly, as if they were three ants that happened to appear on his path. The three of them did not rush to make a move. Delaying the inevitable and waiting for reinforcements is the best option for them. An eerie silence fell over the valley. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely at that moment. Every minute and every second was excruciating. The invisible yet palpable pressure caused Lu Chuling and Gao Jianli to break out in a cold sweat. Even in a standoff, they felt suffocating pressure. It was as if an invisible hand was gripping their hearts tightly. This feeling was something that Lu Chuling and Gao Jianli had never experienced before. As S-class heroes, they stand at the pinnacle of human combat power and are used to putting pressure on others. When have they ever felt such pure crushing from others? It was as if they would lose their lives the moment the other side made a move. Only Lin Yi remained relatively calm. He not only faced off against the One Punch Man head-on, but even took a punch from him. He knew better than anyone the terrifying power that could instantly annihilate an S-class hero. At this moment, he was secretly paying attention to the system's prompts. However, even now, my mind remains silent, with no looting notification sounds. Is it because I've already plundered One Punch breaks the limit, so the system isn't giving me the same prompt again? Lin Yi wondered to himself. Or is it that his level has reached S+, exceeding the system's current limit of only being able to plunder S-level monsters? His heart sank slightly. Either way, it means that no further enhancements can be obtained from One Punch Man. Finally, One Punch Man moved. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at Lin Yi, one of the three. I remember you. His voice was clear, even with a touch of childlike dullness, which contrasted sharply with his appearance. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chuling and Gao Jianli were both stunned. It's normal for high-level monsters to be able to talk, but what does this mean? These two knew each other before? Lin Yi met his gaze and calmly replied, I remember you too. For the first time, a hint of confusion appeared on One Punch Man's usually expressionless face. I remember you took a punch from me, he said, tilting his bald head. How come you didn't die? These words struck Lu Chuling and Gao Jianli like two thunderbolts. Lin Yi was hit by the One Punch Demon, and he's still alive? Is this fucking normal? That was a terrifying punch that could destroy an iron fortress. Lin Yi shrugged, his tone as casual as if he were talking about today's weather. I don't know either. Maybe I was just lucky. That shouldn't be the case. One Punch Man shook his head seriously, even scratching his shiny bald head, looking as if he were stuck on a problem of the century. No one can survive a single punch from me unless you're not human. Hey, why are you swearing? Lu Chuling muttered to himself. Lin Ye's lips twitched slightly, and she followed up with his question, if I'm not human, then what am I? One Punch Man thought for a moment, then said with unusual certainty, are you a god? Only a god can survive a punch from me. Lu Chuling and Gao Jianli were completely dumbfounded. Why did our conversation get so out of control? Gods? This is an atheistic world. Even if there really are gods, they shouldn't look like this on Lin Yi. Before Lin Yi could respond,
respond. One Punch Demon himself overturned this conclusion. No, you can't be a god. He shook his head. Gods aren't as weak as you. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. He seemed to have given up on thinking about the problem, and his empty eyes returned to their indifference. Since one punch won't kill you, I'll just have to give you two. Perfect timing, your reinforcements have arrived too. Let's kill them all together. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a blazing line of fire descended from the sky like a meteor, slamming heavily into the open space between the three and the One Punch Demon. Flames shot into the sky in an instant, and violent fire energy swept in all directions. A figure dressed in a fiery red, tight-fitting battlesuit, with a stunningly hot and beautiful figure, slowly emerged from the flames. It's none other than the S-Class hero, Flame Princess Xu Rong. She didn't even glance at the other two. Her phoenix eyes, burning with flames, were fixed on the One Punch Demon, her expression extremely solemn. However, when she caught a glimpse of Lin Yi out of the corner of her eye, her beautiful brows immediately furrowed, and her tone revealed undisguised disdain. What are you doing here? If you want to live, get out of here. This next fight is not for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuling coughed awkwardly and began to explain. Well, Lin Yi is quite strong. I think we have a better chance of winning if he's around. Xu Rong glanced at him coldly, her voice icy. Were you stunned by the mental attack from the false words crystal? What good can an A rank do? Isn't this just making things worse? Gao Jianli also said in a muffled voice, Yanji, I think Lao Lu is right. Xu Rong turned her gaze to Gao Jianli and sneered, did killing the Lord of Mountain Collapse ruin your brain too? Gao Jianli choked for a moment, coughed twice, and calmly said something that shocked everyone. Ahem, actually, Lin Yi killed the Lord of the Mountain Collapse. The mockery on Xu Rong's face froze instantly. What? Her languid phoenix eyes widened suddenly as she stared at Gao Jianli in disbelief, wondering if she had misheard. Before she could ask any further questions, Lu Chuling delivered another blow with a blank expression. Actually, Lin Yi also killed the false words magic crystal. Xu Rong was completely bewildered. She slowly and mechanically turned her head, staring at the young man who remained indifferent as if he were a monster. Lin Yi ignored her shock, which was enough to overturn his worldview, and just stared warily at the bald man in front of him who was still expressionless. That's enough small talk. His voice rang out clearly in the deathly silent valley. The real battle is about to begin. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the One Punch Demon made his move. There were no flashy moves, no terrifying energy fluctuations, not even the slightest warning. He simply landed, yet the ground throughout the entire valley shook violently. The ground beneath his feet seemed to have been slammed down by an invisible giant hammer, instantly cracking and collapsing to form a terrifying crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters. His figure left an almost imperceptible afterimage in the spot. The next second, he appeared in front of Gao Jianli like a ghost. He was so fast that even the S-Class hero's extremely sharp dynamic vision could barely keep up with his movements. Xu Rong and Lu Chuling exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Gao Jianli's honest face was filled with shock and fear. An unprecedented, terrifying sense of crisis, enough to freeze one's soul, completely enveloped him. He didn't even have time to make any defense. He could only rely on his honed combat instincts to quickly unleash defensive skills. S-rank skill, immovable barrier. 2 layers of energy barriers instantly condensed in front of him. At the same time, the seemingly ordinary fist of the One Punch Demon had already quietly arrived. There was no punching wind, no sonic boom. That dark purple fist lightly imprinted itself on Gao Jianli's energy barrier, as light as a pebble thrown into a lake. The immovable barrier, which was strong enough to withstand the onslaught of S-Class monsters, was as fragile as a bubble in the face of this fist. It lasted for less than a thousandth of a second before collapsing and dissipating without warning or a sound. The fist remained unstoppable, slamming heavily into Gao Jianli's crossed arms. Snap! A chilling sound of bones cracking rang out. The S-grade armor snapped at a right angle in an instant. Gao Jianli's burly, tower-like body was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the mountainside hundreds of meters away. The entire mountainside collapsed with a deafening roar, turning into rubble that tumbled down. With just one strike, the S-Class hero immovable barrier Gao Jianli, known for his defense, is left in a state of uncertainty regarding his fate. This powerful scene made Lu Chuling and Xu Rong feel their blood freeze instantly. Is this the power of an S-plus class? So powerful, it's despair-inducing. Just as the two were on the verge of a mental breakdown, Lin Yi's cold and steady voice exploded in their minds like a thunderclap. The two snapped out of their daze, forcibly suppressing their inner fear, and instantly pushed their internal energy to its limit. Lu Chuling roared, and the silver spear in his hand transformed into a dazzling stream of light that tore through the sky, carrying a resolute aura as it pierced straight into the back of the One Punch Demon. Xu Rong also let out a delicate shout, and her body burst into raging flames. Countless flames gathered in her palm, condensing into a giant flaming sword tens of meters long, seemingly capable of burning through the sky, which she slashed down at the One Punch Demon. At the same time, Lin Yi also made a move. He raised one hand high, and a meteorite formed in the air, compressing to the size of a ping-pong ball. He didn't act immediately, but patiently waited for the best opportunity. Despite the combined attack
attack of 3 top experts, One Punch Demon's expressionless face remained calm and undisturbed. He didn't even turn around. Just as Lu Chuling's spear tip was about to touch his back, his body shifted slightly to the left by half an inch in a completely illogical way. The dragon spear, powerful enough to pierce mountains, grazed his armor, sending up a string of blinding sparks, before finally piercing the hard ground, leaving a bottomless gun hole. Lu Chuling's pupils suddenly contracted. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Rong's giant flaming sword, capable of incinerating everything, also fell in front of the One Punch Demon. He slowly raised his left hand, spread his 5 fingers, and easily caught the flaming giant sword that fell from the sky. A terrifying burst of fiery energy erupted, engulfing him entirely. "Fool, how dare you catch my blade of heaven burning with your bare hands?" Zhu Rong sneered. However, the next second, the cold smile on her face froze, replaced by endless horror. The blazing flames that were powerful enough to melt S-grade alloys were actually extinguished. The One Punch Demon stood unharmed, his hand holding the flaming greatsword showing not a single scorch mark. He exerted a slight force. He actually crushed the giant sword of pure energy into flames, turning it into sparks flying everywhere. Just then, a meteorite the size of a ping-pong ball, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, hurtled rapidly toward One Punch Demon's face. Faced with Lin Ye's attack, the One Punch Demon also threw a punch. Boom! There was no earth-shattering roar as expected, only a deep, muffled rumble. A visible circular shockwave spread wildly in all directions from the center of One Punch Demon. The earth was plowed open by this shockwave. Countless fragments of rock were swept into the sky, only to be instantly crushed into powder by the violent energy. Lu Chuling and Zhu Rong both shot backwards to avoid being caught in the chaos. The One Punch Demon was actually knocked back half a meter. He looked down at his dark purple fist. On that seemingly indestructible carapace, a fine, spiderweb-like crack visible to the naked eye had appeared. He was actually repelled? His defenses were actually breached? This scene left Lu Chuling and Zhu Rong, who were in the distance, completely dumbfounded once again. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Yi was actually able to shake this monster? Interesting. One Punch Demon slowly raised his head, his empty eyes flashing with excitement. He let out a low growl, and his figure vanished from the spot once again. This time, his target is Lin Yi. An unprecedented sense of crisis instantly made Lin Yi's hair stand on end. Without hesitation, he immediately pushed his newly solidified S-class ability to its limit. The real and the illusory world. Buzz. An invisible and intangible yet vast and boundless spiritual energy instantly enveloped the entire valley. The One Punch Demon's forward momentum suddenly froze, a barely perceptible look of confusion flashing in his empty eyes. However, in just a moment, that trace of confusion vanished without a trace. "Your ability is useless to me," his calm voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind. The next moment, he broke free from the shackles of the illusory world and instantly appeared in front of Lin Yi, throwing a punch. "This is bad," Lin Yi exclaimed in alarm. One Punch Man's punches are incredibly fast, there's no way he can dodge them. The shadow of death instantly enveloped Lin Yi. His pupils contracted slightly, and the terrifying iron fist grew larger in his eyes. "Am I destined to die at this guy's hands in the end?" Boom! With a single punch, the entire valley trembled violently. The ground was blasted into a terrifying crater that was bottomless and hundreds of meters in diameter. The edges of the crater were as smooth as a mirror, as if they had been instantly vaporized and melted by some kind of ultra-high energy. The violet energy shockwave swept back, making the valley tremble. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Ye's chest heaved violently, his heart pounding as if it would burst out of his chest. He looked at the One Punch Demon hundreds of meters away and felt a wave of fear wash over him. "Captain, are you alright?" Chen Mo's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Yi turned his head and saw Chen Mo looking at him with a joyful expression. He then realized that Chen Mo had saved him at the crucial moment. The power of causality allowed him to teleport instantly to Chen Mo's side. "I'm fine, you came just in time." Lin Yi was overjoyed. Chen Mo had arrived just in time. "That guy is no match for us in terms of strength, defense, or speed. If you use causality to slow him down, even by just 10%, it will at least give us time to react." "No problem." Chen Mo immediately activated the causality law optimal solution again. "Because you're not wearing shoes, your speed has decreased by 10%. The moment the threads of cause and effect entangled the One Punch Demon, Chen Mo felt his energy rapidly draining away, instantly becoming depleted. His body swayed, and he fell straight down. Lin Yi was shocked and quickly helped Chen Mo up, only to find that he had already fainted. On the other side, the One Punch Demon slowly withdrew his fist. His empty gaze held a hint of doubt as he slowly turned his head to look in the direction where Lin Yi and Chen Mo were. "Rules?" His monotonous voice betrayed no emotion whatsoever. What an annoying ability. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared again. This time, his target is Chen Mo. Clearly, Chen Mo's ability to weaken his attributes made him feel a bit troublesome. Lin Yi immediately picked up Chen Mo and ran wildly along the mountain wall. At the same time, Lu Chuling and Zhu Rong also rushed towards the One Punch Demon, trying to block him with their attacks. However, even with One Punch Man's speed reduced by 90%, he was still far beyond their reach. All attacks missed. It looked like Lin Yi and Chen Mo were about to be caught up. Roar! A roar like that of a madman suddenly exploded from the pile of rubble beneath Lin Yi's feet. A burly figure shot out like a cannonball, crashing headlong into the one-punch demon with a fearless and resolute attitude. He's still alive. A dull thud resounded. The figure of the one-punch demon was slightly swayed by the sudden force, but Gao Jianli's fate was even more tragic. That burly body seemed to have crashed into an unshakable pillar, and the S-class heavy armor on his chest instantly dented and cracked. He was sent flying backward again, the blood he spat out drawing a gruesome arc in the air. Lu Chuling's eyes were bloodshot, and the dragon gallant breaking army spear in his hand burst forth with unprecedented brilliance. Scum! Die! He channeled all his anger and power into that one shot. Man and gun became one, transforming into a silver lightning bolt that pierced the heavens and earth, thrusting straight at the head of the one-punch demon. At the same time, Zhu Rong made her move again. Instead of wielding those flashy but impractical energy greatswords, she compressed and condensed endless flames into her right index finger. A tiny, delicate golden flame, seemingly about to be extinguished at any moment, quietly ignited at her fingertips. S-rank ultimate technique, divine fire annihilation. This is the primordial fire that can annihilate all matter and energy. With a flick of Zhu Rong's finger, the wisp of golden flame appeared silently between the eyebrows of the one-punch demon. Faced with the relentless and frantic counterattack of the three S-class heroes, a hint of impatience finally appeared on One Punch Man's eternally unchanging face. He whispered something, and then showed no more mercy. With a casual flick of his left hand, he precisely deflected Lu Chuling's spear tip, which seemed determined to strike. Clang! Lu Chuling felt an irresistible, terrifying force emanating from the gun. These words caused an uproar in the audience. The web of his hand gripping the gun instantly split open, bleeding profusely. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away along with the dragon gallant spear. His entire right arm shattered inch by inch under that immense force, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Immediately afterwards, the one-punch demon tilted his head slightly, easily dodging Zhu Rong's divine fire annihilation. The wisp of golden flame brushed past his cheek and shot into the distant sky. It exploded in the air, turning into a fiery cloud that burned half the sky. After completing all this, he chased after Lin Yi. Lin Yi fired several meteorites, but the one-punch demon dodged them all. Having learned from past mistakes, One Punch Man clearly didn't want to confront these meteorites head-on again. Upon seeing this, a glint of madness flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. He knew that running away was pointless. The only solution is to fight fire with fire. He threw Chen Mo toward Zhu Rong, frantically channeling all the energy in his body into his right fist. One-punch demon, let's have a final battle. Lin Yi roared, turned around and faced the one-punch demon, unleashing his strongest punch. S-rank skill, breaking army divine spear. S-rank passive skill, break through limits with one punch. A hint of interest flashed in the eyes of the one-punch demon, and he also threw a punch. Boom! Another earth-shattering clash. However, this time the result was completely different. Lin Yi's entire right arm, starting from his fist, shattered inch by inch, exploding into a bloody, mangled mess. The excruciating pain caused him to groan involuntarily, and his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. But there was no pain on his face. Instead, he revealed a strange smile, because even the one-punch demon's fist was smashed into a pulp by him. One-punch demon stood still, looking down at his fist, a look of surprise flashing across his face. He's injured? Well done, Lin Yi. Upon seeing this, Zhu Rong's eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, she flashed and instantly appeared beside the one-punch demon's shattered right arm. Those fingertips, burning with golden flames, pointed straight at his chest without hesitation. However, what awaited her was the one-punch demon's perfectly intact and incredibly fast left fist. Puff! Zhu Rong's body was sent flying like a baseball being hit. Her entire left arm and half of her body were completely reduced to nothingness by that punch. Blood splattered, staining the sky red. The valley fell into a deathly silence once again. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood and burning, a stench that pierced the nerves of everyone present. Lu Chuling lay on the pile of rubble in the distance, his right arm severed at the shoulder, blood staining the ground beneath him. The dragon gallant breaking army spear in his hand was nowhere to be found. Gao Jianli was deeply embedded in a crater in the mountain wall, his heavy armor on his chest completely shattered, revealing his bloodied and mangled chest. He had already fainted. Zhu Rong suffered an even more tragic fate, with half of his body shattered. Like a butterfly with broken wings, he fell helplessly from midair, crashing into the ground and creating a shallow crater. His breath was extremely weak. Three renowned S-class heroes were all seriously injured in a fierce battle that lasted only a few minutes. In the center of the battlefield, only Lin Yi, who had lost an arm, remained standing. That's a bit too strong. Lin Yi covered his wound and gave a bitter smile. 5 S-class heroes were no match for One Punch Man. Today, it seems, things are truly over. One Punch Demon slowly lowered his head and looked at his bloodied and mangled wrist. At the wound, eerie dark purple flesh was writhing and regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems that it won't be long before a fist grows back. He paid no attention to his injuries, his empty eyes staring silently at Lin Yi not far away. That look in his eyes was no longer the indifference and mockery of before, nor the rage born of injury. Rather, it was a kind of pure, extreme appreciation and excitement, as if one had found a kindred spirit. Lin Yi endured the excruciating pain from his severed arm and adopted a guarded posture. The energy within his body had already been completely exhausted in that attack. At this moment, he was extremely weak, but he cannot fall. The one-punch demon looked at Lin Yi, and for the first time, his dull voice showed a slight fluctuation. That's interesting. He slowly walked towards Lin Yi, step by step. With each step, Lin Yi's heart grew heavier. Am I really going to die here? He can't even self-destruct his core energy source now, because his core energy source is still broken. However, what happened next far exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. The one-punch demon stopped less than 10 meters away from Lin Yi. He glanced at Lin Yi, then looked at the three dying S-class heroes in the distance. On that abstract, luminous face, a rare look of distress appeared. Killing you would be such a waste. He muttered to himself, as if trying to convince himself, I'll come back to you when you're stronger. I can spare these people. Changing the subject, he continued, but in exchange, you have to do me a favor next time I come to you. These words were like a bombshell, exploding in the minds of Lin Yi and even Lu Chuling and Zhu Rong, who were struggling to look up in the distance. Everyone stared at the one-punch demon with eyes wide with disbelief, wondering if they had misheard. An S+ level monster actually needs the help of a human hero? This feels as absurd and unreal as a lion asking an antelope for help. What they cared about even more was that One Punch Man had become so powerful. What could he possibly need help with? Is there someone even stronger than him? This is simply unbelievable. Seeing Lin Yi standing there in a daze without responding, the one-punch demon's dull voice carried a hint of regret. You won't agree? Then I'll have no choice but to kill you all right now. Okay, I agree. Lin Yi blurted it out almost without hesitation. He didn't know what the monster wanted his help with, but it seemed to be the only option. After receiving an affirmative answer, One Punch Man nodded in satisfaction. He stared intently at Lin Yi, his gaze seemingly trying to see into his very soul. Immediately afterwards, his figure flickered and disappeared silently from the spot, as if he had never been there at all. Along with him disappeared the terrifying pressure that made it difficult for everyone to breathe. The valley finally returned to complete silence. Huff, huff. Lin Yi could no longer hold on and collapsed heavily to the ground, panting heavily. The relief of surviving the ordeal surged into my heart like a tide. At the same time, he was still somewhat bewildered. The one-punch demon actually let them go like that? Lu Chuling woke Gao Jianli up, and the two of them helped each other to Lin Yi's side. At this moment, Chen Mo had also woken up and, carrying the seriously injured Zhu Rong, gathered around Lin Yi. Their faces were filled with extremely complex expressions: shock, lingering fear, gratitude, and a touch of awe. This time, it's all thanks to you, Lin Yi. Gao Jianli clutched his sunken chest, his voice weak but full of sincerity. Otherwise, all four of us would have lost our lives here today. Lin Yi, Gao Jianli, owe you my life. If you need anything in the future, as long as I'm alive, just ask. Lu Chuling nodded heavily, looking at his empty right arm, but there was no sign of dejection on his face. Instead, a relieved smile appeared. You saved my life. From now on, you're my brother, Lu Chuling's brother. Zhu Rong looked at Lin Yi, her dim phoenix eyes filled with apology and gratitude. I misjudged you before, I'm sorry. If you survive this, I'll protect you when you go to the capital. She was the most seriously injured of the five, with half of her body almost destroyed. If she hadn't been an S-level expert, she would have been dead long ago. Lin Yi looked at the four people. Apart from Chen Mo, the others, including himself, were all seriously injured. Especially Zhu Rong. Her injuries probably won't last long enough for her to return to Jiangcheng to find a healer. Lin Yi opened the systems team shop. Looking at the dazzling array of goods, he found what he needed without hesitation. Perfect healing potion, instantly restores all injuries and energy. Price, 150 team reputation/bottle. System, exchange for 5 bottles of perfect healing potion. Command confirmed. Exchange successful. 750 team reputation points deducted. Remaining team reputation, 2950. 5 bottles of potions emitting a soft white light appeared silently in the system space. Lin Yi calmly took it out of his backpack and handed it to the 4 people beside him. Drink it. Lu Chuling, Gao Jianli, and Zhu Rong stared at the unremarkable potion. Despite their doubts, their trust in Lin Yi led them to swallow their pride without hesitation. The next second, the 3 of them stared wide-eyed. A warm and powerful life energy, like a flood bursting through a dam, erupted within them. The terrifying injuries sustained from the fierce battle with the one-punch demon were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken bones crackled and snapped back together, while the damaged internal organs were enveloped and repaired by a surge of life force. The depleted energy core was replenished at an incredible speed under the impact of this energy. Whether it was Lu Chuling and Lin Yi's severed arms, or Zhu Rong's missing half of her body, they were all restored to their original state within a few seconds. What kind of miracle miracle drug is this? Lu Chuling moved her perfectly intact right arm in disbelief, her face filled with shock and indescribable amazement. Xu Rong and Gao Jianli were both speechless, stunned by the potion's incredible effects. Lin Yi, where did you get this potion? Xu Rong's languid phoenix eyes were now filled with shock and curiosity. How much is a bottle? I'd like to buy a few. Lu Chuling nodded repeatedly, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi. This level of medicine is practically a second life. Lin Yi smiled knowingly and casually made up a reason. I got these few bottles by chance in a secret realm before, and there's nowhere to buy them. I see. Disappointment immediately appeared on the faces of the three people. Although Chen Mo was also shocked by the potion's efficacy, he knew Lin Yi far better than others, so he didn't ask any more questions. Soon after, the five men were fully healed and their energy levels returned to their peak. Let's go back first. Chen Mo pushed up his glasses and looked towards the main battlefield. Everyone must be getting impatient. Meanwhile, on the western outskirts of Jiangchang, in front of the Heroes Association's temporary command post, the atmosphere was so tense it was suffocating, and the tension was palpable. Wang Jing, her face ashen, stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Tong, the captain of the iron-blooded team, leading a group of solemn-looking law enforcement officers. Opposite them, Luo Feng, the captain of the blazing flame team, looked arrogant, with a faint, mocking smile on his lips. Standing beside him was a tall, thin man with a cold face and eyes as icy as a venomous snake. One of only 3 S-class heroes in Jiangcheng, codenamed Black Snake. Behind Luo Feng and Black Snake were Zhang Hang's Sharp Blade team and Wei Dezhan's strategic planning department. Behind Wang Jing and the others, Han Li, Xia Yon, and Lei Zhe lay on the ground, covered in blood, too weak to even stand up. Su Qingyue's breath was even weaker, and her life force seemed to be about to be extinguished at any moment. She stood in front of the four, holding a long sword that gleamed coldly, and stared warily at Luo Feng and the others. Wang Jing, Zhou Tong, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Luo Feng's tone was full of undisguised arrogance and contempt. Get out of here right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Serpent unleashed a terrifying pressure befitting an S-class hero. The invisible pressure surged towards Wang Jing and the others like a tide, its threat unmistakable. Under immense pressure, Wang Jing's face flushed slightly with anger. We finally managed to repel the monster horde, and you're fighting amongst yourselves here. Don't you all respect me as the president of the Hero Association? Take it to heart? Luo Feng chuckled as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Wang Jing, you overestimate yourself. No one can stop what happened today. Listen carefully, I said it. Luo Feng, how dare you? Wang Jing's beautiful face was covered in frost. Despite the Black Snake's oppressive aura, she took a step forward, her phoenix eyes blazing with fury. We have just repelled the monster horde, and countless heroes fought valiantly, their bodies still warm. How dare you attack a team that just made a great contribution? Do you have any conscience? Or are you saying you don't respect the Hero Association's rules at all, or even care about Jiangcheng, the city behind us? Her voice was cold and resolute, each word like an ice pick, piercing the hearts of Luo Feng and everyone behind him. Rules? Ha ha ha. Luo Feng laughed wildly, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Wang Jing, don't forget that rules are made by the strong. In my eyes, you, the president, are nothing but a useless pretty face. I'm not fighting amongst myself today, but rather removing this cancerous tumor ahead of time for the future of Jiangcheng. You should be thanking me. Nonsense. Wang Jing was so angry that she trembled all over. You're clearly jealous of Lin Yi's comeback and using this opportunity to settle personal scores. Don't try to make your dirty thoughts seem noble. The Dawn team's contributions on the front lines are undeniable. They are heroes. And you, Luo Feng, what's the difference between your current actions and those of a backstabber? She had made up her mind to protect the 4 members of Dawn team, even if it meant offending Luo Feng. She knew that her relationship with Lin Yi was at a low point, and if she wanted to repair it, she had to do something that would make Lin Yi grateful. Lin Yi is a very sentimental person. If he can save these 4 members of Dawn, he will be extremely grateful. By then, her relationship with Lin Yi will be able to improve. She could see clearly that Lin Yi was definitely not a lazy bum who would only dabble in things. Such people should be befriended, not opposed. Unfortunately, that idiot Luo Feng couldn't see the situation at all. His short-sightedness is why he was kicked out of the core of power by the Luo family and exiled to this remote Jiangcheng. Wang Jing's words were like a sharp knife, precisely piercing into the darkest, most unspoken part of Luo Feng's heart. His smile vanished instantly, replaced by a look of embarrassment and anger at having his thoughts exposed. Good. Chairman Wan, you're really quick-witted. Luo Feng's patience finally ran out, and his pretense was torn away, leaving only undisguised ferocity and madness. Looks like reasoning with you is useless. Since you insist on opposing me for the sake of a few good-for-nothings, don't blame me for being heartless. He sneered, his gaze shifting to the silent Black Snake beside him. Black Snake, wake these clueless fools up. The Black Snake, which had been resting with its eyes closed, slowly opened its cold, venomous eyes. His gaze swept over Wang Jing, Zhou Tong, and the others, and a killing intent far more terrifying and solid than before swept over them like a tsunami. All the A-level and B-level heroes present felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and even breathing became extremely difficult. Immediately afterwards, a hoarse, cold voice, devoid of any emotion, clearly entered everyone's ears. Get out, or die. The death threat from the S-class hero was like a final judgment, instantly plunging the tense scene into a deathly silence. At this critical moment, whoosh, 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 5 incredibly fast figures shot towards us from the distant horizon like shooting stars. 3 figures flew through the air, cutting through the sky. 2 figures sprinted wildly across the ground, leaving a trail of afterimages in their wake. In the blink of an eye, 5 figures landed in front of everyone. It was Lin Yi and his 4 companions who had escaped death from the one-punch demon. Lin Yi frowned slightly as he looked at the tense situation before him. Seeing Lin Yi's figure, Yaoshi's heart finally settled down, and she immediately shouted, Su Qingyue, she's dying. What? Lin Yi and Chen Mo were both startled, their faces instantly turning grim. The 2 figures flashed and appeared beside Yaoshi as if they had teleported. On the other side, when Black Snake saw Lu Chuling, Gao Jianli, and Shu Rong, the sinister smile on his face immediately turned into a warm smile, and he quickly went to greet them. Old Lu, Old Gao, and the beautiful Zhu Rong. Sorry I'm late. He greeted them familiarly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them. Seeing that although their clothes were tattered, they were unharmed, I was quite surprised. But you are all safe and sound, so the matter must have been resolved. Lu Chuling nodded, looking at the scene before her with a puzzled expression. Old hey, what exactly is going on? Gao Jianli also looked at him curiously. The 3 S-class heroes of Jiangcheng, though not close friends, have a good relationship with each other. Black Snake waved his hand casually and said in a nonchalant tone, a foolish B-level team offended young Master Luo. I happen to have some free time, so I'm here to help him deal with it. Please wait a moment, it'll be over soon. After that, let's find a place to have a drink, and I'd like to hear more about this strange crowd. However, the words had barely left his mouth. He suddenly felt 2 terrifying flames of rage erupting from the crowd like dormant volcanoes. Those were 2 S-class energy fluctuations that were in no way inferior to his, and perhaps even stronger. Boom, boom. Their fury surged skyward, transforming into 2 invisible storms that distorted and warped the surrounding air. The smile on Black Snake's face froze instantly. Those snake-like eyes widened in utter shock. Jiangcheng, when did it get 2 S-class heroes? He turned around abruptly, looking towards the source of the 2 terrifying auras. The moment the Black Snake's gaze met Lin Yi's eyes, which were burning with endless rage, he felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, and even his breathing suddenly stopped. Those 2 gazes were so cold they sent chills down your spine. They were terrifying beyond measure. It was filled with devastating violence and murderous intent, as if it wanted to tear the whole world to pieces. Sister Qingyue. Chen Mo looked at Su Qingyue lying on the ground, her breath faint and her face as pale as paper, and his body trembled violently involuntarily. A piercing sense of regret and self-blame, like the most vicious curse, gnawed at his soul. If he hadn't left, if he were still here, how could he, with his abilities, have caused everyone such severe harm? How could Sister Qingyue have fallen to the brink of death? It's my fault. It's all my fault. He muttered to himself, his eyes behind his glasses bloodshot and red. Lin Yi didn't say much, but simply patted Chen Mo's shoulder lightly. This has nothing to do with you. He exchanged for 4 more bottles of perfect healing potions and handed them to Chen Mo. Feed them the water. After saying that, he turned around. Those deep eyes, like 2 poison blades, were fixed on Luo Feng not far away. You're courting death. The voice was calm and emotionless, yet it sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. Ha, what did you say? Luo Feng seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, staring at Lin Yi with disdain as if he were looking at an idiot. You think you can be so insolent in front of me? I think you're the one who's asking for death. Before he could finish speaking, the Black Snake suddenly appeared and blocked Luo Feng's path. Black Snake's cold gaze was fixed on Lin Yi, his eyes full of vigilance and scrutiny. He couldn't understand how 2 S-class heroes he had never seen before had suddenly appeared in Jiangcheng. But so what? With Black Snake backing them up, plus the Luo family behind Luo Feng, who would dare to oppose them in Jiangcheng? Gentlemen, whoever you are or where you come from. The Black Snake's voice carried a strong sense of condescending arrogance. This is Jiangcheng, not a place for you to cause trouble. I advise you to mind your own business. However, what responded to him was Lin Yi's icy figure rushing towards Luo Feng as if by teleportation. Black Snake was furious and prepared to intercept without thinking twice. Old Black, stop. Black Serpent, step back. 2 angry shouts rang out simultaneously. Lu Chuling and Gao Jianli, like 2 towering mountains, instantly blocked the Black Snake's path. Old Lu, Old Gao, what do you mean by this? The Black Snake froze, its face filled with shock and confusion. The next moment, Zhu Ron's lazy yet cold voice came from the side. Black Snake, I advise you not to make a move. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you'll leave here alive today. The Black Snake was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the 3 old acquaintances in front of him, feeling as if his worldview had been shattered in an instant. Have these 3 people gone mad? They're actually going to war with some nobody who just appeared out of nowhere? You must have made a mistake? snake. The black snake's voice was filled with disbelief. I'm doing this for young Master Luo. Aren't you afraid of offending the Luo family by helping outsiders against me? However, he was answered by Lu Chuling's resolute and icy voice. He didn't even glance at the black snake, his eyes fixed on the back of the figure that had already rushed in front of Luo Feng, his words ringing out firmly. Lin Yi is my brother in life and death. To be his enemy is to be my enemy, Lu Chuling. Gao Jianli's honest voice rang out immediately, filled with unwavering determination. He is also my brother in arms. Black Serpent, you are playing with fire. Xu Rong walked directly behind Lin Yi. Those fiery phoenix eyes coldly swept over Luo Feng, Wei Dejiang, Zheng Heng, and the others, their tone revealing undisguised contempt and disdain. You guys really know your stuff, bullying his teammates while Lin Yi's away. Lin Yi, you tell me, how do you want to deal with them? Today, the three of us will back you up. The three men's words were like thunderbolts, exploding in everyone's minds. At that moment, the whole world seemed to stand still. Everyone stared blankly at the surreal scene before them, as if they had seen a ghost, their minds completely blank. Wang Jing's beautiful face was filled with undisguised shock and confusion. Zhou Tong was so stunned that he stood there with his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. The arrogance and smugness on the faces of Luo Feng, Wei Dejiang, and Zhang Heng had vanished, replaced by endless fear and panic. What exactly did they see? Three S-class heroes, all of them are on Lin Yi's side? And they even called him a brother in arms? What on earth is going on? A hint of doubt and curiosity also flashed in Yao Shi's clear and cold eyes. She couldn't understand why Xu Rong, who had previously been hostile and disgusted with Lin Yi, would suddenly change her attitude and so clearly support Lin Yi. Even more shocking is that these five people went to challenge the S+ rank monster One Punch Man, who even the Hero Association headquarters couldn't defeat, and they actually returned completely unharmed? Although their clothes and armor were slightly damaged, each of them still exuded a powerful and long aura, not at all like they had been through a fierce battle. This is simply unbelievable. Something earth-shattering must have happened in that battle she was unaware of. It was precisely because of that incident that the attitudes of these three high-ranking S-class heroes toward Lin Yi underwent a complete change. Old Lu, Old Gao, Zhu Rong, Yu. Black Snake stared blankly at the three resolute old friends in front of him, feeling a dryness in his throat, unable to utter a complete sentence. He wanted to persuade them and find out the truth. However, Lin Yi had no intention of giving him any more chances. While everyone was still reeling from the shock, Lin Yi's cold and powerful hand gripped Luo Feng's throat tightly, like an iron clamp. They lifted him off the ground with ease, like picking up a chick. The suffocating feeling of his feet leaving the ground instantly snapped Luo Feng out of his shock. He stared incredulously at the icy face so close to his eyes filled with fear and confusion. How is that possible? I'm an A-rank hero. Why do I have no strength to resist this man at all? He didn't even see the other person's movements clearly. You dare. Luo Feng forced out a few words, attempting to use his identity to threaten Lin Yi. However, what greeted him was Lin Yi's emotionless eyes, as if he were looking at a dead man. You deserve to die. The cold voice was like a death sentence from hell. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi tightened his grip slightly. A crisp cracking sound rang out. Luo Feng's neck was snapped. His eyes, which had been wide with fear, instantly lost all their luster, becoming dull and empty. The arrogant expression on his face froze completely. Even as he died, he never imagined that he would die here today. Even more unexpectedly, he was easily crushed like an ant by a good-for-nothing whom he had always looked down upon. He is the third young master of the Luo family in the capital. He still has a bright future. He also wants to make a name for himself in Jiangcheng, return to the capital in glory, and make all those who once looked down on him kneel at his feet. However, all of this vanished with that sound of bones cracking. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. The whole world was completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared blankly at the corpse Lin Yi had casually tossed on the ground, their minds completely blank, as if they had seen a ghost. He actually dared to do that? In front of all the heroes of Jiangcheng, and in front of the S-class hero Black Snake, he actually killed the third young master of the Luo family without hesitation? This man is absolutely insane. After a brief silence, the Black Snake unleashed a roar filled with boundless rage, which exploded like a thunderclap. Aowa! He roared like a madman, his sinister eyes burning with a raging fury capable of incinerating everything. An extremely violent S-class energy erupted from his body, forming a visible black storm that swept wildly around. Luo Feng was actually killed right under his nose. He knew exactly what this meant. Whether he can kill Lin Yi today or not, it's all over. He could not possibly withstand the wrath of the Luo family. The only way to survive is to tear this arrogant and ignorant guy in front of me to pieces. Then, carrying his head, they went to the Luo family to beg for forgiveness. Do you even know what you've done? The Black Snake's voice was hoarse and venomous, as if it were being squeezed out from between its teeth. You killed the Luo family. From this day forward, there will be no place for you in heaven or on earth. The Luo family will hunt you down to the ends of the earth, making you wish you were dead. However, Lin Yi's face remained completely unmoved in the face of the Black Snake's frenzied roar. He slowly turned his head and stared calmly calmly at the black snake with the look of someone looking at a dead man. Have you finished saying your last words? Upon hearing this, the black snake was taken aback. Now that you've finished speaking, go down and keep your third young master Luo company. The cold words were like a death sentence. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Yi appeared in front of the black snake in an instant and threw a powerful punch. Faced with Lin Yi's sudden attack, Black Snake was not flustered but enraged, a sinister smile appearing on his face. You underestimate me. I'm an S-class hero, after all. Without hesitation, the black snake unleashed its full power. Dark energy coiled around his right fist like a venomous snake, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound as it met Lin Yi's seemingly ordinary fist. He could already foresee the scene that would unfold in the next second. The arrogant man's arm would be broken by his punch, and he would kneel on the ground, howling in pain. However, Lu Chuling, Dao Jianli, and Zhu Rong, who were watching from a distance, all wore expressions that were a mixture of disdain and pity. To exchange punches with Lin Yi? That's practically suicide. Lin Yi's fist could even directly shake the monster one-punch demon and even shatter its fist. What right does a mere black snake have? Boom! The moment their fists collided, the sinister smile on Black Snake's face froze. The contempt in my heart was replaced by an extreme, soul-deep fear and shock. He felt an indescribable, terrifying force, like the collapse of stars, surging from the opponent's fist. That power was devastating and utterly domineering. Snap! The sickening cracking of bones rang out in rapid succession. Black Serpent's right fist, which was capable of easily piercing through special alloys, was as fragile as paper in the face of this immense force. Starting with the finger bones, it broke inch by inch, then the wrist, forearm, upper arm. Immediately afterwards, that unparalleled power blasted into his body without any hindrance. Amidst the wide-eyed, utterly shocked gazes of the heroes, Black Snake's entire right arm, along with half of his shoulder and chest, was blasted into a shower of blood and flesh fragments by this punch. The foul-smelling blood and broken entrails rained down on the ground. The belated, heart-wrenching scream finally erupted from the Black Snake's throat, but that was only his last mournful cry. Just as everyone was still immersed in the bloody and terrifying scene and had not yet come to their senses, Lin Yi's second punch, stained with blood, had already arrived. Without the slightest hesitation, with ruthless determination, it struck the Black Snake's head, which was contorted with pain and fear, with perfect precision. A muffled thud, like a watermelon bursting open. The Black Snake's head exploded like a watermelon hit by a heavy hammer. Red and white, fragments of flesh and blood flying everywhere. A headless and mutilated corpse remained frozen in midair for a moment. Then, with a thud, it fell heavily next to Luo Feng's body. Black Serpent, one of the three remaining S-class heroes in Jiangcheng, has fallen. The scene fell into a deathly silence. All the heroes seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the two still steaming corpses. A chill ran from their feet straight to their heads, as if it would freeze their blood instantly. If Lin Yi's single-handed killing of the A-level hero Luo Feng had brought them shock and disbelief, then, at this moment, the instant kill of the S-class hero Black Serpent brings a bone-chilling fear and a world-shaking shock. That's an S-class hero. He is at the very top of the pyramid of all heroes. He is a guardian deity who protects the region and strikes fear into the hearts of countless monsters. He was actually killed with just 2 punches? All eyes involuntarily focused on the young man whose expression remained calm, as if he had merely swatted 2 flies with a casual flick of his wrist. In their eyes, there was no longer any doubt or incomprehension, only an intense, almost overflowing, awe and fear. When exactly did Lin Yi become so powerful? Wang Jing, who was some distance away, swallowed hard, feeling her throat extremely dry. Her beautiful face was already filled with endless horror. At this moment, she finally understood why those 3 S-class heroes had chosen to stand on Lin Yi's side without hesitation. This man now possesses power that completely surpasses her understanding of the word powerful. Chen Bing and the other 3 were now completely disheartened. That's incredible. Absolutely insane. Lin Yi hasn't just regained his strength, he's stronger than before. It's countless times stronger. An S-class hero can be defeated with just 2 punches? Good. Very good. At that moment, they finally realized what a tremendous opportunity they had just pushed open. Yao Shi was also extremely shocked. She knew that Lin Yi was strong, but he could never be this strong. Otherwise, he would never have been driven to such a desperate situation at the entrance of the forging center that morning. The only possibility is that after Lin Yi left the off-road vehicle, he underwent some changes that led to a huge leap in his strength. Could it be that he devoured all the S-class energy cores left behind by those S-class monsters after they died? So his strength has broken through to S level, and it is by no means an ordinary S level? But why does the hero terminal still show an F level when measuring his energy fluctuations? She really wanted to study him thoroughly, inside and out, top and bottom. At the same time, many heroes who had previously suspected Lin Yi of exaggerating his achievements were now completely convinced. Lin Yi not only participated in the battle to kill the S-class monster. In fact, he may have even killed those S-class monsters with his own hands. The so-called assisting from the sidelines and adding one's own name when reporting intelligence are a complete joke. Why would someone who can easily defeat an S-class hero bother to claim credit for something. They actually believed such a clumsy lie. How dare they question and ridicule a truly powerful being with godlike strength? That's absolutely idiotic. Lin Yi ignored the various emotions swirling in the eyes of those around him. He slowly turned around, his cold eyes staring directly at Wei Dezheng and Zhang Hong, who were terrified and collapsed to the ground. No, don't kill me, Lord Lin Yi, spare me. Wei Dezheng and Zhang Hong screamed as if they had seen a ghost. They completely lost their previous arrogance and pride, and moved backward on the ground, desperately trying to get away from this man who was like a demon. However, there was not a trace of pity in Lin Yi's eyes. He moved swiftly and appeared in front of the two of them in an instant. Two cold, lingering shadows were left on their faces, contorted with extreme fear. Bang! Bang! Wei Dezheng and Zhang Hong were thrown backward as if hit by a high-speed truck. The two fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. We're not dead. We're not dead. The two felt around their bodies and were overjoyed to find no injuries. Thank you, Lord Lin Yi, for sparing my life. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed desperately. However, they were soon horrified to discover that the energy core within their bodies had shattered. That A-grade energy they were so proud of was like a deflated balloon flowing out of their bodies at breakneck speed. They're completely ruined. For a hero, this kind of blow is more cruel than death. Just then, Hanli, Su Qingyue, Lei Zhe, and Xie Yong followed Chen Mo and slowly walked over. Their injuries had long since healed. Lin Yi looked at Hanli and Su Qingyue, his tone carrying a hint of apology. I originally planned to let you take your revenge after you were promoted to A level, but I just couldn't hold back anymore. Upon hearing this, Hanli smiled broadly. It's alright, Captain. We're not dead yet, and we still have a chance to take revenge ourselves. Having said that, he stepped forward and walked toward Wei Dezheng, who was kneeling on the ground like a dying dog. Hanli approached step by step, like a demon from hell, and Wei Dezheng's eyes were filled with endless fear. Hanli, what do you want to do? He coughed up blood as he roared, his voice full of bluster. I am the head of the strategic planning department of the Hero Association. If you dare to touch me, you are making an enemy of the entire Hero Association. However, Hanli seemed not to hear him, but walked up to him and looked down at him condescendingly. Those once honest and upright eyes now held only a chilling hatred. He did not act immediately, but slowly turned around and cast his gaze at the heroes around him with their complex expressions. His voice was a little hoarse, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Everyone, I know you all feel that Dawn Team's actions are too domineering and cruel, but there are some things you simply don't know. His gaze was like two sharp knives, fixed intently on Wei Dezheng. I wonder how many people still remember that wave of B-class weirdos 2 years ago. At that time, I was a squad leader under that bastard Wei Dezheng, leading the Rage team to guard the 3rd defense zone on the west side. However, at the height of the battle, in order to curry favor with a wealthy businessman's inspection team that had no strategic value, he ignored all objections and forcibly transferred my troops away. As a result, a gap was torn in the defense line, and an A-class monster, the Shadow Wolf, seized the opportunity to break in and massacre the entire block. Tens of thousands of innocent civilians have lost their lives because of this. My wife and my daughter also died in that disaster that should never have happened. At this point, Hanli, this tough guy, had tears welling up in his eyes, and his voice was choked with barely suppressed sobs. He took a deep breath, suppressing his grief, and his voice turned cold again. And he, Wei Dezheng, the culprit who caused the deaths of tens of thousands of people, not only did not receive any punishment, but was instead commended by the Hero Association for effective command and successful defense against the monster wave. These words were like a bombshell, exploding in the hearts of all the heroes. The crowd stared in disbelief at the man who lay limp on the ground, his face deathly pale. To curry favor with the powerful, they're willing to sacrifice the lives of their teammates and tens of thousands of civilians? Is this even considered a hero? They are even more insane than those monsters. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. Wei Dezheng screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, but his pale face and evasive eyes had already betrayed him. Am I talking nonsense? A smile full of sorrow and irony appeared on Hanli's face. Wei Dezheng, look up. Look into the eyes of these brothers around you. Do you really think you're the only one who knows what happened back then? Among the crowd, the heroes who had participated in that battle all wore expressions of anger and disdain. Zhou Tong, the captain of the iron-blooded team, snorted coldly, making no attempt to hide his contempt for Wei Dezheng. That's right, I've heard about what happened back then, but I never imagined the truth would be even more unbearable than the rumors. As the surrounding whispers filled with disdain and contempt grew louder, the last trace of color drained from Wei Dezheng's face. He knew he was finished. He revealed the secret he had kept hidden for 2 years in front of everyone. Hanli felt the mountain that had been pressing down on his heart for so long finally collapse. An unprecedented sense of comfort and ease welled up throughout my body. He no longer hesitated. He turned to look at Wei Dezheng's terrified and desperate face, and slowly raised his fist. Wife, daughter. His voice was choked with sobs, growling like a wounded beast. I have avenged you. No sooner had he finished speaking than that iron fist, as big as a clay pot, carrying endless rage and hatred, slammed hard into Wei Dezheng's right leg. Ah!
Ah! Amidst the ear-piercing sound of bones cracking, Wei Dejiang's heart-wrenching screams echoed across the battlefield. However, Han Li did not stop at all. Punch after punch, like a tireless pile driver relentlessly pounding into Wei Dejiang's body, from limbs to torso, without using any energy, relying solely on the purest and most primal physical strength. He gradually shattered Wei Dejiang's bones. He wanted to make this bastard slowly die in extreme pain and despair. The dull thuds of blows, mixed with the fading screams, were exceptionally clear in the deathly silence of the battlefield. None of the surrounding heroes stepped forward to stop it. Instead of showing any pity, their faces were full of glee. This kind of scoundrel who would betray his teammates and harm civilians for personal gain deserves to be sent to hell in the cruelest way. Finally, after a dull thud, Wei Dejiang's head was smashed like a watermelon, with red and white bits of flesh splattered everywhere. His screams abruptly stopped. Han Li slowly withdrew his fist, staring at the unrecognizable corpse. Tears finally streamed down his face. He didn't cry out loud, but let the hot tears silently slide down his weathered face. Although he had avenged his great enemy, he felt no joy whatsoever. My heart is filled with endless emptiness and desolation. On the other side, Zhang Heng, the captain of the Sharp Blade team, was so terrified by Wei Dejiang's miserable end that he was so disgusted that he urinated and defecated. He didn't even have the courage to run away. He could only stare in terror at the beautiful woman who was walking slowly towards him, who looked like a fairy, with eyes that seemed to be staring straight at a demon. When Su Qingyue's cold and ruthless eyes fell on Zhang Heng, his last line of psychological defense completely collapsed. Ignoring the dignity of an A-level hero, he desperately crawled toward Su Qingyue, kowtowing frantically as he did so. Bang! 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 His forehead was quickly slammed against the hard ground, leaving it bleeding profusely. Qingyue, I was wrong. I was really wrong. He broke down in tears, his voice hoarse and filled with despair. Please, for the sake of our past relationship, spare my life. I promise, I'll never do it again. I'm willing to be your slave. However, Su Qingyue simply gazed at him quietly, at the man she had once loved to the point of madness and hated to the point of despair. Her gentle and serene face remained completely expressionless, only chillingly cold. I don't want to talk about what happened back then. She spoke slowly, her voice soft yet sharp as the razor's edge, piercing Zhang Heng's heart. But I'm determined to take your life. No, don't! Zhang Han let out a piercing scream and tried desperately to rush forward and grab Su Qingyue's legs. However, a foot stomped him hard onto the ground. Without realizing it, he had already walked up to Zhang Heng's side. Without saying much, he simply handed a long sword to Su Qingyue. His face still wore a gentle smile, but within that smile lay a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. Sister Qingyue, use this. The voice was soft and calm. So as not to get your hands dirty. Su Qingyue glanced at the long sword, then looked into Chen Mo's encouraging and supportive eyes, and slowly nodded. She reached out her slender, fair hands, which should have been used to save lives, and accepted the weapon that symbolized killing and death. The moment she gripped the sword hilt, the last trace of hesitation vanished completely from her clear eyes. Instead, there was an intensely suppressed and wildly burning hatred. She recalled how she had been deceived by this man's sweet words, foolishly believing that he was the one destined for her. She recalled how he had gradually exploited her trust, pushing her into the abyss. She remembered that in the most critical moment, he did not hesitate to use her as a scapegoat and escaped alone. That memory became a nightmare she could never erase for the rest of her life. Today is the day to put an end to this nightmare. Zhang Heng. Su Qingyue slowly raised her long sword, the tip pointing directly at Zhang Heng's brow. In your next life, don't be a human again. No! Zhang Heng let out a roar filled with endless fear and despair. Su Qingyue's eyes narrowed, and she thrust out her long sword without hesitation. A soft sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. The sharp sword pierced Zhang Heng's head without any resistance. His piercing screams abruptly ceased, and his eyes, wide with extreme fear, instantly lost their luster. Su Qingyue slowly drew her long sword, gazing at the fallen corpse. Her eyes, burning with hatred, gradually regained their clarity. A single, glistening tear silently slid down her fair cheek. That was the last tear she shed for her long-dead, foolish love. From then on, the world no longer had the innocent, carefree, and love-obsessed Su Qingyue. Only Su Qingyue, the healer of the Dawn team. Blazing flames, sharp blades, strategic planning department. All the team members who participated in the Siege of Dawn were pale-faced, like quails with their throats being choked. Their terrified gazes were all fixed on Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi had no intention of settling scores with them. He slowly turned around and walked back to the Dawn team members. Seeing that Han Li, Su Qingyue, Lei Zhe, and Xia Yong had fully recovered, a hint of gentleness finally appeared on his cold face. He looked at Wang Jing and Zhou Tong walking towards him, and a sincere expression of gratitude appeared on his face. President Wang, Captain Zhou, thank you for stepping forward and protecting my team members. Looking at the man who had just been like a demon god descending to earth but was now humble and polite, Wang Jing was filled with mixed emotions. She quickly waved her hand, a slightly awkward smile appearing on her face. Captain Lin, you flatter me. This is what we should do. In fact, I should apologize to you for what happened before. As she spoke,
spoke, she bowed deeply to Lin Yi. I was blinded by greed and misled by Luo Feng, which almost led me to make a terrible mistake. It's all in the past. Lin Yi waved his hand, interrupting her. He looked at Wang Jing, his eyes calm. Although you made mistakes before, you really helped me this time. Merits and demerits cancel each other out. The past is wiped clean. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing breathed a huge sigh of relief. What she feared most was that Lin Yi would keep dwelling on the past. Now that she has received his forgiveness, it means that she and Lin Yi are no longer enemies, at least. Just then, a voice tinged with anger rang out. Yao Shi walked over with her arms crossed, puffing out her cheeks, her clear, cold eyes glaring at him. I also contributed. Why haven't you thanked me? Looking at her haughty expression, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. Of course, I also have to thank you. Upon hearing this expression of gratitude, a beautiful smile finally returned to Yao Shi's face. She generously extended her fair, jade-like hand, her cool eyes sparkling with curiosity and inquiry. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Yao Shi, Chief Researcher of the Institute of Advanced Technology. What? Chief Researcher? Apart from Zhu Rong, who already knew the inside story, everyone present, including Zhou Tong, Lu Chuling, and Gao Jianli, exclaimed in disbelief. They looked the young girl, who appeared to be no more than 20 years old, up and down with strange eyes. Cutting-Edge Technology Research Institute. That's the most technologically advanced and prestigious mysterious institution in the Dragon Kingdom. Those who can get in are all geniuses, 1 in a million. And the chief researcher is a genius among geniuses, a national treasure. In the Dragon Kingdom, the chief researcher holds a position even more prestigious than an S-class hero. This seemingly charming and lovely girl is actually the chief researcher? This is even more unbelievable than Lin Yi killing an S-class hero with 2 punches. However, Lin Yi showed no surprise. He had long anticipated that Yao Shi's identity was far from ordinary. He reached out and grasped that soft, cool hand, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Lin Yi, captain of the Dawn team. It's a pleasure to meet you, Chief Yao. As Yao Shi gazed into his calm eyes, her curiosity about him grew even stronger. You're not surprised at all that I'm the chief researcher? Actually, I'm quite surprised, you see. Lin Yi stared wide-eyed, looking utterly shocked. Your acting is terrible. Yao Shi revealed a hint of disdain and slowly withdrew her hand. Then, her expression turned serious. Lin Yi, the Luo family's power is far greater than you imagine. Although Luo Feng is only the 3rd young master of a collateral branch of the Luo family and does not hold a high position in the family, but this does not mean that the Luo family would be indifferent to his death outside. This concerns the reputation of top-tier families. She paused, then continued. The Luo family of the capital is one of the most prestigious heroic families in the Dragon Kingdom. There are 10 S-class heroes in the family, and more than 100 A-class heroes. Their industries span the entire country, and their influence permeates all sectors of the military, politics, business, and academia, making them a behemoth. Once they decide to target you, it will be a devastating blow. You must be prepared. Upon hearing this, many of the surrounding heroes gasped in shock. 10 S-rank heroes. Hundreds of A-rank heroes. Just how terrifying is this strength? However, Lin Yi still showed no fear on his face. Wang Jing immediately stated, Captain Lin, don't worry, I will immediately compile a detailed report on the situation here through official channels and submit it to the Hero Association headquarters. I will prove that Luo Feng provoked trouble and retaliated first, and that the Dawn team's actions were entirely a forced act of self-defense. Lu Chuling and Gao Jianli also stepped forward at the same time. We can serve as witnesses and sign our names on the report. With 2 of us S-class heroes as witnesses, the Hero Association headquarters must handle this matter with utmost care. Zhu Rong nodded and added, in this way, the Luo family will be unable to deal with you through official means. However, the fact that official methods are ineffective does not mean they will not take action behind the scenes. Your Dawn team is likely to face a lot of trouble from now on. Lin Ye's lips curled into a confident yet cold smile. Don't worry, Dawn is never afraid of trouble. If the Luo family really dares to come, they'd better be prepared to come and never return. Seeing his confidence, Lu Chuling, Gao Jianli, and Zhu Rong did not think he was exaggerating. They had witnessed firsthand how this man directly challenged the monster that even they, working together, could not overcome, the one-punch demon. With Lin Ye's current astonishing strength, the Luo family simply cannot contend with him unless they send out more than 5 S-class heroes. But that's obviously impossible. To avenge a junior member of a collateral branch, what ruler would be foolish enough to send out 5 S-class heroes? Although you are fearless, Yao Shi's cold voice rang out again, your team members may very well become your weakness and the Luo family's primary target. I see. Lin Yi nodded, but he didn't care at all. Soon, he will turn every member of Dawn into a hard steel plate, enough to crush the fangs of any vicious dog. He wanted the Luo family to know that anyone who dared to touch his people should be prepared to be wiped out. Alright, things are now settled in Zhangcheng. Zhu Rong stretched and turned her gaze to Yao Shi beside her, teasingly saying, Shao Shi, you've been out for so long. If you don't go back soon, the dean will probably have to put out missing person notices all over the city. Alright, let's go back then. Yao Shi pursed her lips, but her gaze fell on on Lin Yi, as if she was hoping he would say something to persuade her to stay. Lin Yi deliberately avoided looking at her. Then, Zhu Rong turned to Lu Chuling, Gao Jianli, and Wang Jing. Captain Lu, Captain Gao, Chairman Wang. See you again when we have the chance. Take care. Next time you come to Jiangchang, let's get together properly. Lu Chuling responded on behalf of the three. Finally, Zhu Rong's gaze fell on Lin Yi, and her expression became serious. Lin Yi, when you go to the capital, be sure to be careful of the Luo family. They may not dare to act openly on the surface, but they certainly have no shortage of schemes and tricks up their sleeves. If you encounter any problems you can't solve, feel free to contact me anytime. Lin Yi's heart stirred slightly. Why was Zhu Rong so certain that we would go to the capital? Did she know I was planning to strike first? However, he naturally couldn't ask that question aloud. Okay, I'll definitely ask you for help if I need it. Zhu Rong nodded, then took out a small space capsule from his tactical pocket and casually tossed it to an empty space nearby. With a soft bang, accompanied by a cloud of white mist, a jet-black, futuristic armed helicopter appeared out of thin air before everyone's eyes. The surrounding heroes were all astonished by this sight, having never witnessed such a magical scene before. My god, what is this thing? How amazing. Is this some kind of miniature spatial device? We actually invented something so advanced? Could it have been obtained from some secret realm? However, to everyone's surprise, Yao Shi looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with reluctance. Then I'm leaving? Lin Yi nodded. Have a safe trip. As Yao Shi walked, she kept looking back before boarding the helicopter. Lei Zhe nudged Lin Yi's arm with his elbow, a mischievous smile on his face. Brother Yi, she seems quite reluctant to part with you. Han Li, Xia Yon, and Shen Mo also cast ambiguous glances at Lin Yi. Lin Yi blushed and coughed lightly. Don't talk nonsense. Zhu Rong looked at Yao Shi, who had been gazing longingly at the figure on the ground through the porthole since boarding the plane, and couldn't help but laugh. What? You've taken a fancy to that kid Lin Yi? You seem so reluctant to part with him. What nonsense are you spouting? Yao Shi's cheeks flushed red, like a startled fawn. She quickly averted her gaze and stubbornly said, I just feel it's a pity that such good research material couldn't be tricked into being taken back to the research institute for proper study. Zhu Rong saw through her intentions but didn't say anything. He simply looked at her with a smile. I see. However, the ceremony for the newly promoted S-class heroes will be held in the capital soon. Lin Yi will probably be there too, right? After all, Shen Mo and his team is a genuine S-class hero. According to regulations, registration must be completed at the headquarters in Beijing. As the team leader, he'll definitely go with us, right? Really? A look of surprise flashed in Yao Shi's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a trace of worry. But, since Lin Yi and the others killed Luo Feng this time, the Luo family will definitely not let it go. Will the Luo family harm them if they go to the capital for the initiation ceremony? Zhu Rong listened, gave her an approving look, leaned back lazily in her chair, and slowly analyzed. Don't worry, the induction ceremony is the highest level ceremony held by the Hero Association headquarters. The Luo family doesn't have the guts to openly cause trouble at the ceremony, as that would be tantamount to publicly challenging the rules of the entire Hero Association. He abruptly changed the subject, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. But, it's quite possible that he could challenge Chun Mo during the sparring session at the ceremony. After all, there has always been a tradition of veteran experts guiding newcomers at the S-rank induction ceremony, so everyone is used to it. Upon hearing this, Yao Shi's heart tightened, and she hurriedly asked, then, when will the initiation ceremony be held? Seeing her anxious expression, Zhu Rong's smile deepened, but he deliberately kept her in suspense and refused to answer. Yao Shi blushed and her heart raced under her gaze. She explained, feeling both shy and annoyed, You shouldn't overthink it. I just wanted to find out in advance so I could make some preparations, that's all. I didn't say anything. What are you explaining? Zhu Rong chuckled and retorted. Damn it, you're teasing me again. Yao Shi couldn't help but reach out and tickle Zhu Rong's armpit. Ouch. Okay, stop it. It's so itchy. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. The sounds of the two people laughing and joking inside the helicopter gradually faded away, turning into a black dot on the horizon and slowly disappearing from sight. Lin Yi watched the helicopter depart, then turned to look at the Dawn team members and said with a smile, Let's go. It's time for us to go back and reclaim Dawn's team base. The authority of the president of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association was on full display at this moment. With Wang Jing personally overseeing and coordinating, the post-war handling work proceeded in an orderly manner. First, the punishment of Luo Feng, Black Snake, Wei Dejiang, and Zhang Heng. The remains of Luo Feng and Black Snake were preserved using the highest level cryogenic technology by the Hero Association, awaiting collection by a specialist from the Beijing headquarters. The bodies of Wei Dejiang and Zhang Heng were treated as ordinary heroes who died in battle and were hastily buried. Wang Jing showed no mercy to those who had followed Luo Feng and participated in the annihilation of the Dawn team. The Blazing Flame Squad was disbanded on the spot due to the deaths of its captain Luo Feng and core member Black Snake, as well as its involvement in egregious acts such as infighting during wartime and harming friendly forces. The hero qualifications of all its members were temporarily frozen, pending the final judgment of the hero court. The Sharp Blade team, also due to the death of its captain Zhang Hong and serious disciplinary violations, was ordered to be demoted and fined a huge sum of money. All members of the strategic planning department were also dismissed and are under investigation. This series of swift and decisive actions made all the heroes present feel once again the decisiveness and strength of this beautiful president. After dealing with these traitors, the next step was to reward the meritorious officials. At Wang Jing's suggestion, Zhou Tong and the Iron Blood team received a large amount of resources and battle merit rewards from the Hero Association for their strong support of Dawn at a critical moment, demonstrating the responsibility and morality that a hero team should have. The biggest winner is undoubtedly Team Dawn. For a time, the Dawnbreaker team was the talk of the town, becoming the focus of discussion among heroes in Jiangchang and even several surrounding cities. After returning to Jiangchang, Lin Yi and the Dawn team members officially moved into the team's newly renovated base by the Hero Association. The luxurious manor, located in a prime location and covering thousands of square meters, which originally belonged to the Blazing Flame team, now bears the battle flag of Dawn. Wang Jing allocated this top-tier A-level team base in Jiangcheng directly to Lin Yi almost without hesitation. The facilities here are far more luxurious than their previous B-level base. An independent training building, a top-notch virtual combat room, a fully automated combat readiness and maintenance center, an open-air garden with a huge swimming pool, and even an underground hangar specifically for storing fighter jets and heavy vehicles. Holy crap, Captain, come quick! This simulation battle room can actually simulate the combat data of an S-class monster 100%. Razor's excited voice came from the third floor of the training building. He was standing at the door of a huge silver-white metal room, staring intently at the options on the control panel, his face full of shock. On the other side, Xia Yong and Hanli were soaking in the huge open-air hot spring pool on the top floor, which was as big as a small lake, enjoying the fully automatic water massage and constantly letting out comfortable moans as if they were melting. Oh my god, this fully automatic massage bathtub is so amazing. I feel like I could soak here forever. This is the kind of life an A-level team should be living. What kind of miserable days have we been going through before? Su Qingyue, holding Qin Mo's hand, strolled leisurely through the manor's gardens, which resembled a royal garden, her face radiating genuine ease and comfort. Seeing the team members' expressions, Lin Yi simply sat quietly on the soft leather sofa in the main villa's living room, a faint smile on his lips. These top-tier material luxuries held little appeal for him. What he was more concerned about was the core of the manor, the 50-meter-tall A-grade energy-gathering cultivation tower, entirely composed of mysterious black crystals. The energy concentration inside the tower is 10 times that of the outside. Training here will allow everyone to experience a qualitative leap in their strength improvement speed. Alright, everyone come over here, let's have a meeting. Lin Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the manor's broadcasting system. A few minutes later, all the team members gathered in the living room. Seeing the lingering excitement on their faces, Lin Yi's expression immediately turned serious. I know everyone is happy, but now is definitely not the time to relax. These words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the cheerful atmosphere in the living room. Everyone sat up straight, their eyes all fixed on Lin Yi. Although Luo Feng and Black Snake are dead, behind them is the Luo family of the capital. Therefore, we must improve our strength as soon as possible. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the faces of each team member. Only when each of us possesses the power to rival an S-class hero will we truly have the ability to protect ourselves, and only then will the Luo family consider the consequences of provoking us before taking action. But Brother Yi, with a bitter expression, Lei Zhe voiced everyone's doubts. To contend with S rank, one would need to at least reach the peak of A rank, right? We're only B rank right now. It's impossible for us in the short term. Who says it's impossible? A confident smile appeared on Lin Ye's lips. As long as you can reach A level, I have a way to give each of you S level abilities. These words were like a nuclear bomb, exploding in everyone's minds. Captain, you're telling the truth? Xia Yang jumped up from the sofa in excitement, staring at Lin Yi in disbelief. To grant B-class heroes S-class abilities? This completely overturned his understanding of the world. I never lie. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Yi continued. But the prerequisite for instilling S-level abilities is that your bodies must be able to withstand that enormous energy. Therefore, you must break through to rank A as soon as possible. The fastest way to break through to A level is to instill the same A-level abilities in you. Unfortunately, I asked President Wang Jing to help investigate the A-level heroes in Jiangcheng and several surrounding cities, but I couldn't find the Heavenly Gang Fist or the Life Spring. However, in a small city called Shaochang, a hero with an A-level Thunderbolt ability was discovered. Therefore, I decided to go to Shaochang with Xiaoza first to try to obtain the A-level Thunderclap ability. This way, Xiaoza will become the third person in our team, after me and Xioma, to possess S-rank combat power. Upon hearing this, Razor trembled with excitement, his cheeks flushing red. The second S-class. This thing, which was originally just a dream, is now about to become a reality. Lin Ye's gaze turned to Han Li, Xiaoyong, and Su Qingyue. The three of you can only break through to A level by consuming A level energy cores at present. A bitter expression appeared on Han Li's face. Captain, A-grade energy cores are extremely rare. They only have a very small chance of dropping from A-grade monsters, and the price is outrageously high. We simply can't afford them. Money isn't the problem, Lin Yi interrupted him. The key issue is that grade A energy cores are extremely rare on the market. Even if we had the money, we couldn't buy enough. Therefore, we have no choice but to hunt them ourselves. But Captain, A-class monsters are extremely elusive. It's incredibly difficult to even encounter one normally. Where are we supposed to look for them? Su Qingyue couldn't help but ask. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously and activated the new function unlocked by the system. Secret Realm Plunder allows exploration of secret realms within a 200-kilometer radius. System, help me find nearby A-level secret realms. An invisible probe wave emanated from him and spread outwards in all directions in an instant. Soon, two pieces of information that only he could see flooded into his mind. Discovered A-level secret realm, Whispering Swamp. Coordinates, 30 kilometers east of Shaochang. A-level secret realm discovered, Bone Mine. Coordinates, 120 kilometers south of Jiangchang. I have found two A-level secret realms. A confident smile, as if he had everything under control, appeared on Lin Ye's face. The Bone Mine is 120 kilometers south of Jiangchang. I'm leaving it to the four of you. Be careful and don't act rashly. Yes, Captain. Chen Mo and the other three agreed in unison, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. Leave that secret realm near Shaocheng to me in Leizhe. In addition, many A-class monsters died in this monster wave, and the spoils will be distributed to the teams that participated in the battle. We will be able to get some A-class energy cores, but the statistics work takes time, and it should take 2 more days to get the results. Lin Yi stood up, gave a few brief instructions, and then everyone went their separate ways. Chen Mo and his 3 companions drove a modified heavy-duty off-road vehicle, speeding towards the Bone Mine in the south. Lin Yi and Lei Zhe then went to the manor's underground hangar. When the heavy alloy doors of the hangar slowly opened, revealing the all-black Ghost combat helicopter, exuding a sense of science fiction and power, Razor's eyes lit up. Holy crap, Brother Yi, we're not really going to ride this thing to Shaochang, are we? He circled the war machine, a machine of violent aesthetics, like a child who had received a beloved toy, his face filled with fascination. Come on up, it's time for us to get going. Lin Yi smiled and patted him on the shoulder before boarding the cockpit first. Lei Zhe quickly followed, curiously examining the futuristic dashboard and operating system inside the cockpit. Lin Yi entered Shaochang as his destination into the navigation system. With a soft engine roar, the combat helicopter, representing the pinnacle of Chinese technology, slowly ascended into the sky, transforming into a black streak of light and disappearing into the horizon. The helicopter automatically entered cruise mode, moving as smoothly as if it were on flat ground. As Razor watched the clouds rushing past the window, he still felt a sense of unreality. Once upon a time, he was just a B-level hero struggling to make ends meet. Now, he not only sits in a top-of-the-line fighter jet worth billions, but he will soon possess terrifying strength comparable to an S-class fighter. All of this felt like an unreal dream. The person who gave him this dream was the seemingly ordinary man beside him, who always managed to create miracles. His gaze toward Lin Yi was filled with a kind of worshipful fervor, almost like a religious devotion. About half an hour later, a small city full of Jiangnan charm came into view. We've arrived in Shaoxing. Following the coordinates sent by Wang Jing in advance, Lin Yi landed the helicopter steadily on the helipad atop the tallest building in Shaochang. Before the hatch was even opened, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s and was slightly overweight led a group of people and greeted them with a big smile. It was Wang Mingyuan, the director of the Shaochang office of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association. His pupils involuntarily contracted sharply when he saw Lin Yi stepping out of the cabin. Wang Mingyuan almost doubted that his perception was wrong. The young man in front of me, who looked to be in his late 20s and had a calm and composed demeanor, was only emitting F-level energy fluctuations. If it weren't for the personal call from Wang Jing, the beautiful president of the association in Jiangcheng, who repeatedly reminded him in an unprecedentedly serious tone, he would have almost doubted that he had mistaken her for someone else. Lin Ye's energy fluctuations are only at the F level, but that's just the surface. We must treat him with the highest level of hospitality. There can be absolutely no negligence. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Wang Jing's extremely solemn tone at the time still echoes in his ears. The person who commands such attention from Wang Jing, to the point that she even uses her authority as president to issue orders, must be of considerable importance. Moreover, although Wang Mingyuan was in Shaochang, he was not out of touch with the world. He had already heard about the S-class monster wave in Jiangcheng, and the horrifying news that the S-class hero Black Snake was killed in 2 punches. At the heart of all these events lies the same name, Dawn Team, Lin Yi. Thinking of this, Wang Mingyuan no longer dared to underestimate him in the slightest. He quickly put aside his doubts, put on an even warmer smile, and strode forward to greet her. You must be Captain Lin Yi? I've heard so much about you. I've heard so much about you. Wang Mingyuan took the initiative to extend his hands and firmly grasp Lin Yi's hands, his attitude extremely respectful. I am Wang Mingyuan, the director of the Shaocheng office of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association. Chairman Wang had already informed me in advance that he welcomed Captain Lin to Shaocheng to provide guidance. Your arrival truly brings honor to our humble abode in Shaoxing. When the enemy comes, we will fight them. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Lin Yi looked at the overly enthusiastic fat man in front of him and nodded with a smile. Director Wang, you're too kind. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Mingyuan personally led Lin Yi and Lei Zhe to a private elevator and arrived at an extremely luxurious reception room on the top floor of the building. Captain Lin, you and your team members should rest here for a while. Let's go. Wang Mingyuan personally poured Cloud Mist Spirit Tea, a tea said to be produced in a certain A-level secret realm and worth a fortune, for the two of them, his face full of eager smiles. I understand why you've come. I've sent someone to invite Du Kuan over, and he should arrive soon. Thank you. Lin Yi picked up his teacup and took a small sip. A pure and gentle energy slid down his throat into his abdomen, invigorating him. As expected of a product from an A-level secret realm, it is truly extraordinary. However, before the tea was finished, the subordinate who had been sent out to fetch the person returned, looking embarrassed and dejected. He leaned close to Wang Mingyuan's ear and whispered his report in a voice only the two of them could hear. Director, Du Kuan refuses to come. What? Wang Mingyuan's smile froze instantly, and his voice involuntarily rose a few decibels. What did he say? The subordinate was startled and shuddered, saying tremblingly. He said he's currently very busy and doesn't have time to see guests, so he told us not to bother him. Presumptuous. Wang Mingyuan slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, his chubby face flushed red with extreme anger. He's really gone too far. I'm entertaining distinguished guests here, and he dares to be so disrespectful? An aura of an A-level expert suddenly erupted from him, making the air in the entire reception room heavy and oppressive. Razor's brows furrowed slightly. How can an A-level hero from a remote small town be so arrogant? They actually dared to disrespect their captain? Director Wang, please don't mind. Just as Wang Mingyuan was about to personally invite someone, Lin Yi's calm voice suddenly rang out. Since he doesn't want to come, we can go find him ourselves. Lin Yeping's calm attitude slightly calmed Wang Mingyuan's anger. He looked at Lin Yi, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. No wonder he's someone who's accomplished such earth-shattering feats. His magnanimity is far beyond that of ordinary people. The more powerful and capable a person is, the more reserved and humble they are. Captain Lin, you are a magnanimous person, but I cannot swallow this insult. Wang Mingyuan snorted coldly. Please wait a moment, I'll go and drag him over right away. I want to see what Du Kuan is up to. No need. Lin Yi waved his hand and stood up. Take us there. I'm also very curious to know what kind of person this A-level hero is that can give you such a headache. Director Wang, led by Wang Mingyuan, the three of them soon arrived at a rather old-looking residential area. Most of the buildings here are only 6 or 7 stories high, with mottled and dilapidated exterior walls, clearly indicating that they have been around for many years. This sight surprised Lin Yi and Lei Zhe. A-level heroes are top-tier fighters in any city, enjoying generous benefits and extremely high social status. What's up? But why would Du Kuan live in a place like this? Sigh, Captain Lin, you don't know the situation yet. Wang Mingyuan seemed to sense their confusion, sighed, and explained in a low voice. 6 months ago, Du Kuan wasn't like this. At that time, he was a role model for all the young heroes in Shaoxing, full of vigor and with a bright future. But ever since that mission half a year ago, Wang Mingyuan shook his head and didn't continue, but the regret on his face was hard to hide. When they arrived at Du Kuan's doorstep through the narrow, dimly lit stairwell, a nauseating, sour stench, mixed with a strong smell of alcohol and smoke, hit me. The door was ajar, and the scene inside made Lei Zhe frown. The room was a complete mess, practically a garbage dump. Wine bottles, takeout boxes, and cigarette butts were scattered all over the ground, and the air was filled with a nauseating sour smell. A tall man with a haggard face, sunken eyes, and an unshaven beard, wearing a dirty vest, he paced anxiously in the small living room like a caged animal. This person was their target for this trip, Du Kuan, the former pride of Shaocheng and an A-level hero. Seeing his dejected appearance, Wang Mingyuan felt a surge of anger and his brows furrowed even deeper. Distinguished guests from Jiangcheng have arrived, and this is how you greet them? Du Kuan slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes scanning the three of them with annoyance. When his gaze fell on Lin Yi and he sensed the faint F-level energy fluctuations emanating from the other man, the last bit of patience in his eyes completely vanished. He didn't know Lin Yi at all, nor did he know that the seemingly ordinary young man in front of him was actually the famous Don captain in Jiangnan province. I felt so annoyed I was about to explode, and then some ungrateful bastard came along to bother me. Du Kuan sneered, pointed at Lin Yi, and shouted at Wang Mingyuan without any politeness. Fatty Wang, have you lost your mind? A mere F-rank trash dares to call himself a distinguished guest? I'm in a terrible mood right now. I don't have time to put on this reception act with you guys. Get your people out out of here. Du Kuan's impatient and irritable shouts, like thunderclaps, exploded in the small and messy living room. The nauseating, sour stench in the air seemed to intensify with his roar. Wang Mingyuan's face, already flushed with anger, turned a deep, dark red, like a pig's liver, making him look extremely ugly. As the highest-ranking official of the Shaocheng Heroes Association, he had never been so openly humiliated, especially in front of distinguished guests from Jiangcheng. Du Kuan, what the hell did you say? He was so angry that his whole body trembled, and he pointed at Du Kuan's nose, swearing and cursing. Do you know who this person in front of you is? He is Director Wang. Lin Ye's calm voice rang out again at just the right moment, gently interrupting Wang Mingyuan's roar. He reached out and gently patted Wang Mingyuan's shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Then, he turned his gaze back to the man who was like a trapped beast, exuding aggression. Lin Yu was not angered by the other party calling him an F-level waste. Having experienced betrayal by his teammates and ridicule from the world, such words could no longer stir any emotion in him. On the contrary, his extraordinary perception allowed him to perceive more things hidden beneath the surface. He could clearly sense that Du Kuan's condition was extremely abnormal at the moment. Behind those seemingly violent and irritable words and actions lies more than just arrogance and rudeness. It is a deep-seated anxiety, helplessness, and a sense of despair on the verge of collapse. He seemed to be tormented by a burden that was enough to completely crush this A-class hero. Lin Yi didn't waste a single second. His gaze calmly fell on Du Kuan. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in my mind. Ding! Lootable target detected. Target, Du Kuan, A-rank offensive hero. Plunderable ability, A-rank active skill Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt, by concentrating lightning energy in any part of the body, it can greatly enhance speed, agility, and attack power. It can also release lightning externally to form a powerful ranged attack. System, Plunder. Lin Yi silently recited the instructions. Command confirmed. Looting successful. Gained A-rank active skill Thunderbolt, temporary. It has been detected that team member Razor has been infused with the same ability. Should we upgrade him? Lin Yi turned his head and looked at Lei Zhe, who had been silent beside him. Are you ready? Lei Zhe stared at Lin Yi and nodded heavily, his eyes filled with barely suppressed excitement and anticipation. System, upgrade. Boom! Without warning, a dazzling golden lightning bolt, like an ancient thunder dragon that had been sleeping for thousands of years, burst forth from Lei Zhe's body in an instant. Sizzle! The raging lightning energy transformed into countless golden electric snakes, as thin as hair, which frantically coiled around Rei's entire body. A piercing electrical hum echoed throughout the room, and a strong smell of ozone immediately filled the air. The chandelier on the ceiling, the TV in the corner, the cell phone on the table. All the electrical appliances exploded with a crackling sound under this terrifying electromagnetic pulse, sparks flying everywhere. An oppressive force far exceeding that of a B-rank surged forth from Razor's body like a burst dam. In the living room, wine bottles and takeout boxes were violently thrown by the blast wave, crashing against the wall and shattering into pieces. A crisp sound, like shattering glass, rang out within Razor's body. That was the sound of his long-standing B-level peak barrier being forcibly broken through. Razor felt as if he had become a container that had been instantly filled with energy, and every cell in his body was cheering wildly. He clearly felt that the lightning energy within his body was undergoing a qualitative leap at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to the coveted A-level. Feeling the unprecedented, terrifying power within his body, which seemed capable of easily tearing everything apart, Razor's eyes were filled with shock and ecstasy. Although he knew all along that the captain possessed the incredible ability to instill heroic qualities in his team members. But when all of this actually happened to him, the shock was still hard to express in words. This is simply a miracle. On the other side, Wang Mingyuan and his subordinates were already stunned by the surreal scene before them. They seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the young man bathed in golden lightning, his aura rising steadily, their minds completely blank. What did they see? A B-rank hero inexplicably broke through to A-rank? And it only took a few seconds. How is this possible? Which step in a hero's advancement isn't fraught with hardship and danger? It requires massive resources, diligent practice, and even a bit of elusive luck. To break through so suddenly, like this, is simply unheard of. However, the person who was most shocked was undoubtedly Du Kuan. His eyes were bloodshot and wide open, like copper bells. His mouth was agape enough to fit a duck egg, and his face was filled with undisguised bewilderment and shock. As someone who also possesses lightning abilities, he felt more clearly than anyone else how pure and domineering the lightning energy emanating from Razor was at that moment. That is undoubtedly an A-level thunderbolt. Moreover, this power seems to be purer and more powerful than his own thunderbolt. You. Du Kuan stammered for a long time but couldn't utter a single word, feeling only a dry and astringent feeling in his throat. He stared intently at the young man named Lei Zhe, who slowly opened his eyes amidst the golden lightning, his aura already stabilized at rank A. At this moment, his worldview seemed to have been completely overturned and shattered. Breaking through to A level was that easy? You should know that when he was trying to break through to A level, he not only swallowed 3 A A-level energy cores, but also almost exploded and died. Unlike the young man in front of me, who was so relaxed and at ease that it was almost unbelievable. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. The only sound in the air was the occasional hissing of the golden electric snake. Finally, Lin Ye's calm voice broke the eerie silence. He looked at Du Kuan, who was still in a daze, and slowly spoke. "Now, can you tell me what trouble you've encountered? Perhaps I can help you." Du Kuan seemed to be struck by lightning, his body jolting violently. A glimmer of hope flashed in those dull, lifeless eyes. Putting aside this F-rank kid for now, if that young man who just advanced to A-rank could lend him a hand, there might really be hope. However, the risks involved were extremely high, and Du Kuan found it difficult to make a decision. Just as he was struggling internally, Wang Mingyuan, who was standing next to him, finally couldn't hold back anymore. He walked up to Du Kuan, looking down at him with an idiotic gaze, his voice full of contempt and disdain. "Du Kuan, are you still not awake, you fucking idiot? Do you know who you're talking to?" Wang Mingyuan's voice suddenly rose to a high pitch, like a resounding bell, making Du Kuan's eardrums buzz. "Listen carefully." He pointed at Lin Yi, speaking each word with a voice as loud as thunder. "Have you heard of the S-class hero Black Snake?" Captain Lin took him down with just 2 punches. Every word Wang Mingyuan uttered was like a heavy hammer, striking Du Kuan's heart with devastating force. Du Kuan's expression kept changing. From initial bewilderment to shock to disbelief, it eventually turned into endless terror and fear. Of course he had heard of that name. Recently, this name has swept through the hero circles of the entire Jiangnan province like a storm. Almost all the heroes were talking about this legendary figure who rose like a comet. However, during this period, he was exhausted by family matters and had no time to pay attention to rumors from the outside world. I never imagined that I would have any interaction with this legendary figure. He never expected that the young man in front of him, whom he had once regarded as F-level trash, was actually the legendary Lin Yi. Du Kuan swallowed hard, feeling his mind go completely blank. He stared blankly at Lin Yi with eyes that looked up to a god, his body trembling uncontrollably. The next second, he completely gave up his hesitation. The burly man, who was over 1.9 meters tall, knelt down without hesitation. Chao Linya prostrated himself and kowtowed deeply. "Captain Lin, Captain Lin." His voice was choked with sobs, filled with endless regret and desperate pleas. "I was blind to your greatness. I deserve to die. I'm not human." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped himself twice across the face. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of a slap was particularly jarring in the quiet room. "Please, please save my daughter. If you can save her, my life, Du Kuan's life, will be yours from now on. I'm willing to be your slave, your most loyal dog." After saying that, he tried to kowtow again. Lin Yi frowned slightly, as an invisible force supported him. "Get up and speak. Tell me, what exactly happened?" Du Kuan dared not disobey, and quickly got up from the ground, recounting the whole story in detail. It turns out that 3 days ago, his only daughter was kidnapped by a mysterious person on her way to school. The kidnappers did not demand a ransom, but instead put forward an extremely harsh condition. He demanded that Du Kuan travel to the Whispering Swamp, an A-level secret realm 30 kilometers east of Shaocheng, within 3 days to retrieve an item called Wraith Crystal. Moreover, he was only allowed to act alone. If he dares to call the police or seek help, he will be killed immediately. That kidnapper was none other than another A-level hero in Shaocheng, known for his lone wolf nature and ruthlessness, codenamed Shadow Weaver. Shadow Weaver? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing the name. "I've heard of him. He can control shadows, his methods are unpredictable, and he's skilled in assassination and infiltration. But why would he send you to the secret realm to retrieve something? Wouldn't it be better for him to go himself?" A bitter and desperate smile appeared on Du Kuan's face. "Because the monsters in the secret realm, the swamp wraiths, are semi-illusory energy entities, physical attacks are almost ineffective against them. Only mental abilities, or strong and masculine energies like lightning and fire, can effectively damage them. But at the same time, the chilling mist permeating the secret realm constantly erodes our energy and suppresses our abilities. With one side weakening the other, even an A-level hero would face a near certain death if they went in. I bet that Shadow Weaver bastard wants me to be cannon fodder to distract the monsters so he can sneak in and steal the Wraith Crystal." Upon hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. The reason is a bit strange, but since Du Kuan is only speculating, the real situation is probably only known to the Shadow Weaver himself. However, isn't this Whispering Swamp one of the 2 A-level secret realms he discovered through the system? What a coincidence. Let's go check out the Whispering Swamp. "Captain Lin, you mean you're willing to help me?" Du Kuan suddenly raised his head, his eyes, which had been dimmed by despair, were once again filled with wild joy. Lin Ye's answer was concise and clear. He had just borrowed Du Kuan's A-level ability, so it was only right that he should help him out. Moreover, they had already planned to enter the Whispering Swamp to hunt A-level monsters, so this was just a side effect. Thank you, Captain Lin." Du Kuan was so excited that he was incoherent. He tried to kneel down to express his gratitude, but Lei Zhe stopped him. "Alright, stop being so fussy." Razor patted him on the shoulder, a confident smile on his face. With our captain here, there's nothing we can't solve. With Wang Mingyuan escorting them throughout, the three boarded the Ghost combat helicopter that was parked on the top of the building once again. Captain Lin, this is all the information I've compiled about the Whispering Swamp, as well as detailed information about the Shadow Weaver. I hope it will be helpful to you. Before leaving, Wang Mingyuan respectfully handed Lin Yi an encrypted USB drive. Thank you. Lin Yi took the USB drive, turned around, and boarded the plane. With the roar of the engine, the helicopter took off again and sped towards the eastern suburbs. Inside the cabin, Lin Yi projected the data from the USB drive onto a virtual screen and quickly browsed through it. Shadow Weaver's real name is Zhang Yuan. He is 32 years old, an A-level speed-type hero, and his ability is Shadow Stealth. He can merge with his shadow to carry out infiltration and assassination, and can even control his shadow to turn it into weapons or clones, making him both mysterious and difficult to deal with. Soon, a vast swamp shrouded in thick gray fog came into view of the three. This is the A-level secret realm, Whispering Swamp. The helicopter landed at the edge of the swamp. As soon as the three stepped out of the cabin, a cold, damp air hit them. The air was filled with a strange smell of rotting plants mixed with silt. Even more bizarrely, despite the absence of wind, it felt as if countless people were whispering in one's ear within the thick gray fog, causing unease and sending chills down one's spine. This fog is strange. It's affecting people's minds. Lei Zhe frowned. He had only stood there for a moment when negative emotions began to surface uncontrollably in his mind. Du Kuan's face gradually turned pale. He was already exhausted both physically and mentally because of his daughter's situation, and his mental state was extremely unstable. At this moment, amidst these strange whispers, he felt an even more severe headache. Only Lin Yi remained calm and composed. His terrifying mental strength, almost comparable to an S-class, acted like a stabilizing force, completely blocking any negative energy that attempted to invade his mind. Stay close to me, calm your minds, and don't let these voices affect you. Lin Yi whispered some instructions, then took the lead and stepped into the thick gray fog. Upon entering the secret realm, the visibility dropped drastically to less than 5 meters. The ground beneath our feet was soft and muddy. One wrong step and we would sink in. The three held their breath and proceeded cautiously, slowly exploring deeper into the swamp. Hiss! Just then, a silent black shadow suddenly shot out from the fog on the left. The shadowy figure was semi-transparent, seemingly without substance, except for a pair of gleaming scarlet eyes that exuded an aura of bloodlust and cruelty. B-rank monster, swamp wraith. Lei Zhe roared, reacting swiftly. He threw a backhand punch, and a thick golden lightning bolt, like a drawn sword, slashed fiercely at the dark figure. Sizzle! The golden lightning struck the swamp vengeful spirit's body with pinpoint accuracy. The vengeful spirit let out a shrill scream. Its translucent body melted and evaporated rapidly in the raging lightning, just like ice and snow being exposed to sunlight. It eventually turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated into the air. However, this is just the beginning. Hiss hiss hiss. Dark figures emerged one after another from the surrounding mist. More than a dozen swamp wraiths surrounded the three of them from all directions. 2 of them were even grade A. Damn, so many. Lei Zhe couldn't help but curse, his whole body enveloped in golden lightning, like a war god descending, and he took the initiative to rush towards the vengeful spirits. Du Kuan, enduring his headache, summoned blue lightning to fight alongside Razor. However, his thunderbolt ability is far inferior to Lei Zhe in both power and purity. Both are lightning bolts, but Razor can easily kill a wraith, while he can at most only knock it back, and even then, he can hardly cause any effective damage. For a time, the pressure of the battle almost entirely fell on Razor's shoulders. Lin Yi stood still, without making a move. These swamp spirits are not very strong, making them a good opportunity for Razor to practice and familiarize himself with his newly acquired A-rank power. However, an oblivious A-level swamp vengeful spirit seemed to sense that Lin Yi's energy fluctuations were only F-level. It pierced through Lei Zhe and Du Kuan's defenses and appeared behind Lin Yi like a ghost. A sharp claw formed from black mist viciously clawed at his back. Faced with the sudden attack, Lin Yi didn't even turn his head. He casually raised his right hand, extended one index finger, and gently tapped behind him. The barely perceptible starlight at the fingertips flashed and disappeared. The menacing vengeful spirit froze instantly. The next second, the translucent body collapsed instantly like a punctured balloon, turning into primordial energy particles and disappearing without a trace. Du Kuan was deeply shocked by what he saw. He finally understood why Lin Yi was able to kill the S-class hero Black Snake with just 2 punches. A-level monster couldn't even withstand a single finger from him. At that moment, a terrifying roar filled with violence and destruction came from the deepest part of the swamp. The earth trembled violently. What is he doing here? The swamp spirits surrounding them seemed to hear the king's summons, ceasing their attack and retreating into the thick fog. A terrifying pressure, far exceeding that of an A-level being, slowly emanated from the depths of the swamp. Ding! Lootable target detected. Target, Swamp Lord, S-rank life-type monster. Lootable ability, S-rank active skill, Withering Domain. Withering Domain opens a domain, forcibly seizing the life force of all hostile targets within, causing them to rapidly age and wither. The seized life force can be used to heal oneself or allies, or it can be condensed into a destructive buster beam. A look of joy flashed across Linya's face. This is just like having someone hand you a pillow when you're sleepy. He was just worrying about where to steal an S-rank ability for Razor when the Lord of the Swamp actually delivered it to his doorstep. System, plunder the Withering Domain. Lin Yi decisively issued the order in his mind. Command confirmed. Looting successful. Gained S-rank passive ability Withering Domain, temporary. However, Lei Zhe and Du Kuan's expressions immediately became extremely serious. This is the boss of this secret realm. Soon, a massive outline slowly emerged from the thick gray fog. It was a terrifying giant that was over 30 meters tall and made up of black sludge and countless broken bones. It exuded an extremely strong aura of death and resentment. S-rank Mystic Realm Lord, Lord of the Swamp. However, what made Lin Yi and the other two's pupils suddenly contract was, on the shoulder of that terrifying giant stood a tall, thin figure completely shrouded in a black cloak. Compared to the Lord of the Swamp, this figure was as small as an ant, but the cold and eerie aura emanating from him was exactly the same as that of the Lord of the Swamp. Heroes and S-class monsters appear together in such a bizarrely harmonious way. Du Kuan, my old friend. A hoarse, shrill voice, as unpleasant as an owl's, slowly emanated from beneath the black cloak. You have disappointed me more than I expected. It's simply courting death. Du Kuan's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the figure standing on the giant's shoulders, his teeth grinding together. You despicable bastard. Where is my daughter? If you dare to lay a finger on her, I will never let you get away with this. Ha ha ha. The Shadow Weaver let out a piercing laugh, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Your daughter? She should be safely in some shelter right now, eating snacks and watching cartoons, without any danger. What? Du Kuan was stunned upon hearing this. When did I ever say I kidnapped your daughter? The Shadow Weaver said slowly. Wasn't that just an excuse you made up to deceive your two new companions? Upon hearing this, Lei Zhe and Du Kuan's expressions changed drastically. Captain Lin, Du Kuan wanted to explain, but Lin Yi raised his hand to stop him. Lei Zhe stared at Du Kuan with a wary expression. 6 months ago, I extended an invitation to you on behalf of the Purification Council. The Shadow Weaver's voice turned cold and cruel. But you won't listen to reason, so we have no choice but to kill your wife as a small warning to you. I never imagined that after 6 months, you would still be so stubborn. As expected, it was you guys. Du Kuan trembled violently. He had long suspected that someone was plotting against him after the so-called mission accident 6 months ago. That's right, it's us. The Shadow Weaver sneered. Today is your last chance. This whispering swamp will be your trial ground for joining the guild. What did they see? Kill these two people beside you, bring me the Wraith Crystal, and you can join our Purification Council, becoming a glorious member and welcoming a new world where humans and monsters coexist. Otherwise, your daughter will have to go down and keep your wife company. His words were filled with naked murderous intent. As for the three of you, you will all die here and become nourishment for the Swamp Lord's evolution. You want me to join the Purification Council? Du Kuan's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the figure standing on the giant's shoulders, his teeth grinding together. Sure, give me your life and I'll join. Ha ha ha. The Shadow Weaver let out a piercing laugh, like that of a night owl. Du Kuan, my life is worth far more than yours. Since you are so stubborn, I have no choice but to make you nourishment for the Lord of the Swamp. His gaze swept coldly over Lin Yi and the other two. In the end, all eyes fell on Lin Yi, and a hint of undisguised contempt flashed in his eyes. An A-rank lightning kid, a piece of trash whose body has been hollowed out by wine and women, and another, a piece of trash whose energy fluctuations are only F-rank? Du Kuan, is this all the help you found? It's hilarious. He seemed to completely disregard Lin Yi and the other two. In his view, the Swamp Lord possessed S-rank strength, and coupled with this special environment that greatly suppressed lightning-type abilities, he had already secured victory. Enough with the nonsense. With a roar, Lei Zhe was enveloped in dazzling golden lightning, as if a god had descended. You cowardly rat hiding your head and tail. If you've got the guts, come down here and fight me, Master Lei, for 300 rounds. As you wish. The Shadow Weaver smiled sinisterly, and the Swamp Lord beneath him, with its enormous eyes made of scarlet light, suddenly locked onto Razor. Roar! With a deafening roar, the Swamp Lord's massive mud arm, as large as a small mountain, slammed down on Ray Eyes with terrifying power capable of shattering mountains. Lei Zhe's expression changed drastically, and before he could think any further, he prepared to dodge. However, at that moment, the Shadow Weaver suddenly snapped his fingers. The shadow beneath Razor's feet twisted and elongated without warning, transforming transforming into countless black tentacles. Like a venomous snake, it tightly coiled around his legs, rendering him unable to move. Lei Zhe was shocked and frantically activated the lightning energy within his body, desperately trying to break free from the restraints. But that enormous mud palm was already within reach. At this critical moment, a thick, solid black barrier appeared out of thin air and precisely blocked Razor's head. Boom! That terrifying giant hand, powerful enough to crush an A-level hero into a meat patty, slammed solidly into the black barrier. The entire swamp trembled violently. However, the seemingly flimsy black barrier remained unshaken, steadily dissolving the devastating power. What? The Shadow Weaver's sinister smile froze instantly. He stared in disbelief at the unscathed black barrier, then looked at the F-level trash not far away who had always been indifferent, as if everything was none of his business. For the first time, a look of surprise and uncertainty flashed in his eyes. To be able to block the Swamp Lord's attack so easily is something no ordinary F-rank trash could do. This guy is definitely not simple. You like playing with shadows, don't you? Just as the Shadow Weaver's mind was racing with alarm bells, and he was preparing to activate his ability to merge with the shadow beneath his feet, Linya's calm voice suddenly rang in his ears. The Shadow Weaver was horrified to discover that the shadow beneath his feet was no longer under his control. Yes. Moreover, the whole world seemed to have been put on pause at that moment. The space began to twist and fold in a bizarre way, and all colors faded instantly, turning into a monotonous gray and white. Only he and the three prey not far away retained their original colors. What kind of ability is this? The Shadow Weaver screamed in terror. He was shocked to discover that all his connections with the world had been severed by an irresistible, mysterious force. His prized shadow stealth ability was now completely ineffective. He felt as if he had been locked in an independent space completely dominated by the other party. S-rank skill, illusory realm. Now, this is my world. Linya's figure appeared before him silently, like a ghost. Those deep eyes gleamed with an eerie and mysterious purple light. In my world, all shadows belong to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow Weaver was horrified to see that the once invincible Swamp Lord beneath his feet began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. A dazzling burst of starlight exploded within its body. Rank as skill, Star Core Fission. No! The battle reached a new climax with the Shadow Weaver's desperate and fearful roar. The Swamp Lord's enormous body exploded like a detonated powder keg. It turned into a sky full of foul-smelling mud and broken bones, falling like raindrops. The S-rank Dungeon Lord, the Lord of the Swamp, has fallen. Who exactly are you? The Shadow Weaver stared at the man who had effortlessly killed an S-rank Lord with a mere stroll, her very soul trembling. That was an S-class monster he had painstakingly cultivated, and he had hoped that he could climb to a higher position in the Purification Council by relying on the Swamp Lord. Unexpectedly, the Swamp Lord was instantly defeated before he could even unleash his withering domain. He finally realized that he had provoked a terrifying being that he should never have provoked. His fighting spirit vanished instantly, leaving only one thought in his mind: escape. However, just as he turned to flee, he was devastated to discover that the demon-like man had silently appeared behind him at some point. A cold, powerful hand, like an iron clamp, gripped his throat tightly. The Purification Council, what is it? Linya's merciless voice, like a divine judgment, struck the depths of the Shadow Weaver's soul. Upon hearing this, the Shadow Weaver's eyes, wide with fear, flashed with a mixture of struggle and resentment. He forced out a few words with difficulty, his voice hoarse and distorted. You dare to kill me? The Council will never let you get away with this. Linya's lips curled into a mocking and disdainful smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow beneath the Shadow Weaver's feet let out a silent shriek and suddenly came to life. The dark shadow twisted and expanded in a bizarre manner, transforming into an extremely ferocious shadow demon that opened its blood-red maw and fiercely bit down on the Shadow Weaver's legs. Aowa. He could clearly feel his flesh and blood being gnawed and devoured bit by the demons formed from his own power. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. In just a few seconds, the Shadow Weaver's psychological defenses were completely shattered by this inhuman torture. Tears streamed down his face as he looked like a stray dog, all traces of his previous arrogance and haughtiness gone. With a thought from Lin Yi, the shadow demon immediately transformed into a puddle of shadow and slithered back to the Shadow Weaver's feet. My patience is very limited. Lin Yi's voice remained cold and ruthless. The Purification Council is a secret organization composed of a group of like-minded heroes. The Shadow Weaver dared not hide anything and poured out everything she knew. We believe that the Hero Association is now corrupt and controlled by a group of incompetent politicians and greedy capitalists. They are utterly incapable of truly protecting this world. Therefore, our goal is to purify all of this. Eliminate those incompetent scum, unite the eccentrics, and establish a brand new order. Upon hearing this, Du Koan, standing some distance away, displayed extreme anger and contempt on his face. A bunch of self-righteous lunatics. They actually want to use such extreme methods to overturn the entire hero system. Lin Yi remained calm and continued to ask, collaborated with a monster? How did you manage that? The council possesses a secret technique that allows the core energy source of heroes heroes to connect with the energy core of monsters, making them both independent and complementary. Lin Yi recalled the identical auras of the Shadow Weaver and the Swamp Lord, and instantly understood the meaning behind it. However, at that moment, the Shadow Weaver's body suddenly began to convulse violently. A strange black rune, as if it were alive, suddenly appeared on his forehead, emitting an ominous dark light. "Oh no! It's the Council's silence curse!" the Shadow Weaver roared in despair. His body was like dry tinder being ignited, with black flames surging from the inside out. "Ha ha ha! The silencing curse has taken effect. You will all be marked. The Council will definitely avenge me." Before he could finish speaking, his head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Immediately afterwards, his entire body was engulfed by the black flames and instantly turned to ashes. "Ha! This is..." Lin Yi bent down and picked up a jet-black metal badge, about the size of a thumb, from the ground. The badge was engraved with a snake swallowing its tail, and the pattern was strange and unusual. The eerie black flames couldn't cause the slightest damage to the emblem. This should be a token of purification for the members of the council. He gently traced the cold lines with his fingers, a look of seriousness flashing in his eyes. The Purification Council is a mysterious organization composed of heroes who aim to unite monsters and establish a new order. Their methods were bizarre and ruthless, far exceeding his expectations. Not only does it possess the secret technique that allows heroes and monsters to coexist, but it also has a malevolent curse mark that is similar to remote control. It seems that this mess is more complicated than he originally imagined. After hesitating for a moment, he put the insignia away and turned to walk towards the shattered remains of the Swamp Lord. Huge pieces of flesh were scattered all over the ground, the foul-smelling mud mixed with the pale bones, creating a bloody and chaotic scene. Lin Yi's mental energy meticulously searched for these fragments like an invisible fishing net. A moment later, he shook his head in disappointment. Neither an A-grade energy core nor an S-grade energy core could be found. He suddenly remembered the Shadow Weaver's words, to become nourishment for the Swamp Lord's evolution, and a guess began to form in his mind. Perhaps the Lord of the Swamp was not a naturally born S-class monster, but was forcibly created by the Shadow Weaver using some kind of secret method. All its energy is connected to the Shadow Weaver. Once the Shadow Weaver falls, the core of the Swamp Lord, as the energy community, will also be annihilated. What a pity! Lin Yi shook his head inside. Although he had some regrets, he no longer held a grudge. The three continued their search deep into the swamp and eventually found a yellow crystal about half a person's height. "Brother Yi, this must be the crystallized vengeful spirit that the Shadow Weaver mentioned." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. This vengeful spirit crystal was an extremely rare material, specifically used to forge high-level spiritual weapons and armor. It is even more valuable than the abyss crystals dropped by the abyss petrified spider. In this way, the operation can be considered a great success. Half an hour later, the Ghost Fighter jet landed smoothly on the top floor of the Shaocheng office building of the Jiangcheng Heroes Association. Wang Mingyuan and his group were already waiting anxiously. Waiting with them was a little girl with pigtails, who looked about 7 or 8 years old, and was as cute as a porcelain doll. As Du Kuan stepped out of the cabin, the little girl cheered and, with her short legs, rushed into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Du Kuan hugged his daughter tightly, his weathered face already streaked with tears. The joy of finding what was lost moved this Class A hero to tears, like a child. The father and daughter hugged each other and cried for a long time before gradually calming down with the comfort of others. Du Kuan, holding his daughter's hand, solemnly walked up to Lin Yi and bowed deeply. "Captain Lin, I, Du Kuan, will forever remember this kindness." Lin Yi nodded and pointed to Wang Mingyuan beside him, saying, "Don't just thank me, Director Wang also put in a lot of effort." Du Kuan suddenly realized what was happening and quickly thanked Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan looked back at Lin Yi, casting a grateful glance, and then smiled. "Actually, I didn't do anything. At the time, she was in a safe house, eating snacks, and watching cartoons. She wasn't abused at all." Lin Yi nodded, which meant that the Shadow Weaver had not lied about this matter. Perhaps he did this simply to put maximum psychological pressure on Du Kuan and force him to submit. Although the methods were despicable, at least they still retained a shred of decency. It's unclear whether all members of the Purification Association are like this, or only Shadow Weaver Zhang Yuan is like this. After a brief farewell, Lin Yi and Lei Zhe boarded the Ghost Fighter again. The propellers whipped up a powerful airflow, and the black fuselage slowly rose into the air. Under the awe-inspiring gazes of Du Kuan and his daughter, as well as Wang Mingyuan and others, the plane gradually became a black dot and disappeared into the horizon. Inside the spacious cabin, Razor gazed at the rapidly receding clouds outside the window, still feeling that the experience was as unreal as a dream. He turned his head and looked at the young man beside him who had a calm expression and was resting with his eyes closed. His eyes were full of worship and fanaticism, like a faith. This is the brother Yi he has always admired. In the blink of an eye, he could be promoted to A level. With a casual move, he could instantly kill an S-rank dungeon lord. Such a man who can always create miracles unexpectedly. Being able to follow such a captain is the greatest fortune of his life. Just as Lei Zhe was filled with excitement, excitement, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. Those deep eyes calmly fell upon him. "Here I am, Brother Yi." Razor sat up straight instantly, like a soldier who had been called upon. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile at his nervous expression. "Relax. I have another S-rank ability here. Do you want it?" His tone was slow and his voice was soft, yet it resounded like thunder in Lei Zhe's mind. S-rank ability? Razor's eyes widened instantly, and his breath caught in his throat. He stared at Lin Yi in disbelief, stammering, Brother Yi, you're not joking, are you? Do I look like I'm joking?" A meaningful smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. "However, before I instill this in you, I must remind you, the energy of an S-class ability is far greater and more violent than you can imagine. The indoctrination process can be extremely painful, and there is even a risk of death from the body exploding. Moreover, once the infusion is successful, this ability will be completely integrated with your core energy source and can never be changed. Have you thought this through?" Upon hearing this, Lei Zhe showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, an even more intense flame ignited in his eyes. "So what? Compared to becoming a superior being and possessing terrifying power comparable to an S-class hero, this price is nothing," he said decisively without hesitation. "Captain, I've thought it through. I'm not afraid of pain, and I'm not afraid of death." Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. What he wanted was this indomitable spirit. This S-rank ability is called Withering Domain. Expand the domain and forcibly strip all hostile targets within it of their life force, causing them to rapidly age and wither. The life force that is stripped away can be used to heal oneself or allies, or it can be condensed into a destructive beam of annihilation. This can be described as an extremely comprehensive S-rank ability that combines area of effect attacks, group healing, and single-target burst damage. Lei Zhe's eyes grew brighter as he listened, and his heart pounded uncontrollably. This ability is practically tailor-made for him. His Thunderbolt ability focuses on speed and explosiveness, but lacks effective control and sustained combat capability. The Withering Domain perfectly makes up for all his shortcomings. Imagine that when he expands his domain, the speed and reaction time of all enemies are greatly reduced. He himself, however, could move freely in the field like a ghost, reaping the lives of his enemies. What a horrifying scene that would be. "Captain, I'm willing. I'm 100 times willing." Razor's voice trembled slightly with excitement. "Then, let's begin." Lin Yi's voice sounded like a final verdict. He slowly extended his right hand and gently placed it on Razor's head. The next second, something suddenly changed inside the cabin. Buzz. An indescribable, vast energy, like an ancient behemoth that had slumbered for billions of years, suddenly awakened in Lin Yi's palm. That energy wasn't simply gold or black, but rather a grayish color filled with an aura of death and decay. It seems to contain the power of time, capable of stripping all things of their vitality and leading all prosperity to decay and ruin. Under Lin Yi's guidance, this S-level withering power surged into Lei Zhe's body like a flood bursting its banks. An unprecedented, terrifying pain, as if it were tearing his soul apart, instantly swept over Rei's entire body. He felt like his body was a balloon that was about to burst. The moment that withered, gray power came into contact with the originally domineering golden lightning power within his body, it instantly erupted into the most intense conflict. Sizzle, sizzle. Golden lightning and gray death energy collided, tore at each other, and devoured each other wildly in his meridians. His body was like a runaway energy reactor. Sometimes, spiderweb-like golden electric patterns appear on the skin surface, and sometimes it becomes as gray and wrinkled as dry tree bark. These two completely different, even opposing, energies unleashed a life or death struggle within his body. Razor's consciousness was on the verge of collapse several times due to the intense pain and the surge of energy, but he gritted his teeth and, with his strong willpower, managed to persevere. He knew that this was his only chance to rise above his circumstances and achieve great success. He absolutely cannot fail. After a loud roar, everything fell silent. Lei Zhe collapsed to his knees with a thud, panting heavily. Sweat dripped down his cheeks onto the plane deck. However, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. Brother Yi, I've become an S rank. You currently possess the strength of an S-class hero, but you haven't truly become an S-class hero yet. Lin Yi smiled, but didn't forget to remind him. You are considered a second awakened individual, possessing 2 hero abilities, but your primary ability remains Thunderclap. Unless you reach S rank, you cannot be considered a true S rank hero. However, your current strength is enough to rival that of an ordinary S-class hero. Lin Yi had already looked at Lei Zhe's attribute panel, and judging from the attributes, he had definitely reached the S level. Name, Lei Zhe. Level, A. Ability, Thunder Strike. Attributes, Strength at Agility S, Constitution A+, Spirit S, Energy S-. Skill 1, Lightning Slash. Rank B. Active condenses lightning energy into a light blade for a slashing attack, inflicting a certain degree of paralysis. The weaker the enemy, the more pronounced the paralysis effect. Can be attached to blade-type weapons. Skill 2, Thunder Dragon's Roar. Rank A. Active condenses lightning energy to form a Thunder Dragon. The more energy consumed, the stronger the Thunder Dragon becomes. The Thunder Dragon can be controlled by thought or made to attack enemies autonomously. autonomously. Solidation ability, Withering Domain, Rank S deploys a domain with a diameter of 500 meters, forcibly stripping all hostile targets within the domain of their life force, causing them to rapidly age and wither. The life force stripped away can be used to heal oneself or allies, or it can be gathered into a destructive annihilation beam. Evaluation, you are the lightning of death, the nightmare of all enemies on the battlefield. Speed is your blade, decay is your death knell. Razor's breathing became rapid again. Now that he already possesses S-Class strength, when Benley reaches S-Class, won't his strength directly surpass most S-Class heroes? Once we get back to base, you can go to the training room and get familiar with this power as soon as possible. Lei Zhe nodded heavily, his heart already filled with anticipation, eager to test his newfound power. The plane slowly landed in the hangar beneath the manor. As Lin Yi and Lei Zhe entered the living room of the main villa, the smart home assistant emitted a gentle notification sound. Master, Wang Jing, the president of the Hero Association, has come to visit. May we enter? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems news travels very quickly in the capital. They're really efficient. Let her in. Lin Yi sat back in the main seat, toying with the S-level encrypted letter from the Hero Association headquarters, which was personally handed to him by Wang Jing. The letter cover was embossed with a lifelike golden dragon emblem, exuding an inviolable majesty. Wang Jing sat opposite him, her beautiful face displaying just the right amount of respect and expectation. She knew that this letter meant a brand new beginning for Lin Yi, the Dawn team, and even the entire Jiangchang. Captain Lin, this is the invitation letter just issued by the Beijing headquarters for the induction ceremony of the newly promoted S-Class hero Chun Mo. Wang Jing's voice was filled with barely concealed excitement. The ceremony will be held in 15 days at the Panlong Hall, the headquarters of the Beijing Heroes Association. At that time, all the renowned heroic families, top-tier teams, and heavyweight figures from both the military and political spheres of the entire Dragon Kingdom will be present. This is not just a simple initiation ceremony, but also a great opportunity to showcase the strength of Jiangcheng to the entire Dragon Kingdom. Lin Yi simply nodded slightly after hearing this, his face showing little emotion. He handed the letter to Razor beside him, who took it and carefully examined it. Besides the incorporation ceremony, there are also opinions on how to handle the Luo family, Wang Jing continued, her expression immediately turning serious. Thanks to the joint guarantee from 3 S-Class heroes, Lu Chuling, Gao Jianli, and Xu Ron, and the detailed report and evidence I submitted, headquarters ultimately ruled that Luo Feng's death was entirely his own fault. The actions of the Dawn team constituted legitimate self-defense, and they will not be held liable in any way. As for the Black Snake, Wang Jing paused, a complex look flashing in her eyes. Although he made mistakes, he was still an S-Class hero who made great contributions to Jiangcheng. The headquarters decided to announce that he unfortunately sacrificed his life in the battle against the S-Class monster horde and posthumously honored him as a martyr and buried with the highest honors for an S-Class hero. Ha, even in death, they want to have a good reputation. Lei Zhe sneered from the side, full of disdain. Lin Yi, however, seemed unconcerned. He looked up at Wang Jing and asked, "What's the Luo family's reaction?" This is what he cares about most. Although the Hero Association headquarters ruling could officially exonerate him, a top-tier family like the Luo family would never let the matter rest so easily. Wang Jing's expression turned serious. The Luo family is very dissatisfied. She slowly began, just 1 hour before the headquarters decision. Luo Zhan, the head of the Luo family, personally called Long Shuai, the highest-ranking official at the Hero Association headquarters, and a heated argument broke out on the phone. Although we do not know the specific details, the result is that Long Shuai upheld the original verdict. However, according to news from my friends in the capital, the Luo family has already made their statement. They will never let you go. After hearing this, Lin Yi let out a soft, meaningful laugh. I see. Looking at his calm and composed demeanor, Wang Jing couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of admiration for him. It's over. He remained remarkably calm and composed in the face of such a colossal threat as the Luo family. Such character and courage are rare to find in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Captain Lin, you must be extra careful on this trip to Beijing, Wang Jing solemnly instructed. Beijing is the Luo family's stronghold, where their influence is deeply entrenched, far surpassing that of Jiangcheng. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Thank you for the reminder, Chairman Wang. Lin Yi nodded, feeling not only no worry but also great joy. He was just wondering where to find S-level abilities for his team members, and this induction ceremony just happened to be delivered to his doorstep. At that time, a large number of S-Class heroes will gather in the capital, and he can choose any S-Class ability he wants. In order for all team members to have S-level abilities before the induction ceremony, they had to travel to the capital city in advance. Therefore, everyone must reach grade A within 10 days. Thinking of this, Lin Yi asked, President Wang, you must have obtained quite a few A-grade energy cores from this S-Class monster wave, right? Could you lend me some in advance? Wang Jing smiled and nodded. Although the spoils have not yet been tallied, if Captain Lin is to receive an advance, no problem. I can make a decision directly on amounts under 5, but for amounts over 5, arrive. An approval meeting of several ministers will be required. Then 5 yuan it is. Okay, I'll send someone to deliver it in a bit. After finishing their business, Wang Jing was preparing to take her leave. At this moment, Lin Yi placed an item on the table. President Wang, do you recognize this? Lin Yi pushed a jet black metal badge, engraved with an Ouroboros, in front of Wang Jing. The moment she saw the emblem, Wang Jing's beautiful face turned deathly pale. Instead, there was an overwhelming sense of shock and horror. Her voice trembled slightly, and she cried out, This thing, where did you get it? Whispering swamp, Lin Yi answered succinctly. It's a place left behind by an A-rank hero named Shadow Weaver after his death. He recounted without reservation how the Shadow Weaver used the Swamp Lord to set up an ambush in an attempt to win over Du Kuan, and how he ultimately died due to the backlash from the silencing curse within him, in a concise and to-the-point manner. As Lin Yi narrated, the astonishment and fear on Wang Jing's face gradually dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and vigilance. She sat back down on the sofa, remained silent for a moment, seemingly sorting out her thoughts. Judging from Chairman Wang's reaction, she is clearly aware of this matter. Lin Yi calmly observed her. Wang Jing exhaled a long breath, a resolute glint in her eyes. The matter of purifying the council is an S-class secret of the Hero Association. According to regulations, I am not authorized to disclose this information. But since you have seen council members killed by the silencing curse before you, you must have been branded with some indelible mark by them. Rather than letting you fall into crisis without realizing it, it's better to let you know more. She picked up the slightly cooled tea from the coffee table, took a small sip, and seemed to be trying to calm the turmoil in her heart. The Purification Council is a secret organization composed of heroes. No one knows when it was founded, nor is anyone clear about the number and distribution of its core members. They are like venomous snakes lurking in the deepest recesses of society, acting mysteriously, using cruel methods, and infiltrating everywhere. Their goal is to purify all things in the world. Wang Jing's voice suddenly turned icy, filled with undisguised disgust and hatred. In their eyes, the Hero Association is now corrupt and controlled by incompetent politicians and greedy capitalists. Heroes have been reduced to tools for pursuing fame and fortune, and have long since abandoned their original intention to protect humanity. Therefore, what they need to do is eliminate all the waste and parasites in their eyes. Then, unite the monsters and establish a completely pure new order led by them. A team up with monsters? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. How is that possible? Heroes and monsters are natural enemies. Although he had heard the Shadow Weaver's explanation, he still couldn't be sure if the other party was deceiving him. The best way is to cross-verify with Wang Jing, a high-ranking member of the Hero Association. The parliament possesses a little-known secret method. Wang Jing's gaze grew increasingly serious. They can modify the hero's body, connecting the hero's core energy source with the monster's energy core through a bizarre means. Both sides can maintain their independent consciousness, yet they can also complement each other through a dark symbiotic relationship, even sharing power and life. The Shadow Weaver's ability to control the S-rank Swamp Lord likely stems from this secret technique. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a sudden sense of clarity. It seems the Shadow Weaver wasn't lying to him. This so-called Purification Council is even more insane and dangerous than he imagined. Previously, Black Serpent left Jiangcheng on orders from the Luo family in the capital to investigate the activities of the Purification Council believers around Shaochang. Wang Jing took a deep breath and dropped a bombshell. But after investigating for several days, he seemed to have gained nothing, and in the end, Luo Feng urgently recalled him to Jiangcheng to deal with you. Upon hearing this, a thoughtful look flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Black Serpent, an S-class hero, excels in stealth and tracking. How could he not detect that the Shadow Weaver, who was only an A rank, was a follower of the Purification Council? There must be something fishy about this. Perhaps the Black Snake had already sensed it but chose to conceal it for some reason. Even, he himself may have intricate connections with the Purification Council. This guess set off alarm bells in Lin Yi's mind. If the Black Serpent is indeed connected to the Purification Council, then what role does the Luo family, who gave him the order, play? Is he merely an investigator, or a deeper participant? If what he predicted is true, then we're in for a good show. The Purification Council is extremely mysterious, with members spread all over the world, and they may even be right next to us. Even the Hero Association headquarters, using all its intelligence networks, couldn't find much information about them. Wang Jing stood up and solemnly reminded him, "You not only killed their followers this time, but also witnessed the silencing curse firsthand. You must have been targeted by them. You must be extra careful in your actions from now on. Their retaliation may very well come suddenly from the most unexpected place." Lin Yi nodded, stood up, and saw Wang Jing off. As soon as I returned to the living room, the hero terminal on my wrist started beeping urgently. It was Chen Mo calling. Lin Yi connected the call, and Chen Mo's calm yet somewhat solemn voice immediately came through. "Captain, we've run into trouble." The communication was interspersed with the sounds of a noisy argument and the shouts of an arrogant man. "Did you hear me? Either hand over all the spoils, or stay in this bone mine forever and become a fossil." Chen Mo seemed to have taken a few steps away, delay, and the background noise decreased. A heroic team cornered us at the entrance of the bone mine. The other party claimed to be an A-level team from Incheon, the Snow Lion team. They said the bone mine was their team's exclusive domain and demanded we hand over all our loot. The one leading the group is an S-class hero, who should be Snow Lion himself, the captain of the Snow Lion team. His aura is very strong. He's a veteran S-class player. I'm not entirely confident of victory. Lin Yi frowned slightly. This is utterly absurd. All wilderness areas are public resources of the Hero Association. How can they be considered exclusive? This is clearly taking advantage of having an S-class hero to bully the weak and rob people. Don't confront them head-on. Lin Yi's voice remained calm and steady. If they are too proud to admit it, give them the spoils first. Hold them off until I get there. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi's eyes were calm as an abyss, yet concealed a murderous intent. What's wrong, Brother Yi? Razor sensed something was off. Xiao Mo and the others are trapped in the bone mine. Lin Yi's summary was concise and to the point. What? Lei Zhe suddenly jumped up from the sofa, his body crackling with lightning, and roared. How dare they steal from our dawn? Who's got a death wish? Incheng, Snow Lion team. Lin Yi uttered a name and stood up. Let's go and see what that Snow Lion team is all about. Without delay, the two headed straight for the underground hangar. With the roar of its engines, the ghost combat helicopter soared into the sky. It transformed into a streak of black lightning and sped off towards the southern part of Jiangcheng. The skeleton mine is located in the wilderness 120 kilometers south of Jiangcheng and 30 kilometers north of Yingcheng. Geographically, it belonged to Huaibei province, not Jiangnan province. This place was once a rich energy vein, but it was abandoned due to overexploitation and eventually became an A-level secret realm overrun by strange people. The atmosphere outside the bone mine was extremely tense. Chen Mo, Han Li, Xiaoyong, and Su Qingyue were blocked at the cave entrance by more than a dozen figures. These people made no attempt to hide their hostility. The leader was a burly, imposing man. He had striking long white hair and wore a heavy white lion fur coat. His bare arms were covered with bulging muscles and hideous scars. He exuded an aura of dominance and arrogance reminiscent of polar glaciers. He is none other than Ren Kuang, the captain of the Snow Lion team and an S-class hero of Yingcheng. Behind him stood three arrogant A-rank heroes. They are Li Mang, wielding a giant axe, Zhao Qian, with a ghostly figure, and Sun Hao, wielding ice spikes. Further behind were 10 imposing B-rank heroes, each eager to fight. They stared at Chen Mo and his group of 4 with ill intent, like a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Kid, I'm saying this one last time. Ren Kuang's booming voice echoed in front of the empty mine, carrying an undeniable pressure. Hand over everything you obtained in the bone mine. Then, get out of my territory right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for leaving your bones in this mine as fertilizer. Faced with Ren Kuang's arrogance, Chen Mo calmly pushed up his glasses, revealing a pair of wise eyes behind the lenses. Captain Ren, I think you might have made a mistake. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and his thoughts were clear and organized. First of all, according to the Hero Association's regulations, all wilderness areas are public resources, and there is no such thing as private territory. But secondly, we are the Jiangcheng Dawn team, and we are here to hunt down monsters. This is a normal mission and not a robbery. In the end, we won't easily give up the spoils we've worked so hard to obtain just because of your words. I don't think I need to explain this principle further, do I? Upon hearing this, Ren Kuang burst into laughter as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Ha 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 ha. Rules? Reasons? He laughed so hard he almost fell over, pointed at Chen Mo, and shouted to the team members behind him. Listen up. This bespectacled kid dares to talk to me about rules and reason. The Snow Lion team members also burst into laughter, their eyes full of mockery and ridicule as they stared at Chen Mo. Kid, it seems you still haven't figured out the situation here. Ren Kuang's laughter abruptly stopped, and his sharp, lion-like eyes instantly turned icy cold and filled with murderous intent. Here, my words are the rules. My fists are the only truth. You guys come to my secret realm to make a fortune without even saying hello. You really underestimate my Snow Lion team. He took a step forward and instantly released a terrifying pressure belonging to an S-class hero, as cold as ice, which swept wildly towards Chen Mo and the other 3. Under this immense pressure, Han Li, Xiaoyong, and Su Qingyue's expressions changed drastically, their bodies hunched over, and even breathing became extremely difficult. Chen Mo, however, remained upright, seemingly unaffected. Since Captain Ren insists on using his power to intimidate us, then we have no choice but to confront him head-on. Chen Mo's voice was equally cold. He no longer held back, and an S-level pressure that was in no way inferior to his opponent suddenly erupted from his seemingly weak body. 2 invisible S-class auras collided violently in the air, and the violent airwaves spread wildly in all directions, causing the rubble on the ground to fly everywhere. The Snow Lion team members were so shocked by this sudden aura that they retreated repeatedly, their faces filled with shock and fear. This seemingly refined young man is actually an S-class hero? A hint of surprise flashed across Ren Kuang's face, but it was quickly replaced by deep disdain. Oh, so you're also an S-rank. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. He stretched his limbs, making cracking sounds, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. However, this level of pressure suggests that she has only recently advanced in level 1, right? Even among S-rank classes, there are different levels. Today, I'll show you what a true senior is. Before he finished speaking, Ren Kuang's figure transformed into a white lightning bolt and rushed towards Chen Mo. The air instantly condensed into countless icy frosts. Just as a major battle was about to break out, Chen Mo suddenly spoke up. Wait! He raised his hand, took a bag full of energy cores from his tactical backpack, and threw it on the ground. This is all we've gathered in the mine. Now, may we leave? He chose to back down. It wasn't fear, but rather a clear understanding that once the battle began, Hanli and his two companions would be no match for the 3 A-level heroes on the other side. He cannot put his teammates in danger just to argue for a moment. However, Ren Kuang clearly had no intention of giving up. He glanced at the bag on the ground, then turned his greedy gaze to the backpacks at Hanli and the other two's waists, and sneered. That's all? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old who's so easy to fool? Take out your backpacks. I want to check them myself. Hearing this increasingly unreasonable demand, the hot-tempered Hanli finally couldn't hold back and roared. Don't fucking go too far. He roared and was about to rush forward. Chen Mo grabbed him. He stared coldly at Ren Kuang, his eyes behind his glasses turning icy. Captain Ren, I'm giving you face, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. I've already said, all our spoils are here. If you insist on searching me, it only means that you are determined to be an enemy of our Dawn team. Dawn team? Ren Kuang sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Never heard of them. What kind of nobody's team dares to act arrogantly in front of me? I know, you're the hero team from Jiangcheng, right? In Jiangcheng, I only recognize Lu Chuling's iron-blooded team. The other teams are all trash. You're the trash. Hanli was furious and finally exploded. You'll find out who's trash in a minute. Ren Kuang snorted coldly, and a terrifying burst of cold energy erupted from his body. Do it. Cripple the men, leave the women here. A cold glint flashed in Ren Kuang's eyes. Instantly, a terrifying S-class pressure erupted. Centered on him, a visible white chill spread wildly in all directions. A thick layer of frost instantly formed on the ground, and the moisture in the air was also frozen, turning into ice shards that fluttered down. He made no unnecessary movements, simply taking a step. His figure seemed to teleport dozens of meters, appearing in front of Chen Mo. The icy cold air on his right fist gathered wildly, condensing into a ferocious ice lion's head. With a chilling aura, it slammed into Chen Mo's face. At this moment, countless complex data streams flashed through Chen Mo's eyes. Rank a skill, battlefield simulation. In an instant, countless virtual battlefields appeared in his mind. Ren Kuang's every move, every flow of energy, and every possible angle of attack were rehearsed countless times. Time passed by second. His body shifted slightly to the left in an extremely illogical manner. The icy iron fist, powerful enough to instantly kill an A-level hero, narrowly grazed his cheek. Ren Kuang's fist slammed hard into the mountain wall behind Chen Mo. The hard rock wall was instantly covered with a layer of dark blue ice more than half a meter thick, as if it had been doused with liquid nitrogen, and it was spreading outwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. For the first time, a look of surprise flashed across Ren Kuang's face. How could you miss at the crucial moment when you had clearly locked onto your opponent with your chi and your movements were precise and flawless? In the fraction of a second that he was stunned, Chen Mo's figure appeared to his side like a ghost. He didn't use any fancy moves, just a simple horizontal sweep of his staff, the alloy staff drawing a precise trajectory, striking Ren Kuang's neck directly. I'm furious. This blow will definitely send you flying. A mere trick. Ren Kuang snorted coldly. His reaction was extremely fast as a veteran of many battles. Without even turning his head, his left elbow, like a 1,000-year-old cold iron whip, slammed into the air with a sharp, piercing sound. To his disbelief, the elbow strike missed. The alloy rod struck Ren Kuang hard on the neck, sending him flying. At the same time, Chen Mo felt his energy level drop by at least 10%. Damn it! The energy is still too weak. Using the optimal solution on an S-class hero consumes too much energy. This only sent him flying. If you wanted to kill him, you probably wouldn't have enough energy in your entire body. Ren Kuang's massive body flew nearly 100 meters before his feet landed heavily on the ground, leaving two 10-meter-long deep furrows. He touched his sore neck, a wave of fear washing over him. Luckily, this kid isn't very strong, otherwise my neck would have been broken. However, why did my elbow strike miss? Could it be this kid's ability? That's interesting. A hint of seriousness finally appeared in Ren Kuang's eyes. However, although Chen Mo temporarily blocked the strongest enemy, the situation of Hanli, Xiaoyong, and Su Qingyue was already in grave danger. The three of them were facing 3 A-level powerhouses, Mad Axe Li Mang, Phantom Zhao Qian, and Ice Spike Sun Hao, as well as 10 ferocious B-level heroes. Brothers, for the glory of Dawn, kill them! Hanli let out a deafening roar and charged out first. Rank B skill, Heavenly Body. His muscles tensed suddenly, and a faint golden glow appeared on his skin. He charged at Li Mang, who was wielding a giant axe, like a raging bull. With the power of the Heavenly Fist energy, the alloy battle blade in his hand cleaved straight down on Li Mang's head. You stupid fool who doesn't know his own death. A cruel, sinister
sinister smile appeared on Li Mang's face. He gripped the giant axe, wider than a door panel, with both hands, neither dodging nor avoiding, and casually swung the axe blade upwards. Clang! A piercing metallic clang echoed across the battlefield. Han Li felt an irresistible and terrifying force coming from the blade, and his tiger's mouth instantly split open, with blood flowing freely. But he gritted his teeth and, relying on the powerful defense of his heavenly body, he was not sent flying on the spot. "You've got something." A hint of surprise flashed in Li Mang's eyes, which then turned into an even more ferocious killing intent. "I'd like to see how many blows you can take." On the other side, Xia Yong also launched a fierce attack. Rank B skill, Chi-piercing armor-piercing fist. A solid, silver fist-shaped aura roared out, heading straight for Sun Hao. However, a ghostly black shadow suddenly flashed by. "Your opponent is me." The alluring Zhao Qian let out a charming laugh. Her speed was so fast that she was like a streak of light in the night. He circled Xia Yong at high speed, his poison dagger flashing with cold light. Xia Yong's punches were powerful, but he couldn't lock onto her position at all. Instead, Zhao Qian kept slashing him, leaving black blood gushing out. Behind the battlefield, Su Qingyue looked solemn, her body radiating a verdant aura. Rank B skill, Lifelink. 3 soft, emerald green light bands extended from her body, connecting to Han Li, Xia Yong, and Chen Mo respectively, continuously supplying them with powerful healing energy. Han Li's hand, which had been injured by Li Mang's giant axe, healed rapidly under the green light, and it was visible to the naked eye. Xia Yong's injuries are also recovering rapidly, and the toxins in his body are being gradually eliminated. "I'll deal with that therapist first." Sun Hao, with his icy gaze, immediately sensed the threat posed by Su Qingyue. He waved his hands, and countless sharp ice spikes, thicker than his arms, rained down on Su Qingyue like a storm. "Qingyue, watch out!" Xia Yong hurriedly called for help, but Zhao Qian held him tightly and he couldn't break free. Because I'm an S rank, all these ice spikes were shattered. At a critical moment, Chen Mo took the opportunity to apply the law of causality. The ice spikes aimed at Su Qingyue all turned into ice shards and fell to the ground. This scene took Sun Hao by surprise. He had no idea what was happening. However, this did not turn the tide of the battle. After enduring Li Mang's third axe blow, Han Li finally couldn't hold on any longer. The golden light of heavenly body dimmed slightly, and he was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Put, put, put. Su Qingyue was covered in countless cuts from the ice spikes and collapsed to the ground with a scream. Without treatment, the toxins in Xia Yong's body went out of control, causing his body to stiffen instantly and he to fall to the ground. In less than a minute, Han Li, Xia Yong, and Su Qingyue all collapsed to the ground. The 3 men were covered in wounds, their blood staining the ground beneath their feet. Sun Hao slowly stepped forward, conjuring a sharp ice spike, and pressed it against Han Li's throat. His icy gaze pierced through the battlefield, landing directly on Chen Mo, who was locked in fierce combat with Ren Kuang. "Surrender immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill him right now." Upon hearing the threat, Chen Mo froze abruptly. He turned to look at his 3 teammates lying in a pool of blood, and his eyes behind his glasses instantly turned blood red. A surge of anger and murderous intent churned within his chest. "I surrender." Finally, he managed to squeeze out those 3 words through gritted teeth. Reason prevailed over impulse. "Xiao Mo, don't worry about us. You're an S rank. You still have a chance to escape. Get out of here. Avenge our brothers." Han Li lay on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, roaring. However, Chen Mo seemed not to hear, and slowly dissipated the causal power around him. "It should have been done a long time ago, shouldn't it?" A victor's grin spread across Ren Kuang's face. He moved swiftly and appeared in front of Chen Mo in an instant, delivering a merciless kick to his abdomen. Chen Mo suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, and his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Ren Kuang, however, refused to give up. He caught up in one stride, and his foot, powerful enough to crush mountains, slammed down on Chen Mo's chest, pinning him to the ground. Snap! Ugh! The sound of bones breaking rang out clearly, and Chen Mo let out a painful scream. "S rank? Is that so great?" Ren Kuang looked down at him, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. The pressure beneath his feet increased, and he enjoyed the thrill of trampling geniuses under his feet. "In my eyes, you're nothing but a bug that can be crushed at any moment." Han Li, Xia Yong, and Su Qingyue stared at Chen Mo, who was being humiliated and abused in such a way, their eyes bloodshot, their nails digging deep into the flesh of their palms, wishing they could tear Ren Kuang to pieces. They hate their own weakness and incompetence. If they hadn't become a burden, with Chen Mo's unpredictable abilities, even if he couldn't win, he would definitely have had a chance to escape. It was he who chose to give up resistance in order to protect them. However, just when everyone thought the situation was settled, Chen Mo, trampled underfoot, barely alive, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A strange, wicked smile suddenly appeared on that pale face. He struggled to lift his head, staring calmly at Ren Kuang, who was standing on his chest, with eyes that seemed to look at a dead man. "Idiot, you're getting too excited, too early." The voice was faint, yet carried a chilling certainty. "My captain's here, you guys, you're finished." Ren Kuang frowned, still not having reacted. In the distance, the roar of a
helicopter rotor suddenly came from the horizon, growing louder as it approached, like rolling thunder. When Renquang heard this, it was as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. He increased the pressure on his feet and sneered. With your level of strength, how strong can your captain be? Wait until I beat him to the ground, then you'll be laughing. The Snow Lion team members behind him also joined in the unrestrained laughter. However, when they looked up and saw the rapidly enlarging black dot in the sky, their smiles froze. It was an all-black armed helicopter, exuding a sense of science fiction and power. Its sleek yet menacing lines, along with the numerous black hole-like weapon launch ports on its fuselage, all demonstrate its terrifying combat potential. What model of fighter jet is this? I've never seen one like it before? Judging by this, it must be at least a top-tier military experimental model, right? Just who are these guys? For the first time, a sense of foreboding arose in the hearts of the Snow Lion team members. The person who can own this level of fighter jet must be of extraordinary status. Just as they were filled with doubt and surprise, the Black Ghost fighter jet was already hovering 100 meters above the mine. The hatch opened, and two figures, completely unprotected, jumped directly from a height of 100 meters. Boom, boom, two deep, loud thuds. The ground trembled violently. Two figures landed heavily like meteorites from outer space, raising clouds of dust. As the dust settled and two figures were revealed, the hearts of the Snow Lion team members, which had just been hanging in suspense, instantly plummeted again. Immediately afterwards, even more unrestrained laughter erupted again. Ha ha ha, I thought some important person had arrived. Turns out they're just two fools who don't know their own mortality. One is rank A, and the other. I'm not seeing things, am I? It's rank F? This is hilarious. A mere F rank trash like him dared to jump from 100 meters high? He's incredibly lucky he didn't die. It must have been that A rank guy who held him up, otherwise he would have been turned into mincemeat by now. The Snow Lion team members laughed so hard they almost cried. What they saw were Lin Yi and Lei Zhe. Lei Zhe's publicly displayed strength is still at the Thunderbolt A level. Lin Ye's energy fluctuations remained consistently at the F level. The solemnity on Renquang's face vanished instantly, replaced by deep contempt and disdain. He didn't even bother with the two new reinforcements, and pressed down on his feet again. He pressed Chen Mo's face deeper into the soil, his tone full of mockery. Kid, is this your last resort? One F rank and one A rank? It seems your Dawn team is nothing but a bunch of attention-seeking good-for-nothings. However, he was met with a pair of icy, piercing eyes right up to him. Renquang's pupils contracted sharply, and he involuntarily took 2 steps back. He looked at Ling Yi, who was so close to him, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Bang, bang, bang. An unprecedented sense of terrifying crisis, enough to freeze one's soul, instantly enveloped him. When did this guy appear in front of me? He didn't even realize how the other person got there. The next second, Lin Ye's figure suddenly disappeared. Chen Mo, who was on the ground, also disappeared. At the same time, the 3 A-level heroes who were holding Hanli, Xiaoyong, and Su Qingyue hostage also felt a momentary dizziness. A black shadow, moving with incredible speed, flashed past the 3 of them like a butterfly flitting among flowers. They didn't even see what the other party was doing before they felt the hostages in their hands mysteriously disappear. Where are they? The 3 looked at each other, their faces filled with shock and bewilderment. When everyone in the Snow Lion team turned their attention back to where the 2 reinforcements had been, everyone gasped in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared beside Lin Yi. It was Chen Mo and his 3 companions who had just been taken hostage and subjected to arbitrary humiliation. In just a moment, under the noses of more than a dozen A-class, B-class, and even one S-class hero, all 4 hostages were rescued? What terrifying speed is that? Is this something a Class F hero could possibly do? A deathly silence fell outside the mine. All the Snow Lion team members stared intently at the young man whose expression remained indifferent, with monstrous gazes. I felt a chill run from the soles of my feet straight to my head. Team leader. Chen Mo clutched his chest, struggling to stand up, his face filled with shame and self-reproach. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I failed to protect everyone. This isn't your fault, Xiao Mo. Hanli, his eyes red-rimmed, said in a resentful voice. We were too weak, they took us hostage, and we held you back. Xia Yong and Su Qingyue also spoke up one after another, taking all the responsibility upon themselves. Alright, none of you are wrong, the fault lies with others. Yes, Brother Yi, it's up to you now. Lin Ye's voice was calm and even. Perfect, let me give you some practice. Okay, no problem. A chilling, bloodthirsty smile immediately spread across Razor's face. He took a step forward, his eyes, crackling with golden lightning, fixed on Renquang not far away, like a beast locking onto its prey. The next second, a gray domain filled with an aura of death and decay appeared, centered on him. Like invisible ripples, it instantly swept outwards in all directions. S-rank skill, Withering Domain. The moment the domain unfolded, the 10 B-level heroes from the Snow Lion team didn't even have time to scream before they felt their life force and energy draining away like a flood from a burst dam. Their bodies went limp, as if their bones had been removed, and they collapsed to the ground, instantly losing all fighting ability. The 3 A-level heroes were in slightly better condition, but they still felt their legs were weak, their internal energy circulation was slow, and their strength was forcibly reduced by more than 70%. Ren Kuang, being an S-class hero, was the least affected, but he still felt his body suddenly become heavy, as if he were sinking into a swamp, and his speed and strength were suppressed by at least 20%. At the same time, Chen Mo and the other three felt a warm and vast life energy rapidly surging into their bodies. His injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The four were extremely shocked. In just a few hours since they parted, Razor had acquired such powerful abilities. Even more surprising is the origin of that immense energy fluctuation, far exceeding that of an A-level energy source. What did you do? Ren Kuang stared at Lei Zhe in shock and anger, his voice filled with disbelief. How could something that's only A-level suddenly unleash S-level energy fluctuations? Where does this terrifying ability come from? Lei Zhe did not answer, but just grinned maliciously. A bolt of lightning flashed beneath his feet, and he transformed into a golden lightning bolt, instantly appearing in front of Ren Kuang. Lightning slash! A golden blade of light, condensed from pure lightning energy, slashed fiercely toward Ren Kuang's neck with a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Ren Kuang was furious. Although he was suppressed by the domain, he was still an S-class hero. He roared, and a surge of icy energy erupted from his body, instantly forming a thick, solid ice wall in front of him. The lightning slash struck the ice wall hard, the lightning exploded, and ice shards scattered everywhere. The thick ice wall shattered immediately, but the lightning slash also dissipated. Not bad. Ren Kuang sneered, then threw a punch with his backhand. The violent cold air condensed into a ferocious frost dragon, which roared and pounced on Lei Zhe. S-rank skill, Absolute Zero Ice Dragon Break. Faced with this terrifying blow that could freeze everything, Razor showed no fear whatsoever. I have a dragon too, he roared back, his body unleashing a torrent of lightning energy that transformed into a golden lightning dragon that was in no way inferior to the frost dragon, roaring as he charged into battle. Rank as skill, Thunder Dragon's Roar. Boom! One ice dragon and one lightning dragon, two pure energy dragons, collided violently in midair. The violent energy shockwave swept in all directions like a Category 12 hurricane. The ground was plowed open by the shockwave. Frost and lightning intertwined, collided, and annihilated each other wildly in midair. The dazzling flames illuminated the sky, making it appear both bright and dark. However, the frost dragon was clearly stronger, and the golden thunder dragon's body was being steadily devoured. Ren Kuang's face showed contempt. An A rank is an A rank. No matter how much they struggle, they are no match for me. But the next moment, his face gradually darkened. He was shocked to discover that his body's energy was constantly being depleted under the influence of the decaying realm. A dark green energy sphere condensed above Razor's head, emanating a strong aura of death. Impossible. How can you have two elemental attack skills? Are you a second stage awakener? Ren Kuang couldn't accept reality and roared, frantically pouring all his remaining energy into the frost dragon. However, this will only hasten his defeat. Roar! With a deafening roar, the frost dragon suddenly opened its mouth and completely crushed the golden lightning dragon. But the next second, the dark green energy sphere transformed into a shockwave, fiercely bombarding the frost dragon. The frost dragon howled in agony as its massive body shattered into countless ice crystals. The shockwave continued its momentum and struck Ren Kuang directly. Puff! Ren Kuang was struck dumb, coughing up a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backward. Lei Zhe's figure streaked across the sky like a golden lightning bolt, instantly appearing above Ren Kuang. He slammed his right foot, imbued with golden lightning, onto Ren Kuang's chest. Ren Kuang's burly body was stomped heavily into the hard rock ground. The ground instantly caved in, forming a hemispherical crater with a diameter of 10 meters. Inside the pit, Lei Zhe stood on Ren Kuang, a golden ball of lightning condensing in his palm, crackling with electric arcs. He looked down at Ren Kuang, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Snow Lion? How dare you provoke Dawn? You've got guts. Then, under Ren Kuang's horrified gaze, the golden ball of lightning suddenly pressed down on his forehead. At the critical moment, an ice wall suddenly appeared above Ren Kuang's head. Electric arcs scattered, and ice shards flew up and exploded. The ice wall shattered instantly, and terrifying arcs of electricity leaped continuously within the pit. A strange light flashed in Razor's eyes. As expected, S-class heroes are not easy to defeat. The next second, golden lightning danced wildly around him, and a barrage of fists rained down on Ren Kuang. Ren Kuang, an S-level powerhouse who had dominated Yingcheng for many years, was now in a terrible state. His prized power of ice proved surprisingly fragile under Rei's relentless onslaught. The ice walls that were formed were repeatedly shattered, and the summoned ice spikes were scattered and broken by the violent lightning energy before they could even take shape. Bang! 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 The dull, relentless pounding sounds, like a dense drumbeat, struck the hearts of every member of the Snow Lion team. They stared in disbelief, as if frozen in place, blankly observing the one-sided situation inside the pit, their minds completely devoid of judgment. How is this possible? S-rank Captain Ren Kuang was actually beaten to a pulp by an A-rank hero? What kind of monster is that kid? Why is his lightning power so domineering? What is that mysterious gray area? How could it it suppress the captain's strength to this extent? The three A-level heroes, Li Meng the Mad Axe, Zhao Qian the Phantom, and Sun Hao the Ice Spike turned pale, and a chill ran from their feet to their heads. Under the suppression of that strange domain, their strength was reduced to less than 30% of its original power, and they dared not step forward to provide support. On the other side, Chen Mo and the other three were also shaken to their core. When did Ozawa become so strong? Han Li swallowed hard, his voice filled with disbelief. This energy fluctuation is definitely S-rank. Xie Yong's eyes were filled with shock. Su Qingyue and Chen Mo exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with disbelief. S-class power. The captain must have infused Ozawa with some kind of powerful S-class ability. This explains why Ozawa could unleash such terrifying combat power at the A-rank stage. Aowa. From within the pit came Renquang's roar, filled with anger and humiliation. He slammed his fist into the ground, creating a deep crater. Using the recoil, he temporarily broke free from Ray Ice suppression and sprang out of the crater, covered in blood. That signature long white hair was now disheveled, covered in dust and blood. His once domineering and arrogant face was now nothing but ferocity and madness. You scum! You've completely enraged me. His eyes were bloodshot, and a terrifying chill, far greater than ever before, erupted from his body, as if he were going to fight with all his might. However, Razor simply stared at him coldly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Provoke you? Do you even deserve it? He slowly raised his right hand, once again condensing a dark green sphere of light, radiating a terrifying aura of destruction. Ren Kuang's pupils suddenly contracted. In his current state, if he were to take another blow, even if he didn't die, he would certainly be severely injured and crippled on the spot. At this critical moment, a calm yet undeniably authoritative voice suddenly came from the side. Xiaoza, that's enough. The sound wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Upon hearing this, Razor's violent and bloodthirsty aura instantly subsided, and the beam of annihilation in his palm also dissipated. He respectfully nodded toward the source of the voice, then slowly withdrew the withering domain that was powerful enough to suppress the entire area. As the gray area dissipated, the members of the Snow Lion team felt a lightness in their bodies, and the deep-seated weakness and oppression finally disappeared completely. They collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, their faces filled with relief at surviving the ordeal. Everyone, including Ren Kuang, would subconsciously look up and turn their gaze toward the figure walking slowly towards them. Although the energy fluctuations emanating from the opponent were still only at the F level, but at this moment, no one dared to underestimate him in the slightest. How terrifying is the identity and strength of this seemingly ordinary young man, who could command the respect of even the demon-like lightning messenger. Lin Yi slowly walked up to Ren Kuang and picked up the bag of energy cores that Chun Mo had handed over earlier. Let's get to know each other. His voice was calm, yet it carried an innate sense of authority. Dawn Team, Captain, Lin Yi. Ren Kuang's heart clenched. Although he was in Huaibei Province, he didn't have a deep understanding of the situation in Jiangnan Province, but he had vaguely heard this name recently. It is said that a ruthless character named Lin Yi has emerged in Jiangnan Province. He single-handedly wiped out the entire S-Class monster wave and even killed the S-Class hero Black Snake in public. Could it be this person right in front of me? The thought had barely crossed his mind when he forcibly suppressed it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 2 punches to kill an S-Class hero? This is simply unbelievable. He preferred to believe that this was just a lie fabricated by the Jiangnan Province to exaggerate their achievements. Lin Yi ignored his inner turmoil and asked calmly, "Do you have an A-grade energy core?" Ren Kuang was stunned for a moment, then nodded subconsciously, "Yes, yes, bring it all." Lin Yi's tone left no room for doubt, as if this were just an ordinary matter, but the chill in his eyes made Ren Kuang tremble all over, and fine beads of cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. He had no doubt that if he dared to refuse, the consequences awaiting him in the next second will be 100 times more terrible than before. "No, no problem." Ren Kuang responded without hesitation, his voice hoarse and dry. He took out his hero terminal and dialed a number. "Quickly, send all the grade A energy cores to the bone mine immediately. Don't ask why. Send it over right now. Immediately." He practically roared the order. All I wanted was to get rid of this killing god in front of me as soon as possible. The Snow Lion team's efficiency is higher than ever before. Less than 10 minutes later, a small transport plane roared in. A team member scrambled down the stairs and respectfully handed the metal box containing the A-grade energy core to Ren Kuang. Ren Kuang didn't even dare to hand it to Lin Yi himself. He just put the box on the ground and scrambled to the side, his attitude extremely humble. Lin Yi stepped forward, opened the box, and nodded in satisfaction upon seeing 10 grade A energy cores inside. Just as he turned to leave, he seemed to remember something and paused slightly. System, Plunder. Command confirmed. Looting successful. Gained S-rank active skill Absolute Zero Ice Dragon Break temporary. With the roar of its engines, the black fighter jet soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the horizon. Only after the fighter jet completely disappeared did the Snow Lion team members collapse to the ground, as if deflated. The relief of surviving the ordeal was mixed with endless humiliation and anger. fire churning in their hearts. Captain, we must avenge this. Mad Axley Mang struggled to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, and roared with resentment. Yes, revenge. When has our Snow Lion team ever been treated like this? There are only two people who are slightly stronger. The other team members echoed their sentiments, each filled with righteous indignation. However, what greeted them was Ren Kuang's cold gaze as if he were looking at a group of idiots, and a roar full of rage. Revenge? All of you shut the fuck up. Ren Kuang's voice was like a thunderclap, instantly stunning everyone and plunging the entire scene into dead silence. You bunch of idiots. What are you going to use to get revenge? He pointed to his chest, where the bones were already largely shattered, and he still suffered excruciating pain. Did you see that? I, an S rank, was brutally beaten to the ground by an A rank, without even a chance to fight back. And look at their fighter jet. That's the military's top-of-the-line experimental model. It's worth at least several billion. You simply can't afford it. In one team, there are actually two unfathomable S-level combatants, and even the captain's strength is mysterious and unpredictable. Do you think we can just mess with a team like that? Ren Kuang's every word was like a bucket of cold water, completely extinguishing the burning resentment in everyone's hearts. How can we take revenge? Whether it was individual skill or team strength, they were completely crushed by their opponents. Remember this. Ren Kuang roared at everyone in an unprecedentedly serious tone. You absolutely must not tell anyone about what happened today. From now on, whenever you see anyone from the Dawn team, go out of your way. Anyone who dares to provoke them again, don't blame me, Ren Kuang, for crippling them with my own hands. After saying that, he glared fiercely at the logistics personnel who delivered the A-grade energy core. Are you fucking stupid? Sending 5 as a token is enough. They have no idea how many A-grade energy cores we have. Who told you to send all of them? The logistics team member looked aggrieved. Captain, you were the one who said you wanted to bring all the A-grade energy cores. The Ghost Fighter jet landed smoothly in the Manor's underground hangar. Just as Lin Yi and his group returned to the living room, the people Wang Jing had sent delivered 5 grade A energy cores to the door. In addition to the 1 piece that Chen Mo and his group obtained from the bone mine, and the 10 pieces they got from the Snow Lion team. At this moment, Lin Yi already had a total of 16 A-grade energy cores in his hands. Inside the living room, the 6 members of the Dawn team gathered together. Lin Ye's expression turned serious. He told everyone in detail about the threat posed by the Luo family in the capital, the upcoming S-Class hero induction ceremony, and information about the Purification Council. After listening to Lin Ye's story, everyone's faces showed a heavy expression. The Luo family, the Purification Council, it seems we'll have a hard time finding peace from now on. Xia Yong said in a deep voice. We'll meet force with force, and we'll dam water with earth. Anyone who dares to mess with us, we'll fight back. Han Li waved his fist nonchalantly. Lin Yi took out 15 grade A energy cores and neatly arranged them on the table. He looked at Han Li, Xia Yong, and Su Qingyue and said solemnly, the 3 of you will each receive 5 yuan. Within 10 days, at all costs, we must break through to rank A. Looking at the 15 A grade energy cores on the table, gleaming with an alluring light, Han Li, Xia Yong, and Su Qingyue suddenly began to breathe rapidly. This is an A grade energy core. Each one can fetch an astronomical price on the black market, causing countless B grade heroes to fight tooth and nail for them. Right now, the captain has actually taken out 15 of them at once for them to use in their breakthroughs. This extravagance is astonishing. Captain, this is too precious. Su Qingyue's voice trembled. Yes, Captain. Han Li also wanted to say something, but Lin Yi simply waved his hand to interrupt. There's nothing precious or not precious about it. His gaze swept over the 3 of them, his voice steady and powerful. Your strength is the greatest asset of the Dawn team. Only when you become stronger can we stand firm in the coming storm. Take this, it's an order. Upon hearing the word order, the 3 of them no longer refused. They solemnly accepted the energy core, their eyes filled with gratitude and determination. Yes, Captain. We guarantee that we will break through to grade A within 10 days. The 3 responded in unison, their voices strong and clear, as if they had made a solemn pledge. Without further ado, they took the energy cores and rushed straight into the A-grade energy gathering cultivation tower inside the manor, where the energy concentration was 10 times that of the outside world. Lei Zhe also stood up and grinned at Lin Yi. Brother Yi, I'm going to the training room too. I'll take this opportunity to familiarize myself with the power of the withering domain. After saying that, he turned and walked into the cultivation tower. In an instant, only Lin Yi and Chen Mo remained in the spacious living room. Lin Yi picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and looked at Chen Mo before slowly speaking. Do you want Snow Lion's S-rank ability, Absolute Zero Ice Dragon Break? Chen Mo shook his head and said seriously, Captain, Snow Lion's abilities are good, but too ordinary. I want something stronger. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. This answer was exactly what he had expected. To outsiders, S-class abilities are incredibly precious, and anyone who could obtain any one of them should be extremely grateful. There is no question of being picky. However, in their Dawn team, S-level abilities that are too mediocre are simply not worth their attention. Okay, I understand. Lin Yi nodded. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind like lightning. The system's capability fusion function. He has never used this feature since he got it. Previously, it was because the S-class abilities they possessed were extremely valuable, and they were reluctant to use them as experimental subjects. His gaze fell on his own attribute panel. The Starfall ability focuses on extreme area burst damage and single target destruction, which is currently his core attack method. The Breaking Army Divine Spear, that was taken from Lu Chuling, although also a top-tier offensive ability, overlaps to some extent with the function of Starfall. Since Chun Mo wants stronger abilities, why not try fusing these two S-rank abilities? Once this thought takes hold, it cannot be suppressed. Although the result of ability fusion is completely random, it may give birth to even stronger divine skills, or it may create useless waste. However, the cost of trial and error is not high. If it fails, at most, they can go to Lu Chuling again to steal the Broken Army Divine Spear. System, initiate capability fusion. Ding! Ability fusion function has been activated. Please select the two abilities you wish to merge. Breaking Army Divine Spear, Absolute Zero Ice Dragon Break. Command confirmed. Fusing the S-rank ability Breaking Army Divine Spear with the S-rank ability Absolute Zero Ice Dragon Break. Warning, initiating S-rank ability fusion, consuming 2000 team reputation. Continue. Fusion begins. The sharpness and destructive aura that originally belonged to the Broken Army Divine Spear was silently stripped away from Lin Yi's body. A faint sense of weakness welled up inside me. Lin Yi clearly felt that his overall strength had decreased by at least 20% at this moment, but he didn't care. It was all expected. All my attention was focused on the constantly flashing progress bar on the system panel. Integration in progress. 1%, 15%, 58%, 99%. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a brand new S-level ability, Energy Gathering Core. Energy Concentration Core absorbs any matter or non-matter, converting it into its own energy. It can also unleash energy attacks or defenses through energy beams, energy spheres, energy light curtains, etc. The system notification sounded in Lin Yi's mind like heavenly music. His mind was instantly captivated by this concise yet domineering description. Absorb any matter, whether it is matter or not, and convert it into its own energy. Lin Yi pondered those words repeatedly, his heart pounding involuntarily. Matter is easy to understand. From dust to mountains, everything can become energy fuel, rather than matter. This range is enough to send chills down your spine. Theoretically, it can absorb light, heat, sound, kinetic energy, and even the energy contained in enemy attacks. This means that those who possess this ability will become an inexhaustible energy furnace. He no longer needs to rely on his own limited energy reserves. The whole world will become his inexhaustible source of energy. As long as he stands on the ground, basks in the sunlight, and even just breathes, his energy is constantly being replenished. This is a true perpetual motion machine. Although his attack methods are simply energy beams and energy balls, with this infinite energy, what a terrifying blow it would be. Theoretically speaking, given enough time to convert the energy, the power of this attack can reach an unlimited level. Of course, this is only at the theoretical level. To control an attack containing such terrifying energy, the operator's strength must also be commensurate. In any case, this S-rank ability is far superior to Rin Quan's Absolute Zero Ice Dragon Break. Xiao Mo. Lin Yi looked up, his gaze burning as he looked at Chen Mo, his voice tinged with barely perceptible excitement. I have an S-level ability here that's tailor-made for you. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes behind his glasses lit up slightly. Captain, what kind of ability is it? Lin Yi did not answer directly, but instead asked, what do you think is your biggest weakness right now? Chen Mo answered almost without hesitation, energy. My energy is too weak, probably only at level B, which severely limits the application of causality. This isn't a big problem when facing opponents below S rank, but once I encounter an S-class hero, a single, even slightly powerful, causal judgment can drain most of my energy. Moreover, because causality cannot be used frequently, I lack effective conventional attack methods. His analysis was calm, objective, and hit the nail on the head. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. He valued Chen Mo's clear self-awareness. What if I gave you a near-infinite energy source? Lin Yi spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but it exploded in Chen Mo's ears like thunder. It can also provide you with the most stable and powerful conventional attack and defense methods. Chen Mo's breathing quickened immediately. An infinite energy source? A stable and powerful conventional offense and defense? This is exactly the ability he's been dreaming of. This is practically the perfect puzzle piece tailor-made to make up for all his shortcomings. Team leader. Chen Mo's voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Does such an ability really exist? Lin Yi stood up, walked slowly to him, and told him all the detailed information about the energy gathering core. Chen Mo's eyes lit up even more as he listened. As a top student at Jiangcheng Hero Academy, he understood better than anyone what the energy gathering core meant. Its alignment with his causality is incredibly high. With the support of unlimited energy, his mysterious law of causality will no longer be bound, freeing him from the limitation of being only a trump card. He can recklessly use all sorts of unbelievable cause and effect against his enemies. Because my energy is limitless, you are doomed to die. Because I can withstand all your attacks are completely ineffective. What a horrifying scene this would be. He doesn't even need to think about those complex logical loops. He only needs to use the purest and most massive energy to forcibly distort reality and set the rules. That's just how arrogant I am. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of awe, as if he had transformed from a stingy poor boy into a tycoon with tens of trillions of dollars in sycophant gold. Captain, are you really going to give me this ability? Chen Mo was conflicted. Clearly, this skill is also a godsend for the captain. If the captain possessed it, his strength would definitely increase significantly. Before Chen Mo could think further, Lin Yi had already given a firm answer. He stretched out his right hand and gently pressed it on Chen Mo's head. The process may be painful, so stay calm. Captain, don't worry. A burning light shone in Chen Mo's eyes. Captain, Chen Mo, swear that you are the only captain in my life. The next second, an extremely pure energy singularity, like billions of stars converging, emitted a soft white light and surged into Chen Mo's body. It is the very origin of the energy-gathering core. The moment the energy singularity entered Chen Mo's body, he did not feel the excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart like Lei Zhe had. Instead, there is an indescribable sense of fulfillment. He could clearly see that tiny energy singularity was slowly taking root in the energy center of his body. Then, like a precision instrument, it began to operate rapidly and expand continuously in a mysterious and complex way. Countless energy threads, invisible to the naked eye, extend from the singularity. It has established the deepest connection with every meridian and every cell in his body. His energy source, which was originally only B-grade and as small as a pond, seemed to have been connected to a boundless ocean at this moment. His body is undergoing a transformation. It has been transformed from an energy storage pool into an energy conversion furnace. The air, light, sound, everything from the outside world was being constantly absorbed by this tiny core in ways he couldn't comprehend. It then transforms into the purest and most powerful energy, continuously flowing back to him. His body greedily devoured this energy. Every single cell is cheering with joy. He felt as if he had become one with the whole world. That unprecedented sense of power filled his entire body. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yi slowly withdrew his hand. Everyone's heart tightened. The entire infusion process was smooth and successful, without any unexpected incidents. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, a dazzling white light flashed in his eyes. He remained the same refined and scholarly young man, but Lin Yi keenly noticed that he had acquired a completely different aura. It's a kind of profound quality that comes from returning to simplicity. Like a dormant volcano, it appears calm on the outside, but contains a terrifying power within that is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. How are you feeling? Lin Yi asked. Chen Mo felt the immense, seemingly inexhaustible energy within his body, and a delighted smile appeared on his face. Better than ever before. He raised his right hand and opened his palm. With a thought, a ball of energy the size of a human head, radiating pure white light, silently condensed in his palm. The surface of the sphere of light was perfectly smooth, and its energy was extremely stable, without the slightest leakage. But Lin Yi could sense a terrifying power within it that was enough to easily destroy a mountain. Let's go to the training room and test its power. Lin Yi's eyes were also full of anticipation. The two arrived at the training room. Chen Mo stood in the center of the training room, his gaze fixed on the specially made target in the distance, which was made of the scales of the S-class monster black-armored earth dragon. He took a deep breath. He slowly extended his right index finger, casually mobilizing a trace of energy within his body. A beam of yellow energy, about the thickness of a fingertip, flashed past his fingertip. There was no earth-shattering sound, not even the sound of something breaking through the air. It was eerily quiet. However, the moment the energy beam struck the target, it produced a crisp clang. On the sturdy target that was strong enough to withstand a full-force attack from an S-class hero, only a faint white mark remained, and even the surface scales were not penetrated. Seeing this, Chen Mo did not show disappointment on his face, but instead a flash of understanding appeared on his face. As expected, S-level defense is not so easy to break. He analyzed the situation calmly, countless data streams flashing wildly in his eyes behind his glasses. That attack just now, I only used the energy equivalent to an A-rank hero. To penetrate it, more energy is needed. He raised his right index finger again, his expression becoming focused. The energy core inside the body begins to operate at high speed. Streams of pure energy, like rivers flowing into the sea, converged wildly at his fingertips. A dazzling yellow light bloomed at his fingertips, instantly turning the entire training room into a golden hue. The light was so condensed that it seemed to have transformed into a miniature sun, and even the surrounding air was slightly distorted by this powerful energy. Energy output, 10%. When the energy in his body reached 1/10 of the total, a sharp light flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Another beam of energy shot out from his fingertips. This time, the energy beam was faster and its color was deeper, almost turning into a dark gold. It remained silent, yet possessed unparalleled penetrating power, accurately striking the same point on the target. A soft sound was heard, as smooth as a hot knife cutting butter. On the incredibly sturdy S-class target in the distance, a perfectly smooth, circular hole, completely pierced through, silently appeared. The edges of the hole, due to the instantaneous high temperature of the energy, exhibited a molten, glass-like state, shimmering with an eerie luster. The power of this strike was truly terrifying. A hint of satisfaction finally appeared on Chen Mo's face. His gaze shifted to the spare alloy block weighing several tons in the corner of the training room. He opened his palm and softly recited to the alloy. Core energy, absorption. An invisible force instantly enveloped the alloy. This incredibly hard metal began to decompose and melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. It transformed into the purest energy particles, like iron filings attracted by a magnet, and surged wildly into Chen Mo's palm. In less than 10 seconds, the several-ton alloy completely vanished into thin air. A contented smile appeared on Chen Mo's face. The energy that was consumed by releasing the energy beam was not only instantly replenished, but there was even a surplus. Lin Yi stood quietly to the side, witnessing all of this, and couldn't help but secretly admire it. Powerful single-target penetrating attack and almost endless energy reserves. Chen Mo's last weakness has finally been completely overcome. System, bring up Chen Mo's attribute panel. He silently recited it in his heart. A virtual screen, visible only to him, quietly appeared before his eyes. Name, Chen Mo. Rank, S. Ability, Law of Cause and Effect. Attributes, Strength A+, Agility A+, Constitution A+, Spirit S+, Energy S. Skill 1, Eye of Data. Rank B. Passive. The eyes can see the essence of all things, analyzing them into data streams. It can see through all disguises and illusions, accurately locking onto the target's energy core and structural weaknesses. Skill 2, Battlefield Simulation. Rank A. Active, consumes mental energy to construct a virtual battlefield in the mind, performing countless battle simulations at ultra-high speed to predict enemy movements and find the optimal tactical plan. The higher the complexity of the simulation, the greater the mental energy consumption. Skill 3, Optimal Solution. S-Rank Active, consumes mental and physical energy to set a cause and forcibly execute an effect. The simpler the causal logic, and the weaker the target, the less energy is consumed. The more complex and illogical the logic, the stronger the target, and the greater the energy consumed. Solidation Ability. Energy Concentration Core. S-Rank Passive plus Active, absorbs any matter and non-matter, converting it into its own energy. It can also unleash energy attacks or defenses through energy beams, energy spheres, energy light curtains, etc. Looking at this impressive attribute panel, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. S+ level mental strength. S level energy reserves. The law of cause and effect requires mental strength and energy, while the energy core can provide a continuous source of energy. The combination of these two is simply a match made in heaven. A true battlefield perpetual motion machine, a rulemaker capable of ruthlessly distorting reality, is born. Team leader. Chen Mo turned to look at Lin Yi, his wise eyes burning with an unprecedented flame of confidence. From today onwards, I can also slay S-class monsters. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, his heart filled with satisfaction and pride. The Dawn team has gained another S-class fighter. Moreover, he is a monster-level strategist with unlimited energy and mastery of the law of causality. Han Li, Xia Yon, Su Qingyue. He was already looking forward to what a spectacular sight it would be when all the members of the useless team reached S rank. Purify the council. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Yi's lips. Hopefully, you are all ready to welcome the arrival of Team Dawn. Afterwards, Chen Mo stayed there to familiarize himself with the new abilities, while Lin Yi went into a brand new training room. He took out an S-class energy core from his pocket, which was the relic left behind after the fall of the False Words magic crystal. This energy core was an eerie purplish-black color, its surface seemingly covered with countless distorted human faces, wailing silently and emitting a chilling mental pollution. Ordinary heroes, let alone consuming it, are very likely to have their minds corrupted by it, turning them into madmen who only know how to kill, even if they just stare at it for a long time. But Lin Yi didn't care at all. His terrifying mental strength, comparable to that of an S-class individual, is sufficient to withstand any form of mental intrusion. He opened his mouth and, as if eating an ice cube, threw the S-grade energy core directly into it. The energy core slid down the throat into the abdomen. The next second, an extremely violent S-class energy, filled with chaos and destruction, exploded in his body like a nuclear bomb. Lin Yi groaned and his face immediately turned red. That energy was like thousands of sharp knives, frantically cutting and colliding within his meridians. They tried to tear his body to pieces from the inside. Advancing to S rank is by no means an easy task. A hero's body is like a container. Each advancement requires breaking through existing barriers with even greater and purer energy, expanding the limits of the container. This process is fraught with pain and danger. The gap between A level and S level, in particular, has eliminated countless geniuses. In theory, one must consume at least 3 S-grade energy cores to refine the body to a level sufficient to withstand S-grade power. The process process of swallowing it is extremely dangerous, with a life or death situation at the very least. The slightest mistake will result in death by explosion. However, there was not a trace of pain on Linya's face. His physical strength had long been honed to an unbelievable level through countless battles and raids. The impact of a mere S-class energy core posed no fatal threat to him. He silently circulated the energy within his body, much like an experienced animal tamer. He guided that violent energy little by little, letting it wash over and temper his limbs and bones. This process lasted a full 3 hours. After he completely absorbed and refined the last trace of purplish-black energy, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. An aura, even more solid and powerful than when he stripped off the broken army divine spear, slowly emanated from his body. His strength has not only fully recovered, but has even shown some improvement. 2 more are needed. Lin Yi sensed the changes within his body, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. If he could just consume 2 more S-grade energy cores, he would be absolutely confident that he could break through the barrier and enter the true S-grade realm. However, S-class energy cores are extremely rare. Even for an S-class monster, the probability of leaving behind an S-class energy core after death is only about 20%. His upcoming trip to the capital city will undoubtedly be the best opportunity for him to obtain an S-level energy core. It houses the largest trading center in the entire Dragon Kingdom. With enough capital, S-class energy cores are not unavailable for purchase. He walked out of the training room and looked at the other 5 closed training rooms, a hopeful smile appearing on his lips. Time flew by as everyone devoted themselves to their intensive training. Lin Yi wasn't idle either. He found some team missions and farmed some team reputation. The ability fusion consumes a lot of team reputation, so he needs to accumulate more. To avoid arriving in the capital city without suitable S-level skills or sufficient team reputation to perform ability fusion, in the blink of an eye, the 10-day deadline has arrived. The morning sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the entire living room. The heavy alloy doors of the training tower slowly opened. 3 figures emerged side by side, completely different from 10 days ago, brimming with powerful confidence and overwhelming momentum. It was Han Li, Xia Yong, and Su Qingyue. At this moment, they have been completely transformed. Han Li's physique appeared even more robust, with explosive power hidden beneath his bronze skin. He simply stood there, like an unshakable mountain, exuding an extremely strong sense of oppression. Xia Yong's aura became even more solid and restrained. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes from time to time, like a sword ready to be drawn at any moment. The one who changed the most was Su Qingyue. Her gentle and serene face now possessed a composure and confidence unique to a strong person. Surrounded by a visible emerald green halo, brimming with life, she resembled a forest fairy goddess, both holy and powerful. With the combined support of 5 A-grade energy cores and 10 times the energy concentration, all 3 of them broke through to A-grade without any doubt. Lin Yi, who was already waiting in the living room, looked at them with a satisfied smile. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the 3 quickly approached, their faces filled with undisguised excitement and joy. Success. Han Li's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Becoming an A-class hero was a dream he never even dared to imagine before, and now, this once unattainable goal has become a reality in just 10 days. All of this was brought to them by the man in front of them. How are you feeling? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Excellent. Xia Yong clenched his fist, the surging power within him giving him a confident air as he spoke. I feel like I could knock out 10 of my past selves with one punch. Me too, Han Li echoed in a low voice. Just then, the doors of the training tower opened again. Lei Zhe and Chen Mo also came out. After 10 days of seclusion, the 2 men's auras became even more unfathomable. Rei's perfectly fused the S-rank withering power with his own thunder power. Every gesture he makes carries both the fury of thunder and the silence of death, giving people a contradictory yet extremely dangerous feeling. Chen Mo, on the other hand, seemed to have returned to his original simplicity. He completely concealed all energy fluctuations, making him look like an ordinary, frail scholar. But Lin Yi clearly sensed that within his calm body lay a vast ocean of stars capable of devouring everything. At this point, the entire Dawn team has assembled. Apart from Lin Yi, the other 5 have all possessed the strength of an A-level hero. Among them, Lei Zhe and Chen Mo possess terrifying combat power far exceeding that of ordinary S-class heroes. The strength of the Dawn team has undergone tremendous changes. Even within the entire Dragon Kingdom, they are definitely a top-tier team that cannot be underestimated. Alright, now that we're out of seclusion, let's get ready. Lin Yi looked at the elite force he had built from scratch, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. The power center of the Dragon Kingdom, a sacred place coveted by countless heroes, is also a den of dragons and tigers where various forces gather. That behemoth, the Luo family's stronghold. A fierce fighting spirit burned in everyone's eyes. They knew that this journey would be fraught with danger. But so what? They are no longer the B-level team that was bullied by everyone just 10 days ago. They are the dawn. It is the first ray of dawn about to pierce the deep darkness of the capital. Our next stop, Beijing. Lin Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it resonated like thunder in everyone's hearts. Yes, Captain. The five responded in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. The capital city, the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. This metropolis, which brings together the nation's highest power, strongest military force, and most elite families. Like a lurking ancient beast, it exudes an awe-inspiring and majestic aura at all times. A completely black, sleek, and menacing ghost fighter jet. Like a black lightning bolt tearing through the sky, it silently pierced the clouds and landed on the highest specification helipad reserved for S-class heroes. Look, that's the Ghost, our Dragon Nation's top stealth fighter. Inside the airport control tower, a young air traffic controller stared at the signal that suddenly appeared on the radar. Looking out the window at the fighter jet that exuded a futuristic and violent aesthetic, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Shut up! Focus on your work!" The experienced supervisor beside him immediately whispered a warning to stop him, but his eyes also revealed an undisguised shock and curiosity. The Ghost fighter jet is still an experimental model, and there are no more than 10 of them in China. Who exactly is this person who can ride this vehicle to the capital? Have you found the serial number and the unit to which it belongs? The supervisor asked in a deep voice. "We found it! We've found it!" The young controller's voice was filled with disbelief. Belonging to the Hero Association, Jiangcheng branch of Jiangnan province. Dawn team. What? The supervisor's eyes widened instantly. How could a local branch team have the right to use Ghost? This is simply a fantasy. He immediately realized that this team called Dawn was not as simple as it seemed. The cabin door slowly opened, and Lin Yi and his group of 6 walked down the gangway one by one. The air in the capital seemed completely different from that in the Jiangnan provinces. Dry and biting, with a hint of weight and majesty that is both subtle and unsettling. Airport ground staff were already fully prepared and extremely respectful. Buzz, buzz. Just then, a deep, domineering engine roar came from afar. A massive convoy of 12 black bulletproof luxury cars, accompanied by several imposing A-class hero guards, brazenly ignored airport traffic control. Like a black sword, it forcibly tore through the congested traffic and charged headlong toward the airport's main road. However, faced with such arrogant and domineering behavior, the entire airport fell into an eerie silence. All the vehicles whose paths were blocked, whether they were luxury cars worth millions or ordinary official vehicles, were like docile sheep, not daring to utter a single complaint. That's the Luo family's caravan from the capital. The airport liaison officer in charge of receiving the Dawn team explained to Lin Yi in a low voice, his tone revealing obvious apprehension. "Are they blocking the road?" Xia Yong frowned and asked. "Yes, Miss Luo is returning from abroad today, and he came to pick her up at the airport." The liaison officer added indignantly. "Every time the Luo family goes out, they clear the road like this, and everyone has long been used to it. Is this the domineering nature of the top families in the capital? They disregard the rules and treat ordinary people like ants." Meanwhile, at the Luo family manor in Beijing, inside an extremely luxurious study, a subordinate dressed in a black suit is respectfully reporting to the person behind the desk. "Master, the Dawn team from Jiangcheng, Jiangnan province, arrived at Beijing International Airport 5 minutes ago." Behind the desk, a middle-aged man with a stern face and sharp, hawk-like eyes slowly put down the documents in his hand. He is none other than Luo Zhan, the current head of the Luo family and a terrifying figure with peak S-level strength. "Dawn team?" A mocking and disdainful smile appeared on Luo Zhan's lips. "Is that the one who killed Xiaofeng? Lin Yi?" "Yes, master." "Heh, a bunch of ignorant country bumpkins who actually dare to come to the capital." Luo Zhan's eyes suddenly turned icy cold, and a terrifying killing intent instantly caused the temperature in the study to plummet. Boom boom boom. "I don't care what that old man from the Hero Association decides. Anyone who kills someone from my Luo family must pay with their blood. However, with Commander Long keeping things under control at headquarters, we can't take action openly." Luo Zhan picked up the teacup on the table and gently blew away the floating tea leaves. "Then let Vulture take action and bring Lin Yi to see me. Clean up the rest of the trash as well." Hero Association headquarters, Panlong Hall. The top floor of a magnificent building, hundreds of meters high, resembling a giant dragon coiled on the central axis of Beijing. The Dragon Commander, the strongest warrior of the Dragon Kingdom, with his imposing figure, resolute face, and short silver hair standing on end like steel needles, stood with his hands behind his back in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city below. "Commander Long, the Dawn team has arrived in Beijing." A secretary in uniform reported respectfully. Long Shui simply responded with a faint sound, his deep, star-like eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. "What's going on with the Luo family? Patriarch Luo has already sent Vulture to make a move." As expected, Long Shui's lips curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "Luo Zhan is still the same as ever, always domineering." He turned around, his gaze falling on his secretary, his voice steady as a mountain. "Give the order to keep a close watch. As long as no one is killed, we will not intervene in any conflict." The secretary acknowledged and withdrew. Long Shui looked out the window again, his deep eyes flashing with a light that no one could understand. "Lin Yi, I hope you won't disappoint me." In the western suburbs of Beijing, there is a simple and elegant courtyard. An elderly steward with white hair and beard was reporting in a low voice to a dignified old man by the pond who was intently practicing calligraphy.
Master, the young master, is back. The old man's brush never stopped moving, flowing smoothly and powerfully.
He didn't even raise his head, his voice flat and emotionless.
Did he come back alone?
No, he came with the team. His name is Dawn.
Breaking Dawn.
The old man pondered the name, his brow furrowing slightly.
Is it the one who killed Luo Feng of the Luo family, Pashao?
That should be right. The Luo family seems to have already sent people to take action.
The old man gave a cold laugh. Luo Zhan is still as decisive and efficient as ever.
Have someone keep a close eye on him and make sure he's not in any danger. The others don't need to be involved. The old butler respectfully withdrew. The courtyard returned to silence. The only sound was the shush of the wolf hair brush gliding across the rice paper. On the freshly written Xian paper, two powerful and sharp seal characters leaped out from the paper. With the arrival of the Dawn team, beneath the seemingly calm surface of the capital city, undercurrents were already surging. Countless eyes, some bright and some dim, were all focused on this powerful dragon crossing the river from a small town in southern China. They were all waiting for a great show. Let's see if this fierce dragon can stir up trouble in this den of dragons and tigers, or if it will be torn to pieces by the Luo family. At this moment, the Dawn team, at the center of the storm, was completely unaware that they had become the focus of everyone's attention. At the exit of Beijing Capital International Airport, the crowds flowed like a never-ending river. When the 6 members of the Dawn team stepped out of the terminal, they were also shocked by the scene before them. The sky here seems to have been divided into 2 layers by an invisible giant hand. The lower level is the familiar ground transportation, bustling with traffic and orderly. The upper level is a channel specifically designed for hovercars. A series of dazzling streaks of light crisscross among the skyscrapers, moving silently like a futuristic scene from a science fiction movie. At the edge of the horizon, those towering buildings can no longer be called skyscrapers. They are more like miracles of human will and technology intertwined. The hybrid structure of metal and glass refracts a cold yet magnificent light under the sun. Huge holographic projection advertisements on the building continuously play the dashing figures of top heroes or promotional videos of the latest energy weapons.
My goodness, this is the capital city?
Hanli looked up, his mouth slightly open, his usual calm and composed demeanor completely gone. He looked like a country boy visiting the city for the first time, his eyes filled with shock. Xia Yong was equally excited, patting Han Li's shoulder forcefully, his voice brimming with barely concealed excitement.
Old Han, look over there. That car, it doesn't have wheels. It's a fully magnetically levitated vehicle. Curiosity also shone in Su Qingyue's and Chen Mo's eyes.
This place and Jiangcheng are like 2 completely different worlds. Only Lin Yi appeared relatively calm. He had been to the capital several times before and had some understanding of the situation there. Let's go to the hotel first.
Razor's voice interrupted everyone's astonishment.
He seemed to be used to all of this, and skillfully walked to the roadside, raised his hand and flagged down an all-black, sleek, extended hover taxi. The car doors open upwards like wings, revealing a spacious and luxurious interior that can accommodate 10 people.
Let's go, I've already booked the hotel. Lei Zhe took the lead and got into the passenger seat.
Han Li and the others exchanged glances, and finally, with a hint of restraint, slowly sat down inside. Inside the car, the soft leather sofas, surround sound system, and a small bar filled with various cold drinks made them feel like it was all a bit unreal. This isn't a taxi, it's practically a mobile luxury private room.
The hovercar started smoothly and silently entered the upper channel.
Wandering through the steel forest, everyone felt more deeply the grandeur and magnificence of the city. They were like fish swimming at the bottom of a canyon, with towering cliffs on both sides.
The battle erupted instantly.
About 20 minutes later, the hovercar slowly landed in front of an extremely magnificent hotel. The hotel is named Peak of the Sky.
Its main building is like a huge diamond, reflecting a dazzling 7-colored halo under the sunlight.
At the entrance, doormen in sharp uniforms lined up on both sides, offering top-notch service to every arriving guest.
Xiao Zhe, are we really staying here?
Han Li looked at the gilded signboard, his throat suddenly going dry. Staying here for one night will probably drain our team's entire budget, won't it? He couldn't help but mutter to himself.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Lei Zhe replied with a smile, leading everyone into the magnificent hall with its towering dome, which seemed to hold a whole starry sky. The marble floor is as smooth as a mirror, and a faint fragrance permeates the air, making people feel relaxed and happy. He walked straight to the front desk, took out a pure black metal card from his pocket, and gently placed it on the table. The young female teller, who had been maintaining a professional smile, immediately became flustered upon seeing the card. It was an expression that mixed surprise, awe, and utmost respect. She bowed deeply to Lei Zhe, her smile growing even brighter. Dear esteemed guest, hello, welcome back to the summit of the sky. Your personal butler is waiting for you on the top floor. You can take the VIP elevator on the left.
This scene left Han Li and Xia Yong, who were standing behind them, dumbfounded.
Xiao Zhe, how do you have a VIP membership card here? Han Li couldn't help but ask in a low voice.
voice. A barely perceptible hint of unease flashed across Lei Zhe's face as he turned and explained with a smile. It was arranged by the association when I came to headquarters for training last time, and I just got one while I was at it. This explanation sounded reasonable, and Hanli and Xia Yong immediately believed it, marveling at the extraordinary treatment they received at headquarters. Su Qingyue glanced at Lei Zhe thoughtfully, but didn't say a word. Only Lin Yi and Chen Mo's gazes met briefly in the air, and they read a hint of understanding in each other's eyes. The Sky Dome is clearly not an ordinary hotel, and its VIP membership is not something that can be obtained casually. It seems that Razor's background is far more extraordinary than they imagined. However, Lin Yi was in no hurry to expose him. Let Razor explain everything when he's willing to speak. Just as everyone was heading towards the VIP elevator, a mocking and teasing voice came from not far away. Hey, isn't this sea-level genius Lei Zhe? When did you return to the capital? Why didn't you say hello to your brothers? Upon hearing this voice, Razor's body instantly stiffened, and the smile on his face vanished immediately. He slowly turned around, his gaze turning cold as he looked towards the source of the sound. On the other side of the lobby, four well-dressed, flamboyant young people were walking towards them. The leader was a handsome man, but his brows revealed an inescapable arrogance. He was wearing a limited-edition purple suit, with a cynical smile on his lips. He was one of the people Lei Zhe least wanted to see. Wang Mingho, the son of the leader of the Wang family battle group. A battle group is a large organization composed of multiple powerful teams, whose strength far exceeds that of a single team. In a top-tier team, there are usually several S-class heroes guarding the battlefield. The Wang family battle group, as one of the three major battle groups in the capital, boasts a total of 8 S-class heroes. In the capital, its status is second only to the Hero Association and the three major families. Wang Mingho's gaze swept over the Dawn team, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect that, Ray-Eyes. You've also been promoted to A level. That's a lot of progress. His tone carried a hint of condescending scrutiny. These are your team members? Not bad. 3 A level and 1 S level. Your team composition is quite good even among A level teams. His gaze lingered on Su Qingyue for a moment, revealing an undisguised aggressive intent. However, Chen Mo's figure soon blocked his view. Seeing Chen Mo's cold gaze, Wang Mingho wisely looked away. However, when his gaze finally landed on Lin Yi, the surprise on his face froze instantly, then turned into undisguised contempt and ridicule. I didn't see that wrong, did I? He rubbed his eyes dramatically, as if he had seen something incredible. An F rank? Ha. He burst into loud laughter, a sharp and piercing laugh that drew the attention of many guests in the hall. Raise, you're really getting more and more promising. They had 3 A rank and 1 S rank members, but the team also included a useless F rank member? Is this forming a team or opening a kindergarten? When did you start working part-time as a nanny? Wang Mingho. Razor's face was so dark it was almost dripping with water. He stepped forward, his voice icy. Watch your mouth. That's my captain. It's none of your business to tell him what to do. I don't have time for you right now. Get lost. Wang Mingho's mocking expression froze, and his 3 henchmen behind him also stood there stunned. The lobby fell silent for a second. After a deathly silence, bursts of laughter erupted even more violently and unrestrainedly. Ha. Wang Mingho laughed so hard he almost fell over, tears welling up in his eyes. He pointed at Lin Yi and then at Lei Zhe, panting as he said, Captain, Razor, have you gone mad? Did I hear that right? This F-rank trash is your captain? The blonde-haired youth behind him also slapped his thigh exaggeratedly, his laughter shrill. My god, this is more exciting than a stand-up comedy routine. 4 A levels and 1 S level, and they actually recognize an F level as their captain? Ray-Eyes, did someone beat you up and damage your brain? Boom. I don't think he was just beaten up. He's completely shameless. Another square-faced youth chimed in, eyeing each member of the Dawn team with the look of someone eyeing a rare animal. What kind of leader is this? A useless elite leader? The surrounding guests began to whisper among themselves, casting disdainful and puzzled glances their way. You're asking for it. Hanli finally lost his temper and roared, unleashing his A-level aura like a volcanic eruption. Xia Yong also stood shoulder to shoulder with Hanli without hesitation, his eyes burning with rage. Not only them, but Chen Mo, Lei Zhe, and even Su Qingyue also unleashed powerful auras at the same time. No, insulting the captain. For A-level auras, and 1 S-level oppressive force, these 5 forces converged instantly, transforming into a monstrous wave that crashed fiercely towards Wang Mingho and his companions. Under this terrifying pressure, the magnificent chandelier on the dome, composed of tens of thousands of crystals, emitted a humming sound as if it could not bear the strain. The surrounding guests were so overwhelmed by the sudden aura that they had to back away, their faces filled with shock. The 3 A-level followers behind Wang Mingho were like 3 small boats in a storm in the face of this terrifying torrent. Their faces turned deathly pale instantly, and they staggered back several steps before barely managing to regain their balance, their eyes filled with horror and disbelief. They just couldn't understand why these people would so readily turn against them for a mere F-level trash. They even went so far as to unleash their full power in public. This is simply unbelievable. Wang Mingho himself was slightly stunned by this aura, but after all, he was a genuine S-level expert. He immediately released his S-level pressure, barely suppressing the terrifying aura of the opponent. Even so, he was no less shocked than his followers. He laughed in a fit of rage, his handsome face contorted with extreme anger. Fine, very well, you bunch of country bumpkins, do you even know who I am? How dare you bare your teeth in front of me? I don't care who the hell you are. Han Li, with his fiery temper, immediately retorted angrily. His imposing figure took a step, and a clear crack appeared on the hard marble floor under his foot. His fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound, as violent energy gathered on them. You dare to disrespect our captain? You're the culprit. What a country bumpkin. Ignorance is bliss. Seeing that Wang Mingho had regained his footing, the blonde-haired youth became even bolder. He stepped forward, pointed at the Dawn team members, and sneered mockingly with an extremely contemptuous tone. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. This is the young commander of the Wang family battle group, one of the 3 major battle groups in the capital. You dare to lay a hand on him? Are you tired of living? The 3 major battle groups in the capital. Young commander of the Wang family battle group. These words struck Han Li, Xia Yong, and the others like a heavy hammer blow. They, who were originally burning with anger, suddenly felt a chill. This is not a local force like the Yingcheng Snow Lion team, which is limited to a small corner. The Wang family battle group is a behemoth renowned throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Their forces are deeply entrenched, with as many as 8 S-class heroes under their command. They had just arrived in the capital and already had a formidable enemy like the Luo family, with whom they were locked in a life-or-death struggle. If they were to offend the equally terrifying Wang family warband for no reason as well, the road ahead will be exceptionally difficult. For a moment, even Han Li, who had the most fiery temper, felt troubled and caught in a dilemma. They are not afraid of death, but they must not bring annihilation to their captain and the entire team due to a momentary impulse. Seeing the fear that flashed across the faces of the Dawn team members, Wang Mingho's smugness grew even stronger. He straightened his expensive suit, looked down at him, and said slowly and deliberately, "What? Scared? Regretting it now? Too late. Today, none of you country bumpkins are getting away. You all have to kneel down and apologize to me." Just then, a tall and straight figure stepped out. He walked calmly past Lei Zhe, Chen Mo, and the others, straight up to Wang Mingho, and met his gaze indifferently. Wang Mingho looked at Lin Yi, his sneer deepening. "You F-rank kid, how dare you look me in the eye? You've got some nerve. What, you've come to your senses? Are you ready to kneel down and beg for mercy?" Lin Yi smiled faintly, a smile that held a hint of something unfathomable. He completely ignored Wang Mingho's clamor and calmly turned to look at Lei Zhe, Chen Mo, and the other 4 behind him. "Listen up, all of you." The voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every team member, carrying an undeniable authority. No matter who they are, regardless of their background, anyone who dares to bully members of our Dawn team will have to learn a lesson. These words were like a thunderclap that resounded through the heavens and earth, exploding in the hearts of Han Li and the other 5. All hesitation, concerns, and worries vanished at this moment. Instead, there was an unprecedented determination and resolve. That soaring passion, enough to burn everything, ignited. That's right. What are they afraid of? From the moment he chose to follow Lin Yi and join Dawn, he had already disregarded life and death. As long as the captain is still here, there is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. Even if there were mountains of knives and seas of fire, or bottomless abysses ahead, they dared to follow their captain and brave them together. The 5 men's aura surged to its peak once again, becoming even more solid and unstoppable than before. "Kid, didn't anyone tell you not to be so arrogant in front of S-class heroes?" Wang Mingho's face turned completely gloomy, and a violent intent rose in his eyes. He was completely enraged. This F-rank trash, this ant whom he had always looked down upon, actually dared to say such arrogant words in front of him. Absolutely unforgivable. Absolutely cannot be let off the hook. "Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force with his right palm, creating a piercing whistling sound, and slammed it hard towards Lin Yi's forehead. This palm strike was as fast as lightning. Even a top-tier A-rank hero would be unable to dodge this sudden attack. The 3 henchmen behind Wang Mingho had already revealed ferocious and cruel smiles. They could almost see Lin Yi's head explode like a watermelon being smashed by a hammer, and the expressions of regret, despair, and unbearable pain on the faces of Lei Zhe, Chen Mo, and others are still vivid in my mind. However, just as Wang Mingho's palm, containing terrifying S-class power, was about to touch Lin Yi's hair, a fist, seemingly slow yet moving at a speed beyond the limits of thought, strikes from below, arriving first despite being the one that strikes last. A deep, resounding thud shook the entire hall, exploding like a battering ram striking a city gate. A figure, like an intercontinental ballistic missile, instantly transformed into a blurry black line and soared into the sky. It crashed down hard onto the ceiling of the hotel lobby, which was tens of meters high and constructed of special alloys and reinforced concrete. Time seemed to have been paused at that moment. The whole world fell into an eerie silence. Apart from the 5 members of the Dawn team who were already unexpected, everyone at the scene was stunned. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths were agape enough to fit an ostrich egg, and their expressions were completely frozen, as if they had all been petrified. The F-rank youth, who was originally imagined to be smashed into mincemeat with a single blow, was now standing there unharmed. He even maintained a standard, textbook uppercut stance. He then slowly and casually withdrew his fist, as if casually swatting a buzzing fly. And that young commander of the Wang family battle group, who should have been standing there triumphantly. All the guests, including Wang Mingho's 3 henchmen, struggled like robots with rusty necks, slowly raising their heads to look at the top of the ceiling. Wang Mingho's head was now firmly embedded in the solid ceiling. Only the body below the neck remained, like a piece of cured meat hung up by a butcher, twitching weakly and crookedly in mid-air, its limbs hanging limply, looking extremely pathetic. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Bright red blood dripped from his trouser leg, falling drop by drop from mid-air. It crashed onto the marble floor, splattering bright red blood. The sound was exceptionally clear in the deathly silent hall, sending chills down one's spine. The entire main hall atop the dome was so quiet that you could hear even the faintest breathing. Seeing this unbelievable scene that completely overturned their understanding, the ferocious smiles on the faces of the 3 blonde youths froze. Instead, there was a deep-seated fear and panic. They trembled as they looked at Lin Yi, who had a calm and composed expression, and felt a chill run down their spines from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. With just one punch, they actually beat an S-class powerhouse to a pulp, leaving him hanging from the ceiling like a dead dog. This is F level? How the hell could this be an F class? If he really is F rank, then what are they? Is it not even worth a fart? At this moment, they finally understood why the 4A level and 1S level individuals called this young man their captain. The blonde-haired youth swallowed hard, his legs trembling violently as if they were being shaken. What? The other 2 beside him were in no better shape, staring at Lin Yi in utter terror. However, Lin Yi didn't even glance at them. His gaze fell behind the magnificent white marble pillar in the hall, which was carved with exquisite patterns. Haven't you had enough of the show after watching it for so long? Everyone followed Lin Yi's gaze, but behind the giant white marble pillar was empty, without a single person in sight. Captain, there doesn't seem to be anyone over there? Han Li answered everyone's questions through a telepathic connection. Shen Mo pondered silently and immediately activated Eye of Data. Countless complex data streams rapidly passed through the eyes behind the lenses. Roar! However, in his view, the data structure of that giant pillar was exceptionally clear. There were no energy fluctuations, no signs of life, and no trace of disguise or illusion. There was indeed nothing there, but he had no doubt about Lin Yi's judgment. From the first day he joined the Dawn team, the captain was synonymous with omnipotence in his mind. The captain said there were people there, so there must be. While the other guests were puzzled by Lin Yi's inexplicable behavior, Lin Yi sneered. Although his voice was soft, it echoed clearly in the silent hall. Do you think I'm lying to you, Mr. Vulture? As Lin Yi's resolute voice fell, an unbelievable scene unfolded. To everyone's astonishment, behind the giant pillar that had been empty, invisible ripples spread through the air like waves on water. Immediately afterwards, a slender and upright figure slowly emerged from nothingness. Boom! He was a middle-aged man around 40 years old, dressed in simple black tight-fitting clothes, with a lean and muscular build and not an ounce of excess fat. His face was equally ordinary, the kind that would be hard to spot in a crowd. However, the icy aura emanating from him was like a drawn blade, and his sharp eyes, which seemed capable of piercing the soul, completely shattered the notion of ordinary. He stood silently, emitting no energy whatsoever, yet he exuded an aura of extreme danger. Like an apex predator lurking in the shadows, ready to strike a fatal blow at any moment. Without a doubt, he is another S-class hero. He was none other than the Vulture, a top assassin sent by Luo Zhan, the head of the Luo family, to test the strength of the Dawn team. How did you find me? The Vulture asked slowly, his voice hoarse and deep, like 2 pieces of rusty metal rubbing together. His hawk-like eyes were fixed on Lin Yi, filled with undisguised shock and confusion. His ability is called Void Body. It can completely transform its own form into a nothingness particle that exists between reality and illusion. In this state, he is immune to all physical and energy attacks, and is also shielded from almost all detection methods, including thermal imaging, acoustic detection, and mental perception. This is a top-tier stealth and self-defense skill. Since his debut, he has never been so easily discovered from a state of nothingness, and this young man in front of him was able to so easily and accurately pinpoint his location. This made him feel unprecedentedly troubled and apprehensive. Lin Yi smiled calmly and said with an air of composure, "Your ability is truly special. You can actually become nothingness, rather than simply optical invisibility or space folding. It's a very interesting skill." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi secretly added in his mind, "Too bad, I have a system." In fact, it was from the moment that reckless Wang Mingho arrogantly barged into the lobby with a bunch of followers that the whole thing began. The system notification sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! Lootable target detected. Target 1, Wang Mingho, S-rank offensive hero. Capable of being plundered, S-rank active skill, Sonic Blast Fist. Sonic Blast Fist converts energy energy into high-frequency sound-wave vibrations, concentrated at the fist's tip, triggering a violent implosion upon impact with the target, destroying its internal structure. Target 2, Vulture, S-tier speed-type hero. Plunderable ability, S-tier active skill Void Body. Void Body transforms the user into void particles, becoming immune to all physical and energy attacks and shielding 99.99% of detection methods. Attack power is significantly reduced in the void state. At that moment, Lin Ye's attention was not on the clown Wang Mingho. His entire attention was already captivated by the S-class assassin codenamed Vulture lurking in the shadows. A body of nothingness. What incredible power this is. Immune to all attacks. Almost completely blocked from detection. This is simply the ultimate skill for defense and stealth. Although attack power will drop significantly after entering the void state, it doesn't matter at all. As Lin Ye possesses the one punch breaks the limit technique, even with his attack power weakened, he can still kill with a single blow. With this ability, he is essentially wearing an invincible battlesuit of absolute defense. It can be used for both offense and defense. He will be invincible against any enemy. At that very moment, Lin Ye issued the command in his mind without hesitation. System, plunder Wang Mingho's and Vulture's abilities. Consolidate the void body. Ding. Looting successful. Gained S-rank active skill, Sonic Boom Fist, temporary. Gained S-rank active skill Void Body, temporary. Command confirmed. Solidifying the S-rank ability Void Body. Cure successful. Everything was accomplished in the blink of an eye. Therefore, Lin Ye knew about the existence of the vultures from the very beginning. The reason he accompanied Wang Mingho in that scene was to see if the vulture hiding in the shadows would take the opportunity to strike. Unfortunately, even after Wang Mingho was punched into the ceiling, the vulture remained motionless. Left with no other choice, he had to point out the vulture himself. The vulture was beyond words in its shock. The other party not only saw through his abilities, but also analyzed the essence of those abilities clearly. This goes beyond being described as keenly perceptive. It's practically omniscient. As a top assassin, what he was most proud of was his unpredictable and stealthy methods of concealment. That was his absolute guarantee for completing assassination mission after assassination. But at this moment, his strongest trump card was stripped away completely in front of this mysterious young man, like the Emperor's new clothes. An assassin who cannot even conceal his figure poses almost no threat to his target. At this critical moment, he could even sense that the other person's seemingly calm gaze had seen right through him, leaving him with no secrets whatsoever. This feeling made the hairs on his body stand on end, and an unprecedented sense of crisis completely enveloped him. For a moment, he hesitated. Should we continue to carry out the orders of the Luo family patriarch? Should he listen to the top assassin's intuition and immediately distance himself from this unfathomable man whom he could not understand at all? His mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. But his intuition was frantically sending him warning signals. Stay as far away from this man as possible. He is definitely not someone you can mess with. This thought was branded into the depths of the vulture's soul like a hot iron. Having dominated the assassin world for decades, he has experienced countless life-or-death moments and faced enemies even stronger than himself. But he has survived to this day not by luck, but by his beast-like keen intuition. And now, that intuition that has never been wrong and has pulled him back from the brink of death time and time again is sounding the most alarming warning in history. What? The young man before him was someone he could not contend with. He was like a bottomless abyss, capable of swallowing everything. Staying for even a second longer means certain doom. Without hesitation, the vulture's energy was instantly pushed to its limit. S-rank skill, Void Body. His body began to become transparent and illusory in full view of everyone. Like a drop of ink thrown into water, it quickly dissipates and spreads, completely transforming into an imperceptible void, merging into the surrounding air. This is his ultimate trump card and his greatest reliance. Once he successfully enters the state of nothingness, he is absolutely certain that he can escape safely. However, just as his figure disappeared, that voice, which had been unusually calm throughout, rang out again. Is that all the patience you have? You want to leave? Aren't you a bit too eager to get out? Lin Yi slowly raised his right hand, extended one index finger, and gently touched the vanished void. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any dazzling skill effects. The movement was as casual as flicking a speck of dust off one's shoulder. But this seemingly casual flick of the finger seemed to have unlocked the deepest rules of the entire world. Boom, boom, buzz. An indescribable, profound energy instantly spread from Lin Yi's fingertips. The vanishing vulture felt that the world around it had completely changed at that moment. The air is no longer air. It has transformed into an indestructible, transparent barrier. Space is no longer space, but has become a piece of rapidly solidified amber. The void dimension that had originally accepted and assimilated him was now frantically rejecting, expelling, and squeezing him. No. What is this? Puff. A silent scream of terror and fear emanated from the depths of the vulture's soul. He felt like someone trying to dive into the water, only to find that the entire ocean was resisting his entry. The next second, his body was forcibly squeezed out of the void. The vulture's silhouette solidified again behind the giant pillar. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper, and staggered back 2 steps, staring incredulously at the calm-looking young man. "Get out of the way. You, what did you do to me?" His voice was hoarse and dry, filled with incomprehensible horror. "Was forcibly dragged out of nothingness? How is that possible? The essence of the void body is to temporarily detach its own dimension from the real world and enter an interlayer space that cannot be interfered with. Unless the other party also possesses the ability to govern rules at a dimensional or higher level, it is simply impossible to interfere." Lin Yi ignored his strange expression and spoke calmly, his voice as if stating a fact. "It's nothing, just telling you that your void body is meaningless in front of me." "I don't believe it. This is impossible." The vulture was nearly driven mad, unable to accept the fact that his strongest trump card had been so easily cracked. This completely overturned his understanding and destroyed his confidence and dignity as a top assassin. "I don't believe it." He let out a roar of resentment and once again frantically activated void body. This time, however, Lin Yi didn't even bother to lift a finger. He simply watched the vulture quietly, his deep eyes as calm and serene as the starry sky that encompasses all things. But to the vulture, this calm gaze was more terrifying than the most horrifying divine punishment in the world. He was horrified to discover that no matter how much energy he tried to activate or how he tried to communicate with the void dimension, his body was as if nailed to the real world, completely immobile. The void dimension that once allowed him to run rampant, like a backyard garden, now shut its doors, as if he were a plague to be avoided at all costs. His abilities have completely failed. No, impossible, absolutely impossible. This time, the vulture's expression was no longer one of shock, but rather one of utter terror and despair. Who are you?" With its legs buckling, the vulture could no longer support its muscular body and collapsed to the ground in a sorry state. The way he looked at Lin Yi was as if he were gazing up at a god walking among mortals. Seeing his complete breakdown, Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. "It seems you finally understand what I mean." The vulture's body trembled violently, the shadow of death engulfing him completely like icy seawater. He had no doubt that if the other party wanted to kill him, it would only take a single thought. What do you want?" He managed to squeeze out those words, his voice filled with endless fear and humility. Lin Yi slowly walked up to him, looking down at him with an icy gaze. "It's very simple. I'll give you 2 options. 1, die. 2nd, answer a few questions for me obediently." This is not a choice at all. Faced with a terrifying being who could control his life and death at will and easily seal even his strongest abilities, Vulture couldn't even muster the thought of resisting. "Go ahead and ask. I'll tell you anything I know." His voice trembled, and his attitude was extremely humble. "What did the Luo family send you here for?" Lin Yi asked directly. Upon hearing this question, the vulture's heart clenched. The other party didn't even ask who sent you, but directly pointed out the Luo family. Since that's the case, there's no point in him trying to argue. "The head of the Luo family ordered me to kill all your team members and then bring you to him alive." "He, Luo Zhan?" A chilling glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, and a mocking sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. "He's too confident. He actually thought that sending an S-class assassin would wipe out my Dawn team. Since that's the case, then I'll let him know that the Dawn team isn't so easy to deal with." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi slowly raised his right hand and made a grasping motion towards the vulture slumped on the ground. Ah! The vulture suddenly arched its back and let out a shrill scream that sounded nothing like a human voice. He felt as if his core energy source was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. An irresistible and terrifying force was tearing at it and pressing down on it. Everyone present witnessed the most terrifying and bizarre scene of their lives. A fist-sized, twisting and struggling gray orb of light, existing between reality and illusion, was forcibly pulled out of the vulture's chest. That ball of light was the culmination of an S-class hero's lifelong cultivation, the core energy source. The ball of light throbbed and struggled violently above Lin Yi's palm, emitting silent moans as if it possessed a life of its own. The vulture's face was filled with endless despair and fear. He could clearly feel that as the ball of light left his body, his power was dissipating at an alarming rate. No, please, don't." With his last ounce of strength, he uttered a desperate plea. However, Lin Yi's eyes remained as cold as ever. He stared at the wailing orb of light in his palm, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Then, in front of everyone, he slowly closed his 5 fingers together. Snap! A crisp, shattering sound, like glass breaking, echoed in the deathly silent hall. The core energy source, symbolizing S-class power, shattered instantly. It transformed into billions of ownerless energy fragments, blooming like dazzling fireworks in an instant, and then quickly vanishing without a trace. Puff! The vulture was struck dumb, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and its aura rapidly weakened at a visible speed. The immense pressure of the S-class power vanished instantly. In just a few seconds, he went from being an S-class assassin who could intimidate a region to a cripple who was even worse than an ordinary person. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Whether it was the wealthy and powerful guests in the lobby, Wang Mingho's 3 terrified henchmen, or Hanli, Xiaoyun, and Su Qingyue, Buzz, everyone seemed to be frozen in place place, their eyes wide with disbelief, their minds blank, and their hearts seemingly stopped. What exactly did they see? Soaring through the air, absorbing the core energy source of an S-class hero. And then, he crushed it with his bare hands? What kind of unfathomable and mysterious method is this? Is this even something a human could do? The way Hanli and the others looked at Lin Yi changed from their previous worship and trust to an almost fanatical admiration and awe. Just how powerful is the captain? I won't kill you. Lin Yi didn't even glance at the vulture lying on the ground like a rag doll, and said in an icy voice, "Go back and tell Luozhan that if he dares to provoke me again before the S-class hero induction ceremony, I will personally come to his door and make the entire Luo family live in chaos. Now you can get out." Vulture was shocked by Lin Yi's arrogance, daring to issue such a threat to the Luo family, one of the three major families in the capital. But he was extremely fortunate to have survived in the hands of such a person. Despite the excruciating pain and weakness caused by his crippled body, he still managed to escape towards the hotel entrance with all his might, using both hands and feet. That flustered and disheveled figure made it impossible to tell that he was once an S-rank powerhouse. Only after the vulture's figure had completely disappeared did Lin Yi slowly exhale. The only thing that just happened, except for the fact that the vulture was crippled, was real. Everything else was an illusion. He is not yet powerful enough to manipulate the rules at will and extract the core energy source of an S-class hero. All of this was merely an illusion he meticulously crafted using his S-rank skill, Illusory Realm. From the moment he recognized the vulture's identity, the entire hall was enveloped by this illusory world of reality and illusion, which quietly unfolded. Everything that happened next, the vulture's failure to vanish into nothingness and the core energy source being extracted from the air, was all part of a grand show that Lin Yi staged for everyone in the illusion. The fact that only the vulture's core energy source is broken is beyond doubt. However, Lin Yi did not crush it with his bare hands. Instead, he used the A-level skill, Star Core Fission, to detonate the core energy source inside the vulture's body. This is the real reason why the vulture was rendered useless. He went to such lengths to orchestrate this whole affair for only one purpose. That is to demonstrate your strength. He had just arrived in the capital. He couldn't just fight anyone he saw. If he really becomes the enemy of the whole city, even with the system, he would find it difficult to bear at this stage. Therefore, he must demonstrate his strength both to intimidate his enemies and to attract a group of allies. These allies, whether they are there voluntarily or under duress, are considered his support as long as they are not enemies. Feeling the awe and fear in the eyes of the guests around him, Lin Yi knew that his plan had succeeded. He turned to look up at the figure that still hangs on the ceiling, resembling a piece of cured meat. "Young Master Wang, stop pretending to be dead. Come down now. Next, we need to talk about how to deal with you." Click, click. A sickening screech of bones scraping against metal came from the lobby ceiling. Wang Mingho, who had been punched into the dome by Lin Yi, was now in an extremely disheveled state, clinging to the edge of the hole with both hands, painstakingly pulling his bloodied and mangled head out of the hard special alloy plate. Dust, gravel, and congealed blood fell from his head. He looked like a groundhog that had just been dug out of the ground, which was extremely comical. However, at this moment, no one in the entire hall dared to laugh out loud. Wang Mingho's body trembled slightly due to blood loss and excruciating pain, but the fear in his heart was far more intense than the physical pain. He could see everything that had just happened clearly, even though he was hanging from the ceiling. That guy, who was nothing more than an ant-like F-rank trash in his eyes, actually crippled Vulture. That's a top-tier assassin that the Luo family has spent a fortune raising. Even S-class heroes have died at his hands. His danger and difficulty to deal with are among the best in the entire S-class circle in the capital. But now, this renowned expert is as fragile as a 3-year-old child in front of this young man, and is being crushed at will without even a chance to resist. What chilled Wang Mingho to the bone and made him feel utterly terrified was Lin Yi's last words to Vulture. "Tell Luo Zhan, I will personally pay a visit and make the entire Luo family live in chaos." That's incredibly domineering and arrogant. Looking across the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are very few people who dare to openly provoke Luo Zhan, the head of the Luo family, by name. What kind of monster did I provoke? The thought of how he had previously pointed at someone and called them trash and useless sent a chill down Wang Mingho's spine, as if his blood had frozen. With S-class power surging within him, he carefully controlled his body, slowly drifting down from the ceiling tens of meters high. The moment his feet touched the ground, he didn't even bother to wipe the blood off his face. He immediately turned around and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to face Lin Yi, who was watching him with amusement. That proud head, which had never bowed to anyone, now humbly lowered. His voice was hoarse and trembling with extreme fear, filled with unbelievable reverence. "Roar! Captain Lin! Captain Lin! I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. Please be magnanimous and let me go. You can just call me Xiao Wang. Really, just call me Xiao Wang." The moment those words were spoken, the entire scene froze. Everyone was stunned. I didn't hear wrong, did I? Wang Mingho is actually apologizing? And he's even calling himself Little One? Lei Zhe's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He and Wang Mingho had been sworn enemies since childhood, and and he knew all too well how arrogant and domineering this guy was. But now, this notorious playboy from the capital is actually adopting such a humble attitude towards Lin Yi. This is even more absurd and bizarre than seeing a weirdo doing calisthenics. Wang Mingho's three henchmen were struck dumb, their minds blank. Is this still the same young Master Wang who used to swagger around the capital and look down on even the scions of other aristocratic families? When did he become so cowardly? After a brief moment of surprise, the surrounding guests wore expressions of complete acceptance. There was even a hint of pity in their eyes when they looked at Wang Mingho. If you were in that situation, you'd chicken out too. Didn't you see how that top-tier S-class assassin was crippled like an ant? This guy is a ruthless character who dares to confront even the head of the Luo family head-on. Although your Wang family's battle group is powerful, it is still several levels below the Luo family. If Wang Mingho doesn't back down now, his fate might be even more miserable than that of the vulture in the next second. You're Xiao Wang, right? Lin Yi looked at his obsequious appearance and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. He slowly walked forward and patted Wang Mingho on the shoulder, a gesture as warm as if he were treating an old friend he had known for many years. Don't worry, your situation isn't as serious as the vulture's. To others, these words were nothing more than a word of comfort. But to Wang Mingho, it sounded like a devil whispering in his ear, making him stiffen instantly, and cold sweat instantly soaked through the expensive suit on his back. Not as serious as vultures. So that means it's quite serious, right? Come on, don't stand here anymore, it's not a good look. Lin Yi grabbed Wang Mingho's shoulder and forcibly led him toward the VIP elevator. Come back to our room, sit down, and let's talk. Wang Mingho's body was as stiff as a puppet. He could clearly feel that the hand on his shoulder, though effortless, was like an unshakable mountain, making him unable to muster even the slightest thought of resistance. Pushed and half-pushed forward by Lin Yi, he quickly glanced at the three followers who were still standing there in a daze behind him with a look of fear and despair. Go tell my dad right away. The three A-level lackeys finally snapped out of their shock and instantly understood Wang Mingho's meaning. They dared not hesitate, nor utter a single harsh word, and like three frightened rabbits, they scrambled and crawled toward the hotel entrance. Lin Yi seemed completely oblivious to all of this, not even turning his head, but the smile at the corner of his mouth became increasingly meaningful. The presidential suite at the top of the sky is incredibly luxurious. $1 million genuine leather sofa, an expensive Persian carpet, and a huge floor-to-ceiling window made entirely of reinforced glass, offering a panoramic view of half of Beijing's nightscape. However, at this moment, a suffocating and oppressive atmosphere permeates this luxurious suite that everyone would want to linger in. Wang Mingho was invited by Lin Yi to sit down on the sofa. He sat upright, his hands on his knees, his body tense, like a primary school student about to be scolded by the teacher. Even his breathing was careful. Hanli and Xia Yon stood like two iron towers behind him, one on the left and one on the right. Two pairs of eyes, filled with oppression and hostility, were fixed on him. Hanli would occasionally clench his fists, making a crackling sound from his knuckles, which made Wang Mingho's heart pound wildly. Lin Yi calmly pulled up a chair and sat down opposite Wang Mingho. He remained silent, only scrutinizing him with a critical and amused gaze. Time passed by, second by second. In this deathly silence, Wang Mingho felt he was about to collapse. The unknown is what is most frightening. The mental pressure from the other party's silence is 100 times more terrifying than being beaten up. Captain Lin. Captain Lin. Finally, unable to bear the suffocating silence any longer, he spoke in a trembling voice, trying to break the heavy silence before him. What exactly do you want? Give me a straight answer. As long as it's within my power, I will. Do you want to die? Lin Yi interrupted him with a single, nonchalant remark. The voice was calm and undisturbed, yet it seemed to be a judgment from the deepest part of hell, making Wang Mingho feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. No, I don't want to. I absolutely don't want to die. He jumped up from the sofa like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shaking his head like a rattledrum, his face full of panic. Seeing his comical appearance, Lin Yi finally smiled. He waved his hand, gesturing for Wang Mingho to sit down again. Lin Yi nodded, leaning forward slightly, his deep eyes seeming to see into people's hearts. Since you don't want to die, then it's simple. Have your old man bring something to ransom you? Upon hearing this, Wang Mingho not only lost his fear, but also felt a sudden sense of relief, as if he had grasped a lifeline. So they wanted money. If you just need money, then things are easy. Although the Wang family's battle group is not as powerful as the Luo family's, it is still one of the three major battle groups in the capital, with a very deep financial foundation. Let alone money, even S-grade equipment or rare natural treasures, his father could definitely produce them if the other party asked. No problem, Captain Lin. Just tell me what you need. Wang Mingho seemed to straighten his back a bit, and his tone became incredibly bold. Do you want the energy core, or S-class weaponry? Or just name your price? 10 billion? 200 billion? Just name your price, and my dad won't even flinch. However, Lin Yi slowly shook his head, a meaningful smile curving his lips. Xiao Wang, talking about money hurts feelings. Wang Mingho's smile froze instantly. What kind of feelings do we have for each other? father. Could it be his taste? Involuntarily, Wang Mingho's gluteus maximus tensed up. Just as he was beginning to have doubts, Lin Yi finally spoke up and stated his conditions. What I want is very simple. Make your father, the leader of the Wang family battle group, publicly state his position in front of everyone at the upcoming S-Class Hero induction ceremony. We fully support our Dawn team. Lin Yi's words were like a heavy-duty depth charge, thrown into the calm lake of Wang Mingho's heart, stirring up a huge wave. To have his father, the leader of the Wang family battle group, publicly declare his full support for the Dawn team at the S-Class Hero induction ceremony? This is no longer just about redeeming people. It's practically like they're binding the entire Wang family battle group to the Dawn team's chariot. Wang Mingho's face turned deathly pale instantly. He knew better than anyone what this meant. The Luo family, one of the three major families in the capital, is a behemoth at the pinnacle of power in the Dragon Kingdom. Luo Zhan's son, Luo Feng, died at the hands of the Dawn team, which has long been a blood feud that will never be resolved. Throughout the capital, all the forces were waiting to see the Dawn team make a fool of themselves, waiting to see how this powerful force from a small town in Jiangnan would be torn to shreds by the local tiger, the Luo family. At this critical juncture, if the Wang family's battle group were to publicly stand up and support Dawn, it was tantamount to slapping the Luo family hard in the face in front of all the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. This is not just defending someone, it's a blatant declaration of war. Although the Wang family battle group is also one of the three major battle groups in the capital, with great strength and many S-Class heroes under its command, it is not afraid of the Luo family. But to risk a complete falling out with the Luo family and even ignite a full-scale war for a newly arrived, unstable, and offended outsider team, no matter how you calculate it, this deal is a huge loss. Let alone his father. No high-ranking member of the Wang family's battle group would ever agree to such an absurd request. Captain Lin. Captain Lin. Wang Mingho's voice trembled violently with fear and despair, almost breaking into a sob as he pleaded. This condition is simply too much. My dad would absolutely never agree. This will absolutely cause a complete breakdown in relations between the Wang and Luo families. Could you change the terms? Please. As long as it's not this, everything else is negotiable. Money, equipment, secret realm resources, the Wang family has plenty. Take your pick. He was truly terrified at that moment. The man in front of me is a madman who doesn't play by the rules. His demands, seemingly seeking support, were actually forcing the Wang family to choose sides in this storm ahead of time. Oh, is that so? Lin Yi's smile remained unchanged, but a cold glint flashed in his deep eyes. So, you think your life isn't worth the risk of the Wang family's battle group offending the Luo family, is that right? These words were like a poison needle, piercing Wang Mingho's heart. He jolted violently, and large beads of cold sweat rolled down his pale cheeks. He knew that if he nodded, his fate the next second would be 100 times worse than that of the crippled vulture. No, Captain Lin, you've misunderstood. His strong will to survive made his brain work at lightning speed. I mean, this matter is very important, and I can't make the decision alone. I need to contact my father immediately. Yes, I must convey your message to him right away. As he spoke, he frantically pulled out the hero terminal. Those eyes were filled with endless pleading and hope. It was as if it wasn't a communicator, but his last straw. Boom! Lin Yi nodded, leaned back, and gestured for him to leave. However, I'll only give you 3 minutes. My patience is limited. To Wang Mingho, this calm tone sounded like a death knell. He dared not delay, and with trembling fingers quickly dialed his father's private number, Wang Zhantian, the leader of the Wang family's battle group. Beep, beep. As the sound of the waiting bell rang, each note struck his heart like a heavy hammer. He could even clearly hear his own heartbeat, like the rhythm of a drum. Finally, after ringing more than a dozen times, the call was answered. A dignified and powerful male voice came from the other end of the terminal, exuding authority without anger. Mingho, didn't I tell you not to contact me with this number unless it's something extremely important? The sound alone was like a tremendous force, making the air in the entire room freeze. Dad, save me, Dad! Upon hearing that familiar voice, Wang Mingho's pent-up fear and grievances erupted completely at that moment. His voice was choked with sobs, filled with terror and panic. Something terrible has happened. I've been detained. The other side, they even crippled the vulture sent by the Luo family. What? Wang Zhantian on the other end of the phone was clearly shocked. The voice suddenly rose in pitch, carrying an unbelievable sharpness. The vulture has been crippled? Who did it? Where? In the top floor suite at the top of the sky. The opposing team is the Dawn team from Jiangchang. Dad, they? Dawn team? Lin Yi? Wang Zhantian's voice instantly became serious, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible apprehension. What is he trying to do? Look over there. He wants you to publicly support them at the S-Class Hero induction ceremony. Otherwise I'll lose my life. Wang Mingho practically shouted out Lin Yi's conditions. After he finished speaking, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. The deathly silence made Wang Mingho's heart sink to the bottom. He knew his father was weighing his options. He was weighing the life of his son against the future of the entire Wang family faction, wondering wondering which was more important. I don't know how much time passed, it felt like an eternity. Wang Zhantian's authoritative voice finally rang out again. This time, however, his voice did not come through the terminal, but exploded in Lin Yi's ears. Captain Lin, excellent skills. Lin Yi slowly raised his head, his gaze calmly fixed on the direction of the suite's entrance. A middle-aged man with a towering, mountain-like physique and a resolute face appeared there silently, without anyone noticing. He simply stood there, and a terrifying pressure belonging to a peak S-class expert rushed towards him as if it were a tangible force, enveloping the entire room like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down. Chen Mo, Lei Zhe, Han Li, and the others all tensed up and adopted a defensive posture. However, Lin Yi remained seated casually in the chair, a faint smile on his face. Nice to meet you. I am Mingho's father, Wang Zhantian of the Wang family battle group. He stared at Lin Yi, a dangerous glint flashing in his sharp, lion-like eyes. Lin Yi showed no fear whatsoever, not even the curve of his lips changed. He simply spoke calmly. Commander Wang, have you thought this through? You're risking your son's life. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhantian's pupils suddenly contracted. What an arrogant young man. Despite being a renowned S-class peak expert, he remained remarkably calm and even spoke to him in an almost commanding tone. He stared intently at Lin Yi, as if trying to see into his soul. After a moment, he spoke slowly, his voice deep and thunderous. If you want my Wang family to help you deal with the Luo family, fine. But you have to let me see first whether you and your Dawn team are qualified. I'll be waiting for you at the slaughterhouse in the west of the city at 10 p.m. tonight. After saying that, he didn't even glance at his good-for-nothing son again. With a flicker, he vanished from the spot as if he had never been there at all. Only that chilling sentence remained, echoing in the room for a long time. Slaughterhouse? When Lei Zhe heard this name, his expression changed slightly. Brother Yi, that place is not a good place. Seeing everyone's confusion, he took the initiative to explain. The slaughterhouse is a gray area in the capital that is tacitly acknowledged, an underground arena used to settle personal grudges between heroes. There are no rules there, only the most primal battles of victory and defeat, life and death. Every year, either 100 or 80 heroes die there. Wang Zhantian chose that meeting place to give us a hard time, and even, he didn't intend for us to come out alive at all. Razor's words were heavy and solemn. He knew Wang Zhantian all too well, domineering, forceful, and a believer in absolute strength. The only way to make him submit is to beat him into submission with a fist harder than his own. A show of force? Han Li snorted coldly, revealing his disdain, and clenched his fist, which was as big as a casserole, making his knuckles crack. I'd like to see who's really trying to intimidate whom. He is no longer the B-class hero who can be manipulated at will. His A-level strength gave him complete confidence. Xia Yong couldn't help but pat him on the back of the head, reminding him, Old Han, calm down. He's a peak S-class expert. You, an A-class, wouldn't even be a match for him. Han Li rubbed his head nonchalantly. Of course I know I'm no match for them, but I still have the captain. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Yi, filled with absolute trust. Lin Yi waved his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. Leaving aside who's trying to intimidate whom, I'm definitely going to the slaughterhouse appointment. A playful smile curved his lips. Perfect timing. I also want to see just how capable this top-tier battle group in the capital really is. He turned his head, his gaze falling on Wang Mingho, who was already terrified and slumped on the sofa, and spoke calmly. Xiao Wang, you can stay here and relax from now on. This is a good opportunity to resolve your grudge with Xiao Zhe. After all, you'll be allies from now on. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingho trembled violently and clicked his tongue in amazement. Before even officially keeping the appointment, he was already so convinced that the Wang family battle group would become Dawn's ally. This Captain Lin is really full of confidence. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he ignored everyone and walked to the French windows to look down at the night view of Beijing. The image of Wang Zhantian appearing just now kept flashing through his mind. The system did not display any notification that the loot could be taken, which means that the Wang Zhantian who appeared earlier was not the real person, but more like a phantom or some kind of projection of will. Yet a mere phantom could unleash such a powerful S-rank aura, practically indistinguishable from the real body. Could it be that Wang Zhantian is not only a spiritual hero, but also possesses a similar ability to create a spiritual clone? If that's the case, then that ability is quite impressive. Whether you use it yourself or instill it in your team members, it's an excellent choice. Tonight I'll take a closer look at the other S-class heroes in the royal family battle group and see if there are any skills worth learning from. Just as Lin Yi was secretly making plans, the atmosphere in the living room became somewhat subtle. Han Li, Xia Yong, Su Qingyue, and Chen Mo exchanged glances, filled with curiosity about the past between Lei Zhe and Wang Mingho. Wang Mingho took a deep breath, forced out a smile that looked worse than a grimace, and turned to Lei Zhe. Although he still despised Lei Zhe, the good-for-nothing who had been kicked out of his family, he had to put on a good show, otherwise the menacing figure beside him wouldn't let him off the hook. Ray Eyes, we've known each other for a while now. Wang Mingho cleared his throat, his tone full of what he considered to be sincerity. What happened in the lobby today was my fault, and I apologize to you. For Captain Lin's sake, let's just forget about all those little squabbles we had before, okay? He deliberately emphasized the phrase Captain Lin's face, his words carrying a clear implication. If it weren't for your captain's skill, would I, a dignified S-class player, apologize to you, an A-class trash? However, when Razor heard this, a cold, mocking expression appeared on his face. Wang Mingho, don't you understand why I hate you? Wang Mingho was stunned for a moment, cursing inwardly, you really don't know what's good for you. I've already given you a way out. What more do you want? But she could only manage a forced smile, saying with a dry laugh, isn't it just because we were young and ignorant back then, and had a little conflict? Lei Zhe sneered as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. In your eyes, young Master Wang, is a clash of ideas nothing more than a conflict? He took a step forward, his eyes, flashing with electricity, fixed on Wang Mingho. You scions of noble families were born with everything, yet you have never known how to cherish it. All you do every day is compare yourself to others, show off, bully the weak, and use the glory of heroes as a means to indulge in pleasure. I ran away from home because I didn't want to live like you trash. Wang Mingho stared wide-eyed without saying a word, but inwardly he cursed, what's with your high and mighty attitude? You think you're so great? You deserve to be kicked out of the Lei family. Lei Zhe snorted coldly, turned away, and stopped looking at him, his face showing a mixture of apology and determination. He knelt down on one knee with a plop. Brother Yi, my brothers, I'm sorry, there's something I've been keeping from you all. This sudden turn of events startled both Hanli and Xiaoyong. Xiao Zhe, what are you doing? Get up. Hanli quickly stepped forward to help him up. No, Razor stubbornly remained kneeling. Today, I must make things clear. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over each of his teammates, his tone sincere and firm. Actually, I am a descendant of the Lei family, one of the three major families in the capital. My grandfather is the current head of the Lei family, Lei Wenyan. The grandson of Lei Wenyan, the head of the Lei family, one of the three most powerful families in Beijing. These words exploded in Hanli and Xiaoyong's minds like a thunderclap. They froze on the spot. Su Qingyue's beautiful eyes widened, her face filled with shock. Only Chen Mo's eyes, behind his glasses, flashed with a hint of understanding, as if he had already guessed it. The reason I left home was because I was tired of the infighting and political marriages within my family. I don't want to be a puppet controlled by my family. I want to protect others with my own strength and integrity. I've been keeping this from everyone because I don't trust you. Razor's voice was choked with emotion, and his eyes were slightly red. I'm just afraid that my identity will create a barrier between us brothers, that it will distance us from each other. I only want to be Razor of the Dawn team. I only want to be your brother, not that young master of the Lei family in Beijing. The living room suddenly became eerily quiet. Hanli and Xiaoyong looked at each other, their shock gradually replaced by a bewildered expression. The next second, Hanli couldn't help but burst into laughter. He stepped forward, roughly pulled Lei Zhe up from the ground, and punched him hard. I thought it was something big. Just this little thing? Xiaoyong also walked over with a smile and patted Lei Zhe on the shoulder. You little brat, what do you take us for? Do you think we care about your status? Are you kidding me? Hanli wrapped his arms around Lei Zhe's neck and ruffled his hair roughly. Whether you're a young master from the Lei or Jian family, here you're our brother, Lei Zhe, the one we drink, eat, and fight alongside. Su Qingyue also said with a soft smile. Xiaoze, we are a team, we are a family. Among family members, there is no hierarchy or social status. Looking at his teammates' genuine smiles, Lei Zhe felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and his eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. He had thought there would be a barrier. He was worried that they would drift apart, but none of that happened at all. This is exactly the bond he longs for, the one for which he is willing to give everything. He couldn't feel this genuine affection from anyone in the Lei family, not even his grandfather. At this moment, Lin Yi, who had been silent all along, slowly turned around. He walked up to Lei Zhe, his gaze calm as still water. Your background, your past, none of that matters. All I know is that you are my teammate, a member of Dawn. Here, you have only one identity, Rays of Dawn. Lin Ye's voice was calm yet powerful, like a reassuring pill, completely dispelling the last trace of unease in Lei Zhe's heart. Lei Zhe looked at Lin Yi, nodded heavily, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Yes, brother Yi. Lin Yi smiled with satisfaction, then his gaze sharpened like a drawn sword as he swept across the night sky illuminated by neon lights outside the window. Alright, now that the knot in your heart has been untied, let's get ready. Tonight, let the entire capital witness the true weight of Dawn. Deep within the Luo family manor in the capital city. Inside a quaint, heavily guarded study, the air was filled with the rich aroma of fine cigars and aged wood. Look there! Luo Zhan, the head of the Luo family, stood quietly in front of a magnificent painting, 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, holding a glass of blood-red wine in his hand, his expression unreadable. The study door was violently flung open from the outside, and a disheveled figure stumbled in, falling onto the expensive carpet. It was that vulture whose core energy source had been destroyed. At this moment, he was no longer the top assassin he once was. His face was as pale as a ghost, his breath was as weak as a candle in the wind, and his whole body was trembling violently and uncontrollably. Master, your subordinate is incompetent. The mission has failed. The vulture lay prone, groaning, its voice hoarse, filled with endless fear and despair. Luo Zhan slowly turned around, his brows furrowed. What exactly happened? The vulture's body trembled even more violently. The opponent's strength far exceeds the intelligence estimates. I am no match for him at all. Patriarch, that Lin Yi, he's not human. He's practically a god walking among men. Luo Zhan raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He knew Vulture's strength and character well. For him to utter such exaggerated words meant that things were far from simple. Go on. Upon receiving the order, the Vulture seemed to open a floodgate, pouring out everything that had happened in the hotel lobby in an almost frantic tone. After hearing what Vulture said, even Luo Zhan, who was usually as calm as a mountain, couldn't help but darken his face. You're saying he extracted your core energy source from midair and then crushed it with his bare hands? He abruptly put down his wineglass, strode over to Vulture, grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and stared intently at him with sharp eyes. Vulture, do you know what you're saying? Such a method is something that even those at the peak of S rank might not be able to achieve, let alone those at the legendary level. Are you telling me a myth? No, I'm telling the truth. The Vulture was terrified and desperately tried to explain itself. It wasn't just me. Many people present at the time saw it. Wang Mingho, that good-for-nothing young master from the Wang family's battle group, was there too. He saw him as well. He was punched into the ceiling by Lin Yi and hung there like a dead dog. Wang Mingho? Luo Zhan's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he slowly loosened his grip on Vulture's collar. He quickly calmed down, his mind racing. The Vulture's description sounded too bizarre for him to believe instinctively. How could such an incredible ability exist in this world? It is highly likely that some kind of powerful mental illusion caused the Vulture to have a delusion. But Wang Mingho was also there, and he was still beaten? This news instantly changed the nature of the whole thing. Wang Zhantian, that mad dog who protects his own, his son's head has been cracked open and hung up. How could he possibly let it go? The thought flashed through Luo Zhan's mind like lightning. A cold and amused smile slowly appeared on his face. Wang Zhantian, you angry lion, how will you deal with that arrogant brat? Let me be a good spectator and see what kind of result you two dogs fighting each other will ultimately produce. As night fell, the entire capital city was shrouded in deep darkness. Deep within a long-abandoned industrial area in the west of the city stands a massive circular building made of rusty steel and cold concrete. It resembles a colossal steel beast lurking in the darkness, exuding a chilling aura of bloodshed and violence. This is the slaughterhouse. When Lin Yi and his group entered the arena under Wang Mingho's guidance, they were immediately hit by a strong, overwhelming smell of blood, so thick that it was almost impossible to dissipate. In the center of the field was a huge circular battlefield with a diameter of over 100 meters. The dark red ground was covered with dried bloodstains and battle marks of varying depths, as if silently telling the story of countless brutal battles that had taken place here. The battlefield was surrounded by tiered stands. At this moment, the audience seats were already quite full. Without exception, these people exuded a fierce aura, and their eyes revealed undisguised brutality and bloodlust. They are all elites of the Wang family's battle group. At the very top of the audience seating area, in the best vantage point, 6 figures sat quietly like statues. Leading the group was none other than Wang Zhantian, the leader of the Wang family battle group. The 5 people beside him were all S-class powerhouses with unfathomable auras, clearly core members and high-ranking members of the Wang family's battle group. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused like searchlights on the Dawn team that had just entered the arena. That gaze was full of scrutiny, contempt, and undisguised hostility. In their view, these country bumpkins from a small town in Jiangnan were not qualified for their Wang family to assemble such a powerful force. Upon seeing his father, Wang Mingho rushed over as if he had seen a savior. Lin Yi did not stop him, but simply stared at Wang Zhantian quietly. Wang Zhantian didn't even glance at Wang Mingho, but simply waved for him to stand aside. His sharp, lion-like eyes were fixed on the indifferent young man, and his voice, booming like a bell, echoed throughout the arena. Lin Yi, you are even bolder than I imagined. Enough with the nonsense. Lin Yi looked up and met his gaze, his eyes as calm as an abyss, without the slightest ripple. Tell me, how do you want to play? Great, that's satisfying. Wang Zhantian suddenly stood up from his seat, and a terrifying pressure from the peak of S level was like an ancient behemoth that had awakened. The entire arena floor trembled violently. You want my Wang family's support? Fine. His voice carried an undeniable domineering and forceful quality. Right here, fight my Wang family's warband. Best of 3. Your Dawn team can send out any 3 players. If you win, I will agree to your previous conditions. But if you lose, who are you? A cruel smile curved Wang Zhantian's lips, his eyes gleaming with undisguised greed. From this day forward, your entire Dawn team will be an affiliated team of my Wang family battle group. The lives and deaths of all of you are entirely in the hands of my Wang family. These words caused an uproar in the audience. Han Li, Xia Yon, and the others' expressions instantly turned extremely ugly. That's a huge bet. This is not just a simple show of force, but a blatant attempt to swallow the entire Dawn team whole. The members of the Wang family's battle group sneered repeatedly. They have 6 S-class world-class heroes on their side, and each of them is a seasoned veteran. Sending out just 3 of them would be enough to completely crush the opponent. This bet was a sure win from the very beginning. However, just when everyone thought Lin Yi would refuse outright or even turn hostile on the spot, Lin Yi simply nodded and calmly uttered 2 words. This answer stunned everyone. Even Wang Zhantian's eyes flashed with surprise. He actually agreed? Did he really think that he could contend with the S-level powerhouses of the Wang family's battle group with just a few mediocre subordinates? Just as Wang Zhantian was filled with doubt and surprise, Lin Yi's calm voice rang out again. However, since it's a betting game, the stakes should naturally be fair and equal. His gaze slowly swept over Wang Zhantian and the 5 S-rank experts beside him, a chilling smile curving his lips. If we win, what I want is not some vague support. I want half of the resources of your Wang family's warband. As Lin Yi's calm yet arrogant words slowly echoed throughout the slaughterhouse, time seemed to have been paused at that moment. Whether it was the imposing members of the Wang family battle group in the audience or the unfathomable S-level executives at the top, everyone's face showed an expression as if they had seen a ghost. What did he just say? They actually want half of the Wang family's resources? After a brief silence, the entire arena erupted as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped on it, instantly bursting into a deafening roar and clamor. He's insane. This kid is absolutely insane. Who does he think he is? How dare he spout such arrogant words and try to seize the resources of my Wang family's battle group? You ignorant fool. Do you really think you can run rampant in the capital just because you crippled a vulture? Commander, slaughter these ignorant country bumpkins. Let them know that the capital is not a place where they can run wild. The members of the Wang family's battle group in the audience were all excited and their eyes were bloodshot. Their eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent and rage as they looked at Lin Yi, wishing they could rush down onto the field immediately and tear this extremely arrogant guy to shreds. Even the top-level S-class executives, who were used to seeing all sorts of things, were now pale with anger and trembling all over. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant to the extreme. A voluptuous woman with a curvaceous figure and long blue hair slammed her hand on the armrest and said in a cold voice, Zhantian, stop wasting time talking to him. Just attack and leave them all here. That's right. This kind of reckless guy has no right to negotiate with us. Another gaunt old man with sinister eyes chimed in. Wang Zhantian's face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. His lion-like eyes were fixed on the calm-faced young man, who seemed to have only mentioned a trivial matter. The anger in his chest surged wildly like a volcano about to erupt. He admitted that he did admire the young man's courage, but courage is not the same as stupidity. A lion will never tolerate the provocation of an ant. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the killing intent in his heart, his voice as cold as ancient ice. Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Do you know what it means when my Wang family battle group contributes half of its resources? What makes you think you have the right to take such a large bargaining chip from my Wang family? Faced with his oppressive questioning, Lin Yi smiled calmly. You risked the life and death of your entire team, while I only want half of your fortune. These words left Wang Zhantian speechless. The opposing team is gambling with the future of the entire team and the lives of all its members. From this perspective, the conditions he proposed seem not excessive. Despite this, Wang Zhantian's heart was still churning with an unquenchable anger. Good. He laughed in anger, saying good 3 times in a row, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. I agree to your terms. Let's see what gives you the audacity to mess with my Wang family's warband. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand, his voice booming like thunder. Men, prepare for battle. At his command, the atmosphere in the entire arena instantly boiled over. Countless pairs of eyes, filled with bloodlust and cruelty, stared intently at the Dawn team. Wang Zhantian turned around, his gaze sweeping over the several S-level executives beside him, and asked in a deep voice, who will play in the first match? Before he finished speaking, a burly, bald man with a towering build, bulging muscles, and bronze skin suddenly stood up. He is none other than Shi Gandang, one of the 8 S-class powerhouses of the Wang family battle group, known for his absolute defense and called Immovable King. I don't need everyone's help to deal with these kids. I can crush them all by myself. Shi Gandang's voice was deep and full of confidence. Wang Zhantian nodded. He had complete faith in Shi Gandang's abilities. Shi Gandang's figure blurred, and the next moment he fell to the center of the arena like a meteorite. The hard ground shook violently. He stood there casually, like an unshakable mountain, exuding extreme oppression and despair. Little kids from Jiangnan. His gaze was like 2 tangible searchlights, fixed intently on the members of the Dawn team, his voice booming like thunder. Who's coming up here to die? Despite his provocation, the Dawn team remained unusually calm. Lin Yi didn't even lift his eyelids, and simply said, Xiao Mo, you go. A swift and decisive victory. Yes, Captain. Chen Mo calmly pushed up his glasses and walked out slowly. His refined and scholarly appearance contrasted sharply with the demon-like Shi Gandang opposite him. What? You want that skinny kid with glasses to go? Are you kidding me? That guy looks weak. He's probably a support character, right? Ha ha ha, That's hilarious. Are they planning to send a support character to take on Boss Sure one-on-one? The audience burst into laughter. Everyone stared at Chen Mo as he slowly walked towards the battlefield, as if he were an idiot. Even Sure Gondang was slightly taken aback, and then a look of humiliation and anger appeared on his face. Kid, it seems you really don't take me. Sure Gondang, seriously. He roared and suddenly crossed his arms in front of his chest. S-rank skill, immovable king body. Buzz, a thick, solid, and massive energy shield, shimmering with dark golden light, instantly enveloped his entire body. A majestic and wrathful image of a wrathful deity also appeared on the protective shield. This is his strongest defense, an absolute barrier strong enough to withstand a full-force attack from a peak S-class expert without suffering any damage. Come on, kid. He beckoned to Chen Mo with his finger, his eyes full of disdain. Let me see how you, a mere support character who hasn't even grown a full beard, can break through my immovable king body. Chen Mo did not respond to his taunts, but calmly walked to a spot 100 meters away from Sure Gondang and stood still. Then, under the mocking and ridiculing gazes of the entire audience, he slowly pushed up his glasses. A cold glint flashed in his eyes behind the glasses, as indifferent and ruthless as a god. Because my energy is limitless, your defenses will eventually crumble. A pure white beam of energy shot out from his fingertips. That white beam of light seemed insignificant. It had neither earth-shattering momentum nor world-destroying power. It silently traversed 100 meters, gently touching the thick, solid, dark golden energy shield in front of Sure Gondang, which seemed capable of resisting everything. A clear, crisp sound, like a drop of water falling onto the lake, rang out. Then, nothing happened. The entire audience stared at the beam of light with astonishment and confusion. It vanished without a trace, like a clay ox sinking into the sea, without causing any ripples. The immovable king body that Sure Gondang is so proud of still stands intact. The dark golden light flowed without even a ripple. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence that lasted for 3 seconds. After the deathly silence came an even more unrestrained burst of laughter, enough to blow the entire roof off. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. I thought there would be some amazing move, but what did I get? This piece of junk? This level of power is barely enough to break through even a B-rank hero's defense. It's practically just tickling Boss Sure. This is hilarious. They're not here to fight, they're here to tell us jokes. The members of the Wang family's battle group laughed so hard they almost cried. Their gazes toward Chen Mo were filled with extreme contempt and mockery, as if they were looking at a ridiculous clown. Even Wang Zhantian and the others in the top-level viewing area frowned, their faces revealing undisguised disappointment and disdain. I thought he was so great, but he's just a good-for-nothing who talks big. The blue-haired woman snorted coldly. Zhantian, don't waste time. Just have Sure Gondang take action and cripple them all. Wang Zhantian remained silent, but his gloomy expression clearly indicated that he had tacitly agreed to the decision. However, just when everyone thought the farce would end in a comical way, in the center of the battlefield, Sure Gondang, who had been disdainful from beginning to end, suddenly froze. His pupils suddenly contracted, and for the first time, an incredulous look of horror and fear appeared in his large, bell-like eyes. Click, click. A crisp, spiderweb-like cracking sound came out of nowhere from the seemingly indestructible dark gold energy shield. The sound was insignificant amidst the cacophony of laughter, yet it was exceptionally clear and jarring. The laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone's face showed an expression as if they had seen a ghost. They stared in disbelief at the shocking scene in the center of the battlefield. The immovable king body, which was known as the absolute defense, was covered with terrifying, dense cracks, just like glass struck by a hammer. The cracks spread and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, this is impossible. Sure Gondang let out a roar filled with terror and resentment. He could clearly sense an irresistible, eerie power containing some kind of supreme rule, frantically dismantling his ability structure from within. His defenses are crumbling. Bang! Finally, under the deathly silence of the entire audience, the enormous dark golden energy shield, along with the solemn image of the King of Light, shattered with a deafening roar. They transformed into countless golden specks of light, blooming like dazzling fireworks, before quickly fading away and disappearing without a trace. With his abilities broken, Sure Gondang was struck as if by lightning, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this is only the beginning. The pure white energy beam, which should have dissipated long ago, clung to him like a leech, piercing through the shattered shield and striking his chest, which was harder than steel, with unparalleled precision. Sure Gondang's massive, mountain-like body suddenly trembled. He lowered his head with difficulty, staring blankly at his chest. There, a smooth, mirror-like, finger-thick circular hole quietly appeared, running straight from the front of the chest to the back. Through that hole, you could even clearly see the dark red ground behind him. He made a few unintelligible hoarse sounds from his throat. He tried to speak, but the gushing blood silenced all his words. Those eyes, filled with resentment and confusion, were fixed on the young man not far away, who still looked indifferent, as if he had just finished a trivial matter. The sparkle in his eyes was quickly fading away. The next second, his enormous body, like a giant who had lost all his strength, crashed down. Boom! Smoke and dust billowed up, and the earth trembled. One of the 8 S-class powerhouses in the Wang family battle group known as the immovable king Shi Gandang, who was famous for his absolute defense.
He was killed in one hit, instantly. The entire slaughterhouse fell into a deathly silence.
Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, staring in disbelief, their minds blank, their hearts seemingly stopping. Wang Zhantian suddenly stood up from his seat, and for the first time, his resolute face showed undisguised shock and horror.
He instantly killed the S-rank Shi Gandang with a single blow? How is this possible? The second match.
Just as everyone was still immersed in the endless shock, Chen Mo's calm voice rang out again. He casually pushed up his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the pale-faced S-rank experts in the top tier of the spectator stands.
His tone was indifferent, as if asking, who's next to die? This is simply unheard of.
Suddenly, a furious and murderous shout came from the spectator stands. A black lightning bolt streaked across the sky and appeared in the arena in an instant. He was a thin, black-clad man with eyes as cold as a viper's, holding a thin, black dagger in each hand. He is none other than Zhao Wuji, the Ghost Shadow, the fastest and most skilled assassin among the Wang family's battle group and S-rank powerhouse.
You scum! How dare you hurt my brother?
I'll make you pay with your life. Zhao Wuji's eyes were bloodshot and his whole body was filled with an undisguised, chilling killing intent.
However, he was greeted by another figure bathed in brilliant golden lightning.
Razor stretched his limbs, making crackling sounds, and a bloodthirsty smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
Your opponent is me.
Zhao Wuji roared angrily, and his figure blurred, instantly turning into dozens of blurry afterimages that shot towards Lei Zhe from all directions. However, the moment he stepped into the 100-meter radius around Rei Eyes,
a desolate, gray realm unfolded silently.
Zhao Wuji's body suddenly froze, feeling as if he were sinking into a sticky swamp. The circulation of energy within the body suddenly became sluggish and obstructed. Their once proud speed was instantly reduced by 20%.
What the hell is this?
He was horrified. However, Razor gave him absolutely no time to think. The figure bathed in golden lightning appeared before him in an instant, leaving behind a trail of golden afterimages in the gray, withering domain.
You're too slow.
Razor's voice was cold, like the pronouncement of death, accompanied by a deafening dragon roar. A golden dragon formed from pure lightning energy and a dark green beam of light filled with endless death roared simultaneously, completely engulfing Zhao Wuji's terrified and desperate figure.
Boom!
With a deafening roar, Zhao Wuji, covered in blood, was blasted away and crashed to the ground alongside Shi Gandang.
2 S-rank powerhouses. They were all one-hit kills. The entire slaughterhouse was completely silent.
All members of the Wang family battle group stared intently at the two figures that resembled demons, as if they were looking at monsters, a chill running down their spines.
Where on earth did this monster team come from? Wang Zhantian's face was extremely grim.
He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into the flesh of his palms, but he was completely unaware of it.
Moreover, it was a crushing defeat in such a devastating and predictable way. The Wang family's reputation has been completely ruined today.
What angered him even more was that, according to the best-of-3 rule, they had already lost. This means that half of the Wang family's resources will be handed over.
No, this is of utmost importance. Best of 3 is too frivolous. Change it to best of 5. Wang Zhantian's voice resounded like thunder in the deathly silent arena.
His lion-like eyes were fixed on Lin Yi, burning with boundless rage and resentment. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the Wang family battle group who had been in a dead silence seemed to have found their backbone and immediately burst into a thunderous roar of agreement.
Yes, best 2 out of 3 is too hasty. It must be best 3 out of 5. We still have our team leader and several captains who haven't gone on stage yet. How can we just let this go like this? That's right.
If you're so capable, then play all 5 games.
For a time, the entire slaughterhouse was filled with outrage.
The fear and shock brought by the previous 2 flash sales seemed to have been diluted by this wave of forced attempts to save face. Faced with such shameless behavior, Han Li, Xia Yong, and others were immediately enraged.
Holy crap, have you no shame? Han Li immediately launched into a tirade of profanities. You agreed to a best-of-3 series, and now that you've lost, you're trying to back out? Is this all the class your top Beijing team has? Exactly. If you can't handle losing, don't play. Going back on your word, is your S-rank peak skin made of a city wall? Xia Yong also joined in the angry rebuke. Although Chen Mo, Lei Zhe, and Su Qingyue remained silent, their faces were all very grim as they glared fiercely at Wang Zhantian.
However, Lin Yi remained calm and composed in the face of the Wang family's almost shameless behavior, as if everything was under his control. He didn't even look at the clamoring henchmen in the audience. He simply met Wang Zhantian's gaze calmly and spoke softly. 2 simple words brought the noise of the entire venue to an abrupt halt. Wang Zhantian was stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Yi to agree so readily. He originally thought the other party would argue their case logically, and might even use the bet as leverage. He had prepared his rebuttal, but to his surprise, it all came to naught. This feeling made him extremely frustrated, as if he had meticulously planned a grand drama, but the other party was not following the script at all. Lin Yi abruptly changed the subject, a chilling glint flashing in his deep eyes. Since we're going to have a tiebreaker, tiebreaker, the stakes should naturally be higher as well. His gaze slowly swept over Wang Zhantian and the three S-rank experts behind him, each with a different expression, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. If we win this one too, what I want is not just half the resources. I want your entire Wang family battle group to serve me as their master from this day forward. If the previous conditions were like a depth charge, then Lin Ye's words at this moment are undoubtedly a hydrogen bomb capable of overturning everything. He wants to bring the entire Wang family's battle group under his control? This is no longer arrogance, but a blatant trampling on the dignity of the Wang family's battle group and a challenge to the bottom line of Wang Zhantian, this generation of ruthless heroes. You're asking for death. Wang Zhantian squeezed out these three words through gritted teeth, and a terrifying aura of peak S-level power soared into the sky like an ancient ferocious beast awakening. The entire slaughterhouse space distorted and groaned violently under the suppressive force. The weaker members in the audience were even overwhelmed by this aura, their faces turning pale and filled with terror. Wang Zhantian was completely enraged. He never imagined that one day someone would dare to say such outrageous things to his face. Good, very good. Wang Zhantian was so angry that he laughed, and suddenly took off his luxurious coat, revealing his explosive muscles that looked like they were forged from steel. Nude scars, like centipedes, coiled across his bronze skin, silently testifying to his illustrious war exploits. Since you want to play big, then I'll play along to the end. He took a step forward, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, he was already standing in the center of the arena, facing off against Lin Ye. I'll personally handle the third match. Lin Yi, get down here and face your death. Despite Wang Zhantian's roar filled with endless killing intent, Lin Yi remained calm. Commander Wang, shouldn't you treat these two brothers first? If this goes on for too long, even an S-class hero might die. Wang Zhantian glanced at Shi Gandang and Zhao Wuji, who were still lying in the arena, and a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. Su Xin, treat them both. Yes, Commander. Without hesitation, the alluring blue-haired woman swiftly formed hand seals, and two soft emerald-green rays of light enveloped Shi Gandang and Zhao Wuji respectively. With the aid of S-level healing abilities, their injuries healed at a visible speed. However, physical injuries heal easily, but emotional wounds are difficult to heal. Shi Gandang and Zhao Wuji, their faces pale and eyes vacant, slunk back to the stands. They just couldn't understand why they had been defeated so easily and so completely. In a corner of the audience, Wang Minghe was trembling with fear, his face deathly pale. He always looked down on Lei Zhe, believing that even if Lei Zhe were to be promoted to A level by chance, he would always be that good-for-nothing abandoned by his family. He himself, a genuine S-class hero, was worlds apart from his opponent. But just now, right in front of him, Lei Zhe crushed Zhao Wuji, who was much stronger than him. This fact, like a heavy hammer blow, shattered his pitiful self-esteem and pride. He then realized with horror what kind of monsters he had provoked. When Lin Yi finally stood in front of Wang Zhantian, there was no aura rising from him, nor any energy fluctuation. He stood there calmly, like an ordinary person who had wandered into this place by mistake, a stark contrast to the tense and terrifying atmosphere around him. Wang Zhantian's S-level peak pressure, enough to crush mountains, surged towards Lin Yi from all directions like an invisible giant wave. However, not even a corner of his clothes was stirred by the wind. He stood there, his gaze calm, his breathing even. It was as if the mental storm that was enough to make ordinary S-class powerhouses tremble was just a gentle breeze. Seeing this, the five S-class heroes in the stands were all shocked. Lin Yi was able to ignore the mental pressure from this peak S-rank expert. How is this possible? A tremendous wave of emotion surged within Wang Zhantian, and for the first time, his face, usually brimming with domineering confidence, revealed a solemn expression. But now that things have come to this, he has no way out. Wang Zhantian said no more, and suddenly clasped his hands together. A profound and powerful spiritual force erupted within him. S-rank skill, mental mirror image. Buzz. With a strange buzzing sound, the air around Wang Zhantian distorted violently like ripples on water. Then, 1, 2, 10, 100. Countless spiritual clones that looked exactly like Wang Zhantian, had the same aura, and even the same eyes, kept emerging from the void. In just a few dozen seconds, the entire arena was completely occupied by this legion composed of hundreds of S-class peak experts. Each clone exudes a terrifying pressure that is so realistic it's almost indistinguishable from the real thing. That scene was enough to cause anyone with a weak will to have a mental breakdown on the spot. This is the commander's mental mirror image? It's terrifying. His sheer presence alone is enough to paralyze people. That kid named Lin Yi is dead meat. After a brief moment of shock, the members of the Wang family battle group erupted in unprecedented fervor and cheers. In their eyes, the battle is over. However, Lin Yi showed no panic when facing this mirror legion that made all S-class heroes despair. He simply stared silently at the hundreds of Wang Zhantians, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Fancy and gaudy. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi's calm gaze seemed to pierce through hundreds of mental images, precisely locking onto Wang Zhantian's true form. That gaze, indifferent and calm, carried an absolute confidence capable of freezing the soul. Wang Zhantian's
Man's heart suddenly tightened for no apparent reason. An unprecedented and absurd sense of crisis quickly coiled around his heart like a venomous snake. However, he quickly suppressed this unease. Are you kidding me? He is a peak S-class master of mental strength and with the almost unbeatable divine skill, Mental Mirror. Even if the equally peak S-class Dragon Commander were to come, he would never be so arrogant. This kid is definitely just bluffing and making a show of force. Even when death is imminent, you still dare to be stubborn. Wang Zhantian roared, unleashing his immense spiritual power without reservation. What? Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the eyes of hundreds of mental mirror images simultaneously burst forth with dazzling golden light. They were no longer scattered individuals, but quickly and tightly combined in an incredibly mysterious formation. The position, angle, and energy flow of each mirror image seem to have been calculated with the utmost precision. Their mental energy is interconnected, coalescing into an airtight, intelligent battle formation filled with destructive power. Boom! The entire slaughterhouse trembled violently and wailed under the pressure of this terrifying combined force. Centered on the battle formation, a visible mental storm, filled with violence and chaos, swept wildly in all directions. This is bad. Retreat! On the viewing platform, the expressions of several S-level high-ranking members of the Wang family battle group changed drastically, and they all unleashed their own auras. Together they erected a massive energy shield, completely enveloping all the spectators. Even so, the weaker members were still stunned by the mental shock, their faces turning pale. Even worse, some people bled from their mouths and noses and fainted on the spot. This is the commander's intelligent battle formation. It's terrifying. This is no longer a simple accumulation of quantity. This is a qualitative change. That kid named Lin Yi, his soul must have been crushed by now. Everyone stared with lingering fear at the area in the arena completely enveloped by the golden storm, their eyes filled with awe and dread. On the other side of the battle formation, the members of the Dawn team also felt unprecedented pressure. Hanli, Xiaoyong, and Su Qingyue's faces turned pale instantly. They felt their souls tremble involuntarily under this pressure, as if they would be torn to pieces at any moment. If Chen Mo and Lei Zhe hadn't set up a defensive barrier in front of them in time, their sheer aura would probably have seriously injured them on the spot. Even so, their faces still turned pale in waves, and they felt as if their heads were being pierced by countless steel needles. The pain was unbearable. The captain. Hanli gritted his teeth and spoke with difficulty, his voice full of anxiety. Lei Zhe and Chen Mo both had grave expressions. They could clearly feel that the mental pressure at the center of the battle formation had reached an extremely terrifying level. That is a pure and irrational spiritual pollution that is enough to obliterate all spiritual entities. Hundreds of Wang Zhantian's voices strangely overlapped and converged at this moment. It transformed into a tremendous roar, as if it came from the judgment of the gods in the heavens, and resounded throughout the entire arena. The moment you stepped into the capital, your fate was sealed. You think you can stir up trouble in this den of dragons and tigers by using a few clever tricks to cripple a vulture? Do you think that by relying on two decent players and luckily winning 2 matches, you have the right to challenge the prestige of my Wang family? Today, I will show you that all your struggles are futile in the face of absolute power. Your pathetic pride, your ignorant confidence, will be utterly shattered under the iron hooves of my Mirror Legion. Every word was like a merciless hammer, striking the hearts of everyone in the Dawn team. Even Hanli and Xiaoyong, who had always had absolute confidence in Lin Yi, couldn't help but feel an unprecedented sense of worry at this moment. Is it really possible to win? This is no longer something that can be solved by individual bravery. This is a war. A war in which one man fights against an army, with no chance of winning. It's over. On the top tier of the viewing platform, the alluring blue-haired woman, Su Xin, stared intently at Lin Yi, who was completely surrounded by the Mirror Legion and swaying precariously like a lone boat in a storm. A cruel yet triumphant smile played on her lips. The other S-level executives also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Lin Yi as if they had already regarded him as a dead man who was about to die. In their eyes, the gamble had already ended the moment Wang Zhantian used the mental mirror. Wang Zhantian slowly raised his right hand, his face filled with the arrogance and indifference of a victor. It's incredible. He stared at Lin Yi, who remained motionless, as if a god were sentencing a mortal to death. Now, pay the price for your foolish arrogance. All troops, charge, kill. The deafening shouts of battle echoed through the sky. Hundreds of mental images wielding various energy weapons vanished like a burst dam, turning into blurry afterimages. From all directions, with earth-shattering force, they charged madly toward the lone figure in the center of the arena. The earth trembled. Space groaned. The scene was like the end of the world. However, it was in the face of this despairing torrent that could change the very fabric of the world. The young man at the center of the storm simply raised his eyelids slowly. There was no fear or panic in his deep eyes. Instead, there was a look of mockery and disdain, as if looking at a group of clowns. You still have a long way to go. A crisp snap of the fingers cut through the air. A terrifying S+ level spiritual force, like an ancient god who has been sleeping for billions of years, suddenly descended upon Lin Yi. This force did not attack
attack any mental images, but instead transformed into an invisible and intangible giant net that instantly enveloped the entire arena. Time seemed to have been paused at that moment. The hundreds of golden streaks, powerful enough to destroy everything, came to an abrupt halt less than half a meter from Lin Yi. They hovered eerily in mid-air, as if frozen in place, completely motionless. What? Wang Zhantian's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. He frantically channeled his mental energy, trying to get the Mirror Legion to deliver the final, fatal blow. However, he was horrified to discover the connection between himself and those mental mirror images. It is being forcibly taken over by a more advanced, domineering, and completely unreasonable force. If Wang Zhantian's mental power is the thread that commands the mirror image, therefore, Lin Ye's S+ level mental power is like an invisible giant hand. They directly control the source of all the threads in their own hands. Even before the war began, he had already plundered Wang Zhantian's S-rank ability, Mental Mirror. With his S+ level mental strength, he is more proficient in this ability than Wang Zhantian himself. He is the supreme ruler of these spiritual creations. The entire arena fell into an eerie, suffocating silence. The deafening shouts of battle, the frenzied cheers, the ear-piercing whistling sounds that followed. At that moment, all sounds vanished without a trace. What's going on? Why did it stop? The fervent smiles on the faces of the Wang family members in the audience completely froze. They craned their necks, widened their eyes, and their faces were filled with incomprehension, bewilderment, and astonishment. The smug expressions on the faces of the 5S-level executives in the top tier of the viewing area instantly froze. Instead, there was an unprecedented sense of solemnity and doubt. Zhan Tian, you. Just as the blue-haired woman was about to ask a question, she was horrified to find that Wang Zhantian's resolute and domineering face was now completely bloodless, as pale as paper. Large beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead like raindrops. Those sharp, lion-like eyes were wide open, staring intently at Lin Yi in the arena. His eyes were filled with disbelief and a deep-seated fear. No, it's impossible. His lips trembled violently, and his throat emitted a horrified, dreamlike sound. In that instant, he suddenly realized that the spiritual bond between himself and the hundreds of spiritual mirror images had been completely severed. It was as if an invisible and sharp pair of scissors had snapped it all in an instant. He lost control of all the mirror images. Those mirror images that should have been constructed by his spiritual power and were in perfect harmony with each other. At this moment, it seemed like a completely unfamiliar entity, no longer related to him. Attack! Attack! Wang Zhantian roared madly, unleashing all his mighty S-level peak spiritual power, desperately trying to regain control of the mirror image. However, the moment his mental energy touched those images, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, without the slightest ripple. An even more terrifying, domineering, and absolutely unshakable imperial spiritual will had already taken the lead and completely controlled all the mirror images. A powerful mental backlash struck, causing his vision to go black for a moment, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. While everyone was still reeling from the sudden turn of events and hadn't yet reacted, an even more unbelievable scene, completely overturning their understanding, quietly unfolded. The 100+ mental images that had been hovering in mid-air, exuding murderous intent, all put away their weapons. Then, they all turned around. More than 100 pairs of eyes, identical to Wang Zhantian's, yet cold, ruthless, and devoid of emotion, all stared intently at the pale-faced man with bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, his true form. At that moment, Wang Zhantian felt a bone-chilling cold rush from the soles of his feet straight to his head. The more than 100 selves that I created are staring at me with such cold, scrutinizing eyes. This feeling is extremely eerie and terrifying. However, this is far from over. Under Lin Yi's indifferent gaze, the more than 100 mental images, like subjects paying homage to a king, slowly and orderly knelt on one knee before the calm-looking young man in the center of the arena. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of everyone kneeling in unison was like a dull war drum, striking hard into the hearts of every member of the Wang family's battle group. At that moment, the whole world seemed to lose all sound. Everyone was like a puppet whose soul had been taken away, standing there dumbfounded, their minds blank. What did they see? Wang Zhantian's prized Mirror Legion, capable of sweeping away thousands of troops. They actually bowed down and surrendered to the enemy? This is no longer a battle. It was an absolutely humiliating and absurd disgrace. No! Seeing his strongest trump card now kneeling before the enemy like the most loyal guard, looking at those hundreds of faces that were exactly like his own, he felt a deep sense of submission and awe from the depths of his soul. Unable to bear the double blow to his spirit and dignity any longer, Wang Zhantian looked up to the sky and let out a roar filled with endless grief and despair. This is impossible. What have you done? Faced with Wang Zhantian's almost manic roar, Lin Yi simply raised his eyes calmly. A faint trace of pity lingered in those deep eyes. I already said that. His voice wasn't loud, but it echoed clearly in the deathly silent arena, reaching everyone's ears. What you call your trump card is nothing more than a bunch of fancy tricks in my eyes. Wang Zhantian was so choked by these words that he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. He pointed angrily at Lin Lin Yi, his whole body trembling. How could you possibly take control of my mirror image? This is my one and only S-rank ability. He couldn't understand it, and he couldn't accept it. Spiritual mirror is his awakened innate ability, which is already deeply bound to his soul and can be used at will. No one else in the world can control him except him. Unique? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his lips. He slowly raised his right hand and gently snapped his fingers. The next second, Wang Zhantian's pupils suddenly contracted as he witnessed 1, 2, even 10, 20 identical mental mirror images of Lin Yi silently emerged from the air behind him. Although their numbers were far fewer than Wang Zhantian's legion, the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from these 20 Lin Yi were far more solid than Wang Zhantian's mirror image. S-rank skill, mental mirror image. How is this possible? Faced with the scene before him, Wang Zhantian was completely stunned, his mind went blank, and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. His most prized ability, which he considered his trump card, had actually been mastered by the other side? Moreover, it seems that the other party uses it even more skillfully than I do. At that moment, all his pride and confidence were shattered. The members of the royal army in the audience also stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape enough to fit an ostrich egg. They had speculated on countless possibilities, but they never expected that Lin Yi would also possess the ability of mental mirroring. Are you surprised? A hint of a smile appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. He paused for a moment, his tone cold and ruthless, as if delivering a verdict, and slowly uttered those words that were enough to push Wang Zhantian completely into the abyss. Your power is very useful. Now, it belongs to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly turned sharp. He gave orders to the hundreds of Wang Zhantian mirror images, kneeling on one knee. Yes, my lord. Hundreds of mirror images, like the most sophisticated war machines, stood up in unison and turned their heads in unison. A cold and hostile gaze was fixed firmly on the body that had already turned deathly pale. No, you can't do this. I am your master. Wang Zhantian roared, his anger shaking the heavens. However, the mirror images ignored his commands. From the moment they were taken over by Lin Yi, their only master has been Lin Yi. With a chilling command, hundreds of mirror images transformed into streaks of light. Like a swarm of bloodthirsty sharks, they pounced on Wang Zhantian. An absurd and tragic fratricide thus begins. Wang Zhantian was forced to engage in a life-or-death struggle against his strongest ability. He shattered one of the mirror images, and immediately several more mirror images fearlessly rushed forward. Each attack consumed his already dwindling mental energy. Each time the mirror image shattered, the resulting backlash of mental energy struck his soul like a heavy hammer. This was a battle he was destined to lose from the very beginning. Finally, after shattering more than 30 mirror images, Wang Zhantian could no longer hold on. A mirror image seized his opening and delivered a powerful punch to his chest. He flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the edge of the arena and collapsing half of the wall. The remaining dozens of mirror images reacted to the smell of blood and instantly engulfed him. With a piercing scream, the battle ended swiftly. As the dust settled, all the mirror images, like loyal guardians, stood in 2 rows, opening up a passage. At the end of the passage, Wang Zhantian was covered in blood, his limbs twisted grotesquely, no longer resembling a human. His aura was extremely weak, and the pressure of his peak S-class power had vanished, leaving only endless weakness and despair. A complete and utter defeat, utterly humiliated. Lin Yi slowly walked forward, passing through the honor guard composed of Wang Zhantian. She stood before the man, who looked like a dead dog, and looked down at him condescendingly. His eyes were cold and indifferent. Best of 5 games, we have already won 3. Now, can we talk about the details of serving me as lord? Lin Yi's voice was calm, like a final judgment, echoing in the deathly silent arena. On the high platform, the remaining 5 S-level experts from the Wang family battle group were all deathly pale. Their eyes were fixed on the demon-like youth at their feet and the terrifying legion behind him composed of Wang Zhantian, and they didn't dare to exhale even a breath. What can we use to resist? Even their strongest leader was crippled by the other side in such an unbelievable and almost humiliating way. If anyone dares to shout no at this moment, their fate in the next second will probably be even more tragic than Wang Zhantian's. In the audience, all the members of the Wang family battle group were already terrified by the mind-blowing scene before them. The arrogance and contempt they had shown towards Lin Yi were gone, replaced by an endless, deep-seated fear and awe. Wang Zhantian lay on the cold ground, feeling the weakness of his body being completely drained, and a series of sharp pains deep in his soul. His heart was filled with bitterness and regret. He knew he had lost. They lost this bet, and they lost the entire Wang family warband. He struggled to lift his head and looked at the indifferent young man. His once sharp, lion-like gaze was now filled with dejection and resignation. Wang Zhantian. With his last ounce of strength, he squeezed out a vow from the depths of his throat, a vow filled with humiliation and resentment that would shake the entire capital. I am willing to serve Captain Lin Yi as my master. As soon as the words were spoken, the 5 S-rank experts seemed to have had their bones ripped out, and they lowered their proud heads in dejection, attention, responding in unison. We are willing to serve Captain Lin Yi as our master. Immediately afterwards, thousands of members of the Wang family battle group in the audience knelt down one after another like dominoes, their voices of submission as loud as a mountain roaring and a tsunami crashing down. We are willing to serve Captain Lin Yi as our master. The sounds converged into a torrent, soaring straight into the sky. Thus, the Wang family battle group, one of the three major battle groups in the capital and a behemoth that had stood at the top of the Dragon Kingdom for decades, has changed hands. This news was like a level 12 depth charge dropped into a calm lake, spreading like wildfire throughout all the top powers in the capital within just 1 hour. Luo family manor in the capital. Inside the study, Luo Zhan listened to his subordinate's report, and for the first time, his usually calm and composed face revealed undisguised shock and horror. What did you say? Wang Zhantian, that madman actually led the entire Wang family faction to defect to Lin Yi? Yes, Patriarch. The subordinate answered tremblingly. Impossible. Luo Zhan slammed his hand on the table, shattering the expensive desk made of 1,000-year-old sandalwood into pieces. Wang Zhantian has always been arrogant. How could he possibly bow down and submit to a mere youth? There must be some hidden reason behind this. However, after his subordinates gave a detailed report on everything that happened in the slaughterhouse, including the details of Wang Zhantian's Mirror Legion being seized by Lin Yi on the spot and even being ganged up on by the original body, Luo Zhan fell completely silent. His face was so dark it seemed like it was about to drip water, and his sharp eyes were filled with boundless suspicion and apprehension. Seize control of the Mirror Army. This method was far beyond his comprehension. Just who is that Lin Yi? It seems I underestimated him. After a long silence, Luo Zhan slowly spoke, his voice icy and chilling. Issue the order to activate the Heavenly Net plan. No matter who he is, in the capital, even if he's a dragon, he must be firmly under my control. Boom, boom, boom. The ancestral home of the Lei family in Beijing. In the ancient courtyard, Lei Wanyan, the head of the Lei family, listened to the old steward's report, and for the first time, the brush in his hand, which was wielding the brush to write ink, paused for a moment. A barely perceptible glint flashed in his eyes. Interesting, really interesting. He put down his brush, stared at the newly written character, sure, meaning momentum or power, on the rice paper, its force penetrating the paper, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. It seems that it's time for our Lei family to have a proper negotiation with this newly crowned king nut. He instructed the old steward, prepare a generous gift and go to the top of the sky in person. Tell him that this old man wants to see my grandson in his, captain, the headquarters of the Hero Association, the top floor of the Panlong Hall. Upon hearing his secretary's report, Long Shui showed no surprise whatsoever. Instead, he burst into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, good lad, you've given me a huge surprise. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the bustling city below. Those deep, starry eyes were filled with undisguised admiration. Pass on my order. Elevate the S-Class Hero induction ceremony to the highest level. Send someone to the top of the sky again and tell Lin Yi that this old man would like to invite him for a cup of tea. The secretary was stunned upon hearing this, and then her eyes revealed an expression of utter shock. The highest level ceremony? The Dragon General personally invited him? Such treatment is enjoyed by only a handful of people throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. It seems this young man from a small town in southern China is really going to soar to great heights in the capital. After subduing the entire Wang family battle group, Lin Yi was not in a hurry to take over all the affairs of the Wang family battle group. For him, all that matters is that the S-Class heroes of the royal family battle group obey orders. He has neither the time nor the energy to worry about those trivial management details. After saying, "I'll find you later," he led Dawn and his group back to the suite on the top floor of Sky Peak. Even now, Hanli, Xiaoyong, and the others still felt that this was somewhat unreal. On their very first day in the capital, they managed to subdue the Wang family battle group, one of the three major battle groups in the capital. This feels like a dream. Old Xie, we actually subdued the Wang family's battle group. Ha 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 ha. Unable to contain his excitement, Hanli picked Xiaoyong up and spun him around several times in the spacious living room. Holy crap, Lao Han, put me down. I'm about to throw up. I'm not your wife. Xiaoyong laughed and cursed as he forcefully pounded Hanli's rock-hard back. Su Qingyue stood to the side, smiling gently, her beautiful eyes sparkling with undisguised excitement and pride. Although Chen Mo and Lei Zhe didn't shout like Hanli and the others, the smiles on their faces were enough to show how they felt at that moment. This victory is of great significance. They not only decisively defeated the Wang family battle group, one of the three major battle groups in the capital, but also completely brought this unruly tiger under their command. From now on, any force in the capital that wants to provoke the Dawn team will have to think twice. Alright, everyone, quiet down. Lin Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a strange magic that instantly silenced the noisy living room. He walked to the wine cabinet in the center of the living room, took out several expensive bottles of rare liquor, and tossed them to everyone. Celebrating is fine, but now is not the time to relax. His gaze swept across the faces of each team member, his expression serious. Subduing the Wang family's warband is just the first first step for us to gain a foothold in the capital. Our true enemy is the Luo family. Upon hearing the words Luo family, the atmosphere in the living room immediately became heavy. Brother Yi, what's happening with the Wang family's battle group? I'm worried, Razor asked. Although Wang Zhantian submitted to the crowd, he was, after all, a peak S-level expert and a powerful figure. No one can guarantee that he won't outwardly comply but inwardly defy them, or even stab them in the back. A confident smile appeared on Lin Ye's lips. From the moment Wang Zhantian shouted, "Serve me as your master," he had no way out. A person whose strongest ability can be easily taken away and controlled by the enemy has lost the aura of invincibility in the eyes of all his subordinates. All he can do now is cling tightly to my leg. Otherwise, the Wang family's internal forces would crumble on their own without our intervention. Everyone immediately understood. The captain's move not only defeated Wang Zhantian on the battlefield but also completely destroyed him psychologically and in terms of prestige. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Yi clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. We gained a lot from this battle against the Wang family's battle group. Besides gaining ownership of the entire battle group, I also obtained Wang Zhantian's S-rank ability, the spiritual mirror. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's breathing quickened. Everyone present witnessed the ability of mental mirroring. It was no ordinary S-class skill. Anyone who masters it can significantly enhance their strength. Lin Ye's gaze slowly fell on Han Li, Xia Yong, and Su Qingyue. You've all seen the effects of this ability. Who wants it? Su Qingyue's eyes lit up slightly, and a hint of longing appeared on her gentle and serene face. Before she could speak, Chen Mo interrupted. Captain, this ability is practically tailor-made for Qingyue. She's already a master of mental abilities, and with mental mirror, her strength will definitely double. That's right, that's right. Han Li echoed. I think it's most suitable for Qingyue. Xia Yong and Lei Zhe nodded in agreement. In their view, it is only natural to maximize the team's combat effectiveness by assigning the most suitable abilities to the most suitable people. However, just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Lin Yi slowly shook his head, rejecting the proposal. No, this ability will not be given to Qingyue. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. This answer stunned everyone, especially Su Qingyue. The light in her eyes dimmed slightly, and a trace of barely perceptible disappointment flashed across her face. Why, Captain? Chen Mo asked, puzzled. Lin Ye's gaze swept calmly over the crowd. Those deep eyes shone with unparalleled confidence. Qingyue's spiritual power is the strongest among you. Adding icing on the cake is certainly nice, but it can't make up for her other shortcomings. His voice had become unusually serious at this moment, carrying a chilling air of authority. What I want to create is not a specialized hero who specializes in one aspect. What I need is an all-around hero who has no weaknesses, no shortcomings, and can stand alone in any field. Every member of the Dawn team will be invincible in the future. In terms of strength, speed, spirit, and energy, he will reach the pinnacle of S-class. These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's hearts. Everyone was completely shocked by Lin Ye's insane ambition. Train all team members into all-around S-class heroes with no weaknesses? What a terrifying idea. Looking across the entire Dragon Kingdom, no, looking across the entire world, no one dares to have such a crazy idea. However, looking into Lin Ye's calm and confident eyes, they had no doubts, because he is turning this seemingly impossible goal into reality step by step. After a brief moment of shock, an unprecedented frenzy and excitement followed. It is the greatest honor of their lives to follow such a leader with boundless ambition and courage. Lin Ye's voice pulled everyone back to reality from their shock. His gaze finally settled on Han Li. Give the ability mental mirror to Lao Han. Ha, give it to me? Han Li pointed to his nose, looking incredulous. He never dreamed that this powerful S-level mental ability would ultimately fall on the head of a brute who mainly focused on strength and defense. Captain, this isn't appropriate, is it? My brain isn't capable of handling such a complicated ability. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Lin Yi said calmly. Your physical strength is second only to mine among us, but mental strength is your weakness. This ability perfectly compensates for your weakness. Moreover, you are one of the earliest veterans to join Dawn. Regardless of reason or emotion, this round of skills training should prioritize giving you the opportunity to receive it. Lin Yi looked at Xia Yong. I believe Lao Xia can understand. Upon hearing this, Xia Yong immediately smiled and patted his chest. Don't worry, Captain. I have absolutely no objections. I'm overjoyed that old Han can become stronger. Lin Ye's words, seemingly a simple allocation of abilities, actually contain a profound art of leadership. He not only considered the balanced development of the team's combat strength but also took care of the psychological feelings of each team member, successfully nipping any possible negative emotions in the bud. Alright, Lao Han, come here. Han Li no longer hesitated, took a deep breath, walked up to Lin Yi, his eyes full of gratitude. Captain, thank you so much. Lin Yi laughed and punched him back. You talk too much nonsense. After saying that, he stretched out his right hand and gently pressed it on Han Li's head. Be prepared, this process won't be easy. The next instant, Lin Ye's eyes suddenly focused with divine light. A surge of spiritual spiritual power, as vast as a raging river, erupted from his body, flowing into Han Li's body like a boundless galaxy. When the indoctrination first began, Han Li only let out a soft groan, his burly body trembling slightly. However, only 1 second had passed. Ugh! A heart-wrenching scream, with an inhuman shrillness, erupted from the depths of his throat, echoing throughout the entire luxury suite. This was completely different from Chen Mo's previous, gentle, and nurturing instruction. When that enormous torrent of spiritual energy, far exceeding his limits, surged in, Han Li's eyes instantly became bloodshot and turned fiery red. Veins, like twisted dragons, bulged and writhed wildly on his bronze forehead, neck, and arms, as if they were about to tear his skin apart, a truly horrifying sight. His physique has been honed through countless trials, making it as hard as an iron fortress. But his inner world was like an uncultivated wasteland, extremely fragile. At this moment, Lin Ye's actions were tantamount to forcibly constructing a magnificent and complex spiritual palace on this barren wasteland using the most brutal and direct methods. The pain this process brings is a soul-tearing agony that is unimaginable to ordinary people. Su Qingyue exclaimed in surprise and instinctively wanted to step forward. Don't touch him. Lin Ye's voice was calm and firm, without any fluctuation. This is a transformation he has to go through. No one can help him. Large beads of sweat rolled down Han Li's forehead and evaporated instantly. His muscles convulsed and trembled uncontrollably, his jaw clenched so tightly that it cracked, and blood even seeped from the corner of his mouth. But he used the last shred of his sanity to control his body. Despite the excruciating pain that felt like his soul was being torn apart, his feet were rooted to the ground like nails, and he didn't take a single step back. Only one thought was in my mind. This is a chance for him, a chance to rise to the top in one step, given by the captain. He absolutely cannot let the captain down. Xia Yong and Su Qingyue, who were standing to the side, felt a tightness in their chests and their palms were sweaty. They gazed at Han Li's contorted face, filled with unspoken worry. When it's my turn, will I be able to endure this inhuman torture? Time passed little by little. For the other people in the suite, it might only take a quarter of an hour. But for Han Li, it felt like an eternity of being tormented in a hellish oil cauldron. Finally, when the last trace of S-level energy was completely integrated into the core energy source, the terrible pain receded like a tide. Huff, huff, huff. Han Li felt as if he had been hollowed out, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Let's go. His whole body was soaked in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath, greedily inhaling the air. Although the process was extremely painful, he clearly felt that his spiritual world had undergone earth-shattering changes. That once barren and fragile land has now become an indestructible and vast continent. A magnificent spiritual palace stands quietly in the center of the continent, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Captain, I feel. Han Li struggled to stand up, his voice hoarse from extreme weakness, but those bloodshot eyes burst forth with an unprecedentedly brilliant light. I feel like I've become an S-class hero. Lei Zhe strode forward, helped him up, patted his strong arm, and laughed heartily. No, you're not an S-class hero yet. You've only acquired the strength of an S-class hero. Do you know what that means? What? Han Li asked, his face full of curiosity, his expression as innocent as a confused child. Razor's smile held a hint of fanaticism as he lowered his voice and said, this means that when your original A-level ability, Heavenly Gang Fist, is also promoted to S-level, you will have two S-level abilities at the same time. Your strength will far surpass that of any ordinary S-class hero. Double S-class? Upon hearing this, Han Li's breath hitched, his eyes widened instantly, and an incredulous light flashed in his pupils. Not only him, but Xia Yong and Su Qingyue next to him were also invigorated and their hearts were racing, because they know that this is the same path they are about to embark on. Their future achievements will reach a peak that ordinary heroes would never dare to imagine. Chen Mo gently pushed up his glasses, revealing a pair of eyes behind the lenses that shone with wisdom and excitement. He calmly analyzed. Every member of our Dawn team will far surpass ordinary S-class heroes. We will become the strongest team in the Dragon Kingdom. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, his voice low but firm. They might even be the strongest team in the world. The strongest in the world. These four words seemed to possess boundless magic, igniting a raging fire in the eyes of everyone present. From being despised by the world to having the opportunity to reach the top of the world. Such a huge change made them all excited and unable to control themselves. Looking at the undisguised ambition and desire on the faces of his team members, Lin Yi smiled slightly. The world's strongest team sounds good. Let's make it a small goal for the near future. However, he would never consider this the end. The mysterious, extraterrestrial battlefield on the host panel is enough to prove that their future is not limited to Earth. With a thought, he quietly brought up Han Li's system panel. Name, Han Li. Level, A. Ability, Heavenly Fist. Attributes, Strength S, Agility A+, Constitution S, Spirit S, Energy A. Skill 1, Heavenly Body. Rank B. Passive. Your body has been tempered by Heavenly Qi, increasing your physical defense and energy resistance by 30%. When attacked, you will automatically absorb a portion of the damage and convert it into your own energy. energy. Skill 2. Heavenly Prison Suppression Seal. Rank A active creates a massive energy fist imprint that descends from the sky in the target area, causing a powerful physical and energy impact. It also inflicts imprisonment and heavy pressure effects, significantly reducing the movement speed of targets within the area. Solidation ability. Mental Mirror Image. S-rank active can create one or more mental clones that resemble the user in appearance and aura, each possessing some of the user's strength. The number and strength of the clones are affected by the user's mental power level. Evaluation. He is no longer just a simple berserker. His dual defense of body and mind makes him a truly invincible and perfect war god. When Hanli was promoted to A level, Lin Yi did not take a close look. Looking at it now, the improvement in attributes is indeed extremely significant. Especially his mental attributes. Back when he was at B rank, he was only at C rank. Now that he has been promoted to A level and has been infused with S level mental abilities, he has actually soared to the terrifying S level. No wonder the system gave it such a high rating as an invincible and perfect war god. After a night of revelry and rest, the commotion and excitement of defeating the Wang family's battle group finally subsided. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the suite through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the members of the Dawn team had regained their composure. Just as everyone was sitting around discussing the next steps, the suite doorbell suddenly rang. So early, who's visiting? Razor stood up in confusion and went to open the door. Standing outside the door was an elderly man with white hair and beard, dressed in a well-fitting Zhongshan suit, and exuding a refined and scholarly air. Uncle Fu, what brings you here? Razor asked in surprise. This old steward held a very high position in the Lei family. He was only responsible for serving old Master Lei and rarely left the Lei family compound. The old butler bowed slightly to Lei Zhe, then looked past him to Lin Yi, who sat upright in the living room. His eyes were filled with genuine reverence as he respectfully said, "Captain Lin Yi, your master invites you to his residence for a chat and lunch with young Master Xiao Zhe." This man, an invitation from the Lei family patriarch. Before Lin Yi could respond, the elevator doors at the end of the corridor opened with a ding. A secretary dressed in a Hero Association uniform, with neat epaulets and a serious expression, strode over. He walked straight to the door without looking to either side, ignoring the Lei family butler beside him, and gave Lin Yi a standard military salute in a strong and clear voice. "Captain Lin Yi, Commander Long requests your presence." The atmosphere inside the meeting room at the Wang family war group headquarters, a place symbolizing supreme power, was so oppressive that it was almost impossible to breathe. Wang Zhantian sat upright in the main seat, his face still somewhat pale, but his sharp and deep eyes, like those of a lion, had regained their former brilliance. Below him, 5 S-level powerhouses, Shi Gandang, Zhao Wuji, Su Xayan, Shi Hao, and Tang Shan, sat upright, their expressions complex, and remained silent. Last night's battle was a devastating blow to them. Not only did they suffer 3 defeats in 3 battles, but they were also crushed and annihilated by their opponents. This completely shattered all the pride in their hearts. In the corner of the conference room sat Wang Mingho, the culprit behind this defeat. As Wang Zhantian's son and an S-class hero, he should rightfully participate in this meeting. But at this moment, he was like a child who had done something wrong, cowering in a corner, not saying a word. Squeak! The heavy alloy door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. 2 figures, exuding an aura of violence and anger, strode in. The leader was a tall, burly man with short, fiery red hair that resembled burning flames. He is none other than Wang Zhanhu, the flaming tiger of the Wang family battle group, whose fiery temper and combat power are second only to Wang Zhantian. Following closely behind was a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe who appeared refined and cultured, but whose eyes gleamed with a cold, sinister light. Qingjiao, Wang Zhanlong. Both of them are often away on important missions. After learning this shocking news yesterday, which was enough to infuriate them, they rushed back to the capital. Wang Zhantian. Before Wang Zhanhu even got close, his roar echoed through the conference room, making the entire room vibrate. "I heard that you actually led our entire Wang family battle group to acknowledge a greenhorn from the countryside as your leader? Is this fucking real or fake?" He rushed to the conference table in 3 quick steps and slammed his hands down heavily. The sturdy table, made of a special alloy, had 2 clear handprints on it. "You have completely disgraced the Wang family's battle group." Although Wang Zhanlong was not as furious as Wang Zhanhu, his gloomy face and the cold look in his eyes when he stared at Wang Zhantian were enough to show his attitude. "Brother," his voice rang out slowly, not loud but carrying a cold questioning tone, "we need an explanation." Faced with his 2 brothers' questioning, Wang Zhantian simply raised his eyelids slowly, his voice calm and undisturbed. "It's true." Wang Zhanhu was furious and pointed at Wang Zhantian's nose, shouting, "Are you crazy? Our Wang family battle group has gone through so many trials and tribulations to reach its current size. You easily handed over our years of hard work to someone else because of a ridiculous bet. If Lao San and I had been there yesterday, we wouldn't have lost at all. Why didn't you wait for us to come back?" Wang Zhantian slammed his hand on the table and stood up, unleashing a terrifying pressure befitting a peak S-level expert. "We lost, that's it." His voice carried an undeniable authority. "Yesterday if the slaughterhouse, I already cheated once, changing the best of 3 to a best of 5 game. This time, I, Wang Zhantian, will never go back on my word again. Not to mention. Wang Zhantian's voice suddenly softened, and a complex light flashed in his deep eyes. He sat back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and slowly said, "After a night of deep thought, I actually feel that acknowledging Lin Yi as our master might not be a bad thing for the Wang family battle group." These words stunned everyone. Wang Zhanhu stared at him as if he were a madman. "Wang Zhantian, have you lost your mind after being beaten? You've been treated like a dog and you're even feeling superior? Shut up, let me finish." Wang Zhantian gave a cold shout, his eyes sharp as knives, piercing straight into everyone's hearts. "Ask yourselves honestly, haven't we, the Wang family's battle group, been living a life of enviable success all these years?" Everyone nodded instinctively. One of the 3 major battle groups in the capital, with 8 S-level powerhouses under its command, this foundation is enough to make any force take notice. The conversation abruptly changed, and Wang Zhantian's voice suddenly became low and somber. "But, when faced with the other 2 major battle groups and the 3 powerful families, should we always keep a low profile? How many times have we had a chance to claim the development rights to those top-tier secret realms and those most abundant resources? What we're eating is at most the leftovers from others. Why?" He slammed his hand on the table, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. "It's because we're not strong enough. We don't have a single top-tier fighter who can truly hold the line and have absolute authority. Although I am at the peak of S rank, I have no chance of winning against Commander Long or those old monsters from the Luo and Lei families." These words were like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing most of the anger in Wang Zhanhu's heart. He had to admit that Wang Zhantian was right. They may seem glamorous, but in reality, they have been struggling to survive in the cracks. Suddenly, an unprecedentedly brilliant light flashed in Wang Zhantian's eyes. "Lin Yi, he's different. He could easily steal my mental mirror image, and he could also let those 2 brats, Chen Mo and Lei Zhe, crush Shi Gandang and Zhao Wuji in an instant. Such unpredictable methods, such the ability to cultivate powerful individuals. Who among you can achieve this? I dare say that his potential is even more astonishing than that of Commander Long. His future is limitless. Our submission to him now may seem humiliating, but it is actually an investment, a high-stakes gamble. If we win the bet, our Wang family battle group will use his power to soar to the top and truly stand at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, neither the 2 major battle groups nor the 3 major families will be able to look up to our presence. From now on, we will never have to live with our tails between our legs again." Wang Zhantian's words were powerful and persuasive, brimming with irresistible appeal. The magnificent vision of the future he painted made all the S-level powerhouses present gasp for breath. Even Wang Zhanhu, who was originally furious, now had a glint of attraction in his eyes. If what my elder brother said is true, then Lin Yi really does possess such extraordinary potential. So what does their current submission even mean? A good bird chooses its tree to perch on, and a wise minister chooses his lord to serve. This has been an unbreakable truth since ancient times. Wang Mingho, who was standing to the side, listened with his eyes shining. If what father says is true, Lin Yi is not only innocent, but also a meritorious person. If it weren't for his divine rebuke at the top of the sky, would the Wang family battle group have had such an opportunity today? He truly is the lucky star of the Wang family's battle group. Seeing the changes in everyone's expressions, Wang Zhantian knew that he had achieved his goal. Wang Zhanhu took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently with excitement, before gradually calming down. "Brother, I understand everything you're saying. The Wang family's battle group has indeed reached a bottleneck. To advance further, either someone on our team needs to break through to above S rank, either find a powerful enough backer. From your description, Lin Yi seems to be the most suitable backer. A future hegemon with boundless potential and extraordinary means, but desperately in need of investment." But, the tone shifted abruptly, and Wang Zhanhu's voice suddenly became sharp. "All of this is just your side of the story. Whether Lin Yi is a true dragon or a grass snake, we must verify it ourselves. If he's really as miraculous as you say, he can convince both of us brothers." Wang Zhanhu took a deep breath, and a look of almost insane determination appeared on his rugged face. "Then I, Wang Zhanhu, will go crazy with you this once. Don't even mention acknowledging him as my master. What does it matter if I become his dog? Big brother, what second brother said is also what I feel in my heart." Wang Zhanlong spoke slowly, his tone calm, yet carrying a determination no less than that of Wang Zhanhu. "The future of the Wang family's faction cannot be determined by hearsay alone. We need to witness the truth with our own eyes." Looking at the resolute gazes of his 2 brothers, Wang Zhantian slowly revealed a smile. That smile contained a hint of relief, a sense of calm, and absolute trust in Lin Yi's unfathomable strength. He understood that he had achieved his goal. The rest is up to that young man who will create a miracle. Wang Zhantian nodded slowly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, his voice regaining the authority and composure befitting a regimental commander. "In that case, you shall go and see for yourselves the magnanimity of our new master. He deliberately emphasized the words new master. "I believe he will give you an answer that that you will never forget. At the top of the sky, inside the presidential suite, holding two invitations in his hands, one was an invitation from the Hero Association with a gold embossed dragon design, and the other was a simple and elegant black iron token from the Lei family. He fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Brother Yi, which way should we go first? Lei Zhe asked from the side. Chen Mo adjusted his glasses and calmly analyzed the situation. Dragon Commander represents the official position and is the highest authority of the Hero Association headquarters. Although the Lei family is one of the three major families, it is ultimately a private force. Moreover, Zhe Ji's relationship with his family is not harmonious, and there are too many variables on this trip. Therefore, I suggest that we first visit Commander Long to express our position and attitude and strive for official support. This is crucial for our upcoming S-Class Hero induction ceremony and for dealing with the threat posed by the Luo family. As for the Lei family, Chen Mo glanced at Lei Zhe. Let Brother Zhe go back and sound them out first. After all, it's his home, so it's more appropriate for him to handle it. Chen Mo's analysis was clear, logical, and reasonable. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. This decision coincided with what he had in mind. Let's do as Xiao Mo says. He turned to Razor, his voice steady and powerful. Xiao Zhe, you don't need to have any reservations when you go back to the Lei family this time. You are no longer that rebellious teenager who ran away from home alone. Behind you stands the entire Dawn Squad. If the Lei family treats us with courtesy, then we will be friends. If they try to use their family's power to intimidate you, you don't have to swallow your anger. Remember, your current identity is that of a member of the Dawn team. Whoever wants to harm you, they'll have to ask for our permission first. Lin Ye's words, though simple, were full of power, giving Lei Zhe an indescribable warmth and confidence. He looked at his teammates, who were as close as brothers and sisters, and nodded firmly. Don't worry, Brother Yi, I understand. Alright, let's split up. Lin Yi stood up. Xiao Mo, even if you stay at the hotel, don't let your guard down. Be wary of the Luo family members doing something desperate. Yes, Captain. The crowd responded in unison, their voices filled with enthusiasm. The headquarters of the Hero Association, Panlong Hall. This magnificent building, resembling a giant dragon coiled along the central axis of the capital, is a sacred place in the hearts of all heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. When Lin Yi arrived at the top floor of Panlong Palace in the exclusive hovercar sent by the Hero Association, a capable-looking female secretary in a white uniform had been waiting for a long time. Captain Lin, Commander Long is waiting inside. Please follow me. The female secretary bowed slightly, gesturing for Lin Yi to follow. Lin Yi followed the female secretary through a futuristic corridor made of special memory metal and arrived at a huge alloy door. The doors slid open silently to the sides, revealing a spacious and somewhat luxurious office inside. It's less of an office and more like a small rooftop garden. The first thing Lin Yi saw was not the legendary man, but a huge floor-to-ceiling window that almost filled the entire wall. Outside the window, half of Beijing's bustling cityscape unfolds before your eyes, a vibrant tapestry of traffic and people. A towering figure, as imposing as a mountain, stood with his back to him, hands clasped behind his back, quietly overlooking the masses below. He simply stood there casually, without emitting any aura, yet he gave people a sense of composure and grandeur as if he were one with heaven and earth. It was as if he were the world itself. Such an aura caused Lin Yi's pupils to involuntarily shrink slightly. The image of the S+ rank monster he had met in the Black Mist Swamp not long ago, One Punch Demon, quickly flashed into his mind. Back in the Black Mist Swamp, the One Punch Demon also gave him a terrifying feeling of being perfectly integrated with heaven and earth and being invincible. The figure slowly turned around, revealing a resolute and courageous face, weathered by time. Her short, silvery white hair stood up like steel needles, each strand incredibly sharp. Her deep, star-like eyes seemed to hold the secrets of the entire universe, exuding both wisdom and majesty. He is none other than the Dragon Kingdom's supreme warrior, the pillar of strength, Commander Long, Chang Long. Long Shui pointed to the sofa opposite him, his voice steady as a mountain, carrying an unquestionable authority. Don't be shy. I invited you here today just to have a casual chat. Lin Yi sat down calmly without any hesitation. After the female secretary served them 2 steaming cups of tea with a unique and pleasant aroma, she quietly withdrew. Try it. Long Shui picked up his teacup and smiled slightly. This is enlightenment tea, produced in the Kunlun secret realm. Ordinary people who drink a sip can prolong their lives and be free from all diseases. For us heroes, this is even more conducive to enhancing our spiritual strength. Lin Yi picked up his teacup and took a small sip. A warm and rich energy slid down his throat and into his abdomen. It then transformed into a cool stream of air, rushing straight to the top of one's head. Even his S+ level mental strength felt a sense of pleasure and comfort. Excellent tea, he exclaimed sincerely. Long Shui laughed heartily, put down his teacup, and stared intently at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, 25 years old, was originally an A-level hero in Jiangcheng, Jiangnan province, and the captain of the Dawn team. A month ago, he was seriously injured during a mission. His core energy source was shattered, and his strength dropped to F level. Afterwards, for unknown reasons, his strength recovered rapidly, and he seemed to awaken taken a second superpower. Long Shui slowly read out Lin Ye's information, his deep eyes seemingly able to see into people's hearts. With thunderous force, Dawn was rebuilt, the S-Class monster horde was wiped out, the S-Class hero Black Serpent was killed, and the S-Class peak powerhouse Wang Zhantian and the Wang family battle group were subdued. He paused, his eyes growing even brighter. He actually escaped unscathed from facing the S+ rank monster, One Punch Demon. After he finished speaking, the office fell into a brief silence. Lin Yi was not surprised that Long Shui knew about this. Zhu Rong was also present at the time. Given her status and position, it was perfectly reasonable for her to report information about a monster of the One Punch Demon level directly to Commander Long. What really caught Lin Yi's attention was the rating mentioned in Long Shui's words S+ level, which had never appeared in official documents before. He met Long Shui's all-seeing gaze and slowly spoke. So, S rank isn't the end? Above S rank, there's S+ rank? This question caused Long Shui's usually placid face to show a clear look of surprise for the first time. He had speculated on Lin Ye's countless reactions. They might use a flawless explanation to account for how they survived. They might feign mystery and use it as a bargaining chip. They might even become wary when their secret is exposed. But he never expected that Lin Yi would completely ignore his own situation. Instead, he was like a keen hunter, accurately capturing the most crucial information that was fleeting in his words. This composure and insight beyond his years quickly transformed Long Shui's surprise into deep appreciation. Interesting. Long Shui leaned back on the sofa and let out a low laugh, instantly easing the tense atmosphere in the entire office. When ordinary people hear their files read out in such detail, they often only think about how to explain and defend themselves. But you grasped the most crucial information. He nodded approvingly, tacitly agreeing with Lin Ye's guess. Long Shui's expression turned serious, and his voice became low, as if he were about to uncover a long-buried secret. For the general public, and even for the vast majority of heroes, S rank is the pinnacle of hero rating, the limit that mortals can reach. This is a fact that the association had to make public in order to maintain social stability and trust in the hero system. But, he abruptly changed the subject, his deep gaze seemingly piercing through time and space. Those of us who are truly at this level understand that above that boundary, there is a wider and more dangerous sky. That's S+ level, which we internally call legendary level. These three words seem to contain endless magic and weight, causing Lin Ye's mind to tremble. Legendary, he murmured, repeatedly chewing on the word. Long Shui's gaze became distant. The quantity is extremely small. Looking across the entire Dragon Kingdom, I am the only one who has publicly revealed my identity and reached this level. Globally, there are only a handful of S+ tier heroes with verifiable records. The source of power for every legendary being, whether a hero or an eccentric, is no longer just their energy level or physical attributes. They have begun to touch upon the very foundation upon which this world operates, the rules. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, a flash of inspiration crossing his mind. Long Shui raised his hand and pointed to the bustling city outside the window. A powerful S-class hero might be able to destroy a city single-handedly. However, an S+ level being could permanently alter a certain rule of this city. For example, make the city never rain again, or make everyone in it lose a certain emotion. Long Shui's words seemed to open a door to a whole new world for Lin Yi. This goes beyond the realm of mere ability and is almost a miracle. One Punch Man is such an S+ level monster. Long Shui continued to explain. Based on our analysis, the rule it has mastered is likely absolute strike. The moment it throws its punch, cause and effect are locked, the process is erased, leaving only two results, hit and destruction. This is an extremely domineering rule of attack. And you, to survive against such a rule-breaking freak, no matter what methods you used, whether it was opportunism, a stroke of luck, or something else. Long Shui's gaze refocused on Lin Yi, tinged with fervor. All of this shows that you have the qualifications to understand and even resist the rules. Lin Yi, your potential far surpasses what astonished me when you wiped out the S-class monster wave, killed the S-class hero Black Serpent, and subdued the royal family battle group. This means you have the potential to become a legend. Lin Yi was shocked, but not because he had the potential to become a legend, but because he finally saw through the true nature of the system. Plundering, bestowing. Aren't we rewriting the rules that others are born with? The ability to replicate, the ability to integrate, the ability to analyze the origin. This is more about the analysis and application of the rules themselves. His golden touch, from the very beginning, was the road to legendary success. But is the legendary level the end? Chapter 130. We're not here to play chess. The Lei family ancestral home in the western suburbs of Beijing. This sprawling estate was not built like the opulent western-style castles of other aristocratic families. Instead, it maintains a simple and elegant garden style full of oriental charm. When Razor landed at the manor gate in his hovercar, he was filled with mixed emotions. This is where he grew up, and every blade of grass and every tree carries his childhood memories. But this place is also like a magnificent and exquisite cage, where behind every scene lies a set of rules and constraints that suffocate him. Young Master Zhe, you're back. Didn't Captain Lin come with you? The old butler, Uncle Uncle Fu, was already waiting at the door. He wore a gentle and respectful smile. "Captain, go see Commander Long first, you'll be here later." Razor nodded and explained. "It's only right that we go see Commander Long first. Let's go, the old man is waiting for you in the study." Uncle Fu bowed slightly and led the way. Passing through the long corridor and moongate, Lei could see the pavilions, towers, bridges, streams, strange rocks, and green bamboos inside. Every step here reveals a new scene, showcasing the designer's ingenuity and profound cultural heritage. Razor involuntarily slowed his pace. He clearly remembered that under that Taihu stone was his secret hideout where he hid his savings when he was a child. That lush green bamboo forest was where he first awakened his lightning powers. On that little bridge, his mother once held his hand and taught him to recite those ancient poems. Memories flooded his mind like a tide, stirring up ripples in his heart. However, he quickly suppressed these chaotic thoughts and his gaze became firm again. Finally, he stood in front of the familiar and quaint study. He took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and went inside. Inside the study, a dignified old man, dressed in a white tang suit, with white hair and beard but vigorous spirit, sat in front of a pearwood chessboard, intently playing a game against himself. He is none other than the patriarch of the Lei family, the head of one of the three major families in the capital, a terrifying figure with unfathomable strength, Lei Wanyan. When the door opened, he didn't even look up, but simply spoke in a low voice. "You're back?" The voice was flat and emotionless, as if it were asking a stranger a question. A strange sense of irritation welled up in Lei Zhe's heart. He loathed this feeling, loathed his grandfather's calm that seemed to control and understand everything. "After being out there for so long, it seems you've made quite a bit of progress." Lei Wanyan put down a black piece in his hand. On the chessboard, the large dragon that seemed to be in a dead end was completely activated by this piece, and it seemed to have the potential to slay the dragon. "PK level strength. It seems your captain has indeed treated you well." The voice remained flat. Lei Wanyan raised his head, his wise eyes, which seemed to see through all things in the world, fell on Lei Zhe. "A chess piece is, in the end, just a chess piece. Even if it is endowed with immense power, it must still serve the player who wields the chess piece. The strength he gives you is so that you can fight and bleed for him. What's the essential difference between this and your family paving the way for you, arranging marriages with other prominent families to solidify the Lei family's position?" These words were like a sharp needle, piercing the softest part of Rei's heart. However, this time, Razor did not retaliate with the same furious rage as before. He simply looked calmly at his grandfather and slowly shook his head. "No, they're not the same." His voice was unwavering. "Brother Yi has never treated us as pawns. He respects every choice we make, takes responsibility for our mistakes, and is willing to stand up to the whole world to protect us. What he gave was not only strength but also dignity, glory, and absolute pride as a member of Dawn. This bond is something you don't understand, and neither does the Lei family." As Lei Zhe finished speaking, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in Lei Wanyan's eyes for the first time. He realized that his grandson, who had run away from home, had really changed. He is no longer the boy who only uses anger and rebellion to hide himself, but has become a true hero with firm beliefs and will. "It seems that Lin Yi does indeed have some skill." Lei Wanyan nodded slowly, no longer pursuing the topic. He took a white piece from the chessboard and handed it to Rei's. "Since you believe he is not the one playing the game, then in this ever-changing political landscape of the capital, what roles do you think he and you will play?" Lei Zhe did not take the piece, but calmly stared at the complex situation on the chessboard, where black and white pieces were intertwined and danger lurked everywhere. After a moment, he spoke slowly, his voice not loud but full of unwavering confidence. "We're not here to play chess. We're here to overturn the chessboard." These words made Lei Wanyan's hand holding the chess piece suddenly freeze. His eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well, were now flashing with an extremely complex light. Shock, admiration, and a hint of the challenger's anger. What a brilliant move to overturn the chessboard. He slowly sat back down in front of the chessboard, his gaze once again falling on the black and white pieces of the game. His voice was low and unreadable. "It's a good thing for young people to have ambition, but ambition must be supported by matching strength. Otherwise, the result will not only be overturning the chessboard, but also being crushed to pieces by it." Razor met his gaze calmly, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. "I believe in Brother Yi." These 5 simple words reveal an almost blind, unwavering trust. This trust gradually replaced the anger in Lei Wanyan's heart with an emotion called jealousy. He devoted his entire life to the Lei family, paving countless broad roads to Lei Zhe's success. But what he got in return was his grandson's rebellion and estrangement. The young man named Lin Yi only took a few months to win over Lei Zhe's heart. This left Lei Wanyan feeling deeply frustrated. "It seems you're doing quite well in the Dawn team." Lei Wanyan spoke slowly, his tone carrying a barely perceptible hint of bitterness. "Your captain gave you everything you wanted, power, respect, and what's called bonds. And all I gave you, your grandfather, were responsibilities and constraints that you found tiresome. So, you've come back now to tell me that you made the right choice, is that right?" Faced with his grandfather's almost interrogative words, Lei Zhe felt a sharp pain in his heart. He opened his mouth as if to say something, something, but in the end he remained silent. Seeing this, Lei Wanyan smiled self-deprecatingly and slowly closed his eyes.
Never mind, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. He seemed to have aged considerably in an instant, waved his hand, and spoke with a hint of weariness in his voice. You can leave now. From now on, do whatever you want, and the Lei family will no longer interfere with you. But you must also remember this.
He suddenly opened his eyes, and his cloudy old eyes shot out a terrifying glint.
The Lei family will never be anyone's pawn, and will never get involved in any troubled matters because of you. Whether it's you or Lin Yi, if you want to drag the Lei family into your struggle with the Luo family, I, Lei Wanyan, will be the first to refuse.
These words were resounding and filled with an unquestionable determination. Clearly, while he acknowledged Lei Zhe's growth, he still didn't think Lin Yi would have the last laugh in this storm.
Lei Zhe's heart sank slowly.
He originally thought that by showing his strength and demonstrating his determination, he could at least change his grandfather's opinion of Brother Yi and the Dawn team. Unexpectedly, what I got in return was such a cold, drawing a line.
The atmosphere in the study was extremely oppressive. Boom!
A deafening roar, accompanied by a violent tremor, suddenly came from outside the manor. Immediately afterwards, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire Lei family ancestral home.
What's going on? Lei Wanyan's expression changed, and he suddenly stood up.
Just then, Uncle Fu's steady voice came from outside the study.
Master, Wang Zhanhu, the Flame Tiger, and Wang Zhanlong, the Azure Dragon, from the Wang family battle group are here to see Captain Lin Yi. They said the Wang family's battle group would never serve as their leader to an unknown nobody.
I told them that Captain Lin Yi had gone to see Commander Long and hadn't come back yet, but they didn't believe me.
Upon hearing this, Lei Zhe's expression darkened slightly.
He knew that these two were the two strongest S-class experts in the Wang family battle group besides Wang Zhantian, and that they were often away from home and had a violent temper.
Their return now clearly indicates their dissatisfaction with Brother Ye's rule. After a brief moment of astonishment, a meaningful glint flashed in Lei Wanyan's wise old eyes.
He glanced at Lei Zhe beside him, whose expression was solemn, and a strange smile appeared on his lips.
It seems they wanted to test the background of their new master. However, for him, this is a good thing.
He was just worried that he wouldn't have the chance to see for himself who Lin Yi was, the one who could make even Wang Zhantian bow down to him. Lei Wanyan straightened his tang suit, his expression returning to its usual calm.
Let's go and meet these two uninvited guests. He glanced at Lei Zhe and said calmly, Perfect, let Grandpa see for himself whether the person you say can overturn the chessboard really has the ability. Long Shuai's office.
Lin Yi's question was like a boulder thrown into a deep pool, stirring up ripples in Long Shuai's deep, star-like eyes. He gazed intently at Lin Yi, his eyes revealing even stronger admiration.
Good question.
Long Shuai slowly stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, put his hands behind his back, and gazed into the distance.
For Earth today, the legendary class is the pinnacle that we can and must reach.
Because our enemy has reached this level. His voice paused, carrying a rare heaviness and weariness that seemed out of place for his identity. But this is not the end. In the top-secret encrypted files at the Hero Association headquarters, there are several documents classified as mythical. They record scattered information that has appeared on Earth over thousands of years, seemingly exceeding the legendary level. These beings can no longer be described as heroes or eccentrics. They are more like concepts walking among humans. Their appearance and disappearance are often accompanied by a complete rewriting of history or a temporary breakdown of certain physical laws. But those are all too distant and too ethereal for us to verify or explore. Long Shuai turned around, his gaze sharpening once more like a drawn sword, piercing straight into Lin Yi's heart.
We are now facing a more real and brutal threat. Lin Yi, have you ever heard of the extraterritorial battlefield?
Lin Yi's heart tightened suddenly, a look of doubt appeared on his face, and he shook his head. Long Shuai seemed to have anticipated his reaction, and explained in a low voice. The universe we live in does not exist in isolation.
In the endless void, countless civilizations exist, like hunters in a dark forest. They spy on each other and plunder each other.
And we, the Blue Planet, are like a primitive tribe that has just lit its first campfire.
He inadvertently revealed his coordinates in this treacherous forest.
Every so often, the planetary will of Earth will briefly overlap with that of a civilization from another world.
That overlapping area is the extraterritorial battlefield.
That place is a meat grinder between two civilizations, a gambling table that determines each other's survival. Only heroes of S rank or higher can resist the invasion of otherworldly civilizations, plunder their resources, learn their technology, and thereby become stronger.
And if we suffer losses on the battlefield, the overlapping area will expand.
At that time, the entire planet Earth will become a colony that they can plunder at will. These words completely overturned Lin Yi's worldview. He always thought his enemies were strange people on Earth, ambitious schemers hiding in the shadows. Although he knew about the existence of the extraterritorial battlefield from the host panel, he always thought it was something for the future. Unexpectedly, an extraterrestrial battlefield already existed on Earth.
Meanwhile, the heroes led by Dragon General have already begun to resist the invasion of the alien civilization.
He suddenly understood why the the atmosphere in the capital in Jiangcheng was so different, as if they came from two different worlds. Those strange technologies must have originated from battlefields outside the region. Why have these things never been made public? Lin Yi asked the key question. Because of fear. A helpless, bitter smile appeared on Long Shuai's face. Once it is made public, ordinary people will be gripped by apocalyptic panic, and social order will collapse instantly. Most heroes, however, realize that everything they have fought and sacrificed may be nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of a real threat. Their beliefs will also crumble. Therefore, we have no choice but to keep it a secret. Let a few bear this heavy secret and protect this fragile peace. Long Shuai's words stirred something within Lin Yi. He seemed to see the man before him, and wondered what heavy burden his seemingly strong back carried. Then why are you telling me all this today? Lin Yi asked. Because of you, things are different. Long Shuai's gaze was burning intensely at that moment. Lin Yi, the Dragon Kingdom needs you. No, the entire Blue Star needs you. Then what do you need me to do? I will not give you any orders. Commander Long shook his head, his tone so sincere that no one could doubt it. I will only give you all the support I can. Resources, intelligence, permissions, as long as you ask. As long as the association has it, I will give it to you without hesitation. I have only one request. His eyes immediately became unusually serious. I hope you can become the Sequence Zero of the future of Earth. Sequence Zero? Lin Yi frowned slightly. That is the supreme commander of the extraterritorial battlefield, a being above all other forces, a true leader born to protect the Blue Star. Long Shuai stared at him intently. To date, the position of Sequence Zero has remained vacant, and no one on the entire planet Earth is qualified to take on this important task. Then you can't do it either? Lin Yi asked, his face full of surprise. Long Shuai shook his head. As I just said, there are only 5 legendary heroes on Blue Star at present. No one can surpass the other 4. Lin Yi suddenly understood that if he wanted to become Sequence Zero, he had to surpass the legendary level. Judging from the situation in the last battle outside the region, the next one will definitely be extremely dangerous. Before that, I must find a new stabilizing force for the Dragon Kingdom, and you are the most promising candidate I have ever seen. These heartfelt words stirred Lin Yi's emotions, even though he was usually very composed. He hadn't expected that Commander Long would speak so highly of him. When will the next extraterritorial battlefield begin? At the fastest, 3 months, at the latest, 6 months. A look of shock flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. He hadn't expected time to be so tight. However, with Long Shuai's strong support, he probably won't need to spend 3 months to advance to S rank. By then, his strength will definitely reach S+ level, which is legendary level. According to this calculation, when he reaches the legendary level, will his strength surpass that of the legendary level? Just as he was about to speak, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and the female secretary walked in hurriedly. Commander Long, Captain Lin, something's happened. Her tone revealed a hint of anxiety. According to the latest intelligence, Wang Zhanhu, the Flame Tiger, and Wang Zhanlong, the Azure Dragon, from the Wang family battle group, have just returned to the capital in a menacing manner. Their direction is clearly headed straight for the Lei family's ancestral home. Oh, upon hearing this, Lin Yi's face revealed a meaningful smile. Wang Zhantian had just surrendered when his 2 brothers couldn't sit still anymore. Could this be a coup? Long Shuai understood the whole story and looked at Lin Yi with a question in his eyes. After all, this was Lin Yi's family matter, and he shouldn't easily interfere. Lin Yi slowly stood up and drank the priceless enlightenment tea in one gulp. He walked to the French windows and looked in the direction of the Lei family's ancestral home, his expression calm. It seems it's time to deal with my newly acquired retainer. He then extended a second finger. At the Lei family manor, the massive martial arts arena paved with white marble was now tense. The brothers Wang Zhanhu and Wang Zhanlong stood side by side like 2 fierce and menacing figures. They were followed by more than a dozen A-level elites from the Wang family battle group. These are the core members who have fought alongside them for many years, each with a fierce aura and formidable strength. Opposite them, dozens of Lei family guards, wielding various energy weapons, formed a tight battle formation, surrounding them completely, their aura as if facing a formidable enemy. Wang Zhanhu, how dare you? The commander of the Lei family's guard, a peak A-level expert, shouted sternly, this is the Lei family, not a place for you to run wild. If you don't get out of here, don't blame us for being impolite. You're welcome? Wang Zhanhu laughed wildly with extreme disdain, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. You bunch of ugly, deformed people, you dare to talk to me like that? As soon as he finished speaking, his burly body suddenly unleashed a terrifying S-level pressure. A wave of intensely hot air surged from him and swept across the entire area. The air seemed to be ignited, crackling and popping. The white marble floor tiles beneath everyone's feet groaned under the weight of the weight, and fine cracks spread rapidly from Wang Zhanhu's feet outwards, as if to tear the entire floor apart. The battle formation, composed of dozens of guards from the Lei family, was as fragile as paper in the face of this oppressive force, which was like a giant wave of lava. It was instantly shattered into pieces. The weaker guards didn't even have a chance to utter a sound before spitting out blood and flying backward like rag dolls struck by a giant hammer. They fell heavily to the ground more than 10 meters away, struggled for a few moments, and then lost consciousness. Now, who dares to disrespect me? Wang Zhanhu looked around, his eyes burning with rage, full of tyranny and contempt. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence, with only the painful groans of the wounded. The surviving Lei family guards were deathly pale, their hands trembling as they gripped their weapons, their eyes filled with terror as they looked at Wang Zhanhu. This is the aura of an S-class hero. When still, it remains calm and undisturbed. Once it strikes, it possesses the power to overturn everything. Just then, an old and dignified voice slowly came from not far away. The second in command of the Wang family is indeed imposing. You dare to come to my Lei family's territory and injure my Lei family members? Do you think I, Lei Wanyan, am no longer capable of wielding a knife? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Lei Wanyan walking over with his hands behind his back, accompanied by Uncle Fu and Lei Zhe, at a leisurely pace. Although he was old, his long-standing authority and dignity remained unchanged. Lei Wanyan's personal appearance finally calmed Wang Zhanhu down a bit. After all, the old man in front of them was a contemporary of Commander Long, and his strength was unfathomable. Wang Zhanhu's tone towards Lei Wanyan became much more polite. Old Master Lei, my brother and I have come here today with no intention of offending you. He pointed to Ray Eyes beside him, his voice booming. We're the captain here to find you, you son of a bitch, that kid named Lin Yi. I heard that you invited him to the Lei family as a guest. Could you please ask him to come out? Today, we will test him to see if he is qualified to be the leader of the Wang family's battle group. Upon hearing this, Lei Wanyan revealed a playful smile. He glanced at Lei Zhe, whose face was ashen, and slowly spoke. I, an old man, will not interfere in the affairs of young people. However, Captain Lin Yi is not at the Lei family's place right now. Who said I'm not here? Before the words were finished, a calm and indifferent voice suddenly rang out, as if appearing out of thin air, clearly echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone was startled and turned to look. A tall figure appeared as if emerging from the void, silently standing in the center of the training ground. He simply stood there casually, yet he exuded an aura of profound stillness and unshakable strength. It was Lin Yi who came from the Hero Association headquarters. Upon seeing him appear, Lei Zhe's face lit up with joy, and he quickly went to greet him. The moment Wang Zhanhu and Wang Zhanlong saw Lin Yi, their pupils constricted sharply. They were so fast that they didn't even realize when the other party appeared. Wang Zhanhu looked Lin Yi up and down and found that the energy fluctuations on his body were extremely weak, only at the F level. He frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. You're Lin Yi? Lin Yi did not answer directly, but instead bowed to Lei Wanyan first. Grandpa Lei, I apologize for disturbing you. Lei Wanyan nodded slightly, carefully examining Lin Yi and finding him to have a unique temperament. He was a young man who was only a few years older than his grandson, yet he was exceptionally calm and composed. Despite the intense gazes of two S-class powerhouses, he remained calm and composed. Wang Zhanlong, being a rather calm person, suppressed his anger, took a step forward, and said in a deep voice, Lin Yi, our elder brother Wang Zhantian highly regards you and believes that you can lead the Wang family battle group to new heights. But we brothers will not give up easily unless we see it with our own eyes. Today, let's see if you really have the qualifications. I don't need brother Yi to deal with you brothers, I can handle it all by myself. Lei Zhe stepped forward and blocked Lin Yi's path, his body crackling with electricity, his fighting spirit soaring. These words shocked everyone present. Even Lei Wanyan's eyes flashed with intense surprise. A sharp glint suddenly flashed in his cloudy old eyes as he stared intently at his grandson. Is this kid crazy? He clearly only has the cultivation level of PK level, so what gives him the confidence to challenge Wang Zhanhu and Wang Zhanlong, two already renowned S-level heroes? At the same time, Lei Wanyan's gaze unconsciously shifted to Lin Yi behind Lei Zhe. It seems that his grandson has gained far more than he expected during the time he has been with Lin Yi. Xiao Zhe, step back. Lin Yi reached out and pressed down on Lei Zhe's shoulder, his tone calm yet firm. I will personally lead this battle. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The electric light on Razor instantly subsided, and he respectfully stepped aside. Lin Yi met the scrutinizing and provocative gazes of the Wang brothers, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's a good opportunity for me to personally test whether you are worthy of being my subordinates. Wang Zhanhu roared, his fighting spirit surging like a volcano. He turned to look at Wang Zhanlong and said coldly, third brother, let me go first. I'm going to beat him to a pulp. Wang Zhanlong nodded, preparing to agree. No need for that. Lin Yi's indifferent voice interrupted their discussion. He glanced around at the two Wang brothers before him, and the dozen or so formidable A-level elites behind them, and calmly said, all of you, come at me together. As Lin Yi finished speaking, the entire Lei family manor fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was the Lei family guards who were on high alert, or the dozen or so fierce A-level elites of the Wang family battle group, everyone stared intently at the calm-looking young man, as if he were a madman. What did he just say? To have two S-rank powerhouses, renowned throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, fight together? Ha, ah, ha, ah, ha, ha, ha. After a brief silence, Wang Zhanhu seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the the world, and suddenly burst into a deafening burst of wild laughter.
Boy, who do you think you are? The invincible dragon general of the Dragon Kingdom, who suppresses the world.
He pointed at Lin Ye's nose, extremely angry, his rugged face contorted in rage.
I admit, you're quite bold, but arrogance will eventually come at a price. Wang Zhanlong's face also turned completely gloomy.
He had initially harbored a sliver of curiosity about Lin Yi. After all, someone who could make the arrogant Wang Zhantian willingly submit must possess extraordinary abilities. But now, that curiosity has long since dissipated. Instead, there was a bone-chilling cold and a chilling killing intent.
In his view, Lin Ye's actions were not a display of confidence, but a blatant insult to the two brothers.
Since you're so eager to die, then we'll grant your wish.
He then extended a second finger. Wang Zhanlong's voice was cold and ruthless, devoid of any emotion.
He took a heavy step, and the white marble floor beneath his feet cracked in response. The two figures stood side by side, like two towering mountains, seemingly insurmountable.
Boom, boom.
Two completely different yet equally terrifying S-class pressures erupted without reservation at this moment. Wang Zhanhu was engulfed in crimson flames powerful enough to incinerate everything, and the air distorted violently under his aura. He was like an ancient tiger that had emerged from magma, every muscle of which contained explosive power. Beneath Wang Zhanlong's feet, a vast expanse of dark blue, frigid ice silently spread out. A phantom of a blue dragon, tens of meters long and made of pure energy, slowly condensed and coiled behind him, roaring incessantly. A merciless, cold light flashed in the dragon's eyes, emanating a chilling aura that could freeze one's soul. One fire, one ice, one hard, one soft. Two terrifying S-class forces clashed and intertwined above the training ground, triggering a violent energy surge.
The sky seemed to be torn in two, one half reflecting a blood-red hue, the other half rendered a deep blue like the sea. Lei Wanyan's pupils suddenly contracted, and a solemn expression appeared on his face.
He hadn't expected that the two brothers' strength had improved so dramatically in just 1 year.
This power is enough to rank it among the top even among S-class powerhouses. Can that young man named Lin Yi really handle it?
He subconsciously glanced at Lin Yi, only to see that the other man still had that calm and collected expression on his face. The terrifying, world-destroying scene before him seemed to be nothing more than ordinary scenery to him. This composure must stem from absolute self-confidence.
Lei Wanyan's anticipation grew stronger. Wang Zhanhu roared and launched the first attack.
His imposing body transformed into a streak of crimson light that tore through the sky, and the white marble ground beneath his feet shattered into dust the instant he stepped on it. A powerful punch, crackling with intense flames and accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air and shattered eardrums, hurtled toward Lin Ye's head like a small meteorite.
At the same time, Wang Zhanlong also made his move.
He made a hand seal, and the azure dragon behind him let out a deafening roar, opening its blood-red maw. He unleashed an extremely cold breath capable of freezing everything. Wherever the breath passed, the air condensed into ice crystals, transforming into a dark blue death tunnel that completely blocked all of Lin Ye's escape routes. Faced with this devastating attack, Lin Ye's figure suddenly became blurry and ethereal.
S-rank ability, Void Body.
Just as the scorching fist and the icy breath were about to touch his body,
Lin Ye's figure vanished into thin air without warning. It's as if they never existed.
Wang Zhanhu's fiery punch and Wang Zhanlong's icy breath lost their target and collided violently.
Boom! A deafening roar.
The extreme forces of ice and fire exploded in the center of the training ground, forming a huge mushroom cloud that was half crimson and half dark blue. A terrifying energy shockwave swept wildly in all directions like a Category 12 hurricane. The hard white marble floor was lifted, torn, and vaporized layer by layer, just like tofu.
Lei Wanyan's expression changed slightly.
With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible barrier instantly protected Lei Zhe, Uncle Fu, and all the Lei family guards beside him. Smoke and dust filled the air, and energy raged. As everything gradually calmed down, a terrifying giant crater with a diameter of over 50 meters and a bottomless depth appeared in the center of the training ground. Wang Zhanhu and Wang Zhanlong scanned their surroundings with grave expressions.
Where are they? Wang Zhanhu frowned and shouted. Were they blasted to smithereens by our attack? No, that's not right. Wang Zhanlong's expression turned extremely ugly.
He keenly sensed that there was no trace of Lin Yi in the surrounding air.
He dodged it. But how is that possible? Right behind you.
A calm, indifferent voice, like the whisper of death, suddenly rang in their ears. The hairs on both of their bodies immediately stood on end. I turned around abruptly, only to see an enlarged hand. The next second, two cold, powerful hands, as precise as iron clamps, grabbed their necks, one in each hand. The two incredibly violent, world-destroying S-class auras that had just been there suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Wang Zhanhu and Wang Zhanlong's bodies remained frozen in place, like puppets stripped of all their strength. The words had barely left his mouth. Their eyes widened, their faces filled with undisguised horror and fear. Swish, swish, swish. I didn't even see when the other person appeared behind me. If, instead of grabbing his neck, the other party had launched a fatal attack directly. Thinking of this, a bone-chilling cold spread from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Beside him, Lei Wanyan's usually calm and collected eyes were now filled with turbulent waves. Even he, a veteran expert with unfathomable strength, didn't notice when Lin Yi moved behind Wang Zhanhu and the other man. This means that if Lin Yi wanted to launch a sneak attack on him, he would be completely unaware. At this moment, Lei Wanyan no longer dared to regard Lin Yi as an ordinary junior. Lin Yi leaned his head between the two of them, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. You guys don't seem as strong as I thought. Lin Yi's casual sarcasm plunged the room into a deathly silence once again. The only sounds in the entire training ground were the heavy breathing of Wang Zhanhu and Wang Zhanlong, and the pounding of their hearts. The contempt and disdain they had shown towards Lin Yi were gone, replaced by endless horror and fear. The icy feeling, as if death were gripping their throats, sent a chill down their spines. They had no doubt that their lives were now entirely in Lin Yi's hands. He only needs to tap it lightly if he wants. These two S-class brothers, who had dominated the Dragon Kingdom for many years, would be like fragile chicks, their necks snapped on the spot. What kind of ability is this? Wang Zhanhu managed to squeeze out a few words, his voice hoarse and dry. Spatial movement? No, there's no trace of any spatial fluctuations. Wang Zhanlong reacted even faster, suppressing his shock, and said in a deep voice, it's not spatial ability. He continued his analysis. It's void body. It's the signature move of the S-class assassin Vulture. Void body. What? Wang Zhanlong's deduction filled Wang Zhanhu's face with even greater shock than when he was subdued earlier. He can not only replicate his elder brother's abilities, but also the Vulture's void body? Wang Zhanhu simply couldn't believe that such an ability actually existed in this world. Even though his life was in someone else's hands, his inherent pride prevented him from yielding. I refuse to accept this. His eyes, burning like flames, were fixed on Lin Yi. You're just being opportunistic. What kind of hero are you, relying on your unpredictable movements? If you're so capable, stand still and take my punch head on. If you can withstand my strongest punch, I, Wang Zhanhu, will be at your beck and call from now on, without a word. He knew the request was almost unreasonable, but it was the only way he could think of to save face. He didn't believe that anyone in the world could withstand the full force of his S-rank Flame Tiger attack with their bare body. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Yi did not get angry when he heard this unreasonable request. Instead, he released his grip on their necks, calmly took 2 steps back, and nodded. These 2 simple words reveal Lin Yi's unparalleled confidence. Even Wang Zhanhu himself, who made the request, looked astonished. He actually agreed? He actually dared to stand still and take the strongest punch head on? Where does his confidence come from? Lei Zhe's expression changed, and he hurriedly stepped forward. Don't be impulsive. This guy's Burning Heaven Overlord fist is extremely powerful. Even a defensive S-class hero wouldn't dare to take it head on. Lei Wanyan frowned, also feeling that Lin Yi's actions were too arrogant. Lin Yi's unpredictable movement technique was indeed powerful, but his defensive capabilities were another matter entirely. A head-on confrontation is often the most foolish choice. However, Lin Yi only gave Lei Zhe a reassuring look, then calmly looked at Wang Zhanhu. Come on, I'm in a hurry. The calm tone made it seem as if the speaker was not facing a life-or-death battle, but rather urging a dawdling child. This utter contempt completely ignited the already raging anger in Wang Zhanhu's heart. Good. He laughed in anger, his bloodshot eyes blazing with murderous intent, and he uttered good 3 times in a row. Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. He took a deep breath, holding nothing back. The S-level energy within his body was running wildly like a nuclear reactor exploding at this moment. His body seemed to transform into a miniature, blazing sun, releasing terrifyingly high temperatures capable of melting steel. The surrounding ground silently turned into crimson magma in this heat wave. He concentrated all his strength and energy into his right fist. On the fist, crimson flames condensed into a terrifying energy that was almost tangible and shimmered with a dark red luster. S-rank skill, Heaven-burning Overlord fist. Die! With a deafening roar, Wang Zhanhu's figure transformed into a crimson meteor that pierced through the heavens and earth. With a terrifying force capable of leveling an entire mountain, it crashed down towards Lin Yi. This punch was his strongest strike, a strike that embodied all his dignity and honor. Despite the devastating blow, Lin Yi showed no sign of panic. He simply raised his right hand slowly, fingers spread, palm facing forward. S-level curing capability, an absolute barrier. Buzz! A thick, solid black barrier, formed from pure energy, instantly appeared before him. The moment the barrier took shape, Lei Wanyan and Wang Zhanlong's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. At the same time, an undisguised look of shock appeared on their faces. A second type, S-rank ability? He's actually a second stage awakener. This thought exploded in their minds like a thunderclap that tore the heavens and the earth apart. A second awakener. Such an existence is extremely rare throughout the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom. Each and every one of them is a peerless genius capable of suppressing an entire generation. They finally understood why Lin Yi could be so fearless. Boom! Just as their minds were shaken, Wang Zhanhu's supreme punch, powerful enough to incinerate mountains and boil seas, slammed into the energy barrier that shone like a dazzling star. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The earth-shattering explosion explosion that should have occurred never happened. Wang Zhanhu's fist remained firmly pressed against the barrier. The terrifying flame energy, capable of incinerating everything, seemed to have met its nemesis, and was gradually devoured and worn away by the black barrier. "Break it for me!" Wang Zhanhu's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a furious roar of resentment, straining with all his might. Click, click. Amidst a teeth-grinding cracking sound, fine cracks finally appeared on the black barrier. The cracks spread rapidly, covering the entire barrier like a spider web. But that's all. Even after Wang Zhanhu's strength was exhausted, the seemingly precarious barrier remained standing firm and had not completely collapsed. Exhausted, Wang Zhanhu coughed up a mouthful of blood and quickly slumped down. Lin Yi, from beginning to end, did not even move a step. He slowly withdrew his hand, and the cracked barrier turned into countless points of light and vanished without a trace. The outcome is already clear. Wang Zhanhu slumped on the cold ground, his expression dazed and his eyes vacant. Wang Zhanlong stepped forward to help him up, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Lin Yi. Their pride and resentment were utterly shattered at this moment. After a long while, the two looked at each other, their eyes reflecting endless bitterness and relief. They walked up to Lin Yi, knelt on one knee, and lowered their once proud heads. "We are completely convinced. From this day forward, I will serve Captain Lin Yi as my master." The Wang brothers' submission, though unexpected, was also reasonable. Everyone present, whether they were guards from the Lei family or elites from the Wang family's battle group, was utterly shocked by the miraculous scene before them. One person, facing two S-class powerhouses alone. First, he toyed with his opponent with unpredictable movements, and then he withstood the attack with an indestructible defense. He remained calm and composed throughout, handling everything with ease. This is not just powerful, it's overwhelming. It's a power gap that transcends dimensions and is utterly despairing. Lei Wanyan stared at the young man whom the Wang brothers were kneeling before, his wise old eyes filled with shock and emotion. He has lived for nearly a century and has seen countless geniuses and prodigies, but no one has ever had such a strong impact on him as Lin Yi in front of him, a second awakener. Furthermore, it possesses two S-rank abilities, a top-tier stealth and dash technique and a top-tier defensive technique. It is well-rounded in both offense and defense, and has no weaknesses. With such talent and strength, given time, it is by no means impossible for him to surpass Long Shuai and reach the pinnacle of Blue Star. "You guys go back first." Lin Ye's voice was calm, and he didn't even turn around to look at the Wang brothers kneeling on the ground. "Later, I will personally go to the Wang family battle group and have a meeting with you." Wang Zhanhu and Wang Zhanlong dared not disobey in any way and respectfully responded. He then led his terrified subordinates and slunk away from the Lei family manor. Only after their figures had completely disappeared did Lin Yi turn around, look at Lei Wanyan beside him, and speak in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. "Grandpa Lei, I apologize for disturbing you. Ha 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 ha, not bothering you at all." Lei Wanyan unexpectedly burst into a hearty laugh, quickly stepped forward, and warmly shook Lin Yi's hand, his attitude completely different from before. "Young friend Lin, you have truly broadened the horizons of this old man." He gently patted Lin Yi's hand, his eyes revealing undisguised admiration. "Come on, it's lunchtime. I've already had the kitchen prepare food and drinks. Let's have a good drink to our heart's content today." Faced with Lei Wanyan's sudden enthusiasm, Lin Yi simply nodded calmly. He understood that the strength he had just displayed had completely won over the Lei family leader before him. The luncheon was held in the most elegant waterside pavilion of the Lei family manor. Pavilions and towers, small bridges and flowing water, a table full of delicacies, and the aroma of fine wine. During the meal, Lei Wanyan frequently raised his glass, displaying an extremely humble attitude, showing none of the airs of the three major family patriarchs, but rather acting like an old friend of many years. Lin Yi did not distance himself, on the contrary, he acted as if they had known each other for a long time. Lei Zhe, standing to the side, felt both astonished and proud as he looked at his grandfather's almost fawning expression. There was a time when he longed for his grandfather's approval. Now, the captain he follows can actually make his grandfather treat him with such an attitude. This honor made him feel even more proud than if he had received recognition himself. After several rounds of drinks, we sampled 5 different dishes. Lei Wanyan finally put down his wine glass, his expression turning serious. "I won't leave." He stared at Lin Yi and said in a deep voice, "Shaolin, let's not beat around the bush. I've heard about your feud with the Luo family. Luo Zhan is a vengeful person and will never let things go easily. Although you now control the Wang family's battle group, the Wang family's foundation is shallow. Facing a behemoth like the Luo family, it is still a drop in the ocean. You need a stronger ally." Lin Yi calmly watched him, silently waiting for what would happen next. "Although my Lei family is unwilling to easily start a war with the Luo family, if you need it, Lei Wanyan is willing to use the full strength of the Lei family to lend you a helping hand." Lei Wanyan's voice was strong and clear, filled with unwavering determination. Amidst the storm that was about to sweep through the capital, he finally made his choice. He was betting on Lin Yi's limitless future. However, Lin Yi remained completely unmoved when he heard this proposal that would have thrilled anyone. He shook his head slightly in response. "I appreciate your kindness, Yes, sir. But the Lei family doesn't need to get involved in dealing with the Luo family. This answer startled Lei Wanyan, and even Lei Zhe next to him looked astonished. He didn't understand why Brother Yi refused such powerful assistance. Why? Lei Wanyan asked, frowning. Do you think my Lei family isn't qualified to be your ally? No. Lin Yi shook his head again. A total war is the most foolish and inefficient way. Don't you think so, sir? Lin Yi put down his jade chopsticks, the crisp clinking sound remarkably loud in the tranquil waterside pavilion. His gaze was as calm as a deep pool, yet it made Lei Wanyan, who had weathered many storms, feel an invisible pressure. Old sir, please allow me to speak frankly. Lin Yi spoke calmly and without haste. The Lei family and the Luo family are the three major families in the capital, with intricate relationships, and a change in one can have far-reaching consequences. If a full-scale war breaks out between your two families, the entire capital will be plunged into chaos, with countless deaths and injuries. The final result will be nothing more than a lose-lose situation, allowing outsiders to reap the benefits. Even if the Lei family wins by chance, all they will gain is a shell full of wreckage and a severely weakened self. This is probably not the ending the old man wanted to see, is it? Lei Wanyan's pupils contracted slightly, and the knuckles of his fingers gripping the wineglass turned slightly white. Lin Ye's words struck a chord with him. This was the fundamental reason why he had been reluctant to go to war with the Luo family. We are all decent people, and no one can afford the consequences of overturning the table. He originally thought that Lin Yi, being young and ambitious, would immediately think of consolidating his forces and launching a fierce battle against the Luo family after subduing the Wang family. Therefore, he went with the flow and made a solemn promise to do everything in his family's power, which was both a gesture of goodwill and a symbolic gesture. But to his utter surprise, this young man, who was only a few years older than his grandson, had such a clear understanding of the situation. Then, in your opinion? Lei Wanyan asked tentatively, unknowingly placing himself in the position of a seeker of advice. What I want is not to destroy the Luo family. Lin Ye's lips curled into a cold smile, and the ambition in his eyes made Lei Wanyan feel a chill. What I want is a complete Luo family, one that I can completely control. Its wealth, connections, industries, intelligence network. I want it all. Lei Wanyan swallowed hard, feeling a cold sweat break out on his back. This guy is a complete madman. Destroying a behemoth is already an impossible task, and he actually tried to swallow it whole without damaging its main structure. This is no longer a case of a whale devouring a snake, but a python swallowing an elephant. Swallow it in one gulp, then digest it slowly. To do this is incredibly difficult. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, only Commander Long has this ability. But someone like that would never help Lin Yi deal with the Luo family. Inside the huge oval conference room, the atmosphere was no longer as heavy as before. Instead, it was filled with an eerie ease and schadenfreude. Wang Zhantian was resting with his eyes closed, sitting upright in the main seat, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. The other 5 S-class heroes, each with a different expression, were talking to each other. I wonder what expressions Zhanhu and Zhanlong have right now. Sure, Gondang, the immovable king, asked, his face revealing undisguised schadenfreude. I bet they're kneeling on the ground singing Conquer right now, just like we were yesterday. That's not necessarily true, Zhao Wuji said, pursing his lips. With Zhanhu's bad temper, he might have gotten a good beating from Lin Yi. Alright, that's enough, said Su Xian, the only female S-class hero, frowning. No matter what, Zhanhu and Zhanlong are also our people. What if Lin Yi really angers them and they take action? Don't worry, he won't. At most, he'll just give them a lesson they'll never forget, Wang Zhantian said. Just then, the heavy doors of the conference room were pushed open. The murmurs abruptly ceased, and everyone turned to look at the doorway. Then, the two brothers, Wang Zhanhu and Wang Zhanlong, walked in with complicated expressions. Sure, Gondang and the others exchanged glances, and they all saw doubt in each other's eyes. Something's really wrong. How come? He's completely unharmed. His clothes were not torn, his face was unharmed, and even his breathing was steady and normal. This was completely contrary to their expectations of a bruised, battered, and disheveled scene. Didn't find anyone? Zhao Wuji couldn't help but probe first. Wang Zhanhu's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he sighed and remained silent. On the contrary, Wang Zhanlong's face turned slightly pale, and he replied sullenly, I saw him. You saw it? Everyone was even more curious. Sure, Gondang pressed further. Then, no fighting broke out? That's the key point. If no action was taken, everything can be explained. Perhaps Lin Yi will let it go for Wang Zhantian's sake. Wang Zhanlong's Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice was even lower. We've already fought. The S-level experts in the conference room were instantly stunned. He actually fought against that monster Lin Yi? And you two are still standing here completely intact? An absurd idea suddenly popped into their minds. Could it be that Lin Yi is nothing more than a showy but empty-headed gun? The moment this idea popped into their heads, their minds immediately became active. If that's the case, then their previous submission would have become a huge joke. Just as everyone's emotions were fluctuating and the atmosphere was becoming increasingly strange, Wang Zhanhu, who had been silent all along, suddenly made a move. He strode quickly to the head of the conference conference table, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present. With a plop sound, he knelt heavily before Wang Zhantian. This kneeling was like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of everyone in the conference room. Shi Gandang was stunned. Zhao Wuji was also momentarily stunned. Su Xian, Tang Shan, and the others were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. What's going on? Who is Wang Zhanhu? He's the number 2 figure in the Wang family's battle group. He has a fiery temper, a strong personality, and is a tough guy who would rather break than bend. Even when facing his elder brother Wang Zhantian, he dared to slam his fist on the table and argue. But now, he actually knelt down? Wang Zhanhu's voice trembled with guilt, and even mixed with an unspeakable respect. It was all my fault before. I was blind to your greatness and misunderstood your good intentions. You're right. You did the right thing. That Lin Yi, no, Captain Lin. He's absolutely limitless. I, Wang Zhanhu, accept it. I am completely convinced. I have no complaints about acknowledging him as my master. His voice was firm and resonant, carrying a clear and powerful tone. Wang Zhantian slowly opened his eyes, his face showing no surprise, as if everything was within his expectations. He glanced indifferently at his kneeling brother and calmly uttered a few words. Now, are you convinced? Wang Zhanhu nodded emphatically. I'm convinced. Wang Zhantian nodded in satisfaction, revealing an expression that said, I expected this to happen. He picked up his teacup and took a small sip. At this moment, Wang Zhanlong coughed lightly. Brother, Captain Lin said, he will come over in person later to have a meeting with us. Should we start making preparations? Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened. That monster is coming in person. Wang Zhantian put down his teacup, the bottom of which struck the table with a crisp sound, waking everyone present. He stood up, his gaze sharp as lightning, scanning each S-level expert. Of course we need to prepare. Although the voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority. Everyone, please take this opportunity to work hard. Immediately. Right now. Get a complete inventory of all the assets currently held by the Wang family's battle group, including the number of existing combat personnel, their ranks, the allocation of logistical personnel, the industries they control, their monthly cash flow, the coverage of their intelligence network, everything. The data must be accurate to the single digit. Compile it into the most detailed report possible. Wang Zhantian's voice suddenly rose, carrying an unprecedented seriousness. When Captain Lin arrives, I want him to clearly see just how powerful the force he's taken over is. Did you all understand? Shi Gandang, Zhao Wuji, and the others were startled and responded in unison, their voices shaking the entire conference room. At this moment, no one dared to utter the slightest complaint or harbor any illusions. In everyone's mind, only one thought remained. The Wang family's battle group is destined to completely change the world. On the other side, Lin Yi and Lei Zhe finished lunch and didn't stay at the Lei family's house for too long. The two rode in a hovercar and quickly returned to the top-floor suite at the top of the sky. However, Lin Yi was slightly taken aback as soon as he pushed open the door. In the living room, besides Han Li, Xia Yon, Chen Mo, and Su Qingyue, there were two stunningly beautiful figures. One of them was wearing a fiery red, form-fitting long dress, with long, wavy, wine-red hair. She had a hot and eye-catching figure, and her body seemed to be burning with a faint but intense heat. It is none other than the S-class hero, Flame Princess Xu Rong. At this moment, she was idly playing with a small flame in her hand, her eyes occasionally glancing to the side. Standing beside her was a stunning beauty whose allure eclipsed the room's luxurious decor. The woman wore a well-tailored light purple dress, exuding a bright and elegant aura. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, loosely held up by a simple hair clip, with a few playful strands falling naturally across her smooth, full forehead, adding a touch of languid beauty. Her features were so exquisite that they seemed to be God's most perfect masterpiece. Her eyebrows were like painted flowers, her straight and delicate nose was particularly eye-catching, and especially her peach blossom eyes that seemed to tell her all sorts of secrets. With a glance, her beauty was natural, yet she possessed a touch of ethereal coolness, perfectly blending the seemingly contradictory qualities of purity and desire. It was Yao Shi who had been rescued from the Black Mist Swamp by Lin Yi and the others back then. Yao Shi today is completely different from how she used to look, wearing only a simple combat uniform. Upon seeing Lin Yi and Lei Zhe enter, Xu Rong's eyes lit up, and he blew out the flame at his fingertips. If you don't come back soon, this house will be filled with resentment. Yao Shi blushed slightly upon hearing this, then glared fiercely at Xu Rong. She ignored Xu Rong's teasing and instead cast her beautiful eyes, which contained 3 parts anger, 3 parts grievance, and 4 parts resentment, directly at Lin Yi. The voice was clear and pleasant, yet carried a hint of accusation. You finally decided to come back? Didn't we agree that you'd contact me as soon as you arrived in the capital? Faced with Yao Shi's complaints, Lin Yi helplessly rubbed his temples. These past 2 days he's been busy dealing with the Luo family, subduing the Wang family, and meeting with Commander Long. He's been so busy he's completely forgotten about this matter. Sorry, I've had too much to do. A lot of things to do? Yao Shi slowly stood up and walked step by step to Lin Yi. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes looked up at him with a hint of danger. I heard that you went to the slaughterhouse to gamble heavily with the Wang family's battle group and then went to the Lei family to show off your prowess, subduing the two S-level experts of the Wang family and making them completely submissive, all while maintaining your imposing presence? You even have time to do trivial things like subduing the Wang family's warband and visiting the Lei family, but you don't have time to send me a message, right? She deliberately emphasized the words trivial matter, and the sour tone made Hanli, Xiaoyong, and the others beside her want to laugh but dare not, their faces turning red. Looking at the woman in front of him, who was angry but still incredibly beautiful, Lin Ye's nerves, which had been tense from the series of battles, unconsciously relaxed. It was my fault, he readily admitted. Yao Shi thought he would make excuses, but she didn't expect him to admit his mistake so readily. All the questions she had prepared were immediately swallowed back. She gave a soft snort, turned her head away, but wouldn't let him off the hook. Is it's my fault all you're going to say? Do you even know what I? Before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed, because Lin Yi suddenly reached out and naturally tucked a slightly messy strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear. The warm touch of her fingertips instantly froze Yao Shi's entire body, and a strange current surged from her ears, quickly spreading throughout her body. Her cheeks quickly flushed a beautiful blush, which also tinged her fair neck and delicate collarbones with a captivating pink hue. What are you doing? She took a step back like a startled fawn, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Your hair is messy. Lin Yi withdrew his hand, his expression calm, as if he had only done a trivial matter. Looking at his serious expression, Yao Shi felt both ashamed and angry. She stomped her foot but didn't know how to retort. Seeing that her usually clever and quick-witted best friend was completely controlled by Lin Yi with just a few words, Xu Rong couldn't help but shake her head inwardly. She stepped forward, patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, and said in a teasing tone, "Alright, stop bullying our Xiaoxi. I never expected that you would cause such a commotion in just 2 days since you arrived in Beijing. Now, your name and Dawn's name are practically known throughout the S-class hero circle." Lin Yi smiled faintly. As the strongest in the world in the future, his name, and that of Dawn, would be known to the world sooner or later. After a brief moment of embarrassment, Yao Shi quickly regained her composure and rationality, her expression immediately becoming serious. "Lin Yi, I've come here this time because I have something very important to tell you." Seeing her serious expression, everyone in the living room immediately fell silent, and the atmosphere quickly changed from the previous relaxed and ambiguous mood to a solemn one. Lin Yi nodded in response. "Go ahead and say it," Xu Rong added from the side. "Since Xiaoxi returned to the capital, she has been busy. She used all her family connections and resources to secretly investigate the Luo family for you. Just yesterday, she finally uncovered a shocking secret." "Sister Rong." Yao Shi glared at her, seemingly blaming her for being talkative. She cleared her throat and said seriously to Lin Yi, "I'm doing this not entirely to help you, but more to eradicate the Luo family, this malignant tumor that threatens the safety of the capital." The phrase "not entirely" carried a hint of insecurity, as if it were an attempt to cover something up. Xu Rong immediately drew out her words, teasing with a mischievous smile. "Not entirely," meaning at least half of it was for him? Yao Shi's cheeks flushed instantly, a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. "Are you his best friend or mine? Why are you always siding with the outsider?" Watching the two stunning beauties chatting and laughing, Lin Yi felt much more relaxed, but he quickly grasped the key point. He stopped smiling and his expression became serious. "Yao Shi, thank you." His tone was sincere, then turned into a warning, carrying an undeniable seriousness. "However, don't do such dangerous things again in the future. The Luo family has been entrenched in Beijing for many years, using ruthless and unscrupulous methods. Getting too involved will not benefit you." This heartfelt concern instantly dispelled Yao Shi's embarrassment and anger, replacing it with a warm and sweet feeling. She didn't say anything, but the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her feelings. "Let's get down to business," Lin Yi asked in a deep voice. "What exactly did you discover?" Yao Shi lowered her voice and revealed news that would shock the entire hero community of the Dragon Kingdom. The Luo family is very likely secretly researching how to artificially create, control, or even enhance freaks. Even more terrifying, they are also developing a virus that targets the genes of heroes. This news was like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's minds. The weirdo is under human control. Develop an anti-hero virus. What are they trying to do? Completely eliminate the heroes? Once the heroes are wiped out, will this world become the domain of freaks? Moreover, how come this practice is strikingly similar to that mysterious Purification Council? Could it be that the Luo family, one of the 3 major families in the capital, is colluding with that terrorist organization? If that's the case, the Luo family's ambitions are probably far more than just controlling the capital. A chill ran through everyone's hearts. Is this news reliable? Lin Yi pressed. Absolutely true, Xu Rong answered firmly. Xiaoxi found out that the Luo family owns a top-tier private hospital that is never open to the public, but its monthly consumption of biological materials and high-precision equipment far exceeds that of a normal hospital. Following the trail, she bribed an insider in the transportation industry and finally confirmed that a massive secret research center was hidden beneath the hospital. Lin Ye's
gaze instantly turned icy. He understood that once this was confirmed, it would be enough to wipe out the entire Luo family. He must go there in person to gather enough evidence. No, it's too dangerous. Yao Shi immediately saw through his thoughts and objected without hesitation. That place is the Luo family's core secret. The security is absolutely S-level. Going alone is practically suicide. Lin Yi gave her a reassuring look, his tone calm yet full of confidence. I don't intend to fight them head-on. I'm just going to gather some evidence. I possess a void body, and as long as I don't actively reveal myself, no one can detect my existence. His words silenced Yao Shi and Zhu Rong. Indeed, the S-rank top-tier stealth ability, Void Body, is practically flawless for infiltration and reconnaissance. Give me the address. Lin Yi held out his hand. Yao Shi hesitated for a moment, but finally sent an address to Lin Yi's terminal, outside a building in the western suburbs of Beijing, which occupies a large area and is decorated as luxuriously as a five-star hotel. Lin Yi's figure appeared silently in the shadows, disappearing like a ghost. Roche Anha Private Hospital. This is a hospital built by the Luo family. Only members of the Luo family and their closest collateral relatives are qualified to receive treatment here. The area around the hospital is heavily guarded, with guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps. Countless hidden cameras and energy detectors form a tight network. But in Lin Ye's eyes, these protective measures were practically useless. S-rank ability, Void Body. His body instantly became transparent and illusory, eventually transforming into a phantom that was impossible to detect with the naked eye. Without hesitation, he plunged straight into the concrete ground beneath his feet, as if diving. Boom, boom, boom. Cold concrete, hard rock, damp soil, countless substances passed through his body, yet they could not hinder him in any way. And so, he continued his descent into the pitch-black depths of the earth. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. When we reached a depth of 1,500 meters underground, the view suddenly opened up before us. He passed through the last layer of special alloy, which was 10 meters thick, and appeared in a vast, pure white space. This is an underground space constructed entirely of white high-strength alloy, so vast that it stretches to the horizon. Tens of thousands of shadowless lamps are embedded in the dome, illuminating the entire space as bright as day, yet it is cold and devoid of any sense of warmth. The air was filled with a nauseatingly sweet smell, a mixture of disinfectant and some unknown nutrient solution. Lin Yi moved like an invisible ghost, silently traversing this underground fortress that represented the Luo family's top secrets. His Void Body ability is perfectly suited to this situation. The infrared sensor network, composed of countless energy rays, as well as the small monitoring probes scattered in every corner, were all useless to him. He was like a passerby walking in another dimension, coldly observing this world, while the world was completely unaware of his existence. After walking through a white corridor that stretched for hundreds of meters, Lin Yi was met with a shocking sight. The walls on both sides of the corridor were no longer cold alloy walls, but transparent energy crystal walls several meters thick. Behind the crystal wall are individual circular isolation chambers. Each isolation chamber is filled with various grotesque and terrifying creatures. Some are deformed monsters, their bodies pierced by countless thick metal tubes, their faces forever etched with pain and ferocity. Some are human bodies, but have been forcibly grafted with various freakish limbs. It formed a jumbled mess resembling the mythical monster Chimera, bizarre and twisted, sending chills down one's spine. Each isolation pod has a smart screen displaying alarming streams of data. Subject number 73. The rejection reaction to the hero's gene exceeded the threshold, resulting in brain death. The experiment has failed. Subject number 89. The freak factor was forcibly catalyzed, the body collapsed, and the experiment failed. Experiment subject 114, implanted with the wings of the wind god gene fragment, experienced an energy conflict, self-destructed, and died. The experiment failed. Behind each line of cold data lies a life that has burned brightly. Here, they are merely cold code names and repeated failed experiments. Lin Ye's gaze gradually turned cold. Yao Shi's intelligence was correct. The Luo family is indeed conducting such inhumane and heinous forbidden experiments. Whether it's artificially cultivating monsters or developing viruses targeting heroes' genes, either of these actions, if leaked, would be enough to plunge the Luo family into an abyss of no return. Lin Yi continued to venture deeper into the depths. The deeper you go, the fewer isolation chambers there are, but the experimental subjects inside become more and more perfect in form. Finally, he saw a huge, round petri dish that was completely different from the others. On the smart screen of the petri dish, it is prominently marked in bright red font, Chimera Project, Near Perfect Substance Number 1. Lin Ye's gaze pierced through the pale blue nutrient solution and landed on the figure in the center of the petri dish. He was a young man who looked no different from an ordinary person, with a slender figure and smooth, perfect muscle lines, like the most outstanding work of art in the hands of an ancient Greek sculptor. His face was so handsome it was almost unreal, his eyes were closed, and his expression was calm, as if he were simply asleep. However, Lin Yi sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from him. It was a strange and subtle balance, a perfect fusion
fusion of multiple S-level energies. Is this the near-perfect body that the Luo family created by spending countless resources and lives? Just then, two researchers in white lab coats slowly walked around the corner, pushing a cart piled high with instruments. They walked and talked, their words clearly reaching Lin Ye's ears. The data of test subject C07 has dropped again, and the vital signs are very unstable. The director will definitely be furious when he sees this. There's nothing we can do. That hero gene sample is too unstable, and the rejection reaction after fusing with the monster gene is too severe. We've tried injecting enhancement inhibitors, but the results are not ideal. The director said that if it fails again, we should directly use divine blood to catalyze it. Divine blood? That's the highest level experiment. Last time, subject 03 in Zone B died from an overdose of divine blood, and the energy loss almost destroyed the entire Zone B. The director said time is of the essence, and the Purification Council is putting tremendous pressure on us. We must come up with a controllable hero or monster as soon as possible. Lin Ye's heart sank. Divine blood, Purification Council, heroes and eccentrics, these words, when put together, instantly reveal the terrifying truth and immense power behind the Luo family's experiments. The Luo family is not only fostering monsters, but also attempting to fuse monster genes with hero genes to create a new, controllable biological weapon. The mastermind behind all of this is none other than the mysterious Purification Council. Lin Yi followed the two researchers silently as they passed through a heavy alloy door and entered Zone 0. This is a huge circular space, with a huge culture tank with a diameter of over 100 meters in the center, filled with a liquid that is more viscous and darker than before. Countless fine runes floated on the surface of the liquid, seemingly maintaining a delicate balance. Most shockingly, a huge, writhing mass of flesh and blood was growing right in the center of the culture tank. It's like a giant, living tumor, constantly twisting, expanding, and contracting, with each movement accompanied by a powerful energy pulse. Its surface is covered with dense tentacles and organs, some resembling human limbs, while others are filled with the characteristics of a monster. This mass of flesh exuded an ancient and evil aura, as if it contained all the evil in the world. Around the culture tank, a dozen researchers dressed in black uniforms and wearing the Luo family crest were busy operating various instruments. Their faces wore fanatical and morbid expressions, as if they were performing some kind of sacred religious ritual. One of the elderly men, with gray hair, wore a distinctive gold robe, and his eyes gleamed with a crazed light. He was gesturing wildly in front of the culture tank, muttering incantations in an ancient language that Lin Yi had never heard before. That's Luo Qianjun, the chief researcher of the Luo family. Lin Yi recalled several important figures from the Luo family that Long Shuai had once described. One of them is Luo Qianjun, one of the most mysterious trump cards of the Luo family, a top-tier S-class spiritual hero, known as a living encyclopedia. From Luo Qianjun's whispers, Lin Yi pieced together fragmented information: gene fusion, new god, extraterrestrial power, host. My heart skipped a beat. Extraterrestrial power. This coincides with what Long Shuai mentioned about battlefields outside the territory. The Luo family is actually researching how to integrate extraterrestrial monsters, or even higher-level extraterrestrial power, into the bodies of Earth's creatures. That enormous mass of flesh and blood is very likely the core product of this horrific experiment. The Luo family is actually conducting even more insane research. Just then, a sudden change occurred. The flesh and blood aggregate in the culture tank suddenly let out a silent shriek, expanded violently, and countless tentacles began to dance wildly. Warning: abnormal energy fluctuations. Entity 0 is out of control, a researcher shouted in alarm. No, this is a sign of success. Luo Qianjun laughed excitedly. Quick, inject the life-giving fluid. Activate the mental link. I need to resonate with it. However, the flesh and blood aggregate in the culture tank completely ignored his commands. It struggled violently, and several thick tentacles suddenly shattered the reinforced glass of the culture tank. A viscous, bluish-green liquid gushed out like a torrent, carrying a strong corrosive effect and instantly engulfing the surrounding researchers. They let out a blood-curdling scream as their bodies dissolved at a visible speed, turning into bones. Luo Qianjun reacted even faster, and a mental barrier surged around him, barely managing to withstand the corrosive liquid, but he was still blown away by the shockwave. It has broken through the limits. This is a perfect mutation. Ignoring his disheveled appearance, he became even more excited. However, as it turned out, Luo Qianjun's fanatical judgment was fatally flawed. That massive mass of flesh and blood was not a perfect mutation at all. Its loss of control has a hidden story behind it. How is this possible? Just as all the researchers fled in terror, Luo Qianjun was overjoyed. Contrary to expectations, the large tentacles that shattered the culture tanks did not cause widespread destruction. Instead, it seemed to be equipped with a precise guidance system, tearing through the air with the force of thunder, and lashing straight at an empty corner. That corner was where Lin Yi was hiding. Lin Yi, who was in the state of void body, felt a sudden tightness in his heart. At this critical moment, he could clearly feel a malice mixed with savagery, greed, and extreme desire locking onto him. How is this possible? This terrifying terrifying aggregate of flesh and blood could actually sense him even in his void state? A thought flashed through Lin Ye's mind in an instant: the power of the outer realms. The ethereal body is essentially the temporary detachment of one's own existence into another dimension. Boom, boom. The extraterrestrial power contained within this aggregate of flesh and blood likely originates from a higher dimension or possesses the ability to interfere with dimensions, which is why it can locate itself so precisely. Lin Ye's expression turned serious for the first time. Although he didn't believe that the opponent's physical attacks could harm him in his ethereal state, but he absolutely did not want to personally experience the sensation of being slapped by those disgusting tentacles. Just as the massive tentacle was about to strike him, Lin Ye's figure teleported dozens of meters in a state of nothingness. The tentacle slammed down on the ground where Lin Ye had just been standing, and the hard alloy floor was smashed into a terrifying crater as if it were made of paper. The attack missed, and the aggregate of flesh and blood seemed to be enraged. More tentacles emerged from its massive body, spreading out like wildly dancing serpents, relentlessly pursuing Lin Ye's figure. Lin Ye moved with ghostly speed, constantly dodging and weaving in a state of nothingness, and those relentlessly pursuing tentacles destroyed everything in their path. Boom, boom, boom. Priceless precision instruments, servers storing invaluable data, indestructible alloy walls. They were utterly vulnerable before these ferocious tentacles, turning into fragments and scrap metal. The entire Zone Zero area was instantly reduced to a scene of devastation and ruins. Ha ha ha, let it all out. Let it all out. Unable to sense Lin Ye's presence, Luo Qianjun watched the devastating scene before him with delight, his face displaying an even more morbid fanaticism. This is true power. This is the might that a god should possess. Destroy everything, ravage everything. In his eyes, this was nothing more than the Zero entity unleashing its unchecked, newly born terrifying power. However, the inability to hit the target repeatedly enraged the mass of flesh and blood. Its attacks are completely haphazard, yet they always relentlessly pursue an unseen point. This bizarre scene filled its immature intelligence with unprecedented frustration and anger. Roar! A sharp, eerie mental roar, unlike anything any living being could utter, suddenly exploded throughout the entire space. Immediately afterwards, in the center of that massive, writhing mass of flesh, an enormous, bloodshot eye suddenly opened. There was no pupil in that eyeball, only a deep, chaotic blackness, like a black hole that could devour all light. The next moment, a strange energy pulse, imperceptible to the naked eye, rippled rapidly across the entire Zone Zero area, centered on the single eye. Lin Ye, who was dodging at high speed, was instantly hit by this energy wave. He felt as if he had been forcibly pulled out of the deep water by an invisible hand. The invisible dimensional barrier around him, which isolated him from reality, fluctuated and twisted violently under this strange impact, and finally shattered with a crash. The air trembled slightly. Lin Ye's figure flickered a few times in the air, like a projection with an unstable signal. Finally, he was forcibly stripped from the state of nothingness and revealed in his entirety to everyone. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Whether it was the researchers who panicked and scattered to escape, or Luo Qianjun who went mad because of the miracle, at that moment, everyone's actions seemed to be paused. Their eyes were fixed on the stranger who had suddenly appeared. What's going on? Who are you? The nearest researcher pointed at Lin Ye with trembling hands, his voice filled with disbelief and horror. When did you come in? Why aren't any of the alarms working? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Unlike the others who were terrified, Luo Qianjun was stunned for a moment, and then his wrinkled old face suddenly burst into an even more morbid and fanatical extreme excitement. I see. He stared intently at Lin Ye, as if he were looking at a priceless treasure, his voice trembling with excitement. Substance Zero is not out of control. It is hunting. It was you. You seduced it. What is it about you that Zero so desperately desires it? Luo Qianjun suddenly understood. This mysterious intruder is the root cause of this riot. Just then, the massive mass of flesh and blood let out a shriek of extreme greed and pleasure after seeing Lin Ye fully reveal himself. Its enormous single eye reflected Lin Ye's figure, like a glutton that had been thirsting for billions of years finally seeing the most delicious delicacy in the world. Roar! The next second, dozens of fleshy tentacles, thicker and more ferocious than before, shot out like arrows, tearing through the air with tremendous force, and stabbed at Lin Ye from all directions. The speed of the tentacles has far exceeded the speed of sound. They sealed off all of Lin Ye's escape routes. Lin Ye's eyes were as cold as frost at this moment. He knew that the void body could not evade the detection of Entity Zero. Since that's the case, we have no choice but to kill this disgusting monster first. Faced with this devastating siege, he did not retreat but advanced, taking a step forward. A surge of immense energy erupted from his body. S-rank ability, Absolute Barrier. Buzz. Thick, solid black energy barriers instantly condensed around him, protecting him firmly like an indestructible fortress. Bang, 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 bang. The dense, rain-like impacts exploded wildly on the ramparts. The power of each tentacle is comparable to the full-force strike of an S-class powerhouse. The seemingly indestructible barrier trembled violently under the relentless and ferocious attacks, with visible energy ripples spreading across across its surface. It's useless. Before the power of God, any defense is futile. Luo Qianjun looked at the scene before him and let out a maniacal laugh. He suddenly raised both hands, and a vast spiritual force, as powerful as the sea, erupted. S-rank skill, prison of 10,000 thoughts. The invisible spiritual force transformed into tens of thousands of spiritual chains, thinner than a hair yet incredibly strong. It was overwhelming, stabbing fiercely into Lin Ye's mind. He actually wanted to take advantage of Lin Ye's full defense against physical attacks to launch a mental attack, destroy his will in one fell swoop, and capture him alive. However, just as those mental chains were about to touch Lin Yi, a strange, eerie light suddenly flashed in Lin Ye's deep eyes. S-rank ability, illusory world of reality and depth. The next second, Luo Qianjun felt a blur before his eyes, and the scenery around him changed instantly. He found himself no longer in that cold underground laboratory, but in a boundless universe dotted with countless stars, vast and limitless. Countless enormous meteorites, burning with raging flames and trailing long flames, roared toward him from all directions. A mental illusion? That's just showing off your limited skills before an expert. Luo Qianjun sneered. As a top-tier S-class mental hero, he saw through the essence of this illusion at a glance, just as he was preparing to mobilize his mental energy to forcefully break through the illusion. But to his horror, he discovered that his mental power was being suppressed by an invisible force in the starry sky, making it extremely slow to mobilize. Each of those hurtling meteorites contained a domineering and destructive will that was enough to make his heart tremble. This is no ordinary illusion. This is a domain capable of suppressing and attacking the very essence of an enemy's spirit. Just as Luo Qianjun was dragged into the illusory realm, his mind trembled violently. In reality, the absolute barrier, which had withstood hundreds of attacks, finally let out a mournful cry of despair, and with a crack, it was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The mass of flesh and blood seemed to sense this, and all its tentacles instantly merged into one. It twisted into a terrifying tentacle with a diameter of over 30 meters, resembling a battering sledgehammer, and slammed it down on the crumbling fortress. However, Lin Yi seemed to have anticipated this moment. Just a second before the barrier shattered, he suddenly looked up, his cold eyes blazing with murderous intent. Now, the power of the meteorite within his body was pushed to its limit at this moment. Rank a skill, Star Core Fission. Instead of channeling his energy into the ground, he slammed the extremely compressed star core, which shimmered with destructive light, into the giant tentacle that was hurtling toward him. Boom! A tiny fist collided disproportionately with a tentacle as large as a mountain. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Then, an indescribable, terrifying energy erupted at the point of impact. S-rank passive. One punch breaks limits. Ignore 80% of physical defense and energy resistance. The massive tentacle, so tough that even an S-class energy cannon couldn't break it, burst open from the inside like a balloon under Lin Ye's punch. A black gravity collapse field was formed instantly. Countless black energy arcs flickered wildly, unleashing an unimaginable and terrifying suction force. The giant tentacles were torn apart, twisted, and crushed inch by this domineering collapsing force, eventually turning into the purest energy particles and being completely annihilated. Roar! The severely damaged aggregate of flesh and blood let out its first shrill roar filled with pain and fear. In its enormous single eye, there was no longer any greed or fanaticism, only endless terror. It sensed the aura of death emanating from this tiny human being, an aura powerful enough to annihilate it completely. On the other side, Luo Qianjun finally broke free from the illusory reality world. His face was deathly pale, and blood was trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had clearly suffered a great loss in the mental battle just now. When he saw what was happening in front of him, he was completely stunned. Zero is injured? His strongest attack tentacle was shattered by a single punch from a kid whose name he didn't even know? No, it's impossible. He muttered to himself absent-mindedly, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Lin Yi, as if he were facing not a human being, but a real monster. What are you? Lin Yi completely ignored Luo Qianjun's shock. His figure left a faint afterimage in place, and as if he had teleported, he instantly crossed hundreds of meters and appeared in front of the aggregate of flesh and blood. He stared at the single eye, which was larger than his entire body, filled with fear and bloodshot veins, without a trace of pity in his eyes. You piece of trash who shouldn't exist in this world, just disappear completely. No sooner had he finished speaking than his iron fist, imbued with boundless destructive power, slammed out once more. This time, the target is that enormous single eye. Put! With a muffled thud like a giant water balloon being popped, the enormous single eye exploded under Lin Ye's iron fist. Dark green, foul-smelling liquid gushed out like a flood bursting its banks. The silent wailing transformed into a violent energy storm, centered on the aggregate of flesh and blood, and swept across the entire battlefield. This terrifying monster, created by the Luo family with countless efforts and by fusing extraterrestrial power, was completely annihilated by Lin Yi in the most ruthless and direct way. No! What have you done? Luo Qianjun let out a shrill scream, his eyes wide with horror, as if his most beloved treasure had been taken away. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Lin Yi didn't bother to pay attention. His attention was completely drawn respond to the system's notification in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has killed an extraterrestrial creature. The extraterrestrial battlefield feature has been successfully unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have received your first kill reward, extraterrestrial source material X1. Extraterrestrial essence, energy crystals originating from extraterrestrial beings, containing the purest primordial power. It can be used to enhance hero abilities, with a very low probability of causing a rule-level transformation. A rule-level transformation. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this exactly the legendary foundation that Commander Long was talking about? So this is the key to a higher level. His eyes instantly burned with intensity as he looked at the mass of flesh and blood that was rapidly dissolving and turning to ashes. Since this is an energy crystal that eradicates extraterrestrial life, could there be even more extraterrestrial source matter in this corpse? How dare you ruin years of hard work? I'll make you pay with your soul. Just as Lin Yi was deep in thought, Luo Qianjun roared behind him, his voice filled with resentment and madness. This S-rank peak mental powerhouse was now covered in bristling hair and beard, with blood seeping from his 7 orifices, and he was acting like a madman. He raised his hands high, and 2 dark blue flames of soul ignited in his cloudy old eyes. A mental pressure several times more terrifying than when he used the prison of 10,000 thoughts, descended with a roar. The entire underground space seemed to be dragged into an invisible quagmire, and the air became thick and oppressive. Let me show you the power of divine blood. As Luo Qianjuan's voice fell, a huge, faceless statue made of pure spiritual energy slowly condensed and took shape behind him. The statue holds a spear of judgment, bound with countless vengeful spirits and thunder. A terrifying will, powerful enough to make even an S-class hero tremble and feel despair, suddenly locked onto Lin Yi. Die! Die! Luo Qianjun laughed wildly, and the spear of judgment, carrying the majestic power to purify all evil, stabbed down fiercely. This attack transcends a simple mental attack. It even triggers an imperceptible force of rules, capable of directly obliterating the target's concept of existence. Faced with this deadly mental attack, Lin Yi showed no sign of panic. Divine blood? Can you even create that? A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Rank B skill, Starfall Fury. Buzz. 3 tiny, jet-black stars, burning with dark purple flames of destruction, suddenly coalesced before him. As each star rotates, it causes the surrounding space to collapse, emitting a terrifying gravitational force powerful enough to bring everything to a standstill. With a gentle tap, the 3 stars instantly transformed into 3 dark purple streaks of light, roaring as they charged forward. The first star suddenly collided with the tip of the Spear of Judgment. Instead of the expected deafening roar, a sharp crack was heard. The Spear of Judgment, formed from pure spiritual energy, began to break and disintegrate inch by inch from its tip, eventually turning into countless spiritual particles scattered across the sky. Immediately afterwards, the second star shot straight in and slammed into the huge, faceless statue. Roar! The statue let out a silent roar of resentment and stretched out its other hand to try to defend itself, but it was all in vain. Its defenses are practically non-existent in the face of one punch breaks the limit. The sacred energy shield was instantly pierced, and the giant statue was completely penetrated and detonated from its chest by the violent meteorite power. It turned into countless shattered specks of light and vanished without a trace. Pfft, no, this is impossible. Luo Qianjun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the madness and resentment on his face froze completely at that moment. Instead, there was an extreme fear, like seeing a ghost, that came from the depths of one's soul. He poured all his divine blood power into his strongest attack, yet it was shattered by a single punch in the most savage and unreasonable way. At that moment, he finally realized that running away was the only option. However, it was already too late. The third star is within reach. Boom! A deafening roar shook the entire underground base. There were no screams, no last words. Under the bombardment of that small meteorite, Luo Qianjun, a peak S-class mental powerhouse, along with the hard alloy ground beneath his feet, was smashed into a mixture of flesh and stone that was difficult to identify. A terrifying crater, more than 20 meters in diameter, appeared on the spot. In the center of the deep pit, dark purple flames of destruction burned silently, turning everything that remained into nothingness. At this moment, the entire world fell into a deathly silence. However, before Luo Qianjun died, Lin Yi had already plundered his S-rank ability, Myriad Thoughts Prison. This entire set of capabilities perfectly compensates for Xia Yang's shortcomings. After dealing with Luo Qianjun, Lin Yi's gaze returned to the aggregate that had become pieces of flesh and blood. A fist-sized, irregularly shaped crystal emitting a faint blue light slowly emerged. As soon as the crystal appeared, it exuded an ancient and vast, terrifying aura that seemed to transcend all things. The space around it was even visibly distorted under its influence. It's as if it doesn't belong to this world at all. It is indeed extraterrestrial material. I got 2 this time. A hint of joy flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Extraterrestrial source material, this kind of thing can obviously only be obtained on extraterrestrial battlefields. Getting 2 pieces ahead of time is quite a gain. Once he reaches S rank, he can start aiming for S+ rank, which is legendary rank. Lin
Lin Ye's gaze swept over the devastated underground laboratory. Next, it was time to take stock of the spoils. The surviving researchers were already paralyzed with fear, trembling on the ground, their eyes filled with the same terror they felt when facing Lin Yi as if they were facing a demon from hell. Lin Yi completely disdained to pay attention to these ants. His gaze pierced through layers of ruins, finally landing on the only intact, enormous circular petri dish. Inside the petri dish, the handsome man codenamed Near Perfect Body Number 1 still had his eyes closed and his expression serene. It was as if the earth-shattering battles outside had nothing to do with him. Aside from the extraterrestrial source material, this should be the biggest gain. Lin Ye's gaze fell on Near Perfect Body Number 1, as if it were a physical object, his eyes flashing with deep thought. This near-perfect form is the ultimate product of the Luo family's fusion of the genes of countless heroes and monsters. His physical perfection even surpasses that of most S-class heroes. It is unclear whether he possesses self-awareness or what abilities he has, but without a doubt, this body itself is a priceless treasure. Whether it is to awaken it and make it our own, or to use it as research material to analyze the secret of the perfect coexistence of the genes of heroes and monsters, it has extremely valuable significance. This must be taken with us. Lin Yi made a decision in an instant. My gaze then turned to the other side of the laboratory, the low-temperature cold storage room specifically for storing the highest-grade experimental materials. According to the previous conversation between the two researchers, the highest-sequence experimental subjects known as divine blood are stored there. Judging from Luo Qianzhuan's reaction after taking it, this stuff can greatly enhance a hero's abilities, and the effect is extremely terrifying. The power of Luo Qianzhuan's attack just now had reached the S+ level. If he didn't possess the One Punch Breaks Limit ability, which ignores 80% of the opponent's physical defense and energy resistance, he would never have been able to break through the opponent's attack so easily. Lin Yi flashed through the metal walls, which were twisted and deformed from the impact, and arrived at the door of the cold storage. This massive gate, made of superalloy and 5 meters thick, is currently under the highest level of lockdown. Even an S-class hero's full-force attack would find it difficult to break through easily. But in front of Lin Yi, this was completely meaningless. He stretched out his right hand, and in his palm, a star core compressed to the extreme slowly emerged. Stellar fission. He pressed the energy ball, which contained terrifying collapsing power, directly onto the gate. Quack! A piercing metallic twisting sound rang out. A miniature black gravity field instantly formed around Lin Yi's palm. That seemingly indestructible superalloy gate was like an ice block thrown into a furnace, quickly decomposed, twisted, and swallowed up. In just a few seconds, a gap large enough for one person to pass through appeared in the gate. A white chill, mixed with extreme cold and a rich life force, surged out from the gap. I want you dead. Lin Yi slipped inside. The cold storage facility is not large, less than 100 square meters, but its defense level is the highest in the entire base. In the very center, on a base made of pure energy crystals, floats a transparent test tube about the size of a thumb, made of an unknown material. The test tube contained a drop of viscous golden liquid that shone brilliantly, like molten gold. It just floated there, without any energy fluctuations, yet it gave people an incomparably sacred and vast aura. Is this divine blood? A question flashed through Lin Ye's mind. Luo Qianjun had clearly drunk red wine just now. Never mind, I'll just put it away first. He stepped forward and placed the IDF revenue into the system space. Then his gaze fell on the other bases of the cold storage. Different colors and quantities of reagents were placed on those pedestals. Unlike the golden liquid, these reagents all had clear written instructions. Hero Gene Stabilizer, Grade B temporarily suppresses the rejection reaction between hero genes and monster genes. Monster Factor Catalyst, Grade A significantly enhances the activity and aggressiveness of monster factors. Divine Blood, S-Rank greatly enhances the strength of S-Rank heroes. Clearly, these are the products of the various taboo experiments conducted by the Luo family over the years. Apart from those 5 vials of divine blood, everything else was nothing but trash to Lin Yi. However, the research ideas and technical directions contained therein are an immeasurable treasure. These things might be useful to Commander Long. With a thought, Lin Yi put all the reagents into his system space. After completing all this, he slowly walked out of the now ruined underground base. When he reappeared before the surviving researchers, they were all terrified and knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly. My lord, spare me. My lord, spare me. We were forced into this. We didn't want to do these experiments. Lin Ye's eyes were cold and indifferent, without the slightest ripple. He knew that none of these people were innocent. Those who gained access to the Luo family's core secret laboratory all had innocent blood on their hands. But these are all top researchers. Killing them would be too wasteful. It seems it's time to make use of the privileges I just acquired. Lin Yi dialed Long Shuai's private communication channel directly. Meanwhile, inside the Panlong Hall at the Hero Association headquarters, Long Shuai and several heroes in military uniforms were gathered around a huge sand table, discussing something. Suddenly, his personal terminal on his wrist began to vibrate rapidly. The moment he saw the caller ID, a barely perceptible look of surprise flashed in Long
Long Shuai's eyes. He gestured to several generals to pause, then walked aside and connected to the communication. Lin Yi, you contacted me so quickly. Have you run into some trouble? Long Shuai's voice was as steady as a mountain. On the other end of the communicator, Lin Ye's voice was calm and as usual. Commander Long, I just found the Luo family's secret laboratory, and I took it down while I was at it. Puff. Behind Commander Long, a general who was drinking tea heard this and immediately spat out his tea, his face filled with disbelief. Even Long Shuai himself, whose face was as calm as an ancient well, showed obvious surprise. Just casually, took it all? Is that even human language? That was an S-class underground defensive fortress that the Luo family had spent decades building with astronomical resources. Its defensive strength is such that even if he were to personally take action, it would take him quite a bit of trouble. This kid talks about it as casually as if he were going to the market to buy vegetables. Cough cough. Commander Long forcibly suppressed his shock, coughed twice, and tried his best to maintain his dignity. What are the specific details? The Luo family is conducting human experiments, fusing the genes of heroes and monsters to create biological weapons. They have the shadow of the Purification Council behind them. I also discovered something related to extraterrestrial power. Lin Ye's every word resounded like thunder in Long Shuai's heart. These two words made his expression instantly extremely serious. Where is the stuff? He pressed. They're all here with me, but there's too much stuff, so it's inconvenient to transport them. We'll have to trouble Commander Long to send someone to handle the situation. Good lad. Well done. Don't worry, I will personally lead the association's top cleaner team over there. I guarantee I'll clean the place up spotless, leaving not a single hair behind. Long Shuai's eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and excitement. Lin Ye's actions this time not only delivered a shocking gift that could completely destroy the Luo family, it also showed him a rising star that was emerging at an unimaginable speed. After hanging up the communication, Commander Long turned to look at the several dumbfounded generals, his imposing manner sweeping across the room with a wave of his hand. Meeting adjourned. Everyone, follow me to uncover the Luo family's secrets. Tonight, we will make the Luo family disappear from the capital completely. Lin Yi stood in the chaotic underground base, coldly watching the trembling researchers, and dialed a phone number. The communication was answered almost instantly. Shenmo's voice immediately came from the other end of the communicator, carrying a hint of barely concealed excitement and worry. How's the situation on your end? We just detected a violent energy fluctuation in the western suburbs. Is that? Boom! The matter has been resolved. Lin Yi calmly interrupted him. You must proceed immediately to Roche Anha Private Hospital. Chen Mo didn't ask any further questions and readily agreed. After hanging up, Lin Yi dialed Wang Zhantian's number again. Wang Zhantian's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of excitement and awe. What are your orders? Immediately summon all S-class heroes of the Wang family battle group and head to Luo's Anha Private Hospital. I have a mission for you. Understood. Wang Zhantian agreed without hesitation. He knew that this was the first time Lin Yi had formally given them an order. This is also the first opportunity for the Wang family's battle group to demonstrate their value and loyalty. He has to perform exceptionally well. After hanging up, Lin Ye's gaze lingered on the contacts for a moment before finally dialing Lei Wanyan's number. Grandpa Lei, it's me, Lin Yi. Ha, Shaolin, what can I do for you so late? Puff. Lei Wanyan's voice was still cheerful, and he seemed to be in a good mood. It's nothing serious. I just wanted to remind the old man that things might not be peaceful in the capital tonight. The laughter on the other end of the phone stopped abruptly. Lei Wanyan, who was nearly 100 years old, instantly and keenly grasped the impending storm in Lin Ye's words, and his voice became serious. What do you mean? I've uncovered some secrets about the Luo family. They might be driven to desperation. There was a brief silence on the other end of the communicator, with only Lei Wanyan's slightly heavy breathing being heard. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, young friend. My Lei family will be prepared. When Lei Wanyan hung up the phone, his weathered face no longer bore its usual kindness. Instead, it was filled with a somber and grave expression. He knew in his heart that what Lin Yi called a secret was no small matter. A storm powerful enough to upend the landscape of Beijing is quietly approaching. Meanwhile, the Luo family ancestral home, located in the heart of Beijing. The study, filled with the scent of sandalwood and exuding classical charm and majesty, had an atmosphere so heavy it seemed almost palpable. The current head of the Luo family, a peak S-level expert, the overlord Luozhan, sat on the grand chair with a livid face. His bare arms were muscular and the veins on them were like small snakes, showing his extreme unease. Beneath him stood 7 core members of the Luo family, all of whom were renowned S-class powerhouses. But at this moment, they were all pale-faced and terrified, as if they were prisoners bound by invisible shackles and about to be sent to the guillotine. Patriarch, this is absolutely impossible. An elderly man with white hair and beard spoke in a trembling voice, his face filled with disbelief. The Divine Kingdom base is a top secret that our Luo family has spent more than 10 years and poured countless resources into building. Its defense level is comparable to that of the Hero Association headquarters. How could it possibly possibly be breached so silently? Yes, not only is Elder Qin Jun in charge there, but there is also a divine object like divine blood, and even the zero entity that is about to take shape. Even if Commander Long himself were to arrive, it would be impossible to breach his defenses so quickly and silently. Ah! Another elder echoed, his voice filled with fear and confusion. This news was like the sky falling and the earth collapsing for them. The Divine Kingdom base is the core of the entire plan of the Luo family and even the Purification Council behind them. This is their greatest source of confidence to challenge the Dragon Commander and plot the future of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Now, that confidence has just vanished? Luo Zhan slammed his hand on the table, and the heavy desk made of thousand-year-old ironwood shattered into countless wood chips. He suddenly stood up, his sinister tiger eyes burning with intense anger, and a hint of panic hidden deep within. Now is not the time to argue about how is that possible. His voice was like that of a wounded beast, full of violence and madness. The problem right now is that our core secrets have been leaked. Once what's inside is revealed, our entire Luo family will become enemies of the Dragon Kingdom and will be wiped out. Who did it? Who did it? Luo Zhan's gaze swept over everyone present, and his intense killing intent made all the S-level elders tremble. None of them dared to look him in the eye. Investigate! Investigate! Whoever it is, dig 3 feet into the ground and find them. I will tear them to pieces and annihilate their soul. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than a member of his tribe in charge of intelligence rushed in, his face filled with a sense of apocalyptic despair. Master, no, something's wrong. Commander Long. Commander Long has personally led the association's most elite scavenger force and has already set off. Their target is the Roche Anha private hospital. Boom! This news struck like a thunderbolt from the heavens, hitting everyone hard on the head. Commander Long already knew. Furthermore, the Scavengers, a terrifying unit that is rarely deployed and specializes in handling top-secret incidents, were also mobilized. This means that the other party has obtained irrefutable evidence that can completely destroy the Luo family. An emotion called despair spread wildly in everyone's hearts. A deathly silence filled the study. After a long while, Luo Zhan's face, which had been distorted by anger and fear, gradually returned to calm. He slowly sat back down in the worn-out armchair, all the emotions in his eyes finally freezing into a bone-chilling coldness and resoluteness. It seems the arrow is already on the bowstring, and it must be released. His voice was hoarse and deep, yet it carried a chilling madness. He looked up, his sinister eyes flashing with a gambler's crimson light. Pass on the order. Immediately inform the Holy Envoy that the original plan will be implemented ahead of schedule. Tell him that the Luo family has no way out. Whether they can seize the capital and overthrow the Dragon Kingdom depends on whether the Purification Council is powerful enough. His gaze swept over the 7 pale-faced S-rank elders, his voice as cold and piercing as ice from the depths of hell. Have all S-rank core members immediately receive divine blood. Be prepared to fight to the death. Luo Zhan slowly stood up, his eyes flashing with unprecedented madness and ambition. Success or death. The night, like a curtain soaked in thick ink, heavily shrouded the capital city. Roche Anha Private Hospital. The once heavily guarded private territory, which was difficult for outsiders to enter, was now surrounded by an even more somber and imposing atmosphere. Dozens of black hovercraft bearing the Hero Association's dragon emblem silently occupied every corner of the hospital, forming a tight and impenetrable blockade. A group of cleaners dressed in black combat uniforms and wearing silver masks, their aura restrained yet sharp as knives, like silent ghosts, quickly took control of everything inside and outside the hospital. Their movements were synchronized and incredibly efficient. In just a few minutes, they invited all irrelevant personnel away from the area within several kilometers of the hospital. How is this possible? The entire area has been completely transformed into an absolute no-go zone. In the secret underground base, Lin Yi handed a memory chip containing a massive amount of data to Long Shuai. Commander Long, this contains raw data from all the forbidden experiments the Luo family has conducted over the years, as well as direct evidence of their collusion with the Purification Council. Long Shuai took the chip and looked at the messy ruins in front of him and the researchers who were being taken away by the cleaners like livestock, their expressions blank. Even he couldn't help but show a hint of undisguised shock in his eyes. He couldn't imagine what methods Lin Yi had used to destroy this seemingly indestructible underground fortress in such a short time. Good lad, you have made a great contribution to the Dragon Kingdom this time. Long Shuai patted Lin Yi on the shoulder heavily, his tone full of sincere approval. He turned to the scavenger captain beside him, who also wore a silver mask and whose aura was unfathomable, and gave him an order. Take all personnel, equipment, and data here back to the highest level demon suppression tower at headquarters and place them under strict guard. No one is allowed to approach without my permission. The captain saluted respectfully and then began the tense but orderly handover process. Lin Yi gazed at the experimental product placed in a special sealed box, his eyes flickered slightly, and he spoke. Commander Long, I found several vials of a special potion they call divine blood inside. It can boost the strength of an S-class hero to a level comparable to S+ class. A glint of light flashed in Long Shuai's eyes. Lin Yi calmly took out 2 vials of red divine blood from the system space and handed them over. What should we do next? However, the quantity is limited, only 2 tubes, and it is unclear whether there are any side effects. I suggest that researchers conduct a thorough study first before deciding whether to allow S-class heroes to use and mass-produce them. He obtained a total of 9 vials of divine blood, and it shouldn't be considered excessive for him to take out 2 vials for them to study. Long Shuai took the 2 vials of divine blood and understood their value with a single glance. He gave Lin Yi a deep look, his eyes holding a profound meaning. Kid, you're quite clever. He didn't ask Lin Yi how much he kept, because he knew that it was Lin Yi's rightful spoils. Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang with a text message. Commander Long, I'll leave this to you. My team members have arrived. I'll go upstairs first. Long Shuai nodded. Lin Yi returned to the hospital lobby on the ground and was immediately surrounded by several figures. Upon receiving the news, the entire Dawn team rushed to the scene, along with Yao Shi and Zhu Rong. Seeing that Lin Yi was safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Shi quickly stepped forward and carefully examined Lin Yi, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with worry. Are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Lin Yi gave her a reassuring smile. By the way, you're a researcher, right? Down below is the Luo family's secret laboratory, which contains many treasures. I think you should go down and take a look. Upon hearing this, Yao Shi's face flashed with a hint of interest. Sister Rong, will you come down with me? Zhu Rong glanced at Lin Yi, smiled thoughtfully, and said, alright, let's go together. When only a few of them remained at the scene, Lin Yi turned his gaze to Xia Yong. Old Xia, come here for a second. Ha, Captain, what's up? Xia Yong walked over, puzzled. Lin Yi didn't say much, but simply stretched out his right hand and pressed it on the top of his head. I obtained an ability from Luo Qianjun that is very suitable for you, and now I am giving it to you. Be prepared, this process may be painful. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast and boundless spiritual energy, like a surging river, poured into Xia Yong's body. Ugh! The moment the spiritual energy surged in, Xia Yong felt as if his mind was being pierced by millions of red-hot steel needles at the same time. His mental strength was just as weak as Han Li's. Therefore, Lin Yi specifically left Luo Qianjun's mental abilities to Xia Yong. For Xia Yong, this process of forcibly enhancing his mental strength is nothing short of torture. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, his whole body trembled violently, veins bulged, and he almost fainted. But when he thought about how this power was bestowed by the captain, and how he was about to become a hero comparable to an S-class hero, he was overjoyed. Deep within my heart, a strong will suddenly erupted. He gritted his teeth, enduring the inhuman pain that swept through his body, and stubbornly persevered without uttering a sound. 10 minutes later, when the last trace of S-level energy merged into the spiritual core, the infusion was finally complete. Xia Yong felt as if all his strength had been drained away, his legs went weak, and he knelt down on one knee, panting heavily. Although they were in a sorry state, their bloodshot eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. He clearly felt that his spiritual world had undergone earth-shattering changes. With just a thought, one can unleash an invisible spiritual force, transforming it into countless strong chains that firmly seal off all things. S-rank ability, Prison of 10,000 Thoughts. Thanks, Captain. Xia Yong looked up at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with gratitude. Lin Yi smiled and helped him up. We're teammates, no need to thank me. Just then, several ear-piercing whistling sounds suddenly echoed through the night sky of the capital. 7 terrifying pressures, filled with violence and madness, like 7 black meteors, tore through the night sky and plummeted towards Luo's Anha private hospital from the distant horizon. Lin Yi looked up, a cold glint flashing in his deep, star-like eyes. The Luo family has arrived. Boom, boom, boom. 7 figures landed heavily on the ruins, raising clouds of dust. The leader was none other than Luo Zhan, the head of the Luo family. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, veins bulged on his forehead, and he was like a volcanic eruption, filled with destructive rage and madness. Behind him, 6 equally ferocious S-level elders of the Luo family followed closely. Lin Yi. Luo Zhan's voice was hoarse, filled with resentment and regret. I should have known it was you. How hateful. We should have spared no expense to send someone to Jiangcheng and tear you to pieces. Lin Yi stared calmly at Luo Zhan, unmoved by his killing intent. Unfortunately, it's too late. Before he finished speaking, Long Shuai, Zhu Rong, and several other S-rank generals flew out of the underground passage entrance and landed steadily beside Lin Yi. Upon seeing Long Shuai appear, Luo Zhan barely managed to shift his almost devouring gaze from Lin Yi, staring intently at the old man in front of him, his voice hoarse and filled with resentment. Shang Long, I never expected that you would discover the secret that the Luo family had kept hidden for so many years. Commander Long stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. The imposing aura emanating from him, as deep as a bottomless abyss and as imposing as a mountain, caused the violent aura of Luo Zhan and the other 7 to momentarily falter. Luo Zhan, things have come to this point, saying more will only lead to mistakes. Long Shuai's voice was as steady as a mountain. Out of consideration for the blood your Luo family ancestors shed for the Dragon Kingdom, I'll give you one last chance. Surrender and I will personally plead with the Hero Association to only punish the ringleaders and spare spare the rest of your Luo family's innocent members. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhan seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world and suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh.
Let them go? Jackie-chan, you're being incredibly naive.
Once we chose this path, there was no turning back. His smile vanished instantly, and his eyes suddenly turned ferocious.
You want me to surrender? Fine.
But only if you can slaughter every single one of my Luo family members, all 3,700 people, in this very capital.
Otherwise, shut up.
At this point, he abruptly changed the subject, his gaze sweeping over the bustling city scene in the night, a cruel smile appearing on his lips.
However, it might not be appropriate to make a move here, would it?
In a battle between two people of our caliber, if we went all out, half of the capital would probably be reduced to ashes, and millions of innocent civilians would be killed in the process.
Chang Long, can you really bear to do that?
He blatantly threatened Commander Long with the safety of the entire capital.
Long Shui frowned slightly. Luo Zhan is right. The destructive power of S-class battles is truly astonishing.
What's more, the opponents are 8 madmen who could consume divine blood at any moment, causing their strength to surge to the peak of S-class or even pseudo-legendary level.
The consequences of war breaking out here would be unimaginable. What do you plan to do? Long Shui asked coldly. It's very simple.
Luo Zhan pointed towards the eastern suburbs of the capital, where a vast and boundless wilderness lay. Go there and have a real, no-holds-barred, life-or-death duel.
It's time for things to come to an end between us.
Before he finished speaking, he gave Long Shui no more hesitation. He transformed into a streak of light, soared into the sky, and headed straight for the eastern suburbs.
The remaining 6 elders of the Luo family followed closely behind, transforming into 6 shooting stars and disappearing into the night.
They just left like that. Looking in the direction where Luo Zhan and the others had gone, an S-rank expert with a general star on his shoulder beside Commander Long asked in a deep voice.
Commander Long, are we just going to let them go like this? What if they use a diversionary tactic to create chaos in other parts of the city? They won't. Long Shui slowly shook his head, his all-seeing eyes gleaming with wisdom.
Luo Zhan may seem to be in a desperate situation, but he must still have a backup plan. He will never be satisfied with winning a capital city that is only devastated. He should be gathering all his forces now, preparing to fight us to the death in the eastern suburbs.
Only by defeating us head-on with absolute power can he possibly seize control of the capital.
At this point, Commander Long turned around, his gaze sweeping over the 5 S-level generals behind him. His voice was powerful and resonant, filled with unquestionable authority.
Pass on my orders. The scavenger team will continue to cordon off the area and handle the aftermath.
Notify all S-class heroes in the capital to immediately assemble in the eastern suburbs. After giving the order, Commander Long turned his gaze to Lin Yi, his eyes filled with a hint of solemnity and appreciation.
Lin Yi, you deserve the greatest credit for exposing the Luo family's conspiracy this time. We urge you to join us in this final battle to completely eradicate Luo Zhan. It is my duty.
Lin Yi agreed without hesitation. This is not only the final battle between Long Shui and Luo Zhan, but also the end of his feud with the Luo family. Commander Long nodded approvingly, and without hesitation, shouted, "Gentlemen, follow me into battle." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a dazzling golden streak of light, soaring straight into the sky. Like a war god piercing the night at dawn, he headed straight for Luo Zhan and the others. The 5 S-class generals in Zhu Rong behind him immediately transformed into 6 colorful streaks of light, relentlessly pursuing him. A showdown that will determine the future of the Dragon Kingdom is about to unfold. Watching the departing figures of Commander Long and the others, a sharp glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, and he decisively gave the order.
Xiao Mo, Xiao Zhe, follow them.
Yes, the two responded in unison, their fighting spirit soaring.
Captain, what about us?
Han Li and Xie Yong, who had just been given a new lease on life, hurriedly stepped forward, their faces filled with longing. Lin Yi shook his head, glanced at Su Qingyue and Yaoshi beside him, and said in a deep voice,
"You two stay here and protect Qingyue and Yaoshi."
Although it is safe here for the time being, no one can guarantee that the Luo family has no hidden tricks up their sleeves.
Your mission is equally crucial.
Although Han Li and Xie Yong were unwilling, they understood that their captain's words made sense. Protecting the rear was also part of the battle.
"Don't worry, Captain." Han Li patted his chest and solemnly promised.
"With the two of us here, even if an S-class expert comes, they won't be able to harm a single hair on their heads." On the way to the eastern suburbs, Lin Yi dialed Wang Zhantian's number.
"Wang Zhantian, where are you now?" "Team leader Lin, we're on our way to Luo's hospital. No need to come over."
Lin Yi's tone was calm and decisive. The plan has changed. The Luo family has completely rebelled, and the decisive battle will now take place in the eastern suburbs of the capital.
You immediately lead all the S-rank experts of the Wang family battle group directly to the eastern suburbs, where we will meet.
Yes, Captain Lin.
Wang Zhantian's voice was filled with shock. Unexpectedly, the Luo family was forced to launch a decisive battle. This battle is destined to determine the future landscape of the capital. This is a vast, uninhabited area, usually only accompanied by howling cold winds and withered yellow grass. But tonight, this place is destined to become the focus of attention
for the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the whole world. Long Shuai and Luo Zhan faced each other from a distance, 1,000 meters apart. The chilling killing intent and the ferocious fighting spirit collided and intertwined in the air, causing the sky over this desolate place to change drastically, with lightning and thunder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, 16 powerful and unparalleled auras shot through the air like cannonballs, whistling as they approached. They split into two groups, but ultimately both ended up behind Luo Zhan. The two leaders, one of whom was as tall and imposing as an iron tower, his body engulfed in blazing flames, was none other than the leader of the Blazing Flame Battle Group, the S-rank peak powerhouse flame demon Li Kuang. Another aura, heavy as a mountain, stomped on the ground, causing the earth within 100 meters to sink. Renpasan, the leader of the mountain-breaking battle group and a peak S-class expert. Patriarch Luo, 8 S-rank members of my Blazing Flame Battle Group have come to lend their assistance. Patriarch Luo, our Broken Mountain Battle Group's 8 S-rank members have come in accordance with the alliance. Li Kuang and Renpasan clasped their fists at the same time, their voices as loud as bells. Their arrival instantly boosted the morale of Luo Zhan's side. 12 S-rank members from the Luo family, plus 16 S-rank ace members from the two major battle groups, totaling 28 S-rank powerhouses. This power is enough to sweep away any top-tier force. The expressions of the generals behind Commander Long immediately became extremely solemn. They knew that the Luo family had cultivated a considerable following within the Hero Association. Unexpectedly, Blazing Flame and Mountain Breaker from the three major battle groups also sided with the Luo family. Li Kuang, Renpasan, what are you trying to do? Are you going to join the Luo family in rebellion too? One of the hot-tempered generals under Commander Long pointed at them and roared. Li Kuang sneered, his tone full of disdain. Rebellion? No, no, no. We just feel that the Dragon Kingdom needs a new leader. Commander Long, you've grown old, your era should come to an end. Renpasan's face was stern, and his voice was indifferent. A wise bird chooses a good tree to perch on. We simply made the wisest choice. Luo Zhan stared at the increasingly cold face of the Dragon Commander opposite him, a cruel and triumphant smile on his face. Jackie Chan, now, do you still believe you can win? However, he had barely finished speaking. Buzz. On the other side of the sky, 8 incredibly sharp streaks of light flashed across the sky, like rainbows piercing the sun, arriving in an instant. Leading the group was none other than Wang Zhantian of the Wang Family Battle Group. He led 7 S-class heroes from the Royal Family Battle Group and landed directly behind Dragon Commander. The Wang Family Battle Group, under the orders of Team Leader Lin, has come to provide assistance. Wang Zhantian bowed respectfully to Commander Long, his voice firm and powerful. This scene caused Luo Zhan's smug smile to instantly fade. However, this is just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, even more streams of light converged from all directions of the capital. 10 S-rank auras belonging to the Hero Association headquarters landed steadily behind Dragon Commander, like the most loyal guardians. On the other side, 10 S-class powers, brimming with vitality and natural rhythm, also descended from the sky. Leading the group was Yao Tianchang, the head of the Yao family, one of the 3 major families. Commander Long, my Yao family will stand with the association through thick and thin. Yao Tianchang nodded slightly to Commander Long, his stance firm. In the blink of an eye, the number of S-class heroes on Long Shuai's side reached as many as 35. However, despite his grim expression, Luo Zhan showed no sign of panic or despair. Instead, a strange and confident smirk appeared on his lips. Does having more people necessarily make a difference? It seems it's time to show you what true power really is. He had barely finished speaking. Suddenly, a beam of pale light, both holy and eerily sinister, appeared on the distant horizon. A beam of light tore through the night sky, piercing the heavens and earth. An indescribable, terrifying pressure, seemingly not belonging to this world, mixed with a contradictory aura of holiness and depravity, suddenly descended. Under this oppressive force, the hearts of all the S-class heroes involuntarily skipped a beat. Even Long Shuai's expression became more solemn than ever before. A figure slowly descended from within the pale white pillar of light. He wore a white priest's robe embroidered with eerie golden runes, a pure gold mask without facial features, and held a scepter made of light. He floated silently, yet exuded the aura of a god who looked down upon all living beings and judged all things. Behind him followed 10 S-rank powerhouses, all dressed in white robes, but with completely different auras, exuding chaos and destruction. Lord Holy Envoy. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo Zhan's face revealed fervor and respect, and he knelt on one knee to perform a grand salute. The Holy Envoy ignored him, and the cold golden mask slowly turned towards the Dragon Commander. A voice, indistinguishable in gender, seemingly composed of countless overlapping sounds, majestic and indifferent, resounded throughout heaven and earth. Changlong, why don't you kneel before me? These extremely arrogant words enraged all the S-class heroes on Dragon Commander's side. How dare you? Who do you think you are, to make Lord Dragon kneel before you? You cowardly rat hiding your head and tail. If you've got the guts, take off your mask. Despite the crowd's roars, the Holy Envoy remained unmoved. The scepter of light in his hand paused slightly. Buzz. An invisible, terrifying wave containing the power of the rule word words become law instantly spread out. The S-class heroes who were shouting angrily felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping their throats, and they could not utter a sound. His face showed utter horror. What kind of ability is this? It can actually deprive them of their right to speak? This is already a legendary tactic. Noisy ants. The holy envoy coldly uttered a few words, then ignored them and slowly shifted his gaze to Commander Long. Long Shuai snorted coldly and gently flicked his right hand, as if peeling away a transparent film. The S-class heroes who were unable to speak were pleasantly surprised to find that they could speak again. These inhuman scum dare to speak so arrogantly. Long Shuai sneered disdainfully. Their gazes seemed to collide in mid-air, erupting into a fierce confrontation. At that moment, the sky seemed to be torn in two by an invisible hand. On one side, Long Shuai led the way, his golden light dazzling and his righteous aura awe-inspiring. On the other side, led by the holy envoy, the sacred and the wicked intertwined, creating a violent and cruel force. Neither side uttered a word, but the terrifying pressure they released caused the space to groan unbearably. The earth cracked, the air twisted, and even the clouds on the horizon were churned into huge vortexes by this force. This standoff belongs to the Dragon Kingdom's elite forces. It is a silent duel that could determine the lives of hundreds of millions of people. The night wind howled, stirring up dust and gravel, and the biting cold hit people's faces. Three figures sped across the rugged wilderness like lightning. They were Lin Yi, Chen Mo, and Lei Zhe. Since they haven't yet mastered the ability to fly, they can't soar through the air like those S-class heroes and can only run to the battlefield. When they rushed onto a broken overpass in the eastern suburbs, the sight before them made the three of them gasp in horror. In the desolate basin a kilometer away, nearly 100 figures stood facing each other in a clear and distinct manner. Each figure exuded a terrifying aura capable of causing mountains to crumble and rivers to flow backward. They stood silently, the dissipating energy fluctuations distorting the entire sky, giving it an eerie, oil painting-like texture. On one side, there was the Dragon General at the core, with dozens of the strongest heroes of the Dragon Kingdom behind him, forming an unbreakable great wall of steel. On the other side, the mysterious white-robed envoy was at the center, with Luozhan, Li Kuang, Rinpoche, and others standing on both sides, their auras violent and evil, like a demon god army crawling out of the abyss. The two forces clashed violently at the center, creating visible energy ripples that caused the space to groan unbearably. This is the duel between S-class powerhouses. Shenmo's atoms apple bobbed slightly, his eyes filled with shock. He had only ever seen such a scene, with so many S-class powerhouses gathered together, in history books. The pressure is so strong. Captain, let's go, let's help Commander Long. Lei Zhe was filled with fighting spirit, his fists clenched, unable to wait. Lin Ye's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's as he calmly surveyed the entire battlefield, taking in the number of people, their positions, and the relative strength of their momentum on both sides. The situation is not good, don't get close yet. His voice was extremely calm. The other side has a slight advantage in numbers, and that masked guy gives me a very dangerous feeling. As I spoke, a series of urgent system notifications flooded my mind like a waterfall. Ding! Lootable target detected. Target 1, Luozhan, S-rank offensive hero. Plunderable ability, S-rank passive skill Overlord's body. Overlord's body greatly enhances the physical body, comprehensively improving strength, defense, and recovery. During battle, one can accumulate Overlord's aura. The stronger the aura, the greater the power boost, and the more powerful the mental pressure exerted on enemies. Target 2, Li Kuang, S-rank offensive hero. Plunderable ability, S-rank active skill Infernal Inferno. Infernal Purgatory summons the Earth's core fire, creating a continuously burning infernal sea of flames that incinerates and weakens all enemies within its range. Target 3, Renpasan, S-rank offensive hero. Plunderable ability, S-rank active skill Earth-Shattering Strike. Earth-Shattering Strike unleashes the power of the Earth to inflict a devastating gravitational strike and physical tearing on a designated area. Target 4, White Robe Cultist, S-rank spiritual hero. Plunderable ability, S-rank active skill Void Shield. Void Shield constructs a void shield using mental energy, capable of absorbing and deflecting energy attacks. Target 5, White Robed Cult Member, S-rank speed type monster, capable of being looted, S-rank active skill Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike transform into a shadow, performing a high-speed, untargetable dash attack that inflicts armor penetration and silence. Lin Ye's eyes scan rapidly through the dazzling array of lists. The masked guy's abilities are not on the list. Clearly, he, like Long Shuai, is a legendary powerhouse of the S+ level. Lin Yi has used one of his 5 plundering opportunities today, leaving 4 remaining. Faced with such a complex and dangerous battlefield, he had to make the wisest choice. System, target locked, commence looting. Command confirmed. Commence looting. At the same time, the stalemate was finally broken. It seems that words are the most powerless thing in this world. The envoy's voice, indistinctly gendered, rang out again, carrying a hint of indifference and regret. Then let you experience the taste of divine punishment firsthand. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly tapped the ground with the scepter of light in his hand. Buzz! There was no earth-shattering shattering explosion, nor any devastating energy. A strange ripple spread out silently, like a pebble thrown into a lake. The next second, a sudden change occurred. Centered on the holy messenger, within a radius of 1,000 meters, all the withered grass, sand, and even the dust in the air seemed to be imbued with an evil life. The withered yellow weeds grew wildly, turning into vines that wielded sharp blades. The rubble on the ground came together to form grotesque stone demons. Even the air was filled with a nauseating, cloying sweetness that seemed to pollute the soul. The power of rules, a withered paradise. This is. The heroes on Long Shuai's side all changed their expressions. They could feel the ground beneath their feet come alive, frantically draining their energy and suppressing their abilities. That's interesting. A hint of seriousness flashed across Long Shuai's eyes. He lightly stomped his foot. Roar! A dragon's roar that shook the heavens and the earth erupted from his body. A golden shockwave, visible to the naked eye, spread out from him with overwhelming force. The power of rules, dragon's might domain. Wherever the golden shockwave passed, the mutated vines and stone demons were purified and turned back into withered grass and rubble. Two completely different domains of rules clashed directly in this wilderness. Just then, Luo Zhan let out a frantic roar. He charged like a cannonball, carrying unparalleled domineering power, fiercely towards one of the generals under the command of the Dragon General. Li Kuang, Rinpoche, and nearly 40 S-level experts from the Luo family's camp also launched an attack at the same time. The violent energy was instantly ignited. The heroes on Long Shuai's side showed no weakness and roared as they charged forward. In an instant, an earth-shattering battle erupted between nearly 100 S-class powerhouses. The entire desolate eastern suburbs instantly transformed into a vast ocean of energy. Amidst the clash of swords and the roar of elements, a deafening boom echoed as the earth shattered and the sky wailed, resounding through the heavens. Meanwhile, in the urban area of Beijing, dozens of kilometers away, countless citizens were stunned by the terrifying scene that resembled the end of the world. My God, what is that? Is that the aurora? No, how could the aurora possibly appear in the capital? The wind is so strong. It looks like a downpour is coming. Countless people pulled out their phones and frantically took pictures of the sky, which was dyed with various colors of energy like a magical movie. The internet exploded with discussion. Hashtag miraculous events discovered in eastern suburbs of Beijing. Hashtag multiple S-class heroes suspected of engaging in a group fight. Hashtag. All sorts of sensational headlines quickly rose to the top of the trending lists on all social media platforms within just a few minutes. Data corruption was reported at all monitoring centers in eastern Beijing. The Hero Association's emergency evacuation sirens blared throughout the city, and countless hovercars sped onto the streets to maintain order. The entire capital city, the heart of this dragon kingdom, was plunged into unprecedented tremors and panic that night. At the edge of the battlefield, Lin Yi gazed at the scene that had instantly turned into a meat grinder, his eyes as cold as iron. Rushing into the battlefield now would be absolutely unwise. In such a chaotic situation, Chen Mo and Lei Zhe are likely to be seriously injured or even die. He absolutely would not allow such a tragedy to happen. Observe for a moment first. We need to find a breakthrough point before we take action. The desolate eastern suburbs under the cover of night have become a purgatory where gods and demons dance wildly. The auras of nearly 80 S-class powerhouses collided like erupting volcanoes on this vast land. The entire sky became bizarre and surging, like chaotic blocks of color churning in the air, amidst the clash of terrifying energies powerful enough to tear apart the continental shelf. The battle reached its most intense, white-hot stage the moment it broke out. Without any probing or holding back, everyone understood that this was a life-or-death struggle. Any hesitation is tantamount to being extremely irresponsible towards one's own life and the lives of one's companions. I said it. Boom! A thick, dark red laser beam, as thick as a bucket, carrying intense heat capable of melting steel, tore through the sky and hurtled straight toward a support-type female hero behind Long Shuai. However, before the laser could reach her, a burly figure stood before her like an iron tower. He didn't turn around, but calmly raised his left arm, which was covered with golden dragon scales. The laser beam, powerful enough to pierce through mountains, struck the golden dragon scales, only causing a faint ripple before being completely absorbed and annihilated. Long Shuai remained completely still. He is the strongest cornerstone of the steel defense line, and the unyielding pillar in the hearts of all heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. Fight for the Dragon Kingdom! A general roared, his body erupting with dazzling lightning, transforming into a ferocious thunderous beast that charged fearlessly into the enemy ranks. The battle has completely devolved into a chaotic mess of boiling molten steel. Amid this chaos, several key battlegrounds stand out as particularly noteworthy. S-rank skill, mental mirror. Wang Zhantian let out a low shout, and a dazzling silver light shot out from his eyes. The next second, hundreds of identical mental clones of him instantly filled an area of hundreds of meters. Like a well-trained army, they surrounded Li Kuang, the commander of the Blazing Flame battle group, completely blocking his way. A trivial skill. Li Kuang let out a contemptuous laugh, his explosive muscles bulging high, and his arms suddenly spread open as if to embrace the whole world. S-rank skill, infernal purgatory. purgatory. Boom! He forcefully extracted endless fire from the depths of the earth. Crimson magma erupted into the sky, transforming into a sea of fire over a kilometer in diameter, turning this area into a purgatory of despair. As the scorching heat swept over, the dozens of Wang Zhantian's spiritual clones melted and evaporated as soon as they came into contact with the flames, just like ice and snow under the sun. Ha ha ha! Wang Zhantian, your mental strength is nothing but a joke in the face of my ultimate destructive power. Li Kuang stood in the middle of the sea of fire, like a demon god of purgatory, and laughed wildly. However, Wang Zhantian himself remained calmly suspended in mid-air, showing no sign of panic. As soon as he finished speaking, those burned clones actually reformed in the sea of fire. Not only that, but more clones emerged from all directions, rushing towards Li Kuang without fear. Mental explosion, soul whip, mind destruction. Hundreds of invisible mental attacks, like a dense, impenetrable rain, bombarded Li Kuang from all directions with a 360-degree, no-dead-angle force. Put, put, put. Even Li Kuang groaned under such a dense and bizarre mental attack. His soul felt as if it had been pierced by countless steel needles, and his proud fire demon body stiffened for a moment. These individual psychological attacks may not be fatal, but many ants can kill an elephant. Wang Zhantian's tactics were very clear. Use endless clones and mental attacks to wear down the opponent. Li Kuang's flame demon purgatory was incredibly powerful, capable of incinerating a large number of clones with each burst, but Wang Zhantian's clones were reborn in an instant. For a time, this contest between spear and shield fell into a strange stalemate. On another battlefield, S-rank skill, Overlord Shattering Fist, a crimson aura surged from Luo Zhan's imposing body, coalescing into a blurry yet domineering phantom of an ancient emperor. He threw a punch, simple and brutal, yet it contained a terrifying power capable of shattering mountains and rivers. The air beneath the fist exploded under the immense pressure, and a visible white shockwave spread wildly in a fan shape. His opponent was Yao Tiancheng, the head of the Yao family, one of the three major families. S-rank skill, all trees grow in spring. Faced with Luo Zhan's earth-shattering punch, Yao Tiancheng's expression turned solemn, and he slammed his hands down on the ground. Boom! In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and countless thick, dragon-like thorny vines, shimmering with a dark green luster, burst forth from the ground. They intertwined and entangled at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, they quickly formed a huge wooden wall that was layered and expanding continuously. Each ancient vine is as hard as steel and full of boundless vitality. Bang! The Overlord's iron fist slammed violently against the wooden wall. With a deafening roar, the outermost dozens of ancient vines instantly exploded, and dark green sap and wood chips flew everywhere. However, before the force of the punch could penetrate, even more ancient vines surged forward from behind. They relentlessly entangled and strangled, desperately trying to weaken and neutralize the devastating force of the punch. Break! Luo Zhan roared, the blood-red light on his fist intensified threefold, and his domineering momentum swept away everything in its path. Click-clack! The sturdy wooden wall could not withstand this extreme violence in the end, and it broke apart piece by piece from the center, revealing a huge hole. But after overcoming numerous obstacles, the unparalleled power of the punches has been weakened by nearly half. The force of the punch pierced through the wooden wall, yet its momentum remained undiminished as it hurtled towards Yao Tiancheng. Yao Tiancheng's pupils contracted, but he showed no panic. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a layer of emerald-colored shield, compressed from high-concentration life energy, instantly condensed. Clang! A deep, resounding clang, like the tolling of an ancient bell. Yao Tiancheng let out a muffled groan, his entire body thrown back dozens of meters by the force of the impact, his feet carving two deep furrows in the ground before he barely managed to regain his balance. He only felt his blood and chi surging, but he was not seriously injured. The outcome of this confrontation was immediately apparent. Luo Zhan, though Overlord at the peak of S-class, is indeed stronger than him. At this moment, the focus of the entire battlefield is undoubtedly the confrontation between the Dragon Commander and the Holy Envoy. Long Shuai's eyes, burning with golden flames, remained fixed on the white figure that floated in the air like a god from beginning to end. To catch the thief, first catch the king. He took a sudden step forward, slowly raising the ancient sword with dragon patterns in his hand. There was no earth-shattering burst of power, but with his simple movement, the entire eastern suburban wilderness seemed to freeze instantly. All the S-rank powerhouses who were fighting felt an invisible, majestic heavenly might from a higher level of life descend upon them. Long Shuai unleashed a sword strike. This sword strike did not create an energy storm, nor did it tear apart space. There was only one pure, dazzling golden sword light, as if it embodied the will and righteous spirit of the entire dragon kingdom. The sword light condensed into a roaring, 100-foot-long divine dragon, rushing towards the Holy Envoy. Wherever the dragon went, a huge gap was torn open in the Holy Envoy's pale white paradise of decay domain. Wherever the golden light of the dragon shone, the corrupt and decaying power of the rules was instantly purified and dispelled. Faced with this domineering and unparalleled sword strike, the Holy Envoy's voice, tinged with emotion, emanated for the first time from beneath his eternally unchanging golden mask. Even a grain of rice can shine? He slowly raised raised the scepter of light in his hand, aiming it at the roaring golden dragon. God said, "Before the light, all is vanity." Buzz! A pale white beam of light, purer and more bizarre than the previous domain power, shot out from the top of the scepter. There was no destruction, no energy in that pillar of light, only a power of rules that erases existence and makes one's soul tremble. The next moment, the golden dragon and the pale beam of light collided with a deafening roar. The dramatic explosion that had been expected did not occur. The majestic golden dragon began to dissolve at a visible speed the moment it came into contact with the pale beam of light. It's as if it wasn't defeated, but rather erased little by little from the conceptual level. Roar! The dragon let out a mournful cry of resentment, its body struggling violently, its majestic dragon might erupting wildly in an attempt to resist the strange force of obliteration. Upon seeing this, Long Shui snorted coldly and suddenly clenched his right hand holding the sword. Gods and demons are forbidden to traverse the Dragon Kingdom's territory. Break for me! With his roar filled with supreme majesty, the golden dragon that was about to dissipate suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, and its massive body exploded. Boom! This time, it's a true cataclysmic event. The power of the two rules, gold and white, completely spiraled out of control, transforming into the most violent annihilation storm, sweeping across all directions. The closest S-class powerhouses, whether friend or foe, were instantly blown away by the aftershocks of the storm, spitting out blood as they stared in shock at the center of the battlefield. A single clash created a forbidden zone that no S-class powerhouse could approach, a zone exclusively for legendary class individuals. Time passed by second. The energy of both heroes is being consumed rapidly. Luo Zhan stared at the stalemate in the battle, a hint of extreme impatience and savagery flashing in his scarlet eyes. The longer it drags on, the greater the variables will become. He suddenly looked up, a chilling madness and determination appearing on his furiously twisted face. All members of the Luo family, listen to my command. Use divine blood. Luo Zhan's frantic roar, like that of a wounded beast, clearly reached the ears of everyone on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, the heroes on Long Shuai's side all changed their expressions. They had already learned the news from Commander long before the war began, so they naturally understood what divine blood meant. Stop them! A general roared, and a 100-meter-long blade of energy burst forth from his sword, slashing towards the nearest Luo family elder. However, it was too late. Your Chen Mo? The instant Luo Zhan gave the order, the 12 S-level core members of the Luo family, located on various parts of the battlefield, almost simultaneously took out test tubes that shimmered with an eerie red light from their pockets and drank them down without hesitation. The next second, 12 shrill and painful screams rang out simultaneously. The skin of the 12 S-rank experts instantly turned blood red, their bodies covered with grotesque black, worm-like veins, and even their eyeballs were stained pure blood. An energy several times more violent than before, filled with chaos and destruction, suddenly erupted from their bodies. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 12 crimson energy beams shot into the sky, tearing through the night and staining the entire sky with an ominous crimson hue. Faced with this sudden and terrifying aura, the S-class heroes of the Dragon Kingdom were forced to retreat repeatedly, their faces filled with shock. Within a few breaths, the strange changes on the 12 members of the Luo family stopped. They still looked the same, but their aura had undergone a complete transformation. 11 of them had steadily stepped into the peak of S-class. As for Luo Zhan, who was at the peak of S-class, the changes he underwent after consuming divine blood were even more astonishing. The crimson aura emanating from him was so intense that it almost materialized. The illusory image of the overlord that had gathered behind him became clearer than ever before. Like a true ancient emperor, he descended upon this place across time and space. A terrifying pressure that surpassed the S-class limit, yet remained completely untouched by the power of rules, swept across the entire area from him. Although he has not comprehended the power of rules, in terms of pure basic attributes such as strength, speed, and defense, he is already infinitely close to a terrifying existence of legendary level. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power within his body, as if he could shatter a planet with a single punch, Luo Zhan let out a deafening burst of maniacal laughter. Shang Long, the holy envoy is right. No destruction, no construction. Only by abandoning this decaying physical body can we embrace true power. He suddenly lowered his head, his scarlet eyes, devoid of any human emotion, fixed on Yao Tiancheng, whom he had just injured and who was struggling to get up. Let's start with you, so you can witness the power of God. Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot. There was no sonic boom, no energy fluctuation. It was as if it had evaporated into thin air. A sense of foreboding washed over Yao Tiancheng, and his hair stood on end. Without thinking twice, he immediately prepared to activate all his defensive skills. However, his thoughts couldn't keep up with Luo Zhan's speed at all. A fist wreathed in crimson flames appeared without warning in front of his chest, about to pierce through him. At the critical moment, a deafening clang of metal clashing suddenly rang out. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Yao Tiancheng like a ghost, raising one hand to steadily block Luo Zhan's terrifying punch that was enough to tear apart mountains. A violent shockwave exploded around the two of them, scraping away several meters of soil from the ground. Yao Tianchang was thrown away by the strong airflow but was supported by another gentle force and landed steadily in the distance. He stared at the resolute young figure's back, his eyes filled with the shock of surviving a disaster. Lin Yi, you rat, you've finally shown yourself. Luo Zhan recognized the person, and his face, which was twisted by the fanaticism of power, instantly became ferocious, burning with rage. The Luo family has come to this state entirely because of you. Today, you will die here. You're the one who's damned. Lin Yi's voice was as cold as ice, and he suddenly gripped Luo Zhan's fist. The sound of bone cracking was clearly heard. Luo Zhan groaned in pain, forced back several steps by the irresistible force. He stared in astonishment at his slightly deformed fist, his eyes filled with unbelievable fear. His pseudo-legendary level heavy punch was easily caught by his opponent, who even managed to injure him from the recoil. Impossible! Luo Zhan roared and transformed into a blood-red afterimage once again, launching a fierce and relentless attack on Lin Yi. Lin Yi remained calm and composed, neither dodging nor avoiding the attack but instead met it head-on. Boom! 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 The sounds of fists and feet striking each other were dull and dense, like thunder and rainstorms exploding in the center of the battlefield. Luo Zhan thought he possessed the power to crush anyone except Long Shuai, but he looked utterly ridiculous in front of Lin Yi. He was shocked to discover that Lin Yi not only kept up with his pseudo-legendary level attacks and speed, but also dared to confront him head-on. With each punch, the terrifying force that ignored defense and struck directly at the source caused his arm to ache unbearably, and his blood and chi surged. Puff! After another head-on collision, Luo Zhan was blasted away like a cannonball. Blood gushed from his mouth, splattering onto the ground and carving a terrifying trench hundreds of meters long. Lin Yi remained standing steadily, his clothes without a single wrinkle. Luo Zhan struggled to prop himself up, coughing up another mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. He looked down in horror at his completely shattered fist, then suddenly looked up at the unharmed, indifferent figure in the distance. No, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. For the first time, the madness and tyranny in Luo Zhan's eyes faded, replaced by extreme terror that overturned his entire understanding of the world. I have already consumed divine blood. I am already a pseudo-legendary existence. My strength, my defense, how could you possibly hurt me? He roared wildly, but his voice trembled without him even realizing it. He clearly felt the strange and domineering power in each of his punches colliding with Lin Yi's. As if ignoring the energy shield and physical strength granted to him by his divine blood, which enabled him to withstand the onslaught of S-class peak experts, it directly struck him. That's not just a simple crushing of power, but a more advanced, completely unreasonable, rule-based breach. Could Lin Yi be a true legend? This thought completely shattered Luo Zhan's mental state. There are many impossible things in this world. Lin Yi's voice was cold and icy, filled with murderous intent. What did you say? For example, you might die here today. The dragon general, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the holy envoy, saw Lin Yi easily defeat the pseudo-legendary Luo Zhan, and the last trace of worry in his eyes completely disappeared. He looked up and let out a hearty laugh, a laugh filled with satisfaction and pride. Holy envoy, do you see clearly? This is the future of my dragon kingdom. Long Shuai suddenly turned his head, his eyes burning with golden dragon flames, his fighting spirit soaring, locking onto the white figure. Your piece is now useless. Now, it's your turn. Before he finished speaking, the ancient sword with dragon patterns in Long Shuai's hand emitted a clear and melodious dragon roar. He transformed into a dazzling golden light and launched the fiercest charge at the holy envoy. With no worries about the future, Commander Long could finally unleash all his power on his greatest enemy without reservation. On the other side of the battlefield, in the Wang family's battle group's position. I knew it. I knew it. Young master is the strongest. Wang Zhanhu sent his opponent flying with a single punch, his face flushed with excitement, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. With the young master making a move, all those pseudo-legends are nothing but chickens and dogs. This game is in the bag. Brothers, charge. That's right, that's right. Wang Zhanlong, standing beside him, responded without hesitation. He controlled the ice dragon to attack another enemy, his face also filled with fanatical worship. Young master is mighty. You scum of the Luo family, your death is nigh. Lin Yi's powerful appearance was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting the morale of all the heroes standing on the side of the Dragon Kingdom. Just then, two young figures appeared silently at the edge of the chaotic battlefield, like ghosts. It was Chen Mo and Lei Zhe. Their target was the Luo family elders who had consumed the divine blood. A mere brat dares to go to the battlefield? He's asking for death. An elder of the Luo family, who had just consumed divine blood and was immersed in the thrill of his increased power, saw Chen Mo appear on his own initiative. He grinned maliciously, his body transforming into a blood-red afterimage, accompanied by a foul stench. He suddenly grabbed at Chen Mo's head with a claw, intending to crush the seemingly weak and foolish boy. However, Chen Mo showed no panic in the face of this fatal blow. He simply stood quietly, slowly pushing up the ordinary round-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose. Behind the glasses, those usually gentle eyes now shone with a chilling light that seemed to disregard all living beings and see through everything. Because you are destined to lose today. He spoke softly, but his voice, though soft, clearly reached the ears of the Luo family elder. So, you should die first. The elder from the Luo family was stunned, then let out a disdainful sneer, thinking that the kid was scared out of his wits and talking nonsense. But the next second, his smile froze completely. He discovered that his claws, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, stopped less than a centimeter from his opponent's forehead. It wasn't that he wanted to stop, but he couldn't move. An incomprehensible and irresistible strange force appeared out of nowhere. Like an invisible shackle, it completely imprisoned the energy, vitality, and even everything else within him. Immediately afterwards, he felt his body collapsing, from cells to genes, and then to the soul. They all came to an irreversible end. No, what is this? He bowed his head with difficulty, watching in horror as he turned into specks of light and dust, drifting away with the wind. Without leaving behind a complete last word, he was completely erased from this world amidst endless fear and confusion. S-rank skill, optimal solution. With a single blow, Chen Mo instantly killed a peak S-rank. His face turned ashen, his body swayed slightly, and he almost lost his balance. This attack almost drained all the energy from his body. But at that moment, the energy core bestowed upon him by Lin Yi on his chest suddenly activated. A powerful suction force erupted from the core, drawing in the vast S-level energy scattered in the air after the death of the Luo family elder, like a whale sucking in water. The almost depleted energy is rapidly recovering at an astonishing pace. Just as Chen Mo was absorbing this energy, his brows suddenly furrowed. He keenly sensed a faint suction force emanating from the sky, seemingly vying with him for this unclaimed energy. It's that light. Chen Mo looked up, his gaze sharp as lightning, staring directly at the towering pillar of light emitting a ghastly white glow. Lei Zhe was facing off against a Luo family elder whose entire body was engulfed in black demonic flames. Another one coming to die. The elder grinned maliciously, clasped his hands together, and a 100-meter-long demonic dragon made of pure dark energy roared and pounced towards Lei Zhe. Faced with this terrifying attack, a cold smile appeared on Lei Zhe's handsome face. To send someone to their death? I don't think so. He slowly raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and gently clenched them towards the sky. S-rank skill, Withering Domain. Buzz. An invisible gray ripple spread out from him instantly, covering an area of 500 meters in radius. Within the domain, anomalies are rapidly occurring. All the Luo family experts shrouded in the domain were horrified to discover that their life force was being slowly drained by an invisible force. The circulation of energy within the body also becomes sluggish and obstructed. Individual strength dropped by 20% instantly. My power, my life force is draining away. What's happening? Damn it! What kind of weird domain is this? The enemy camp was immediately thrown into chaos. Conversely, the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom within the domain felt a pure and gentle life energy continuously flowing into their bodies. Because their injuries healed at a visible speed, and their physical strength and energy were quickly restored. With this shift in balance, the scales of the war have tipped dramatically. The Luo family elder who attacked Lei Zhe's expression changed drastically, and a look of horror flashed across his eyes. The majestic dark dragon he summoned had its black demonic flames on its massive body noticeably dimmed, its roar weakened, and its overall power dropped by 20%. But he still urged the demonic dragon to pounce fiercely. Good nutrients. Razor stared at the other person, his eyes icy cold. He raised his other hand, and in his palm gathered a jet-black sphere of light, formed from a massive amount of life force and radiating an aura of destruction. It had already taken shape. Annihilation beam. Call out. A thick, jet-black beam of light tore through the sky and slammed into the weakened dark dragon. Without a deafening explosion, the dark dragon silently dissipated under the beam of annihilation, as if ice and snow were melting away. The beam of light, still powerful, pierced through the elder's chest in an instant. Put! The elder let out a shrill scream, as if struck by a heavy blow. A terrifying bloody hole exploded in his chest, and his body flew backward, his breath immediately becoming weak and feeble. You're not the only one who can command dragons. Lei Zhe spoke coldly. He didn't look at the seriously injured elder, but slowly raised his other hand. Blinding lightning gathered and compressed in his palm, emitting a crackling sound. Rank a skill, Thunder Dragon's Roar. Roar! With a deafening roar, a ferocious lightning dragon, entirely condensed from raging lightning energy, roared out from his palm. With unparalleled speed, it instantly caught up with the flying figure. The elder, who was already severely injured, only had time for a final look of despair to flash in his eyes before he was completely devoured by the Thunder Dragon. Boom! A violent burst of lightning turned him and his final scream into a sky full of charred remains. One of them possesses the power of rules. An S-rank individual with the power of rules is destined to become a legendary being. Another, Withering Realm? It's somehow connected connected to my withering paradise. At the very center of the battlefield, the Holy Envoy, who was engaged in fierce combat with the Dragon Commander, felt a surge of shock. Interesting, very interesting. While fending off Long Shuai's increasingly ferocious attacks, he also spared a sliver of his attention to keep a close eye on Chen Mo and Lei Zhe. The eyes hidden beneath the golden mask were no longer indifferent, but instead held a greed and longing as if they had discovered a priceless treasure. Boom! Another earth-shattering collision. The Dragon General's golden dragon-patterned ancient sword clashed violently with the Holy Envoy's scepter of light, unleashing an energy storm powerful enough to annihilate everything. The two figures were simultaneously pushed back hundreds of meters in the violent shockwave. The Holy Envoy steadied himself, and a meaningful hum came from beneath the seemingly empty mask. Although he blocked the Dragon General's attack, the arm holding the scepter trembled slightly. This old guy is even more troublesome than he expected, especially after he completely unleashed his power. The mighty dragon aura originating from the Dragon Kingdom's fortune actually made his withered paradise rules faintly feel suppressed. What shocked him even more was the dramatic change on the entire battlefield. With the arrival of Lin Yi, Chen Mo, and Lei Zhe, the previously stalemate began to shift towards a one-sided massacre. Lin Yi was like a god of death walking among mortals. He didn't even look at Luo Zhan, who had completely lost his will to fight, but instead focused his attention on the S-level elders of the Luo family who were still fighting desperately. His figure became an elusive afterimage, darting across the battlefield at breakneck speed. Each appearance was accompanied by a shrill scream and the fall of a peak S-rank expert. The void body ability allows him to ignore all focused fire and encirclement. One punch breaks the limit, allows him to ignore the opponent's abnormal defense brought about by divine blood. Every punch he threw was precise and deadly, directly shattering the opponent's energy core and annihilating them from the root. Another elder of the Luo family was punched through the chest from behind by Lin Yi. The man looked down in disbelief, his gaze fixed on the fist that had pierced his chest, stained with blood and fragments of internal organs. The last glimmer of light in his eyes quickly faded. In less than a minute, including the two people killed by Chen Mo and Lei Zhe, more than half of the 12 core members of the Luo family who had consumed divine blood had died on the spot. In Chen Mo's eye of data, the energy of these fallen S-class heroes all flowed towards that pale white beam of light. Although we don't know what the consequences will be, since it is the enemy's plan, we must not let them have their way. Everyone be careful. There's something wrong with that beam of light. The energy and life essence of all the fallen S-class heroes are being absorbed by that beam of light. This warning was like a thunderclap, clearly reaching the ears of everyone on the battlefield. The fierce battle suddenly came to a halt. Whether it was the heroes from the Dragon Kingdom or the heroes from the Luo family alliance, they all instinctively stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky in horror. The pale white pillar of light stood silently from the moment it appeared, exuding an ominous and eerie aura. At first, everyone thought that it was just a spatial teleportation trace left behind when the Holy Envoy descended. But now it seems that things are far more complicated than imagined. What? The energy has been absorbed? Could it be? The S-class heroes on both sides were suddenly jolted, a chill running from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Or perhaps the beam of light itself is a huge trap. Or perhaps some terrifying entity is using this beam of light to turn this battlefield into a buffet. Just as everyone was in shock, hold head high, a high-pitched dragon roar suddenly exploded out. Commander Long, who had been confronting the Holy Envoy, seized this fleeting opportunity. His figure was as fast as lightning, and he became one with his sword, transforming into a dazzling golden stream of light that instantly tore through the sky and slashed towards the Holy Envoy, whose mind had also been shaken by Chen Mo's discovery. This sword strike was incredibly fast. It embodies the martial arts and sword intent of Commander Long throughout his life. A sense of alarm rose in the Holy Envoy's heart, and in haste, he could only hold the scepter of light horizontally in front of his chest to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal reverberated through the sky. The Dragon General's dragon-patterned ancient sword grazed the staff at a tricky angle and slashed hard at the Holy Envoy's face. With a crisp sound, the golden mask, symbolizing mystery and nobility, was cleaved open, and half of the mask fell off. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. On the battlefield, everyone's eyes were fixed on the half of the Holy Envoy's exposed face. Immediately afterwards, gasps of shock filled the air. Fear spread like a plague in the hearts of everyone who witnessed this scene, because there's no human face underneath the mask. Instead, it was a mass of flesh, tangled and aggregated with countless crimson buds and twisted blood vessels, constantly writhing, expanding, and contracting. A mass of flesh. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. There was only one ugly piece of meat, seemingly breathing, that was now joined together and separated. What exactly is that thing? A monster. The Holy Envoy. He's actually a monster. Even the S-rank powerhouses from the Blazing Flame Battle Group and the Mountain Breaking Battle Group were terrified and turned pale when they saw this scene, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The Holy Envoy they had always been loyal to and regarded as a god was actually such an indescribable monster. Subject 0. Lin Yi stared intently at the familiar, writhing mass of flesh and blood, his pupils shrinking rapidly deadly, sharp as needles. In an instant, he recalled the Luo family's underground secret laboratory, where he had seen a monster called Zero that was soaked in nutrient solution, and it was exactly the same as the terrifying thing in front of him. The true identity of that Zero was actually an extraterrestrial being. In other words, the holy envoy before us is very likely also a being from beyond this realm. Does this mean that extraterrestrial life has infiltrated Earth? Could the Purification Council be a pawn manipulated by extraterrestrial beings? A barrage of terrifying questions flooded Lin Ye's mind, weighing heavily on his heart. If that's the case, is today's great battle also a carefully planned conspiracy by extraterrestrial beings? Chung Long, it seems I underestimated your strength. The envoy's overlapping voice was filled with a chilling coldness and madness. Since you've all seen it, then stay here. Ha! It is an honor for you to become nourishment for that great one. He suddenly raised the scepter of light in his hand, and a pale light, more terrifying and eerie than ever before, burst forth from the top of the scepter. Buzz! A beam of light shot out from the pale pillar of light and landed directly on the holy envoy's staff of light. The sphere of light at the top of the scepter expanded and shone at a visible speed, eventually transforming into a pale white sun exuding endless evil and destructive aura. A terrifying energy, powerful enough to make the entire capital city, and even half of the Dragon Kingdom, tremble, is rapidly accumulating within it. At that moment, Long Shuai's pupils suddenly contracted, turning into the most dangerous needle points. He clearly sensed that the power of the opponent's attack had far surpassed the legendary level. Once it fully erupts, not only this desolate eastern suburb, but probably even half of the capital will be wiped off the map in an instant. Without hesitation, Long Shuai roared and mobilized all his energy, concentrating it on the dragon pattern ancient sword. Hold head high. A vast, ancient dragon's roar, seemingly from the primordial wilderness, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The ancient sword with dragon pattern shone with golden light, and a 100-foot-long golden dragon, more solid and enormous than ever before, reappeared. This time, the dragon did not rush out, but instead circled around, tightly guarding the dragon commander's body in the center. The golden dragon scales, seemingly real, intertwined to form the most indestructible barrier. Legendary skill, Dragon God's Protection. This is Dragon Commander's most powerful defensive measure. Everyone, step back behind me. Long Shuai's voice was as loud and clear as a bell, resounding in everyone's ears. Without hesitation, the surviving dozens of S-class heroes from the Dragon Kingdom swiftly flashed behind the Dragon Commander, pouring their remaining energy into the Golden Dragon's might domain without reservation. However, only the heroes on Long Shuai's side responded to him. Luo Zhan, Li Kuang, Rinpoche, and the surviving Luo family experts and members of the two top battle groups all stood frozen in place, their faces filled with struggle and confusion. Retreat behind Commander Long? That's right behind their mortal enemies who were just moments ago sworn to fight them to the bitter end. That's absolutely impossible. Seeing this, Commander Long was so enraged that his eyes widened in fury, and he let out a deafening roar. What are you all standing there for? Open your eyes and look carefully. That thing is an extraterrestrial creature. Do you really intend to betray all of humanity? The words extraterrestrial creatures struck Li Kuang, Rinpoche, and the others like a thunderbolt. They originally thought that the holy envoy had only undergone some kind of forbidden biochemical experiment, which was why he had become this inhuman and ghostly appearance. But to everyone's surprise, he wasn't human at all. If it really is an extraterrestrial creature, then the nature of this battle has completely changed. This is no longer a power struggle within humanity, but a matter of life and death between races. In the face of the greater good of the race, all personal grudges and power struggles seem so ridiculous and insignificant. Li Kuang and Rinpoche exchanged a glance, seeing shock, regret, and ultimately, resolve in each other's eyes. They may be bastards and ambitious, but first and foremost, they are human beings. Li Kuang roared and led the remaining S-class heroes of the Blazing Flame Legion to charge towards Long Shuai's back. Rinpoche and the S-class heroes of the Pasan battle group followed closely behind. Luo Zhan gritted his teeth and ordered the remaining S-class heroes of the Luo family to rush to Long Shuai's side. However, the holy envoy did not give them much time. In my holy name, I offer you, your sinful souls as a sacrifice. Divine punishment, final withering. There was no sound, no light. The moment the holy envoy unleashed his final attack, the entire world seemed to be pulled into an absolute void. The concepts of time and space seemed to lose their meaning at this moment. All that remained in everyone's minds was an indescribable, pure, and utterly pale white. This force has long surpassed simple energy destruction. It is erasing all existence in this area from the level of rules. I don't know how much time passed, maybe a second, maybe a century. Snap! A crisp sound, like shattering glass, jolted everyone awake from their daze. That's Dragon General's, Dragon God's Protection. The golden dragon, which was circling and guarding, was covered with spider web-like cracks. It let out a mournful cry of unwillingness, and finally shattered with a crash, turning into countless golden light spots. Long Shuai was struck dumb, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face turned ashen, and he staggered, using his ancient sword to support himself so he wouldn't fall. The dozens of S-class S-class heroes behind him were also severely injured, swaying precariously and extremely weak, clearly suffering a significant backlash. The same applies to powerful figures like Li Kuang and Rinpoche who have just submitted. Looking at the scorched earth that had been leveled and was now barren, their eyes held both the relief of surviving a catastrophe and a deep-seated fear. They survived in the end. In that devastating attack that could have wiped out half of the capital, they survived thanks to Commander Long burning himself and everyone's united will. However, the Luo family members were not so lucky. Before they could reach Dragon Commander, the Holy Envoy's attack had already begun. In the blink of an eye, all of Luo family's S-class heroes vaporized. Even the pseudo-legendary Luo Zhan was not spared. Only two people remained with energy, Lin Yi and Chen Mo. Lin Yi's strength was already comparable to that of a legendary level, and he was at his peak, so this backlash would not have much of an impact on him. Chen Mo possesses an energy-gathering core, which allows him to quickly replenish the energy he has consumed from the outside world. The sky was still deathly pale, but that apocalyptic sun has already disappeared. Instead, a disheveled, extremely weak white figure hovered precariously in midair. He had almost exhausted all his strength in order to unleash the devastating attack. At this moment, he too was in a state of unprecedented weakness. Not dead yet? The Holy Envoy looked down at the Dragon Kingdom heroes below, who, though disheveled, were mostly intact. His overlapping voices were filled with disbelief, shock, and weakness. He risked everything, even borrowing the power of the High Priest to unleash his strongest attack, yet he still failed to kill them? It's over. Long Shui slowly raised his head, leaning on the ancient sword for support, and walked forward step by step. Despite suffering severe injuries, its aura as the pillar of the Dragon Kingdom remained undiminished. Those aged eyes were filled with undeniable majesty. No, not yet. The fear of death finally overwhelmed all arrogance and madness. The Holy Envoy let out a shrill scream, and the bloody, mangled face writhed violently, turning around as if to transform into a streak of light and escape. But as soon as he moved, a figure appeared as if traversing space, blocking his path. You come and go as you please? Do you think this is your home? Lin Yi stared at the monster before him, now reduced to a stray dog, his gaze icy and devoid of any emotion. Who exactly are you? The Holy Envoy's voice was filled with intense resentment. If this human hadn't intervened and stopped Luo Zhan, the situation would never have turned out this way. Who I am is not important. Lin Yi slowly raised his right fist. The important thing is that the so-called Purification Council behind you will soon go to hell with you. Do you think killing me will end everything? Seeing that there was no way to escape, the Holy Envoy let out a maniacal laugh, the sound sharp and piercing. Ha ha ha. Ignorant mortals. I am nothing more than a lowly saint in the council. There are 11 others like me in Parliament, and above us are 4 great cardinals who hold the reins of power over the world, and that supreme, mortal god, the Holy Emperor. Your struggles are pointless. Purifying the entire world and returning everything to God's embrace is a predetermined destiny. No one can stop them. Lin Ye's gaze remained unwavering despite this horrifying fact. Then I will kill all your holy messengers and slaughter your high priest. Finally, I'll personally twist off the head of your so-called Holy Emperor. Whether it's arrogance or not, you'll have to wait and see in the afterlife. Just as Lin Yi threw his fist, buzz, the pale white pillar of light that had been standing in the center of the battlefield, connecting heaven and earth, suddenly shot out a beam of light, instantly enveloping the Holy Envoy who was about to be devoured by the fist. Boom! Lin Yi's fist slammed hard into the beam of light. This destructive force, capable of piercing through everything, caused the beam of light to twist and vibrate violently before being blasted open. Lin Yi's fist pierced through the beam of light and slammed heavily onto the Holy Envoy's shoulder. The Holy Envoy screamed in agony as his entire shoulder vanished into nothingness in an instant. Immediately, the beam of light enveloped the Holy Envoy's body and was instantly reclaimed in a way that disregarded the laws of space. Only the final echo of the Holy Envoy, tinged with resentment, astonishment, and murderous intent, remained between heaven and earth. Kid, I'll remember you. The sound traveled from near to far, quickly disappearing into the horizon. As the Holy Envoy departed, the pale white pillar of light that pierced the heavens and earth began to become illusory and transparent, eventually turning into specks of light and completely dissipating. The shadow of death that had hung over the desolate eastern suburbs finally receded. The cold moonlight once again shone on this ravaged land, which looked as if it had been devoured by a giant beast. They won, but they were far from a complete victory. All the surviving heroes stared at the empty sky, and after a brief silence, a cacophony of complex discussions arose. What exactly was that pillar of light? Was it a teleportation portal? That was terrifying. If it weren't for Lord Dragon Commander's final blow, is what that monster said true? A cardinal? The Holy Emperor? The joy of surviving the ordeal was overshadowed by the gloom of the enemy's successful escape and the news of their terrifying lineup. Everyone realized that this war was far from over. Long Shui looked in the direction where the Holy Envoy had disappeared, his face pale and extremely solemn. Lin Yi slowly withdrew his fist. He opened his palm, and in the center of his palm, a faint yet pure pale white light floated silently. This is a trace of the fundamental principles of the rules minerals that I extracted from the beam of light when my fist blasted it open. Although it was insignificant, it was a huge gain for Lin Yi. The Purification Council, the Holy Emperor. Lin Yi absorbed this wisp of the origin of the rules into his system space, his eyes as deep as the sea. He knew that this great battle was just the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. A much larger and more terrifying shadow still looms over the entire world. Just then, a gasp came from the crowd. Just when everyone thought the great battle had come to a temporary end, Long Shuai, who had been supporting his body with the ancient sword, could no longer suppress the injuries within him. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with dark gold fragments, and his tall body crashed backward. The deputy commander-in-chief Zhao Zhang, who was closest to him, and several military generals changed their expressions immediately and rushed over to help him up. This exclamation instantly made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. The Dragon Kingdom's pillar of strength, which had just intimidated everyone and withstood the strongest attack from the extraterrestrial creature, has actually fallen. Quick, healers, all healers, come here right now. Zhao Zhang's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at the crowd. In an instant, several S-rank healing heroes present rushed forward. Ignoring the depletion of their own energy, they desperately poured streams of green light, radiating a gentle life force, into Long Shuai's body. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The S-level healing energy, powerful enough to regenerate severed limbs, reacted like water droplets falling onto a scorching hot iron the moment it touched Long Shuai's body. It made a sizzling sound, and was then swallowed and annihilated by an invisible and domineering pale white energy. It has absolutely no effect. No, it's not working at all. An S-level healer, sweating profusely and pale-faced, withdrew his hand. Within Commander Long's body, there is a highly advanced alien energy that is destroying his life force. Our healing energy simply cannot penetrate it. This is legendary damage. The Holy Envoy's final strike contained legendary-level rule power. Only a fellow legendary healer could heal such an injury. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell into dead silence. Legendary healer? In the Dragon Kingdom, only Commander Long possesses the identity of a legendary hero. Where can we find a second one? Lin Yi frowned. He silently retrieved a vial of perfect healing potion from the system space. This is the top-tier healing item in the system shop, said to restore all injuries and energy. He walked straight to Long Shuai's side and, before anyone could react, quickly fed the medicine into Long Shuai's mouth. The medicine melted upon entering the mouth, transforming into a powerful torrent of life that surged into the Dragon General's limbs and bones. Everyone was about to ask a question, but after sensing the immense life energy, they immediately fell silent. Everyone knew that Lin Yi was using extremely high-grade medical supplies to treat Long Shuai. However, the next second, Lin Yi's expression changed slightly. The perfect healing potion's usually unstoppable power has failed this time. That immense life energy was also gradually eroded and worn down by that strange, pale white power of rules, until it finally dissipated completely. Even the system-specific potions are ineffective. Lin Yexin's heart sank. This means that Long Shuai's injury has affected the most fundamental level of the rules. Conventional energy replenishment is simply insufficient to repair this type of damage at the existential level. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom truly has no other legendary heroes? Someone asked in despair. The fall of the Dragon Commander would be an unbearable blow to the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the entire human race. Just as everyone was filled with turmoil and the atmosphere was extremely tense, Zhao Zhang suddenly remembered something and spoke up abruptly. No, there might still be a glimmer of hope. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I once heard Commander Long mention that he was just a legendary figure in the Dragon Kingdom on the surface. In fact, to cope with certain unknown and enormous crises, the Dragon Kingdom has other legendary heroes. But who are the other legendary heroes? How many there are, where they live in seclusion, whether they have healers? These are things that Commander Long has never explained in detail, and I have no idea either. These words were like a bolt of lightning, splitting the dark clouds above everyone's heads. Although the information was vague, it ultimately brought a glimmer of hope. My grandfather might know. In the crowd, Lei Zhe suddenly slapped his thigh and said urgently, my grandfather, Lei Wanyan, was a hero of the same era as Long Shuai. In their youth, they were both comrades in arms and adversaries. If there really are hidden legendary figures in the Dragon Kingdom, my grandfather must know something. All eyes immediately focused on Lei eyes. Lin Yi decisively looked at Lei Zhe. Xiao Zhe, go back to the Lei family immediately. Find out the truth as quickly as possible. This concerns the life of Commander Long and the future of the Dragon Kingdom. There can be no mistakes. Yes, Brother Yi. Without hesitation, Lei Zhe nodded emphatically. A flash of lightning appeared on his body, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning, speeding towards the city of Beijing at top speed. After dealing with the most urgent matters, Lin Yi's cold gaze swept over the figures with complex and uneasy expressions not far away. Those were Li Kuang, Ren Pashan, and the surviving S-class heroes under their command. Feeling Lin Yi's gaze, Li Kuang and Ren Pashan's hearts tightened suddenly. They knew that the moment that would decide their fate had finally arrived. Deputy Commander Zhao, I suggest that we temporarily put put them all under guard. Lin Ye's voice was cold and indifferent. Seal their energy and let Commander Long make his own decision after he wakes up. Upon hearing this, Li Kuang and Renpasan felt no anger, but instead breathed a sigh of relief in unison. They neither dared to resist nor were willing to resist. Having witnessed Lin Ye's terrifying and overwhelming strength firsthand, they knew that any resistance would only lead to their deaths. But awaiting the Dragon Commander's judgment is their only chance of survival. After all, these dozen or so S-class heroes are a key force capable of influencing a large-scale battle. They believed that once the Dragon Commander regained his senses, he would not easily abandon their fighting force in the face of the unprecedented and enormous threat posed by the Purification Council. We accept the punishment. Li Kuang and Renpasan exchanged a glance and chose to obey without hesitation. Zhao Zhang's gaze was firm, his face resolute yet tinged with anger. Your Excellency Lin Yi, please rest assured, we will take them back to the association headquarters and keep them under strict guard. There will be absolutely no mistakes. Zhao Zhang's gaze swept over everyone present, his expression unusually serious. The news of Commander Long's serious injury must be strictly kept under wraps. To the outside world, the only public announcements are that this battle was a great victory, the Luo family alliance was destroyed, and Commander Long is in charge of the follow-up affairs. We must not let the outside world, especially those enemies hiding in the shadows, notice anything amiss. Lin Yi nodded. This was exactly what he had in mind. I'm entrusting everything to Deputy Commander Zhao. Zhao Zheng saluted, then waved his hand. Several military experts stepped forward and used specially made energy shackles to seal Li Kuang and the others, escorting them to the association headquarters. Watching the chaotic battlefield gradually being cleared, treated, and information blocked under Zhao Zheng's command, Lin Yi gave Chen Mo a few instructions, telling him to stay here and use the Eye of Data to assist in calculating battle damage and analyzing intelligence. Then, he turned around, his deep gaze fixed on the direction of Luo's hospital. Although a great battle has ended, the journey of the Dawn team has just begun. Su Qingyue, Han Li, Xia Yong, and the others were still waiting for him there. It's time to take the team's strength to a new level. When Lin Yi appeared, Su Qingyue, Han Li, and Xia Yong, who had been anxiously waiting, immediately came forward to greet him. Captain, are you alright? Where are Xiao Mo and Xiao Zhe? Captain, what's the situation over there? They had already sensed the earth-shattering energy eruption, but they were unaware of the specifics of the battle. It's over. Xiao Mo and Xiao Zhe had other plans and didn't come back with me. Lin Yi looked at the concerned looks on his teammates' faces, and the lines on his cold face softened slightly. The Luo family alliance has been destroyed, but the enemy we face is far more powerful than we imagined. He briefly described the situation at the time and the terrifying nature of the Purification Association. Time was of the essence, the temporary ability was about to expire, and he had to quickly infuse Su Qingyue with the ability. We can discuss the details later when we have more time. Qingyue, I've found your S-rank ability. Come with me. Lin Ye's gaze finally settled on Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue was slightly taken aback, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Then he followed Lin Yi into an empty hospital room. Captain, what kind of ability is it? She asked expectantly. It's Luo Zhan's S-rank talent, Overlord's body. Lin Ye's voice rang out clearly in the room. It can greatly enhance your physical strength, giving you a huge boost in power, defense, physique, and speed. If attacked fatally, it can activate the Undying trait, locking in its life force for a short period and becoming immune to most damage. Most importantly, it gives you the ability to fight. Su Qingyue was completely stunned. This ability is simply too comprehensive. It not only perfectly compensated for all her attribute shortcomings, but also gave her the strength to fight. All alone, she could only act as a vulnerable therapist, hiding behind her teammates. Watching her teammates fight desperately for her, she could only helplessly receive treatment. Even if I become an S-class healer in the future, I still won't be able to change the situation. That deep sense of powerlessness and guilt tormented her constantly. What she longed for was to fight alongside everyone, not to be a burden. Can I really do it? Su Qingyue's eyes instantly welled up with tears, and her voice trembled slightly. Of course you can. Lin Ye's answer was simple and affirmative. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and don't resist. Su Qingyue nodded heavily, took a deep breath, and closed her beautiful eyes. Lin Yi raised his hand and gently pressed it against her brow. Buzz! The powerful and domineering golden energy, like a flood bursting its banks, instantly surged into Su Qingyue's body. Su Qingyue let out a muffled groan, her delicate face instantly turning deathly pale. An indescribable, excruciating pain swept through my limbs and bones, as if every cell in my body was being shattered and then reassembled. Golden, mysterious patterns appeared on her skin, and beneath it, it seemed as if golden magma was surging. This is a transformative process. Lin Yi stood quietly to the side, his expression calm, but a hint of concern was revealed deep in his eyes. He believed that Su Qingyue could pull through. Time ticked by, and Su Qingyue gritted her teeth, her body trembling more and more violently, but she never uttered a sound of pain. Finally, the violent energy subsided and completely merged into her body. The golden lines on her skin gradually faded away. away. When Su Qingyue opened her eyes again, her beautiful eyes held an unprecedented determination and confidence. A powerful aura slowly emanated from her. I feel full of power. Su Qingyue opened her fair palms, feeling the surging power within her body in disbelief. She subconsciously threw a light punch at the wall next to her, which was made of special alloy. The wall, which was strong enough to withstand the full force attack of an A-level hero, was easily punched through by her like tofu. Su Qingyue stared at her fist, then looked at the hole in the wall, and was completely stunned. Is this the power of an S-class? Is this true combat ability? From today onwards, you are no longer just the therapist of Dawn. Lin Yi looked at her and said slowly, you are also a shield of Dawn. Su Qingyue suddenly looked up at Lin Yi, and the tears in her eyes could no longer be held back, bursting out. But this time, it wasn't because of helplessness, but because of joy and rebirth. Yes, Captain, she answered firmly, her voice filled with unprecedented determination. When the two walked out of the ward, there was another person outside the door, Yao Shi, who had just come out of the underground secret laboratory. She changed out of her light purple dress and into a smart black combat uniform. Her expression showed some fatigue, but more than anything, a sense of relief and ease. Lin Yi, the important data and equipment from the underground laboratory have been initially transferred. She first reported on her work and then bowed deeply to Lin Yi. Also, thank you for saving my dad. Your father? Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. Yao Shi looked up, a rare gentle smile appearing on her usually cool face. Yao Tiancheng is my father. Lin Yi suddenly realized. Even before he knew that one of the three major families was the Yao family, he had guessed that Yao Shi might have come from the Yao family. Now, his guess has finally been confirmed. Because of this conjecture, he, who initially intended to observe from the sidelines of the battlefield, ultimately chose to act in time and save Yao Tiancheng. Fortunately, he intervened in time, otherwise, Yao Shi might have really lost her father. This seemingly aloof scientific genius will likely have to endure the same pain he once felt. Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, his communicator suddenly rang. It was Razor calling. His urgent yet solemn voice came from the other end of the communicator. I saw Grandpa. He said he does indeed have information about a legendary healer. However, he insists you come in person. He says this news can only be told to you in person. Lin Ye's eyes sharpened instantly. Unexpectedly, Mr. Lei actually knew about this legendary healer. Why must it be told in person? It seems that meeting this legendary healer is far more complicated than imagined. Okay, let's set off right away. After hanging up the call, Lin Yi looked at Su Qingyue, Han Li, and Xia Yong beside him. Everyone, get ready. Target, Lei family. When Lin Yi arrived with Su Qingyue, Han Li, and Xia Yong, Lei Zhe was already waiting at the door. Brother Yi, Grandpa is inside. Old Master Lei. Lin Yi entered the room and nodded slightly to the elderly man sitting at the head of the table. Xiaolin, you're here. Please have a seat. When Lei Wanyan saw Lin Yi, a gentle smile appeared on his dignified face, and he gestured for him to sit in the chair opposite him. His gaze swept over Su Qingyue, Han Li, and Xia Yong, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally see the strong S-class aura emanating from these three young people. In particular, the domineering and unparalleled golden energy within Su Qingyue's body felt extremely familiar to him. The Dawn team has surprisingly gained 3 new S-class combatants in a short period of time. This is simply unbelievable. However, he didn't ask any more questions. He simply turned his gaze back to Lin Yi, and the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a long sigh. That old guy Cheng Long, he's been so strong-willed and stubborn his whole life. I told him long ago that one person's strength is ultimately limited, and some things cannot always be borne by one person alone. But he just wouldn't listen. Lei Wanyan's voice conveyed a sense of helplessness and regret between old friends. As someone who rose to prominence in the same generation as Long Shuai, and was both an opponent and a comrade in arms, no one understood Long Shuai's personality better than him. They were steadfast guardians who would rather die than yield and would never retreat a single step. Old Master Lei, do you know where we can find that legendary healer? Lin Yi didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Every second was a matter of life and death for Commander Long. He had no time for pleasantries. Lei Wanyan nodded, his expression becoming unusually solemn. He slowly lowered the lightning-struck wooden ball in his hand and said in a deep voice, "That's right, I do know the whereabouts of a legendary healer." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyue, Han Li, and Xia Yong all held their breath. The healer's code name is Wood Saint. Lei Wanyan spoke clearly, word by word. She, Jackie Chan, and I are from the same era, but she chose to retire 20 years ago and completely distance herself from worldly affairs. She has been living in seclusion in the bewitching Great Rift Valley, at the southernmost tip of the Dragon Kingdom. The bewitching Great Rift Valley? Information about that place quickly flashed through Lin Ye's mind. That was one of the most dangerous forbidden zones in the Dragon Kingdom, shrouded year-round in a strange, poisonous miasma that could interfere with the mind and block perception. The terrain is extremely complex, and it is inhabited by countless powerful and bizarre mutated monsters. Even S-class heroes dare not venture too deep into it. But, Lei
Lei Wanyan changed the subject, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Getting her to take action is probably harder than getting through the bewitching Rift Valley. That wood saint has an extremely eccentric personality. She had no interest in money, power, or fame, and never paid attention to outside disputes. Her only interest was in all sorts of strange, rare, and even nature-defying life forms. If you want her to help that old man Shanglong, you must bring her a gift that will satisfy her. Lei Wanyan stared at Lin Yi, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. A unique life sample that was enough to pique her research interest. A unique life sample? Upon hearing these words, a name immediately flashed into Lin Yi's mind. Project Chimera. Quasi-Perfect 1. That biological weapon was created by the Luo family by pouring countless resources into it, fusing dozens of S-class monster genes with human hero genes. In terms of strangeness, rarity, and defying the laws of nature, what could be more fitting? This is practically a gift tailor-made for the Wood Saint. I see. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Lei. Shaolin, you must think this through. Seeing him make a decision so quickly, Lei Wanyan couldn't help but remind him. The bewitching Great Rift Valley is extremely dangerous, and the Wood Saint is even more unpredictable. Rumor has it that she once disliked a gift from a top-tier family, and thus turned that entire team, led by 3 S-class heroes, into fertilizer for her garden. This mission is fraught with peril, with only a slim chance of survival. Grandpa Lei, please rest assured. Lin Yi remained calm. Others may face a life or death situation, but for me and Dawn, it's just a matter of going to ask someone for help. His voice wasn't loud, but it exuded unparalleled confidence. Lei Wanyan gazed into Lin Yi's calm and profound eyes, and sighed inwardly once again. The young man before us, though young, possesses a more steadfast heart and courage than any hero. Perhaps he really can create a miracle. Lin Yi stood up and bowed to Lei Wanyan. Without further ado, let us take our leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left with Su Qingyue and the others without any hesitation. Lei Zhe nodded to Lei Wanyan and then quickly followed the others. Lei Wanyan watched their departing figures, remaining silent for a long time. After a long while, he picked up the 2 lightning-struck wooden balls again, slowly stroking them, his eyes flashing with a complex light. Jackie Chan, can you see this? This era no longer belongs to us old folks. It's time to hand over the future of the Dragon Kingdom to these young people. After leaving the Lei family, Lin Yi and his group did not linger and rushed back to Luo's hospital. At this moment, a large military transport plane was quietly parked on the helipad on the hospital's rooftop, its massive turbine engines poised to fire. Beneath the transport plane, Yashi was solemnly directing a dozen researchers in white protective suits to carefully secure a huge cylindrical glass container filled with dark green nutrient solution inside the cabin. Inside the container, a young man who looks no different from an ordinary person, with a slender figure and smooth, perfect muscle lines, is sleeping peacefully. It is indeed near perfect body number 1. Upon hearing Lin Yi's voice, Yashi turned around in surprise. Why are you back? I was just about to deliver it to the Advanced Technology Research Institute. The plan has changed. Lin Yi got straight to the point. Only a legendary level healer can cure Long Shui's injuries. We have found a clue to that healer, but to get her to help, we need a special gift. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the huge glass container. It is the most suitable gift. Yaoshi's pupils contracted slightly. She instantly understood Lin Yi's intention. Should we send out this near-perfect body number 1 with unlimited potential and inestimable value? As the chief researcher at the Institute of Advanced Technology, her first reaction was regret and reluctance. The technological secrets contained in this sample are worth her utmost effort to study in depth, but she also knew that all of this depended on the fact that the Dragon Kingdom could survive the next crisis. If Commander Long falls and the capital city is lost, even the most valuable research samples will only become accomplices of the enemy. She knew what was more important and what was less important. I see. She took a deep breath, suppressing all the distracting thoughts in her mind, and her bright face regained the rationality and calmness unique to scientific researchers. Where is that legendary healer? South of the Dragon Kingdom, the bewitching Great Rift Valley. Upon hearing the place name, a strange light flashed in Yaoshi's eyes. She pondered for a moment, then suggested, perfect timing, this transport plane is the military's latest model, with ultra-long-range flight capability. Why don't we go together? I really want to see for myself what kind of existence that legendary healer is. Lin Yi gazed at Yaoshi, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. This woman's rationality and decisiveness far exceeded his expectations. He did not refuse. Yaoshi is not only a top scientist, but his in-depth understanding of biology may also play an unexpected role when facing that Wood Saint. Everyone, board. At Lin Yi's command, the members of the Dawn team boarded the transport plane without hesitation. Yaoshi also briefly instructed his research staff to send the remaining equipment and data to the Advanced Technology Research Institute before boarding the plane himself. At this moment, a figure rushed over from a distance and quickly entered the cabin. It was Chen Mo, who had been notified and had come to the scene. Buzz. As the hatch slowly closed, the transport plane's massive turbine engines roared roared deafeningly.
A strong sense of acceleration pushed the plane up, and it quickly became a black dot, disappearing into the deep night sky of Beijing before speeding south. The atmosphere inside the spacious cabin was somewhat somber. The mood of the crowd was like the rolling clouds outside the window, filled with uncertainty and heaviness. Su Qingyue sat in the corner, her hands clenched tightly, still trying to adapt to the domineering and unfamiliar power within her body. She could feel that with each breath and each heartbeat, she was merging more deeply with this power, and her physical fitness was constantly improving. Han Li and Xia Yong sat together and talked in hushed tones. As veteran members of the Dawn team, they have witnessed the team rise from the brink of disbandment to its current glory. The team members' strength is increasing day by day, and the enemies they face are becoming more and more terrifying. From a C-class monster to a legendary extraterrestrial being, the leap is so great it sends chills down one's spine. Lei Zhe, on the other hand, was like a curious child, touching and looking around the cabin. This latest military transport aircraft, the mysterious Bird 7, incorporates the most cutting-edge technology of the Chinese nation, possessing multiple functions such as stealth, supersonic cruise, and energy shields. It is far more advanced than their previous Ghost combat helicopter.
Chen Mo was reporting the situation to Lin Yi.
Captain, the preliminary data analysis for the eastern suburbs battlefield has been completed. In this battle, our side had a total of 35 S-class heroes, 17 of whom were seriously injured, 12 of whom were slightly injured, and 6 of whom died in action. The enemy Luo family alliance has a total of 38 S-class heroes. Among them, all 12 members of the Luo family and 10 members of the Purification Association were killed. 10 members of the Blazing Flame battle group and the Mountain Breaking battle group were seriously injured, 2 were slightly injured, and 4 were killed. Chen Mo's report, with its cold, hard data, laid bare the brutality and bizarre nature of that battle before everyone's eyes. Leaving aside the 10 S-class heroes of the Purification Association, this battle resulted in the loss of a total of 22 S-class heroes for the Dragon Kingdom. The extent of the losses is shocking. Chen Mo paused, his voice becoming even more somber. Most importantly, according to my continuous tracking with my data more than 95% of the energy and life essence that dissipated after the death of all the fallen S-level powerhouses was forcibly absorbed by that pale white beam of light. When the Holy Envoy made his final escape, the energy level of the Pillar of Light, preliminary estimates suggested, has surpassed the level of a typical legendary rank. Upon hearing this, Yao Shi's usually composed face revealed a hint of undisguised terror. She took a deep breath and looked at Lin Yi with a probing gaze. Targeted and efficient plundering of energy and life essence. This is something that no known technology or superpower can achieve. That Holy Envoy, could he really be a being from another realm? Lin Ye's answer was resolute. Moreover, I suspect that the high-ranking members of this so-called Purification Council are likely all extraterrestrial beings in disguise. Even though Yao Shi is usually calm and collected, she couldn't help but gasp when she heard this conclusion. A mysterious organization composed of extraterrestrial beings that has infiltrated the upper echelons of humanity is 10,000 times more terrifying than the monster crisis itself. The strange men are the enemies in the open, but they are venomous snakes lurking in the depths of darkness. What exactly is their purpose? Is it really the so-called purification of the world? Yao Shi asked, frowning. Perhaps, it would be more accurate to describe it as domestic breeding and harvesting. Lin Ye's eyes became unusually deep. The Great War triggered by the Luo family may just be a large-scale sacrifice ritual orchestrated by extraterrestrial beings. They regard our strong as nourishment to enhance their own power. Yao Shi was so shocked by this conclusion that she was speechless for a moment. If that's the case, then humanity and the Purification Council will become mortal enemies. Although the other passengers in the cabin did not participate in the discussion, their faces darkened considerably upon hearing the conversation between the two. Damn it, these sons of bitches. Han Li swung his fist, unleashing a deafening sonic boom. Once I'm strong enough, I'll definitely twist off that holy emperor's head and use it as a chamber pot. That's right, fuck them. Xia Yong also echoed loudly. Inside the cabin, the team members' anger and fighting spirit intertwined, and the atmosphere instantly became thrilling. Just then, the pilot's report came from the cockpit. Report. We have reached the outer airspace of the bewitching Great Rift Valley. Strong energy interference and unknown poisonous miasma ahead, requesting instructions. Lin Yi walked to the porthole and looked out. The earth beneath their feet appeared to have been cleaved open by a giant axe of creation, leaving a deep, bottomless wound. A series of terrifying, pitch-black ravines, capable of swallowing light, crisscrossed, forming a labyrinth that inspired despair. Deep within the Rift Valley, eerie gray-purple gas surged continuously, spreading like a thick fog and shrouding the entire area in deathly silence and foreboding. The enchanted Great Rift Valley. Maintain altitude, activate energy shield and air circulation system, cruise at low speed. Lin Yi calmly issued instructions via communicator. Yao Shi, could you please analyze the composition of the poisonous miasma below? Yao Shi acted immediately, her 10 fingers flying across the virtual screen, activating the detectors outside the transport plane to begin collecting and analyzing the grayish-purple gas. Soon, a series of complex data appeared on the screen. The composition is extremely complex. Yao Shi frowned. It contains at least 17 known neurotoxins and more than 30 unknown alkaloids. What's even more troublesome is that it's mixed with a special energy particle that can interfere with mental fluctuations. An ordinary person who inhales 1 milligram will suffer brain death within 3 seconds. Even heroes of C rank or above will experience hallucinations and mental confusion if exposed to this environment for a long time, eventually leading to death from uncontrolled energy. It truly lives up to its name. Lin Yi stared at the desolate area, his expression solemn. Can we find the exact location of that wood saint? Yao Shi shook her head. The energy field here is extremely chaotic and the magnetic field and space are slightly distorted, causing the aircraft's radar to completely fail. It doesn't matter. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed, and his powerful mental energy surged into the depths of the rift like a tidal wave. Those energy particles that could interfere with mental fluctuations had no effect on him. Found it. A dozen seconds later, Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in them. At the deepest part of the Rift Valley, southeast, coordinates XXX. There is an area there that is shrouded in a huge field of life energy, completely isolating it from the poisonous miasma. The wood saint should be there. Under the pilot's control, the transport plane slowly adjusted its direction, carefully lowered its altitude, and flew towards the coordinates Lin Yi had indicated. As the plane flew deeper, everyone finally saw the view at the bottom of the Rift Valley. It was a bizarre yet deadly world. Countless strangely shaped plants grow freely here. Some resemble giant Venus flytraps, with their gaping maws open, waiting for their prey to come to them. Some resemble alluring flowers, emitting colorful yet deadly spores. There were also some vines, like lurking venomous snakes, slowly wriggling on the rock face. At the bottom of the Rift Valley, a vast, primitive, and wild hunting ground was formed. My God, have these plants all become sentient? Razor stared out the window, unable to contain his astonishment. Yao Shi's eyes gleamed with the excitement typical of researchers as she observed and recorded data. The organisms here have undergone profound mutations to adapt to the environment. Every species here is of great research value. Just then, something unexpected happened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of huge, steel spear-like spikes suddenly shot out from the thicket of thorns below. With a piercing whistling sound, it slammed into the low-flying transport plane. Warning, high-energy attack detected. The alarm had not yet fallen silent. Clang clang clang. The spike struck the shield, producing a metallic clang, but the shield only rippled and remained unbroken. It's a Class B monster, a variant of the Earth Spike Pangolin. Xia Yong saw the enormous creature covered in spikes through the porthole. It's not over yet. Han Li's voice suddenly rang out. On the rock walls from all directions, pairs of scarlet eyes lit up one after another. Immediately, a barrage of attacks poured down like a torrential downpour. Acid, poison net, wind blades, rocks. In an instant, the entire transport plane seemed to be engulfed in a sea of monsters. The energy shield flickered violently under the intense attack, and its energy level rapidly decreased. This won't do, the driver said anxiously. The shield can only last for 2 more minutes at most. No, it wasn't even 2 minutes. Lin Ye's tone remained calm. He walked to the cabin door and pressed the open button. Ya Shi, you stay on the plane. Everyone else, prepare to disembark and clear the safe area. Without hesitation, Han Li, Xia Yon, Lei Zhe, and Chen Mo immediately stood up and went to the cabin door. However, when Yao Shi saw Su Qingyue also stand up, preparing to jump down as well, her calm expression finally changed. Lin Yi, are you crazy? Yao Shi's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief. Qingyue is a healer. You're sending her down to deal with the monster? Isn't that sending her to her death? In her view, throwing a support staff member who has no ability to fight head-on into this monster horde is practically murder. Su Qingyue turned around and gave her a reassuring and confident smile. Xiao Shi, it's okay. She flexed her wrists, feeling the powerful energy surging within her, her eyes flashing with an unprecedented fighting spirit. I have that ability now. Before the words were finished, the cabin door was fully opened with a whoosh. A gust of wind, carrying a mixture of putrid and plant odors, suddenly rushed in. Lin Yi gave the order. Without hesitation, the 5 figures leaped down from a height of 100 meters like arrows released from a bow. Yao Shi instinctively rushed to the porthole, her heart pounding in her throat. Han Li and Xia Yong fell the fastest, letting out a long, exhilarating roar in unison. Heavenly Fist. Blazing white, violent energy erupted from their bodies like a volcanic eruption, engulfing their entire being. The two transformed into white meteors that tore through the sky, crashing heavily into the area where the monsters were most concentrated. Boom! Boom! 2 muffled explosions, like heavy bombs exploding, sent violent shockwaves spreading wildly in all directions. The sheer force of its landing blasted dozens of C-class monsters within a radius of tens of meters into a cloud of blood mist. Han Li and Xia Yong stood side by side, both fists thrusting out simultaneously. The two attacked and defended, their momentum unstoppable. The blazing white heavenly gang fist energy was like 2 indestructible warhammers, forcefully carving out 2 death paths in the dark, surging beast tide. On the other side of the battlefield, Razor hovered in midair, his body crackling with electricity, countless silver snake-like arcs of electricity popping, making him look like a thunder god descended to earth. "You scum, feel the wrath of thunder." He opened his arms and roared to the sky. "Thunder dragon roar! Roar!" Two ferocious thunder dragons roared out, and hundreds of dazzling bolts of lightning poured down from their bodies, indiscriminately covering all the space they passed through. Boom! Wherever lightning strikes, everything is reduced to ashes. The strange man struck by lightning didn't even have time to scream before he was reduced to charred remains in the blinding flash of light. The entire area was instantly transformed into a devastating inferno of lightning, with a pungent, acrid smell filling the air. Chen Mo held out his hands, and basketball-sized energy balls radiating destructive energy accurately covered the area where the monsters were most concentrated, like a barrage of artillery fire. Boom! Boom! Rumble! The deafening explosions continued, unleashing a storm of death. The Dawn team's fighting strength has now far exceeded Yaoshi's expectations, but the person she missed the most was still Su Qingyue. Just then, a massive A-class mutant, Cerberus, whose aura far surpassed that of the other monsters, finally burst out of the cave. It spotted the humans who were slaughtering them, and its three ferocious heads locked onto Su Qingyue, who seemed to be the weakest and easiest to bully. The three-headed dog roared deafeningly, and its middle head suddenly opened its blood-red maw. A basketball-sized, dark-red, high-speed spinning fireball, carrying devastating heat, hurtled towards Su Qingyue like a small meteorite. "Qingyue, watch out!" Yaoshi screamed in alarm, her heart sinking to the bottom. She could clearly feel the energy contained in that fireball even through her shield. It was definitely a full-force attack from an A-rank hero. How could Su Qingyue possibly stop her? However, Su Qingyue did not flinch in the face of this fatal blow. S-rank skill, Overlord's body. Boom! An unparalleled aura of dominance, like a deity awakening after 10,000 years of slumber, erupted from her petite body. A dazzling golden light enveloped her entire body, and her long, black hair moved without wind. Her original gentle and graceful temperament has vanished, replaced by an unparalleled majesty that reigns supreme over all living beings. It was as if the person standing here at this moment was not a delicate healer, but a Valkyrie from ancient mythology who wielded destruction. Facing the roaring fireball from the underworld, Su Qingyue calmly raised her fair and slender right hand. There were no earth-shattering energy collisions, nor any fancy techniques. She met the fireball, which was powerful enough to melt steel, with just one palm strike. Yaoshi was stunned into silence. The violent fireball burst easily like a fragile soap bubble the moment it touched her palm. The flames scattered and splashed everywhere, but they did not budge Su Qingyue in the slightest. Inside the cabin, Yaoshi's mind went blank. Barehanded, he actually crushed an A-class monster's full-force attack? Is this still the therapist she remembers? On the three heads of the three-headed dog, all six eyes simultaneously revealed a look of bewilderment. It couldn't understand why its proud attacks were completely ineffective against this tiny human being before it. "It's my turn," Su Qingyue spoke coldly. She took a step forward, and the ground beneath her feet instantly cracked inch by inch. He transformed into a golden streak of light, moving at a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive, instantly traversing dozens of meters and appearing before the three-headed dog of the underworld. What? Yaoshi's pupils contracted sharply. This speed surpassed that of many A-level speed-type heroes. Before the three-headed dog could even react, Su Qingyue's fist, wreathed in domineering golden flames, slammed hard into the jaw of one of its left heads. Snap! A sickeningly loud cracking sound of bone breaking echoed through the air. That incredibly hard head was actually broken off at the neck by her punch and sent flying through the air. Oh whoa! The excruciating pain caused the three-headed dog to let out a shrill scream, and its remaining two heads frantically tore at the enemy in front of it. However, Su Qingyue's offensive was like a storm, relentless and continuous. With a swift movement, she leaped onto the back of the three-headed dog like a ghost, her legs clamping tightly around its neck like iron clamps. Then, her eyes turned cold, and her offensive showed no sign of abating. Bang! 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 Those tiny fists transformed into the most terrifying battering ram in the world, smashing towards the central head of the three-headed dog with incredible speed and a relentless barrage. Each heavy blow made the screams of the A-class monster grow weaker. Each punch added a crack to its skull. "Break for me!" Su Qingyue let out a delicate shout, unleashing the full power of the Overlord. The final punch, carrying immense force, crashed down, accompanied by a muffled thud like a watermelon bursting. The main head of the three-headed dog, along with its last intact head, was smashed to pieces by her with a single punch. Red and white blood splattered everywhere, mixed with scalding hot blood. The massive, headless corpse twitched a few times before finally losing its life and collapsing heavily to the ground. Su Qingyue landed lightly beside the corpse, the golden flames slowly dissipated, and the domineering aura also faded away. She glanced at her fist, which was stained with a little blood, then looked at Yaoshi on the plain and winked playfully. Yaoshi opened her mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Her brain was completely overwhelmed by this mind-blowing scene and could not function properly. What exactly happened? She clearly remembered that not long ago in Jianshan, young, Su Qingyue was still a pure healer who could only hide behind her teammates, struggling to even protect herself and needing to be protected at all costs. It hasn't been long at all? She not only possesses such terrifying combat skills, but she can even defeat a powerful A-class monster with her bare hands. This is completely illogical. This is not growth. Rather, it's a transformation. It is a qualitative leap that is almost like reshaping the foundation and defying fate. Not only Su Qingyue, but also Han Li, Xia Yon, Lei Zhe, and Chen Mo, each of them is at least 10 times stronger than they were in Jiangcheng. What exactly could cause such a dramatic change in a team in such a short period of time? An absurd yet seemingly the only reasonable idea began to grow wildly in Yao Shi's mind. Her gaze involuntarily turned to the man in the cabin, who remained calm and composed, as if everything was under control. Lin Yi. Could it be that he caused such a drastic change in these team members? What earth-shattering secret is this man hiding? Lin Yi seemed to notice Yao Shi's gaze, turned to look at her, and gave her a confident smile. Does it look good? Yao Shi was stunned for a moment, then looked away helplessly, muttering, greasy. However, her slightly red ears betrayed her. Lin Yi coughed awkwardly, thinking that the male lead in the short drama always joked like this, but he didn't expect that his own use of it would be evaluated like this. With the strongest Cerberus being instantly killed, the other low-level monsters were as vulnerable as chickens and dogs. In less than a minute, the entire area was completely cleaned up. Captain, it's safe. Han Li's voice came through the communicator. Lin Yi nodded and said to the pilot, land. When the entire Dawn team returned to the cabin, they were greeted by Yao Shi's gaze, as if she were looking at a monster. She looked left and right, her gaze finally settling on Lin Yi. After hesitating for a while, she finally uttered a sentence. Is your Dawn team still recruiting? The kind that does research. The transport plane landed smoothly on the cleared ground. After disembarking from the plane, the group set off on foot toward the coordinates Lin Yi had previously identified. Captain, that life energy field is getting stronger and stronger. Chen Mo pushed up his glasses, and his data eye clearly showed an unimaginable surge of immense life energy ahead. After passing through the last layer of grayish-purple poisonous miasma, the scene before them made everyone involuntarily stop in their tracks, their breath catching in their throats. It was a dream world that defies description. It was as if the Garden of Eden from mythology had descended upon the depths of this despairing chasm. The crystal-clear stream, sparkling with starlight, flows gently. The banks of the stream are covered with countless strange plants that I have never heard of or seen before. Some plants are like crystal sculptures, completely transparent, emitting a soft halo. Some flowers are like burning flames, leaving behind a dazzling trail of light in the air with each bloom and wither. There are also huge clusters of mushrooms, resembling exquisite miniature houses, with glowing lanterns hanging from their roofs. Several creatures that resembled deer but had coral-like antlers on their heads were leisurely drinking water by the stream. When they saw the crowd, they simply blinked curiously, showing no fear whatsoever. The air was filled with a refreshing fragrance, and with each breath, it seemed to wash away the weariness of the soul. In the heart of this idyllic paradise, a colossal ancient tree, so large it blots out the sky, stands silently. Its canopy is enormous, almost covering the entire valley. Each leaf gleams with an emerald-like luster, and countless thick, green aerial roots hang down from the branches, sinking deep into the earth. That powerful life force bursts forth from this ancient tree. Everything here forms a stark and breathtaking contrast with the desolate and dangerous Rift Valley outside. Is this the depths of the bewitching Great Rift Valley? Razor rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. This is simply heaven. However, Chen Mo's expression was unusually solemn, and the data stream in his eyes behind his glasses flickered even more frantically. On the contrary, it's 10,000 times more dangerous here than outside. Every plant, every drop of stream, and even every grain of dust here contains an enormous and highly concentrated life energy. This balance is too perfect, so perfect that it doesn't seem like it was formed naturally. It's more like a meticulously designed, huge and sophisticated ecological trap. Just as everyone was both shocked and wary of the scene before them, a voice, ethereal and languid, indistinguishable in gender and age, suddenly resounded in everyone's minds simultaneously. The voice seemed to come from all directions, yet it also seemed to originate directly from the depths of one's soul. Here we go again, a swarm of noisy flies. And this gift you brought is utterly boring. It's just a flawed, cobbled-together hybrid doll. I'm not interested. That ethereal voice was like an invisible boulder thrown into a calm lake. It carries an unquestionable indifference and expulsion that originates from the level of life itself. Han Li clenched his fists instinctively, and a burst of fierce energy flashed across his body. Xia Yong frowned, clearly displeased with this condescending attitude, but they ultimately did not retaliate. The other party was a legendary figure from the same generation as Long Shuai, as mentioned by Grandpa Lei, a reclusive master with unpredictable temper. To show hostility towards such an existence is tantamount to courting disaster. Yao Shi's expression changed slightly. She hadn't expected that even a top-tier biological sample like near-perfect body number 1 couldn't arouse the other party's interest in the slightest. What else could possibly move this wood saint? Lei Zhe, Chen Mo, and Su Qingyue all had had solemn expressions on their faces. If this legendary healer cannot be found, Commander Long's injury. Only Lin Yi remained calm. As if he hadn't heard the words that sounded like a banishment, he raised his head, his gaze piercing through the layers of strange plants, staring at the towering ancient tree that blocked out the sky. He took a step, his voice not loud, but it echoed clearly in the valley. You're right, the one in the container is indeed just a flawed experiment and doesn't deserve to be called a gift. The ethereal voice carried a subtle hint of amusement. It seems you little fly do have some self-awareness. Since you understand, why don't you get lost? Because I never said that the test subject was a gift. Lin Ye's voice was strong and resolute. The real gift for you is me. These words shocked everyone behind him. Even Yao Shi looked puzzled, completely unable to figure out what Lin Yi was up to. A brief silence fell over the valley. A moment later, the contemptuous voice rang out again, this time with a hint of mockery, as if it had heard a funny joke. A slightly stronger ant with a somewhat interesting life form? What makes you think you're qualified to be my gift? Faced with this blatant contempt, Lin Yi did not refute it with words. He simply raised his right hand slowly. Actions speak louder than words. The next moment, it was as if stars were falling in his pupils. Rank a skill, star coefficient. Buzz. A surge of stellar power suddenly erupted from his body. Above his palm, a fist-sized meteorite formed from extremely compressed energy quietly took shape. The meteorite was as black as ink, with destructive dark red arcs of electricity flowing across its surface, and the terrifying energy fluctuations it emitted caused the surrounding space to distort slightly. Lin Yi flicked his finger. The miniature meteorite transformed into a streak of light, shooting at an astonishing speed towards a distant, empty mountain wall, silently merging into it. Immediately afterwards, spiderweb-like dark red cracks appeared inside the 100-meter-high mountain wall. The cracks spread rapidly, and eventually, boom! The entire mountainside collapsed silently, turning into dust that filled the sky. Before anyone could react, Lin Yi had already raised his left hand. S-rank active skill, absolute barrier. He spread his 5 fingers, then gently clenched them, and a thick barrier made of pure energy instantly materialized on the open ground in front of him. The barrier was 10 meters high and as thick as a mountain, exuding an aura of absolute defense that was indestructible and impervious to all attacks. It's good at both offense and defense. Two completely different, yet equally powerful and terrifying energy fluctuations were simultaneously manifesting in him. Chen Mo frowned slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression, while the others remained completely bewildered. However, this is far from over. A strange purple light suddenly appeared between Lin Ye's brows. S-rank active skill, illusory realm, whoosh. Centered on him, the space within 100 meters distorted and changed violently, like the surface of water stirred up by a pebble. Clear streams, strange plants, giant ancient trees vanished in an instant, replaced by a hellish landscape of corpses, blood, and wailing spirits. Countless twisted spiritual entities churned in the sea of blood, emitting silent roars, as if trying to drag all intruders into an endless abyss. At this moment, apart from Hanli and Xie Yong, everyone else seemed to finally understand the meaning of Lin Ye's words. He is the real gift. Yao Shi was so shocked that her mouth gaped open and her peach blossom eyes widened. This is the third ability Lin Yi has used, but this is still not the end. Lin Ye's figure suddenly became illusory and transparent. S-rank active skill, void body. He seemed to transform into a phantom composed of countless points of light, completely blending into the environment and becoming immune to all physical and energy interference. He stood there, yet it was as if he existed in another dimension, imperceptible and undetectable. Attack, defense, mental, stealth were completely different, yet all S-level peak abilities were displayed by the same person in less than 10 seconds with effortless grace. After completing all of this, Lin Yi slowly dissipated all his supernatural abilities and returned to his original appearance. He looked up, his gaze calmly fixed on the ancient tree that reached for the sky, and asked in a clear voice, a hero who possesses 4 S-class abilities. May I ask, Your Excellency, what gift is this? Are you satisfied? The entire valley fell into an eerie silence. The stream stopped flowing, the luminous plants lost their luster, and even the fragrance in the air seemed to freeze at that moment. An invisible and unimaginably vast will is slowly awakening from that ancient tree. This will is no longer the previous laziness and indifference, but an extreme shock and fervor, like discovering a new continent and witnessing the birth of a miracle. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. For the first time, that ethereal voice erupted with intense emotional fluctuations, no longer lazy or playful, but filled with shock and disbelief that overturned all perceptions. A single living being can only bear the imprint of one Tao. Those with extraordinary talents may awaken innate abilities, but their origin remains unique. You actually possess 4 completely unrelated, even conflicting paths, and they coexist perfectly within your body without collapsing. You have broken the rules. You have violated the principles of justice. What are you? Along with this impassioned question, a powerful pressure that made all the S-class heroes present feel suffocated suddenly descended. Those ancient trees that blot out the sky. Emerald green roots, like resurrected tentacles, descended from the sky, instantly completely enveloping Lin Yi and everyone behind him. However, these aerial roots did not launch an attack, they simply trapped them firmly. Immediately afterwards, a green figure rapidly woven and gathered from countless vines and leaves slowly took shape beneath the ancient tree that reached the sky. The figure's face was blurry, only the outline of a graceful woman could be vaguely discerned. She was barefoot, suspended in midair, and the life force emanating from her was more vast than the entire valley combined. She is Mu Shang, or rather, it is the embodiment of the will of the Wood Saint. She looked at Lin Yi, but her gaze was no longer scrutinizing, it was more like that of a most fervent scientist who had discovered the perfect experimental sample that could overturn the entire discipline. It was a naked desire, a burning urge to slice him up and study him immediately. Interesting, so interesting. I've studied beings like you my whole life, and I've never seen one. I wouldn't even dare to imagine it. Mu Shang's voice became shrill due to excessive excitement. Why have you come to see me? State your purpose. As long as you satisfy my curiosity and let me explore the secrets of your body, whatever you want, I can give you. Mu Shang's undisguised, fanatical gaze, as if he wanted to devour people alive, sent chills down the spines of everyone in the Dawn team. Yao Shi, in particular, as a top researcher, understands best the madness one feels when faced with the ultimate challenge. She had no doubt that if Lin Yi accidentally answered incorrectly, this legendary Wood Saint would indeed turn them all into specimens and preserve them in formalin for 10,000 years of research. However, Lin Yi showed no fear whatsoever. He calmly met Mu Shang's gaze and said in a deep voice, "I've come here to ask you to help save someone." The avatar of the Wood Saint tilted its head slightly, seemingly surprised by the answer. "Who is this person that you need to travel thousands of miles to ask me for help? Can't the S-rank healer beside you cure them?" "That's right, only a legendary healer can save him," Lin Yi answered slowly. "His name is Chung Long, codenamed Commander Long." As Mu Shang murmured the name, a hint of memory seemed to flash across his face, which was made of branches and leaves. But more than anything, it was a kind of indifferent coldness. "So it was that old stubborn man. He's still alive? I thought he had long since perished along with those weirdos." "He was alive and well, but now, he's about to die." Lin Yi briefly recounted the battle in the eastern suburbs of the capital, and how Commander Long, in order to protect everyone, withstood the Holy Envoy's powerful attack containing the power of the end of withering rule, ultimately suffering severe injuries and being on the verge of death. Falling away at the end? After listening, Mu Shang's ethereal voice revealed a hint of solemnity for the first time. "That's a variant of the annihilation rule, specifically designed to obliterate life forms. It's extremely tyrannical. Once hit by this move, even an S-level healer is powerless." "That old man, he's so old, yet he's still so impulsive." Although she made sarcastic remarks, Lin Yi could sense that she wasn't entirely indifferent to Long Shuai. "Your Excellency is the only legendary healer in the Dragon Kingdom. Only you can save him." Lin Yi's words were firm and full of confidence. "Saving him is no problem." To everyone's surprise, Mu Shang readily agreed. However, her next words made everyone's hearts jump into their throats again. "However, I have one condition." Her gaze returned to Lin Yi, and that fervor resurfaced. "Jackie Chan's life or death is none of my business, but I am very interested in you. You are a miracle that can defy the laws of life. Your value far surpasses that of that stubborn old man. I need you to promise me one thing. Please speak, Your Excellency. I want you to stay here." The Wood Saint's tone carried an undeniable command. "From this moment on, all your actions must be in accordance with my instructions and fully cooperate with my research. Until I completely understand the secret within you." Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, then asked, "How long will this take?" "Uncertain." Mu Shang's voice was calm and unwavering. "It could be 2 or 3 years, or 4 or 5 years, or even until you die." Lin Yi immediately shook his head, refusing decisively. "I'm sorry, I have a lot of things to do and it's impossible for me to stay here for more than a month." "A month?" Mu Shang's voice suddenly turned icy cold, and the refreshing fragrance in the valley seemed to be tinged with a chilling aura. "What can you do in a month? It's not even enough to observe your cell division cycle. Since you're so insincere, the deal is off and you can all get out of here." "Actually, I have a better idea." Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm and composed. "Why don't you join our Dawn team and fight alongside us? In this way, I can continue my work and you can conduct research on me anytime, anywhere. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds?" He. Mu Shang gave a cold laugh. "Kid, you've got a good plan. You want me, a legendary figure, to be your henchman? Unfortunately, I disagree." Undeterred, Lin Yi continued to persuade him. "Don't rush to refuse. Look at my team members. Have you noticed anything?" After a moment of silence, the figure formed by branches and leaves seemed to have 2 invisible gazes sweeping over Su Qingyue, Hanli, Xiaoyong, and the others. Then, her ethereal voice carried a hint of extreme strangeness and confusion. "Strange, they are all second-stage awakeners. Could it be that those who undergo a second awakening are now so common?" Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. "Those who awaken a second time are still 1 in 10,000, extremely rare. But I have a way to help them achieve a second awakening. If you join the Dawn team, I can also help you achieve a second awakening." These words were like a bomb dropped into a calm lake. Yashi, standing to the side, was stunned and her mind went blank. She had had similar speculations before, but they were ultimately just absurd thoughts that she dared not delve into. Now, Lin Yi has said it himself. This undoubtedly proves that her guess was true. But how is that possible? I've never heard of anyone being able to trigger another hero's second awakening. This is no longer about breaking the laws, but about creating them. Mu Sheng fell completely silent. Within the valley, the vast and immense life energy fluctuated violently, indicating that the master was undergoing a fierce struggle and a battle between heaven and man. After a long while, she finally asked the crucial question in a hoarse, almost raspy voice. Is the ability to awaken a second time random, or can it be specified? Lin Yi was secretly delighted, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. Specified. Mu Sheng immediately made the decision without hesitation. Okay, deal. But if you dare to lie to me, her voice suddenly turned icy cold and menacing, I'll kill your entire team, and then use your corpses as fertilizer for 100 years. Ding! Would Saint Mu Shaochen has joined the team. An overwhelming surge of excitement swept through Lin Yi's heart. He never expected that he could get a legendary healer to join his team with just a few words. He immediately and eagerly opened Mu Shaochen's attribute panel. Name, Mu Shaochen. Rank, Legendary, S+. Ability, Life Weaving. Attributes, Strength S, Agility S, Constitution S+, Spirit S+, Energy SS. Skill 1, Blessing of Life. Tier B passive. Your very existence is a blessing to life. You and allied units within a designated area will continuously regenerate health and gain increased resistance to negative status effects. This effect cannot be dispelled. Skill 2, Rejuvenation of all trees. Rank A active consumes energy to summon the phantom of the ancient tree of life, which rains down life-giving rain upon friendly targets in a wide area, instantly healing most serious injuries and purifying all common negative effects, such as poison, curse, energy corruption, etc. But Skill 3, Life Reshaping. S-rank active consumes a large amount of mental and physical energy to restore the target's life form to its most perfect and healthy original state. Can repair fundamental traumas including genetic collapse, soul damage, and damage to one's origin. Requires continuous casting when used on a single target. Legendary skill, Sacred Tree Domain. Immortal Garden. S+ rank active consumes a massive amount of energy to create a unique barrier centered on the user, eroding and transforming the real world into the immortal garden. Within the garden, you possess absolute control over the rules of life. All recognized life forms are nearly immortal, and any damage they suffer is instantly healed. All hostile life forms will have their life force continuously stripped and suppressed. The domain's duration is directly proportional to the energy consumed. Lin Yi was left with only 2 words in his mind: shock. At the same time, a glimmer of hope welled up in his heart. If Mu Sheng could be tricked into joining the team, wouldn't Long Shui also have a chance? When Mu Xingjin agreed to join Dawn, all the Dawn team members behind Lin Yi were stunned. Han Li's mouth was so wide open it could fit an egg. Xia Yong rubbed his ears vigorously, afraid that he had misheard. Lei Zhe exclaimed in shock, holy crap. His face was filled with disbelief. This really happened? A legendary powerhouse from the same era as Dragon Commander, the only remaining legendary healer in the Dragon Kingdom, was simply swayed, no, to be precise, recruited into the team by the captain with just a few words? This is so magical it's unbelievable. Even Yashi, who always prided herself on being knowledgeable and numb to Lin Yi's various amazing moves, had her eyes wide open and her red lips slightly parted, feeling her scalp tingle from Lin Yi's display of skill. She suddenly wavered. Should she seriously consider her casual remark about joining Dawn? So, when will my second awakening begin? Mu Sheng's voice carried a hint of excitement and urgency, pulling everyone back to reality from their shock. The graceful figure made of branches and leaves instantly appeared in front of Lin Yi. Her eyes, woven from light and shadow, were fixed on Lin Yi, clearly impatient. For someone who has already reached the pinnacle, nothing is more exciting and intriguing than a second awakening. Not yet. Lin Yi shook his head, calmly explaining as he faced her suddenly dangerous gaze. Your strength is too great. Ordinary S-rank abilities are of little use to you. I plan to find you a legendary ability. Only in this way can it be worthy of your status and strength. That makes some sense. Mu Shan nodded thoughtfully. Then where should we look? She asked. The battlefield outside our territory. Lin Yi slowly uttered these words. Only on battlefields outside the domain can you find a unique legendary ability that meets your requirements. I promise that as soon as we step into the extraterritorial battlefield, I will find the most suitable ability for you to help you complete your second awakening. The battlefield beyond the realm. Mu Sheng's ethereal voice carried a hint of reminiscence. I know that place. I fought there many times when I was young. The next opening will be in 3 months. Her gaze returned to Lin Yi, tinged with caution. She did not immediately become excited by Lin Yi's promise. Instead, she appeared even calmer. Lin Yi met her gaze calmly and added, that's right. My ability is to lock onto and plunder the abilities of other life forms. In the extraterritorial battlefield, legendary powerhouses from other worlds have gathered, their abilities are ever-changing, and their rules are diverse. That place is the perfect hunting ground for you to find the most perfect second awakening ability. These words, like a thunderclap, exploded in Mu Shang's heart. She immediately understood the deeper meaning behind Lin Ye's words. Going to battlefields outside the region is not unfamiliar to her, but to be able to plunder a completely new, legendary ability belonging to a different rule system from those powerful lifeforms in other worlds, and to claim it as one's own. This is the true temptation that could drive any legendary powerhouse mad. This is not just a second awakening, but also the opening of a completely new power system. For a fanatic who has dedicated her life to the study of life, this is more exciting than simply improving her strength. Plunder the power of the rules of another world, seize it for yourself, and then analyze it. The Wood Saint murmured softly, the fanatical aura emanating from the illusory figure several times stronger than before. She agreed decisively again, her voice trembling uncontrollably. I'll be waiting for your promise in 3 months. Until then, I'll help you save that stubborn old man. You better not lie to me, she added, her voice suddenly turning icy. Otherwise, even on battlefields outside the region, I have tens of thousands of ways to make you suffer torment that is more painful than death. As soon as the words were spoken, the figure made of branches and leaves slowly dissipated like smoke. Immediately afterwards, the ancient tree that blocked out the sky in the core of the entire valley began to tremble violently. The earth trembled, the stream boiled, and countless emerald-like aerial roots danced wildly, as if performing some ancient and sacred ritual. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a crack slowly appeared in the massive trunk of the ancient tree. A dazzling, vibrant green light burst forth from the crevice, almost blinding to the eye. Immediately afterwards, a figure slowly emerged from the light. When they saw the figure clearly, all the men present, including Lin Yi, couldn't help but hold their breath. She was a girl who looked no more than 16 or 17 years old, with skin as white as snow and features so exquisite that they seemed to be the most perfect masterpiece of the gods. She wore a long dress woven from unknown vines and emerald green leaves, and her bare, delicate feet, as white as jade, floated in midair. Her long, dark green hair cascaded down to her ankles, the ends adorned with a few strange, glowing flowers. Her emerald eyes were clear and pure, without any impurities, yet they seemed to contain the life secrets of the entire universe, carrying a sense of vicissitude and indifference that understood all things. A young girl and an old woman. Innocence and vicissitudes. Two completely different qualities blend perfectly in her, creating an indescribable and fatal attraction. She is the true form of Mu Shang Mu Shaochen. Have you seen enough? The young girl parted her red lips slightly, uttering a soft, languid, and ageless mature voice, creating a striking contrast. If you've seen enough, get out of here. I don't want to smell that old geezer's rotten, deathly aura anymore. Lin Yi was the first to come to his senses, coughing lightly twice to cover up his momentary lapse in concentration. He turned to face the crowd and said in a deep voice, "There's no time to lose, let's return to the capital immediately." Everyone, bored. With the addition of the Wood Saint, everyone's mood immediately calmed down, and the atmosphere on the way home became much more relaxed. At Lin Ye's prompting, the members of the Dawn team, with a mix of nervousness and reverence, began to introduce themselves one by one to this legendary new member. After a brief explanation from Mu Shang, everyone had a basic understanding of the process. Soon, the transport plane arrived over Beijing. The plane did not return to Roche Hospital, but flew directly to Xishan in Beijing, where the first military hospital, affiliated with the Hero Association headquarters with the highest defense level, is located. As the transport plane slowly landed on the exclusive helipad on the top floor, Deputy Commander-in-Chief Zhao Zhang and several high-ranking military officers, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came to greet it. Their faces were etched with exhaustion from a sleepless night and deep worry. "Lord Lin Yi, you're back." When Zhao Zhang saw Lin Yi, it was as if he had seen a savior. He rushed forward and spoke urgently. "Lord Long's condition is very serious. His vital signs continue to decline." Lin Yi nodded calmly. "Don't worry, we have brought a legendary healer. Commander Long can be saved." "Is there really hope?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhang and the generals behind him were overjoyed. However, when they followed Lin Yi's gaze and saw Mu Shaochen walking out of the cabin, the joy on their faces instantly froze. She was an incredibly beautiful girl who looked even younger than their granddaughter. "This is a legendary healer? Lord Lin Yi, this is not the time for jokes." A hot-tempered, one-eyed general frowned and spoke in an unfriendly tone. "The safety of Commander Long is a matter of national importance. You actually brought a young girl with you. What is your intention? Young girl with blonde hair?" Upon hearing this, Mu Shaochen slowly raised her head, a dangerous glint flashing in her clear emerald eyes. "Little one, who are you talking about?" A terrifying pressure so powerful that it made the heavens and earth pale in comparison erupted from her petite body. All the S-level experts present, including Zhao Zhang, felt as if they had instantly fallen into a bottomless abyss, making it extremely difficult to even breathe. The one-eyed general was struck dumb, staggering back several steps. His face turned a deep purplish red, and his gaze toward Mu Shaochen was filled with shock and fear. With just a glance and a hint of pressure, even this battle-hardened S-class hero couldn't muster the thought of resistance. is. This is legendary power. The seemingly weak and harmless girl in front of me is actually a legendary powerhouse. Sister Chen, let's forget about it. Lin Yi spoke calmly. Mu Xiaochen then withdrew her oppressive aura, letting out a soft hum, as if she had just done something utterly insignificant. Zhao Zhang and the others were already sweating profusely, and their gazes toward Lin Yi were filled with awe. To be able to command such a terrifying legendary expert, Lord Lin Yi truly lives up to the expectations of Commander Long. Deputy Commander Zhao, the situation is urgent. Please take us to see Commander Long immediately. Lin Yi ignored their shock and spoke directly. Yes, this way, please. Zhao Zheng quickly led the way, and the group took a private elevator to the deepest underground ward, the one with the highest level of security. Inside the ward, Long Shui lay quietly in the life support cabin. His originally bronze skin now appeared lifeless and ashen. Pale, spiderweb-like energy patterns covered his entire body, like maggots clinging to his bones, constantly eroding his life force. Alarms from various state-of-the-art medical instruments blared incessantly, indicating that his vital signs were extremely weak. Mu Xiaochen glanced at it only once before waving to signal all the medical staff in the ward to leave. Barefoot, she slowly walked to Long Shuai's side, looking down at him with a mocking smile on her lips. TSK, Jackie Chan, back when you were chasing after me calling me Little Chinchin, you were so full of vigor and so dazzling. Now, how come he's become this half-dead state? Although she was joking, her hands never stopped moving. She slowly raised her right hand, and in her palm, a dense, almost tangible ball of green life energy, radiating a dazzling light, quietly condensed. S-rank active skill, life reshaping. Considering that you were somewhat infatuated back then, today I'll show you my latest understanding of the laws of life over the past 20 years. As soon as she finished speaking, she gently pressed the green ball of light onto Long Shuai's chest. A vast and boundless life energy surged into Long Shuai's body like a rushing river. The next moment, the hideous, pale energy patterns on Long Shuai's body seemed to have encountered their nemesis, emitting a piercing sizzling sound as they began to struggle and resist violently. A rule of death representing end and annihilation. A life principle representing new life and immortality. These two completely opposite legendary forces engaged in the most direct and primal battle within Long Shuai's body. Dragon General's body became their battlefield. His skin was sometimes ashen and lifeless, and sometimes it regained its rosy glow, with the two states switching wildly at an extremely high frequency. All the monitoring instruments in the ward instantly exceeded their limits, emitting shrill and ear-piercing alarm sounds. Outside the ward, Zhao Zhang and the others watched with trepidation, their palms sweating profusely. Only Lin Yi remained calm and composed, his expression unchanged. He firmly believed in Mu Xiaochen's abilities. Putting up a stubborn resistance. Mu Xiaochen snorted coldly, a holy light flashing in her emerald eyes. Her long, dark green hair danced as if there was no wind, and she exuded an unparalleled majesty that commanded life and death. Before me, all decay and vanity are nothing. Life, reinvented. As she made her cool announcement, the green life energy that surged into Long Shuai's body shone even brighter. They are no longer gentle healings, but have transformed into billions of tiny yet incredibly sharp green runes, like the most elite army, launching a full-scale attack on those pale death energies with overwhelming force. Devour, purify, assimilate. Faced with the power of absolute life origin, the domineering end of withering power finally retreated step by step and was gradually eroded and dissolved. Ultimately, it completely transformed into the purest, attribute-free energy, which in turn nourished the nearly dried-up body of the Dragon General. A dozen minutes later, the last pale energy pattern on Long Shuai's body completely dissipated. His once pale face regained its rosy hue and luster, and his steady, strong heartbeat once again echoed in the quiet ward. Mu Xiaochen slowly withdrew her hand, and a hint of fatigue appeared on her pretty face. Clearly, expelling a rule power of the same level is by no means an easy task for her. Long Shuai, lying on the hospital bed, coughed lightly and slowly opened his aged yet still dignified eyes. Little Chun-Chen. The ward fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were fixed on the elderly man on the hospital bed, who was slowly opening his eyes. Long Shuai's eyes were initially somewhat dazed, as if he had just escaped from an endless nightmare. But soon, that confusion was replaced by the unwavering will of the legendary strongman, and his eyes once again revealed their former profundity and majesty. He gently felt the changes within his body. The deathly force that clung to his bones had vanished completely. Instead, a powerful life force, though still weak, is brimming with boundless vitality. He came back to life. To his even greater surprise, this misfortune turned into a blessing in disguise, as it deepened his understanding of the rules of life and death, and there were subtle signs of a breakthrough. He slowly turned his head and immediately saw Mu Xiaochen standing by the bed. That familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar, stunningly beautiful face caused this pillar of the Dragon Kingdom, who had dominated the country for nearly a century, to reveal for the first time a complex mix of emotions: shock, elation, reminiscence, and disbelief in his eyes. Little Chen-Chen? Long Shuai's voice trembled slightly, a tremor he himself was unaware of. Is it really you? You're still alive? Old man, I'm alive and well, but you almost went to have tea with the King of Hell. Mu Xiaochen crossed her arms, pursed her lips, and still maintained her sharp-tongued demeanor. But deep within those emerald eyes, a barely perceptible tenderness flickered.
It's been decades since we last met, and you're still as impulsive as ever, showing no improvement whatsoever. Ha 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 ha.
Upon hearing this, Long Shuai was not angry at all. Instead, he burst into a hearty and unrestrained laugh. The laughter was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster and the relief of reuniting with old friends. Hearing the hearty laughter, Zhao Zhang and the others outside the ward finally felt completely relieved.
Commander Long, you're really alright now. Quickly, inform the association's higher-ups immediately.
Lord Dragon Marshal has recovered.
Zhao Zhang excitedly gave instructions to his subordinates.
Soon, the ward door opened, and Zhao Zhang led Lin Yi and the others in.
Zhao Zhang walked to the bedside and excitedly gave a military salute.
Long Shuai slowly sat up, waved to him, indicating that there was no need for formalities. His gaze passed over Zhao Zhang and finally landed on Lin Yi. Those wise, aged eyes were filled with unprecedented gratitude and appreciation. Besides Lin Yi, he couldn't think of anyone else who could find Mu Xiaochen and get her to come down from the mountain to save him. This kindness is as heavy as Mount Tai.
Lin Yi.
Long Shuai looked at the young man in front of him and spoke solemnly, his voice slightly hoarse.
Thank you very much this time.
I can never repay your life-saving grace.
From this day forward, whenever you need anything, I, Chang Long, and the entire Heroes Association of the Dragon Kingdom behind me will do everything in our power to help you, even unto death.
He spoke these words with force and conviction. This is no longer just a promise, but the ultimate oath that a legendary strongman, the highest controller of the state's violent machinery, can give. Zhao Zhang and several other military officers standing nearby were deeply moved, but none of them raised any objections. They all understood that Lin Yi was worthy of such a solemn promise from Commander Long. However, Lin Yi remained completely unmoved by this vow that could drive anyone mad. He simply gazed calmly at Commander Long and slowly shook his head.
General Long, you flatter me. You are the pillar of the Dragon Kingdom, and it is our duty as heroes to save you. Besides, I didn't do it for nothing.
Upon hearing this, Long Shuai was taken aback, then smiled nonchalantly.
Oh, what kind of reward do you want? S-level merit? Or a spot in an S-level team? Or, which S-level strategic weapon from the military has caught your eye? Just name it, and I'll have no hesitation.
In his view, it was not surprising what Lin Yi made any request.
I don't want any of these.
Lin Yi shook his head again, a meaningful smile slowly curving his lips.
The compensation I want is very simple.
Meeting Long Shuai's questioning gaze, he uttered the words that instantly plunged the entire ward into deathly silence.
If Commander Long really wants to thank me, why don't you join our Dawn team?
The air seemed to freeze at that moment.
Zhao Zhang's excitement froze.
Several military generals' jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Even the usually calm Yao Shi and Chen Mo were stunned at this moment. They all thought they had misheard.
Would you let Dragon General, the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom, one of the highest authorities in the Hero Association, a legendary figure, join a team? This is such a bold and astonishing idea. This is no longer just audacious, but a pipe dream, a fool's fantasy.
Long Shuai himself was completely stunned. He had imagined countless requests that Lin Yi might make, but he never thought of this one. Looking into Lin Yi's calm and serious eyes, he was momentarily at a loss for words. He bears a heavy responsibility, and his every move represents the will of the entire Dragon Kingdom's military.
How could he join a civilian team?
If this gets out, it will cause a huge uproar throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the world. But the other person saved his life, and he had just promised to do anything. Refusing now seems like a contradiction. Just as Long Shuai was caught in a dilemma, a lazy voice broke the eerie silence.
Old Long, what are you still hesitating about? Mu Xiaochen leaned against the wall, a nonchalant expression on her face, lazily yawned, and said, I've already joined. You old codger who's about to die, what are you still holding back for? This kid is quite interesting.
He has far more secrets than you can imagine, and they are far more important. Joining the Dawn team might bring you some unexpected surprises. If Lin Yi's suggestion was a bomb, then Mu Xiaochen's words were undoubtedly a nuclear bomb that instantly detonated the entire room.
She also joined the Dawn team? A legendary powerhouse?
Zhao Zhang and the others felt that their worldview had been ruthlessly crushed, reassembled, and then shattered again.
What an amazing team. They've even managed to recruit a legendary hero.
Long Shuai's gaze swept back and forth between Lin Yi and Mu Xiaochen, his deep eyes churning with turbulent emotions.
He knew Mu Xiaochen's personality better than anyone else.
This woman was a true hermit. Nothing could sway her except her interest in the study of life. Money, power, and fame are nothing but dirt to her. Even his pursuit of her back then failed to make her smile.
But now, she has willingly joined a civilian team?
The only explanation is that Lin Yi showed her something that even a legendary powerhouse like her couldn't resist, something that was enough to drive her crazy. Thinking about the incredible growth rate of the Dawn team members, and the layers of mystery surrounding Lin Yi, in Long Shuai's mind, a bold conjecture, bold enough to overturn his understanding of the past century, slowly emerged. He stared at Lin Yi again, his gaze completely changed. It was no longer the appreciation appreciation of elders for younger generations, nor the scrutiny of superiors for subordinates. It is not a kind of equality, but a gaze that carries a sense of inquiry. This young man before us may truly possess the qualifications to change the world order and lead humanity toward a brand new future. The threat of the Purification Council is like a thorn in my side, and the shadow of the extraterritorial battlefield is drawing ever closer. Times may really be changing. Should this old man continue to protect the glory of the old era, or take a gamble and embrace a brand new future full of infinite possibilities? A meaningful smile slowly appeared on Long Shuai's dignified face, as if he had been relieved of a great burden. He gazed at Lin Yi and slowly extended his hand. I hope this old man won't hold you young people back. Chapter 163. On the eve of the inscription ceremony, Commander Long, the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom, one of the highest military leaders, actually agreed? Once this news gets out, it will probably cause a greater shock to the Dragon Kingdom and even the whole world than the battle in the eastern suburbs of the capital. At this moment, Zhao Zhang and the others were so shocked that they were practically dumbfounded. Lin Yi reached out and shook hands firmly with Long Shuai. Welcome to the team, Commander Long. Long Shuai laughed heartily, his laughter filled with unprecedented joy and relief. It was as if some heavy shackles had been removed, and a completely new direction had been found. From today onwards, I am also a member of Dawn. Captain, please take good care of this old man from now on. He even winked at Lin Yi, half-jokingly. This scene made Zhao Zhang and the others' eyelids twitch, as if their values were being brutally crushed and repeatedly rubbed into the ground. Ding! Dragon Commander Cheng Long has joined the team. 2 legendary heroes have been detected among the team members, meeting the hidden conditions. The team reputation system is now unlocked. Current team reputation, well known in the capital. Reputation levels, unknown, emerging talent, well known in one region, powerful in one country, world-renowned, legendary among the stars. Tip: increasing your team's reputation will unlock higher-level team privileges, special missions, and exclusive rewards. Current team member count, July 8th. A series of system notifications sounded in Lin Yi's mind, causing a slight stirring in his heart. A reputation system? That's a new thing. Lin Yi coughed lightly, breaking the subtle exchange of glances between Long Shuai and Mu Shaochen. Commander Long, your body has just recovered and you still need to rest, so we won't disturb you any longer. Furthermore, please keep the matter of Long Shuai and Mu Sheng joining Dawn a secret for now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhang and the others immediately became serious and nodded solemnly. Long Shuai nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over Su Qingyue, Han Li, Xiaoyong, and Lei Zhe behind Lin Yi, his eyes full of admiration. This S-Class hero registration ceremony was originally only for Chen Mo, but now that all of you have reached the S-Class level, you will all be invited to the registration ceremony in 3 days. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. In any case, it was only a matter of time before their main abilities reached S-level. In addition, a sparring match between the newly promoted S-Class heroes will be arranged at each induction ceremony. The sparring will be broadcast live nationwide, at which time you can demonstrate Dawn's strength to the entire Dragon Kingdom. At Dawn, everyone exchanged smiles. It was inevitable. Their goal is to become the strongest in the world. The aftershocks of the battle in the eastern suburbs of the capital swept across the entire Dragon Kingdom like a Category 12 hurricane. The Luo family, a powerful clan that had dominated the capital for nearly a century, vanished overnight. The patriarch Luo Zhan and all his S-level core members have perished. The Flame Legion and the Mountain Breaker Legion, which were allied with them, also suffered heavy losses. Leader Li Kuang, Ren Pasan, and a group of other S-Class heroes were detained by the Hero Association, and their trial remains undetermined. Behind all of this was a civilian team that had only been in Beijing for a few days and whose name had not even been heard of. The word Dawn instantly became the most coveted and awe-inspiring term among Beijing's high society. Countless invitations and gifts poured into the Sky Peak Hotel where the Dawn team was temporarily staying, but without exception, they were all turned away. Inside the Wang family's battle group's base, as Wang Zhantian listened to his subordinates report on the outside world's enthusiasm for Dawn, his face was full of relief and pride. If I hadn't made the decisive choice to side with Lin Yi back then, I'm afraid I would have ended up like the Luo family. Pass on my orders. Wang Zhantian gave the order in a deep voice. From this day forward, the Wang family battle group will be renamed the Dawn Battle Group. Lin Yi will serve as its leader. All members of the Dawn Legion must treat Captain Lin with the utmost respect as they would show to the Lord. His every command is the supreme order of the Dawn Legion. Anyone who is disrespectful or negligent will be severely punished according to the Legion's rules. Meanwhile, airports and high-speed rail stations across the country have been welcoming batches of special guests. They were either alone, exuding a sharp aura, or in groups of 3 or 5, with arrogant expressions. Each of them exudes a powerful aura far beyond that of ordinary people. They are all S-Class powerhouses who guard their respective territories. They were the chosen ones who came from all over the country to participate in the S-Class Hero induction ceremony. At Beijing Capital International Airport, a special fighter jet bearing the Qilin emblem landed smoothly. A hatch slowly opened, and a handsome young man with a sharp, knife-like gaze stepped out, dressed in a white training uniform and carrying an ancient longsword on his back. He stood quietly, an invisible, sharp sword intent that seemed capable of cutting through everything, causing the welcoming officer to feel a stinging sensation on his skin.
Xiao Jianzi, you must be tired from your journey.
The head of the Hero Association's reception office quickly stepped forward and warmly extended his hand.
The young man named Xiao Fan glanced at him indifferently, did not shake hands, and only asked, "Has anything interesting happened in the capital recently?"
The section chief paused for a moment, somewhat embarrassed, and withdrew his hand, quickly replying,
"There are many interesting things to talk about. The hottest topic in Beijing recently is a new esports team called Dawn.
Oh, a hint of interest flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. The section chief perked up and lowered his voice, saying,
"This team is no ordinary one.
Their captain, Lin Yi, is said to have made the Wang family, one of the three major clans, submit to him in just 3 days, with the Wang family's battle group willingly serving him." Subsequently, they revealed the shocking secret of the Luo family conducting forbidden biological experiments in the wilderness of the eastern suburbs. Right before Lord Dragon Commander's eyes, the Dawn team and the forces allied with the Luo family clashed in an S-class battle. That battle shook heaven and earth.
Nearly 40 S-level experts from the Luo family and their allies were almost completely annihilated.
And the head of the Luo family, Luo Zhan, the pseudo-legendary level expert, was crippled by Captain Lin with a single punch.
Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion finally appeared in Xiao Fan's sharp eyes. Crippled a pseudo-legend with a single punch? Absolutely certain.
The section chief spoke with great enthusiasm, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. 2 newcomers from the Dawn team also shone brightly in this battle. One of them is Chun Mo, who manipulates the law of causality. It is said that he can make an S-level peak expert evaporate with just a glance. The other is Ray Eyes, who wields the power of thunder and decay. He unleashes the Thunder Dragon technique, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, slaughtering S-rank experts like dogs. The law of causality, the power of decay.
Lin Yi, Chen Mo, Lei Zhe.
A meaningful smile appeared on Xiao Fan's lips.
They do sound like some impressive figures.
I hope that at the ceremony, they will be qualified to let me draw my sword. After saying that, he ignored the section chief and walked straight towards the exit.
Similar scenarios are playing out repeatedly in different places.
A bewitching woman from the southern swamps, skilled in the art of goo poison.
A ruthless warrior from the northern ice plains who controls ice and snow.
A perfect warrior created using gene technology by the western conglomerate Tianyan Group. These already renowned or overnight sensations, when they heard about the Dawn team's illustrious achievements, mostly reacted with skepticism, disbelief, or a burning desire to fight. They believe that true strength comes from hard work and perseverance, step by step through battles and trials. Team Dawn, seemingly emerging overnight from nowhere, is bound to have exaggerated achievements. They felt it was their responsibility to let the world see the true Dawn.
A storm is brewing against Dawn.
Finally, the day of the inscription ceremony arrived.
Hero Association Headquarters, Hero Temple.
This magnificent hall, built of unknown white boulders, is a sacred place in the hearts of all the heroes of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Only heroes who have made great contributions to the country and the people and whose strength reaches S-level are qualified to have their names engraved on the wall of heroes in the temple. At this moment, the area outside the temple was packed with people and heavily guarded. Cameras and flashes from major media outlets across China were aimed at the long red carpet, making it as bright as day. Dozens of A-level heroes, clad in standard battle armor and exuding an aura as deep as the sea, stood on either side. At the forefront, Deputy Commander-in-Chief Zhao Zhang, dressed in a crisp military uniform, stood solemnly on the high platform. Today, he will personally preside over this highly anticipated inscription ceremony.
Look,
it's Xiao Fan, the sword master of Sword City. A low gasp rippled through the crowd, and all eyes were instantly drawn to a figure. A young man dressed in white training clothes and carrying an ancient sword slowly entered the venue. With each step he took, the invisible, sharp sword intent emanating from him grew stronger, like a peerless divine weapon about to be unsheathed, causing the surrounding S-rank experts to feel their hearts race. His sword intent is so strong. It's even stronger than when I saw him last year. As expected of a sword prodigy hailed as a once-in-a-century talent in the Dragon Kingdom, he is said to have already touched the threshold of the legendary level. Just as everyone was marveling at Xiao Fan's strength, a voluptuous woman with a hot figure and revealing clothes walked in from the other side, swaying her serpentine waist and giggling. Wherever she went, the air was filled with a sweet, exotic fragrance. Several heroes who approached felt dizzy after just one whiff of it, and quickly held their breath and retreated, their expressions filled with horror.
Du Yuan Yang, the Scorpion Queen of Scarlet City. She's here too.
I heard that her innate poison has evolved to the peak of S-level, silently corroding the energy core of heroes. It's extremely vicious. Subsequently, one after another, the most renowned and privileged individuals in the world of heroes of the Dragon Kingdom entered the arena.
Hantua, the son of Ice City. Liu, the perfect warrior of Sky Eye City. DFA, the Beast King of Wasteland City.
Each and every one of them was the protagonist of this inscription ceremony, becoming the focus of of everyone's attention. However, at that moment, a commotion suddenly broke out at the entrance. A team of 6 people walked slowly but steadily toward the center of the square. The leader was a young man dressed in a black combat uniform. He had a handsome face and deep, unfathomable eyes, calm and composed. He didn't deliberately exude pressure, but simply standing there made him seem like the center of the world, causing the dazzling light of those S-class powerhouses around him to pale in comparison. It was Lin Yi and the entire Dawn team behind him.
That's the legendary Dawn team? Their aura is too powerful. Are they all S-rank?
Those who can walk this red carpet are all newly promoted S-class heroes at this induction ceremony. They definitely are. All eyes turned to this mysterious and powerful team. Hanli, Xiaoyong, Leize, Chen Mo, and Su Qingyue followed closely behind Lin Yi, each with a different expression.
Without exception, they all exuded confidence and a strong aura.
Su Qingyue was particularly eye-catching. Her stunning beauty and aloof demeanor instantly captivated the attention of 90% of the men in the room.
The arrival of the Dawn team made the atmosphere in the arena quite subtle.
Xiao Fan, carrying the ancient sword, lingered his sharp, knife-like gaze on Lin Yi for a few seconds before turning to Chen Mo, a hint of fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. The rumored ability to apply causality piqued his interest.
The alluring Scorpion Queen Du Yuanyan looked at Lei Zhe with great interest, sensing the violent energy mixed with an aura of annihilation emanating from him.
She licked her red lips, her expression unfathomable.
Other high achievers also cast scrutinizing glances their way.
They were all top experts in their respective regions, proud and arrogant, and naturally harbored some doubts about the legendary achievements of the Dawn team. However, everyone present was an exceptional individual, and no one would easily provoke them or lower their status at this moment. Ignoring the stares of those around him, Lin Yi led his team steadily to the designated area and waited quietly. With the arrival of the last batch of newly promoted S-class heroes, more than 20 powerful and talented individuals had gathered in the arena.
On the high platform, Zhao Zhang glanced at the time and announced in a loud voice, "Everyone has arrived. The S-class hero induction ceremony officially begins. Close the temple gates."
With a dull thud, the 2 white stone doors, tens of meters high, slowly closed, completely shutting out the noise and flashes of the outside world.
The light inside the temple dimmed instantly.
Then, the ancient runes on the dome and walls lit up one by one, emitting a soft and solemn light that illuminated the entire temple as if it were daytime. An aura of sacred solemnity enveloped the entire venue. Zhao Zhang stepped down from the platform and stood before the crowd, his expression extremely serious. "Welcome to the Temple of Heroes, everyone. From this day forward, you will officially become S-class heroes of the Dragon Kingdom, the pillars of our nation. Before I inscribe your names on the Wall of Heroes, there are 2 top secrets concerning the survival of humanity and an ability that every S-class hero must possess, which I must impart to you."
Top secret? Essential skill?
All the newly promoted S-class heroes listened attentively with solemn expressions.
"The first thing is about the battlefield outside the region."
Zhao Zhang's voice was like a heavy hammer, striking everyone's heart.
"You have always thought that our greatest enemy is the monster from the spatial rift, but that's not the whole truth.
Beyond Earth, in that boundless universe, we have even more powerful enemies."
With a wave of his hand, a huge 3-dimensional star map lit up on the ground in the center of the temple.
In the star map, a blue planet is clearly marked.
Around it, countless menacing red dots symbolize hostile forces, which are eyeing it menacingly.
Every so often, the planetary will of Earth will briefly overlap with that of a civilization from another world.
That overlapping area is the extraterritorial battlefield. That place is a meat grinder between 2 civilizations, a gamble that determines each other's survival.
Only heroes of S rank or higher can resist the invasion of those otherworldly civilizations.
And if we suffer defeats on the battlefield, the overlap of dimensions will continue to expand.
At that time, the entire planet Earth will completely become a colony that the other side can use at will. These words shocked many people present.
However, some people remained calm, clearly already aware of the truth about the extraterritorial battlefield.
Zhao Zhang paused, waiting for everyone to finish processing his thoughts before continuing.
"You think S rank is the pinnacle? In fact, that's just the bare minimum requirement for protecting the blue planet.
Above the S-class, there is the S+ class, which we call the legendary class. They are the true, unyielding bulwark guarding the extraterrestrial battlefield and resisting the invasion of alien civilizations. Most of the gifted teenagers present had a look of anticipation in their eyes. They longed to become like them.
The second matter concerns the purification of the council." Zhao Zhang's expression grew increasingly cold.
"Based on the information we have so far, the Purification Council is a terrorist organization that was infiltrated, disguised, and established by extraterrestrial beings. They lurk within human society, using the guise of purifying the world to prey on or win over our powerful members. Not long ago, their conspiracy in the eastern suburbs of the capital was thwarted by Lord Dragon and the Dawn team, but we still lost more than 20 S-class heroes."
Upon hearing this, everyone's attention once again focused on Lin Yi and the others. It turns out the rumors were true.
In addition to these 2 things, as a privilege of S-class heroes, you you will also be granted the ability to fly. As soon as the words were spoken, a huge white crystal slowly descended from the center of the temple dome, emitting a dazzling light. Apart from heroes who are born with the ability to fly, we heroes are not meant to fly. However, by using alien technological artifacts captured from extraterrestrial battlefields, we can grant heroes the ability to fly directly, but this is only possible for heroes of S rank and above. The white crystal suddenly shone brightly. Immediately afterwards, more than 20 fist-sized orbs of light, resembling liquid starlight, separated from the body and flew out, precisely merging into the bodies of each newly promoted S-class hero. Lin Yi felt a strange power of rule surge into his body, and his body seemed to break free from some invisible shackles in an instant, creating a mysterious resonance with the force field between heaven and earth. With a thought, he slowly lifted his feet off the ground and floated up easily. Others also tried to fly and were surprised to find that they had gained the ability to fly that they had always dreamed of. Zhao Zhang nodded in satisfaction. The ceremony to inscribe the names on the wall of heroes is now complete. Next, we will move on to the part you have been most looking forward to. A hero should make his name in battle. The temple gates are about to open once more. The sparring battle begins now. Good evening, viewers. This is the official television station of the Dragon Kingdom Heroes Association. You are watching a special report on the 25th S-Class Hero Induction Ceremony. I am the host, Bing Bing. I'm the host, Xiao Sa. On television, two impeccably made-up and dignified hosts are facing the camera, talking fluently. On the giant screen behind them, the solemn and magnificent gates of the Temple of Heroes were slowly opening. Just now, 24 newly promoted S-Class heroes from all over the Dragon Kingdom have completed a solemn induction ceremony. Next, the exciting moment is about to arrive, the friendly competition. That's right, heroes should make their name through battle. In every induction ceremony, the sparring match is always the focus of everyone's attention. This is not only a stage for newly promoted S-Class powerhouses to showcase their strength, but also the first battle to establish their status among S-Class heroes. As the host explained, the camera switched to the interior of the temple. A massive arena made of white light occupied the center of the temple. A semi-transparent energy shield, like an inverted giant bowl, covered the entire arena, ensuring that the combat energy did not leak out. 24 newly promoted S-Class heroes stood on the four sides of the arena, each exuding a powerful aura and burning with high fighting spirit in their eyes. Jiang Chang, inside an old apartment. Zhao Kai, Sun Qian, and Lu Yan squeezed onto a creaky old sofa, intently watching the live broadcast of the S-Class hero induction ceremony. In a corner of the apartment, the tall Qin Bing leaned against the mottled wall with her arms crossed, her cold gaze fixed on the screen. Her cold, beautiful face showed absolutely no emotion. Since Luo Feng's death and the collapse of the Blazing Flame team, the four traitors have become outcasts hated by everyone. No team was willing to take them in, so they had no choice but to start their own faction, forming a C-level team and barely making a living by taking on cheap missions. Once a glorious A-level esports team, now they can only huddle in this shoddy apartment. The huge gap has gradually distorted the mentality of each of them. This year's induction ceremony is quite lively. Sun Qian held a glass of cheap beer, his tone full of bitterness. I heard that Chen Mo from the Dawn team also participated in this induction ceremony. I wonder how he did in the sparring match. He specifically mentioned Chen Mo to test the reactions of the others. Just don't embarrass Jiangcheng. Zhao Kai snorted coldly, his eyes filled with jealousy and contempt. It was just pure luck. Lu Yun sneered sarcastically. Lin Yi must have poured all his resources into him. An S-rank rating built up through such methods has a weak foundation and will definitely be eliminated in the first round. Sun Qian immediately agreed, as if that would make him feel better. Does he really think he's some kind of chosen one? If he were to run into Xiao Fan from Sword City or Han Tuo from Ice City, they would both beat him to a pulp. In the end, it was Lin Yi who lost face. In the corner, a complex light, almost imperceptible to anyone, flashed in Chen Bing's cold eyes before fading into silence. Since falling to this state, she often finds herself reminiscing about the warm, unconditional feeling she had when she was under Ling Yi's command at dawn, but she knew perfectly well that there was no turning back. Therefore, they can only keep hypnotizing themselves. Their choice was not wrong, they were just unlucky and followed the wrong person. Only in this way can the deep regret in my heart be slightly alleviated. At this moment, the Dawn team appeared on the television screen. Lin Yi, Chen Mo, Lei Zhe, Su Qingyue, Han Li, Xia Yong. The six stood side by side, their demeanor calm and composed, like a deep pool and a towering mountain. Ha, isn't that Lin Yi? Sun Qian's pupils suddenly contracted. It seems like all his newly recruited team members are here? Zhao Kai's hand tightened suddenly on the wine glass, spilling the wine without him noticing. Yeah, what's going on? Isn't this place only for newly promoted S-Class heroes? How come they're all here? Lu Yan's voice was filled with undisguised shock and sharpness. Could it be that they are all newly promoted S-Class heroes? Sun Qian almost shouted it out, his face filled with absurdity and disbelief. Although Lin Yi recovered quite quickly after we left the team, it's impossible for him to advance to S rank so quickly, let alone for everyone everyone to advance. That's right, absolutely impossible. Zhao Kai spoke with absolute certainty, but his slightly trembling voice betrayed his inner panic. Of course they don't want to admit it. If Lin Yi not only recovers his strength but also leads a group of good-for-nothings in their eyes to all advance to S rank in such a short time. What about their actions of abandoning Lin Yi back then? It's a complete joke. Just as they were comforting themselves, thinking that the TV station had made a mistake. On the high platform, Zhao Zheng's voice was amplified and spread throughout the entire temple, reaching every household in the Dragon Kingdom. Now, let me announce the rules for this sparring match. This competition will adopt a free challenge system. All 24 heroes are free to choose their opponents or accept challenges from others. Each person has one opportunity to challenge and one opportunity to be challenged. Now, I declare the sparring match officially open. No sooner had the words been spoken than a figure eagerly stepped out from the crowd and onto the center of the arena. He was a burly young man who exuded an explosive aura. He was shirtless, his bronze skin adorned with a ferocious tiger tattoo, and his eyes burned with a wild fighting spirit. Desolate City, Imperial Law. He spoke in a loud voice and introduced himself. I'll start the first one. His gaze, like that of a hungry beast, slowly swept over everyone present, finally settling on the Dawn team. More accurately, it was targeted at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was undoubtedly the most dazzling presence in the entire venue. One punch to a crippled legend. Join forces with Dragon General to thwart the Purification Council's conspiracy. His numerous feats have made him the most shining star in the eyes of all the geniuses. If you can defeat him, you will instantly become famous throughout the Dragon Kingdom and trample everyone else's glory under your feet. Imperial Law clearly thought so too. He grinned cruelly, pointed at Lin Yi, and shouted wildly, Dawn Team, Lin Yi, do you dare to challenge me to a duel? Let me see just how hard your fists are, the ones that can cripple a fake legend. To everyone's surprise, the first challenger was none other than the most mysterious and strongest Lin Yi. However, before Lin Yi could speak, Han Li beside him sneered disdainfully. Ha, you think you're worthy of challenging our captain? He stepped forward, and his powerful aura exploded, making the ground vibrate. I, Han Li, am the worst player in the Dawn team. If you want to challenge the captain, you'll have to get past me first. Before he finished speaking, Razor stepped forward, his body crackling with electricity. Brotherly, you can step back now. I was the last one to join Dawn, so in terms of seniority, I'm the least experienced. You don't even need to get involved in dealing with this kind of person. I'll handle it. You two, stop arguing. Xia Yong also stepped forward, scratching his head sheepishly. Xiaoza and I joined around the same time. I'm also a noob, so let me join. It'll be a good opportunity to stretch my muscles. Just as everyone was stunned, Su Qingyue's gentle and moving voice slowly rang out. You are all combatants, I am a healer. She calmly glanced at the three of them. If we're talking about who's the weakest, who's weaker than me, this battle should be mine. The entire Temple of Heroes fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared at the Dawn team members, who were eagerly declaring themselves the worst, as if they had seen a ghost. Even a therapist is vying to step into the ring? This girl seems to be all looks and no brains. On the stage, Daifa's bronze face instantly turned bright red, and veins bulged on his forehead. He felt humiliated like never before. What does it mean that even the worst person can handle him? What does it mean to deal with someone like him? What is he then? The absolute worst of the worst? You guys are going too far. Emperor Fa let out a deafening roar, his eyes turned blood red, and the energy around him went completely berserk. The wild aura transformed into a tangible shockwave, sweeping across the entire arena from his center, causing several S-class heroes on the edge of the ring to show surprise. This is outrageous. I don't see it that way at all. Lin Yi shook his head, looking serious. I think they're right. Challenging me won't help you at all. As he spoke, he pointed to Han Li, Xia Yong, and Su Qingyue. They are only slightly stronger than you. You will actually have a better combat experience if you spar with them. These words were spoken with utmost sincerity, yet to Daifa, they were more grating than the most vicious insults. What do you mean by only slightly better than me? Isn't this just a roundabout way of admitting they're bad at the game? Emperor Fa laughed in fury, his face contorted with rage. Fine, since that's how it is, then don't blame me for being ruthless. His gaze, like a poison blade, swept across Han Li, Lei Zhe, and Xia Yong before finally settling on Su Qingyue. Those scarlet eyes were filled with cruelty and savagery. You, the one who claims to be the worst healer. Get up here. He stretched out his finger and pointed it at Su Qingyue, his voice hoarse and cruel. Today, in front of the entire Dragon Kingdom, I will tear you, this delicate beauty, to pieces. Let everyone see the consequences of humiliating my imperial law. Has this emperor gone mad? How could he say such a thing to a female healer? Shoo, keep your voice down. The Beast King of the Desolate City is known for his brutality. Rumor has it that he enjoys torturing and killing weak opponents. The female healer from the Dawn team is in big trouble now. Emperor Fa is clearly enraged and will definitely try to kill her. What a pity, such a beautiful woman. Even Zhao Zhang on the high platform couldn't help but frown. The duel is a deathmatch, and the fact that Emperor Law publicly slaughtered a support player whose strength was clearly inferior is a serious violation of the spirit of heroes. Just as he was about to speak to stop him, Lin Yi spoke first in a calm tone. Xingyue, since he specifically asked for your name, you can go up now. Remember, a swift and decisive victory is essential. Su Qingyue nodded calmly, took a light step, and gracefully walked onto the arena, standing in front of DFA. She wore a pristine white dress, a stark contrast to the ferocious orc opposite her. Ha ha ha, you actually dared to come up here. DFA stared at Su Qingyue, his smile growing increasingly sinister. Little beauty, kneel down and beg for mercy now. Cut off your own arm, and I might spare your life. Su Qingyue uttered 4 words calmly. The emperor was utterly enraged. Without another word, he roared, stomped his foot, and charged towards Su Qingyue with the force of a mad rhinoceros. The ground beneath his feet cracked from his stomp. I'll break your limbs first, then torture you slowly. His distorted face was full of cruelty. Despite the earth-shattering impact, Su Qingyue remained standing, without flinching, until Daifa's fist, as big as a casserole dish, was less than half a meter away from her stunningly beautiful face. She slowly raised her fair and slender right hand. S-rank passive skill, Overlord's body, an unparalleled aura of dominance, like an ancient god awakening after 10,000 years of slumber, burst forth from her petite body. A dazzling golden light enveloped her entire body, and her long, jet-black hair moved without wind, dancing wildly behind her. That aura of supreme authority and disdain for all living beings instantly silenced the entire temple of heroes. As DFA charged forward at top speed, he sensed this terrifying aura, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Under the astonished gaze of hundreds of millions of viewers across the entire country, Su Qingyue's seemingly delicate and boneless hand simply met DFA's iron fist, which was powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. A deafening roar, like the explosion of 2 high-speed trains colliding head-on, rang out. The violent shockwave emanated from the two of them, spreading outwards in a ring shape and crashing into the energy shield, creating visible ripples. However, the expected bloody scene of a delicate beauty being punched to pieces did not occur. The scene seemed to freeze at that moment. Su Qingyue remained standing steadily, her white dress fluttering, like a fairy. Her fair hand effortlessly grasped Daifa's iron fist, which was powerful enough to shatter a tank. Emperor Law stood frozen in place, maintaining his forward-charging posture. The violent and cruel expression on his face froze completely, replaced by extreme terror that overturned his entire understanding of life. He could clearly feel that his fist had struck an indestructible divine metal. Even more terrifying is, an irresistible and domineeringly terrifying force emanated continuously from the opponent's slender palm. His knuckles groaned under the strain. The crisp sound of bones cracking echoed clearly throughout the temple through the microphone. Daifa let out a shrill scream as his entire right arm was shattered inch by the force of the rebound, starting from his fist. The entire arm drooped down at an odd angle. This is your power? Su Qingyue slowly raised her head, her cold eyes devoid of any emotion. As soon as she finished speaking, she abruptly shook off the hand that was grabbing Daifa's fist. That burly Emperor Fa was easily swung up like a broken sack and slammed hard onto the ground on the other side. The hard arena floor was smashed into a huge human-shaped crater. DFA felt his internal organs were in disarray, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his mind going completely blank. However, this is just the beginning. Su Qingyue released her grip, took a step forward, and instantly appeared in front of DFA. She raised her delicate little foot, clad in white ballet shoes, and stomped hard on Daifa's chest. Daifa felt as if he were being trampled by a prehistoric beast. His sternum collapsed instantly, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, staining the ground beneath him red. Stop, stop. He struggled to lift his head, his eyes no longer displaying the arrogance and cruelty of before, but only filled with endless fear and pleading. I admit defeat. Inside an old apartment building in Jiangchang, Zhao Kai, Sun Xian, and Lu Yun were so shocked that they stood up from the sofa, unaware that their beer and snacks had scattered all over the floor. They stood like 3 stone statues, staring intently at the stunning figure on the television screen, who resembled a Valkyrie descending to earth, unilaterally slaughtering the Beast King Daifa. This is Su Qingyue? She's a therapist, isn't she? Her power, how could it be so terrifying? The worldviews of the 3 people completely collapsed at this moment, especially Lu Yun, looking at that radiant and domineering figure on the screen, and thinking about her current situation, felt an indescribable jealousy and regret gnawing at her heart like a venomous snake. She bit her lip hard, her nails digging deep into her palms, blood dripping down without her noticing. Why did it turn out like this? If she hadn't left Dawn. So now, standing on that stage, receiving the admiration of thousands, could it be me who was doing the same thing? In the corner, a monstrous storm raged within Chen Bing's icy eyes. Her heart ached faintly. The audience was deathly silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock, apprehension, and even fear. A therapist who claims to be the worst. In a head-on confrontation, the Beast King Daifa, known for his strength, was forced to admit defeat. This guy is the worst player on the team? So what kind of monsters are you, Dawn team? Those who had previously looked down on the Dawn team and were ready to laugh at them now felt a burning sensation on their faces, as if they were being slapped by countless invisible blows. Those who had just been secretly mocking Su Qingyue for being big-breasted and brainless now wished they could disappear into a crack in the ground. This isn't just big-breasted and brainless, it's big-breasted, brainy, and even has a nuclear bomb. For the first time, a look of seriousness appeared in Xiao Fan's sharp, knife-like eyes. He knew he could defeat DFA, but he could never do what Su Qingyue did to crush and destroy his opponent with pure physical strength. What exactly is that domineering, seemingly invincible golden energy that can ignore all defenses? Even Du Yuanyang, the Scorpion Queen, lost her frivolousness and her alluring peach blossom eyes, which were replaced by deep fear. Her prized poison might be able to deal with tough warriors, but against this monster with its extreme strength and speed, and possibly immunity to poison, she had no chance of winning. On the high platform, Zhao Zhang's eyelids twitched wildly, and he secretly rejoiced. Luckily, I didn't speak up to stop him, otherwise he would be the one getting slapped in the face now. He glanced at Lin Yi, who remained expressionless and seemed to have everything under control, and his respect for the young captain deepened even further. Su Qingyue cast a life bloom spell on DFA, healing all of his injuries before gracefully returning to the Dawn team's camp. Captain, I didn't let you down, did I? She walked up to Lin Yi, winked as if to claim credit, as if she hadn't been the violent therapist just now. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. The effect of this battle in establishing our authority far exceeded expectations. DFA gave Su Qingyue a deep look, then jumped off the stage looking disheveled. Sword City, Xiao Fan. Come forth, Dawn, Chen Mo, let's fight. Everyone's spirits were instantly ignited and they were invigorated once again. One is a renowned swordsman from Sword City, hailed as a once-in-a-century swordsmanship prodigy, and is widely recognized as one of the top 3 among all the newly promoted S-class. The other is the strategist of the Dawn team, who is rumored to possess the mythical ability of causality. This is absolutely a fierce battle. Xiao Fan appeared in the center of the arena in an instant, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Those sharp eyes remained fixed on the bespectacled, refined young man from beginning to end. Chen Mo calmly adjusted his glasses, nodded to Lin Yi, and then slowly walked onto the arena. I've long wanted to experience firsthand just how amazing the legendary law of cause and effect really is. Xiao Fan's voice was as clear and sharp as the sound of a sword. I hope you won't let me down. Chen Mo responded concisely and to the point. There were no unnecessary words exchanged between the two. A clear, resounding sword cry echoed throughout the temple. The ancient longsword on Xiao Fan's back was drawn in response. A dazzling sword light, so fast it seemed capable of severing time and space, flashed through the air and disappeared in an instant. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any flashy moves. It was just a simple, direct thrust. But this simple thrust sent chills down the spines of all the S-rank experts in the audience. They clearly sensed that the sword contained the pure swordsmanship will to sever all cause and effect and reach the ultimate result. It was as if the moment Xiao Fan drew his sword, the outcome of piercing the enemy was already predetermined. The sword is too fast. This is no longer just speed, it has been infused with the power of rules. Chen Mo is in danger. Faced with this kind of attack, any defense or dodge is meaningless. However, facing this earth-shattering sword strike that could even sever cause and effect, Chen Mo remained standing quietly. He didn't even blink. Just as the dazzling sword light was about to pierce his brow, he slowly raised his right hand and extended one index finger. The voice was calm and indifferent, yet it sounded like a divine pronouncement. Because I think your sword will break. A crisp yet abrupt sound of metal snapping echoed throughout the entire venue. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, Xiao Fan's indestructible S-class sword, which had been with him for over 10 years, it was less than a millimeter away from Chen Mo's brow. Without warning, it broke apart inch by inch, starting from the tip of the sword. This peerless divine weapon has slain countless monsters and drunk the blood of countless powerful beings. And just like that, right before everyone's eyes, it turned into a pile of iron dust. Xiao Fan remained frozen in place, still in his rapier stance. He slowly lowered his head, staring incredulously at the remaining sword hilt in his hand, then at the pile of cold iron filings on the ground. For the first time, a look of bewilderment, confusion, and a hint of fear from the depths of his soul appeared on that icy face that had remained unchanged for millennia. His sword, just like that, broke. There was no energy impact and no external interference. It seemed to have fulfilled its destiny of being destined to break apart and self-destructed. Xiao Fan muttered to himself, unable to accept this fact. This sword is the embodiment of his swordsmanship, an extension of his will, and the most important part of his life. Now, it is shattered in a way he cannot comprehend at all. This pain is even more intense than being killed outright. He suddenly looked up, his sharp eyes bloodshot and filled with madness as he stared intently at Chen Mo. What did you do? I was simply stating a fact that was about to happen. Chen Mo calmly pushed up his glasses, the cold lenses reflecting a chilling light. From the moment you stepped onto this stage, the outcome that your sword will break was already predetermined. Everything you've done is merely the cause that has led to this outcome. This is the law of causality. Xiao Fan's mind went went completely blank, as if struck by lightning. At this moment, he fully felt the same shock he had felt before the Emperor's Law. It was a kind of ultimate despair where one's worldview was completely overturned and one's lifelong beliefs were ruthlessly crushed. His proud swordsmanship and his unbreakable will seem so laughable and fragile in the face of this power that makes words law and rules set by people. In his utter confusion, Xiao Fan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura weakened abruptly, and he staggered back several steps, almost unable to stand. This defeat was even more thorough than that of the Imperial Law. Emperor Fa was only physically ravaged, but he suffered a complete collapse of his Tao heart. I admit defeat. He squeezed out those 3 words through his teeth with great effort, as if he had exhausted all his strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the sword hilt from the ground, looking utterly dejected, and staggered off the stage. From beginning to end, Chen Mo did not move an inch. He just stood there and said that one sentence. This caused the Tao heart of a recognized top genius to shatter, resulting in defeat without a fight. This scene shocked everyone present even more than Su Qingyue's defeat of DFA with her bare hands. It was tens of thousands of times more intense. If Su Qingyue's strength is still within the scope of power and energy, then it can be understood. The abilities Chen Mo displayed have completely exceeded everyone's expectations. This is unsolvable. When Xiao Fan's hoarse and dejected voice echoed throughout the entire temple through the loudspeaker, the scene remained deathly silent. Everyone's minds went blank. They were completely unable to recover from the mind-blowing scene they had just witnessed. A single word can decide life or death. A single phrase can sever a divine army. This is no longer a battle, but a dimensional attack. Is this the law of causality? This is terrifying. How can we fight against this kind of ability? There's no way to fight this. This is power from a completely different dimension. All your attacks and defenses, in his eyes, may just be predetermined causes. Below the stage, those once arrogant and complacent prodigies now looked at Chen Mo with completely different eyes. It was filled with awe, as if it were a god, mixed with fear from the depths of one's soul. They suddenly realized that the Emperor's law being violated and Xiao Fan's Tao heart being shattered was actually a fortunate thing. At least let them face reality, so they don't embarrass themselves by going up there. Inside an old apartment building in Jiangchang, the wine glass in Zhao Kai's hand slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground, but he was completely unaware of it. He stared intently at the television screen. His face, once contorted with jealousy, was now replaced by shock and blankness. Fake? Is it fake? Sun Qian's voice trembled. It must be special effects from the TV station. Yes, it must be special effects. How could someone say something and cause an S-class sword to break on its own? That wasn't special effects. Qin Bing, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Her voice was hoarse and dry, carrying a hint of despair that she herself was unaware of. That's his ability. Lu Yun slumped onto the sofa, her eyes vacant, muttering to herself repeatedly. Why did this happen? Regret gnawed at their hearts like a leech. Inside the Temple of Heroes, Chen Mo calmly walked off the stage and returned to Linya's side. It was as if the person who had just defeated a top genius with a single sentence was not him at all. Captain, I have accomplished my mission. Linya nodded, a smile in his eyes. You controlled it well. After this battle, there shouldn't be any fools who would dare to provoke Dawn. And it turned out just as he had predicted. In the ensuing sparring matches, everyone seemed to tacitly avoid the members of the Dawn team. The challengers turned their attention to opponents of similar strength. Although the battles were still intense and exciting, after Su Qingyue and Chen Mo's 2 spectacular performances, the subsequent competitions seemed rather unremarkable to everyone. Finally, when no more challengers stepped onto the stage, the sparring match segment of this S-class hero induction ceremony officially came to an end. Zhao Zheng ascended the high platform and loudly congratulated and expressed his expectations to all the newly promoted S-class heroes. The entire ceremony concluded successfully in a solemn and enthusiastic atmosphere. However, everyone understands. The ceremony may be over, but the storm it stirred up has only just begun. Hashtag Dawn Team. All members are S-rank. Hashtag Healer Su Qingyue defeats Beast King DFA with a single punch. Hashtag The Power of Causality. A single word can sever even divine weapons. Hashtag The Strongest Rookie Team in History is born. One shocking phrase after another swept across all online platforms in China like a virus within just a few hours. Major news websites, social media, and short video platforms were flooded with videos of Dawn Team's 2 mind-blowing battles. The internet in China is in complete uproar. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Is this real? Am I dreaming? That girl is a healer? She actually utterly crushed the Beast King Emperor? Upstairs, you read that right. I've watched the replay 8 times already. That power, that speed, that domineering presence. Absolutely stunning. From this day forward, Su Qingyue is my one and only goddess. Goddess my foot. Didn't you guys see Chen Mo? That's the real deal. Without uttering a single word, Xiao Fan's sword broke. What an incredible feat. This is what you call words becoming law. Dawn Team. My god, this team is terrifying. Captain Lin Yi crippled the fake legend with a single punch. Each of his team members members is more monstrous than the last. Is this really a newly formed team? I checked, and Lin Yi, the captain of the Dawn team, is the one whose strength dropped to A level after being betrayed by his teammates. I never imagined he not only recovered but became so strong. It's so inspiring. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. I wonder what those people who betrayed him back then are thinking now that they're seeing this news. You must be kicking yourself now. Online discussions about the Dawn team have reached an unprecedented level of popularity. The names Lin Yi, Su Qingyue, and Chen Mo instantly became popular across the internet, making them idols in the hearts of countless young people. Dawn team, one battle that shocked the world. Dragon Kingdom, a certain unknown underground space. The place was dimly lit, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood and sulfur. Inside the enormous circular council chamber, 11 virtual figures dressed in robes of different colors and wearing silver masks sat quietly on circular stone thrones. They are the 12 holy messengers of the Purification Council. But at this moment, the seat that represents decay is empty. In the center of the council hall, a holographic projection lit up, playing the scene of Chen Mo breaking Xiao Fan's sword with a single word in the Temple of Heroes. As the sword shattered inch by inch, a unified, suppressed gasp filled the entire council hall. The law of cause and effect. A hoarse voice came from the figure dressed in a blood-red robe, filled with disbelief and shock. There really is someone who can awaken the legendary power belonging to the gods. That woman, the domineering power she possesses seems to be the Overlord's body, but its power is several levels stronger. Another holy envoy in a black robe spoke in a deep voice. The most crucial one is that Lin Yi, the chief holy envoy, seated in the main seat, clad in a long golden robe and exuding an unfathomable aura, finally spoke. His voice was powerful and authoritative, carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. A person who was once crippled not only recovered his strength in a short period of time, but also made great strides, and was able to confront the pseudo-legend head-on. Those guys under him who were considered useless have all been transformed, awakening incredibly powerful abilities. During the battle in the eastern suburbs, he even managed to damage the high priest's withering. This Lin Yi must be hiding some kind of huge secret that even we can't understand. The chief envoy's gaze swept across the entire room, his voice cold and resolute. Relay my orders. Raise the threat level of Lin Yi and all members of the Dawn team to the highest level godly enemy. Use all available resources, at all costs, to uncover the secrets surrounding him. If we could invite him, or the secrets within him, back to the council and present them to His Majesty the Great Holy Emperor. The chief envoy's voice carried a hint of fanaticism. Then our great cause of purifying the world will be without any obstacles. Yes, Your Excellency. The other 10 holy envoys rose in unison and responded respectfully. A massive conspiracy targeting the Dawn team unfolds silently in the darkness, unnoticed by anyone. The Dawn team rose to fame in one battle, completely igniting the Chinese internet and becoming incredibly popular. However, Lin Yi, who was at the center of the storm, didn't care at all. At this moment, inside the presidential suite of the Sky Dome Hotel, Lin Yi was having a video call with Long Shuai. Commander Long, I need S-grade energy cores, the more the better. Lin Yi was straightforward and without any formalities. Although his combat power is comparable to S+ level thanks to his 4S level solidified abilities, his main attribute Starfall remains at a level which limits his potential and further unlocking of the system. Long Shuai, who was on the other end of the video call, had just finished dealing with official association business and couldn't help but smile wryly when he heard the request. You little rascal, you really know how to pick your time to speak. An S-class energy core is a strategic resource on Earth. Commander Long sighed and explained. It's not that we don't want to produce in large quantities, but the output rate is just too low. S-class monsters are already rare, and the probability of them condensing an S-class energy core after death is less than 1 in 10. The vast majority of S-class energy cores come from battlefields outside the domain. It can only be reliably obtained from those S-rank powerhouses from other worlds. To be honest, after the last time the extraterritorial battlefield was closed, the inventory we obtained has been almost completely used up over this period of time. Long Shuai held up 4 fingers, looking somewhat helpless. Currently, only 4 S-class energy cores remain in the entire association's strategic reserve. I'll take them all. Lin Yi's answer was as simple and straightforward as ever. Long Shuai was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, his laughter filled with admiration and pride. Good lad. Straightforward. I like it. Don't even mention $4, even if you want $40, as long as I can come up with it, I won't even flinch. He was also very much looking forward to seeing how strong Wakabayashi Yoro would become once he raised his main attribute to S rank. Less than half an hour after the communication ended, Zhao Zheng personally delivered a combination lock box made of a special alloy to Lin Yi. Inside the box, 4 fist-sized, dazzling crystals, each emitting different energy fluctuations, lay quietly on a velvet cushion. Fire, ice, earth, storm. Each one contains terrifying energy enough to drive any A-level hero mad. Lin Yi had his team members protect him while he went alone into the deepest part of the hotel to practice his cultivation. He sat cross-legged and took out 4 S-class energy cores, which floated in front of him. Without hesitation, he activated the power of the meteorite within his body and began to absorb it frantically. For violent S-level energies, each belonging to a different system, erupted like a volcano, instantly transforming into 4 torrents that rushed into Linya's body. His body was like a pressure cooker, an arsenal that could explode at any moment. For completely different S-level energies collided and tore at each other violently in his meridians, trying to completely burst his body and tear it to pieces. Even a regular A-rank hero could explode and die due to energy conflict if they absorbed just one of these. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was absorbing 4 energy cores at the same time. With his current true strength, he could easily devour 4 at the same time. As energy continued to be injected, the core energy source within his body, which had long been shattered, began to gradually condense, slowly transforming into a star that shone with brilliant light. Finally, when all 4 S-class energy cores were exhausted, an unprecedented, magnificent aura, as vast as a galaxy, burst forth from his body. The bottleneck that had been troubling him for so long shattered at that moment. Ding! Host level upgraded to S rank. The host can now solidify up to 5 abilities. The highest tier for looting has been upgraded to S+. Note, before instilling S+ level abilities into team members, ensure that the team members have already reached S level. S rank passive ability 1 punch breaks limit effect enhanced, ignores 90% of the target's physical defense and energy resistance. Other system functions have also been enhanced. A series of system notifications rang in Lin Yi's mind. He slowly opened his eyes, and a dazzling starlight flashed in his eyes. With a thought, he brought up his attribute panel. Name, Lin Yi. Rank, S. Ability, Meteor Shower. Attributes, Strength S+, Agility S+, Constitution SS, Spirit SS, Energy SS. Skill 1, Starfall Fury. Rank B active launches 3 meteors in succession, bombarding the target with saturation. Skill 2, Stellar Core Fission. Rank A active extremely compresses one's own meteoric energy and injects it into the ground or the target's body, triggering a stellar core fission that creates a gravity collapse field within a certain range. Skill 3, Astral Exile. S-rank active tears through space, opening a one-way exile portal to the chaotic astral realm at a designated location. The target can be forcibly sucked into it, enduring the relentless baptism of spatial turbulence and astral rays. The exile time and success rate depend on the difference in mental strength and energy levels between the two parties. Solidation ability 1, 1 punch breaks limit. S-rank passive all attacks ignore 90% of the target's physical defense and energy resistance. Solidation ability 2, Illusory Realm. S-rank active creates an illusionary domain that is difficult to distinguish from reality, randomly generating various spiritual entities within the domain to attack enemies. Solidation ability 3, Absolute Barrier. S-rank active consumes its own energy to generate an extremely powerful energy barrier at a designated location. The barrier's strength is directly proportional to the energy injected and can theoretically be stacked indefinitely. Solidation ability 4, Void Body. S-rank active transforms the user's existence into void particles, becoming immune to all physical and energy attacks and shielding 99.99% of detection methods. Attack capabilities are significantly weakened in the void state. Curing ability 5, To be determined. Current team member count, July 8. Extraterritorial battlefield, unlocked. Extraterrestrial source, 2. Looking at the impressive attribute panel, Lin Yi was completely satisfied. He has now surpassed the legendary Dragon General and Wood Saint. Even if he were to face One Punch Man again, he would be full of confidence to win. Next, it's time to plan for the team members' growth. To upgrade the team members' abilities to S rank, a large number of S rank energy cores or S rank heroes with the same attributes are also needed. Unfortunately, he had already had Long Shui investigate. Currently, there are no S-class heroes in the entire Dragon Kingdom whose abilities are similar to those of the members of the Dawn team. This means that they can only rely on themselves and make up for what they need through their own efforts. System, scan all S-level secret realms within the Dragon Kingdom. Ding! Secret Realm Plunder function activated. Scan range, 1,000 kilometers radius centered on the host. Scanning begins. Lin Yu was overjoyed, as the original Secret Realm Plunder function could only scan a radius of 200 kilometers. Now that he has been promoted to S-class, the scanning range of this function has been greatly increased to 1,000 kilometers. This means that he can scan the entire Dragon Kingdom at once, and even cover the regions of several surrounding countries. In my mind, a vast three-dimensional map covering the entire Dragon Kingdom slowly unfolded. One by one, points of light representing secret realms twinkled on the map. Most of the secret realms were below S rank, so they were of no value to him. Only 3 locations emitted a red glow, marking them as S-level secret realms. Next, we must launch a company-wide upgrade plan. Within 3 months, raise all team members' main abilities to S rank, and then prepare for the opening of the extraterritorial battlefield. The moment Lin Yi pushed open the door to the training room, everyone in the suite turned their gaze to him. Mu Shaochen stopped playing the game, and Su Qingyue, Han Li, and the others immediately immediately snapped out of their own states, their eyes filled with anticipation. They could clearly sense that Lin Ye's aura was becoming increasingly unfathomable, like a vast starry sky, with no end in sight.
Captain, you did it! Lei Zhe rubbed his hands together and asked excitedly. Lin Yi nodded calmly, said nothing more, and directly unfolded a huge three-dimensional map of the Dragon Kingdom in front of everyone.
On the map, the coordinates of 3 S-level secret realms, flashing with dazzling red light, were clearly displayed before everyone's eyes.
Northeast, the Eternal Ice Cave. Western regions, Quicksand Temple. Southern frontier, 100 Poison Swamp.
Lin Ye's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears.
These are the 3 S-level secret realms that have been explored but not yet conquered within the Dragon Kingdom.
In order to improve the team's strength in the most efficient way, we must split into 3 groups and set off simultaneously. Upon hearing this, everyone's breathing quickened involuntarily, and a fierce fighting spirit ignited in their eyes. Lin Ye's gaze swept over each team member like a sharp sword as he began to issue instructions. Old Han, Xiaozhe, you two form a group and head to the 10,000-year ice cave.
Yes. Han Li and Lei Zhe responded in unison, their expressions serious.
Xiao Mo, Zheng you two form a group and head to the 100 Poison Swamp.
Yes, Captain. Shen Mo and Su Qingyue replied in unison.
Finally, Lin Ye's gaze settled on Xia Yong. Old Xia, you'll be in my group, heading to the Quicksand Temple. Xia Yong straightened his chest, raised his arms and shouted, his eyes filled with excitement and determination. After the group assignments were completed, Lin Ye's expression became unusually serious.
Everyone echoed in agreement, a warm feeling welling up in their hearts.
Mu Xiaochen leaned back on the sofa, drinking milk tea while playing games.
She lazily raised her eyelids and yawned.
I'm not going to join you guys in this kind of level of secret realm.
It's like children playing house, so boring.
She waved her hand and continued to focus on the game, as if the S-level secret realm was nothing more than a suburban park in her eyes. The group exchanged smiles, not taking it to heart. The icy, biting wind howled like countless sharp blades across the vast snowfield. This is the northeastern border of the Dragon Kingdom, the entrance to the 10,000-year ice cave.
Han Li and Lei Zhe appeared at the deep entrance of the ice cave.
The cave entrance resembled the gaping maw of a frost-covered beast, constantly exhaling bone-chilling cold that could freeze one's soul.
Without hesitation, the two stepped inside.
Inside the ice cave, countless frost monsters roared and surged in from all directions, but were crushed by the two as easily as dry leaves. Lightning and fierce energy swept past, leaving behind only ice shards and charred remains. Soon, they reached the deepest part of the ice cave. It was like an underground palace, the core of a huge ice cave. In the center of the palace, a colossal creature, over 50 meters long, covered in blue and white ice crystal dragon scales, and bearing a ferocious single horn, sat atop the frozen throne. Its eyes were closed, as if it were asleep, but that peak S-class pressure froze the entire space.
S-rank peak frost dragon.
Seemingly sensing the presence of the intruder, the frost wyvern suddenly opened its giant eyes, which were burning with ghostly blue soul flames, and let out a deafening roar. A terrifying cold wave erupted from its center, causing the temperature of the entire ice cave to plummet to absolute zero. Countless sharp ice crystals condensed in the air and shot towards the two of them like a torrential rain. Instead of retreating, Han Li charged forward with a roar, rushing headlong into the cold current. Rank a skill, Heavenly Prison Suppression Seal. The enormous energy fist imprint roared out, tearing a gap in the oncoming ice crystal storm.
S-rank ability, Mental Mirror.
Immediately afterwards, 3 spiritual clones with a completely identical aura to him appeared instantly, launching attacks on the frost dragon from different directions in an attempt to disrupt its perception.
However, the frost wyvern was far more intelligent than ordinary monsters.
It let out a disdainful roar and its massive tail swept across like a steel whip. The 3 spiritual clones were almost instantly blasted apart, turning into spiritual energy and dissipating into the air. Han Li's heart tightened. The speed of the frost dragon far exceeded his expectations. It swung its tail, quickly closing in, and with a suffocatingly cold force, slammed its dragon claws down on Han Li. In the critical moment, Han Li crossed his arms to protect his chest, activating the heavenly body technique to its fullest extent. With a loud bang, Han Li was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ice wall behind him and creating a deep crater.
Put!
He felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his internal organs had been dislocated. With just one strike, he was severely injured. The power of this S-class monster is truly terrifying. Upon seeing this, lightning flashed in Razor's eyes.
S-rank ability, Withering Domain. An invisible domain instantly unfolded, forcibly stripping the frost dragon of its life force.
Its massive body suddenly stiffened, its movements became sluggish, and even its roar carried a clear sign of weakness.
Razor seized this critical opportunity and focused all his energy into a single point. Rank a skill, Thunder Dragon's Roar.
A massive, more ferocious, and violent thunder dragon roared out and slammed into the back of the frost wyvern. Lightning exploded, and countless ice crystal dragon scales scattered and flew everywhere. However, after the lightning dissipated, only a charred patch remained on the frost wyvern's back. It had not suffered fatal damage. It suddenly raised its head, head, opened its blood-red maw, and unleashed a breath containing the ultimate frost law, which instantly swallowed up the thunder swamp like a celestial river pouring down. Lei Zhe felt his blood almost freeze, and he hurriedly urged his thunder power to resist, but he was still frozen into an ice sculpture. Han Li's eyes were bloodshot, but he forced himself to endure the pain and rushed forward again. A heavy punch landed squarely on the side of the frost wyvern, successfully drawing its attention. The two engaged in a fierce and arduous life-or-death struggle with this powerful S-class monster. Relying on his indestructible body, Han Li withstood the dragon's deadly attacks time and time again, buying precious opportunities for Rei's to attack. Meanwhile, Razor continuously weakened his opponent using the Withering Domain, and then unleashed a fierce bombardment with Thunder Dragon Roar and Annihilation Beam. The battle lasted for nearly half an hour, and both men were already covered in wounds, their strength and energy completely exhausted. Meanwhile, the Frost Wyvern, weakened by the continuous damage from the Witherfield, became breathless and its movements were no longer as swift.
This is your last chance, brotherly,
Razor roared, channeling all the remaining energy within his body, along with the death energy stripped from the Withering Domain, into a final Thunder Dragon Roar. The color of the Thunder Dragon changed from azure to deep black, exuding an ominous aura. Han Li roared and concentrated all his energy into his right fist, transforming into a shooting star as he met the Frost Dragon's claw head-on without dodging or avoiding it.
Although Han Li was sent flying again, he successfully bought Lei Zhe that crucial second. The black, annihilating divine lightning, like a beam of death piercing through the heavens and earth, slammed into the already injured head of the Frost Wyvern. Roar,
The roar of the Frost Wyvern abruptly ceased.
Its enormous head was completely pierced by the annihilation lightning, and then exploded with a deafening roar.
The massive headless corpse crashed to the ground, creating a huge crater. Han Li and Lei Zhe exchanged a glance, then collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. In the western regions, yellow sand swirls everywhere. The ancient temple of shifting sands is like a lurking ancient beast, half hidden in the boundless sea of sand. Lin Yi and Xia Yong appeared at the mottled entrance of the temple.
Captain, is this the temple of quicksand?
Xia Yong stared at the massive building before him, which was filled with an atmosphere of desolation and death, his eyes filled with vigilance and fighting spirit. Lin Yi stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm as still water.
Old Xia, this is your trial ground.
Remember, I will never help you unless you are in a life or death situation. Xia Yong took a deep breath, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute. Holding an energy spear formed from the primordial energy, he took the lead and stepped into the deep, dark gate of the temple. The interior of the temple is like a world built of yellow sand. Countless broken stone pillars and statues stand silently in the shifting sands, as if telling the story of the glorious past this place once was. As soon as you enter, the surrounding yellow sand surges and gathers wildly as if it were alive. Soon, one after another, quicksand golems, wielding sand blades, clad in sand armor, and with soul fire gleaming in their eyes, rose from the sand. These puppets generally had an aura around A-level, but their numbers numbered in the hundreds or thousands, seemingly endless, completely surrounding the two of them. Xia Yong showed no fear, roared, and brandished the heavenly 100 battle spear in his hand, taking the initiative to meet the puppet army. His moves are wide and powerful, incredibly fierce. The spear in his hand was like a white lightning bolt, tearing through the air. The blazing white energy surged and raged, each strike containing terrifying explosive power, instantly shattering dozens of quicksand puppets into dust.
However, a bizarre scene unfolded.
The sand formed from the shattered puppets did not scatter, but instead, drawn together by an invisible force, it quickly coalesced and charged forward once more, as if it had not been harmed at all.
Physical attack ineffective? Xia Yong frowned slightly, instantly grasping the key point.
The core of these puppets is not a physical entity, but a spiritual imprint. He acted decisively, unleashing a surge of immense spiritual power from his body. S-rank ability, Cage of 10,000 Thoughts. An invisible field of pure spiritual energy emanated from him and spread outwards like ripples for hundreds of meters in an instant. Within that realm, time seemed to stand still. All the charging and roaring quicksand golems were forcibly restrained in terms of movement, thought, and energy flow. The flames of their souls flickered in their eyes like candlelight tossed by a gale, swaying violently as if they might be extinguished at any moment. Xia Yong seized this fleeting opportunity, transforming his spiritual power into an invisible blade that pierced the soul fire of all the puppets. With a series of soft sounds, the soul flames in the eyes of hundreds or even thousands of quicksand golems within the domain were extinguished simultaneously. The next moment, the body made of yellow sand collapsed like a sand sculpture that had lost its support. It turned into a sky full of yellow sand, completely merging into the ground, with no possibility of ever reforming. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Xia Yong's insight and judgment far exceeded his expectations. Having cleared out all the miscellaneous soldiers, Xia Yong was about to advance deeper into the temple. Just then, a pressure several times more terrifying than all the previous puppets combined swept in from the deepest part of the temple.
The entire temple trembled violently.
The yellow sand on the ground surged wildly like boiling waves, gathering on the throne in the center of the temple. A terrifying giant, 10 meters tall, wearing wearing a golden crown and wielding a huge sand scepter, slowly rose from the throne. S-class peak monster, Lord of Quicksand. Its eyes, formed from swirling quicksand, were fixed intently on Xie Yong. A violent and ancient divine thought exploded in Xie Yong's mind. Trespassing, my place of slumber, death. They've finally shown themselves. Xie Yong was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he felt joy, and his fighting spirit instantly soared to its peak. He pushed the heavenly chi to its limit, and the blazing white energy flames enveloped his entire body, making him look like a war god descending to the mortal world. With a roar, he transformed into a streak of white light and charged headlong into the massive Sandlord. The heavenly 100 battle spear, carrying immense force, slammed into the chest of the Sandlord. However, the body of the Sandlord was like a bottomless vortex, instantly swallowing and dissolving the violent attack of chi, without suffering any harm. It suddenly brandished the sand scepter in its hand, unleashing a sandstorm that blotted out the sky, and slammed it down fiercely towards Xie Yong. Xie Yong's expression changed drastically, and he immediately raised his spear to defend himself. An irresistible and terrifying force swept in. He felt as if he had been hit head-on by a mountain, and his whole body was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing hard into a distant stone wall, stirring up a cloud of dust. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, and his internal organs seemed to shift out of place. The Sand Monarch, who was at the peak of S rank, possessed power and defense that far exceeded his expectations. Foolish mortals! The Lord of Quicksand strode heavily towards Xie Yong, each step causing the entire temple to tremble. It raised its scepter high, and countless grains of yellow sand gathered at the top, coalescing into a high-speed spinning sand spiral bullet that exuded an aura of destruction. Turn into dust. A deadly sense of crisis sent chills down Xie Yong's spine. He gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and pushed his mental energy to its limit once again. The cage of 10,000 thoughts. An invisible spiritual field unfolded once more, attempting to imprison the Sandlord's movements. But as soon as it touched the body of the Sandlord, the mental field dissipated as if it had been thrown into the sea. Completely isolated by the invisible domain power surrounding his body, it could not have any effect whatsoever. Xie Yong's heart sank. His strongest control method had failed. Just as the devastating sand spiral bullet was about to crash down, at the critical moment, he gritted his teeth and held on, compressing and frantically fusing the last of his heavenly chi and spiritual power in an unprecedented way. Since physical attacks and mind control are ineffective, let's combine the two powers into one. Give me Ning! He roared, and a brand new spear, completely different from the previous ones, slowly took shape in his hand. The spear shaft was still filled with blazing white celestial energy, but the spear tip condensed a point of extremely compressed spiritual energy, which seemed to be able to pierce the soul. The sand spiral bullet crashed down. With bloodshot eyes, Xie Yong advanced instead of retreating, using his last bit of strength to throw out the new spear that combined the two powers. The spear transformed into a streak of white gold light, tearing through the raging sandstorm with speeds exceeding the laws of physics, and piercing the Sandlord's vortex-shaped eye with unparalleled precision. The Lord of Quicksand let out a heart-wrenching scream from the depths of his soul. Its seemingly invincible sand body was easily pierced like paper in the face of this extreme sharpness. The spear not only destroyed its physical form, but also annihilated the spiritual core hidden deep within. The massive Sand Monarch exploded with a deafening roar, completely transforming into a sky full of yellow sand that scattered across the ground. Xie Yong knelt on the ground, panting heavily, feeling completely drained. He looked at the S-class energy core emitting an earthy yellow halo on the throne in the distance, and a victorious smile appeared on his face. However, just as he was about to step forward to take the spoils, his expression suddenly changed. Three incredibly powerful, suffocating, and ominous auras descended silently upon the temple, instantly sealing off the entire space. Lin Yi looked up at the top of the palace, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. Although these three auras are different, the eerie and ominous feeling they exude is exactly the same as the aura of the Holy Envoy during the Great Battle in the eastern suburbs. The Purification Council has acted so quickly. In the southern border of the Dragon Kingdom lies the 100 Poison Swamp. This is a forbidden zone for life, where the air is perpetually filled with highly toxic miasma capable of corroding steel. Beneath the dark green swamp lurks countless deadly dangers. Chen Mo and Su Qingyue moved silently through this desolate place, like two ghosts. There is a quicksand trap 30 meters to the left. The purple mushroom grove on the right emits hallucinogenic spores, so go around it. Chen Mo spoke calmly as he walked. Complex data streams flickered incessantly in his eyes. Tier B skill, Eye of Data. Before those eyes, all the hidden traps, poisonous creatures, and even the flow of miasma in the swamp were displayed to him in the most intuitive data form, leaving nothing hidden. His mind, like a supercomputer, rapidly conducted battlefield simulations, planning a safe and efficient route for the two of them. Su Qingyue followed closely behind. Although the golden energy of the Overlord's body was not yet revealed, her powerful aura had locked onto everything around her, ready to deal with any unexpected situation. The two work together, one responsible for observing everything and avoiding risks, while the other breaks the deadlock with violence and provides absolute absolute protection, making them a perfect support and assault combination.
Xiao Mo, how much longer do we have to walk?
Su Qingyue asked, gazing at the monotonous dark green swamp around them.
Chen Mo pushed up his glasses.
According to my deductions, the core of this swamp should be about 5 kilometers ahead.
An extremely large life energy reaction emanated from there, reaching the peak of S rank. 5 kilometers is but a fleeting moment for them.
Soon, a strange sight appeared before them, completely out of place with the surrounding environment. At the very center of the swamp was a crystal-clear lake. In the center of the lake stands an ancient tree, hundreds of meters tall, with a canopy that spreads out like a parasol and its entire body radiating a verdant glow.
That magnificent and boundless life force was released from this ancient tree. An S-grade rare treasure, the ancient tree of life.
Su Qingyue stared at the ancient tree, her beautiful eyes instantly igniting with a fiery light.
This was exactly the opportunity for advancement she had been dreaming of. Don't be impulsive.
Chen Mo grabbed Su Qingyue, who was about to step forward, his expression unusually serious.
Something's not right. Something's really not right.
His data I was running at full speed, but it still couldn't analyze the area around the ancient tree. It was as if the area had become a data vacuum, shielded by some invisible and higher force.
There must be something fishy going on.
The greatest opportunities are always accompanied by the most terrifying guardians, Chen Mo calmly analyzed.
Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The swampy ground beneath my feet and the seemingly ordinary vines around me suddenly came to life.
Thousands upon thousands of dark green poison vines covered with barbs and suckers, like the tentacles of an awakened kraken, shot into the sky in an instant, weaving a net that completely engulfed the two of them.
The speed and range were so great that it gave people absolutely no time to react. S-rank peak poisonous ivy king.
The true master of this swamp merges himself with the entire swamp. Chen Mo's expression changed drastically, and he instantly deployed an energy shield to protect Su Qingyue behind him. However, the number of poison ivy is enormous, and each one contains a terrible corrosive toxin.
The energy shield lasted less than a second before being completely corroded away.
The two were about to be devoured and torn apart by countless poisonous vines. A clear, cold shout rang out, as loud as a thunderclap.
An unparalleled aura of dominance suddenly erupted from the center of the poison ivy cage. S-rank ability, Overlord's body. The dazzling golden flames were like a supernova explosion, instantly shattering the countless poisonous vines that were binding the two of them.
Chen Mo was momentarily stunned, only then realizing that Su Qingyue was no longer the healer who could only hide behind the crowd. Su Qingyue floated in midair, her black hair flying and surrounded by golden flames, like a female warrior from mythology, majestic and domineering. Her gaze was icy as she stared directly at the poisonous vines that were swirling towards her again. Her face showed no fear, instead, a cold smile curved her lips. She pulled Chen Missouri close and said softly, "You don't need to do anything.
Let me practice."
Before she finished speaking, she transformed into a golden streak of light and plunged into the sea of dark green vines. She displayed a most ferocious and primal fighting stance, completely different from her healing methods. Her slender, delicate hands had transformed into the sharpest blades in the world, tearing apart the toughest poisonous vines with ease wherever they went. She didn't use any fancy techniques, she relied entirely on pure strength and speed to overwhelm them. The golden figure darted through the dark green vine forest, slaughtering its way through the land, unstoppable.
However, the poisonous vine king seemed to have an inexhaustible body.
No matter how many poisonous vines Su Qingyue tore apart, more vines would always emerge from the depths of the swamp endlessly.
This can't go on. Qingyue's energy will be exhausted sooner or later.
Chen Mo's gaze was like the most accurate radar, quickly scanning the chaotic battlefield and locking onto the core of the Vine Emperor's body. A moment later, his gaze settled on the ancient tree of life in the center of the lake, in an inconspicuous shadow that resembled tree roots.
Sister Qingyue, the core of the Vine King is hidden in the roots of that ancient tree of life.
Upon hearing this, Su Qingyue, who was fighting fiercely in the Vine Sea, became even more determined to fight. Without hesitation, she let out a delicate shout, and golden flames suddenly surged around her, transforming her into a dazzling golden comet as she charged headlong toward the direction Chen Mo had indicated. Instead of getting entangled with those endless vines, she chose the most direct and violent way to break through. Any poisonous vines that stood in her way were smashed and torn apart by her pure physical strength. Golden light carved a straight path through the dark green sea of vines. The poisonous Vine King clearly sensed her intention and let out an invisible mental roar.
The entire swamp instantly boiled over.
Countless giant poisonous vines, several times thicker than before and even covered with sharp bone spurs, swept wildly towards Su Qingyue from all directions like demonic claws from hell. These giant vines were far faster and stronger than the ordinary vines before, and they also carried a trace of the power of rules, which was corroding her protective energy. Su Qingyue was caught off guard and her left arm was lashed out by a vine covered in barbed thorns. The golden protective flames were torn open, and a deep wound that reached the bone instantly appeared on her fair arm. The jet-black poison spread rapidly along the wound.
Sister Qingyue.
Chen Mo, who was in the distance, felt a sudden tightness in his heart upon seeing this. However, Su Tsuchinue seemed to feel no pain, and her face showed no change whatsoever. A beam of emerald light shot out from her palm and landed on the wound. Rank a skill, Life Bloom. The black, deadly poison at the wound was instantly purified, and the deep wound that reached the bone marrow healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, the skin was restored to its original state, without leaving a single scar. At the same time, a green light shield surrounded her, which was the life shield attached to Life Bloom. To me, any damage is meaningless unless it's a fatal blow. Tsuchingue's clear, cold voice rang out, carrying unwavering confidence. She pushed the power of the Overlord's body to its limit, becoming like the most terrifying human meat grinder. Countless bone-spiky vines lashed at her, leaving only fleeting scars. And those iron fists, enveloped in golden flames, could blast dozens of giant poisonous vines into countless fragments with each strike. If outsiders were to witness this, they would be absolutely astonished. A healer, using a fighting style even wilder and more unreasonable than a berserker, managed to tear through the S-class monster's layers of defense. Finally, after suffering hundreds of injuries, Tsuchinue broke through all of the Vine Emperor's outer defenses, arrived at the island in the middle of the lake, and stood in front of the ancient tree of life. At the base of the ancient tree, a dark green shadow, pulsating like a giant heart, came clearly into her view. That is the core of the poisonous Vine King. Without hesitation, Tsuchinue gathered all her power into her right fist, and the dazzling golden flames even evaporated the surrounding lake water. A punch slammed into that core. Above the Temple of the Flowing Sands in the western regions, three powerful, suffocating pressures, filled with an eerie and ominous aura, descended like three invisible mountains. The entire Temple of Quicksand groaned uncontrollably in the face of this oppressive force. Spiderweb-like cracks gradually appeared on the hard stone wall, as if it would collapse completely at any moment. Xiaoyang's joy at his recent victory was instantly swept away by this terrifying pressure. He felt his soul tremble, and even standing became extremely difficult, as if he would be crushed into powder by this force at any moment. He turned his head with difficulty to look at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with shock. Each of these three auras was several times stronger than the Sand Lord he had just fought to the death to kill. Store the energy core safely. Lin Yi's voice remained calm, as if he was completely unaffected by the terrifying pressure. Don't participate in the upcoming battle, just watch from the sidelines. Without hesitation, Xiaoyong quickly pocketed the S-grade energy core and forced himself to retreat behind Lin Yi. He knew that this level of combat was beyond his control. Xiaoyong lowered his voice and couldn't help but ask, "The Purification Council, the 12 Holy Envoys." Lin Yi looked up, his gaze piercing through the dome of the temple, as if he could see three figures hidden in the void. As soon as he finished speaking, the three figures appeared silently in the center of the temple like ghosts. They were dressed in the same magnificent robes, embroidered with intricate and eerie runes in gold thread. Each person wore an identical golden mask, their expressions were cold, and only their eyes were visible. The leader was a tall man with a violent aura, like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. The man to his left exuded a chilling aura, like ice from the deepest abyss. The only woman was graceful and had an eerie aura, as if countless twisted and vengeful spirits were entwined around her. They stood silently, their imposing presence enough to break the spirit of any S-class hero. The lead, violent man spoke, his voice hoarse and like the scraping of metal. Through the mask, his eyes scrutinized Lin Yi from head to toe, filled with scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible contempt. "The energy fluctuations on your body are only at the S level. I'm really curious, how did you manage to severely damage that piece of trash, Wither? It seems that rumors really can't be believed entirely." The man with a chilling aura sneered, his voice sharp and piercing. "That idiot Diao Ling must have fought that old guy Long Shui to a standstill before giving you the opportunity to take advantage of him. Do you really think you have the ability to harm a great holy envoy?" The female envoy let out a charming laugh, her voice alluring yet carrying a deadly chill. "Little one, stop struggling. Come with us, the chief is very interested in you. As long as you cooperate obediently and reveal your secrets, the council will never treat you unfairly." The three of them spoke one after another, extremely arrogant, as if Lin Yi was already theirs and they didn't bother to make a move immediately. Lin Yi ignored their mockery and instead asked with some interest, "It seems the council is really willing to spend a lot of money to capture me. I'm curious, did your high priest, who prefers to stay behind the scenes, come this time?" Upon hearing the name Red-clad High Priest, the three holy messengers' auras immediately trembled slightly. The berserk man sneered, "Why would the high priest need to personally deal with you? Kid, don't try to stall for time, and don't even think about trying to extract information. Faced with absolute power, your struggles are futile." "Is that so?" Lin Ye's lips curled into a playful smile. "If that's the case, why bother sending all three holy envoys together? Do you really think that I alone would require the combined efforts of three great holy envoys to defeat him? Or is it that your Purification Council has actually staked all its power on the Dragon Kingdom?" The cold-blooded man shouted sharply, his eyes revealing undisguised murderous intent. "Although China is a world power, it is not worthy of our parliament's full efforts. It's just that the chief believes the secret you possess is too important to be compromised. compromised. The female envoy covered her mouth and chuckled, picking up the conversation with a tone full of boastful arrogance. Hee, I might as well tell you. Currently, the holy envoys stationed in the Dragon Kingdom, besides Withering whom you met before, also include Rage and Ice Silence. She pointed to the two male envoys beside her. As for me, my code name is Vengeful Spirit, and I came here specifically from the neighboring country of Japan, to provide support. After all, we dare not be careless in the slightest when it comes to a powerful enemy that can pique the interest of even the chief. A glint of light flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Fury, Icy Silence, Decay. The Dragon Kingdom has a whopping 3 permanent envoys. It seems that the Purification Council attaches extraordinary importance to the Dragon Kingdom, and this Vengeful Spirit was actually transferred from the land of cherry blossoms. This means that the power to purify parliaments is distributed across countries around the world. Moreover, there seems to be a clear division of jurisdiction within the area. I see. Lin Yi nodded, seemingly enlightened. It seems that your holy envoys cannot be mobilized at will, which puts my mind at ease. Relax? Are you worried about your team members? The Ice Saintess sneered coldly. A bunch of rookies who just got promoted to S rank are not worth our personal attention. The Vengeful Spirit envoy covered his mouth and chuckled softly, his voice alluring. He, Bingji is right. To ensure everything goes perfectly, we've also prepared a little gift for your other 2 groups of teammates, 10 S-rank apostles in each group. That should be enough to tear them to shreds, right? Upon hearing the number 10 S-class apostles, Lin Ye's heart tightened. The situation was more critical than he had anticipated. Old Xia, you need to leave here immediately and then contact them to be careful. Also, contact Lei Wanyan and Wang Zhantian again and have them immediately organize manpower to go to the Eternal Ice Cave and the 100 Poison Swamp for support. Through the mental link, Lin Yi calmly issued the commands. Yes, Captain. Xia Yong transformed into a streak of light and rushed towards the temple exit without hesitation. The Ice Silence Saint sneered, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. However, before he could make a move, an invisible and distorted wave of spiritual energy swept across the entire temple like ripples. S-rank skill, Illusory Realm. The 3 holy envoys felt a blur before their eyes, and the ancient and dilapidated quicksand temple around them vanished without a trace. Instead, a hellish landscape of corpses, blood, and wailing spirits has been created. Countless twisted spirits floated and sank in the sea of blood, emitting silent roars, as if trying to drag their souls into an endless abyss. Lin Yi hovered above the sea of blood, calmly gazing at the 3 of them. Our conversation has only just begun. You think a mere S-rank illusion can trap us? The Ice Silence Saint envoy snorted coldly, his eyes full of contempt. As a legendary powerhouse, he controls the rules of ice. In his view, any S-rank illusion was nothing more than child's play, easily shattered. He casually raised his hand and grabbed at the void of the sea of blood. A bone-chilling cold gathered in his palm, as if to freeze the entire illusion into dust. However, the next second, the contempt on his face froze. That grab, powerful enough to freeze space, was as if it had grasped nothingness, leaving no ripples. The sea of blood still surges, and the vengeful spirits still wail. The entire illusion was more stable than anyone could imagine, like a real world, completely unaffected by his power. The Ice Silence Saint's expression changed for the first time. Upon seeing this, the enraged holy messenger stood by and rebuked him mercilessly. Can't even break through a mere S-rank illusion, just as useless as Withering. He stepped out, and the violent aura within his body, like a volcanic eruption, exploded, evaporating a large area of blank space from the surrounding sea of blood. Watch this. Raging Annihilation Fist. He roared and threw a punch. This was no ordinary physical attack, but a terrifying fist imprint imbued with the power of the Rage Rule. Wherever the fist imprint passed, space distorted, as if it were about to knock the entire world back into chaos. That punch was enough to raise an S-class secret realm to the ground. However, when that earth-shattering fist imprint slammed into the boundary of the illusion, the entire illusionary space was like a lake surface where a stone had been thrown in, creating ripples. Then, calm returned. The enraged saint's punch, filled with an unwavering belief in victory, also sank without a trace. This is impossible. The enraged saint's pupils suddenly contracted, his face filled with absurdity and disbelief. If Bingji's defeat could be attributed to underestimating his opponent, then how could his genuine punch just now fail to even shake the illusion in the slightest? Is this really an illusion that an S-class hero could cast? The Ice Saintess sneered, his disdain evident in his voice. You're no different. You still have the nerve to call others trash. The enraged envoy's face alternated between red and blue, burning with fury. Stop arguing. Something's wrong. The vengeful spirit envoy, who had not yet made a move, no longer had those alluring eyes hidden behind his mask that were once frivolous. Instead, there was an unprecedented solemnity. The stability of this illusion has surpassed the S-rank level. It's almost a world in itself. We can't waste any more time. The vengeful spirit's voice became sharp and urgent. We must take this kid down as soon as possible. If we alert that old bastard Long Shuai, our mission will be completely ruined. The 3 holy envoys exchanged glances and instantly reached a consensus. They held nothing back any longer, and 3 completely different legendary level pressures erupted. Legendary skill, Eternal Ice Prison. The Ice Silent Saint was the first to act, his eyes flashing with cold light, and he pushed forward with both hands. Instantly, the space in front of him froze inch by inch, and countless ice blue chains containing the ultimate laws of frost appeared out of thin air. Like a deathly hand reaching out from the deepest abyss, it swept across Lin Yi above the sea of blood. These chains are not physical entities, but are composed of pure laws. Once entangled, even the soul will be instantly frozen in an eternal ice prison. Legendary skill, Heavenly Wrath Molten Flame. The enraged envoy followed closely behind, shattering the mountain of corpses beneath his feet with a single stomp, and letting out a deafening roar to the heavens. Endless magma erupted from within, coalescing into a gigantic, 100-meter-tall phantom of a lava god. The giant moved in sync with him, throwing a punch. This punch, imbued with the wrath of heaven law capable of incinerating everything, crashed down on Lin Yi like a destructive meteor falling from the sky. Legendary skill, Elegy of 10,000 Souls. The vengeful spirit envoy let out a sharp screech, and its graceful body instantly transformed into a grey soulstorm composed of billions of vengeful spirits. Ignoring spatial distance, the storm suddenly appeared above Lin Yi's head, transforming into a gigantic, wailing ghost face that opened its blood-red maw and mercilessly devoured Lin Yi's soul. Physics, laws, soul. At this moment, 3 legendary holy envoys launched a fatal attack on Lin Yi from 3 different dimensions. The entire, illusory realm trembled and twisted violently under the pressure of these 3 terrifying forces, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. However, Lin Yi, who was suspended above the sea of blood, showed no sign of panic. He simply watched the 3 world-destroying forces calmly, as if admiring a magnificent fireworks display. Is this the power of a legendary level? He muttered to himself, a cold smile slowly curving his lips. That's all there is to it. Without using any fancy skills, he simply threw his first punch at the overwhelming ice chains. S-rank passive. One punch breaks limits. Lin Yi's fist collided violently with countless ice blue chains made of laws. However, there was no expected energy collision or stalemate. Before his fist, the chains of law that seemed capable of freezing everything were as fragile as glass, shattering at the slightest touch. With a single punch, the countless ice chains shattered, transforming into pure energy specks that dissipated into the illusion. The Ice Saint envoy's pupils shrank, his face filled with disbelief. But Lin Yi's movements did not stop. He didn't even look at the molten lava fist that crashed down, and with a simple backhand, he threw another punch upwards. An even louder explosion rang out. That destructive meteor, powerful enough to melt mountains into magma, became as fragile as a fireball in front of Lin Yi's fist. Starting from where the fist touched, countless cracks spread wildly, eventually exploding in midair. The lava scattered everywhere like dazzling fireworks, yet it didn't even touch the hem of Lin Yi's clothes. The enraged envoy's expression changed drastically, and his heart pounded wildly. Finally, Lin Yi slowly raised his head, his gaze coldly fixed on the vengeful ghost face that had already bitten into the top of his head. His eyes were calm, and he threw his third punch without hesitation. This punch, though clearly a purely physical attack, seemed to transcend the boundaries between matter and spirit. A whoa! The ghostly face, formed from the collective essence of countless vengeful spirits, let out a piercing scream from the depths of the soul the moment the fist touched it. Then, like snow melting in the sun, it collapsed with a roar and vanished without a trace. The figure of the vengeful spirit saint reappeared. She took several steps back, her face pale, and black blood flowed from her 7 orifices. The residual force of that single punch severely damaged the very essence of her soul. 3 simple punches. The ultimate techniques that the 3 legendary holy envoys were so proud of were utterly crushed by him. What kind of monster is this? Is he really an S-class? The 3 holy envoys were completely stunned by the scene before them that overturned their understanding, and their minds went blank. Lin Yi's calm voice, like the pronouncement of death, rang in the ears of the 3. He took a step forward, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. In the next instant, he appeared in front of the enraged saint and threw another simple and powerful straight punch. S-rank passive. One punch breaks limits. Although the enraged saint was shaken, his combat instincts as a legendary powerhouse enabled him to react instantly. Faced with this extremely fast punch, a madness and savagery flashed in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he pushed the rage law to its limit. He threw a punch as well, choosing the most brutal and primitive head-on collision. As a legendary berserker, he refused to believe that his strength was weaker than that of an S-class kid. However, he was still too naive. A deafeningly loud bang resounded. 2 fists of vastly different sizes collided violently in midair. The anticipated energy collision and stalemate did not occur. The moment Lin Yi's fist touched the furious envoy's fist, which was burning with the heavenly wrath molten flame capable of melting divine metal, it was as easy as paper to pierce through it. That pure, almost undiminished power slammed into the fist of the raging holy envoy. The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed throughout the hallucination. The ferocity and confidence on the face of the enraged holy envoy froze instantly, and were then replaced by endless pain and horror. An irresistible, terrifying force emanated from the opponent's fist, destroying his fist bones, armor, arm bones, and shoulder blades. Ultimately, this force pierced through the right half of his body. Ugh hi! The excruciating pain caused the enraged holy messenger to let out a heart-wrenching scream. He was sent flying backwards like a kite with a broken string, his right half of his body exploding in midair, turning into a cloud of blood mist and bits of flesh. The mangled body crashed heavily into the distant mountain of corpses, its fate unknown. A legendary powerhouse known for his physical strength was actually half his body exploded. Upon seeing this, both the Ice Silence and the Wraith exclaimed in surprise, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. The furious envoy is known for his strength and defense among the 12 envoys, and is famously an indestructible cockroach. But now, he was punched by an S-class hero, shattering half of his body and completely losing his fighting ability. Just what kind of monster is this Lin Yi? Lin Yi was also somewhat shocked, but what surprised him was not the result, but the true identity of the Fury Saint envoy. He's actually a human. You're next. Lin Yi's icy, piercing voice echoed mercilessly in the ears of the Ice Silent Saint, like a death warrant from the Grim Reaper. The Ice Saint felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet to his head, and even his years of hard-earned ice laws could not suppress the fear surging from the depths of his soul. Without hesitation, he retreated instantly, his hands quickly forming hand seals. Dozens of ice-based defensive skills surged forth like a tide, with countless ice walls, ice shields, ice prisons, and ice domains layered upon each other, forming an indestructible barrier between him and Lin Yi. He put all the defensive skills he had learned in his life to the ultimate level at this moment. He knew that any counterattack would be futile against Lin Yi's unreasonable and terrifying fists. The only way out is to buy time and try to get out of this dangerous situation as soon as possible. They completely underestimated Lin Yi's strength. 3 holy envoys? What a joke! With the power Lin Yi is currently displaying, even if the chief holy envoy were to personally come, he might not be able to suppress him. He felt that Lin Yi's strength was comparable to that of the red-clothed high priest. However, all his fantasies seemed laughable and pale in the face of Lin Yi's absolute power. I told you, you're all show and no substance. Lin Yi's figure moved as if strolling in a garden, passing straight through the absolute zero domain that was capable of freezing everything, without being affected in the slightest. Then, he threw another punch, seemingly ordinary yet deadly. A series of explosions rang out like drumbeats. The dozens of indestructible S-class ice walls and ice shields set up by the Ice Saint were as fragile as glass in front of Lin Yi's fist. All defenses were instantly shattered, pierced through by a single punch. Finally, the fist, enveloped in the power of the stars, slowly enlarged on the mask of the Ice Saint, which was distorted by extreme fear. The Ice Silent Saint let out a desperate roar. The fist slammed hard into his face. The golden mask shattered instantly, revealing a face contorted in agony. His head snapped backward like a watermelon struck by a speeding truck, and his neck bones snapped instantly. He transformed into a streak of light, flying backward at a speed even faster than the enraged saint, leaving a poignant trail of blood before finally disappearing into the sea of blood. Another legendary holy envoy was killed in one punch. Within the entire, illusory realm, only the vengeful soul saint envoy stood alone. Her graceful figure trembled violently, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. An unprecedented fear overwhelmed her like an icy tide. The man in front of me is definitely not an S-class hero. He is a demon in human skin, an incredible being who transcends legend and even touches a higher realm. What devastation and decay! What, a joint command with Dragon General? It's all an illusion. From the very beginning, they were caught in a carefully laid trap. This man has always possessed the absolute strength to crush everyone single-handedly. This was the only thought in the mind of the vengeful spirit envoy. She screamed, and her body instantly transformed into a cloud of gray mist formed from countless vengeful spirits. With a speed that defied the laws of physics, she fled madly toward the boundary of the illusion. This is her ultimate survival technique, Wraith Escape Technique, which grants immunity to most physical and energy attacks and is extremely fast. She didn't seek to escape the illusion, she only hoped to create distance and buy herself a second to catch her breath. Lin Yi's voice rang out behind her like a leech. The vengeful spirit envoy glanced back, and his soul vanished instantly. Lin Yi had appeared behind her without her noticing, transforming into a phantom composed of countless points of light, closely following her. S-rank skill, Void Body. You can do that too? The vengeful spirit envoy screamed, his voice filled with shock that defied all reason. What you can do, I can do too. What you can't do, I can do too. Lin Yi's calm voice reached her ears, but it was like the most vicious curse, piercing into her heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi's illusory figure instantly solidified. He reached out and grabbed the gray mist that the vengeful spirit envoy had transformed into. Faced with the incomparably domineering power of the rule of one punch breaks the limit, the vengeful spirit escape technique was utterly vulnerable and was forcibly pulled out of its illusory state. No, don't kill me. The vengeful spirit saint let out a shrill scream, his voice filled with pleading. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to tell you all the secrets of the Purification Council. Please, don't kill me. In order to survive, she completely abandoned her dignity as a holy messenger. Lin Yi paused slightly slightly. A hint of amusement flashed in his calm eyes. He definitely needs an informant with inside information about the Purification Council. The vengeful spirit envoy before me, who fears nothing more than death, seems like a good choice. A very good suggestion. Lin Ye's voice was cold and ruthless. But why should I believe you? I can swear an oath of my soul. I will never betray you. The vengeful spirit envoy spoke urgently, fearing that Lin Yi would crush her in the next second. Lin Yi sneered and said disdainfully, "That kind of thing is worthless to people like you. I only believe in what I have in my own hands." As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely compressed sphere of star energy quietly took shape in Lin Yi's palm. Rank a skill, Star Core Fission. What are you going to do? The vengeful spirit envoy sensed the terrifying power contained within the energy sphere and was terrified. I'll give you a reason to be absolutely loyal. Lin Yi's voice was icy cold as he suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers, pressing the energy ball hard into the core energy source of the vengeful spirit envoy. The vengeful spirit envoy let out a scream 10 times more shrill than before. She clearly felt that a bomb that could explode at any time had been implanted in her core energy source. If you dare to betray me, I can erase you completely with just a thought. The vengeful spirit envoy gasped for breath, his eyes filled with a deep-seated fear as he looked at Lin Yi. She understood that from this moment on, her life and death were completely in the hands of this man. Any thought of resistance will only lead to self-destruction. Keep those two good-for-nothings under control, don't let them die. I still have a use for them. Lin Yi said calmly, yes, master. The vengeful spirit envoy trembled and, no longer daring to hesitate, hurriedly and respectfully replied. She swiftly flew towards the direction where the furious saint and the silent saint had fallen, using the power of her vengeful spirits to firmly imprison them, keeping them clinging to their last breath. Lin Yi stepped out, his figure instantly disappearing from the temple, and sped off towards the Eternal Ice Cave. Dragon Kingdom, Northeast Border, Eternal Ice Cave. Han Li and Lei Zhe are going through an unprecedented and bitter battle. Before them stood 10 S-class apostles clad in black standard battle armor and wearing silver masks, who surrounded them like ruthless killing machines. Although these apostles were only at the initial S rank, they cooperated seamlessly and formed a tight formation, resembling a sophisticated war machine. What's even more terrifying is that their abilities perfectly countered Han Li and Lei Zhe. 5 of the apostles possessed the bizarre abilities of energy absorption and physical rebound. Han Li's incredibly powerful, Heavenly Gang prison suppressing seal struck them, but it was as if the mud had entered the sea. Most of the power was absorbed, and the rest was reflected back, leaving him with a bitter pill to swallow. The other 5 apostles possess powerful life force fields and purifying light abilities. Razor's withering domain was greatly weakened in the face of the life force field they jointly created and could hardly cause them any damage. His prized Thunder Dragon Roar was greatly diminished in power in the face of the purifying light that could purify all negative energy. Damn it! What the hell are these guys? As Razor dodged several beams of purification light in quick succession, he cursed through gritted teeth. He had never fought such a frustrating battle. All of his attack methods were completely countered by his opponent, and he couldn't even unleash half of his full strength. Han Li roared and delivered a powerful punch, forcing back one of the apostles who was trying to ambush Lei Zhe. However, he himself was also hit by the other 3 apostles because he exposed a weakness. 3 powerful blows, each containing the force of physical rebound, slammed into his chest. Even with the protection of the heavenly body, Han Li was still struck so hard that he spat out blood and flew backward, crashing heavily into the ice wall. Brotherly! Lei Zhe's eyes nearly burst when he saw this. He tried desperately to rush over to help, but was held back by the other apostles and had no chance to break free. Give up. The leading apostle spoke coldly, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. Your abilities have already been thoroughly analyzed by the council. In order to deal with you, we have been granted the power to perfectly counter you. Under the glorious light of His Majesty the Holy Emperor, any struggle you make is in vain. Razor spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, but his eyes burned with an indomitable fighting spirit. A bunch of rats hiding behind masks, yet they dare to talk about greatness. If you want to kill us, then show us what you've got. He roared and unleashed all the remaining energy in his body, condensing it into a huge thunder dragon that charged fiercely towards the enemy formation. The leading apostle snorted coldly and led the other 4 apostles, who possessed the light of purification, to attack simultaneously. 5 dazzling beams of purification light converged into a thicker, more sacred pillar of light, directly blocking the thunder dragon of Lei Zhe. The raging thunder dragon was instantly purified and melted away like ice and snow the moment it touched the holy pillar of light. In the end, only the purest, attribute-less energy remained, quietly dissipating into the air. Lei Zhe suffered a backlash, spitting out another mouthful of blood, his face ashen white. The 10 apostles launched their final attack simultaneously from 10 directions. 10 deadly beams of light and fist imprints blocked all of Han Li and Lei Zhe's escape routes, blasting fiercely towards the 2 exhausted warriors. Han Li and Lei Zhe exchanged a glance, their eyes showing no fear, but rather a grim smile. Xiao Zhe, in your next life you'll still follow the captain. Of course. Brotherly. Yi. The two stood back to back, using their last ounce of strength to prepare for death. However, just as those 10 deadly attacks were about to strike, a massive energy barrier, as thick as a mountain and exuding an aura of indestructibility, materialized and took shape before them without warning. S-rank skill, Absolute Barrier. 10 S-level deadly attacks slammed into the energy barrier, but they were like ants trying to shake a tree, only causing ripples and failing to budge it in the slightest. The expressions of the 10 S-rank apostles changed drastically. A cold and calm voice, yet filled with boundless killing intent, suddenly resounded within the ice cave like a chilling wind from the depths of hell. Who gave you the audacity to touch my people? Before the words were finished, a figure appeared like lightning in the center of the encirclement of the 10 apostles. It was Lin Yi, who rushed over from the quicksand temple. When Hanli and Lei Zhe saw Lin Yi, their desperate eyes instantly burst into ecstatic joy and excitement as if they had survived a disaster. They knew all along that the captain would come to rescue them. You are Lin Yi? The leading apostle stared at the suddenly appearing Lin Yi, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. What are you doing here? Lord Fury and the others. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Lin Yi's lips. You will never see it again. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished instantly. The next second, he appeared in front of an apostle. Before the apostle could even react, he was struck hard on the head by an iron fist imbued with the power of stars. A dull thud. The apostle's upper body, along with his sturdy S-class armor, was smashed into a cloud of blood mist by this punch. The lead apostle screamed in terror and immediately gave the order. However, it was all too late. Lin Yi's figure was like a bolt of lightning, weaving through the flock of sheep and bringing the most terrifying carnage. The dull, booming sounds echoed continuously in the ice cave. Each sound signifies the fall of an S-class apostle. The energy absorption and physical rebound that the apostles were so proud of were so fragile that they became a joke in the face of Lin Yi's. One punch breaks the limit, which ignored 90% of dual resistances. The 10 S-rank apostles, who were incredibly powerful and worked together seamlessly in the eyes of Hanli and Lei Zhe, were all slaughtered by Lin Yi in the most cruel and unreasonable way. Inside the ice cave, only wreckage and a strong smell of blood remained. Hanli swallowed hard. Looking at the hellish scene before her, and then at the man whose clothes were not even disheveled, she was momentarily speechless. Is this the captain's strength after advancing to S-rank? That's fucking insane. Ignoring the shocked looks of the two, Lin Yi walked to a relatively intact apostle corpse, his brows furrowing slightly. Inside the apostle's chest cavity, he discovered an S-class energy core radiating pure energy fluctuations, which was slowly condensing. Moreover, among the remains of the other 9 apostles who were blasted into pieces, 4 of them also had S-class energy cores. 10 S-class individuals, 5 energy cores. Lin Yi recalled what Long Shuai had said before. The probability of an S-class monster condensing an energy core is less than 1 in 10, but for extraterrestrial creatures it is almost 100%. 5 of these 10 apostles of the Purification Council were extraterrestrial beings from another world, disguised in human skin. Lei Zhe noticed the change in Lin Yi's expression. Lin Yi snapped out of his daze and immediately redeemed 2 bottles of perfect healing potion from the system shop, handing them over. Drink it down and collect all these energy cores. Hanli and Lei Zhe didn't ask any questions and drank it all in one gulp. A warm current instantly spread throughout his body, and his severe injuries were completely healed within seconds at a speed visible to the naked eye. They then quickly collected all 5 S-class energy cores and handed them over to Lin Yi. Looking at the 5 energy cores, a smile appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. Although the Purification Council is despicable, the gifts they give are quite generous. Just when we were worried about not having enough S-class energy cores, the other party sent us 5. Just as he was preparing to take the 2 of them to the 100 Poison Swamp, where Xia Yong and Su Qingyue were, the hero terminal on my wrist suddenly rang urgently. Lin Yi glanced at the caller ID. It was Chen Mo. He immediately connected the call. Chen Mo's calm and composed voice came from the terminal. We've already resolved things here. You don't need to come over. Poisonous Swamp, island in the middle of the lake. With immense force and unparalleled dominance, Su Qingyue's punch landed right in front of the core of the poisonous Vine King. The golden fist tore through the air, emitting a piercing sonic boom, and the surrounding lake water was evaporated by the terrifying heat, creating a large vacuum zone. The constantly pulsating dark green core was about to be shattered by this punch. However, at this critical moment, a sudden change occurred. 10 black beams of light, filled with deathly silence and murderous intent, shot out simultaneously from the canopy of the ancient tree of life and the depths of the swamp without warning. Their timing, angle, and speed of appearance are incredibly precise, as if they had been rehearsed and calculated countless times. The target was Su Qingyue, who was throwing a punch with all her might. A deadly sense of crisis made Su Qingyue's hair stand on end instantly. Her pupils contracted sharply as she abruptly stopped her attack, converting all her strength into defense and evasion. The golden overlord's body, energy flames surged, and she forcefully twisted her body at an unbelievable angle in midair. Put. In a flash, she barely dodged 5 of the deadly sneak attacks, but the remaining
5 black beams still slammed into her back. A dull, loud bang rang out. Tsuchinue felt a cold and vicious power that seemed to devour all life force, instantly piercing through her protective golden flames and raging wildly within her body. A sweet taste rose in her throat, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. She was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Sister Chinue. Shenmo's expression changed drastically behind him. He had just finished a call with Xiaoyong and learned that the Purification Council had laid an ambush and that Tsuchinue had already been attacked. He moved with lightning speed, instantly covering hundreds of meters, and steadily caught Tsuchinue as she flew backward. I'm fine. Tsuchinue's face turned pale, and she immediately cast a spell on herself called Life Bloom. A vibrant green light flowed around her, and the 5 horrific wounds on her back healed rapidly, while her face regained some color. Her gaze was icy as she stared at the 10 black armored apostles who slowly appeared from all directions, her killing intent chilling to the bone. Shenmo's face darkened completely. He stared intently at the 10 S-class apostles wearing black masks. Behind his glasses, his eyes flashed with data like boiling magma, but the result was a blank screen. His data, I couldn't read any data at all. No wonder he didn't discover their presence. Even more bizarrely, these apostles were clearly standing next to the Tree of Life, yet the venomous vines that had been attacking them so fiercely were now completely ignoring these uninvited guests, as if they didn't exist at all. What's going on? My data, I can't analyze them. It's as if they're shrouded in a fog of counter-surveillance. Moreover, they can blend perfectly into their environment, and even the Vine Emperor cannot sense their presence. It's alright. Even if I'm ambushed, I won't die easily. Tsuchinue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, moved her body, and felt the powerful recovery brought by the Overlord's body. The fighting spirit in her eyes only intensified. However, Chen Mo, who was standing next to her, slowly shook his head. He pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold, icy light. That face, which was usually calm and seemingly indifferent to everything, was now shrouded in a chilling aura that could freeze one's soul. An indescribable rage burned fiercely in his chest. He could tolerate enemies attacking him, but he would never tolerate them harming Sister Chinue in front of him. You dare hurt her. Chen Mo slowly raised his head, and the eyes hidden behind his glasses no longer flickered with data streams. Instead, there was a bottomless, seemingly all-consuming darkness. You all deserve to die. The leading apostle sneered contemptuously. 10 against 2. Who deserves to die? At his command, the 3 apostles closest to Chen Mo quickly transformed into afterimages and pounced on Chen Mo in a triangular formation. However, faced with the encirclement, Chen Mo simply stood quietly and slowly raised his hand. He spoke, his voice not loud, yet it echoed clearly in everyone's ears like a divine decree from the heavens, carrying the irresistible power of law. Because I'm angry, you all deserve to die. No sooner had he finished speaking than a bizarre scene unfolded. The 3 S-class apostles who rushed in with lightning speed suddenly became ethereal and transparent. The ferocious murderous intent on their faces was instantly replaced by extreme terror. They clearly felt that the basic particles that make up their bodies were disintegrating and collapsing on their own in an irresistible way. The 3 of them let out a single horrified scream before, under the strange power of the law, they vanished completely into the air like sand in the wind. Not even a speck of ash remained. This is the law of cause and effect. Words become law. The remaining 7 apostles were frozen in place, their faces filled with shock that defied all understanding. Just one sentence. 3 powerful S-class apostles simply vanished into thin air? What an astonishing ability. This wasn't a battle, it was a miracle. The leading apostle swallowed hard. For the first time, he realized that the bespectacled boy, who usually seemed gentle and even somewhat frail, could be so terrifying when he got angry. Shenmo's voice rang out again, like the whisper of death. However, just as he was about to utter the next word cause, his face suddenly turned pale, his body swayed slightly, and he almost fell over. A strong feeling of exhaustion washed over me like a tidal wave. That attack just now almost drained all the energy and mental strength from his body. The leading apostle was the first to react. Looking at Shenmo's weak appearance, his eyes flashed with a mixture of elation and ferocity, as if he had survived a calamity. He's exhausted. He can't use this ability continuously. Kill him. The 7 people quickly condensed into 7 black beams filled with the aura of death and annihilation, and frantically bombarded Chen Mo and Tsuchinue. Tsuchinue let out a delicate shout and instantly stood in front of Chen Mo, her golden overlord body erupting once more, ready to take the raging thunderous blows from the 7 people. However, Chen Mo grabbed her arm. S-rank ability, Energy Core. Before the terrified eyes of the 7 apostles, a miniature energy vortex suddenly appeared in front of Chen Mo. The 7 deadly beams, enough to severely injure any S-class powerhouse, were completely absorbed and devoured the moment they touched the vortex, as if they had been thrown into the sea. An incredibly pure and massive torrent of energy surged into Chen Mo's body through the vortex, instantly refilling his nearly depleted energy pool. Upon seeing this, the 7 apostles were struck dumb, as if by lightning. How are we supposed to fight a causal monster that can have unlimited power? Without a second thought, they immediately turned and fled in different directions. Trying to run run now? Too late. A cold glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Because I'm too lazy to think of a reason, you can all just die. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 7 pitch-black cracks appeared in the dim sky without warning. 7 thick, bucket-like bolts of jet-black divine lightning, imbued with an aura of annihilation, struck them with unparalleled precision, carrying the supreme majesty of judging all. Before the 7 apostles could even scream, they were all cleaved into ashes by the annihilating divine lightning containing the power of cause and effect, and even their souls were not spared. Sister Qinghua, the core of the poisonous vine king is entrusted to you. Chen Mo's voice rang out again. Su Qinghua nodded, charged towards the ancient tree again, and shattered the core of the poisonous vine king with a single punch. The battle is completely over. Chen Mo leaned against a withered tree, panting heavily, his face slightly pale. Although the energy core replenishes energy, the mental energy consumed by the law of causality is still very real. He glanced at the terminal on his wrist and dialed Lin Ye's number. Captain, we've already taken care of things here. You don't need to come over. Wanzai Ice Cave. Hearing Chen Mo's tired voice on the terminal, Lin Yi finally felt relieved. Are you injured? Qinghua suffered a minor injury, but she's fine now. Chen Mo's voice remained calm. The other side consists of 10 S-rank apostles with very strange abilities. They seem to be able to block my detection. It's good that you're alright. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then continued, Xiao Mo, check the corpses of those apostles and see if any energy cores have condensed. Energy core? On the other end of the terminal, Chen Mo paused for a moment, then said somewhat awkwardly, Captain, I used the law of causality, and they didn't even leave a single hair behind. Oh, I see. That's a bit of a shame. Lin Yi felt quite regretful, as 5 of these 10 people should have been able to obtain S-grade energy cores. Captain, why is it a pity? Chen Mo asked, puzzled. Among those apostles, some were extraterrestrial beings disguised in human skin. And extraterrestrial beings will condense an energy core 100% of the time after they die. These words silenced Chen Mo on the other end of the terminal. He already knew about the extraterrestrial creatures and the Purification Council, so it wasn't surprising. But what upset him was that he had lost 5 S-class energy cores for nothing. That would be enough to upgrade 2 team members to S-rank. Alright, it's gone, it's gone. Lin Yi interrupted his thoughts. You all return to the capital immediately. After hanging up the communication, Lin Yi's gaze fell once again on the 3 imprisoned holy envoys. Ding! Lootable target detected. Target 1, Fury Saint, S+ rank, legendary, strength type hero. Plunderable ability, S+ rank passive skill, Heart of Fury. Heart of Fury, in combat, you can accumulate fury by taking damage or actively sacrificing health. The higher the fury level, the greater the increases in strength, agility, attack speed, and damage. Reduction. When fury reaches its peak, you enter the infinite fury state, becoming immune to all mind control effects, receiving a comprehensive attribute boost, and gaining powerful health regeneration. Target 2, Ice Saint, S+ rank, legendary, elemental hero. Plunderable ability, S+ rank active skill Absolute Zero, but Absolute Zero, centered on itself, it releases an extremely cold domain containing the rule of stillness. Within this domain, the molecular motion of all matter is forcibly slowed down until it comes to a complete standstill, and everything is frozen at the atomic level. Target 3, Vengeful Spirit Envoy, S+ rank, legendary, spirit type hero. Plunderable ability, S+ rank active skill Elegy of 10,000 Souls. Elegy of 1,000 Souls, summons billions of vengeful spirits murdered or devoured by the caster, forming a domain of resentment that cannot be physically dispelled. Within this domain, the souls of enemies are constantly torn apart and eroded by the vengeful spirits, their minds subjected to endless torment and corruption, ultimately collapsing in pain and hallucinations, becoming mindless walking corpses. Lin Yi stared at the information on the Fury Saints panel, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. If I hadn't killed him with a single punch, but instead allowed him to build up his anger, it would probably have taken a lot more effort. Without hesitation, he chose to plunder the Heart of Fury. Ding! Looting successful. Please select whether to solidify it as the 5th ability. Ding! Solidification successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5th solidified ability, Heart of Fury, S+ rank. Lin Yi immediately opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Yi. Rank, S. Ability, Meteor Shower. Attributes, Strength SS, Agility SS, Constitution SS, Spirit SS, Energy SS. Looking at this set of extremely luxurious attributes, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. The strength and agility bonuses from Heart of Fury perfectly compensated for his last 2 weaknesses, bringing his base attributes to an unprecedented level of balance. Now he has truly become a god of war with no blind spots. As for the other 2 S+ level abilities, he does not plan to solidify them for the time being. He already has enough of the S-level abilities he possesses, and he doesn't have any particularly outstanding S+ level skills, so he's not in a hurry to make any adjustments. After completing all this, Lin Yi, following the previous method, implanted the energy seed of Star Core Fission into the core energy source of the Furious Saint and the Ice Saint, thus completely controlling their lives and deaths. He then told Hanli and Lei Zhe to return
to the capital on their own, while he, along with Wraith Fury and Ice Silence, rushed back to the Hero Association headquarters first. You little rascal, you're back so soon? Long Shuai was playing chess with Mu Xiaochen when he saw Lin Yi suddenly appear, followed by 3 other people, and he was immediately stunned. When he saw the 3 men's clothes and sensed their familiar yet eerie aura, his pupils suddenly contracted. The Holy Envoy of the Purification Council? 3? Long Shuai stood up instantly, exuding a terrifying aura, and stared at Lin Yi with disbelief and shock in his eyes. How long has it been? Less than an hour? This kid not only rushed back from the western regions, but also captured 3 legendary Holy Envoys along the way? This is fucking godlike efficiency. Moreover, they've actually become powerful enough to capture 3 legendary level Holy Envoys alive? Mu Xiaochen was also so surprised that her beautiful eyes widened, and the chess pieces in her hand fell onto the chessboard. She looked at Lin Yi with the same gaze she had directed at a monster. We were lucky, they came to us on their own, Lin Yi said casually. One is called Fury, one is called Silence, and the other is called Vengeful Spirit. They are all human. I have placed a restriction on them. If they dare to have any thought of resistance, I can send them to their deaths with a single thought. Lin Yi's gaze swept over Long Shuai and Mu Xiaochen. If we want to get information about the Purification Council, we have to start with them. We interrogated them separately, 1 person per case, and then compared their testimonies to ensure the accuracy of the intelligence. Understood. Commander Long nodded immediately, his eyes shining with excitement. These are 3 living Holy Envoys. The information they carry is of immeasurable value. Long Shuai dragged the raging Holy Envoy, who was limping like a lump of mud, away, while Mu Xiaochen, with the half-dead Ice Silence Holy Envoy, was in high spirits. Only Lin Yi and the trembling, vengeful spirit remained in the room. Master, master. The vengeful spirit envoy knelt on the ground, trembling violently with fear, and dared not even lift his head. Look up. Lin Yi sat on the sofa to the side, his voice calm and steady. The vengeful spirit envoy dared not disobey, and tremblingly raised his head, revealing a pale and alluring face beneath the mask. Tell me about the situation in the Purification Council. Organizational structure, personnel distribution, who the supreme leader is, and what the ultimate goal is. The vengeful spirit made no attempt to hide anything, revealing everything it knew as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. The Purification Council was founded by a supreme holy emperor whose purpose is to purify all impurity and strife in the world and establish an eternal and unique perfect divine kingdom ruled by His Majesty the Holy Emperor. Below the Holy Emperor are 4 red high priests whose strength is unfathomable. They are the Holy Emperor's most loyal servants and are responsible for overseeing the 4 major dioceses, the East Asia Diocese, the European Diocese, the American Diocese, and the African Diocese. Each high priest has 3 holy messengers under his command, which are us. There are 12 holy messengers in total, responsible for carrying out the high priest's orders and managing the council's specific affairs around the world. Below the holy envoy are hundreds of apostles and even more peripheral members. Lin Yi listened quietly, his eyes remaining calm. The Holy Emperor, for cardinal priests, 12 holy envoys. This perfectly matches what the withered saint had said. Is your Holy Emperor human, or a being from beyond this realm? Lin Yi asked the most crucial question. I don't know. The vengeful spirit's face showed confusion and fear. His Majesty the Holy Emperor is like a god to us. We have never seen his true face, even the high priest can only hear his divine pronouncements through special ceremonies. But, there has always been a rumor circulating in the council that His Majesty the Holy Emperor is not a being of our world, but a god who descended here from a higher dimension. A higher dimensional god? Lin Yi's brows furrowed even deeper. So what is the objective of this operation? Is it merely to capture me? Yes, but not entirely. The vengeful spirit hesitated for a moment, but still honestly said, it was the chief holy envoy's order to capture you. But at the same time, Parliament is also preparing an even bigger plan. What plan? Initiate the divine descent ritual. A divine descent ritual? A sharp glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Be more specific. The vengeful spirit envoy felt uneasy under Lin Yi's gaze and quickly began to explain. According to the high priest's orders, His Majesty the Holy Emperor's transformation of this world has entered its final stage. To welcome his true arrival, we need to establish 4 sufficiently stable arrival beacons around the world. Building a beacon requires a large amount of pure life energy, as well as a sufficiently powerful coordinate dot. So, Lin Yi instantly understood the key point. Your target is the Dragon Kingdom's dragon vein? Dragon veins are not actually giant dragons, but rather the collective name for the largest and purest gathering place of spiritual energy beneath the land of the Dragon Kingdom. It is the source of power for all the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom and the foundation for maintaining the nation's destiny. Once the dragon vein is destroyed, the entire Dragon Kingdom will become a wasteland devoid of spiritual energy, and the power of all heroes will lose its foundation. Master is wise. The vengeful spirit envoy said obsequiously. The 4 high priests are each responsible for conquering the 4 descent beacons. Our goal in the East Asia Diocese is precisely the dragon vein located in the Dragon Kingdom. What are the other 3 descent
descent beacons? Lin Yi continued to ask. They are the Garden of Holy Light of the Europa Diocese, the Mount Liberty of the Mali Diocese, and the Golden Throne of the Feicho Diocese. The vengeful spirit envoy spoke frankly and without reservation. Lin Ye's face immediately darkened. The conspiracy to purify the council was far more vicious and far-reaching than he had anticipated. They actually planned to destroy the world's four major energy hubs, thereby shaking the foundations of the entire world and paving the way for the arrival of that so-called Holy Emperor. When will your plan begin? 3 months later. The vengeful spirit answered cautiously. That timing coincides perfectly with the start of the next extraterritorial battlefield. At that time, the vast majority of the Dragon Kingdom's top combat forces, including the Dragon Commander himself, will be tied up in the extraterritorial battlefield. The capital's defenses will inevitably be weak, presenting us with the perfect opportunity to strike. What a brilliant plan to kill two birds with one stone. Lin Yi sneered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Just then, the conference room door was pushed open. Long Shuai and Mu Shaochen walked in with solemn expressions. Clearly, they had also received the same information from the other two holy messengers. The situation is far more serious than we imagined, Long Shuai said in a heavy voice. They not only want to destroy the Dragon Vein, but also intend to use the energy of the Dragon Vein to establish a permanent spatial passage to another world so that the so-called Holy Emperor will descend in person. If successful, the entire planet Earth will face annihilation. All the languor on Mu Xiaochen's stunningly beautiful face vanished, replaced by an indelible solemnity. What's even more troublesome is that the kid named Bingji said that the four red-robed high priests who presided over the divine descent ceremony are all legendary peak experts. Their strength far surpasses ours. The meeting room fell into a deathly silence. An unprecedented and immense crisis, like a shadow that devours everything, looms over everyone's hearts. 3 months later, they will not only have to deal with the threat from the battlefield outside the region, but also guard against the deadly attack of four legendary peak powerhouses. This is almost an unsolvable dead end. Long Shuai frowned. If we divide our forces, whether in the capital or on the battlefield abroad, our strength will be stretched thin, and we may be defeated one by our opponents. Why split up the troops? Lin Yi asked slowly, breaking the silence. There was no fear or hesitation in his eyes, but rather an unprecedented fighting spirit. Commander Long, what you're worried about is the pressure of fighting on two fronts. But what if all the cardinal priests of the Purification Council were eliminated before the extraterritorial battlefield even opened? What? Long Shuai and Mu Shaochen were both stunned, looking at Lin Yi in disbelief. You mean, wipe them all out within 3 months? Those were four legendary peak powerhouses. Is there a problem? Lin Yi asked in return, his tone as calm as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Long Shuai and Mu Shaochen exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock. Those four are truly legendary peak experts. Each of them stands at the pinnacle of individual strength in this world, a being powerful enough to suppress the destiny of a nation. They're going to kill them all within 3 months? This is no longer arrogance, but bordering on madness. Lin Yi, this is no child's play. Long Shuai warned gravely. I know your strength is vastly different now, but those four were at the peak of the legendary realm. Commander Long, you and Master Mu don't need to get involved in this matter. Lin Yi interrupted directly, his tone filled with unquestionable confidence. Leave the Purification Council to me and my team. As he spoke, he looked at Long Shuai and changed the subject, asking a question that surprised both of them. Commander Long, I have a legendary mental ability here called Elegy of 10,000 Souls, which can summon billions of vengeful spirits to erode the mind and soul of the enemy. Your weakness lies in your mental defenses, and this ability can precisely compensate for that weakness. Would you like to give it a try? Upon hearing this, Long Shuai's pupils suddenly contracted. As a legendary powerhouse, his physical body was incredibly tough, but his spirit and soul were his fatal weaknesses. If they encounter a mental powerhouse of the same level, the danger is self-evident. The domineering power of Elegy of 10,000 Souls can not only be used by him, but also greatly enhance his resistance to mental attacks. This is practically a second ability tailor-made for him. Without hesitation, Commander Long shouted eagerly, yes, yes, yes. Lin Yi nodded and placed his hand firmly on Long Shuai's shoulder. The S+ level ability, Elegy of 10,000 Souls, from the vengeful spirit envoy transformed into a pure soul energy and instantly flowed into Dragon Commander's body. Long Shuai felt a cold and vast spiritual power surge into his mind, quickly merging with his soul. He did not experience any pain throughout the entire process. With his legendary strength, he could easily withstand legendary abilities. In an instant, an aura more terrifying and profound than before erupted from his body. Countless black phantoms of vengeful spirits flashed past him before merging into his body. In just a few breaths, Long Shuai's strength bottleneck was completely broken, his aura surged, and he stepped into the peak of the legendary level. Mu Shaochen, standing to the side, had a glint in her eyes, filled with undisguised envy. Unexpectedly, what Lin Yi said before was all true. This method of ignoring the rules, forcibly instilling abilities, and instantly boosting strength is truly defying the
heavens. Lin Yi saw through her thoughts, turned to her and smiled. Wood Saint, I also have a legendary elemental ability, Absolute Zero, which can freeze everything, but it doesn't really suit your style. Do you still want it? Mu Xiaoqian shook her head without hesitation and pouted. I don't want such an ordinary ability. Fortunately, the Ice Silent Saint envoy wasn't there, otherwise he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. Lin Yi smiled, having already anticipated this. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Long Shuai again. I need more S-level energy cores to improve the strength of the team members. Long Shuai felt the power surging within him and was in a great mood, but upon hearing these words, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. You brat! You and your men have almost completely cleared out the S-level secret realms within the Dragon Kingdom. Who said we have to look for it in China? A mysterious smile curved at the corner of Lin Ye's lips. The disappearance of the Dragon Kingdom does not mean that other countries do not exist. He stood up, his gaze sweeping out the window as if he could already see a new hunting ground. I plan to go to Japan, the land of cherry blossoms, first. Go to the land of cherry blossoms? Long Shuai was stunned. He clearly hadn't followed Lin Ye's leap of thought. Are you crazy, kid? Your weakness in international affairs lies in your mental defenses, and this will perfectly compensate for that. Do you want it? Upon hearing this, Long Shuai's pupils constricted sharply. As a legendary powerhouse, he possessed immense physical strength, but his spirit and soul were his Achilles heel. Once targeted by a mental powerhouse of the same level, the situation will be extremely dangerous. The domineering ability of Elegy of 10,000 souls can not only be used by him, but also greatly enhance his resistance to mental attacks. This is practically a second ability tailor-made for him. Without hesitation, Commander Long said eagerly, yes, yes, yes. Lin Yi nodded and placed his hand on Long Shuai's shoulder. The S+ level ability, Elegy of 10,000 souls, from the vengeful spirit envoy transformed into a pure soul energy and instantly flowed into Dragon Commander's body. Long Shuai felt a cold yet powerful spiritual force surge into his mind and quickly merge with his soul. He did not feel any pain during the process. With his legendary strength, he could easily withstand legendary abilities. In an instant, an even more terrifying and profound aura erupted from his body. Countless black, vengeful phantoms flashed past him before finally condensing into his body. In just a few breaths, Long Shuai's strength bottleneck was completely broken, his aura surged, and he steadily stepped into the peak of the legendary level. Mu Xiaoqian, standing beside her, had a gleam in her eyes, filled with undisguised envy. Unexpectedly, everything Lin Yi said before was true. This method of ignoring the rules, forcibly instilling abilities and instantly boosting strength is truly outrageous. Lin Yi saw through her thoughts, turned to her and smiled. Wood Saint, I also have a legendary elemental ability here, Absolute Zero, which can freeze everything, but I feel it doesn't quite match your style. Do you still want it? Mu Xiaoqian shook her head without hesitation and said with a pout, I don't need such an ordinary ability. Fortunately, the Ice Silent Saint envoy wasn't there, otherwise he would probably be so angry he'd vomit blood. Lin Yi smiled, not surprised at all. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Long Shuai again. I need more S-level energy cores to improve the strength of the team members. Long Shuai felt the surge of power within him and was in a great mood, but upon hearing these words, he couldn't help but smile wryly. You brat! You and your men have almost completely cleared out the S-level secret realms within the Dragon Kingdom. Who says it has to be done in China? A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Ye's lips. The disappearance of the Dragon Kingdom does not mean that other countries do not exist. He stood up, his gaze sweeping out the window as if he could already see a new hunting ground. I plan to go to Japan, the land of cherry blossoms, first. Go to the land of cherry blossoms? Long Shuai was stunned, clearly not following Lin Ye's leap of thought. Are you crazy? The international situation is so tense right now. You're leading a team of S-class experts to Japan to raid their S-class secret realms. Isn't that tantamount to declaring war? Lin Yi sneered. Commander Long, have you forgotten that not long ago, the legendary holy envoy Wraith from the kingdom of Sakura came to our Dragon Kingdom's territory, attempting to capture me? Long Shuai was speechless for a moment. The Purification Council's influence extends across the globe. Do you really think a country like Japan, which has always fawned over the powerful, would be clean? Lin Ye's eyes turned cold. They have probably already become the most loyal lackeys of the Purification Council. My purpose in going there this time is not only for the energy core, but also to probe their bottom line. If they behave themselves, I'll take the things and leave. But if they've already colluded with the Purification Council, Lin Yi paused, revealing an undisguised chilling killing intent. I don't mind, let's purify them first. Long Shuai stared at Lin Yi's calm yet seemingly murderous eyes, and fell silent. He knew that what Lin Yi said was true. The current situation is no longer just a friction between countries, but an undercurrent sweeping the globe. Any concession or compromise will lead to utter destruction. Furthermore, Lin Yi continued, do you really think that even if I don't go, the friction between us and Japan will be less? Long Shuai sighed deeply and gave up trying to persuade him. You little rascal, you've grown wings and I can't control you anymore. In short, we must be extra careful. Although the Sakura country does not appear to have any legendary level technical experts on the surface, no one can say for sure what it may be hiding in the shadows. Don't worry, these 3 holy envoys will be under your care for the time being. Lin Yi nodded, turned, and left the conference room. Back at the Sky Peak Hotel. Inside the suite, all members of the Dawn team had returned to the team. Han Li, Lei Zhe, Chen Mo, and Su Qingyue all returned from their respective battlefields. Although his breathing was slightly erratic, the confidence in his eyes was more resolute than ever before. Upon seeing Lin Yi return, everyone stood up in unison. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement and, without further ado, took out 6 S-grade energy cores. Old Han, Old Xie. His gaze fell on the 2 of them. You will each take 3 of these 6 S-grade energy cores and immediately go into seclusion to advance to S-grade. Their eyes blazed with fervor. Although they were puzzled as to why they had advanced first, neither of them asked any questions. After receiving the energy cores, they turned and walked into their respective cultivation rooms. Xingyue, Xiaoma, Xiaoza. Lin Yi looked at the remaining 3 people. Let's set off right away for the land of cherry blossoms. Sakura Country Hero Association headquarters. A piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire building. Emergency alert! Emergency alert! 4 S-class energy reactions have been detected, rapidly intruding into our airspace from the direction of China. Target location, over Dongdu. Repeat, target location, over Dongdu. This news was like a bombshell dropped on a calm lake, instantly causing an uproar at the Hero Association headquarters. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline named Makoto Ito, slammed his fist on the table upon hearing the report, his anger blazing. What are the Chinese trying to do? Sending 4 S-class heroes into the airspace of our great Sakura Empire without warning. Is this an attempt to start a war? Makoto Ito's face turned bright red, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Find out immediately. Where are they going? Hi! The intelligence officer typed rapidly on the keyboard, reporting to the minister. Based on the flight trajectory, the target is an S-class secret realm in the Mount Fuji area, Tengu's lair. The lair of the heavenly dog? Makoto Ito was taken aback at first, but then his anger intensified. These bastards! How dare they lay their hands on our S-rank secret realm in Japan? This is outrageous. Immediately dispatch the S-class heroes closest to Mount Fuji to intercept them. Tell them, this is the land of cherry blossoms, not a place where you Chinese from the Dragon Kingdom can run wild. Makoto Ito's angry voice was sharp and piercing. Furthermore, immediately issue the strongest protest to the Dragon Kingdom Heroes Association. We demand that they immediately recall these 4 heroes and provide an explanation and compensation. Above Mount Fuji, Lin Yi, Su Qingyue, Chen Mo, and Lei Zhe floated above the clouds, looking down at the massive mountain below that exuded an ominous aura. The Mount Fuji before us is no longer the peaceful snow-capped mountain that people know. The entire mountain is covered with strange rocks that are dark red and look like dried blood. Instead of spewing lava, the crater at the summit resembles a hideous scar, constantly emanating a dark, eerie aura. In the very center of that enormous crater, a pitch-black rift tearing through space slowly opened like the eye of a demon. That place is the entrance to the S-rank secret realm, Tengu's Nest. Just as Lin Yi and the others landed at the entrance, more than a dozen streaks of light suddenly shot out from all around, instantly surrounding the 4 of them. Leading the group was an S-class hero dressed in samurai armor, wearing wooden clogs, and carrying 2 katana at his waist. His face was painted with an arrogant red mask. He was none other than Miyamoto Musashi, the #1 swordsman in the Sakura Kingdom, the Sword Saint. He was followed closely by more than 10 other S-class heroes, each with a gloomy face and a menacing aura. Miyamoto Musashi did not make a move immediately. Instead, he used his narrow eyes to look at Lin Yi and his companions with amusement, as if they were a few rats that had mistakenly entered his territory. Oh my, aren't these the guests from the Dragon Kingdom? Why didn't they come through the main gate? Instead, they sneaked into the forbidden area of our Sakura Kingdom? Parallel Blue Star defaults to globally used Chinese. His voice had a particularly exaggerated tone, full of sarcasm and mockery. The hero dressed as a female ninja behind him chuckled and said, Lord Miyamoto, you don't understand. The people of the Dragon Kingdom have always liked to come without warning, just like thieves. It's one of their traditional skills. The surrounding heroes from the Sakura Kingdom burst into laughter, their gazes towards Lin Yi and his companions filled with contempt and disdain. Upon hearing this, Lei Zhe's face darkened, and crackling electricity crackled around him as his eyes burned with fury. Su Qingyue also frowned slightly, the golden overlord body energy flowing quietly across her body. Chen Mo pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses sharp as knives. Lin Yi gently waved his hand, stopping their impulsive act. He stared at the group of clowns in front of him, a cold smile playing on his lips. I've changed my mind. Combating dungeons is too inefficient. How about we just go to their Hero Association's treasury and borrow some S-class energy cores? Wouldn't that be faster? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Qingyue, Chen Mo, and Lei Zhe were all stunned. Looking at the malicious smile on Lin Yi's face, they immediately understood the true meaning of the so-called borrowing. This is an attempt to rob. Razor licked his lips excitedly, his body crackling with electricity, as if he couldn't wait to unleash a storm. Fighting in secret realms is nothing compared to the thrill of directly raiding the Hero Association, especially the Hero Association that robbed the Sakura country. On the other side, the dozen or so S-class heroes from the Sakura kingdom, led by Miyamoto Musashi, reacted as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. They were first stunned, and then burst into even more unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha, what did I just hear? Miyamoto Musashi exaggeratedly clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he almost fell over. A Chinese person comes to our Japanese territory and says he wants to borrow an S-class energy core from our Hero Association's treasury? This is the dumbest joke I've heard all year. The female ninja behind him was also laughing hysterically, looking at Lin Yi with pity in her eyes. How pathetic. Did the radiation from the Dragon Kingdom damage their brains? They can't even tell their own worth. A series of jeers rose and fell, filled with a sense of superiority. In their eyes, it was utterly suicidal for four mere heroes of the Dragon Kingdom to dare to speak so recklessly on their home turf. Lin Yi ignored the taunts and simply stared calmly at Miyamoto Musashi, his eyes as cold as still water. Is it funny? Of course it's funny. Miyamoto Musashi's smile vanished, replaced by a murderous glint in his narrow eyes. However, you won't be laughing for long. Now that you're here, stay here forever and become new nourishment for our Mount Fuji. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozen or so S-class heroes behind him instantly dispersed, forming a huge encirclement that trapped Lin Yi and his companions in the center. Various types of energy flames soared into the sky, and terrifying pressure, like a tsunami, crushed towards Lin Yi and his companions. Oh, you want to make a move? A cruel smile curled at the corner of Lin Yi's lips. You think you can just rely on your dozen or so chickens and dogs? He looked around, his gaze not so much at the enemies surrounding him, but rather at a flock of lambs to the slaughter. It seems you haven't grasped the current situation yet. Lin Yi slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. I forgot to tell you, it wasn't you who surrounded me, but it is you who are surrounded by me. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sudden change occurred. An invisible, distorted mental wave swept across several kilometers in an instant, like ripples. S-rank skill, illusory realm. To the utter horror of Miyamoto Musashi and the others, the familiar view of Mount Fuji vanished in an instant. Instead, a hellish landscape of corpses, blood, and wailing spirits has been created. Thick, viscous blood churned at my feet, and countless twisted, mangled limbs floated in the sea of blood. The air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood and decay, and their ears were filled with extremely mournful wails and curses, as if to drag their souls into an endless abyss. An illusion? An illusion? Miyamoto Musashi's expression changed drastically, and he immediately drew his twin swords from his waist. That's just a trick. Break it! He roared, and dazzling sword energy burst forth from his twin blades, transforming into a massive cross slash that fiercely struck the boundary of the illusion. However, the sword energy, powerful enough to split mountains, vanished without a trace the moment it touched the boundary of the illusion. Miyamoto Musashi's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with disbelief. His sword energy was ineffective against this illusion? Other heroes from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom made their moves, unleashing a barrage of powerful skills that blossomed like fireworks in the illusion, but without exception, they all vanished without a trace. The stability of this illusion far exceeded their expectations. It's pointless. Lin Yi's icy voice, like the pronouncement of death, came from above the sea of blood. He hovered in midair, looking down at the Japanese heroes below who were rushing around like headless flies, his eyes filled with indifference. In this world, I am the only god. Lin Yi gave orders to the three people beside him. Lei Zhe, Su Qinyue, and Chen Emo responded in unison. The next moment, they charged towards the dozen or so S-class heroes who were gripped by panic, like tigers descending a mountain, their killing intent palpable. Baka, let's fight! Upon seeing this, a flash of madness and savagery appeared in Miyamoto Musashi's eyes. He understood that if they didn't fight to the death today, everyone would perish here. They were the first to confront Su Qinyue, who had transformed into a golden stream of light. How dare a mere woman be so insolent in front of me? He roared, brandishing his twin blades to create an impenetrable net of blades that descended upon Su Qinyue. However, Su Qinyue did not flinch, a cold smile appearing on her face. With a delicate shout, she actually used her slender hands, enveloped in golden flames, to forcefully grasp Miyamoto Musashi's blade, which was capable of cutting through divine metal. Miyamoto Musashi felt as if his twin swords had struck an unshakable ancient divine mountain. His tiger's mouth was instantly shattered, and blood flowed freely. Your body? He stared in shock at Su Qinyue's unharmed hands, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Your strength is too weak. Su Qinyue's voice was icy, and she suddenly exerted force with her 5 fingers. A sickening metallic cracking sound rang out. Miyamoto Musashi's 2 prized S-rank swords were crushed to pieces by her bare hands. He was severely injured, coughing up a mouthful of blood, and was thrown back by the force of the impact. Razor's figure transformed into a raging bolt of lightning, weaving back and forth through the crowd. Rank a skill, Thunder Dragon's Roar. A ferocious thunder dragon roared out, electrocuting the heroes of the Sakura Kingdom until they were charred and screamed in agony. His withering domain quietly unfolds, continuously stripping the
the enemy of their life force. In this illusionary realm that belonged to them, Razor's strength increased significantly, and each attack was far more powerful than usual. Chen Mo, on the other hand, was like an elegant battlefield commander. He hovered silently in mid-air, his eyes behind his glasses constantly selecting targets. Because you are from the land of cherry blossoms, you died. Because you are from the land of cherry blossoms, you died. Because you are from the land of cherry blossoms, you died. S-rank skill, Energy Core. The depleted energy was quickly replenished, and the law of causality continued to apply. In less than a minute, more than a dozen arrogant S-class heroes from the Sakura Kingdom were slaughtered by the three of them. Lei Zhe flicked the electricity off his hands, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. These guys are too weak. Lin Ye's figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the three people. With a wave of his hand, an S-class energy core flew out from the corpse of an S-class hero from Japan and landed steadily in his palm. Captain, is this guy an extraterrestrial creature in disguise? Chen Mo frowned slightly and asked in confusion. It seems that Japan has indeed been thoroughly infiltrated by the Purification Council. Lin Yi put away the energy core, a cold smile appearing on his lips. In that case, let's annihilate this cherry blossom country completely. Sakura Country, Hero Association Headquarters, Monitoring Center. Foreign Defense Minister Makoto Ito stared at the large screen with a ferocious expression. On the screen, the blue dots representing Miyamoto Musashi and more than a dozen other S-class heroes have come into contact with the red dots representing Lin Yi and his group of four. Those ignorant Chinese from the Dragon Kingdom. Makoto Ito sneered, his expression full of disdain. Miyamoto-kun is the strongest S-class hero in our Sakura country. With the addition of more than a dozen S-class powerhouses forming the Tenshu formation, even 4 peak S-class heroes would be crushed. Let them witness the majesty of the heroes of our great Sakura Empire. He could almost see the 4 heroes of the Dragon Kingdom being beaten to their knees and begging for mercy, a cruel and triumphant smile on his face. However, the smile on his face froze instantly the next moment. On the large screen, the blue dots representing Miyamoto Musashi and more than a dozen others went out almost simultaneously, as if they had been wiped off the map by an invisible hand in an instant. The red light representing Lin Yi and the other 3 remained bright and began to move rapidly toward Dongdu at an even more terrifying speed. What on earth is going on? Makoto Ito's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking he must have seen wrong. Is the monitoring system malfunctioning? Reporting to the minister. A technician's voice trembled uncontrollably, choked with sobs. System normal. Vital signal monitoring, also normal. Then, where are they? Makoto Ito pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. Their life signs have all disappeared. A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to his head, making Makoto Ito feel icy cold all over. More than a dozen S-class heroes, including Miyamoto Musashi at the peak of S-class, were wiped out in just 1 minute? This is absolutely unbelievable. Report to the minister. Another intelligence officer screamed, his voice filled with panic. Those 4 Chinese people's target seems to be our headquarters building. Makoto Ito felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. They've provoked 4 monsters they shouldn't have. Just as he was completely captivated, a calm yet thunderous voice suddenly resounded above the Hero Association building. Sakura Country Hero Association, listen up. We are reasonable people from the Dragon Kingdom. Your legendary envoy caused trouble in our Dragon Kingdom a few days ago. Now, we've come to demand compensation. You have 3 minutes to open the underground vault and hand over all S-class energy cores. Lin Ye's voice, amplified by energy, clearly resounded throughout the entire eastern capital city. Instantly, countless citizens looked up at the sky, their faces filled with confusion and astonishment. They've stormed straight to the Hero Association headquarters? This is absolutely absurd. Inside the Hero Association headquarters building, there was a deathly silence. All the staff stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the monitor screen, as if they had heard the most absurd joke in the world. Inside the monitoring center, Makoto Ito got up from the ground, his face ashen, but his eyes burned with endless anger and humiliation. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. He roared, like a wild beast driven to the brink of despair. Do they really think our Japan is devoid of talent? Activate the highest level of defensive barrier immediately. Notify all S-class heroes nationwide to come to headquarters immediately. I'd like to see how those 4 can possibly stand against our entire Hero Association. At Makoto Ito's command, the Hero Association headquarters building burst into a dazzling light. A hemispherical barrier made of pure energy, like an inverted giant bowl, firmly enveloped the entire building. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of figures poured out from various exits of the building, each with a gloomy face and a murderous aura. Although there were no S-class powerhouses, the combined strength of hundreds of A-class heroes was still awe-inspiring. People of the Dragon Kingdom, you are declaring war on our great Sakura Kingdom. Makoto Ito roared angrily through the loudspeaker. Surrender immediately, or you will bear the wrath of the entire Sakura Kingdom. In the sky, Lin Ye's gaze was cold as he looked down at the Hero Association building.
building, which stood up like a hedgehog, and a contemptuous sneer appeared on his lips. 3 minutes are up. He flashed and transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the massive energy barrier without hesitation. Ito Makoto, inside the barrier, sneered, his tone full of disdain. This is our Sakura country's top-tier Amaterasu protective barrier. It's strong enough to withstand a full-force attack from a legendary-level expert. A mere S-class dares to think it can shake it? What wishful thinking. He could almost see Lin Yi being shattered to pieces by the force rebounding from the barrier. However, reality gave him a harsh slap in the face. Lin Yi's fist crashed into the seemingly indestructible Amaterasu Guardian barrier. The anticipated energy collision and stalemate did not occur. Faced with Lin Yi's one punch breaks the limit, this S+ level barrier, which was strong enough to withstand a legendary blow, was as fragile as a soap bubble. Starting from the point of contact between the fists, countless spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly in all directions. A crisp sound, like shattering glass, rang out. The Amaterasu protective barrier shattered with a deafening roar. They transformed into countless dazzling specks of light and vanished into the air. This is impossible. Makoto Ito's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, his face filled with shock that shattered his understanding of the world. The hundreds of A-level heroes inside the barrier were shocked and their minds went blank when faced with this unimaginable scene. Before they could react, Chen Mo, Lei Zhe, and Su Qingyue charged into their ranks like tigers among sheep. They don't use any fancy techniques, just the purest and most primitive physical crushing. One by one, A-level heroes were blasted away like broken sacks, dying in mid-air. The three of them were like three of the most terrifying and efficient humanoid harvesting machines. In less than a minute, hundreds of A-level heroes, who were high and mighty in the eyes of ordinary people, fell from the sky like dumplings, smashing the square below into a mess. No one could stand in front of the Hero Association headquarters building anymore. Let's go see our compensation this time. Lin Yi put his hands in his pockets and strode towards the association's gate, followed by three extremely excited team members. Inside the monitoring center, the piercing alarms triggered by the breaking through of each checkpoint were clearly heard by everyone. Makoto Ito's face was deathly pale, and he was trembling like a leaf. He stared at the four Chinese people on the screen who were, like demons, approaching the treasure vault on the fourth underground floor step by step. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. Stop them! Stop them now! He screamed hysterically, his voice sharp and piercing with fear. However, all that answered him was deathly silence. Hundreds of A-level heroes were slaughtered in just 1 minute. Of the remaining B-rank and C-rank heroes inside the building, who would dare to go up and die? S-rank. Where are our other S-rank heroes? Makoto Ito suddenly grabbed the collar of a technician next to him and roared almost maniacally. Where are they? Why haven't they come to help yet? Tell them to come immediately. Now! The technician was terrified, his face turning pale. He stammered, Minister, they're on their way. Not that soon. Upon hearing this, Makoto Ito was so angry he almost vomited blood. No one expected that hundreds of A-level heroes would only last for a minute. He shoved the technician aside, stumbled to another communication device, and practically roared out the order. Quickly, connect me to the Kaohsiung City chairman who is currently visiting the United States. Right now. Tell the president. The Chinese have gone mad. They've invaded our headquarters. We're begging for the heroes of the United States to come to our aid immediately. Quickly. In Makoto Ito's view, the only country that can save the Cherry Blossom country now is their suzerain state, the beautiful country. After doing all this, he felt as if all his strength had been drained away, and he slumped into the chair, panting heavily. Just then, a communications officer called out tremblingly, Minister, the connection with the Dragon Kingdom Heroes Association is established. Take it. As if grasping at the last straw, Makoto Ito sat up abruptly. The screen flashed, and a middle-aged man with a refined appearance, wearing the uniform of the Dragon Kingdom Heroes Association, appeared on the screen. It was Wang Jian, the Minister of External Liaison of the Dragon Kingdom Heroes Association. Wang Jian took a leisurely sip of tea before slowly raising his eyelids and speaking. Oh, it's Minister Ito. Why are you contacting us in such a hurry? Has another S-class monster riot broken out in Japan? Do you need humanitarian aid from China? Upon hearing this, Makoto Ito was so angry he almost had a stroke. He pointed at the screen, his voice trembling with extreme anger. Wang Jian, what exactly does your Dragon Kingdom want? You sent 4 S-class heroes into our Sakura Kingdom's airspace without cause. They slaughtered hundreds of our heroes. They even attacked our headquarters building. You are openly declaring war on our great land of cherry blossoms. Faced with Makoto Ito's fierce accusations, Wang Jian wore an innocent and bewildered expression. He exaggeratedly picked at his ear, then asked with a puzzled look. Minister Ito, I don't understand what you're saying. Don't our Dragon country's S-class heroes all stay obediently in the country? When did they run off to your Japan? Don't make false accusations. Our Dragon Kingdom is a land of etiquette, valuing harmony among neighbors above all else. How could we possibly do such a thing? You're talking nonsense. Makoto Ito was so angry that he started cursing and swearing, forgetting forgetting even the most basic manners. The person is right in front of our headquarters building. You still want to deny it? Wang Jian raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Could it be a few strange people who look like us from China, pretending to be heroes and causing trouble in your area? The strange man's disguise skills have become increasingly sophisticated lately, so you'd better be careful. Or, should I send a team of experts over to help you identify him? Edo Makoto could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the screen, staining Wang Jian's sincere face crimson. That's absolutely shameless. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. This isn't just pretending to be stupid, it's practically treating him like an idiot. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Sakura Kingdom Hero Association, in front of the underground treasure vault, Lin Yi and his 3 companions were already standing in front of this huge gate, made of a special alloy and said to be able to withstand a direct hit from a nuclear bomb. Captain, this door seems pretty sturdy. Lei Zhe reached out and knocked, making a dull bang-bang sound. How about I do it? Su Qingyue clenched her fists, eager to try. With her current strength, she's confident she could flatten a mountain with a single punch. Lin Yi waved his hand and stepped forward. He didn't use any skills, he simply threw a punch. A deafening explosion. The treasure vault door, several meters thick and made of the world's hardest alloy, was smashed by Lin Yi's fist like a biscuit hit by a heavy hammer. Centered on the point of contact with the fist, the entire door dented inward, leaving a huge fist-shaped imprint, with countless spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly. Then, to the astonishment of Lei Zhe and Su Qingyue, it collapsed inward with a deafening roar. Lin Yi blew the dust off his fists and took the lead into the treasure vault. The 3 followed in mechanically, casting their gazes filled with fanatical worship. That's fucking handsome. Within the treasure vault lies a hidden paradise. This is a vast space spanning several thousand square meters, with neatly arranged display shelves made of special crystal, filled with a dazzling array of rare and precious materials, divine weapons, and other rare items. The air was filled with intense energy fluctuations that were almost tangible. In the very center of the treasure vault, within an area protected by an energy shield, dozens of S-class energy cores, radiating brilliant light, floated silently like the brightest stars in the night sky. I'm rich. Razor stared at the S-class energy cores, his eyes wide with disbelief, and his mouth was practically watering. Captain, this is way too much. Su Qingyue and Chen Mo were equally shocked. The tiny cherry blossom country actually hides dozens of S-class energy cores. It seems they've reaped quite a bit of benefits from the Purification Council. A cold glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he waved his hand and directly put all the S-level energy cores and those seemingly valuable natural treasures into the system space. In just a few minutes, the once dazzling treasure trove became cleaner than the ground licked by a dog. Lin Yi clapped his hands and nodded in satisfaction. However, just as they were preparing to leave, a chilling, eerie, and suffocating pressure swept in from the deepest part of the treasure vault without warning. A piercing laugh, like that of a night owl, echoed through the empty treasure vault. How dare you, to touch my collection? As the voice sounded, a hunched, short, withered old man, dressed in a tattered kimono and with age spots on his face, slowly emerged from the shadows, leaning on a cane made of human bone. He looked like he was on his deathbed, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. But in those cloudy old eyes, a terrifying light, belonging to a legendary powerhouse, gleamed, sending chills down one's spine. A legendary powerhouse hidden in the land of cherry blossoms. The moment that withered old man appeared, the temperature in the entire treasure vault seemed to drop by dozens of degrees. The air was filled with a thick, nauseating aura of death and resentment. Lei Zhe, Su Qingyue, and Chen Mo instantly became alert, channeling their energy to the limit as they stared intently at the seemingly frail old man before them. They clearly felt that the pressure emanating from the other party was more terrifying than any enemy they had encountered before. Legendary level. Su Qingyue's face was filled with solemnity. Moreover, it's not just any legendary level 1. Chen Mo pushed up his glasses, and behind the lenses, his eyes flashed with data streams, but what he got back was a chaotic, ominous red garbled code. His life form is very strange, unlike that of a pure human. The withered old man let out a grating laugh, his murky eyes sweeping over the 4 of them before finally settling on Lin Yi. Interesting, this is really interesting. A mere S-rank kid, leading 3 newly promoted S-rank rookies, actually broke into my toy den and even injured my watchdog. A watchdog? Razor was stunned. The old man pointed with his bone cane at the mess on the ground, then pointed outside. That kid Miyamoto, and all those good-for-nothings outside, aren't they all my dogs? Only the strongest dog is worthy to be a part of my power. He stuck out his long, dry, chicken claw-like tongue and licked his lips. The 4 people's eyes were filled with greed and desire, as if they were 4 delicious and tempting desserts. You 4 are very good. Especially you. He stared intently at Lin Yi. Your soul smells sweet and delicious. I have made my decision. You will become my most perfect collection, merging with me and living forever. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's body began to undergo a terrifying change. His hunched body swelled and stretched rapidly, as if inflated. The dry, cracked skin split open inch by inch, revealing eerie, dark red scales covered in slime underneath. 8 enormous, hideous snakeheads, covered with gaping maws and scarlet forked tongues, grew wildly from his back, emitting deafening hisses. His limbs also transformed into a thick, scaly snake tail. In just a few breaths, the withered old man, nearing the end of his life, vanished without a trace. Instead, there was a terrifying giant snake that was over 100 meters long and had 8 heads and 8 tails. Each head represents a different energy: poison, fire, ice, lightning, corrosion, illusion, curse, death. 8 completely different legendary peak auras suddenly erupted from it, instantly filling the entire underground space. S+ rank, legendary peak, monster, Yamata no Orochi, human form, Abe Gensai. What the hell is this? Razor stared at the monster that existed only in myths and legends, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. A person can actually transform into a Yamata no Orochi? Lin Yi stared at the enormous creature, a look of realization flashing in his eyes. You are not human at all, but an extraterrestrial creature disguised as a human. He. You only realize it now? Too late. The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi simultaneously emitted a piercing roar, filled with smugness and cruelty. The hero association of this country was, from the very beginning, just a ranch that I built to raise food. And you will become the most delicious nourishment on my path of evolution. 8 snake heads simultaneously opened their blood-red maws. Deadly poisonous dragon breath, blazing flames, soul-freezing frost, raging, annihilating divine lightning. 8 terrifying attacks, each containing the power of a different law and capable of instantly killing any S-class powerhouse, poured towards Lin Yi and his companions from all directions like 8 world-destroying torrents. The entire underground space trembled and twisted violently under the pressure of these 8 terrifying forces, as if it would collapse completely at any moment. Su Qingyue, Lei Zhe, and Chen Mo exclaimed in unison, instantly standing in front of Lin Yi to jointly withstand this earth-shattering attack. However, Lin Yi simply waved his hand calmly. You all step back. He stepped forward, facing the 8 attacks that seemed like a catastrophe descending upon him alone. Perfect. I'll use you to test my newly acquired power. An unprecedented fighting spirit ignited in Lin Yi's eyes. Instead of defending himself, he took the initiative to meet the 8 attacks head-on and threw a punch. S-rank passive. One punch breaks limits. S+ tier passive. Heart of Fury. The moment he threw the punch, he deliberately detonated a wisp of meteorite power within his body, causing a series of minor injuries to himself and instantly maxing out his rage meter, entering the infinite rage state. A terrifying aura, more ferocious, more domineering, and more unreasonable than that of the Yamata no Orochi, suddenly erupted from Lin Yi's seemingly insignificant body. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, filled with the most primal and pure fighting desire. The fist was thrown out, tightly enveloped by dense crimson flames, as if it could tear everything apart. A terrifying roar, powerful enough to shatter the stars. The crimson fist collided violently with the 8 world-destroying torrents. The anticipated energy collision and stalemate did not occur. Faced with Lin Yi's fist infused with the power of infinite fury, the 8 law attacks, which were capable of destroying everything, shattered like fragile glass. The deadly poison was instantly vaporized. The flames were torn apart and shattered. The frost was shattered and broken. The lightning was completely annihilated. The crimson fist force, with unparalleled power, instantly pierced through all attacks. Finally, it slammed into the fire-breathing head of the Yamata no Orochi. Oh whoa! The Yamata no Orochi let out a piercing, soul-wrenching howl. That fiery serpent head, powerful enough to melt divine metal, was blasted apart like a watermelon by Lin Yi's fist. Blood, flesh, and shattered bones flew everywhere. The remaining 7 snake heads simultaneously let out a scream that defied all reason. Its proud, all-out attack was actually broken by a single punch from the opponent, and, in the process, he even shattered one of his own skulls? It's not over yet. Lin Yi's icy voice echoed in its ears like a nightmare. He landed a punch on his target but did not pause at all. Instead, he used the recoil to flip in the air and landed firmly on the top of another frost snake head. With a sudden burst of powerful force from his legs, he launched himself into the air like a cannonball, and once again threw a punch at the venomous snake head beside him. Another deafening explosion. The second snake head exploded. Roar! You damned ants! Die! The Yamata no Orochi went completely berserk, and its remaining 6 heads and 8 giant tails pounced on Lin Yi like a storm, launching a frenzied attack. However, when Lin Yi entered the state of infinite rage, his speed, strength, and reaction ability reached an unbelievable level. His figure weaved through the gaps between countless snakeheads and giant tails, dodging like a ghost. Every dodge was followed by a violent counterattack. The 3rd head exploded. The 4th head exploded. Bang! 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 Lei Zhe, Su Qingyue, and Chen Mo were already numb, watching helplessly as Lin Yi transformed into the most terrifying human meat grinder, using the most primitive, violent, and unreasonable methods to tear the arrogant and domineering Yamata no Orochi to pieces. Finally, the last snake head, representing death, was blasted into a cloud of blood mist. The massive, headless corpse crashed to the ground, creating a huge crater. A source substance from beyond the realm, radiating 7-colored light and containing the power of 8 different laws, slowly emerged from its corpse. Lin Yi landed slowly slowly, the crimson flames on his body gradually dissipating, and he returned to calm. He glanced at the extraterrestrial source material and smiled with satisfaction. His trip to the land of cherry blossoms yielded far more rewards than he had expected. Beautiful country, the rooftop reception room of the Hero Association headquarters. The crystal chandelier shimmered with light, and melodious classical music echoed in the air. Takashi Miyako, president of the Sakura Country Hero Association, held a glass of expensive red wine and chatted with Special Pooh, president of the Beautiful Country Hero Association, with a fawning expression. Special Pooh was an overweight, white old man with a head of dazzling blonde hair. Although he had a kind smile, his blue eyes gleamed with the shrewdness and arrogance of a businessman. President Pooh, please take good care of the upcoming Global Heroes Summit and make sure those European countries don't come up with any more absurd proposals. Gao Shimiao bowed slightly, his words full of just the right amount of flattery. Pooh smugly swirled the wine in his glass, his enormous chin held high. Don't worry, Takashi-kun. As long as our beautiful country is backing us up, no one will dare to bully your cherry blossom country. The world wouldn't be in chaos then. Just then, an assistant in a suit quickly walked up behind Gao Shimiao and whispered a few words of report. Gao Shimiao's smile froze slightly, and a hidden shadow flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He sneered inwardly, for Chinese? How dare they cause trouble at this time? They're really overestimating themselves. Perfect timing. Let Lord Orochi teach them a lesson, and let the whole world see what happens when you provoke the great Sakura Empire. His subtle changes in expression did not escape the keen eyes of Special Pooh. Oh, Mr. Takashi, are you in some kind of trouble? Pooh asked in a feigned concerned tone, but his voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. Do you need our beautiful country to help? After all, your cherry blossom country is our strongest ally. No need, no need. Gao Shimiao quickly waved his hand, his face regaining its confident smile. They're just a few ignorant Chinese trash who dare to run wild on our territory. We can't afford to mess with them. Pooh raised an eyebrow, looking at Gao Shimiao with great interest. Judging from your tone, it seems your Japan really does have some powerful trump cards up its sleeve. Gao Shimiao smiled silently, picked up his wine glass and took a small sip, his face revealing an unfathomable and confident expression. In his eyes, as long as Lord Orochi takes action, for mere S-rank experts are nothing to worry about, and even if the Dragon Commander himself comes, he will have to swallow the defeat on the spot. After the dinner, Gao Shimiao returned to his luxurious suite, completely satisfied. He hummed a little tune, poured himself a glass of whiskey, and comfortably lay down on the sofa, waiting for the good news from home. He had even already planned in his mind how to inadvertently reveal to Special Pooh tomorrow that the Sakura Kingdom had easily defeated 4 S-class heroes from the Dragon Kingdom, achieving a brilliant victory. Just then, his assistant frantically knocked on the door again. Chairman, Minister Ito has sent an urgent message. Oh, it's over so quickly? Gao Shimiao smiled as he took the encrypted communicator, a smug look flashing across his face. Ito-kun, thank you for your hard work. Did you handle the bodies of those ignorant Chinese people properly? Don't leave any future troubles. However, instead of the expected smugness and celebration, there was a series of extremely suppressed sobs, as if the sky had fallen and the earth had collapsed. President, they're gone. Makoto Ito's voice was hoarse and desperate, like a demon crawling out of hell. Gao Shimiao's smile froze instantly, replaced by barely suppressed anger. He jumped up from the sofa and roared at the communicator. Baka, Ito, what the hell are you doing? You piece of trash. How could you let them get away? Why not kill them? Why? With our great and beautiful country backing us, would the Dragon Kingdom dare to go to war with us for a few dead people? The enemy came to their door, and they just swaggered away? When did our great Sakura Empire become so easy to bully? On the other end of the communicator, Makoto Ito felt extremely bitter as he listened to the chairman's roar. Why not kill them? Do you think I don't want to? If Japan truly possessed that capability, would it need you to remind me from across the Pacific Ocean? The fear, humiliation, and despair that had been building up inside them erupted all at once. Makoto Ito could no longer hold back and burst into tears. President, we can't stop them at all. They looted our treasure trove. All the S-class energy cores, along with all the precious materials and weapons, were taken. Gao Shimiao felt as if struck by lightning, his head spinning. He suppressed his anger and horror, roaring, "Where is Lord Orochi? Why didn't Lord Orochi make a move? Is he sleeping?" Makoto Ito's cries grew increasingly piercing and desperate. Lord Orochi has made his move. Makoto Ito took a deep breath and let out a roar as loud as a cuckoo's cry of blood. Lord Yamada no Orochi is dead. Gao Shimiao felt as if a nuclear bomb had hit his head, and his mind went completely blank. He trembled, unable to believe his ears. Lord Orochi is dead? The invincible Lord Orochi, who suppressed the fate of the Sakura Kingdom like a god in his heart, was actually dead? Lord Orochi was torn to pieces by that Chinese leader. Makoto Ito's voice pierced Takashi Miyako's eardrums like the most vicious curse. The S-class heroes who came to provide support were all killed by him. Not a single one was spared. Our Sakura country, all S-rank and A-rank heroes, within 1 hour today, they are completely extinct. Gao Shimiao could no longer hold on. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision went black, and he fell straight backward. Baga, baga, baga. A few minutes later, Gao Shimiao, having regained his senses, went berserk, smashing everything in the room. People of the Dragon Kingdom, I will kill you all. I will definitely kill you all. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression was frantic, and he had completely lost his previous gentle and refined demeanor. He flung open the door and stumbled toward Tepu's room. President Pu, you must uphold justice for us. While sobbing, Gao Shimiao passionately recounted the heinous crimes of the Chinese people, embellishing his words with exaggerated details, his vision already blurred by tears. After hearing Gao Shimiao's tearful account, Tepu's fat face instantly turned bright red, like a pig's liver. He slammed his hand on the table in a fit of rage. Shameless, despicable, utterly vile. These Chinese dare to so blatantly disregard the international order. They have openly launched a sneak attack and robbed our most steadfast ally. This is an insult to our beautiful country. His anger was about to erupt, and his words were fierce, as if he would personally lead his troops to raze the Dragon Kingdom to the ground at any moment. But deep down, he was overjoyed. Sakurako, you finally met your match. They were hiding such a big trump card, even from me, and now it's all been taken away. However, despite his secret delight, he was determined to get his hands on the stolen S-Class energy cores. Dozens of S-Class energy cores. This is a crucial resource that could turn the tide of the war. It must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the Chinese. Don't worry, Mr. Cao. He patted his chest confidently and assured them with an air of righteous indignation. The United States will definitely see this matter through to the end. He immediately picked up the communicator and began issuing commands. Immediately mobilize the 3 S-Class teams, Eagle of Freedom, Thor's Hammer, and Stars and Stripes, and rush to the border of the Dragon Kingdom. They said they suspect a terrorist organization has secretly infiltrated China and that a search must be launched. At the same time, immediately notify the neighboring countries of China, Vietnam, South Korea, and the Philippines. Make them send all their S-Class heroes to the Dragon Kingdom's border to put pressure on them. Tell them that once it's done, the United States will provide an S-Class energy core as payment. I want to see how the Dragon Kingdom will cope with the pressure from all sides at the same time. Pu hung up the call, his eyes gleaming with a sinister and greedy light. The real show is just beginning. The capital city of the Dragon Kingdom, the headquarters of the Heroes Association. Standing before the enormous strategic map, Commander Long's face was so gloomy it was almost as if ink were dripping from it. Just minutes earlier, they had received an urgent military report from the border. Large-scale gatherings of S-Class heroes appeared almost simultaneously from the north, south, and east. The United States has dispatched 3 of its most elite S-Class ace teams, totaling 25 powerful warriors, under the pretext of counter-terrorism, and is rapidly heading towards the eastern border of the Dragon Kingdom. The southern kingdoms of Vietnam and the Philippines, and the northern kingdom of South Korea, mobilized their entire forces. All of the country's S-Class heroes, more than 30 in total, have been deployed to the border of the Dragon Kingdom, eyeing it covetously. An unprecedented and massive encirclement of the Dragon Kingdom is rapidly unfolding. It's so beautiful. It's such a wonderful country. Enraged, Wang Jian slammed his fist into the hard alloy tabletop, leaving a clear fist mark. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune, distorting the truth, and utterly shameless. How could he not see through the other party's sinister intentions? This is clearly a case of eyeing the resources Lin Yi brought back from Japan, and trying to force China to submit through force. They figured out that we had just gone through a major war, were internally weak, and dared not launch a full-scale war. Zhao Zhang, standing to the side, said angrily, his tone full of coldness. Moreover, they are putting pressure on us from different directions. Once war breaks out, we will inevitably be unable to attend to all aspects and will be put on the defensive. Wang Zhantian and Yao Tiancheng also voiced their curses. These clowns from Vietnam, the Philippines, and South Korea dare to provoke us time and time again. If it weren't for their help in fending off our own weirdos, I would have wiped them out. The entire command hall was filled with barely suppressed rage. Those present were all high-ranking members of the Dragon Kingdom Heroes Association, each a veteran of countless battles, and none of them had ever suffered such humiliation as being besieged at the city gates. Since they want a fight, then we'll give them a good fight. Long Shuai's voice wasn't loud, but every word was firm and powerful. Pass on my orders. The Dragon General's aura suddenly changed, and his supreme authority as the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom, wielding the highest power, erupted instantly. Yao Tiancheng, here. Yao Tiancheng, the head of the Yao family, stepped forward and responded in a deep voice. You immediately lead all the S-Class heroes of the Yao family to the southern border and drive those ignorant you people back. Understood. A sharp glint flashed in Yao Tiancheng's eyes as he accepted the order without hesitation. Wang Zhantian, here. Wang Zhantian stepped forward as well, his fighting spirit burning fiercely within him. You lead the Dawn Legion to reinforce the other side of the southern border. If those Filipino monkeys dare to cross the line, break their legs. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Wang Zhantian roared excitedly. Your subordinate is here. Deputy Commander Zhao replied solemnly. You immediately assemble all available S-class heroes from the Hero Association and head to the northern border. The situation in South Korea is your responsibility. Long Shuai paused for a moment, his tone becoming even colder. All S-class heroes registered with the Hero Association along the route, regardless of which team they belong to or what mission they are currently carrying out, are hereby unconditionally conscripted. Anyone who disobeys will be punished for treason. Understood. A firm determination flashed in the eyes of Zhao Zhang, Yao Tanchang, and Wang Zhantian. This is a supreme mobilization order during wartime, meaning that Commander Long has elevated this war to the level of a national war. As for the United States and the East, leave it to me. Within minutes, Commander Long made swift and decisive deployments in response to the threats from both the North and South. The Yao family, the Wang family, and the Hero Association together are enough to withstand the pressure from the combined forces of Vietnam, the Philippines, and South Korea. But everyone knew that the real battle was on the east side. Wang Jian stared at the thickest red arrow representing the three ace teams of the United States, his face full of worry. The pressure on the eastern border is the greatest. Freedom Eagle, Thor's Hammer, and Stars and Stripes, these three teams are the absolute main force of the United States. Every member is a battle-hardened S-rank high-level fighter, and the captains of the three teams are even peak S-rank beings. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Yes, Commander Long, Zhao Zhan quickly advised, your body has just recovered and is not suitable for high-intensity combat. The public's concerns are understandable. Although Long Shuai is a legendary level expert, the enemy's formation of 25 S-level experts is by no means easy to defeat. Moreover, no one can be sure whether there are legendary level experts hidden in the United States. If the Dragon Commander were to suffer any mishap on the border, the morale of the entire Dragon Kingdom would suffer a devastating blow. However, in the face of everyone's concerns, Long Shuai simply waved his hand dismissively. A confident smile slowly appeared on that weathered face. Just as the Dragon Kingdom Heroes Association was urgently mobilizing its troops, Lin Yi had already led his team back to the presidential suite at the top of the sky. This trip to the land of cherry blossoms yielded far more than anyone expected. After slaying the Yamata no Orochi, I obtained an extraterrestrial source containing the power of 8 different laws. They looted the national treasure trove of Sakura, seizing 42 S-class energy cores and mountains of rare and precious materials. These resources are enough to elevate the overall strength of the Dong team to a new level. At this moment, Hanli and Xie Yong are still in seclusion, striving to reach S-level. Lin Yi then divided the S-grade energy cores among Lei Zhe and Su Qingyue, giving each of them 3 pieces. You all immediately go into seclusion and break through to S-rank. Yes, Captain. Their eyes blazed with fervor as they accepted the energy cores without hesitation and entered the training room together. For a moment, only Lin Yi and Chen Mo remained in the suite. Just as Lin Yi was preparing to study the extraterrestrial source material of the Yamata no Orochi, the hero terminal on his wrist suddenly rang. The caller ID reads, Mu Xiaochen. Lin Yi, the commotion you've caused in Japan is quite something. Mu Xiaochen's lazy voice came from the terminal, accompanied by game sound effects. The United States has dispatched 3 S-class teams, Freedom Eagle, Thor's Hammer, and Stars and Stripes, to join forces with Vietnam, the Philippines, and South Korea, and they have gathered on our border in an attempt to pressure you into handing over what you stole from Japan. Commander Long has already arranged for people to deal with this. Do you want to go and take a look yourself? Upon hearing this, a cold killing intent flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. The United States really thinks it's the police of Earth, and it has to meddle in everything. There's absolutely no way we'll hand over the stuff. But I'd really like to see what kind of expression that old guy, Tae-Poo, will have when all 3 of their proudest S-class ace units are left forever within the Dragon Kingdom. And then there are these clowns like Vietnam, the Philippines, and South Korea. It seems it's time to give them a good wake-up call and show them who the real boss is on this land. Lin Yi hung up the call and was preparing to arrange the next steps. Boom! Boom! 2 powerful and fierce auras erupted from the 2 training rooms almost simultaneously, causing the entire presidential suite to buzz. The doors to the cultivation rooms where Han Li and Xie Yong were located opened simultaneously. The 2 stepped out, exuding a powerful aura far exceeding their previous levels, clearly indicating that they had both successfully broken through and entered the S-level. Captain, we've broken through. The 2 rushed towards Lin Yi with excited expressions. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. It was just the right time. His gaze shifted to Chen Mo beside him. Chen Mo pushed up his glasses, his expression calm, as if he had already foreseen everything that was about to happen. The southern border, the Yu Kingdom, is now in your hands. Lin Yi's voice was cold, yet filled with murderous intent. Although the Yao family will help, their playing style is too conservative. I need you to use the most direct methods to tell those monkeys who the real boss is here. Chen Mo nodded, a sharp glint flashing behind his glasses. Immediately, Lin Yi turned his gaze to Han Li, who had just emerged from seclusion and was full of fighting spirit. Old Xie, go to the other side of the southern border to support the Wang family's battle group in dealing with the Philippines. They want to see the strength of our Dragon Dragon Kingdom, right? Then let them see it for themselves. Yes, Captain. Xia Yong excitedly pounded his chest, full of pride. I guarantee I'll beat them until they cry for their parents. Finally, Lin Yi turned to Han Li. Old Han, you go to the northern border to support Deputy Commander Zhao. Those clowns from South Korea are in your hands. Let them know that not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come and bark at our doorstep. Han Li flashed away, about to leave, when he suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, Captain, what about you? I'm going to the eastern border. Lin Yi stood up, his gaze piercing through the wall as he looked at the figure rushing towards the East China Sea, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. After all, that old man Long Shuai has just reached the peak of the legendary level and is itching to show his skills. I have to go and support him, and by the way, see how he displays his prowess. The southern border of the Dragon Kingdom, where the 10,000 mountains meet. Yao Tianchang, the head of the Yao family, led 10 S-class heroes from his family, along with 5 more S-class heroes gathered along the way, to confront 10 Yu Kingdom heroes across the valley. The atmosphere, however, was not as tense as outsiders might have imagined. Patriarch Yao, please, don't be angry. The leading S-class hero from the Yu Kingdom was short and thin, with dark skin and a fawning smile on his face. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and explained with a pained expression, we didn't want to come either, but the United States was pressuring us too much. We had no choice but to come and go through the motions, just to get by. Don't worry, we'll just enjoy the scenery and have some tea here. We absolutely won't cross any lines. We'll leave as soon as things calm down. The Yu heroes behind him bowed and scraped, their faces showing that they were in a difficult position and were forced into this situation. This scene made Yao Tianchang and the S-class heroes behind him burst into laughter. Yao Tianchang snorted coldly, but did not actually get angry. He knew that the Yu Kingdom had always been like this, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and changing its stance according to the wind. Since you're here to see the scenery, then open your eyes wide. If you dare to cross the line, don't blame us for breaking all your legs and throwing you back. Yes, 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 definitely, definitely. The Yu delegation leader was trembling with fear, nodding repeatedly, his back soaked with cold sweat. Although they claimed to have sent 10 S-class heroes, in reality, only 4 of them were true S-class, while the other 6 were merely at the peak of A-class. If I were to actually fight these heroes from the Dragon Kingdom, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth. However, this friendly standoff is actually a prelude to further tensions. A figure appeared silently beside Yao Tianchang like a ghost. It was Chen Mo who had come from the capital. Young friend Chen Mo? When Yao Tianchang saw Chen Mo, he was taken aback. Why are you here? You can leave this to the Yao family. In his view, there was no need for the Dawn team to take action against these opportunists. Master Yao, the captain sent me to tell these monkeys who the boss is here. Chen Mo said calmly, his gaze fixed on the group of Yu heroes who were enjoying the scenery in the opposite valley. He pushed up his glasses and spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. I'm giving you 10 seconds to get out. The smile on the face of the Yu delegation leader instantly froze. The Yu heroes behind him also changed their expressions. Yao Tianchang frowned deeply. Chen Mo, you. Chen Mo ignored him and started counting down on his own. The valley was deathly silent, and the atmosphere instantly became so heavy that it was suffocating. The group of Yu heroes looked at each other, their eyes filled with hesitation and a hint of resentment. Although they did not want to go to war with the Dragon Kingdom, it was unacceptable for them to be publicly humiliated by a mere youth. What's more, the United States is secretly watching them from behind. They left in such a sorry state, unable to explain themselves when they returned. The Yu heroes remained motionless. It seems you're not planning on leaving. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Mo's lips. He slowly raised his hand, pointing to the valley opposite, his voice deep yet carrying an irresistible majesty. Then let them all stay here. Because you have stepped on land you should not have stepped on. This land will become your graveyard. No sooner had he finished speaking than a bizarre scene unfolded. To the utter astonishment of the Yu heroes, the solid mountain beneath their feet came to life without warning. Countless giant arms made of rock, like claws reaching out from the abyss of hell, burst forth from the earth in an instant. They gripped the Yu heroes' ankles, bodies, and necks tightly, imprisoning them firmly. No! What is this? Help! I can't move! Even the 4 S-class heroes were unable to break free from the binding of this rocky arm. A piercing scream echoed through the valley. Immediately afterwards, the rocky arm suddenly pulled down. Under the horrified gazes of the Yao family members, who could barely breathe, 10 heroes of Yu were dragged deep into the earth like fragile radishes. The ground quickly closed up, as if nothing had happened. Only the screams echoing through the valley proved that what they had just witnessed was no illusion. In short, the entire team was wiped out. Yao Tiancheng swallowed hard, looking at the calm-faced boy beside him, and felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Is this the true strength of the Dawn team? This is the legendary S-rank rule-based ability, causality? That's simply unreasonable. Let's go, Patriarch Yao. Chen Mo pushed up his glasses, as if he had only done something insignificant. Next stop, the Philippines, the southern part of the Dragon Kingdom, on the other side of the border. Wang Zhantian, the leader of the Dawn battle group, is leading 8 S-class heroes from his group and 3 S-class heroes who have been recruited along the way, in a standoff with a group of dark-skinned, short-statured Filipino heroes. In stark contrast to Yao Tiancheng's side, the atmosphere here was tense and fraught with danger. I'll say it again. Get out of the Dragon Kingdom's borders immediately. Wang Zhantian's fiery personality and booming voice, combined with the oppressive aura of a peak S-class expert, erupted without reservation, causing the group of Filipino heroes opposite him to turn pale. However, the Filipino hero who was leading the charge was arrogant and fearless, relying on the United States backing. He had his hair slicked back and was chewing gum when he said in a flippant tone, "Oh dear, Patriarch Wang, why are you so angry? This is international waters. We can come and go as we please. It's none of your business. We came here to assist in counter-terrorism at the invitation of our big brother, the United States. If your dragon country has nothing to hide, what are you afraid of?" The Filipino heroes behind him joined in the jeering, laughing strangely, their eyes full of provocation. "That's right. Don't think that just because your dragon country is powerful, you can do whatever you want. We have the United States backing us. You dare to touch us and see what happens?" Wang Zhantian sneered in anger. He couldn't stand these shameless lackeys. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his joints cracked and popped. "Since you insist on trying, then I'll grant your wish today. Brothers, charge!" He roared and transformed into a streak of light, rushing straight towards the slick-haired, powdered-faced Filipino tour leader. Others roared and followed suit. "Baka! No, shit! You Chinese actually dare to make a move!" Upon seeing this, the Filipino tour leader's expression changed drastically. He cried out in alarm and quickly retreated. "Stop them! Block them now! Once our American big brother arrives, they're finished." With roaring energy and surging winds, the Filipino hero was forced to retreat in defeat, screaming in agony. Their numbers were small, and their strength and will were weak. They were no match for the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. The battle had barely begun when it became a one-sided rout. Wang Zhantian, like a tiger among sheep, displayed his peak S-level strength without reservation. He didn't even use his mental mirror image. He beat the greasy-haired team leader into a sorry state with just his fists. "Damn it! Damn it! These lunatics!" The slick-haired leader, while dodging, roared angrily, "Hold on! Reinforcements are on their way!" Just then, a calm yet somewhat honest voice rang out unexpectedly over the battlefield, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "The captain sent me to support you. It seems I'm not too late." Everyone instinctively looked up and saw a figure breaking through the clouds high in the sky, surrounded by a swirling aura. Wang Zhantian recognized it at a glance and was overjoyed. He had personally witnessed the strength of those monsters in the Dawn team. With Xia Yong joining, none of these Filipino monkeys would escape today. Xia Yong smiled and glanced at the group of Filipino heroes who were still putting up a fight. He had just broken through to S rank and had nowhere to unleash his power, so these people were perfect for him to practice on. "Since the captain sent me to provide support, this battle should end now." Xia Yong's eyes suddenly sharpened. He slowly raised his right hand and gently pressed it against the battlefield. S-rank skill, heavenly domain, absolute imprisonment. An invisible yet terrifying force field, seemingly capable of suppressing all things, swept down like a tidal wave, centered on Xia Yong. Where the force field covered, space froze, energy stopped, and even the howling sea breeze was forcibly paused. Both sides engaged in fierce combat below, whether heroes from the Dragon Kingdom or the Philippines, suddenly froze. The heroes of the Dragon Kingdom felt a gentle power envelop their bodies, and although their movements were slightly slowed, they quickly returned to normal. And those Filipino heroes seemed to have been instantly cast into transparent cement. Their faces still held the expressions of terror, ferocity, or resentment from a moment ago, but their bodies couldn't move even a finger. The energy within their bodies was completely locked up by an incomparably domineering force, making it impossible to mobilize at all. My thoughts felt like they were locked in a darkroom, becoming sluggish and chaotic. At this moment, they were like living sculptures, forever frozen on the battlefield. What kind of ability is this? Wang Zhantian stared in horror at the scene before him, feeling as if he had just been firmly imprisoned by that force. If the other party hadn't intentionally shown mercy, I probably would have suffered the same fate as those Filipino heroes. This is a domain-specific capability. Moreover, it is extremely rare and can forcibly imprison the enemy's movements and energy. Ignoring everyone's shock, Xia Yong took a step forward and disappeared instantly, reappearing in front of the slick-haired team leader a moment later. "Didn't you just want to try it?" Xia Yong stared into the other person's eyes, which were filled with extreme fear, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. He slowly raised his fist, and S-level heavenly chi condensed at the tip of his fist, transforming into a giant energy spear exuding a destructive aura. "Now, I'll let you experience it for yourself." The slick-haired team leader roared silently in his heart, watching helplessly as the spear of death grew larger and larger before his eyes, yet he couldn't even utter a single word of begging for mercy. Without a doubt, the giant energy spear pierced his chest with overwhelming force. The domineering chi suddenly surged in, pulverizing his internal organs and energy core. After delivering this astonishing blow, Xia Yong's figure flickered once more, flitting among the imprisoned Filipino heroes like a a butterfly flitting among flowers. Each flash was accompanied by a muffled explosion. Every time he appears, a Filipino hero is pierced through the chest by his heavenly 100-battle spear. This was a one-sided massacre with no suspense whatsoever. Just a dozen seconds later, when Xia Yong returned to Wang Zhantian's side, all the Filipino heroes who had come to provoke him had already turned into cold corpses, slowly falling into the sea below. The entire battlefield was deathly silent. Wang Zhantian and his S-class heroes stared blankly at Xia Yong as if they had seen a ghost, unable to utter a single word for a long time. This is not even a battle on the same level. Wang Zhantian swallowed hard, his awe of Lin Yi reaching an unparalleled level. If one team member is this abnormal, then how unfathomable must Lin Yi, the captain, be? He was incredibly grateful that he had made the right choice back then. Commander Wang, did I go a little too far? Xia Yong scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly. The captain said we should teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Wang Zhantian's lips twitched. They were sent directly to reincarnation. Wasn't that unforgettable enough? The northern border of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Zhengzhang, the deputy commander of the Hero Association, led more than 20 S-class heroes to confront the Korean heroes on the other side. The leader was a middle-aged man with a stern face. He is Lee Jae-cheon, the president of the Korean Heroes Association. Unlike Vietnam and the Philippines, Li Zitian's attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. He stared at Zhao Zhang and said in a deep voice, Deputy Commander Zhao, South Korea and your dragon country are neighbors, and we don't want to make our relationship too strained. But don't you think it's inappropriate for your Dragon Kingdom's heroes to run off to another neighboring country, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and engage in fighting, killing, and looting? He paused, adopting a I'm here to mediate stance, and continued. We have an old Korean saying, it's better to resolve a feud than to let it fester. If you return what you stole from Japan and issue a public apology, this matter will be settled. I can help you negotiate peace with Japan and the United States. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhang and the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom behind him couldn't help but chuckle. A tiny South Korea, where every inch of land is incredibly valuable, has actually come to China and acted as an international policeman and peacemaker. Do you really think you're something special? And is the saying, it's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester, an old Korean proverb? Can you be more serious? Zhao Zhang snorted coldly, just about to make a sarcastic remark. A violent figure descended from the sky without warning and slammed heavily in front of Li Zitian. The ground was instantly smashed into a huge crater. Who the hell gave you the guts to bark like a dog here? A voice full of unruliness and arrogance suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Han Li glanced sideways at Li Zitian, whose face was ashen, and a slight, contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. Apologize? Return the items? Make your Korean Hero Association hand over all the S-class energy cores in the treasure vault, and then kneel down and kowtow to us 3 times. In that case, this matter might be settled. Han Li's extremely insulting words made Li Zitian tremble all over, and he couldn't help but blurt out a vulgar curse. His face turned as red as a pig's liver as he pointed at Han Li, his anger burning and his voice trembling. You, who do you think you are? How dare you act so presumptuously here? I am Lee Jae-cheon, the president of the Korean Hero Association. Who are you? State your name. Han Li picked at his ear dismissively, grinned, and revealed a set of white teeth. Dawn Team, Han Li. Dawn Team? Upon hearing this name, Lee Jae-cheon and the South Korean heroes behind him all changed their expressions. They already knew this name by heart. It was this team that stirred up a bloodbath in the land of cherry blossoms, wiping out all of their S-class powerhouses. How did they end up here? A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in Li Zitian's heart. What? Scared? Looking at their horrified expressions, Han Li's smile became even more cruel. Weren't you quite the talker just now? Weren't you going to mediate for us? Come on, continue. I'm all ears. Li Zitian's face turned red and then pale, and he was speechless for a moment. Make peace with a bunch of lunatics who just slaughtered the entire family of a neighboring country? This is like lighting a lamp in a latrine. It's practically suicide. Don't think that just because you got lucky in Japan, you can do whatever you want. Li Zitian gritted his teeth and forced himself to speak. Our great Republic of Korea is not comparable to a small country like Japan. Behind us stands the great and beautiful nation. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven and seek justice for the heroes of the Sakura Kingdom. He suddenly waved his hand, giving instructions to the Korean heroes behind him. Set up the Tai Chi Mystic Light Array. Let them see the true power of our great Republic of China. More than 20 South Korean heroes roared in unison and quickly took their positions in a mysterious formation. Black and white intertwined energy rays rose from their bodies, condensing above their heads into a huge, slowly rotating yin-yang symbol. A vast and righteous, terrifying pressure that seemed capable of suppressing everything spread out from the Tai Chi diagram, instantly freezing the surrounding space. Upon seeing this, Zhao Zhang's expression changed drastically, and he immediately shouted to the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom beside him. Be careful. This is South Korea's protective formation. It's extremely powerful. We absolutely cannot confront it head-on. However, Han Li seemed not to have heard it. Facing the enormous Tai Chi diagram, he showed showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, an unprecedentedly fervent fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Great! He roared to the sky, and his entire body's energy erupted without reservation. Let me see if your formation is stronger, or my fists are stronger. A surge of golden energy erupted like a volcano, shooting straight into the sky. His arm muscles bulged, veins coiled like dragons, and he concentrated all his power into his right fist. In that instant, his entire right arm turned pure gold, as if it were cast from divine metal, radiating a terrifying power that could tear the sky apart. S-rank skill, Heavenly Gang, Shattering Starfist. Hanli let out a deafening roar. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked, and he transformed into a golden streak of light, rushing against the heavens. The golden fist, carrying a violent force capable of shattering stars, slammed fiercely towards the enormous Tai Chi diagram, a terrifying roar that shattered the heavens. The golden fist and the black and white Tai Chi symbol collided violently in mid-air. The violent energy shockwave, like a Category 12 hurricane, swept in all directions. Several nearby hills were instantly leveled. Zhao Zhang and the others quickly erected energy shields, barely managing to withstand the terrifying aftershocks. They stared in shock at the figure in mid-air that resembled a god of war, their hearts filled with turbulent emotions. Is this the strength of the Dawn team members after they've been promoted to S-rank? That's insane. The stalemate lasted no more than 3 seconds. A crisp cracking sound rang out. The seemingly indestructible Tai Chi profound light array shattered in the face of Han Li's unreasonable and absolute power. All the Korean heroes who had formed a battle formation were severely injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood and their life force greatly diminished. Li Zitian stared at the shattered Tai Chi diagram, his face filled with shock that defied all reason. Their protective formation was actually shattered by a single punch? Han Li's arrogant voice boomed like thunder above their heads. With this little strength, you dare to be arrogant in front of the Dragon Kingdom? He gave them no chance to breathe, raising his golden fist high once more, ready to smash it down on the group of South Korean heroes who had lost their will to fight. If this punch lands, everyone will be reduced to dust. Just at this critical moment, a loud shout came from the eastern horizon. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling golden sword light, seemingly piercing the sky, instantly traversed a long distance at a speed that surpassed the laws of physics, and slammed into Han Li's fist. The deafening clang of metal clashing together was deafening. Han Li's unstoppable fist was abruptly stopped in midair by this sword, leaving a shallow white sword mark on his fist. He took a step back, his eyes burning with fierce battle intent as he stared intently at the eastern sky. There, more than 20 figures exuding the aura of peak S rank appeared, stepping through the air. Leading the group was a blond man wearing golden armor, wielding a giant sword engulfed in burning holy flames, and with pure white wings spread behind him. He was handsome and arrogant, like an angel descended to earth from mythology. It is none other than Michael, the captain of Freedom Eagle, one of the 3 ace teams of the United States. Behind him followed Captain Thor, the burly man wielding a giant hammer, and Captain Steve, the captain of the Stars and Stripes team, holding a vibranium shield. The main force of the United States has finally arrived. People from the Dragon Kingdom. Michael hovered in midair, looking down at Han Li with a cold and arrogant voice. Put down your weapons immediately and surrender. Otherwise, you will face the wrath of the entire free world. Upon hearing this, Han Li burst into deafening laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The fury of the free world? A coalition of robbers, thieves, and lackeys dares to talk about freedom? His fighting spirit only intensified, becoming even more ferocious and fervent. Shut the fuck up. If you want to fight, then fight. Today, I'm going to have a good fight right here. Before he finished speaking, Han Li roared again, his whole body transforming into a golden cannonball, and he charged fiercely towards Michael. The fierce aura caused Zhao Zhang, Li Zitian, and the others watching from below to change color. Foolish barbarian. A hint of disdain flashed in Michael's eyes. He didn't even move, but casually raised the holy sword in his hand and drew a golden light curtain in front of him. Han Li's punch, powerful enough to shatter mountains, landed squarely on the light screen, but it was like striking solid iron or divine metal, only causing ripples without any damage. Han Li's pupils contracted sharply, and he could clearly feel that his power was easily absorbed and neutralized by this seemingly fragile light barrier. Let me show you what real power is. Michael's lips curled into a cruel smile, and the holy sword in his hand shone brightly. Rank a skill, Holy Light Judgment. A golden sword light, thicker and more solid than before, like a spear of the gods, instantly tore through the air and struck straight at Han Li's head. Han Li's expression changed drastically. He crossed his arms tightly in front of his chest, pushing his heavenly body to its limit. With a loud bang, Han Li was thrown back hundreds of meters as if hit by a high-speed train before he could barely regain his footing. He felt a sudden numbness in his arms, a surge of blood and chi, and an unbearable heaviness in his chest. This force is truly formidable. This guy's strength is definitely far beyond that of an ordinary peak S-class. Captain Michael is awesome. Let these barbaric Chinese people see the power of the free world. Below, the surviving South Korean heroes erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Li Zitian let out a long breath, his eyes filled with awe and flattery towards Michael. But Zhao Zhang and the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom behind him felt a heavy heavy weight in their hearts. Michael's strength is several times greater than described in the intelligence. Is that all the strength you have? Michael shook his head, his face full of dissatisfaction and disappointment. I thought that someone who could shatter the Tai Chi profound light array with a single punch would bring me some surprises. Han Li wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still burning with fighting spirit. The real surprise is yet to come. He took a deep breath and completely let go of his inhibitions. S-rank ability, mental mirror. Dozens of spiritual clones, identical to his aura, instantly appeared beside him. Dozens of Han Li simultaneously assumed a punching stance. Dozens of violent energies converged at a single point, forming a terrifying pressure that made one's heart tremble. Rank a skill, heavenly prison suppression seal. Dozens of enormous energy fist imprints merged in the air, transforming into an even larger and more solid golden fist, seemingly capable of suppressing hell, and crashed down towards Michael. The power of this strike was several times stronger than when it shattered the Tai Chi diagram. A hint of seriousness finally flashed in Michael's eyes. He no longer underestimated his opponent, and gently clenched his other hand in the air. A small magic circle, constructed from countless silver runes and radiating spatial fluctuations, quietly took shape in his palm. S-rank ability, spatial exile. He casually tossed out the magic circle, which stretched out in the wind and instantly transformed into a deep, constantly rotating silver vortex, blocking the golden giant fist. The giant golden fist plunged straight into the vortex, but it vanished into thin air without causing the slightest ripple, just like a mudox entering the sea. Han Li was so shocked by the scene before him that his mind went completely blank. That was a full-force attack combining the power of dozens of his clones, and it just vanished like that? You're a second-stage awakener? Han Li exclaimed in surprise, his face filled with shock that defied all expectations. Those who undergo a second awakening are legendary figures, 1 in a billion. Each and every one of them is a prodigy capable of defying the heavens, defeating gods, and challenging those of higher levels. How could he have imagined that the most renowned holy sword of the United States would hide such a terrifying trump card? Oh, you have good taste. Michael looked at Han Li with amusement, as if admiring a fascinating toy. You're not bad either. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, even among those who have undergone a second awakening, there is a difference in strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he flickered and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared behind Han Li like a ghost, and the giant sword burning with holy flames silently pierced Han Li's back. Han Li's hair stood on end instantly. Without hesitation, he threw a backhand punch, trying to force his opponent away. However, Michael's figure vanished again, only to reappear on his left in an instant, his holy sword slashing cunningly towards his neck. Han Li dodged to the side in a sorry state, but was still cut open by the sword. He roared repeatedly, but he couldn't catch a trace of his opponent at all. He could only passively endure the attacks, and his body was instantly covered with wounds. Michael's icy voice, like a death sentence, rang out above Han Li's head. He raised the holy sword high, and the holy light on the sword intertwined with the power of space, condensing into a destructive sword beam capable of severing everything. Once the sword falls, Han Li will surely die. Zhao Zhang and the others were filled with anger and anxiety, and were preparing to rush forward to provide support. An ancient and calm voice, yet imbued with supreme majesty, boomed from the eastern horizon like rolling thunder, instantly drowning out all the noise on the battlefield. Michael, I've been waiting for you in the East Sea for a long time. I never expected you to take such a detour. It's really caused me a lot of trouble. The voice seemed to possess a certain magic, always keeping its word. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure, as heavy as an ancient divine mountain and as profound as the vast starry sky, suddenly descended. The entire battlefield froze instantly under the suppressive force. Both the howling winds and the surging energy were forcibly paused at this moment. The holy sword, raised high, could no longer cut down even an inch. Michael felt as if he were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, making it extremely difficult to breathe, and an uncontrollable tremor and fear surged from the depths of his soul. His pupils contracted sharply as he looked in terror toward the direction from which the sound came. On the eastern horizon, a robust elderly man in military uniform, with his hands behind his back, slowly descended through the air. He walked slowly, and with each step he took, ripples spread across the space beneath his feet, as if the entire world was bowing down beneath his feet. It is none other than the Dragon Kingdom's guardian deity, the Dragon General. Dragon! Commander Dragon! Michael forced out those two words through clenched teeth, his heart pounding wildly. He had met Commander Long just a year ago at the Global Heroes Summit. Although the Dragon General was powerful at that time, he gave me a stronger feeling of decline and waning strength, like an old hero about to retire. However, the Dragon General before him showed no trace of his former lifelessness. His seemingly frail body contained a vast and unfathomable power, as deep as the ocean. Those cloudy old eyes seemed to reflect the birth and death of stars, and the rotation of the universe. Every gesture he made exuded an unparalleled majesty that suppressed the fate of a nation and controlled the life and death of all living beings. Compared to a year ago, his strength has increased more than tenfold. They're not even in the same league. Michael dared not hesitate any longer, forcibly suddenly retracting the holy sword and instantly retreating back to the United States camp, his face extremely solemn.
Captain Michael?
Thor and Steve noticed his unusual behavior and their eyes flashed with doubt.
This old guy, something's not right.
Michael stared intently at the approaching dragon general, his voice hoarse.
His strength is far more terrifying than described in the intelligence.
On the other side, Zhao Zhang, Han Li, and all the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom straightened their chests the moment they saw the dragon general appear, their eyes bursting with the joy of surviving a calamity in boundless respect.
Greetings, Commander Long. Commander Long is the unyielding pillar in their hearts.
As long as he's there, the sky won't fall. Long Shuai ignored Michael and the others, his deep gaze slowly falling on the group of South Korean heroes opposite him, finally settling on Li Jiechion's face.
He didn't exert any pressure, and calmly spoke.
Li Zitian, you've brought so many people to the border of my Dragon Kingdom.
Do you want to start a war with my Dragon Kingdom?
This calm and even voice, however, exploded like a thunderclap in Li Zitian's mind. He felt his legs go weak and he almost knelt down. He quickly forced a smile that looked worse than a grimace and bowed deeply.
Commander Long, you've misunderstood. It's a huge misunderstanding.
He pointed to the sky and the ground, making a vow. I just heard there was some minor friction here, so I came to check it out and, if possible, to act as a peacemaker. After all, Japan, South Korea, and China are all neighbors. Harmony brings wealth.
Harmony brings wealth.
The composed and righteous demeanor he had just displayed was now completely gone.
Oh, a peacemaker?
Long Shuai stared at him with a half-smile.
You have a point, but
the voice suddenly turned cold.
Want to be a peacemaker?
You're far from qualified.
Now, take all of you trash and get back to your South Korea.
Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting you stay on my Dragon Kingdom's land forever, turning into fertilizer. The cold words, devoid of any emotion, sent a chill down Li Zitian and the others' spines, as if they had fallen into an ice cave.
Li Zitian was so frightened that he didn't dare to hesitate.
He quickly turned his head and looked at Michael with pleading eyes.
Captain Michael, look at this.
Michael's face turned ashen. He knew he had to step forward. He steeled himself and stepped forward, asking in a deep voice,
Commander Long, how can you be so arrogant and unreasonable as the leader of the Dragon Kingdom?
Why did your Dragon Kingdom launch a surprise attack on the Sakura Kingdom without provocation, killing hundreds of S-class heroes and even looting their treasure trove?
China must give an explanation to America and the world regarding this matter.
Upon hearing this, Commander Long finally turned his attention to him. His gaze was as calm as a stagnant pool, yet it sent a chill down Michael's spine. Long Shuai sneered, his voice not loud, but it clearly echoed throughout the entire battlefield. It was the Sakura Kingdom that first sent a legendary envoy to attack the next commander-in-chief of our Dragon Kingdom. The fact that my Dragon Kingdom did not launch a full-scale war against the Sakura Kingdom is already a huge concession to your beautiful country. These words shocked the entire audience. Michael, Thor, Steve, and the others were all stunned.
The Cherry Blossom Kingdom actually attacked the Dragon Kingdom's next commander-in-chief? Has this guy been kicked in the head by a donkey?
They dare to do such a foolish thing that could trigger a war that destroys a nation? Zhao Zhang, Han Li, and other heroes of the Dragon Kingdom were deeply shaken by this news.
The next commander-in-chief?
It was somewhat sudden, even a bit dramatic, but given Lin Ye's abilities, it doesn't seem impossible for him to take on this role as commander-in-chief.
As long as Long Shuai puts his heart into nurturing him, what's wrong with him being the future successor?
After a brief moment of shock, an unprecedented surge of joy and exhilaration welled up in the hearts of all the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom.
With such a powerful and extraordinary future commander-in-chief, how could their Dragon Kingdom not stand at the top of the world? Will the United States still dare to point fingers at them in the future?
This is only your Dragon Kingdom's side of the story. It's unbelievable. Thor brandished his massive hammer and roared in a booming voice.
That's right.
Steve stepped forward, his vibranium shield gleaming with a resolute light. Commander Long, if you don't want to go to war with our United States and even the entire free world, you'd better hand over that so-called next commander-in-chief and all the treasures he stole from Japan to our United States immediately.
We guarantee that he will receive a fair trial.
They still maintained an arrogant attitude, attempting to use the power of the entire free world to oppress Long Shuai.
However, what they received was not a compromise or concession from Commander Long. Instead, it was a cold, mocking laugh.
Long Shuai slowly raised his eyelids, and a terrifying killing intent, as if capable of tearing the sky apart, flashed in his calm and still eyes.
Don't want to get into conflict with the United States? Right now, I want to have a conflict with the United States and see what happens.
As soon as he finished speaking, an aura 10 or even 100 times more terrifying than before erupted from Long Shuai's seemingly withered body. No longer mountains, no longer starry skies. At this moment, Commander Long seemed to have transformed into the embodiment of the will of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Behind him, a colossal dragon shadow, stretching across the heavens and earth, loomed in and out of sight. That dragon's shadow was formed by mountains and rivers, and forged by the beliefs of hundreds of millions of people in the Dragon Kingdom. A vast, ancient, domineering, and inviolable supreme dragon might instantly swept across the entire battlefield.
Faced with this dragon's might,
Light, Michael, Thor, Steve, and the more than 20 S-class peak experts behind them all felt their souls tremble, as if they would be crushed into dust at any moment by this majestic heavenly power. Their proud S-class peak aura was as fragile as a candle in the wind before this supreme dragon might, crumbling at the slightest touch. For the first time, a look of terror appeared on Michael's face. This isn't legendary power. This is the power of a god. Form battle formation, quickly. He let out a heart-wrenching roar, his voice sharp and piercing with extreme fear. He understood that today they had kicked a steel plate that could crush everyone to pieces. Thor and Steve also recovered from their shock and, without hesitation, quickly took up 3 key positions with Michael. Eagle of Freedom, heed my command. Thor's hammer, heed my command. Stars and Stripes, heed my command. The 3 captains roared in unison, and the more than 20 S-class peak experts behind them immediately poured their energy into the 3 captains' bodies without reservation, following the formation they had practiced countless times. Holy light, lightning, and the power of stars. 3 distinct energies intertwined and merged above their heads, eventually coalescing into an incredibly thick, destructive 3-colored beam of light that shot towards Dragon Commander with a thunderous roar. This is the strongest combined attack of their 3 ace teams, Spear of Divine Punishment. The power of this move is enough to instantly vaporize a super-large city and raise an S-class secret realm to the ground. However, Long Shui remained completely unfazed by this devastating attack. He simply raised his right hand slowly. In an instant, countless dark, eerie runes composed of billions of vengeful spirits spread and coiled rapidly across his arm as if they were alive. Legendary ability, Elegy of 10,000 Souls. A chilling, sinister aura, as if emanating from the deepest hell, emanated from him. It forms a strange yet perfect fusion with the magnificent and awe-inspiring aura of the Dragon Kingdom behind him. He is like a god who controls life with one hand and death with the other, a contradictory yet harmonious deity. Is that all? Long Shui shook his head, and the withered hand, which was wrapped with billions of vengeful souls, gently grabbed at the world-destroying Spear of Divine Punishment. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no cataclysmic energy collision. Under the horrified gazes of Michael and the others, whose understanding of the world had been shattered, the Spear of Divine Punishment, powerful enough to destroy everything, vanished silently the moment it touched Dragon Commander's palm, as if swallowed by a black hole. It's as if it never existed. He actually swallowed the Spear of Divine Punishment? Is this even human? All the heroes of the United States were so shocked by this unimaginable scene that their minds went blank. Reciprocity is key. Long Shui's calm voice reached their ears. He clenched his fists tightly. The enormous dragon shadow behind him solidified instantly, unleashing a roar that shook the heavens. The figure of the dragon general merged with the shadow of the dragon. Self-created legendary skill, Divine Dragon National Guardian Fist. This punch had no energy or brilliance whatsoever. It was simple and unadorned. But the moment the fist was thrown, the entire world paled in comparison. A transparent fist imprint, visible to the naked eye and formed from pure physical force and national fortune, instantly traversed space and appeared in front of the United States battle formation. Not good. Defend! Steve screamed in terror, desperately shielding himself with the vibranium shield, which was touted as absolute defense. All S-class heroes simultaneously activated their ultimate defensive skills. However, all efforts were in vain. A deafening roar, deep and muffled, yet capable of shattering the soul. The seemingly indestructible vibranium shield shattered like paper the instant the fist struck it. Before Steve could even scream, his upper body was blasted into a cloud of blood mist by an unparalleled and terrifying force. The transparent fist imprint, after shattering Steve, continued forward with undiminished power. Wherever the fist imprint passed, one after another S-class peak American hero was like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, exploding into clouds of blood mist in midair. Their defenses, armor, and even their physical bodies were utterly vulnerable before that pure and ultimate power. Finally, the fist imprint slammed into Thor at the very end of the battle formation. This Thor, known for his physical prowess, didn't even have a chance to pause his fist imprint for a second before being blasted to death just like Steve. More than 20 S-level peak experts, along with the captains of the 2 ace teams, were all wiped out. On the battlefield, only Michael remained, hanging alone in midair. He was ice-cold all over, trembling like a leaf, his handsome face filled with endless fear and despair. Looking at the old man who slowly withdrew his fist, his clothes not a bit disheveled, he felt that his worldview had been completely shattered at this moment. Who are you? He asked the foolish question in a trembling voice. Long Shui did not answer, but calmly stared at Michael, his gaze as if he were looking at an ant that he could crush at any moment. Go back. Tell that idiot, Special Putin. From this day forward, the Dragon Kingdom will no longer be at the mercy of anyone. Here, I'm in charge. If he's not satisfied, let him bring his own men. I am waiting for him in the East China Sea. As soon as he finished speaking, Commander Long waved his sleeve. An irresistible force threw the terrified Michael and the equally astonished Korean heroes below out of the border like trash. After completing all this, Commander Long turned to look at Zhao Zhang, Han Li, and all the stunned heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. A smile of relief slowly bloomed on that weathered face. Let's go home. A bunch Above the East China Sea, clouds surged and rolled. Michael, the Holy Sword, flew erratically towards the United States, his mind replaying the horrific scene that felt like divine punishment. The three most elite teams of the United States, more than 20 battle-hardened S-level peak experts, along with their two captains, were all annihilated by that old man like flies. His pride, confidence, and belief in the power of the free world were utterly shattered and crushed into dust at that moment. The old man, who in his eyes should have been nearing the end of his life, actually possessed such earth-shattering power. Fear, humiliation, confusion. A mix of emotions nearly tore his mind apart. Just then, a figure appeared out of nowhere on his flight path, blocking his way. Michael stopped abruptly, staring warily at the other person. The newcomer was young, with black hair and black eyes, a calm expression, and the energy fluctuations emanating from him barely reached the S-level. People from the Dragon Kingdom. A murderous glint flashed in Michael's eyes. The fear and humiliation that had accumulated in front of Commander Long just now found an outlet. If I can't beat that old monster, do I really have to be hunted down by a mere S-class? You think you can hunt me down all by yourself? His voice was icy and filled with resentment, and the holy sword in his hand blazed with holy flames once more, instantly locking onto his opponent with a powerful aura. However, the young man from China simply shook his head calmly. I'm not here to kill you. I just wanted to ask if you'd be interested in becoming a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom? Michael was stunned. He could hardly believe his ears. He wondered if he was having a mental breakdown and experiencing auditory hallucinations. An S-rank official from China blocked his path and asked if he was willing to become a Chinese citizen? After a brief moment of shock, an unprecedented sense of humiliation swept over me like a volcanic eruption. Michael was so angry that he laughed instead, his laughter full of mockery and disdain. Kid, are you out of your mind? Or do all Chinese people love to tell such fantastical stories? Let me, the great holy sword Michael, the guardian of the free world, join your filthy and barbaric Dragon Kingdom? This is absolutely the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. He didn't want to stop, but a terrifying sonic boom that ripped through the sky exploded in his ears without warning. The sound seemed not to come through the air, but to explode directly in the depths of his soul. Michael's mind went blank for a moment, and the blood in his body seemed to freeze instantly. A golden fist beam, carrying the force of thunder, tore through the sky and arrived in an instant. The young man from the Dragon Kingdom had appeared beside him at some point. The fist remained in a forward swinging position, just grazing Michael's earlobe. A destructive storm of power swept past his ears, the violent wind whipping his blonde hair wildly and stinging his cheeks. Michael turned his head stiffly, following the trajectory of the fist force that pierced through the heavens and earth. The next second, all the expressions on his face froze. Instead, there was a mind-blowing, extreme horror. A deafening roar, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, came from below. The entire sea beneath his feet was blasted into a terrifying, bottomless abyss by that pure and violent force. The vacuum zone, hundreds of meters wide, stretched infinitely into the distance. The vast waves on both sides were forcibly pushed apart by an irresistible force, forming two towering, majestic, and transparent walls of water. Sunlight shines through the crystal-clear water wall, refracting into a dreamlike rainbow of colors. Beneath that abyss, the dark, damp seabed and countless terrified marine creatures are exposed to the air, creating a scene that chills the soul. One punch cleaved the ocean in two. What kind of astonishing divine power is this? Michael stared blankly at this miraculous scene, feeling as if his brain had long since stopped thinking. Although Long Shuai's punch was domineering, it was at least within his comprehension. But this young man's punch, it has completely surpassed his entire understanding of the word power. If that punch had landed on me instead, Michael dared not think any further. A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to his head, making his whole body feel icy cold. The young man from the Dragon Kingdom slowly withdrew his fist, and the parted seawater suddenly closed up, creating towering waves. He looked at Michael, who was completely terrified, and calmly said, "If you've thought it through, you can come to the Dragon Kingdom to find me." Michael seemed to wake up from a nightmare and instinctively called out to him. He stared at Lin Ye's retreating figure, his voice hoarse with extreme fear and awe. "Who exactly are you, sir?" Lin Ye paused, turned around, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. "I am the person you have gone to great lengths to capture. Dawn Team, Lin Ye." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye's figure transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the horizon in an instant. Michael was left all alone, standing frozen in midair, as if struck by lightning. Dawn Team, Lin Ye? That easy target that, according to intelligence from Japan, could be easily crushed by just 3 S-class teams? He finally understood why Commander Long was so fearless. He finally realized how absurdly he, and indeed the entire United States, had misjudged the situation from the very beginning. The Dragon Kingdom is not just about a monster like Dragon General. Instead, there were two. A monster who was younger, more unfathomable, and more terrifying than Dragon Commander. This means that in the coming decades, the Dragon Kingdom will become sacred and inviolable. Michael dared not linger any longer. He suppressed the surging blood within him and fled towards the United States at top speed, while simultaneously making a special encrypted call. President Pu. Pooh. Quickly, immediately cancel all actions against the Dragon Kingdom. Now. Michael's voice was filled with unprecedented terror and urgency. On the other end of the communication line, President Trump, who was leisurely sipping coffee in his office, frowned upon hearing this, his face showing displeasure. Michael, what nonsense are you spouting? How could you, as the captain of the Freedom Eagles, utter such discouraging words? Were you scared out of your wits by that old man? No, President. Michael was so anxious he almost cried. Commander Long's strength far exceeds our imagination. He only used one punch. With just that one punch, as Pooh listened to Michael's incoherent report, his displeasure was slowly replaced by shock. When he learned that Steve, Thor, and more than 20 other S-class peak experts had been defeated by Long Shui with a single punch, the coffee cup in his hand fell to the ground with a crash and shattered into pieces. He suddenly stood up from the chair, his fat face turning ashen white instantly. What did you just say? The three ace teams, all wiped out? The opponent, is it really only Commander Long? Pooh felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and almost fainted. He simply couldn't believe that this terrifying fighting force, capable of sweeping away any country, had been completely annihilated. Just then, Gao Shimiao pushed open the door and entered. Seeing that Pooh was reacting so strongly, he immediately approached with anticipation. President Pooh, has the Dragon Kingdom compromised? That's great. Rest assured, as long as we can get our treasures back, Japan won't take a single piece. It will all belong to the great and beautiful nation. A crisp, loud slap suddenly rang out in the presidential office. Gao Shimiao covered her swollen cheeks, staring in astonishment at the seemingly insane Pooh in front of her, completely stunned. President? Why did you hit me? Hit you? I'd fucking kill you. With bloodshot eyes, Pooh grabbed Gao Shimiao by the collar and lifted him off the ground. His fat face was contorted with extreme anger, and he spat saliva all over Gao Shimiao's face. It's all your fault, you idiot. You're useless. If you hadn't given me that rubbish intelligence, how could my 3 elite teams have been completely wiped out? 2 S-class peak captains, more than 20 S-class high-level elites. That is the most valuable asset of the United States. Now it's all gone. All vanished after one punch from Commander Long. He roared hysterically, like a gambler who had lost all his bets. Gao Shimiao was so frightened by his appearance that he stammered. I don't know either. How could I have known that old man, Commander Long, would suddenly become so strong? You do not know? Pooh slapped him again. Just because you don't know doesn't mean you're right. If you don't know, couldn't you have investigated before reporting? You pig spewing filth. Get out of America now, right now, immediately. Never let me see you again. Our beautiful country doesn't need a teammate like you who only brings disaster. Pooh threw Gao Shimiao out of the office like trash. He slumped back into his chair, panting heavily, his eyes filled with fear, anger, and a hint of deep regret. He knew that this time, he had really bitten off more than he could chew. The Dragon Kingdom is no longer the Eastern country that they could manipulate at will. One punch killed more than 20 high-level S-rank experts. This power, which exists only in mythology, is enough to make any country think twice before harboring any wicked intentions. He shouted weakly. Immediately send a top-level, friendly visit request to the Dragon Kingdom Heroes Association. For example, we suspect that terrorists are posing as American heroes and creating friction on the border of China. We strongly condemn this and are willing to send a top-level diplomatic team to China to personally apologize. At the same time, news from the Dragon Kingdom's border spread like wildfire, reaching the entire world in just a few hours. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Shocking. Dragon Kingdom's Guardian General, Dragon Commander, single-handedly suppressed 3 elite teams from the United States, killing 23 peak S-rank experts with a single punch. The free world has fallen. The United States hegemony may be coming to an end. The Dawn team sweeps across Japan, slaying the hidden legendary powerhouse, Orochi. The power of causality. 10 S-class heroes from the U Kingdom invaded the Dragon Kingdom, only to be annihilated by a mysterious powerhouse with a single word. The Heavenly Guardians protect the nation. The Philippines provokes the Dragon Kingdom, resulting in the complete annihilation of their army. A series of groundbreaking news stories, enough to shake up the world order, are going viral on major online forums and news media. Netizens around the world were swept up in an unprecedented frenzy and excitement because of these messages. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Commander Long is amazing. He annihilated 23 peak S ranks with a single punch? That's an incredible feat. Ha ha ha. Awesome. That's fucking awesome. Those American bastards will never be so arrogant again. The free world? Bah! Upstairs, you only saw Dragon Commander. Didn't you see the Dawn team? That's the real monster. A single team wiped out the entire Sakura Kingdom. Even their guardian deity, Yamata no Orochi, was slain. That Chen Mo is truly terrifying. With just one sentence, he evaporated those 10 S-rank individuals from U Kingdom. It's practically like his words became law. And Xia Yong and Han Li are also incredibly fierce. Those clowns from the Philippines and South Korea are like paper in front of them. Is the Dragon Kingdom about to rise? No, it has already risen. With a
Dragon General and the Dawn team, who the hell would dare mess with that? The internet in China has completely transformed into a sea of universal celebration. All citizens of the Dragon Kingdom felt an unprecedented sense of pride and honor because of this news. Countless people flooded the streets, waving national flags and shouting Dragon General is mighty and Dawn is invincible. Meanwhile, those countries that once besieged the Dragon Kingdom and are now trembling in fear have fallen into complete panic and despair. Inside the headquarters of the U-Kingdom Heroes Association, all the top executives gathered together, and the atmosphere was as oppressive as a tomb. When they watched through satellite surveillance and saw with their own eyes the 10 heroes who had been sent to see the sights being dragged into the earth by an invisible force without even making a ripple, everyone was stunned. The Vietnamese National Assembly speaker slumped in his chair, his face ashen. We provoked a devil we shouldn't have. The situation is similar in the Philippines and South Korea. Their elite troops were also slaughtered in a swift and ruthless manner. In a state of utter fear, the leaders of the three kingdoms unanimously made the same decision. Immediately prepare the most generous gifts, and have the president personally lead a team to the capital of the Dragon Kingdom to apologize with thorns on their backs. At the pinnacle of the sky, in the presidential suite. Despite the turmoil in the outside world, it seems to have had no effect on this place. Lin Yi looked calmly at Han Li, Xia Yong, and Chen Mo in front of him. With a casual wave of his hand, 15 dazzling S-class energy cores floated neatly in midair. 5 yuan per person. His voice was crisp and powerful. Enter the training room. The goal is to reach the peak of S rank. Han Li, Xia Yong, and Chen Mo's eyes gleamed with determination, without any hesitation or politeness. They understood that this was not only the captain's order, but also an essential step for the team to reach greater heights. The three responded in unison, each precisely acquiring their own 5 S-grade energy cores, and then turned to enter the private training room provided in the presidential suite. After arranging the team members, Lin Yi also entered his training room. He also needs to elevate his strength to the peak of S-class. As the doors closed, the entire presidential suite fell into absolute silence. At this moment, the global internet was in an uproar because of China's series of iron-fisted actions. Countless heads of state are losing sleep, and the old world order is undergoing violent upheaval. In the capital city, in front of the Hero Association headquarters building, 3 special planes from different countries landed on the tarmac almost simultaneously. The National Assembly presidents of Vietnam, the Philippines, and South Korea, each carrying their country's most precious national treasures, stepped off the plane with humility. They looked at each other and saw the same bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes. Once upon a time, they were all powerful figures who held great power and influence over the nation's heroes. But now, they are like 3 elementary school students who have made mistakes and are waiting for the teacher to punish them. Even their breathing is cautious. None of the 3 spoke. They tacitly straightened their clothes and bowed deeply towards the gate of the Hero Association. This scene was meticulously recorded by reporters from various countries who had been waiting there, using their cameras and microphones to capture it from every angle. Soon, the 3 presidents were led to the Hero Association's reception room. Long Shuai, along with Zhao Zhang, Wang Jian, and other high-ranking members of the Hero Association, welcomed them. Dragon! Commander Dragon! Upon seeing Commander Long, the 3 men's legs went weak and they almost knelt down on the spot. They quickly presented the gifts they had brought with both hands. General Long, we were blind to your greatness and offended the majesty of the Dragon Kingdom. We deserve to die. This is a small apology from our country. We hope that Commander Long will forgive us this time. What they brought were indeed the national treasures of their respective countries. The millennial agarwood heart of U-Kingdom, the deep-sea blue crystal heart of the Philippines, and the Taibai Mountain 10,000-year ginseng king of South Korea. Any one of these items would be enough to drive an S-class hero crazy. However, Long Shuai only glanced at it indifferently and did not take it. He picked up his teacup, gently blew on the steam, and slowly said, "We, the Dragon Kingdom, will accept the goods." His voice suddenly turned cold. The death penalty may be waived, but punishment is inescapable. From this day forward, half of the resources that your 3 countries supply to the beautiful country each year shall be given to our Dragon country. In addition, we will grant your country the right to explore all S-level secret realms. Heroes of our Dragon Kingdom can enter at any time, and no one may obstruct them for any reason. Finally, hand over to us a complete copy of the intelligence about the United States, the mastermind behind this operation. The 3 conditions are all increasingly stringent. The first one, in particular, practically forced them to openly betray the United States and stand on the side of China. The 3 men's expressions changed drastically, revealing a look of utter disbelief. Dragon! Commander Dragon! This is putting us in a very difficult position. Long Shuai put down his teacup, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Then let's not do it. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended. The 3 of them felt as if Mount Everest was pressing down on them, and they instantly struggled to breathe, their faces turning as red as pig liver. Then came 3 muffled thuds, almost simultaneously. The 3 National Assembly presidents of Vietnam, the Philippines, and South Korea were forced to their knees by this terrifying
terrifying pressure, which was like the wrath of a god. The hard marble floor was smashed into 3 pairs of shallow dents. Their faces were deathly pale, their eyes filled with endless fear and despair. With just his intimidating presence, he made these 3 S-class powerhouses, who held the power of a nation's heroes, not even have the right to stand. Is this the power of the Dragon Kingdom's guardian deity, a legendary powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the world? The 3 were filled with endless regret, annoyed that they had been misled by the United States and fallen into this mess. Today, not only have the nation's most elite forces suffered heavy losses, but it has also put itself on the chopping block at the mercy of others. The first condition, demanding that they divide the resources supplied to the United States, is like putting them on the hot seat. The United States is used to being domineering. If they find out that the United States dares to do this, even if the Chinese nation does not take action, they will definitely not escape a disaster. But if you don't agree, judging from Long Shuai's attitude, it's uncertain whether they can leave alive today. Just as the 3 of them were sweating profusely and struggling with their inner turmoil, there was a gentle knock on the door of the reception room. A staff member walked in with a solemn expression and reported in a low voice, "Commander Long, Mr. Clark, the Minister of External Relations of the United States, has arrived downstairs and requests a meeting." Upon hearing this, the terrifying pressure that had been pressing down on the 3 of them quietly dissipated. The 3 of them felt as if they had been pardoned, and greedily inhaled the air. Their bodies were already soaked in cold sweat, as if they had just been pulled out of the water. However, immediately afterward, a tremendous surge of joy instantly dispelled the fear in their hearts. People from America have arrived. And he was Clark, the Minister of External Relations. He was a favorite of Chairman Pu, responsible for handling affairs between the United States and the hero associations of various countries, and held a very important position. He must have come specifically for us. That's right, that must be it. After all, our 3 countries are the United States' most important allies in East Asia and an indispensable part of the Free World Alliance. The Dragon Kingdom is humiliating us like this. It's clearly a disrespect to the United States. How could the United States sit idly by? Realizing this, the 3 men, who had just been like stray dogs, immediately straightened their backs a bit. They got up from the ground, exchanged a knowing look, and their faces regained a touch of arrogance. The Vietnamese president even cleared his throat and, in a sarcastic tone, said to Commander Long, "Commander Long, now that our friends from the United States are here, let's discuss our misunderstanding once Minister Clark arrives. I believe Secretary Clark will give us a fair ruling." The Philippine and South Korean congressional leaders nodded repeatedly, their faces beaming with smug satisfaction, as if they knew they had powerful backers. Upon seeing this, Zhao Zhang, Wang Jian, and other high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom frowned, a hint of anger flashing in their eyes. These shameless clowns, who were just begging for mercy on their knees, have changed their tune the moment their backer arrived. They are utterly shameless. However, Long Shuai's face remained completely expressionless. He picked up his teacup and calmly watched the 3 presidents, whose expressions changed like actors, a faint, amused smile playing on his lips. He said calmly, "Then let him in." Soon after, a tall, blonde, blue-eyed middle-aged white man in a sharp suit with a professional smile entered the reception room, led by a staff member. It was Clark, the U.S. Secretary of State for External Relations. "Oh, my dear friends." As soon as Clark entered, he saw the 3 presidents, who were disheveled and in a sorry state. A hint of contempt flashed across his face, but he opened his arms enthusiastically. "I'm so glad to see you all safe and sound. Minister Clark." The 3 presidents rushed forward excitedly, as if they were seeing relatives, and began to complain all at once. "You've come at just the right time. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are really going too far. They not only killed our people, but now they are forcing us to betray our great and beautiful country. Minister, you absolutely have to stand up for us." They assumed that Clark would then righteously condemn China and stand up for them. However, Clark's reaction instantly froze their smiles. Clark completely ignored their pleas, walked straight past them, and strode up to Long Shuai. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he bowed deeply. His smile was extremely humble, even carrying a hint of flattery. "Your Excellency Commander Long, on behalf of the President of the Heroes Association of the United States, the great Mr. Special Pu, I extend my sincerest greetings to you. Congratulations on making another great step forward. Your brilliance has amazed the world. You are the true legend of this era, a beacon to which all heroes look up." This extremely flattering compliment immediately plunged the entire reception room into a deathly silence. Zhao Zhang and the others looked at each other, completely bewildered. The 3 chairpersons from Vietnam, the Philippines, and South Korea were completely dumbfounded. His facial expressions were incredibly varied, as if he had been slapped hard by an invisible hand. Minister Clark, how could he be so obsequious to Marshal Long? This isn't how the script was written at all. Long Shuai remained calm and composed, not even bothering to get up, but simply nodding slightly to signal Clark to sit down. Clark felt as if he had been granted a pardon and carefully sat down on the sofa next to him, adopting an extremely humble posture. He glanced at the 3 guild leaders who were now completely stunned, a flash of disgust crossing his face, which he quickly replaced faced with a sincere expression as he explained to Long Shuai. Your Excellency, we deeply regret the unpleasant friction that occurred in the East China Sea today. Following an urgent internal investigation, we have every reason to believe that it was a group of vicious terrorists posing as American heroes attempting to sow discord between our two great friendships. The United States expresses its strongest condemnation of these terrorist acts. We are willing to make compensation for the trouble they have caused to China. Once we capture these terrorists, we will definitely hand them over to the Dragon Kingdom and let you deal with them as you see fit. Clark abruptly changed the subject, pointing mercilessly at the three presidents. As for the actions of these three presidents, they acted entirely on their own initiative, which was utterly foolish. Their actions have absolutely nothing to do with our great and beautiful country. These words were like thunderbolts from the heavens, striking the three presidents hard on the foreheads. Their minds went blank for a moment. It's okay? We were abandoned? That beautiful country we've always regarded as a god just casually discarded us like trash. At this moment, they finally understood what it meant to be killed after the rabbit is caught and discarded like worn-out shoes. Endless coldness and despair overwhelmed them like a tide. After hearing Clark's explanation, Long Shuai's smile deepened, carrying a hint of something profound. He put down his teacup and slowly said, I see. Since this was the work of terrorists and has nothing to do with your country, then my dragon country will naturally not hold the United States accountable. Lord Long, you are indeed a man of great wisdom and righteousness. Clark quickly flattered him. Long Shuai changed the subject, his gaze falling once again on the three guild leaders who looked like walking corpses. Minister Clark has come at just the right time. I was just discussing with the three presidents about having them allocate half of the resources they supply to your country each year to our dragon country, but they seem to be having some reservations. Upon hearing this, the three association presidents felt their hearts skip a beat and their faces turned ashen. Commander Long is trying to force the United States to take sides right in front of them. They instinctively looked at Clark with pleading eyes, hoping that this ally could put in a good word for them. However, Clark's next words plunged them into an endless abyss. Clark wore a warm smile, as if he were talking about something trivial. General Long, why go to such trouble? Divided in half? Wouldn't that put our great and beautiful country in a difficult position? It would be better to let people think that the United States is competing with the Great Dragon Kingdom for resources than to spread this word. He paused then, in a matter-of-fact tone, made a suggestion that nearly terrified the three presidents. In my opinion, since they are willing to express their apology to the Dragon Kingdom, they should show enough sincerity. How about this? In addition to presenting a gift of equal value to our beautiful country, let's prepare another generous gift to offer to our great dragon nation. That's how you show their sincerity, don't you think? The whole world seemed to stand still at that moment. The three presidents stood there dumbfounded, their mouths agape, their eyes vacant, completely devoid of the ability to think. Should we prepare another copy? This is simply treating us like pigs to be slaughtered. Moreover, it was a joint operation between the two countries to slaughter each other. Zhao Zhang, Wang Jian, and the others were also dumbfounded. Looking at Clark's beaming face, they experienced the word shameless for the first time with such profound understanding. That's way too ruthless. Upon hearing this, Long Shuai nodded in satisfaction, his gaze falling on the three guild leaders who were completely petrified, and asked calmly, what are your opinions on Secretary Clark's proposal? Do we dare to have any objections? What other opinions could we possibly have? The three presidents were on the verge of tears, their hearts filled with endless sorrow and bitterness. If I had known this would happen, I would have just agreed to give half to the Dragon Kingdom. By doing this now, aren't we just giving away an extra resource for nothing? This is an absolute ripoff. The three exchanged a glance, and finally, like defeated roosters, lowered their heads in unison, answering in trembling voices barely audible. No objection. Long Shuai stood up and looked down at them. Then it's settled. I hope you remember today's lesson and don't be easily deceived by terrorists. At this point, he turned his gaze to Clark and said meaningfully, aren't you right, Mr. Clark? Clark was immediately jolted, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He stood up awkwardly, putting on a righteous and indignant appearance. Commander Long is right. As the presidents of the One Nation Association, you all must open your eyes and recognize the situation. The three presidents were seething with anger, but they could only force smiles and echo their sentiments. Commander Long is right to teach us a lesson. Chairman Clark is absolutely right. Half an hour later, amidst enthusiastic wishes of may our friendship last forever and long life peace, Clark and the three dejected-looking presidents left the Hero Association building. They returned to their respective countries with the new and demanding conditions proposed by the Dragon Kingdom. It is foreseeable that the future world order will undergo tremendous changes because of this brief meeting today. Everyone is eagerly awaiting it. 1 month from now, the historic 25th Global Heroes Summit will be held in the Dragon Kingdom in a little-known, deep underground space. This is a forbidden zone of light, where deathly silence is the eternal theme. Inside the enormous circular council chamber, the air was as heavy and stagnant as mercury. 9 virtual figures, dressed in robes of different colors and wearing silver masks, sat quietly
quietly on an ancient circular stone throne. They are the 12 holy messengers of the Council of Purification. Now, only 9 remain. The gray-robed figure representing the chief spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant, echoing in the empty hall. Fury, silence, and Wither have all gone missing. They went to hunt Lin Yi, but never returned. Upon hearing this, the other 8 holy envoys trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. A holy messenger, dressed in a green robe and representing plague, asked in a hoarse voice, "Chief, are you saying that the 3 of them have met with misfortune?" The chief envoy's voice was unusually solemn. "Lin Yi's strength far exceeds our expectations. I suspect he has already reached a level of power comparable to the high priest." An uproar erupted in the council chamber. The envoys were utterly shocked. The high priest is a being above the 12 holy messengers, the true ruler of the council, and a demigod walking among mortals. Lin Yi is just a young man in his 20s, how could he possibly possess such great power? A purple-robed holy envoy, representing greed, spoke urgently. "Chief, there are only a little over 2 months left until the divine descent ritual. With the loss of 3 holy envoys, it will be extremely difficult for us to compete for 4 beacons of descent at the same time." "That's right, if we pair up, our strength definitely won't be enough. Could we train 3 more holy envoys within these 2 months? The atmosphere suddenly became tense and anxious as everyone started talking at once. Inside the council chamber, 3 virtual figures suddenly appeared on the 3 empty stone seats. They wore blood-red robes and hideous, blood-red masks. The 9 holy envoys were startled at the same time, immediately stood up, and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Excellency. These 3 people are none other than the 3 cardinal priests of the Purification Council." The red-robed chief priest in the center slowly raised his hand, gesturing for them to sit back on their stone seats. His voice was calm and even, yet carried an undeniable determination. "The divine descent ceremony must be held in advance." The 9 holy envoys were all stunned. The chief envoy asked cautiously, "High priest, what has happened?" "The loss of just 3 holy envoys is by no means enough to bring the entire plan forward." Another high priest in red spoke coldly, dropping a bombshell. "We have just confirmed it. The cardinal priest of the East Asia Diocese is dead." "How is that possible?" The 9 holy envoys exclaimed in surprise. This news shocked them 100 times more than the fall of the 3 holy envoys. "That's the pinnacle of power on earth. He is the strongest proxy under His Majesty the Holy Emperor. They could die?" The chief envoy's voice became shrill with extreme shock. "How did he die?" "Killed by someone. The murderer is Lin Yi, the captain of the Dragon Kingdom's Dawn Team." A deathly silence instantly enveloped the entire council chamber. Inside the council chamber, all the holy envoys stood frozen in place, their expressions beneath their masks filled with shock that defied all comprehension. They originally thought that estimating Lin Yi's strength to be comparable to the chief priest was the maximum they could imagine. But to their surprise, they still underestimated him. He is not merely on par with the high priest, but truly possesses the power to kill the high priest. The chief envoy felt a chill run down his spine into his head and asked in a hoarse voice, "He can even kill the high priest? Could it be that Lin Yi has already reached the legendary godhood realm?" The chief priest in the central hall categorically denied it. "It is simply impossible for Earth to give birth to a god realm at present. Only when His Majesty the Holy Emperor descends in his true form and completely transforms this planet will we be able to step into that legendary supreme realm." He paused, his tone turning cold and resolute. "Therefore, the plan has been changed. A month from now, the Global Heroes Summit will be held in the Europa Parish. At that time, the world's top heroes will gather here. The ceremony is scheduled for that day. The 9 of you will be responsible for simultaneously activating the Advent Beacon of the other 3 major dioceses. The Europa Diocese will be overseen by the 3 of us personally. This time, there can be absolutely no mistakes." The 9 holy envoys responded in unison, their voices filled with excitement and fervor. At the pinnacle of the sky, in the presidential suite, inside the cultivation room, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. His brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Just now, he attempted to absorb an S-class energy core, intending to elevate his starfall ability to the peak of S-class. However, no matter how he tried to guide it, the pure energy seemed to hit an invisible barrier and could not be integrated into his body at all. Lin Yi fell into deep thought. An S-grade energy core is an invaluable treasure for ordinary heroes, but for a monster like him with SS-level attributes across all stats, it was like using ordinary 92-octane gasoline to power a top-tier nuclear fusion engine. The quality of energy is no longer keeping up. Having grasped this point, Lin Yi didn't hesitate. He took out a crystal from the system space that emitted a strange dark light, as if it contained the rules of another world. It was the extraterrestrial source substance obtained after killing Subject Zero at the Luo family's secret research base. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yi began to guide this power from outside Blue Star. In stark contrast to the gentle nature of the S-class energy core, the extraterrestrial source energy is violent, chaotic, and aggressive. A completely different force surged into Lin Yi's meridians like a flood bursting its banks. That feeling wasn't like absorption, it was more like
being infected? But Lin Ye's body was incredibly strong at that moment, and this power not only failed to affect him, but was also devoured by him without hesitation. He clearly felt that the Starfall ability was rapidly transforming and sublimating at a speed visible to the naked eye under the impact of this power. Lin Yi was overjoyed. However, just a few minutes later, he devoured all the energy of that extraterrestrial source. His strength is still far from the peak of S-Class. Lin Yi didn't stop, and took out a second one with his other hand. This was a reward from the system before, and its quality is even better than the one dropped by Zero. A surge of violent energy swept through his entire body once more. The bottleneck, under the impact of even stronger forces, made a crack sound as it could no longer bear the weight. But it's still a little short. A decisive glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He retrieved the last extraterrestrial source material. That was the largest and most powerful one that burst out from inside the Yamata no Orochi. The moment this energy, mixed with the resentment of the Yamata no Orochi and its boundless life force, surged into Lin Ye's body. The bottleneck in my body finally couldn't hold on any longer. A deafening roar, seemingly emanating from the depths of the soul. Lin Yi felt a jolt throughout his body as an unprecedentedly powerful force spread through his limbs and bones. He slowly opened his eyes, and a dazzling starlight flashed across them. Open the host panel immediately. Name, Lin Yi. Rank, S-Class. Peak. Ability, Meteor Shower. Attributes, Strength SS+, Agility SS, Constitution SS+, Spirit SS, Energy SS+. Seeing the three dazzling SS+ on the panel, even Lin Ye's heart couldn't help but skip a few beats. S+ represents Legendary Tier, while SS is the pinnacle of Legendary Tier. So what does SS+ mean?